After breaking up with your girlfriend of 3 years, a system notification echoed in your mind, detected that the host has returned from the wrong path. The beauty service system has been successfully activated. As long as a goddess provides exclusive service to the host, for every second during the service, 10,000 huaxia coins will be deposited into the system account. Earning 10,000 per second means 600,000 per minute, 36 million per hour, and 864 million per day. Ah, I'm rich, I'm rich. Rolling your eyes and silently calculating the income on your fingers, you couldn't help but burst into pig-like laughter. You could start by finding a proper service, and once you've made enough money, then hee. Friendly reminder, the money deposited into the system account can not only be used for expenses involving the goddess, but after fully winning her over, all the money spent during this period can also be refunded to the host's personal account. Double the happiness for every penny spent. Damn, this is actually a simp system. You're a bit speechless, so you still have to keep being a simp. Well, a simp is a simp, but if you simp hard enough, you're no longer just a simp, you're the king of simps. Your mouth twisted into a 45-degree angle as you began racking your brains on how to earn your first bucket of gold. Got it. When in doubt, head to Confronting. You hop onto your 8th-hand electric scooter, put on your helmet, and speed off toward the outskirts of the school. Half an hour later, you finally arrive at the Confronting bathhouse. You'd heard the rich kids in your class mention it before. Confronting is considered the most upscale bathhouse in Tianhai, where the girls line up for customers to pick and choose from. They don't ask for a house, a car, or a dowry. They chat and laugh with customers, offering warmth and care, always placing them on the highest pedestal in their hearts. Sigh, if you'd known things would turn out like this today, you should have spent your money on these understanding girls instead. With a cold snort, you stride into the lobby. Welcome, esteemed guest, to Confronting bathhouse. The attendant at the door warmly guides you through buying a ticket and collecting your wristband. After a quick shower, you slip into sandals and a bathrobe before heading to the massage area. Hello, I'm the supervisor here. Do you have a reservation with any of our technicians? The supervisor approaches with a polite smile. I don't have a reserved technician, you reply. Then please follow me, sir. Led by the manager, you arrive at the technician's rest area. A dozen technicians immediately stand up and line up upon seeing the manager. Sir, all available technicians are here, the manager says, clasping his hands in front and giving a slight nod. You take a deep breath, your gaze sweeping across each exquisitely made-up face. System detecting, target score 74 points. System detecting, target score 76 points. You couldn't help but silently complain, System, you're being a bit too harsh, aren't you? Such a beautiful girl scoring less than 80 points, the system's standards are way too high. When your gaze fell on technician number 8, who had been keeping her head down the whole time, you suddenly froze in place. Wasn't this by Luo Yan, the campus belle from your school? Detected a qualified female candidate, target score 92 points. Would you like to bind her as goddess number 1? 92 points? That's impressive. Bind her immediately. You couldn't help but secretly marvel. You knew the icy beauty by Luo Yan's score wouldn't be low, but you didn't expect it to be this high, truly worthy of being one of the 4 campus belles of Tianhai University. Let's go with number 8, you said calmly. Sir, please follow me. Sister Tong gestured politely and then led you slowly upstairs. Before long, you were led to the Diamond VIP room number 888. Sir, the services and price list are on the wall. Which one would you like? Following Sister Tong's pointing finger, you saw, room fee 198 yuan 60 minutes, essential oil back massage 298 yuan 60 minutes, 9 dragons kidney tonic 398 yuan 60 minutes, supreme full service 999 yuan 60 minutes. To be honest, these prices were quite high after all. A small foot massage shop only charged 99 yuan, with half-price promotions during events. Unless one was wealthy, few people would come to such a place. I'll start with the supreme full service, you said, sitting directly on the massage bed. Alright, sir, please wait a moment. A hint of delight appeared on Sister Tong's face as she smiled and left the room. Why aren't you going in yet? Sister Tong glared at Bai Luo Yan, who was standing dumbly at the door, and scolded in a low voice, the guest just ordered the premium VIP package. Do your best to impress him and try to get him to sign up for a membership card. Sister Tong, I'll try my best. Not try, you must. If the guest complains again this time, you're fired on the spot. Got it. Bai Luo Yan responded and entered the room. Hello, sir. I'm technician number 8. It's a pleasure to serve you. Bai Luo Yan half knelt on the ground, her voice carrying a hint of aloofness, mixed with a trace of shame and timidity. You couldn't help but lower your head to take a closer look at the campus belle before you. Bai Luo Yan, so your stage name is Yu, you asked with a playful tone. Do you know me? Bai Luo Yan instantly looked nervous, as if someone had torn off her last shred of dignity. Who wouldn't recognize the famous campus belle of Tianhai University? Seeing that she couldn't hide things anymore, Bai Luo Yan lowered her head and prayed, then can you not tell anyone? I'm here because of my family. Understand, good gambling dad, sick mom. You came here to make money for the family to spend. Chen Shang hurriedly interrupted the other party. Bai Luoyan bit her lip, knowing that Chen Shang was making fun of herself, and whispered, Chen Shang, I'll take that as a yes. Chen Shang heard Bai Luoyan actually call out her name, and hurriedly got up surprised. You know me? I go, is he so famous? Even the school flower knows herself. Who doesn't know that you are the first lick? Innocent pure love warrior of Tianhai University, many girls know you. Bai Luoyan said back vaguely. But what she was thinking in her heart was, you're guarding the floor of our dormitory like a licking dog every day, it's hard not to recognize you. Chen Shang was furious when he heard that he was so famous for being a licking dog. Who the hell has labeled himself as the #1 licking dog? This was pure slander. Chen Shang glanced at Bai Luoyan with some depression and said with slight dissatisfaction, what are you still waiting for? Did I spend so much money just to chat with you? A few sentences of nonsense work had already passed 1 minute, a full loss of 600,000 ah. Hearing this, Bai Luoyan hurriedly put down the toolbox in her hands and took out a bottle of essential oil from it and placed it on the table. Chen Shang, you take off your bathrobe first. However, Chen Shang didn't take off his bathrobe, but instead gave Bai Luoyan a meaningful look. Oops, my hands are a bit sore today, I can't move them. Bai Luoyan pondered for a moment, then asked somewhat incredulously. You shouldn't want me to take it off for you, right? Chapter 3 Fairy in the private room. How about calling your foreman, Sister Ton? Chen Shang asked with a serious face. Don't. Me take off. Bai Luoyan bit her red lips vigorously and walked forward to help Chen Shang take off his bathrobe. Sister Tong had said long ago that if a guest ordered the Supreme One Dragon, she would have to fulfill some of the guest's rubbing requests. Otherwise, who would spend so much money to come here? Ding! Detected Goddess #1 by Luoyan serving the host. System account income 10,000 yuan, balance 10,000 yuan. System account income 10,000 yuan, balance 20,000 yuan. Chen Shang fumbled to turn off the system beep, then checked up on Bai Luoyan's personal information. Name, Bai Luoyan. Face value, 92 points. Age, 22 years old. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Number of relationships, 0. Favorability, 20. System task, raise Bai Luoyan's favorability to 90 or above, and all the money the host spends for her will be returned to her personal account, and she will be able to get a chance to win a lottery. In addition, since this target is the host's #1 goddess, it is of great significance. After rating this target, you can obtain an additional reward, top-tier fighting skills. Chen Shang could not hide his excitement in his heart after hearing this. Rating a goddess would not only earn you money, but also a reward? Although he didn't know what prize he would be able to draw, the top fighting art was necessary. Only, Bai Luoyan's current favorability is really a bit low and 20 favorability means that the other party hates himself a little. This is a bit difficult to do that. Or you should get down first? Bai Luoyan reminded in a small voice. Chen Shang came back to his senses and lay down on the massage bed and asked in a sophisticated manner, how long have you been doing this? You should be considered my first customer. Yesterday there was a customer who ordered me, but as soon as he came up he asked if there were any special services, and was scolded by me. Bai Luoyan said back without hiding it in the slightest. Chen Shang was a bit excited after hearing this. Who wouldn't want to be a goddess for the first time? However, he had never been to a bathing center before, so naturally he didn't know what to do next and could only listen to the arrangements. And Bai Luoyan was obviously also a first-time massage. Her mouth kept chanting, first show oil, then gently pacify the back, wrap the waist, wrap the shoulders. No, this thing still has a mnemonic? Right away. Bai Luoyan hurriedly poured the essential oil into her palms, then unfolded it in her own white and tender hands. Taking advantage of this, Chen Shang glanced at his system account and instantly put his heart down. Ever since Bai Luoyan helped herself undress, the system had already started timing. And it was earning 10,000 yuan for every second that passed. Right now, the system account already had more than $1 million. This is only right. Chen Shang was happy in his heart. This was too easy to make money, right? After a dozen seconds, Bai Luoyan finally coated her hands with essential oil. After taking a deep breath, it was as if she had made some sort of determination. Putting her fingertips tentatively on Chen Shang's back, Chen Shang immediately felt a tingling sensation coming from his back. It was as if there were ants crawling. No, are you massaging or scratching? Bai Luoyan gritted her teeth and finally placed both palms on Chen Shang's back, then continuously pushed and kneaded. Chen Shang immediately felt refreshed. It wasn't that he felt so comfortable, but this feeling of being served by a beautiful woman was so damn refreshing. The gloom and boredom from being broken up was also gently rubbed by Bai Luoyan's gentle hands. Gu Judja, who hasn't loved a few scumbags when they were young? In the future, brother will be a ruthless scum. Chen Shang simply stopped thinking about that obscure woman and focused on enjoying everything. After about half an hour, Chen Shang had been massaged from head to toe. Bai Luoyan's voice came again, please turn over. Chen Sheng turned over after hearing this and looked at Bai Luoyan, who was lightly biting her shell teeth under the somewhat ambiguous light. The warm yellow light shone on the pretty face that was as frosty as ice, making Bai Luoyan less chilly and more charming. Chen Sheng was somewhat lost in thought for a moment, and even felt some heartache for Bai Luoyan. The licking dog nature is deeply rooted, can't even change it with a system. Chen Sheng cursed himself in his heart, itching to give himself 2 slaps on the spot. What other items are next? There's also the 9 Dragons Kidney Treasure. Bai Luoyan wiped the fine sweat on her forehead with the back of her hand and said with some difficulty, "What is 9 Dragon Kidney Treasure?" Chen Sheng asked after him. It wasn't that he intentionally played dumb and cute, but he really didn't understand. It is massaging the area near the waist. Of course, you can also choose not to do this program. I can help you pinch your feet again. Don't I have kidney loss, this has to be done. Chen Sheng said nonchalantly. Bai Luoyan had no choice but to continue. She took off her high heels, and with a gentle lift of her feet she arrived on the massage bed. Immediately afterward, she sat in front of Chen Sheng and began to help him massage after taking a deep breath. The technique was naturally a few points more skillful than before. Chen Sheng, on the other hand, was recklessly admiring Bai Luoyan, who was bending her waist. It was so white. This was the first time he was so close to a girl, and was even able to clearly smell the perfume on the other party. Or perhaps body odor? Bai Luoyan didn't notice Chen Sheng's eyes and was still working carefully. At this time, she no longer had the initial embarrassment, instead, she had a bland expression. It seemed that she was already fully committed to her work. Even Chen Sheng's blazing eyes were completely ignored. It wasn't like a piece of meat could fall off from looking anyway. Since she had chosen to do this, she had already anticipated all of this. If he made Chen Sheng unhappy, he would probably be really fired if he was complained about one more time. At that time, it would be difficult to find a job that made money fast. Without realizing it, an hour had already passed. Bai Luoyan was already a bit out of breath, and her chest continued to rise and fall with her breathing. Mr. Chen, time is up. In a moment. Please give a favorable review. As Bai Luoyan spoke, she began to pack up her things. However, she held a grudge against Chen Sheng in her heart and secretly swore that one day in the future, she would definitely step on Chen Sheng. Wait a moment. Chen Sheng called out to Bai Luoyan and said with an evil face, "It feels like you can't get enough Add another bell." Chen Sheng suddenly felt that he was somewhat addicted. Love starts with the clock, and the clock stops the intention. In the past, I always felt that the fairy was on Earth, but now I know that the fairy is in the private room. Bai Luoyan was obviously stunned, then her eyes became complicated. If Chen Sheng had another Supreme One Dragon, he could still earn more than 400 more. Mr. Chen, my hands are a bit sore right now, I don't have much strength left, maybe the quality of service will drop a bit, is that okay? Bai Luoyan asked with some embarrassment. It's fine if your hands are sore, as long as your feet aren't sore. If you don't have strength in your hands, don't you still have feet? Chen Sheng said with a harmless face. Chapter 4, Inviting the School Flower as a Personal Nanny. With feet? Bai Luoyan couldn't help but frown after hearing this. This sounded and felt weird. But she quickly accepted this reality and nodded lightly. Anyway, there was the item of backstepping in the program of her own training. Bai Luoyan took a deep breath and climbed onto the massage bed before grabbing the overhead handrail, then stepped on Chen Sheng's back with her black silk-wrapped little feet. Her heart was filled with emotion. She didn't expect that she had just sworn to step on Chen Sheng's feet, and it had come true so quickly. It was really a soap slip that messed with people. At this moment, Chen Sheng was lying on the bed with a face of enjoyment. You don't say, the feeling of being stepped on is quite comfortable. No wonder some people say fools fall in love, wise men wash their feet and massage them. Bai Luoyan, bring the fruit over. Oh, okay. Bai Luoyan picked up the lychee by the bed and put it on Chen Sheng's pillow. Seeing that Chen Sheng didn't move at all, Bai Luoyan couldn't help but frown. This guy shouldn't want me to feed him, right? Bai Luoyan bit her lip and finally used a toothpick to insert a lychee and send it to Chen Sheng's mouth. The fruit this beauty feeds is just sweet. After eating it, Chen Sheng suddenly frowned. Bai Luoyan, did you wash your hands after pinching your feet just now? Didn't wash my hands. Do you still want the fruit? Forget it, you'd better focus on pressing it. After a long time, Chen Sheng casually asked Bai Luoyan, do you plan to keep doing this? I did try tutoring, but I'm too stupid to teach elementary school students. Then you're not afraid that our schoolmates will know that you're here? Of course I'm afraid. Bai Luoyan was a bit helpless. If there were other lucrative jobs, who would choose to do this? I have a fast money job here, will you do it? Chen Sheng asked tentatively. What kind of job? Bai Luoyan pondered for a moment, then added, just to state in advance, I won't do anything too excessive. It's not really excessive things, it's just being my personal nanny. Do your spring dream. $10,000 a day. Really? Bai Luoyan was obviously stunned as her body lost balance and violently stepped on Chen Sheng's waist. Are you trying to step on me? Chen Sheng said in pain. Right. Sorry. Bai Luoyan hurriedly removed her foot from Chen Shang and asked with an incredulous face, Chen Shang, you're not teasing me, right? Of course it's true, I never lie. Chen Shang said with conviction. Bai Luoyan instantly fell into deep thought. 10,000 a day, almost 300,000 a month, that was a lot of money. Even the executives of small companies didn't have this much money, right? However, isn't Chen Shang the school's famous licking dog plus poor? Does he really have this much money? Nowadays, there are quite a few boys who package themselves and then go around scamming and cheating. Bai Luoyan tried to calm herself down and said somewhat angrily. Mr. Chen, stop making fun of me here, I advise you to be honest. You also don't want this matter to be known by your girlfriend, right? After saying that, Bai Luoyan suddenly felt like she had the initiative. She was really stupid, why didn't she use this trick earlier? I've already broken up with her, you can't threaten me with this move. Chen Shang did not continue to persuade Bai Luoyan to be a nanny for himself. Anyway, he had a system now and more than enough options. There was no need to die on Bai Luoyan alone. Happy times were always short. It wasn't long before the time arrived. Chen Shang glanced at his base panel. Name, Chen Shang. Age, 23. Height, 1 meter 83. Weight, 72 kilograms. Base attribute, 85 male average 80. System account, 70.88 million. Personal account, 1,250.38. Chen Shang shook his head helplessly. The system account had quite a lot of money, but unfortunately it didn't belong to him at the moment. A moment later, find an opportunity to ask a beautiful woman to go on a buying spree. Wouldn't the other party's favorability rise dramatically? Thinking of this, Chen Shang put on his bathrobe and left the private room. After changing into his own clothes, Chen Shang took his hand sign and headed to the front desk to settle the bill. System, how are we going to pay later? Chen Shang asked curiously. The system account has automatically bound the Jianqing card that the host is currently using, and the host can choose to pay by scanning the code or swiping the card. All methods are unlimited, no one will check the account, and all problems will be solved by the system. Then I'm relieved. Chen Shang breathed a sigh of relief. The sudden increase of so much money in his account would definitely attract the bank's attention. At that time, it would be troublesome to convict himself of having a huge amount of assets of unknown origin. It's a good thing that Brother Unicorn helped himself out with all of this. Praise the great brother Tuanzi. After settling the bill, Chen Shang couldn't wait to take a look at his account. Sure enough, the system account was missing 2,394 yuan, and the money in his personal account had been deducted by 199. Chen Shang just wanted to question the system, but suddenly remembered that today seems to be the day of the automatic deduction of flower shells, which happened to be 199. Hey, isn't this the equivalent of whoring? This is sort of stuck with the system bug. There are beautiful women involved in the consumption, that is to say, let the beautiful women to provide services to their own, is also considered to have beautiful women involved in the ministry. After settling the bill, Chen Shang took a short break in the lobby and left the bathing center. After mounting the small electric donkey, Chen Shang just wanted to go home and found Bai Luoyan running out crying. When she stepped over a step, she suddenly stepped on her foot and fell directly to the ground. After seeing Chen Shang, Bai Luoyan wiped her tears and turned her face away, sobbing quietly. Chen Shang rode over on his tram, lowered his head and asked with a smile, Yo, why is big schoolgirl by crying? She won't be expelled, right? What do you care? Bai Luoyan got up and dried her tears, glaring fiercely at Chen Shang. Chen Shang froze. Looking at this situation, Bai Luoyan seemed to have really been expelled. What in the world had happened? Hadn't she just opened a big bill on herself? Chen Shang held his chin in thought and opened his mouth to ask, I see that you are quite in need of money right now. The thing I just said about being my personal nanny is still valid. This is the last chance for you. Mr. Chen, you really aren't lying to me? Bai Luoyan asked half-heartedly. Of course I'm not lying to you. I've just been broken up with and desperately need someone to soothe my young heart. Of course, if you don't believe me, I can advance you 10 days of salary first. As he spoke, Chen Shang took out his cell phone and spoke blandly, let's add a WeChat first. Bai Luoyan pondered for a moment and finally opened her WeChat QR code. After Chen Shang added Bai Luoyan, he initiated another transfer. Bai Luoyan looked at the long string of numbers and read them out in a small voice. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. She actually froze in place for a moment. Chen Shang had actually transferred 100,000 to himself? He wouldn't have taken the wrong medicine, right? Why was he so generous? Could it be that he was trying to spend $100,000 to trick himself home, and then with himself that? But oneself is still CA. Mr. Chen, are you sure this is 10 days' salary? Bai Luoyan asked carefully. That's right. Then, I promise you that I'll be your personal nanny from today. Bai Luoyan's tone eased a few points. This was more than 10 times more than what she earned at the bathing center. And it's hard to find a job for 10,000 a month now. If one could work for a month, wouldn't it be worth 2 or 3 years for others? Bai Luoyan favorability plus 25, current favorability 5. Chapter 5 Riding a tram to find the school flower. The province should save the flowers. Chen Shang couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth when he heard the system beep. Sure enough. As long as the money was in place, the school flower would have to kneel. Can you ride a tram? Chen Shang asked. Will. Be able to ride it. Look at your clothes are dirty, go buy one nearby. Being my nanny, you can't disgrace me. Bai Luoyan glanced at Chen Shang's worn-out electric car. Somewhat suspiciously, she asked, Chen Shang, you usually just ride a tram? Riding a trolley to find the schoolgirl should save and spend. Bai Luoyan skimmed her mouth, full of smooth talk. You wanna go to graduate school ah? Chen Shang sized up Bai Luoyan and said with a sly face, Bai Luoyan, what did you just call me? Called you. Chen Shang ah. Bai Luoyan whispered back. Too raw, call your brother to hear. I. Bai Luoyan was silent for a moment, squeezing out a few words from between her teeth. Chen Shang. Brother. Still a bit raw. Let's go, you'll ride the bike. Oh, got it. Bai Luoyan came back to her senses and mounted the small tram. Hold on tight, I'm not skilled. Chen Shang took a step across to the back seat, his right hand naturally wrapped around Bai Luoyan's slender and soft waist. No wonder some people used the phrase a firm grip to describe a girl's water snake waist. You don't say. When used on Bai Luoyan, who was less than 50 kilograms, it's really apt. Bai Luoyan's body involuntarily shook a little when she felt the big hand behind her. However, she finally gave up resisting. Ding! Goddess number 1 is starting to serve the host. At the same time, the money in the system account began to grow at the rate of 10,000 a second. Chen Shang was delighted in his heart. It was just as he had guessed. Any form of beauty service could make money. Chen Shang inadvertently looked down at the back seat of the electric car. It turned out that because of the squeezing of the seat, a very perfect waist-to-hip ratio was formed. It was a picture that one almost had to pay homage to. Bai Luoyan, who was riding the electric bike, thought about it for a while but still asked the doubt in her heart. Mr. Chen, seeing that you are also quite generous, why did you like to pretend to be poor in the past? I wasn't pretending to be poor in the past, but I was really poor. It's just that recently, a long-lost grandfather suddenly found me and asked me to inherit the estate. Chen Shang casually found a reason to excuse himself. Bai Luoyan realized after hearing this, no wonder Chen Shang had a thuggish air about him. But this also made her feel a bit more at ease. At the very least, it proved that Chen Shang's money came up in a good way. What about you? How come you were fired just after billing? Chen Shang asked. Just talking about this makes me angry. Bai Luoyan huffed and puffed. You just left before your feet. The greasy uncle who looked for trouble with me yesterday met with me. He wanted to take advantage of me, so the two of us quarreled. Again. Isn't this your regular bathing center? It stands to reason that guests wouldn't dare to go too far. Chen Shang asked in disbelief. That's for the average guest. I heard that the old guy has a bit of a background, and the boss definitely wouldn't flip out with a big client because of a newcomer like me, so he fired me after settling my paycheck for today. Chen Shang turned his head to look around and realized that there were quite a few clothing stores nearby. Stop the car. Hearing this, Bai Luoyan hurriedly pressed the brakes. Under the inertia, Chen Shang inattentively directly stuck on Bai Luoyan's soft and flowing hair. The faint rose fragrance came out, making Chen Shang a little intoxicated for a moment. By the looks of it, the one used should be Piao Soft. Chen Shang touched his nose and pointed to the Chanel boutique and said, let's go inside. Bai Luoyan froze, then reminded, Chen Shang, you probably don't know that everything from this brand is quite expensive. Let's go to the store next to it and take a look. Bai Luoyan, you're looking down on me too much, aren't you? I'm not so bad that I don't even recognize Chanel, Donkey brand, and all these. Chen Shang was speechless. Haven't you eaten pork before? Haven't you seen Paige run? Don't get me wrong, I'm afraid of spending too much of your money. Bai Luoyan defended in a small voice. You go in first, I'll park the electric car. At the same time, not far away, Gu Jiajia looked at her best friend beside her and said, Tong Tong, Kaiyun is celebrating her birthday, I'm planning to send her a lipstick. How about you send her an air cushion? I think your proposal is good. Let's just buy the cheapest one from the Chanel counter, it's not too much money to spend while being able to hold it. The person who spoke was named Yun Miaotong, Gu Jiajia's best friend. Weighing a full 180 pounds. This also said all day long that he was slightly fat. People's microfat is the fat place fat, the thin place thin. Not a spherical figure like her. No need to buy her expensive ones. Gu Jiajia skimmed her mouth. She and her boyfriend went to the Left Bank Western restaurant for dinner tonight, and didn't even call the two of us. That's right, stingy. If I say, Sun Haotian is not a rich man, split up. Yun Miaotong just wanted to continue to cricket a few sentences, suddenly pointed to the figure in front of the Chanel store and said, how does that boy look like Chen Shang? No way? Gu Jiajia glanced in the direction of Yun Miaotong's finger and realized that the figure had long since disappeared, and laughed and said, with that poor look of his, how could he possibly go to Chanel to buy something? Maybe he wanted to buy something for you so that you would come back to him. Yun Miaotong teared up and said, what good things can he buy me? Buying a lipstick would be good. Besides, I've broken up with him, I won't accept it even if he sends me lipstick. Looks like you've really gotten the hang of it. Yun Miaodong held Gu Jejia's hand. Let's go, let's take a look inside. On the other side, Chen Shang and Bai Luo Yan had just entered the house when a plump young lady in uniform greeted them. Welcome to Chanel, I'm Sweetie, happy to serve you. Bai Luo Yan said in a calm tone. Hello, I'm a gold member here, please show me the shoes. She had bought quite a few things here last year. It had been almost a year since she had been here, but it was good to know that the points were still a month short of zero. Chen Shang was slightly surprised to hear that Bai Luo Yan was actually a gold member. It seemed like she hadn't come here to buy a lot of things. Ma'am, please follow me. Sweetie made an invitation gesture before leading Bai Luo Yan to the shoe area. Chen Sheng curiously surveyed the clothing in the store. There were clothes, shoes, bags, silk scarves, and everything else. But I don't know if it's a problem with my own vision, but there are some that don't look too different from something that costs a few tens of dollars on some Bai. Bai Luo Yan took a look at the shoes on the shelf and pointed to a pair of casual shoes that looked cheaper and said, Trouble, bring me this pair to take a look. Okay ma'am, the price of this pair of shoes is $59.99. Sweet was just about to go get the shoes when Chen Shang stepped forward. Finally, it's my turn to show my saintliness in front of people. This pair of shoes is too ugly, is there a new model? After hearing this, Sweets pointed to the pairs of shoes placed at the top and said, Sir, these pairs are the latest models. Bring the centermost pair over and take a look. Chen Shang noticed that Bai Luo Yan had just been staring at the pair of shoes in the very center. It seemed like it should be a favorite. Sweetie sized up Chen Shang and asked with a serious face. Sir, are you sure you want to take this one? This one is our store's limited edition, worth $60,000. Chapter 6 Retaliatory Spending. Chen Shang said with a calm face, This one is not that expensive, try it first. Okay. Sweetie hurriedly took the shoes off the cabinet and handed them to Bai Luo Yan. Ma'am, please try how about this pair of shoes. Bai Luo Yan carefully sized up the shoes in front of her. This style of shoes she had swiped on Shakian last week and fell in love with them at a glance. It was only that she had been financially strapped lately and could only look at it in the video. Even, since her senior year of college, this Chanel store has never come back to her. Seeing that you should like it, I'll take this pair. Chen Shang smiled and said. Chen Shang, this pair of shoes is $60,000, are you sure you want to give it to me? Bai Luo Yan asked with some not-so-belief. She was not familiar with him, why would he spend so much money for herself? Could it be that it was simply because he started spending in retaliation after being dumped by Gu Jejia? Could it be that you think I'm teasing you? Chen Shang said somewhat breathlessly. I don't mean that, I just think these shoes are too expensive. Bai Luo Yan said somewhat flattered. Please try it on for my friend. Chen Shang looked at Sweetie with an overbearing look. Okay sir. Sweetness naturally wouldn't refuse this opportunity to make money. If she could really close the deal, her own performance this month would be up to par. Ma'am, please try it on. Sweet held the shoes and blinked her eyes at Bai Luo Yan. Bai Luo Yan was not in a position to push back. Sitting on a stool to the side, she took off her high heels, revealing a pair of small feet wrapped in black silk. Chen Sheng again remembered the time in the Spring Breeze Bath Center when these little feet helped him step on his back. It was only right to treat them now. After changing her shoes, Bai Luo Yan stood up and walked to Chen Sheng with some embarrassment. How is it, does it look good? Chen Sheng held his chin and sized it up, slightly furrowing his brows and said. Good looking is good looking, but it always feels a little weird to have black silk with loafers. Although he was a straight man of steel, he was also able to see that this match seemed a bit strange. After Sweetie heard this, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Could it be that the cooked duck is going to fly? This gentleman didn't want to buy shoes for a girl, so that's why he said the match was a bit strange? Who knows? Chen Sheng pondered for a moment and said to Sweet. Since you've come all the way here, why don't you just buy the clothes together? Take us to see the clothes, again, the latest model. Sugar revealed a professional smile and her eyes began to glow again. Alright, the two of you, please follow me. As she spoke, she led the duo to the clothing area. Chen Shang looked up at the clothes and really wanted to say in a domineering manner, fork all these off and pack them away. But that would make himself look low. Ma'am, would you like to try this dress? This one is very much in line with your temperament, and it was designed by old Buddha himself. Sweetie made the first move, pointing to a cream jacket worth $80,000 and said. She could already tell that Bai Luo Yan wasn't willing to buy some too expensive clothes. And Chen Shang looked like a rich second generation who didn't care about money at all. This one, it looks a bit expensive then. Bai Luo Yan said with some lack of confidence. As long as you like it, it doesn't matter even if it's more expensive. By the way, buy some more pants, skirts and stuff. Chen Shang had an indifferent look on his face. Anyway, the more he spent for Bai Luo Yan, the more money he would get back when the time came. Then, I won't be polite with you. Bai Luo Yan said in a low voice. At the same time a scarlet blush surfaced on her face. Bai Luo Yan favorability plus 25, current favorability 30. After Chen Shang heard this, the corner of his mouth almost crooked into 45 degrees. The system was indeed right, relying on banknote ability could indeed conquer girls. After some trying on, Bai Luoyan finally picked out an outfit. It included a jacket, short skirt, and a white silk. How about this one? Bai Luoyan walked up to Chen Shang and asked with blinking eyes. After all, these were all bought for her by Chen Shang, so it was natural to ask the other party's opinion. And strictly speaking, she was Chen Shang's nanny. She had to dress according to his preferences. Chen Shang carefully looked at Bai Luoyan, and for a while, he was a bit lost in thought. At this time, Bai Luoyan was wearing a white cream jacket on top and a khaki short skirt on the bottom. Paired with white silk and the limited edition shoes she had just worn, she was simply pure and lustful. It was very different from the previous image of wearing black silk. How? Not good? Bai Luoyan saw that Chen Shang had been silent, looking down at his own clothes, and asked with some doubt. Good looking. Chen Shang's eyes stayed on Bai Luoyan's body for a few more seconds, and he laughed. It would be even more perfect if there was another bag. Looking at Bai Luoyan in front of him, who was like a superb imperial lady, a thought suddenly flashed through Chen Shang's heart. The best way to forget a woman was to find another woman who was better than her. If it doesn't work, then find a few more. Sir, then let me help you wrap up your clothes first? Sweetness saw that Chen Shang was a bit stunned and reminded in a low voice. Just wrap up the old clothes, and wear the new ones straight away. Okay, sir. Sweetness said with a joyful face. Take us to see the bag again. Both of you, this way please. As they spoke, the few people arrived at the bag counter. Chen Shang, in order to minimize unnecessary trouble, directly opened his mouth and said. Bai Luoyan, pick whichever one you fancy, no need to consider the price. Bai Luoyan's eyes swept over the many bags. Finally pointing to a brown bag, she said, take a look at this one first. Sweetie froze after hearing this and took the bag down after thinking for a moment. In her heart, she was secretly staggered. This girl really knows her stuff. This bag was the store's treasure, and ordinary people who wanted to buy it wouldn't necessarily sell it to her. However, she still brought the bag over and handed it to Bai Luoyan. Just as Chen Shang was also planning to admire the bag, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Chen Shang, why are you here? Chen Shang turned back and saw that the person coming was none other than Gu Jiejia, who had just broken up with him. Frowning, he said with some displeasure, Gu Jiejia, does where I am have anything to do with you? You. Gu Jiejia did not expect Chen Shang to dare to talk to her like this, and for a moment, she was somewhat speechless. However, she quickly took the initiative and said with a mocking face. Chen Shang, I've broken up with you, why are you still stalking me? When did I stalk you? Chen Shang said somewhat speechlessly. Are you trying to buy me a gift so that you can get me back? I'm telling you, it's impossible between the two of us. You're delusional, aren't you? There's a mirror here, do you want to take a look? If you really can't, I'll give you $10, you go to the hospital and register. Chen Shang was almost angry and laughed. This woman was so stupid, he was really blind in the beginning. Chen Shang, how can you insult me like this? Gu Jiejia's face became ugly. It was the first time she herself had been insulted like this by Chen Shang. The two counter-sisters standing at the side were petrified on the spot. Could there be melons to eat today? The two even forgot about work. Chen Shang also didn't want to continue pestering Gu Jiejia and turned his head to ask Bai Luoyan. What do you think of this bag? If it's suitable, let's just buy it and hurry to leave this place of wrongdoing. Quite good, just don't know the price. Bai Luoyan whispered. Sir, this bag is the store's town treasure, worth 288,000. Although the price is a little expensive, it is the only one in Tianhai City, belonging to the limited edition of the limited edition. Sweets hurriedly made up for it on the side. It's only this much money, I'll take it. Chen Shang slowly spoke. Chapter 7 Black Gold Card. Alright sir, please come with me to pay for it first. Sweetie said with a smile. It was then that Gu Jiejia noticed Bai Luoyan. At first, Bai Luoyan was blocked by Sweetie, and she thought that the other party was a customer who came here to buy something. She didn't expect it to be Bai Luoyan, the school beauty of her school. And by the looks of it, this bag was what Chen Shang intended to gift to Bai Luoyan. Chen Shang, just like you still plan to buy this bag? Gu Jiejia looked at Chen Shang with a face of contempt. She had just heard clearly that this bag was worth more than $280,000. Chen Shang, if you can afford this bag, I'll take your surname from now on. Yun Miaoton laughed so hard that her big mouth was almost grinning to the back of her head. I'm also drunk, what does this have to do with you too? Chen Shang said somewhat angrily, there was no need to sneer here even if you don't remember your previous feelings, right? Ha ha. This is the best joke I've heard this year. Gu Jiejia laughed her head off. You're a poor person, you can't even afford to buy this bag even if you sell it, right? She then looked at Sweetness and said. You guys don't be fooled by him, he's just a poor man. When he pays in a while, he will definitely say that he has a cell phone limit or doesn't have a card or something like that. Hearing this, Sweetness was also a little uncertain. She was quite accurate at reading people. Bai Luoyan should be the kind of girl with a good family, while Chen Shang was just an ordinary guy. And the relationship between the two didn't seem close at all, as if they had just met today. How could anyone buy so many luxuries for each other just after meeting? With this amount of money, even if they were to adopt a beautiful woman, they would be able to play for a year or two, right? Go check out. Chen Shang looked at Sweetness and urged. Oh, okay. Sweetie then came back to her senses, and with a smile on her face, she led Chen Shang to the checkout. However, what she was thinking in her heart was, if she finds out later that you're playing tricks on me, I'll definitely give you a bad scolding. On the other hand, Gu Jiajia looked at Yun Miaotong with a gloating face and said, I really didn't think that the iceberg beauty in everyone's eyes would be with a poor person. Moreover, it's still the one I don't want. Jiajia, doesn't that mean that understanding Luoyan is inferior to you? Yun Miaotong concurred. I was a bit uncertain before, but now it seems that she is indeed inferior to me. For the first time, Gu Jiajia felt that she was actually better than Bai Luoyan in a certain aspect. Her vanity was instantly greatly satisfied. Bai Luoyan was also a little nervous when she heard the conversation between the two. Originally, if Chen Shang really failed in his payment, she wouldn't have said much. At most, she would feel like she was being teased. Which person would casually spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on clothes and bags for a girl they weren't familiar with? She just took it as part of the service. After all, Chen Shang gave himself $100,000, cooperate with him to play this drama is not a big deal. At most, she would probably be taunted by the clerk. But now, Gu Jiajia and Yun Miaotong, the two loudmouths, were also here. If this got out, wouldn't he be laughed out of the store? Gu Jiajia seemed to have seen Bai Luoyan's dilemma as well and stammered. Bai Luoyan, Bai Luoyan, I didn't expect you to be whored out by such a beggar. I'll see how you end up in a while. Bai Luoyan lowered her head in some shame after hearing this. At this time, Chen Shang had already arrived at the counter. He glanced at Bai Luoyan behind him and said, Bai Luoyan, what are you still standing there for? Don't you have a membership card? Oh, it's coming. Bai Luoyan came back to her senses and walked over to lose her membership card number. Sir, the total spending is 458,000, Sweetie said with a wink and a leathery smile. Chen Shang pulled out his wallet and searched for his bank card inside. Chen Shang, just don't look for it. I still don't understand you, don't even have $2,000 in your body, I guess? Gu Jiajia wrapped her arms around her chest and looked at Sweetie, saying, if you ask me, you should kick this kind of person out. You don't have to look at what kind of place this is if you want to act like a pussy. Chen Shang touched out a black bank card with a calm face. The card's card number was the same as his own Jianqing card number. However, it had turned black, and the words and patterns on it were all made of platinum. Of course, this was all due to the system. Swipe the card. Chen Shang handed the black card to Sweetie. Sweets took the black gold card and suddenly froze. It was actually the highest grade black gold card. There weren't even a few of these cards in the entire Tianhai city, right? Could it be that she had met a real tycoon? Sweet swallowed her saliva, and with trembling hands, she swiped on the POS machine. A second later, the voice reminder of the Bluetooth stereo rang loudly. Ding! Money Pass collection of $458,000. Silence, the crowd was deathly silent. Other than Chen Shang, all the people in the room froze in place. Everyone looked at Chen Shang with some disbelief. I'll go, I can't believe that I really swiped successfully, Yun Miaotong couldn't help but marvel. Subsequently, the expressions on everyone's faces became complicated. Sweet's face was filled with joy and respect. She had accomplished 2 months of performance? Thank you for the big brother's gift. The other clerk was somewhat chagrined and remorseful. Why hadn't he himself greeted and received this tycoon in the first place? Bai Luoyan looked at Chen Shang as if she was dreaming, and seemed to have finally breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Luoyan's favorability plus 15, current favorability 45. Of course, the one with the most wonderful expression was Gu Jiajia. She knew Chen Shang very well. The other party would never be able to come up with so much money to buy a bag. Even if it was a loan, he wouldn't be able to borrow this much in a short period of time, right? If he really had so much money, how could he have left him? Chen Shang, where did you get so much money? Gu Jiajia questioned loudly. Where did I get so much money? Does it have a dime to do with you? You'd better hurry up and do what you need to do. Don't affect people's business here. Mr. Chen, did you get this money from a scam or a loan? Gu Jiajia was undeterred and continued to pursue. Don't worry about it. Even if this is the money I got from a loan, I won't spend a dime on you. Chen Shang pulled the corner of his mouth and said. Yun Miaotong wrapped her arms around her chest and said with a jealous face, what's so godly about it? Taking out a loan to pick up a girl. Let's see how you're going to pay back the debt when the time comes. Yun Miaotong, ING gave you face, right? Don't forget, in the future, you'll have to take Laozi's last name and call yourself Chen Miaotong. Chen Shang loudly rebuked. Chen Shang, you. Yun Miaotong was speechless with dislike and angrily twisted her head to the side. Chen Shang instantly felt refreshed and looked at Bai Luoyan and said, Yan Yan, let's not waste time on these two idiots. The car dealership will be closing in a while. Honey, you're still really planning to buy me a car? People don't even know how to repay you. As she spoke, Bai Luoyan pretended to be shy and took Qin Shang's arm. Chapter 8 Bai Luoyan, did you bring your ID card? Qin Shang nodded, that's for sure, I've always been true to my word. At this time, Sweetie walked over with a bag. Both of you, these are the clothes you just changed out of, they are already folded. Qin Shang smoothly took the bag and wrapped Bai Luoyan's soft waist towards the door, only leaving behind Gu Jiejia and Yun Miaotong who were messy in the wind. Could it be that Qin Shang is rich, only he's been lying to me all along? Gu Jiejia looked at Yun Miaotong with an incredulous face. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yun Miaotong grabbed Gu Jiejia's hand forcefully. Jiejia, don't be fooled by him. His money, it might not come from anywhere. But, he just can't cheat even that much money. After going out, Qin Shang looked at Bai Luoyan with some surprise. Bai Luoyan, I didn't expect your acting skills to be good. Bai Luoyan didn't feel embarrassed and said with a calm face, taking people's money and being loyal, these are things I should do. It wasn't that she was trying to please Qin Shang. People have given themselves so much money, they can not just watch him lose face, right? Good performance, add money. Qin Shang nodded with satisfaction. Bai Luoyan looked at Qin Shang and said very seriously, Qin Shang, thank you. You've done me 2 big favors today. What favors did I help you with? A few days ago, my mom got sick and was hospitalized, needing tens of thousands of dollars for surgery. My dad had borrowed from all his relatives and friends before, and was too embarrassed to ask for more, so I went to work at a place like Spring Breeze. Although there is not much cleanliness there, but at least it can still retain a trace of the bottom line. This $100,000 of yours is considered to be a solution to my family's immediate needs. Bai Luoyan said truthfully. No way, you really have a sick mom? Then is your dad also a gambler? That's not true. Bai Luoyan naturally knew that Qin Shang was joking. Qin Shang pondered for a moment. I've heard boys in my class mention you before, isn't your family quite rich? That was before, and now my family is down and out. Said Bai Luoyan with a bitter smile and continued. Half a year ago, my dad's last company also closed down, and also owed a butt of foreign debt. I haven't asked for money from my family for more than half a year, and I've also sent home all the designer bags, watches, and whatnot that I used to buy, so that they could offset the debt. But these are just a drop in the bucket, I have to reopen my dad's company to have a chance of getting out of this mess. Qin Shang just wanted to remind something, but in the end he didn't say anything. Nowadays, it was not easy for college students to find a job, and starting a company was even more of a 9-to-1. However, he thought that the other party's family has a strong background and extensive connections, so he should not need to talk too much. Besides, what does that have to do with myself? I just need to eat, drink and have fun, and live a good reckless life on the line. Bai Luoyan pondered for a moment and finally opened her mouth to say. Mr. Chen, I'll remember this favor of yours, I'll definitely pay you back when I make some money. She always felt that since she had accepted someone to spend so much money on herself, it meant that she had also accepted the other party. This was all something that was unspoken by everyone. Otherwise, what was the difference between just accepting favors without taking a stand and fishing for women? Fine, wait until you earn money first. However, you can also choose to take a shortcut. Qin Shang said ambiguously. Bai Luoyan of course knew what Qin Shang said about shortcuts. However, she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with what Qin Shang said. People spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, how many girls grabbed and wanted to take shortcuts? She remembered that there was a department flower in her own school that seemed to have been adopted for half a year by someone spending $100,000. On the contrary, she simply got a great bargain. How about himself from him? Qin Shang did not notice the change in Bai Luoyan's expression. Took out the car key from his pocket and inserted it. It turned out that the electric car dashboard was not even lit. After carefully checking the electric car, Qin Shang cursed somewhat breathlessly. Where's my battery? Which ing grandson did this? Bai Luoyan took a look at the empty frame and couldn't help but say, no way, someone stole the battery in broad daylight? Qin Shang cursed the Guevara stealer in his heart. In the past, it was fine for people to steal takeaways, but now batteries are being stolen. Forget it, what's old isn't new, let's go. Qin Shang said in a double entendre. Well, it's time for a new one, the new one is more comfortable to ride. Bai Luoyan chimed in. Qin Shang froze, thinking that you'd better be talking about an electric bike. Bai Luoyan, did you bring your ID card? Bai Luoyan shuddered, thinking that what should come is still coming. His own guess was right, this Qin Shang definitely had thoughts about himself. Bai Luoyan instantly reddened her eyes. Qin Shang, I knew you were craving my body. Don't worry, that $100,000 I will find a way to pay you back, I don't want to do that kind of thing with you for now, this kind of thing slowly, okay? Qin Shang was dumbfounded and rubbed the back of his head. Sure enough, a woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. Bai Luoyan, what kind of things are you talking about? What I just meant was that if you brought your ID card, we'll go buy a car together. Ah? Bai Luoyan struggled to digest Qin Shang's words and suddenly realized, oh. So that's what it means. I brought my ID card. She needed to use her ID card to join the bath center, plus she would be routinely checked by Uncle Hat from time to time if she did this line, so her ID card was always with her. Just bring it. Chen Sheng opened the map navigation and said with a lowered head, wait for me to search the car dealership. Bai Luoyan nodded, but in her heart, she slandered, do you even need an ID card to buy an electric car these days? Making such a big deal out of it, people who don't know still think they're buying a car. However, she is just a nanny now, so she can't say anything more. On the other side, Gu Jia too, which still have the mood to buy gifts for girlfriends, huffed and puffed out of the Chanel counter. Yun Miaotong looked at Gu Jia with complicated eyes. Jia, where do you think that beggar Chen Shang got so much money? Did he sell his family's house, or did he take out a loan? Damn it, why didn't he spend this money on me before? Gu Jia clenched her fists and said with an angry face. She only felt that this world was too unfair. She had accompanied Chen Shang for more than half a year of suffering, but she was still no better than an outsider she had just met? Although she hadn't done anything for the other party in those half a year, she had paid for her youth. A girl's youth was the most valuable thing in the world. Yun Miaotong looked at the shivering Gu Jia and carefully asked, Jia, where are we going next? Tong Tong, you go back first. Just now, Mr. Chen said he wanted to buy a car, so I have to go see what's going on. Gu Jia said with some distraction. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. What gave Chen Shang the right to spend so much money on other girls? He himself used to ask him for $5,000 to buy a bag, and he had to save up for months to do so. As a result, he spent over $400,000 on other girls without batting an eye. Even if he did take out a loan to buy it, that money should have been spent on himself. Not long after, Chen Shang and his duo arrived at the entrance of the Rolls-Royce Ford store. Here it is, Chen Shang said as he looked towards the Ford store. Bai Luoyan stopped and said with some surprise, when you say buy a car, you're not buying an e-bike, but a car? Chapter 9 Buying a Mirage? Spell good meal eaten too much, right? Chen Shang said calmly, that's for sure, brother is rich now, of course I want to be extravagant. It's just a pity that there are no Bentley and Mercedes 4S stores nearby, so I can only buy a Rolls-Royce first to make do, and then change the car in a few days. The car was expensive, but Chen Shang felt that young people still had to drive a younger car. Bai Luoyan had a black line on her face after hearing this. Do people talk? When did driving a Rolls-Royce even come together? Chen Shang, you may not quite understand, Rolls-Royce is the top luxury car, the cheapest one has to be a few $1,000,000. Why don't we go next door to Dihao to take a look? Bai Luoyan knew that Chen Shang might have some money in his hand, otherwise he wouldn't dare to spend so much. However, wanting to buy a Rolls-Royce that could easily cost $6 or $7 million, or even tens of millions, she was afraid that it was a bit too much. Bai Luoyan, I'm not so bad that I haven't even heard of Rolls-Royce. Don't delay, let's go. Chen Shang grabbed Bai Luoyan's arm without saying a word and brought her into the Ford store. A slightly chubby girl in the store greeted her. Hello, welcome to the Rolls-Royce Ford store. I'm Xiao Jia, happy to serve you. The girl named Xiao Jia placed her hands in front of her body and said with a smile on her face. Chen Shang swept a glance at the cars in the store, the vast majority of them had a small golden man standing in front of the car, looking extremely shocking. He had heard of the Rolls-Royce Phantom on the internet before, so he said to Xiao Jia, seeing that you guys are almost finished with work, take me directly to see the Phantom car. Xiao Jia was stunned and asked with some disbelief, Sir, are you sure you want to see this car? Of course. I don't buy the best car, but the most expensive. Chen Shang said in a flat tone, but it gave Xiao Jia a full sense of oppression. This way please, sir. Xiao Jia was almost amused. When opening a door for business, she still understood the principle of customer first. Not just Xiao Jia, Chen Shang himself felt that he was full of compulsion. Being rich was enough confidence. He was no longer the Chen Shang who had to pick out a $30 shirt from a certain treasure for a while. Coming in front of the Mirage, Chen Shang could not help but look a little mesmerized. Having seen this car on TV before, he only felt that this car had a majestic design and smooth body lines. But I didn't expect that this car was so big, 2 circles bigger than a normal car. Bai Luoyan, I remember you can drive, go up and test drive it. Chen Shang looked at Bai Luoyan and said. Bai Luoyan was dumbfounded, Chen Shang, do you really want to buy this car? This is one of Rolls-Royce's most expensive models, the landed price would be over $10 million. You just go up and test drive it. If you find it suitable, you can drive it away today. Although Bai Luoyan felt a bit incredulous, she still stiffly entered the driver's cab. Xiao Jia, on the other hand, got into the passenger side and started introducing the car's advantages. After a while, Bai Luoyan drove the car back. How does it feel? Chen Shang was the first to ask. I've only driven it for a while, so I can't feel anything. But the driving experience is really much better than my previous Porsche. Bai Luoyan answered back truthfully. Since that's the case, let's make do with driving this one today. We'll switch to something else later when there's a suitable opportunity. Chen Sheng took out the black gold card from his wallet and handed it to Xiao Jie. Go and check in. Sir, you're not going to think about it anymore? Xiao Jie's eyes widened as she blurted out. People are advising their guests to buy a car. Why are you still stopping them from buying a car? Chen Sheng snickered. Xiao Jie hurriedly explained, Sir, I didn't mean that. I'm trying to say that buying a car is a major event in life, as long as you think it through. Saying that, she hurriedly took the black and gold card. When she took a good look at the card, she almost screamed. Just now, she didn't see it clearly herself and thought that it was just an ordinary card. Only now did she realize that this was actually an extremely rare black gold card. To know that this card was something that the average person had never even seen before. If not for the fact that she was fortunate enough to have seen this card once in the hands of a real estate predator, she wouldn't have been able to recognize it so quickly. At the same time, she couldn't help but get excited. If this order could really come to fruition, then her own performance for this month and next month had been completed ahead of schedule. Just as Xiao Jie was about to go through the formalities, Chen Sheng looked at Bai Luoyan by his side and said, Bai Luoyan, I don't have my ID card with me. Why don't we register this car under your name first? Wait for another day when you're free and then transfer it to my name. What, registered in my name? Bai Luoyan was a bit surprised for a moment. Such an expensive car, just casually registered in her name? Happiness came too suddenly, right? And right at this moment, Gu Jia, who was trailing behind, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha, I told you, Mr. Chen, how did you get rich? It turns out that you're engaging in the borrowing name to buy a car scam. Borrowing a name to buy a car? Bai Luoyan was a bit stunned for a moment. Gu Jia wrapped her arms around her chest with an expression of seeing through the truth. Bai Luoyan, mobilize your little brain and think about it. If Chen Sheng only made a down payment and then resold the car, wouldn't you have to carry a loan of nearly $10 million? Bai Luoyan couldn't help but frown, but couldn't find a reason to dislike her back. However, she didn't get angry at Chen Sheng because of Gu Jia's one-sided words. After all, things weren't necessarily what Gu Jia said. When Chen Sheng saw the visitor, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. I'll go, Gu Jia, what are you up to? He had just raised Bai Luoyan's favorability. He also planned to buy a car and raise it above 60 in one go. Who knows that this guy is simply a ghost, halfway killed out to their own mess? Really speechless. Chen Sheng took a deep breath and said with a cold face. Gu Jia, what I want to do, does it have half a cent to do with you? That said, you are sick, right? What are you always following me for? Gu Jia looked at Chen Sheng with a look of contempt. She thought of the possibility that Chen Sheng had come to bring Bai Luoyan here to act like a pussy. But she didn't expect the other party to play such a big pussy. As soon as he came up, he wanted to see the Rolls-Royce Phantom. I think you've eaten too much spelled good food and are hallucinating, right? Chen Sheng no longer paid attention to Gu Jia and looked at Xia Jie. Don't pay attention to that crazy dog, swipe your card, full payment. Full payment? For a Rolls-Royce? Gu Jia couldn't help but laugh out loud. Honestly, if you buy a bag for Bai Luoyan and borrow all the borrowing platforms, it's still possible to come up with that money. But if you want to buy a Rolls-Royce, I'm afraid you can't afford a single wheel even if you sell your house, right? Chen Sheng, I know that after I broke up with you, your brain was stimulated a little bit, but there is no need to embark on the path of illegal and criminal behavior, right? Although I should wish you the best of luck in finding a better girl, I really feel sorry for you when you cheat like this. At this moment, Gu Jia was not really thinking about Chen Sheng. Rather, she was a little jealous when she saw that the licking dog that used to surround herself all the time was spending so much money on other women. Chen Sheng glanced at Gu Jia and pulled the corner of his mouth and said, Gu Jia, if you don't have money, you can't even keep a good quality like you, where can you find a better one? So now that I have money, I'm just going to show my cards. Chapter 10, A Good Horse Doesn't Eat Back Grass. Mr. Chen, you really want to buy this car in full? Bai Luoyan asked with some surprise. Of course it's true. It's just a meet and greet gift from me to you. Chen Sheng gave Bai Luoyan a wink, asking the other party to cooperate with him in a scene. Well then, this car will be temporarily registered in my name, and I'll transfer it later when I'm free. Bai Luoyan handed her ID card to Xia Jie. Anyway, the other party was paying full price for the car, so he didn't have to take on anything himself. And looking at Chen Sheng's card, it seemed like it was a black gold card, which was not something an ordinary person could have. Of course, the most important thing was that she also had selfishness. If Chen Sheng really bought this luxury car, even if she only borrowed it occasionally, she might be able to rely on it to pull in a few investments afterward. By then, her own father's company would be able to come back from the dead. Please hurry up and draw up the contract. Chen Sheng handed Xiao Jie his bank card. Xiao Jie took the documents and reminded with a serious face, Sir, lastly, I'll confirm with you again that you're purchasing the Rolls-Royce Phantom Standard Wheelbase Edition, plus the landed price of $11.7 million with full insurance and purchase tax, etc., registering this lady's name. That's right. Chen Sheng said without a care in the world. More than 11 million was just a matter of 20 minutes, and the moment he came to the 4S store had already earned enough. Good then, I'll help you with the formalities. Xiaojie called her colleague to help herself to draw up the contract. He himself is to bring the POS machine. Motionless began to swipe the card. Drop. A small ticket came out of the POS machine, showing that the payment was successful. I go. Really paid successfully. Xiaojie was actually a little out of sorts for a moment. This was the first Rolls-Royce she had sold in recent months, and it was still the most expensive Phantom in the store. How is this possible? Mr. Chen, how could you possibly have so much money? Gu Jiajia, who was ready to watch the joke from the side, directly broke her defense. Why can't I have money? Chen Sheng sneered inside softly, saying, originally, this car should have been given to you. It's just a pity that you don't deserve it. Gu Jiajia hurriedly walked to Chen Sheng, her voice trembling a little. Chen Sheng, where exactly did you get all this money? Did you demolish it or hit the jackpot? She was now convinced that the money was definitely not a loan. Who would give such a poor boy like him such a large loan? And the fact that he dared to spend so much money on a car meant that he must have more money. I really let you guess right, I just won the jackpot yesterday. But the money is pretty much spent, so it's useless for you to just pester me. Chen Sheng now only wanted to clear his relationship with the opposite party, saving her from pestering him all the time. Ding! Gu Jiajia favorability plus 40, current favorability 30, is she bound as goddess number 2? Name, Gu Jiajia. Face value, 80 points. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Number of love affairs, 2. No binding. Chen Sheng rejected the system's reminder with little hesitation. Although Gu Jiajia's face value had reached exactly 80 points on the passing line, what she had done was really disgusting to himself. Even if one were to bind a stranger, or even an old sow, one would not bind her. Of course, Chen Sheng was only expressing his distaste for Gu Jiajia, not saying that he would definitely go and bind the old sow. Gu Jiajia looked at the calm-faced Chen Sheng, her voice softened a few points, and she said pitifully, Chen Sheng, you're doing all this to deliberately piss me off, right? I know you can't let go of me, so you deliberately inquired that I would go to Chanel and waited for me there. Then you purposely told me about the fact that you were going to buy a car in order to make me come back to you. Humph, what a nuisance, now you've achieved your goal. After saying that, Gu Jiajia even put on a petulant expression. You're so talented if you don't go to Tomato to write novels. Chen Sheng had the feeling that Breathless his mom had opened the door to Breathless to the house. When he had just said that he wanted to buy a car at the Chanel counter, he had indeed intentionally said it to Gu Jiajia. But he really had no intention of trying to get her back, he was only deliberately pissing her off. Brother Chen Sheng, I know that I didn't do enough, and I was a bit of a brat. But that was all a sign of my love for you, let's go back to the old days, okay? Gu Jiajia prayed in a low voice. We can't go back, because a good horse doesn't eat back grass, let alone grass that has been pissed on by someone else. Chen Sheng, how can you say this about me? I am still intact to this day. Chen Sheng cursed in his heart when he heard such brazen remarks. Namala Gobi. Is brother's system just a setup? He took the documents and contract from Xiaojie's hands, and then asked, this car can be driven away directly, right? Oh, can. Xiaojie came back to his senses, pointing to a car next to him and said, the one just now is a test drive, this one is a brand new Mirage. In addition, the temporary license plate has also been done, I will put it in your car. As she spoke, Xiaojie walked towards a Mirage next to her and put the temporary license plate into the driver's side. Chen Sheng looked at Bai Luoyan by his side and said, little Yan, let's go. Okay, dear. Bai Luoyan gently nodded and very cooperatively wrapped Chen Sheng's arm towards the car. Watching Chen Sheng leave without looking back, Gu Jiajia hurriedly ran over and reached out to stop in front, saying hysterically, Brother Chen Sheng, you can't leave. Could it be that all the little bits and pieces we had together in the past, as well as everything I have given for you, have you forgotten? When Gu Jiajia didn't say this, Chen Sheng hadn't been angry. Now that this came out of her mouth, it was like he had become a scum. Gu Jiajia, you still have the nerve to say that you've paid everything for me. Could it be that the money I get from my part-time job every month that you take away is considered your payment to me? Do you usually call me names, and even let me brave the rain to buy food for you and your girlfriends on stormy days? Is that considered paying for me? You're the one who brought up the breakup first, so don't bother me now, I'll only feel sick when I see you. Chen Sheng looked at Gu Jiajia with reddened eyes and said word by word. He didn't want to continue tangling with Gu Jiajia and gave Xiaojie a wink. Xiaojie understood and pulled Gu Jiajia aside with her co-workers. You guys let go of me. I'm his girlfriend, that car should have my name on it. Gu Jiajia was like a shrew, completely disregarding her image. This young lady, please respect yourself, if you keep messing around, we'll call security. I'm being disruptive? Do you guys know what kind of relationship I have with Chen Sheng? I'm his girlfriend for 3 years. We're just having a temporary fight, it won't be long before we make up. By then he'll change that S name to mine. If you two dare to stop me again, I will definitely file a complaint against you. The latter words, Chen Shang could no longer hear, because the car had already driven out of the Force store. On the way, the atmosphere was somewhat silent. Only after a long time, Bai Luoyan slowly opened her mouth and asked, Chen Shang, are you alright? What can I have? Chen Shang exhaled heavily and let out a bitter smile. In the past, I was just too stupid. Now that I've long since come to my senses, I feel all relaxed. Bai Luoyan thought about it and spoke with some hesitation. I seem to know why you asked me to be your nanny. You're doing it to find face in front of Gu Jia, right? Chapter 11, Good Horse with Good Saddle, Licking Dog with Bean. Chen Shang pretended to be surprised and said, I'll go, I didn't expect this to be guessed by you. Then you have to play along with me, or else your wages will be deducted. But in his heart, he was frantically spitting. Bai Luoyan, why are you so associative like Gu Jia? Could it be that I can tell you that it's because these are all required by the system? This mother or bean batch system, just give yourself the money directly. It's also so complicated. Remind the host that a good horse goes with a good saddle, and a lick dog goes with an honest dog. My bean batch system is tailor-made for you. Dog system, how dare you talk back? When Chen Shang heard the system's retort, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. I knew it was like this. Bai Luoyan looked at Chen Shang and whispered, if I didn't have a general understanding of you, I would have thought that you were trying to adopt me. Adopt you? It's not impossible, Chen Shang said seriously, holding his chin. Chen Shang, I'm just kidding, Bai Luoyan said as she twisted her head away blushing. If the other party really wanted to adopt herself, it wasn't impossible. After all, what people gave was just too much. The other person's handwriting was hundreds of thousands of dollars of bags, and there was also a luxury car worth $10 million. With such a handout, it was more than enough to adopt a few third-tier stars. Do you think I am that kind of person? Chen Shang said, somewhat breathlessly. This money I spent on you today is enough for me to bag 100 women. If I really wanted to bag girls, would I need to go through all this trouble? In fact, I just don't want to see you being taken advantage of by those old men in the bathing center. When Chen Shang said this, he felt like vomiting himself. Bai Luoyan on the side suddenly reddened her eyes after hearing this. Her heart was unexpectedly somewhat touched inexplicably. Bai Luoyan used to only think that Chen Shang was a licking dog. But thinking about it from another angle, how was that not a sign of infatuation? And one day of time to get along, the other party is unrestrained, funny, generous, more wealth and more billions of. The genus is considered to be a rare good man. Mr. Chen, no matter what, I have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I would definitely be mooching off people if I stayed in the bathing center for a long time, and I would even gradually lose myself in my own body. Thank you for your help. Bai Luoyan said gratefully. Don't just thank, show some sincerity. Chen Shang hooked the corner of his mouth and said, why don't we do this? Afterwards, you don't go to places like Spring Breeze, who goes there for serious people. I can give you a free massage service, anyway, you give more money than I earn there. Bai Luoyan actually blushed a little after she finished speaking. She also didn't know why she would say such words. Chen Shang opened his cell phone and prepared to look at the map navigation. This damn cell phone is stuck again. Chen Shang mumbled. Bai Luoyan glanced at Chen Shang and tentatively asked, Chen Shang, why don't you change your phone if you're so rich? I haven't had time to change it yet. Chen Shang casually perfunctorily said, he couldn't say that he couldn't afford a cell phone right now, could he? With less than $1,000 in his personal account, he could only buy a cell phone with the lowest match, which was not as good as this one in his hand. Then how about I buy you a cell phone? Bai Luoyan pulled over to the side of the road and said in a sincere tone. Chen Shang froze, then nodded with an excited face, then I won't be polite with you, go buy it now. The two of them walked out for some distance. Chen Shang pointed to a store not far away and said, it just so happens that there is a flagship rice store right there, so let's go inside and take a look. Chen Shang was not picky about cell phone brands, and having passed by the flagship rice store first, he was not willing to spend time looking for other cell phones. Okay, go take a look. The two got out of the car and entered the flagship store together. Welcome to the House of Rice. The attendant lady warmly greeted them. Hello, please show us the flagship model. Bai Luoyan said as she opened the door. The two of you, please follow me. The attendant led the duo to the counter and began to gushingly introduce the cell phones. Chen Shang looked at the various models and was suddenly attracted to a folding screen phone and couldn't help but pick it up and examine it. Sir, this phone is the Rice Mix Fold 4, a folding screen phone that allows users to operate two apps at the same time through split screen mode. Chen Shang unfolded the phone and found that it immediately became a small tablet. This hang. With this thing, wouldn't one be able to interact with two girls at the same time? Efficiency was directly doubled. Do you want this one? Bai Luoyan saw that Chen Shang was in love with it and asked tentatively. Just take this one. Chen Shang spoke indifferently. Okay. Bai Luoyan looked at the waiter and said with a calm face, please take one of this one's top-end version. Chen Shang glanced at the price of the top specification version, $10,999. My goodness, no wonder it was much better than his own used Redmi K20 Supreme Edition. This Bai Luoyan was really willing to spend money on herself. But come to think of it, he had spent over $10 million on her. Compared to that, this amount of money was nothing. Chen Sheng switched his cell phone card to his new cell phone and walked out of the store with his teeth showing. Seeing Chen Sheng's happy appearance, Bai Luoyan sized up the clothes on the other party and said after thinking for a moment, "Why don't I help you buy another outfit? It just so happens that there is an Armani clothing store next door." Well, it's not impossible. Chen Sheng also did not refuse. At the same time, he was also a little excited that there was finally a girl who was willing to spend money for herself. Unlike that Gu Jiejia fellow, who hadn't even bought herself a lollipop. After the two walked out of the flagship rice store, a few boys looked at Chen Sheng with some jealousy. That girl is so pretty and has an amazing body, it was so cheap for that dog. Why can a beggar like him find a rich white beauty as his girlfriend? And that rich white beauty seems to follow him around like a maid, and is also willing to spend money for him. Moms, which point am I worse than him? Are all the little girls blind now? He is much more handsome than you are just jealous. The two entered the Armani clothing store. Bai Luoyan had good taste in clothes, so she quickly helped Chen Sheng pick out a very decent casual outfit and a pair of sneakers. "Chen Sheng, go try it on." Bai Luoyan handed the clothes to Chen Sheng, just like an attentive girlfriend. Good. Chen Sheng quickly changed his clothes and walked out from the fitting room. The moment she saw Chen Sheng, Bai Luoyan was surprisingly a little lost in thought for a moment. Even the two female sales clerks complimented Chen Sheng on how handsome he was. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that they were doing it for performance. I didn't expect Chen Sheng this guy to change into a famous brand, but also quite handsome well. After saying this sentence in her heart, Bai Luoyan suddenly blushed a little. What's wrong with her? She just got in touch with him, how could she have a good feeling about him? At first, in the bath center, he had not less tossed himself. Chapter 12, Too Much Adoption Fee. Chen Sheng organized his clothes. How is this one? Okay, it's quite nice. Bai Luoyan said with some blushing. Bai Luoyan good sense plus 10, current good sense 55. I'll go. Buying clothes for me, you increase a chicken hair good sense off? Could it be that you've been conquered by brother's charm that goes nowhere? Then I'll take this one. Sir, a total of 58,000, the waitress lady said as she looked at Chen Sheng. Scan my payment code. Bai Luoyan took the initiative to pull out her cell phone. The waitress looked at Chen Sheng suspiciously, and when she saw that the other party had no intention of being polite, she led Bai Luoyan to the front desk to pay. Sir, these are the clothes you changed out of. The waitress lady handed a handbag to Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng took the clothes and walked out of the boutique with Bai Luoyan. I didn't expect to let you break the bank, only 30,000 is left from the 100,000 package. Chen Sheng joked. You bought me so many things, I should have shown it. Chen Sheng thought about it and transferred another 200,000 to Bai Luoyan. Bai Luoyan saw the transfer and said with some surprise, didn't we say that those were the ones I bought for you? How did you transfer so much money to me again? This money is not a gift to you, it's a month's service fee. 1 month? You want me to stay with you for a month? Yeah, and if it's good behavior, it'll be renewed. Really? Bai Luoyan blinked her two big eyes, looking a little silly. Of course it's true. Bai Luoyan was a little excited for a moment after hearing this. This money was too good to earn, right? If he followed him for the rest of his life, wouldn't he earn more than the owner of a small company? But how could money be that good? He definitely wanted to follow himself that. However, this money is indeed quite a lot. I heard my roommate say that there are many girls in his school who have been adopted. It ranges from 5,000 to 30,000 a month. On the contrary, that Rolls Royce alone is enough to bag himself for decades. Is himself worth all the money he spends? Bai Luoyan, what are you thinking about? Chen Sheng looked at the dazed Bai Luoyan and asked. Nothing. Wasn't thinking about. Bai Luoyan playfully bent down and made a pleased gesture. Thanks boss, private exclusive nanny Yin Yan sends you home. But because she had been shopping all day, her stomach grumbled. She giggled a bit in embarrassment. This was the first time Chen Sheng saw a smile from Bai Luoyan's face. Although that smile was a bit cold, it was very clean and clear, without a trace of impurities. Chen Sheng was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. As long as Big Brother is willing to spend money, the cold school flower will show her smile. If the school flower is not moved by you, it means that the money is still spent less. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before he could completely take Bai Luoyan. Hungry, right? Chen Sheng turned his head slightly and asked in a calm tone. Well, it's a bit hungry. Bai Luoyan nodded and answered truthfully. Let's go, brother will take you to eat a big meal. 10 minutes later. Bai Luoyan parked her car in front of the Left Bank Western restaurant and tentatively asked, this Western restaurant tastes good, it's just a bit expensive. It was actually that she had wanted to eat this restaurant for a long time, it was just that there had been a situation at home in the last half year, so she had been living on a shoestring. Come all the way here, can I still say I won't eat? Chen Sheng said half-jokingly. Bai Luoyan wasn't too pretentious either. People had spent more than $10 million, did they still care about this money? However, after backing up the car a few times, Bai Luoyan realized that she couldn't even back in. This car is too big to get in. You go to the restaurant and order food first, I'll park the car. Although Chen Sheng had never driven this car, the basic operation had just been learned in the passenger side. Okay. Bai Luoyan nodded gently, got out of the car and walked towards the restaurant. It took Chen Sheng half a minute to finally barely park the car in the space. It's really not a good idea to get in with a big car. After getting out of the car, Chen Sheng couldn't help but curiously survey the small golden man in front of the car. Not to mention, this thing was quite exquisite, no wonder it was so expensive. It was at this moment that a familiar voice came from behind him. Yo, isn't this Mr. Chen? What are you doing sneaking around? The person who spoke was none other than Song Kaiyun. Chen Sheng turned around, saw Song Kaiyun sitting in the car, and said with some displeasure. What does what lousy wants to do have anything to do with you? Do you know what kind of car you saw? That's a Rolls Royce. If you break it, you won't even be able to pay for it if you sell it. Said as if selling you could afford it. Chen Sheng was too lazy to talk nonsense with the opposite side and walked straight towards the restaurant. Piss me off, how dare you scold me? Song Kaiyun was furious and jumped straight to her feet. This was the first time she was scolded by Chen Sheng. Kaiyun, what's the point of bothering with him? The boy beside Song Kaiyun saw that Chen Sheng had already walked away before he dared to speak. The boy's name was Sun Haotian, Song Kaiyun's new boyfriend. He had just wanted to humiliate Chen Sheng. But seeing that the other party didn't seem to be too easy to mess with, he immediately wimped out. Looking at him, it seems like he's also heading to the Left Bank Western restaurant. Song Kaiyun said with some surprise. Probably bought a cheap set meal, after all, people have just been broken up with, they mustn't eat a good meal to make up for the damage to their hearts. What a bummer, this kind of person is also worthy of eating in a restaurant with us. Song Kaiyun's face instantly turned ugly. She usually couldn't afford to come here to eat. Today was her birthday, and Sun Haotian had specially invited her to eat here. It gave her a towering sense of superiority. When the time comes, I'll order a few more dishes and give him a good smack in the face. Sun Haotian patted Song Kaiyun's shoulder and said. Song Kaiyun was a bit displeased after hearing this. What era is this, and you're still playing with the eating Western food and punching your face routine? Why didn't you just help me scold Chen Sheng? However, she couldn't think of any other way to humiliate Chen Sheng. Inside the restaurant, Bai Luoyan saw Chen Sheng and got up to wave at him. Chen Sheng, I'm here. Chen Sheng walked over and sat across from Bai Luoyan. Chen Sheng, I just ordered 2 steaks and 2 pastas. What do you think? Bai Luoyan asked. Is this enough for anyone to eat? Let the next door see it and think that we can't afford to eat. Chen Sheng said to the waiter standing by. Waiter, please look at the menu. Yes, sir. The waitress lady put the menu in front of Chen Sheng. Caviar, foie gras, Australian lobster, A5 Wagyu beef, and duck with sealing oil, 2 of each. Chen Sheng handed the menu to Bai Luoyan and asked, do you see any other favorite dishes? These are too much, right, enough is enough. Bai Luoyan was a bit flattered for a moment. These things must be $10,000 at least. Chen Sheng was also too wasteful, right? Moreover, how did he know that he liked to eat these things? Where could Bai Luoyan have thought that these didn't even require Chen Sheng to pay out of his own pocket, they were all paid for by the system. And the more you spend, the more money you get back when the time comes. So Chen Sheng specializes in picking expensive orders. The waiter had just left when Sun Haotian and Song Kaiyun walked in. When they saw the girl sitting opposite Chen Sheng, they both froze in place. Wasn't this the school flower by Luoyan? Chapter 13 Reporting someone for drunk driving. Sun Haotian looked at Chen Sheng and hated his guts. He had pursued by Luoyan before, only to be ruthlessly rejected by the other party. Only then did he retreat to be with Song Kaiyun. Who knew that Bai Luoyan was now with Chen Sheng? Even though she knew that the two were probably just ordinary friends, she was still a little envious and jealous. After all, Bai Luoyan didn't even give herself a chance to eat. Haotian, what are you thinking about? Song Kaiyun asked as she looked at Sun Haotian, whose face had changed slightly. No. Not thinking about anything, let's also find a seat. At this time, there were some guests in the restaurant, and there was only one empty seat left. But coincidentally, the empty seat happened to be next to Chen Sheng. There was no way the two could only sit over there. Song Kaiyun saw that Sun Haotian had been a bit restless since he entered the restaurant. Coupled with the fact that she knew that Sun Haotian had pursued by Luoyan, she was immediately furious and looked at Chen Sheng and sneered. Chen Sheng, you're too much of a no-gooder, right? You just broke up with Jia Jia and you're with another vixen? My nigga, only allowing Gu Jia Jia to find another man during her relationship with me, not allowing me to have dinner with another girl after I broke up? What kind of reasoning is that? Besides, who the hell are you? Who are you to control me? You. Song Kaiyun was speechless from Chen Shang's dislike. She originally just wanted to be sarcastic about Chen Shang, and by the way, she also gave Bai Luoyan the label of prying on other people's boyfriends. She didn't expect people to present facts and reason, and she couldn't refute them at all. Kaiyun, what's the point of being general with him? It's estimated that he'll have to work part-time for a month or two for the money for this meal, right? During Sun Haotian's speech, he also glanced at Bai Luoyan. Sun Haotian, are you pretending to be your mom here? Have a meal to see what you can afford. Bai Luoyan also said coldly, Sun Haotian, if you want to eat, eat, if you don't eat, leave, don't affect other people here. When Sun Haotian heard Bai Luoyan actually helped Chen Shang, it was harder than eating Ali. However, he saw that the other people in the restaurant were also looking to his side, so he couldn't say anything more. Waiter, order. Sun Haotian called the waiter over and ordered 2 steak sets and a bottle of red wine that was over 1,000. It didn't take long for the waitress lady to bring up the dishes for the 2 tables. Song Kaiyun inadvertently glanced at Chen Shang and couldn't help but freeze. What the hell? Chen Shang, that beggar, could even afford to order so many dishes? These must be at least $10,000, right? In the past, when Gu Jia celebrated her birthday and asked him to take out $1,000 to treat everyone to dinner, it was like taking his life. Today, he's cutting into the aorta, so he's willing to hemorrhage? Chen Shang had been starving for a long time and took a big bite, not noticing the stares from the side. Opposite, Bai Luoyan saw Chen Shang wolfing down his food. Not only did she not dislike it, but inexplicably felt that he was a bit cute. Especially the scene where he just held a pen and swiped the menu. Just like when I was a child, my father drew money out of his wallet. Inexplicably a little handsome. Is this the legendary eat people's mouth short, take people's hands soft? Chen Shang took a big gulp of his drink, looked at Bai Luoyan and said, what are you waiting for, eat. Bai Luoyan was not polite and started to enjoy the food. The moment the food entered her mouth, Bai Luoyan only felt that the haze that had been floating in her heart for the recent period of time seemed to be swept away. Bai Luoyan favorability plus 10, current favorability 65. You can add 10 points of goodwill just by having a meal? It seems that the light of victory will be seen soon. On the side, Sun Haotian looked at Chen Shang with some jealousy, poured 2 glasses of red wine and said, Kaiyun, happy birthday to you, let's have a toast. Thank you, brother Haotian. Song Kaiyun elegantly took a sip of red wine, teared up and said. It didn't take long for the two of them, Chen Shang, to eat their food cleanly and then waved towards the waiter. Sir, you have spent a total of 13,666 yuan, may I ask how to pay? Scan the code. Chen Shang took out his cell phone and opened WeChat, and soon the payment was successful. At the same time, he opened the information panel and took a look. Right now, his own system account already had more than 100 million, while the money spent on by Luoyan was only 10 million. I'll go, according to this spending method, 3 Western meals a day plus 3 Supreme 1 dragons, this money can't be spent. Chen Shang finally realized what it was like to have money that couldn't be spent. Bai Luoyan, are you full? Chen Shang wiped his mouth and asked. Full. Bai Luoyan nodded. Let's go. Aha. Bai Luoyan obediently followed behind Chen Shang, having long since lost her previous high spirits. Kaiyun, let's go as well, just take this opportunity to sarcasm Chen Shang. Sun Haotian wanted to show off his car in front of Bai Luoyan, and left the restaurant with Song Kaiyun after quickly settling the bill. After Bai Luoyan walked out of the restaurant, she said with some embarrassment, Mr. Chen, let me drive. In the future, I'll make sure to practice parking properly. Okay. Chen Shang handed Bai Luoyan the car keys. Song Kaiyun, who had just walked out of the restaurant, wrapped her arms around her chest in a condescending manner. Chen Shang, did you guys come by public transportation or by electric bike? No, why are you everywhere? Don't always follow me like a pug, okay? Chen Shang disliked somewhat speechlessly. Who's following you? It just so happens that my car is also in the neighborhood. Look. As he spoke, Sun Haotian took out the car key from his pocket and very pretentiously pressed the unlock button. Beep. A car next to him lit up. Kid, know what kind of car this is? This is a serious B-class car, with a landing price close to $200,000. Chen Shang snorted coldly and did not bother with the other party. A car of $200,000 was indeed considered good for a college student who hadn't graduated. But running to come in front of himself to pretend to be a bully, it is a bit self-interested. After all, himself is now a person with a system. Mr. Chen, we'll go first, huh? Sun Haotian opened the car window and said with a smug face. As he spoke, a brand new Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of Chen Shang. Bai Luoyan stepped out of the car, opened the passenger door, and then stood respectfully at the side. Since Chen Shang was his own boss, he had to give face. Surprisingly, it's a Rolls-Royce. How is this possible? Sun Haotian's face was shocked. How can you guys afford to drive a Rolls-Royce? What's impossible about this? Just bought it today. Chen Shang spoke blandly. Song Kaiyun also looked at the Rolls-Royce with wide eyes, her eyes dropping to the ground. This car must belong to Bai Luoyan's family. How could Chen Sheng afford it? You guys guessed wrong, this car was bought by Chen Sheng. Bai Luoyan said coldly. Damn it, let him pretend to. Where did Sun Haoyan still have the face to stay here? He rushed out with a kick of the gas. Chen Sheng saw Sun Haoyan leave and took out his cell phone and pressed a string of numbers. Hey, I'm reporting someone for drunk driving. The license plate number is TNA2B438, and the route traveled is Chunghua Avenue. Put. Bai Luoyan covered her mouth and laughed out. Chen Sheng, I didn't realize that you still hold a grudge? Chen Sheng, have been cynical all my life. I can go unrewarded if I have a favor, but if I have a grudge, I usually report it on the spot. Chen Sheng hooked the corner of his mouth. Although that bottle of red wine is not of high degree, it can still administratively detain him for a few days. Chapter 14 Sister Next Door. Unconsciously, the car drove to the downstairs of Chen Sheng's rental house. Chen Sheng was also too lazy to stay in a hotel and planned to make do here for a night first, and then move out when he bought a house. You can drive this car back to the dormitory first. Remember to pick me up here tomorrow morning. I have an elective class with Jo Beauty tomorrow. Although Jo Mei was the #1 beautiful teacher in the whole school, she was not gentle at all. Whoever dares to skip class, she dares to make whoever fail the class. Okay, it just so happens that I've also chosen Ms. Zhou's class. See you tomorrow. Bai Luoyan nodded and said, see you tomorrow. Chen Sheng smoothly took away the 2 handbags and walked towards his rental house. Bai Luoyan was a little excited along the way. Everything today was just too dramatic. Novels didn't even dare to write it like this. Chen Sheng's various behaviors were a bit like Wang Duoyu from The Richest Man in Shihong City, who had to spend a large amount of money in a short period of time. He is also a bit like the illegitimate son of a rich family, who was fostered in an ordinary family. One day the family suddenly found him and gave him a bank card with an unlimited amount of money as compensation. Bai Luoyan felt that she seemed a bit brainwashed and shook her head helplessly. It kept driving out a few hundred meters. As if she suddenly thought of something, she slammed on the brakes. It almost scared the owner of the car behind her out of his pee. Bai Luoyan glanced at the empty passenger side, and immediately her face went red to her neck. Gosh! My short skirt, blouse, and stockings were all taken away by Mr. Chen? There's also that sticker that prevents you from getting naked. It seems like it's in there too. Shame on me. Chen Sheng quickly arrived at the rental house. This was the house he rented for the convenience of his part-time job. At this time, the entry door of the rental house was open. Chen Sheng walked in and saw that the landlord's sister was cleaning the living room. The landlord's sister's name was Yi Zhiqiu. She was a few years older than herself and was still unmarried. At this moment, she was turning her back to Chen Sheng and squatting on the floor to wipe the dust from the corner of the table. Due to her body slightly leaning forward, revealing a small cut of her slim and white waist, her plump buttocks were outlined very conspicuously. This caused Chen Sheng to lose some concentration for a moment and couldn't help but sneak a few glances. Unlike Bai Luoyan, Yi Zhiqiu belonged to the type of girl who was thin where she needed to be thin, and never ambiguous where she needed to grow meat. In addition, her body exuded the unique charm and charisma of a mature woman. It was something that those young girls in their early 20s did not have. Chen Sheng took a deep breath and pulled his thoughts back. Sister Autumn. Little Sheng is back? Yi Zhiqiu turned around and revealed a motherly smile. Sister Autumn, I've troubled you again. Chen Sheng scratched the back of his head and said with some embarrassment. Chen Sheng had been living here for more than 2 years. Yi Zhiqiu knew that both of his parents were dead and had taken great care of him. Not only did she never press for rent, but she would also send him some dumplings, mooncakes, rice dumplings, and the like on New Year's holidays. So Chen Sheng was very grateful to her, and even treated her as his own relative in his heart. Yi Zhiqiu stood up, stroked her hair and said, what's the trouble, I'm idle anyway. On the contrary, you have to attend classes and work part-time, so don't wear out your body. Chen Sheng was a bit ashamed after hearing this. In fact, he had gone for a massage today, and even followed the schoolgirl around for a day. Chen Sheng pondered for a moment, stepped forward and said, Sister Autumn, I'll do it myself. No need, it's already done. Yi Zhiqiu sized up Chen Sheng and said with a smile, freshly bought clothes looks pretty bored. Eligible girl detected. Name, Yi Zhiqiu. Face value, 87 points. Age, 27. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Relationships, 0. Favorability, 30. After reading the information, Chen Sheng froze for a moment. Strange, how come Sister Chiu's number of relationships is 0? I didn't realize that she had never been in love. Of course, the number of times a girl has been in love, as recognized by the system, refers to the number of people who have communicated with the girl. Any form of communication was valid. Even. The system can also show how many times it has communicated with each person, and what the specific forms of communication are. But for some reason, only the number of people will be displayed. Other information will not be directly displayed, requiring Chen Sheng to manually check. Is Yi Zhiqiu bound as goddess number 2? Bind. In the past, Chen Sheng only thought of Yi Zhiqiu as the big sister next door who knew her heart. But now, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. It was necessary for one to give back to this sister. Yi Zhiqiu saw that Chen Sheng had been staring at himself and asked with some curiosity, "Little Sheng, what are you looking at? Could there be a stain on me?" No, I just think that Sister Autumn you are really nice, I don't even know how to repay you. Chen Sheng said with some embarrassment. What do you mean by repaying? I'm seeing that you're here all by yourself going to school with no one to rely on, so I'm doing what I can. Sister Chiu looked at the clothes in Chen Sheng's hand and said softly, "Inside are your dirty clothes, right? The washing machine here is broken, so I'll use the washing machine upstairs to wash them for you in a while." Chen Sheng just wanted to refuse. But then he felt that Sister Chiu also had good intentions. This favor, I will definitely return it to her when I find a chance in the future. Then I'll be grateful to Sister Chiu. Chen Sheng smiled and handed over the handbag, suddenly realizing that he had 2 handbags in his hands. Damn, how could I accidentally bring Bai Luoyan's clothes as well? It seems like her black silk is also inside. If this was seen by Sister Chiu, she would definitely think that she had some special fetish. Chen Sheng hurriedly placed Bai Luoyan's clothes in his other hand and handed his own clothes to Yi Zhiqiu. Being too nervous, he accidentally touched Yi Zhiqiu's smooth and delicate fingers. When Yi Zhiqiu touched Chen Sheng's fingers, it was like she was electrocuted. Her face instantly reddened to her neck, and she hastily retracted her hand. Little Sheng, after the clothes are washed, I'll help you dry them on the balcony. Thanks Sister Chiu, I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Chen Sheng showed his teeth and smiled. Good. Yi Zhiqiu smiled and didn't care too much about it, taking it all as Chen Sheng being polite with himself. Just as Yi Zhiqiu was about to leave, an old woman in her late 60s suddenly appeared at the door. Yi Zhiqiu, why did you run downstairs again? I couldn't find you anywhere. The old lady said with some anger. This old lady was Yi Zhiqiu's foster mother. In the past, the old lady had been unable to conceive a child. So she went to the orphanage and adopted a child, the current Yi Zhiqiu. But later, the foster mom gave birth to another child. Yi Zhiqiu's status instantly fell. Her parents treated her badly. Mom, I'll come here to help them clean up. Yi Zhiqiu said with a smile. I see that you are just idle. What's the point of helping them poor students with their hygiene? It's not like you don't pay more rent. Yi Zhiqiu glanced at Chen Sheng with some embarrassment, then walked towards the door and said, Mom, don't say that, it's not easy for them. Besides, don't we save money on the cleaning service? You still dare to talk back. The old lady pointed at Yi Zhiqiu and shouted, Don't hurry back to help me put on the bathwater. Got it, Mom. Yi Zhiqiu somewhat helplessly followed the old lady up the stairs. Chen Sheng just wanted to say something. But he knew that opening his mouth would only add fuel to the fire, so he only swallowed his words back. Waiting for a while to talk in WeChat. Chen Sheng opened his bedroom door, then sat on the narrow wooden bed and began to check today's harvest. Neighborhood Sister Yi Zhiqiu. Chapter 15 by Luoyan's Silicone Eye Mask? At this moment, the system account had deposited 250 million. This wasn't counting the 10 million or so spent on the car. Today's harvest is good. It seems that just having girls accompanying you and doing nothing can also make money. In a moment, I'll find some female anchors on the internet to dance and sing for myself, and see if I can increase my income. Chen Sheng took out his new cell phone and prepared to open Shake-In. Ding dong. It was at this moment that the WeChat alert tone sounded. Chen Sheng opened it to see that it was a message from Bai Luoyan. Chen Sheng, did you take my clothes away? Chen Sheng glanced at the handbag and replied. Yes, I was in too much of a hurry when I left. I took your clothes with me by the way, I'll bring them back to you tomorrow. Then you are not allowed to open the handbag. Why, is there any secret in it? Don't you care why, in any case, you're not allowed to open it. Fine, I won't open it. Chen Sheng secretly spat in his heart. Aren't you just being a bit of an ass here? Originally, I wasn't interested in seeing it. When you said so, you really wanted to take a look yourself. Chen Sheng dropped his cell phone and suddenly thought that he seemed to have casually thrown his old cell phone into his handbag. He shook his head helplessly and said, Sorry haha Bai Luoyan, I didn't mean to look at your clothes, I was just looking for my cell phone, hehehe. Chen Sheng first unlocked the bedroom door, and then dumped out a stream of items from his handbag. In addition to the cell phone, there was a white leotard with a slight scent still lingering on it. A navy blue JK skirt, the material was good and very smooth to the touch. These did not have much to look at. Chen Sheng casually threw it aside, his eyes fell on the black silk. There seemed to be a faint perfume odor still lingering on it. Just as he was about to put the clothes into the bag, he suddenly realized that there were 2 other connected brown oval items on the bed. Huh, what is this? Chen Sheng picked them up and took a closer look, realizing that the 2 items were made of silicone. It was shaped a bit like a suction cup, was a bit sticky to the touch, and had a refreshing fragrance emanating from it. Could this be an eye mask? Chen Sheng laid down on the bed and placed it over his eyes. This thing's light-blocking properties aren't good either, and it's also a bit sticky to the eyelashes. But it's quite fragrant. Chen Sheng couldn't figure out who would use this kind of eye mask. Shaking his head, he put it into his bag along with his clothes. It was at this time that Bai Luoyan sent another message. Chen Sheng, you're sure you didn't open the handbag, right? I'm sorry, just now when I was looking for my cell phone I dumped out the clothes in the handbag as well. Besides, it's not like I haven't seen your clothes before, what's there to hide? Chen Sheng said unapologetically. What have you seen? Bai Luoyan returned the message in seconds. Blouse, short skirt, black silk. And there. And. An eye mask. I tried the shade is too poor, I'll buy you a new eye mask some other day. Bai Luoyan put down her phone and was puzzled. An eye mask? When did I put an eye mask inside? Suddenly, it was like she realized something. Those two covers didn't have straps and were only connected together through the buckle, didn't they look like eye masks? And Chen Sheng also said that the shading was poor, could he? Damn! How can he be like this, it's so humiliating. However, this Chen Sheng guy wouldn't have never had an intimate action with a girl since he was a child, right? Bai Luoyan favorability +2, current favorability 67. When Chen Sheng heard the tone coming from his mind, he said with a delighted face, just now, I said that even buying an eye mask for Bai Luoyan can increase favorability? It seems that Bai Luoyan isn't that materialistic of a girl. But she's still too conservative, just a few pieces of changed clothes, and no private intimate underwear, as to send a message 3 times? Chen Sheng helplessly shook his head, and clicked on the Autumn Sisters WeChat. Just about to ask her if she had been embarrassed, a system beep suddenly sounded in his ears. Detected number 2 Goddess Yi Jiqiu serving the host, system account income of 10,000 yuan. The balance, which had originally stagnated, began to grow again. No need to guess, it must be Sister Autumn washing her own clothes. A sudden warm current flowed through Chen Sheng's heart, and he quickly typed in a few lines of text. Sister Autumn, sorry for today caused you to be scolded. After a while, Sister Autumn replied. I'm fine. Rather, it's you, don't take the old lady's words too personally. All of you college students are educated and will definitely be able to excel in the future. When Chen Sheng heard this, he was somewhat helpless for a moment. Now is not like before, college students are not good at getting employment, and even if they are employed, their income is not very high. If not for the fact that he had the system, he would probably still have to worry about finding a job. Chen Sheng thought carefully for a while, then transferred 10,000 and explained. Sister Chiu, I found a very good job last month and just got paid today. You haven't taken care of my brother over the years, I've kept it all in my heart. I wanted to send you a gift, but I was afraid of causing misunderstandings, so I thought about it and decided to send you a red envelope. He originally wanted to transfer more, but was afraid that Sister Chiu would refuse to accept it, so he transferred an amount that wasn't too much. Xiao Shang, this money sis can't take it. You'd better keep it yourself, there's plenty of room for money in the future. I'm not going to say anymore, I'm going to be busy now. In the end, Sister Chiu did not accept Chen Shang's transfer. Chen Shang let out a bitter smile and muttered, I knew Sister Chiu wouldn't accept this money. It seems like I'll have to find a legitimate opportunity to return this favor in the future. Chen Shang no longer thought much about it, opened Shakian and started watching the live broadcast. The female anchors in the cell phone were all competing one by one, so lively. Brother, give people a brush gift while people PK is about to lose. Families, keep charging Be careful of the other side stealing home. Brother, the new anchor begs for guardianship. I love you. After watching more than a dozen live broadcasts, Chen Shang realized that there wasn't a single female anchor with a face value of 80. One of them was a lowly anchor called Not Eating Cilantro who was already over 40 years old. This ing which is not eat cilantro, clearly not eat coriander. There were even a few men dressed as women, which was really infuriating. Holy, the beauty function is just powerful nowadays, no wonder Xiao Bai Luo can become a face anchor. Chen Shang shook his head helplessly, feeling bad for those fans who were cheated. Casually sliding down the screen, he was attracted to a newcomer's live room named For Little Wildcats. The 4 girls in the dance troupe were in their early to mid-20s, and their face values all exceeded 80 points. However, since they were all newcomers, coupled with the lack of capital support, the popularity of the live broadcast room wasn't high, just over 100 people. After Chen Shang entered the live room, he saw the introduction above. Popularity vote 10, Anchor Chanxian, Sledgehammer. Rose 10, Anchor Xiao Rou, Jumper. Small Heart 10, Anchor Yao Mei, Little Wildcat. Beer 10, Anchor Crispy, Gatling. Other gifts of equal value, Random Anchor, Random Dance. After reading it, Chen Shang could not help but be taken aback. I'll go, you can make an anchor dance for more than 10 seconds for only $1? Chapter 16 Wearing Bottoms, Where is the most basic trust? Although he didn't watch many female anchors, he knew that some female anchors wouldn't necessarily dance for the audience when they received gifts like sports cars. Not to mention small gifts. And these newbie girls, they only needed to accumulate $1 or $2 to dance obediently. What more do you need? Moreover, these few small anchors weren't necessarily lower in face value than the big anchors. The price-performance ratio was still very high. With little hesitation, Chen Shang clicked on the recharge page. I can't charge less, it'll be troublesome if I deduct money from my personal account. Chen Shang directly charged 500,000 at once, and the recharge succeeded just as he expected. After modifying the Shakian nickname and age, Chen Shang waved his hand and very generously sent out 10 small hearts. After the anchor Yaomei saw the little hearts, she got up from her seat and ran in front of the camera, then danced a little wildcat. That sexy waist was exposed and twisted like a water snake. Every movement was so seductive and flirtatious. Eligible girl detected, target score 86 points, do we bind her as goddess number 3? Bind. Goddess number 3, Xia Yuyo. Face value, 86 points. Height, 169. Weight, 53 kilograms. Favorability, 1. Number of relationships, 0. Brother swiped a gift for you, how come the favorability is only 1? Chen Shang wanted to laugh himself after he finished speaking. You brush $1 and still want a beautiful woman to sleep with you? Chen Shang had already determined that if he casually found a live room to watch the anchor dance, it didn't count as the anchor providing a service for himself. However, just now, he had brushed a gift and designated the anchor to dance, but it could be counted as the anchor providing a service for himself. On the screen, Yaomei was wearing a small white tank top and a super short skirt, with a pair of white thighs exposed. There was a fluffy cat ear on her head, which looked very cute. However, she was wearing a pair of white bottoms and did not have even the most basic trust in the audience. After 10 seconds or so, Yaomei gave the screen a flying kiss after dancing and resumed her position. That's great, swiping $1 for the anchor will help me earn over 100,000. Chen Shang had the face of a capitalist, an anti-smile spreading across his face. In that case, don't stop. If it was usual, Chen Shang would only whore for nothing. But now. Sorry, brother will go all out. Chen Shang snorted coldly, waved his hand, and very atmospherically gave out his sunglasses worth up to $10. Thank you Mr. Wang for the sunglasses. Crispy said casually. Afterward, the 4 girls walked to the screen together hand in hand and danced together. Detected number 3 Xia Yuyao, number 4 Mi Crisp, number 5 Song Chanxian, and number 6 Yushiro serving the host. The system account is earning 40,000 yuan per second. After dancing twice in a row, the 4 girls returned to their positions. After watching the 4's dance, Chen Shang said that it was no wonder the Gatling danced by number 4 host Crispy was twice as expensive. Her dance was the hardest and the sexiest. Of course, it was also the most scrubby. If she hadn't improved it slightly, it was estimated that the live room would have been blocked by the Sheikh official. When Chen Shang saw the 4 girls stop, he said, "Don't stop. If you guys stop, how can I still make money from you guys?" Chen Shang thought about it and typed a few words in the comments section. How can you guys keep dancing? After seeing the cell phone pop up, Crispy said half-jokingly, as long as brother swipes a shaken one, the 4 of us will keep jumping for an hour. Oh. Chen Shang took a look at it, a shakian number 1 was $1,000. But it wasn't the most expensive. The most expensive one was the Carnival, which was worth $3,000. I'll just brush up on Carnival then, you guys dance a little longer. Chen Shang said. Before the anchor could say anything, a few fans in the live broadcast room couldn't sit still. Who are you? What a big mouth. That's right, a small number also dares to speak up here. If you can afford to brush up on Carnival, I'll eat directly. Chen Shang ignored the pop-ups and flung over 2 carnivals one after another. AAA Building Materials Mr. Wang sent a carnival? 1. Mr. Wang of AAA Building Materials is sending a carnival? 2. Oh my god, it's really a carnival. Crispy covered her mouth in excitement, almost on the verge of being unable to speak. The other 3 girls also excitedly expressed their gratitude. The 4 of them, Crispy, bowed deeply towards the camera and then walked in front of it and danced vigorously. The popularity of their live room had always been relatively low. There were times when it required several fans to crowdfund 10 small hearts to do a dance. It had been more than a month since they started broadcasting, not to mention the carnivals, they had only received even a sports car once. And these 2 carnivals were more than the combined income of the girls for a month. After the carnivals appeared, there were a lot more pop-ups in Chen Shang's cell phone screen. I'll go, Mr. Wang is a tycoon. Mr. Wang has directly become number 1 on the list, awesome class. This time the 4 sisters are going to be crying, hee hee hee. Ha, finally I can watch Yaomei dance a little longer. Crispy sister is the absolute son. Where's the friend who just said eat directly, apologize? I'm talking about eating directly. At the beginning, these few girls did dance very vigorously. But after 20 minutes, a few people became a little tired. Crispy wiped her sweat and said with a prayerful face, Mr. Wang, we're too tired from dancing continuously, can you let us rest for a while? No way. Chen Shang nonchalantly sent a pop-up. If you guys stop for a second, I'm going to make $40,000 less. The 4 sisters were obviously a little disappointed after hearing this. But there was nothing they could do. After all, people had brushed their gifts, so they had to jump according to the rules. Of course, these few girls gradually slowed down their pace, trying to save some energy. As Chen Sheng watched the 4 girls dance, he also felt that it was not too realistic to keep dancing for hours, so he asked in the screen, "Do you guys have any other talents?" As if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, Crispy hurriedly spoke, "We also sing, play musical instruments, and meditate." Chen Sheng couldn't help but bellyache. What kind of talent is meditating? That's good, no matter what talent it is, just keep showing it. Wow, Mr. Wang is really considerate, then the 4 of us will sing a chorus of Deng Ziki's The One and Only for Mr. Wang. Crispy stopped dancing and picked up the microphone with her 3 sisters leaning in to sing the song The One. The voices of these girls were each unique, and they were all very clear and clean. The pop-up screen instantly exploded again when it heard the several girls singing. I didn't expect these 4 girls to sing so well too. Brother doesn't listen in vain, brother gives you a nod. I picked the pole. Don't get me wrong, I'm a security guard, it's the lift pole in the neighborhood that picked it up. It's better to sing and dance at the same time, with a bigger amplitude. Damn, upstairs doesn't cost a dime and demands a lot. Chen Sheng was also a bit surprised as he listened to the few girls singing. He originally thought that a few girls would just sing casually, and that the system had no requirements for service quality anyway. However, he did not expect that these girls were not only good dancers, but also excellent singers. However, in this era where capital was king, a talented anchor like this might not be able to be exposed to public view. After all, everyone is equal under the beauty and sound card. Even if the gap is large, the gap can be erased by technical means. Chen Sheng listened on the spur of the moment and directly swiped Carnival again in the screen one after another. Rice crisp crisp crisp. Xia yu yo yao mei. Yu shao ro. Song qian qian. For little wildcat girl group, I hope you all come to support. Chapter 17, Brother Eats First. AAA Building Materials Mr. Wang gave away Carnival? 3. AAA Building Materials Mr. Wang sends out the Carnival? 12. A few girls all forgot to sing in excitement when they saw the screen full of Carnival special effects. Thank you Mr. Wang for sending the Carnival again. Wow, Mr. Wang has cumulatively sent 12 Carnivals. Mr. Wang, we love you. Crispy jumped up in excitement, even her exaggerated figure trembled along with her. Give Mr. Wang a heart. Yamei half squatted on the ground and compared a heart shape with her hands. Mr. Wang, Shanshan loves you oh. Shanshan also gave the screen a flying kiss. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Even the always reserved Xiao Ro was a little embarrassed and bowed slightly. The audience was also instantly ignited, and one by one, they all complimented Chen Sheng for his might and dominance. Seeing the screen full of compliments, Chen Sheng bitterly smiled and shook his head. It was no wonder that some bigwigs were prone to getting carried away in the live broadcasting room, throwing thousands of dollars without batting an eyelid. Who didn't want to be courted by others? Of course, after Chen Sheng swiped 12 Carnivals, the live room that originally only had more than 100 people had unexpectedly risen to more than 700 people in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the number of people continued to rise. Chen Sheng was afraid that he would be easily drowned out when he spoke after a while when there were more people, so he typed a line in the screen. I'll swipe some more gifts for you guys, so you guys can just keep performing until the next broadcast. Of course, the program you guys can set yourselves. At this time, Chen Sheng's level had already risen to level 36, so the typed words were easily seen by the anchor. Okay Mr. Wang, the 4 of us will not be lazy, oh, please supervise Mr. Wang. Crispy returned with a playful face. Chen Sheng shook his head helplessly, it seemed that he had overthought it, the other party would not ignore his pop-ups at all. It was true that as long as one had money there were privileges everywhere. Crispy thought for a moment, looked at the screen and said with a calm face, live broadcast family members, Crispy went to change clothes, please wait a moment oh. After saying that, she left the camera. Not long after, Chen Sheng received a private message from the live broadcast room. Mr. Wang, thank you so much, can I add V? My account is wines. When Chen Sheng saw the private message from Crispy, he couldn't help but hook the corner of his mouth. He had noticed long ago that among the 4 girls, she was the most lively. And also had the most experience in live broadcasting. The other 3 of them, it was like they were being led by her to live stream. In addition, she was also the most flirtatious among them. Chen Sheng turned on split screen mode and added this girl named Crispy while watching the live broadcast, and quickly passed the application. Hello brother, I'm Crispy, thank you for taking care of a few sisters. Although Crispy felt that Chen Sheng was probably a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, she still called out the title brother so as to appear more intimate. It's fine, it's just a small thing. Chen Sheng trenchantly said back. To him now, this money was indeed just a small amount. When Crispy looked at it, he was a bit surprised. A dozen carnivals were actually just a small amount of money? Could it be that he had really met a tycoon this time? However, when clicking on the other party's homepage, there was surprisingly no video, so it was impossible to see what the other party actually did. After pondering for a moment, Crispy quickly sent over a message. Brother is really atmospheric. I just clicked on your homepage and realized that we are still in the same city. Oh, you guys are also in Tianhai City? Yes, we're college students from Tianhai Art College. Tianhai Art College? Wouldn't that only be a dozen kilometers away from him? Chen Sheng thought about it and replied, it's quite a coincidence, we're not too far away, I'll have time to treat you guys to dinner some other day. Aya, how can I let you break the bank, brother? It's better for me to treat you to dinner. Of course, Crispy was just being polite. As the saying goes, I'll treat you and you'll pay for it. At the same time, she was sure that Chen Sheng must have known that she was from Tianhai City for a long time. The purpose was to have a good offline date later. Brother, I'll have a good chat with you after the next broadcast. My sister will go to the live broadcast room first. Although she wanted to catch Chen Sheng, the big fish, she also knew that hanging on to the other party would lead to more gains. Moreover, now that there were already several thousand people in the live broadcast room, she also needed to go back to control the scene as soon as possible and try to leave as many big brothers as possible. Chen Sheng put down his cell phone and couldn't help but think about what's so great about just watching the other party dance. If you can meet with these 4 girls offline, eat and drink and have fun and then go to a room, have a king pesticide 5 rows, is not it cool to the explosion? When Chen Sheng was thinking about it, WeChat received another message. Looking down, it was a selfie of Crispy. Chen Sheng enlarged the photo of Crispy a bit and carefully appreciated it. From the other party's body movements and expressions, it was clear that she was by no means good, and knew how to whet people's appetites. This photo looked like a photo of her life. The upper body was a strapless corset, while the lower body was a JK plaid short skirt paired with a pair of white stockings. At this moment, she was kneeling sideways in front of a floor-to-ceiling mirror. A white long legs look very cute, the blouse is also deliberately pulled very low, looks very tempting. Just as Chen Sheng was mesmerized by his admiration, a panel of information about Crispy appeared before his eyes. Name, Rice Crisp. Face value, 85 points. Age, 21 years old. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Relationships, 0 relationships, 0 relationships, 20. Favorability, 20. I go. This girl called Rice Crisp, the number of love affairs is actually 0. What's wrong with her? She looks much more open than the girl called Yao Mei. I didn't realize that she was even more pure than Yao Mei, so it's really hard to tell the difference. Chen Sheng wiped the sweat from the corner of his mouth and bound the other party as goddess number 4. Give it to brother to eat first. Me Crisp sent over another playful message. Ha, anyway, I'll be able to see it just as well if you enter the live room in a while. Chen Sheng returned a message. That's different, this is an exclusive benefit for my brother. Oh, when my sister gets off the air, there will be more benefits. Oh. It wasn't long before Me Crisp reappeared in the live broadcast room. This Crispy, she's really good at seducing people. Since the sister is so proactive, then of course he has to show it again. Chen Sheng charged another million into his account, then swiped another carnival in the live broadcast room. My goodness. Mr. Wang is so grateful, I don't even know what to say. Me Crisp bowed towards the screen with an excited face. The other 3 girls, their hearts were overflowing with joy. They had been working for more than a month and had finally run into their big brother. One must know that Chen Sheng had now swiped 13 carnivals, that was a full $39,000. After deducting the platform's share and tax deduction, it would be around $15,000 in their own hands. The 4 girls immediately hugged each other in excitement. Who knows, Chen Sheng did not mean to stop. AAA Building Materials Mr. Wine gave away the carnival? 14. AAA Building Materials Mr. Wine gave away the carnival? 15. Chapter 18, Anchor Dancing Hot. Carnival after carnival in the live broadcast room filled the screen. Even Chen Sheng himself felt a bit strange. He who used to be too tired to give the live streaming room likes, but now brushing the carnivals was like no money at all. The 4 girls were a bit overwhelmed with excitement at the sight of the successive carnivals. Chen Sheng stopped and typed down another line. What are you waiting for? Keep playing the music and keep dancing. Thanks to Mr. Wang for the carnival, what type of dance does Mr. Wang want to see? Me Crisp said with a wink. Without waiting for Chen Sheng to open his mouth, the audience sat up. Pole dance, must pole dance. It's still a good squat dance, let's be Mr. Su for once too. Mr. Wang, can we pick jazz dance, please? Don't argue upstairs, you guys are all whoring around and picking on it. By the way, I think the warhorse dance is pretty good. Chen Sheng tried to think of various dances and suddenly remembered a Korean girl group star named Park Eun-rate. That dance was simply tantalizing. Can you dance the Korean girl group's dance? Chen Sheng casually asked. We did rehearse it, but we might not be very skillful yet. Me Crisp returned truthfully. Good then, feel free to dance. Okay Mr. Wang, please wait a moment. Me Crisp chose a background music, then the 4 sisters started dancing. Seeing that the 4 were so well behaved, Chen Sheng continued to brush up the carnival. After brushing more than 60 carnivals one after another, the number of people in the live broadcast room unexpectedly reached 20,000 people. And the pop-ups directly flew all over the screen. I go, which big brother is this? How is the carnival like no money? Mr. Wang is just atmospheric. I don't even dare to give away so much with my little ing heart. Hey, these new anchors look pretty and dance so well, pay attention. Yeah, much better than those money-grubbing anchors who only chat awkwardly. It seems that the ethos of Shake-In is getting better and better. These wouldn't be the old artists from A Certain Fish and A Certain Tooth, right? Teach Shake-In anchors a lesson. Chen Shang didn't say anything, just swiping the carnival. After a few minutes, Chen Shang had already brushed over 100 carnivals. Chen Shang looked at the screen, and all four girls' favorability had already exceeded 30. The highest, Me Crispy, had actually reached 35. It seems that this anchor named Crispy is the easiest to handle. Chen Shang was secretly stumped. On camera. Me Crisp looked at the carnival flying in the sky in the screen. Her mind was filled with thoughts. At the beginning, she saw that Chen Shang's homepage didn't have any videos, and was still a bit confused as to whether the other party was a real tycoon or a fake tycoon. She didn't expect the other party to brush more than 100 carnivals in a row. Surprisingly, he didn't even bat an eyelid. This is not a tycoon, what else can it be? At this time she has decided, no matter what conditions the man called Mr. Wang put forward, she will try her best to meet. Thus completely evening out this veritable big brother. The carnival had no intention of stopping. Me Crisp quietly cast Shake Plus to her own live broadcast room. Soon the popularity of the live broadcast room, too, had reached 100,000 plus. Chen Shang swiped a total of 200 carnival before stopping completely. After such a long time in the past, he had only swiped 200? The hands were a bit sore. Chen Shang watched the dance for a while longer, pondered for a moment, and typed a line on the public screen. You four dance first, I'll leave for a bit. At this point, Chen Shang's level had already reached level 52, and the anchor could easily see what Chen Shang had said. Rice Crisp stopped dancing and approached the camera, saying, "Thank you for your support, Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, remember to come home more often to sit. Oh, we four sisters have been waiting for Mr. Wang. Oh." The remaining three also looked at the camera with some fondness, as if they were afraid that Chen Shang would never return. Although the number of people has now reached 100,000 plus. But most of the viewers came over because of the shaky and push stream. Some perhaps chose to stay and take a look because of a momentary curiosity. Once the heat of the live stream passed, the crowd would leave with it. Only hugging Chen Shang, the truth was the king's way. Chen Shang exited the live broadcasting room and began to look for his next target. After breaking up with Gu Jia, Chen Shang suddenly realized many truths about life. If he ran to another female anchor to swipe gifts, Me Crisp and the others would have a sense of crisis, and would even turn around and ingratiate themselves. Women were like this. If you were to say that she was the number one most beautiful schoolgirl in the whole school, she might be indifferent. She may even think that your way of hitting on her is too low. But if you say she is the second most beautiful girl in the school, she will be interested in asking who the first one is. This was a girl's innate desire to win. Chen Shang swiped through a dozen or so live rooms in a row before he came across an anchor that met the system's requirements. The anchor's name was Shasha, and the number of followers had reached 600,000 fans. Detected a girl who meets the requirements. Target score 85 points. Is it binding her as goddess number 7? Bind. Anyway, there was no limit to binding, so first bind it. Then he tapped into Sasha's live broadcast room. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for entering the live room, Sasha said with slight delight. At this time, Chen Shang's account already had special effects, and was discovered by Sasha just after entering the live room. Chen Shang did not interact with the anchor, but directly clicked on the other party's homepage. There were more than 100 videos on the homepage, most of which were videos sharing fitness. Chen Shang clicked on one of the top videos. In the video, Shasha was wearing a lavender yoga outfit, which outlined her bumpy figure just right. It also appeared that the two long legs were even more slender and straight. Chen Shang briefly glanced at the other videos. Each one was a high degree of difficulty action. For example, the one horse, vertical fork, lower back and so on. These movements were as simple as drinking water to her. Sure enough, it's still the color purple that has the most flavor. Chen Shang couldn't help but TSK in praise, opening Shasha's information panel. Name, Li Sha. Face value, 85 points. Age, 24. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Relationships, 0 relationships, 0 relationships, 0. Favorability, 0. I didn't realize that her number of relationships was 0. Chen Shang said to himself with some surprise. Usually for an anchor like her, there would definitely be a few big brothers. In order to keep a big brother, it was common to go out and have a midnight snack with him. However, Chen Shang also figured out that it was no wonder that the big brothers in Shasha's live broadcast were not very helpful. You just take the benefits, do not give big brother fishing oil water, big brother how will be accustomed to you. You really think that big brother are all wrongdoers? At this time, anchor Shasha was playing PK with another female anchor. Live broadcast family, there are still the last 2 minutes. There is a small heart and popularity votes on 1UP. There are also a few big brothers on the list. Please support Sasha O, or else people will have to be punished if they lose. Please brothers. Sasha swayed her body in a pitiful manner. Anchors like her who already had a certain fan base mainly relied on the few big brothers on the list to brush their gifts. As for those ordinary viewers, she usually just symbolically asked for popularity votes and hearts and such, and didn't count on them too much. However, a few big brothers on the list did not seem to buy. Only a list 3 big brothers brushed a sports car. The rest of the big brothers were all attracted to the live room where Crispy was. Chen Sheng again smoothly clicked on the live room of the anchor opposite Sasha. Chapter 19 Sasha PK Big White Rabbit. This person's name was Big White Rabbit, and his fan base had reached 1 million. The PK score value crushed Sasha. Sasha saw that she was going to lose, and with an aggrieved look, her voice whispered, "Families, hurry up and help Sasha. If we can win this time, Sasha will dance on the shiatsu board for the families." After hearing this, the anchor Big White Rabbit on the opposite side said with a disdainful face, "Sasha, I advise you to stop struggling and surrender. Because you're just like the plains, no stone grains." Hearing the Great White Rabbit's remarks, Sasha's fans directly exploded. "No, who are you? What gives you the right to talk about my Sasha like that? Sasha's army, give me the chance to punch and smash them." This one called Big White Rabbit bullies people too much. But it should be said not to say, this person's body is still quite big. I like it. Hee, it seems like we've just mixed in a fake fan in our live room. Seeing the score of Sasha's live room increasing faster and faster, the Big White Rabbit was also anxious. "Families, let's continue to guard the tower, although the opposite side is not much strength, but we have to prevent the opposite side from stealing the tower." The fans of both sides actually started to get more serious after the two of them put on a poor show. The scores of the two that had just steadily risen unexpectedly increased by a large amount in a short period of time. Chen Shang was somewhat stunned for a moment. Could still play like this? Although he didn't watch live broadcasts much, he also knew that this was clearly a performance by both anchors. This is not taking the fans purely and simply as a little cutie. Flip-flopping? But when he thought about it, it wasn't hard to understand. Some people, their own money to spend endless, reward anchors is to figure of fun, do not care about these. There are also some people who are angry for the red face. Not to mention them, Lao Luo saw the little girl to lose in PK, but also could not help but brush 3 Huazi. He also called it, no matter how hard you suffer, you can't suffer the child. After realizing this, Chen Sheng directly swiped a carnival for Sasha. After brushing it, Sasha's score had risen sharply, and had even surpassed the score of the Big White Rabbit. Seeing this, Sasha jumped up in excitement. "Thank you for the carnival sent by Mr. AAA Building Materials Wang. Boss Atmosphere." As she spoke, Sasha also stood up and covered her chest, bowing deeply to the screen. Although she was an anchor with 600,000 fans, the anchor industry was also very much inwardly rolled right now, and didn't earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a night like everyone thought. If you don't bring goods, just rely on brushing gifts, it's good to earn $1,000 a night. Of course there are also earned big money, but after all, is a minority. This one carnival of Chen Shang's was more than what she earned in a whole night. Sasha good sense +5, current good sense 5. Sasha was just about to sit down when she realized that another carnival had floated across the screen. Sasha jumped in place a few times in excitement when she saw 2 carnivals float by in a row. "Thank you Mr. Wang for supporting Sasha, Sasha loves you." It wasn't just Sasha, the fans in the live broadcast room also collectively boiled over. "Mr. Wang is awesome, directly dumped 2 Huazi. Haha, it's our turn to say that the opposite side has no strength. Mr. Wang has directly instantly seconded the top one." Did anyone record the screen just now? When Sasha jumped up, it seemed like the scale was a bit big. There's something wrong upstairs. But then again, send me a copy of the recorded screen. But the scene that happened next seemed to be even more exciting. Only to see that on the screen, a dozen carnivals appeared one after another, and there was no intention of stopping. Sasha good sense +10, current good sense 15. At this moment, Sasha could no longer be described as excited. Her entire being had been completely dumbfounded. Where was this tycoon from? How was brushing carnival as easy as brushing careful heart? No, some people couldn't even brush hearts like this, could they? It was only after a long time that Sasha reacted and said with a flattered look, "Thank you for the carnival from Mr. Wang." Mr. Wang really gave Sasha a big surprise. "What program will it be?" Chen Sheng asked as he opened the door. "Mr. Wang, I can sing, dance, and shout." "Good, then I'll brush you up with a few more carnivals, and you'll keep performing until you get off the air." "Yes, Mr. Wang, don't say perform until the next broadcast, it's all night long." After hearing this, Chen Sheng charged another 2 million in his account and then continued to brush up the carnivals. Mr. Wang is really true to his word, he has indeed swiped up Huazi again. Hee, isn't this the Mr. Wang who just swiped wildly on Huazi in the 4 Little Wildcats live room? Yes, I also just came from that live room. Mr. Wang swiped more than 200 Huazi there, it's spectacular. I'll go. Mr. Wang wouldn't be planning to brush 200 huazi in this live room as well, right? Shasha's live room was instantly bustling. There were quite a few passers-by that flocked to her live room. Even the people in the Big White Rabbit's live room were starting to get stupid. What's going on across the street? Why did a big brother suddenly come? That big brother seems to have swiped a lot of huazi. Sister Rabbit, I'll go poke around for news. The Big White Rabbit was a little confused. What in the world was going on here? He himself was in private contact with Shasha and hadn't heard of the other party having such a big brother off. Moreover, looking at the way that big brother of that list one brushed the carnival, it seemed like he didn't care about money at all. There was some jealousy in her heart. Why hadn't she come across such a big brother? On the other side, Sasha forced her heart to hold back the joy in her heart and began to dance a hot dance. Because she was wearing a white leotard that was a little low, every movement caused the audience to gasp. Some of the audience even made comments like, typing with both hands to prove my innocence. Amidst the chorus of Mr. Wang, Chen Shang almost lost himself and kept swiping more than 200 carnivals before stopping. Phew! I'm exhausted. For the first time, Chen Shang realized that spending money wasn't that easy. However, it was indeed refreshing. Sasha saw Chen Shang stop and said to the camera, Mr. Wang, I'm following you. If it's convenient, give Sasha a click. She had just checked and Chen Shang didn't follow a single anchor. This meant that he was probably just casually strolling around. If she could catch this big fish, wouldn't she be able to make a fortune? After hearing this, Chen Shang decisively gave Sasha a follow. After all, the money was spent, and he would have to ask out this anchor named Sasha sometime in the future to raise his favorability. However, now, first treat the other party as a tool person to make money for themselves as the king. So, Chen Shang said in the public screen, Sasha don't stop continue to play music and then dance. Sasha saw, nodded and said, good Mr. Wang wanna see what? Sasha will give Mr. Wang jump what? Just dance casually, sing when you're tired of dancing, shout the mic when you're tired of singing. In short, just try not to be idle. Sasha was a bit puzzled for a while. This person called Mr. Wang swiped more than 200 huazi and thought he wanted him to perform some powerful program. I didn't expect the request to be that simple. Could it be that the other party wanted to ask himself to meet offline? Sasha shook her head to stop thinking about it and continued her hot dance. Li Sha favorability plus 20, current favorability 35. Chen Shang then opened his system account and checked his system income. At this moment, there was already 400 million in his account and it was still rising at a rate of 50,000 per second. Something's not right, shouldn't it be 60,000 per second? Could it be that Sister Chiu has finished washing her clothes? Chen Shang muttered to himself. Chapter 20, Appointment with Female Anchor to Meet Offline. Chen Shang carefully checked up on the system account and found that Sister Autumn and the four sisters of Me Crisp were all making money for themselves, with the exception of Sasha who hadn't earned a single point. Could it be that there's a bug? At this time, the system's beep sounded again. The host's current maximum income is 50,000 yuan per second. Please complete the system tasks as soon as possible before the host can increase the income per second. So that's how it is. 50,000 per second isn't a lot, but it's sloppy and passable. Chen Shang gave up his intention to continue rewarding other anchors and prepared to go to the public bathroom to wash up. And right at this moment, a somewhat foul sound rang out from next door. It's only 9 o'clock and you two are here again. Really, chatting doesn't know to pay some attention. The people living next door were a couple that had moved over a year ago. In the beginning, the two were still very restrained. But half a year ago, the two completely let themselves go, not caring at all about their left and right neighbors. But fortunately, the two had chosen to do it before everyone went to bed, so no one had ever bothered them. With his toothbrush in his mouth, Chen Shang took his toiletries and headed towards the public bathroom. After taking a shower, Chen Shang wiped his hair and came out of the bathroom and happened to run into the couple next door. Bro, done washing, huh? The boy with dyed yellow hair did not have a trace of embarrassment on his face, as if nothing had happened. The girl behind him, however, blushed a little as she lowered her head and kept organizing her hair. I'm done washing, there's still plenty of hot water. Chen Shang nodded his head in response. Just have hot water. Huang Mao led his girlfriend into the bathroom. Chen Shang returned to his bedroom and sat on the bed, secretly saying in his heart, it seems that I have to buy a suite in the next few days, otherwise how inconvenient it would be to run errands and stuff. Just at this time, Chen Shang's cell phone received a message. Chen Shang picked up his phone and looked. It was sent by Me Crisp. Brother, are you asleep? Not yet, just finished washing up. Chen Shang replied back with some displeasure. Why did you guys go off the air so early? If they went off the air 1 second earlier, they would have earned 40,000 less. Although Chen Shang also hated capitalists forcing their employees to work overtime, he himself had just swiped 200 carnival. That was enough money for them to earn for a few years, right? Brother, I'm sorry, the wiring where we live is aging and the power is out. We won't be able to get an incoming call until the evening of the party, that's why we were forced to go off the air. After hearing this, Chen Shang felt that the other party should not be lying. They were still school students, they definitely couldn't afford to rent a villa or something like that, so they probably just found an ordinary building to do the live broadcast.
Brother, is it convenient to open the video? Our 4 sisters want to chat with brother alone.
Seeing that Chen Shang did not speak, Mi Crisp continued. After Chen Shang left, the popularity of their live broadcast room suddenly plummeted, quickly dropping from 100,000 plus to a few thousand. They later realized based on the pop-ups that Chen Shang had actually run to another female anchor's live room and swiped over 200 carnival. This gave them an instant sense of crisis, which was why they couldn't wait to capture Chen Shang's heart as soon as possible.
I've already gone to sleep, let's talk about it tomorrow.
Right now, Chen Shang was left with just a pair of pants all over his body, so of course it wasn't too good to open the video. Moreover, the place where he lived was a bit humble, opening a video would definitely create unnecessary misunderstandings. Hearing this, Mi Crisp couldn't help but stare, then continued. Brother, today you swiped more than 200 carnivals for us, allowing us to rise 300,000 followers in one night. We don't know how to thank you.
Why don't we treat brother to a meal tomorrow? We have classes during the day tomorrow, let's talk about it in the evening.
Hearing this, Mi Crisp was completely nonplussed, her good-looking eyebrows furrowed. Seeing that Mi Crisp's face was a bit ugly, the other 3 girls also gathered around.
Xia Yuyao took the lead and asked, Crisp, what did he say? He said that he has class tomorrow. Ah, there is a class? Xia Yuyao said with some doubt. What kind of class is he taking as a person in his 40s?
She had just seen the other party's age from Chen Shang's Shakian homepage, and it said 46 years old.
I don't know what kind of classes he takes. Mi Crisp shook her head.
You guys, this tycoon is neither a member of the guild nor has he made any excessive demands on us, so why did he swipe so many gifts for us few newcomers?
Xia Yuyao said with mixed feelings. This person said he has class tomorrow, could it be that someone's bare child is taking his father's phone to swipe gifts?
Yu Xiaoro said with some surprise after reading the chat log.
I'll go, it can't be? Song Chanxian was also not calm.
The several girls looked at each other in dismay, their moods immediately hitting rock bottom. If this was really someone's bare child taking a parent's cell phone to swipe a gift, then wouldn't he or she be a basket case? Combined with Chen Shang's various behaviors, it was really possible that he was an underage student. Otherwise, who would be an adult who would be willing to brush more than 400 carnivals in 2 live rooms in a row? The other party seemed to have just swiped casually and didn't make any excessive demands.
This was not logical at all.
No, we have to make an appointment to meet the other party as soon as possible. On one hand, we can dispel our worries, and on the other hand, we can firmly grasp this big fish.
Xia Yuyao said with a serious face. Crispy nodded and typed in a few more lines of information.
Then when is brother free? If sister doesn't invite brother for dinner, she feels ashamed of brother's favor. After saying that, Mi Crisp also sent over pictures of her pajamas.
Each one was very revealing and extremely seductive. Chen Shang couldn't help but snort coldly. To test a cadre with this? Which cadre can withstand such a test? The couple next door just put on a good show, and you sent me to see this. Isn't it obvious that you don't want me to sleep? I'll try to make time tomorrow afternoon, I'll send you the location then. Chen Shang said. Okay brother, see you tomorrow. Oh. Good night brother, mwahahaha.
Crispy sent out a very sweet voice that made Chen Shang's bones crumble as he listened to it. However, a trace of doubt arose in his heart.
The general female anchor will hang the list to Big Brother, circle enough money to a certain amount of money before meeting offline. How come this one called Crispy was still rushing to meet herself? Could it be that he gave too much?
Chen Shang did not think too much, presumably the other side is afraid of their big fish ran away. Chen Shang found a few more late-night chatting hostesses, brushed them with a few carnivals, and then designated some more tasks.
Gradually sleepiness came, and soon fell asleep. Ding bell. Chen Shang's WeChat rang very abruptly.
Confused, he picked up his cell phone, and after connecting, Bai Luoyan's imperial sister-like voice came from the opposite side.
Chen Shang, have you gotten up? I'm downstairs in your building. Just woke up, we'll go down in a while.
Then you take your time to wash up first, I'll go buy breakfast.
That. Don't forget to bring my clothes down later.
Okay, got it. Chen Shang hung up the phone and started to put on his clothes before going to the bathroom to wash up. At the same time, he checked his system account and it had actually reached 1.3 billion. No wonder factories like to work 3 shifts, the efficiency is just high.
10 minutes later, Chen Shang arrived downstairs. Chapter 21, Schoolgirl Accompanying Classes. At this time, Bai Luoyan was standing next to the Rolls Royce, carrying a few donuts and a cup of soy milk in her hand. Bai Luoyan, I didn't expect you to get up so early?
Chen Shang asked with some incredulity.
I don't have the habit of sleeping in.
Besides, I'm your personal nanny now, so it's not good to get up too late.
Understood.
Chen Shang received the soy milk and donuts, and was just about to get into the passenger side when a familiar voice came from behind him.
Chen Shang?
Chen Shang turned around to see that it was Huang Mao and his girlfriend who lived next door to him.
Good morning. Chen Shang smiled and greeted. I'll go, this car won't be yours, right? Yellow Hair asked with a surprised look on his face. How could I possibly afford such an expensive car? Chen Sheng shrugged and said. Yellow Hair glanced at the Rolls-Royce Phantom and then at Bai Luoyan, and couldn't help but stagger. You kid is really lucky, having a girlfriend with such a temperament. The key is still a rich white woman. Chen Sheng just laughed after hearing this, too lazy to explain to the other party, saving himself from explaining more and more. Yellow Hair thought for a moment, with a fawning face came forward and said, Brother, can you discuss with your girlfriend? Let me go in and take a picture to pretend to be a pussy? Chen Sheng thought about it, then said with a smile, no problem, go in and feel it. Yellow Hair was surprised, then looked at Bai Luoyan and realized that the other party's face did not change, so he opened the cab and got in. I go, this luxury car is different. Yellow Hair and his girlfriend picked up their cell phones to take selfies, constantly making all sorts of funny faces. A few minutes later, Yellow Hair walked out of the car and said with a satisfied face, Brother, I can sit in this car for a while in my lifetime, it's kind of no regrets. Alright brother, let's go. After that, Yellow Hair got on the motorcycle next to him and left with his girlfriend in tow, talking and laughing. Looking at the back of Huang Mao and his girlfriend, Chen Sheng was overcome with emotion. This little couple occasionally did part-time jobs, and most of the time they just ate, drank, and had fun with a bunch of friends. But their happiness was no less than others. Think about yourself, there is a cold $1.3 billion lying inside the system, as well as luxury cars and beautiful women, but you haven't even held a girl's hand. Bai Luoyan, who was on the side, saw Chen Sheng staying in place and took the handbag from the other party and said, Chen Sheng, let's go to school. Good. Chen Sheng sat in the co-pilot and began to eat his breakfast. When the car drove into the campus, it immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Look, isn't that a Rolls-Royce Phantom? I go, this car is so beautiful I wonder which rich second generation's car it is. Really envious of the rich when can my boyfriend buy me one of these cars Want to fart eat it? This car was born without it, and it will be hard to own it in the future. In the midst of the crowd's exclamations, Bai Luoyan parked her car in a space near the school building. The moment she came down from the car, the crowd roared once again. I'll go, it's actually Bai Luoyan's car. Can't be? There's a boy in the passenger side. Who is this kid? How dare he rob my goddess? I'd never heard of Bai Luoyan having a boyfriend before. In the complex eyes of the surrounding crowd, Chen Sheng and Bai Luoyan walked into the classroom side by side. For the first time, Chen Sheng felt that having a beautiful woman by his side was kinda cool. At this time, the latter classroom was already seated with quite a few people. Chen Sheng and Bai Luoyan chose a seat towards the back and sat down. Not long after Chen Sheng had just sat down, Gu Jiejia and her two girlfriends also walked into the classroom. At that time, Chen Sheng was the one who saw that Gu Jiejia had chosen this class, so he followed suit. Hee, isn't that the stinky beggar Chen Sheng? Song Kaiyun pointed at Chen Sheng and said with a look of disgust. Chen Sheng? Gu Jiejia followed the direction of Song Kaiyun's finger and indeed found Chen Sheng. However, at this moment, he was playing with his cell phone and did not notice himself. Seeing that there was actually Bai Luoyan sitting next to Chen Sheng, Gu Jiejia couldn't help but frown and quickly walked over. Chen Sheng, why did you pull the plug on my WeChat? Gu Jiejia questioned, forcibly holding back her inner rage. Didn't you always do this to me before? Chen Sheng continued without turning his head back. Besides, we've already broken up, so there's no need to keep in touch, right? Who broke up with you? People just want to test you. Gu Jiejia pouted her lips and said. At this time, Gu Jiejia's girlfriend Yun Miaotong said with some incredulity, Jiejia, what's wrong with you today? How to talk to this beggar so politely? Yes Jiejia, is he apologizing to you again and saying nice things, begging for your forgiveness? You can't believe his bull anymore. Zhang Wenhao is 100 times better than him. Shut up, you too. Gu Jiejia hurriedly stopped her girlfriends from continuing. Afterward, she slightly bent down and squatted in front of Chen Sheng, shaking the other party's arm and said, Brother Chen Sheng, just don't be angry with me, I already know I'm wrong. Hearing this, Song Kaiyun and Yun Miaotong looked at each other in disbelief. When Gu Jiejia returned to the dormitory last night, she had been restless. When asked what was going on, she didn't say anything. Unexpectedly, she had begged Chen Sheng to forgive her today. This was simply too unbelievable. Jiejia, why are you still hitching a ride with this licking dog? Song Kaiyun looked viciously at Chen Sheng. This licking dog is not only a poor dog, but also has a belly full of bad water. Yesterday when we were returning to school, we were checked by the traffic police. The traffic police came up without any explanation and directly let Haotian blow, testing whether he had a DUI. At first I wondered why they only checked us when they didn't check so many people. Now that I think about it, it should be this dog Chen Sheng who reported it. Chen Sheng shrugged his shoulders. Reporting crimes and offenses is an obligation that every citizen should have. Don't you understand the reasoning of drinking without driving and driving without drinking? What the do you count as? We just ran someone over, does it have a dime to do with you? Luckily, Brother Haotian and I drank red wine, it was only a DUI not a DUI, or else we would have left a record. Song Kyeon looked at Chen Shang with a puff of anger, itching to go up and give him 2 slaps.
Gradually, there were more melon eaters around, similarly looking at Chen Shang's side with some doubts.
Isn't that the #1 dog-licking king of our school? Why are there so many girls surrounding him? I saw Bai Luoyen drive him onto campus today. When did this kid become friends with Bai Luoyen? And I just heard the girl she's been pursuing actually apologize to him. What's going on here?
Facing the crowd's comments, Gu Jia didn't care, still squatting in front of Chen Shang with a pleasing look. Chen Shang, however, was somewhat unable to sit still.
He violently shook off Gu Jia's arm and shouted, "Can you stop bothering me here? I've already broken up with you, so don't pester me anymore in the future." Chapter 22, Formal Meeting with the Anchor. And right at this moment, Teacher Jo Mei walked into the classroom holding a book. She held up her glasses and looked over with stern eyes. Gu Jia wanted to say something, but seeing that Jo Mei had already arrived, she could only find a seat and sit down. Finally gone. Chen Shang saw Gu Jia walk away and let out a long breath of relief. A few minutes later, the class bell rang, and Jo Mei began to call the roll. Chen Shang looked somewhat helplessly at this most beautiful teacher in the entire school. Now that it was the 4th year of college, everyone was either studying for graduate school and public examinations, or preparing to find a job. Most teachers turned a blind eye to students who skipped classes. But this Jo Mei is extraordinarily strict. Every time the class roll call, the key is that she can remember everyone's appearance. Want to let others answer for themselves is simply unrealistic. The elective class was a bit boring, so Chen Shang quietly brushed up Shakian and began to look for a suitable anchor. Near the end of class, when Chen Shang was staring at a certain dancing anchor and giggling, Bai Luoyen sent a WeChat message. "Chen Shang, can I take the afternoon off? Something urgent suddenly came up at home." "I'll go. You're taking a vacation on your first day of work? Deduct half a day's salary." "Deduction is fine, I'll give you the car keys later." Chen Shang thought about it and replied, "Your home is in Tianhai City, right? Drive straight back, it's more convenient." Bai Luoyen froze, looked at Chen Shang who was enjoying the beautiful dancing woman beside her, and spoke in a small voice, "Thanks a lot." Bai Luoyen favorability +2, current favorability 69. Chen Shang didn't reply back to her and just waved his hand. However, in his heart, he was calculating the matter of asking Mi Crisp to meet him. Ding bell. The class bell rang. Bai Luoyen got up and looked at Chen Shang, speaking somewhat anxiously, "Chen Shang, then I'll leave first." "Go." Chen Shang also gathered his own books and walked towards the outside of the classroom. At this time, it was already 9:40. Chen Shang thought about opening WeChat and sent a message over to Mi Crisp. "I'll send you a location, let's meet up later." Mi Crisp on the opposite side replied back almost in seconds, "Okay brother, I'll go out now." "Okay, see you in a while." Chen Shang said and sent Mi Crisp the location of Yacht Plaza near the school. Mi Crisp, who had already put on her makeup, shouted towards the 3 behind her, "Sisters, Mr. Wang has agreed to meet with me." "That's really great." Xia Yuyao excitedly walked up and finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Chen Shang launch the message. After a short period of excitement, Yu Xiaoro said with some concern, "Sister Crispy, what if Mr. Wang wants to take advantage of you?" Crispy froze slightly, then let out a somewhat helpless bitter smile. "Doing our line of work, if we do not let the list of big brother to take advantage of some cheap, how can we keep each other? You guys don't worry, I have my own measure." AI, it's really aggravating for Crispy's sister. Song Chanqian also looked at Mi Crisp with some heartache. The 4 of them were all juniors living in the same dormitory. In the beginning, it was Mi Crisp who took the lead and set up the 4 Little Wildcats girl group. She was also the one who was busy buying equipment and so on. But the live broadcast has been a month, every day hard not to mention, not much income. Xia Yuyao and Yu Xiaoro wanted to quit the girl group several times, but in the end, they were all convinced by Mi Crisp. Even Song Chanqian had the intention of quitting. However, it was not expected that. In the course of one night yesterday, the live broadcast room had received more than 200 carnivals, and had also risen by more than 300,000 fans. This is simply like a dream. In order to grab hold of Big Brother List 1, Mi Crisp had even sacrificed herself to meet with a greasy old man. This made the 3 housemates quite moved. Mi Crisp seemed to see the concerns of a few people and said with a smile, "Don't worry sisters, I know what I should do. Even if I do step out that step, I will still protect myself. In this era where money is paramount, as long as you have money, everything else doesn't matter." After saying that, Mi Crisp lifted her bag and left. Half an hour later, Chen Shang arrived at Yacht Plaza. He opened WeChat and sent a message over to Mi Crisp. "I'm here at Gate 1. Sorry brother, there's some traffic on the road, I'll be there in 10 minutes. "Good." Chen Shang looked around and sat on a bench to the side to play a game. 10 minutes later, Mi Crisp finally arrived at Yacht Plaza. She hesitated for a moment and walked to a convenience store to buy a box. After all, it was important to take precautions. Then she followed her cell phone's navigation and walked to the vicinity of Gate 1. After taking out her lipstick from her bag and fixing her makeup, Mi Crisp took a deep breath and walked towards Gate 1.
At this moment, there was a middle-aged uncle wearing a helmet near gate 1 who was looking around. Me Crisp took a closer look at the other person, about 1 meter 6 tall with a large beer belly. In addition, his clothes had the words Tion High Building Materials Company written on them.
No way? Me Crisp couldn't help but be jolted. This guy wouldn't be Mr. Wang, right? Me Crisp favorability 40, current favorability 10.
Chen Shang, who was playing the game, could not help but tremble.
I'll go, this hasn't even met yet, how come I deducted 40 points of goodwill? He was instantly somewhat speechless.
He himself had used more than 200 carnival last night to get Me Crisp's favorability up to 50.
Good lord, this dropped 40, did he blow up her family's ancestral tomb? When we meet up, we must find out what's going on.
Although Chen Shang was a bit depressed, he still insisted on playing chicken.
After all, you can't pitch your teammates.
Me Crisp was 100 times reluctant in her heart, but she still walked up to the middle-aged man and asked with a smile, "Hello, you are Mr. Wang, right?" At this moment, Me Crisp couldn't even call out to his brother. The middle-aged man looked at Me Crisp with a surprised face, scratched his helmet and said, "I'm not Wang, I'm Zhao girl, you're recognizing the wrong person, right?" Me Crisp was instantly petrified after hearing this, and began to doubt life.
Nima, Mr. Wang is not looking at himself?
Although he is not considered a school flower, but at least he is also the flower of the courtyard. Moreover, today, he deliberately got up early to put on makeup and changed into a sexy outfit.
Was she really that bad?
Me Crisp squeezed out a sweet smile and said, "Don't joke around, Mr. Wang, I'm the anchor Me Crisp that you rewarded last night."
"I've only heard of tiramisu, I've never heard of any anchor Rice Crisp,"
the uncle said with a serious face.
Mr. Wang is still quite humorous. And just then, a middle-aged woman came over and scolded loudly, "Zhao Debao, what are you doing? As soon as you see a pretty girl, you go and hit on them, see if I don't hammer you to death when I get home." The middle-aged man named Zhao Debao winced. He turned back to the middle-aged woman and hastily compensated with a smile.
"Wife, this girl recognized the wrong person, I just explained it to her."
Chapter 23, Don't Pretend If You Don't Have Money.
As he spoke, Zhao Debao hurriedly walked towards his wife. The middle-aged woman glanced at Me Crisp and knew that the other party should indeed have recognized the wrong person. With a cold snort, she led Zhao Debao away. Me Crisp stood in place with a confused look on her face.
Could it be that she really recognized the wrong person?
She took out her cell phone and sent a message to Chen Shang.
"Brother, where are you? Why didn't I see you?"
After Chen Shang received the message, he got up and checked around, recognizing Me Crisp with a glance.
"I'm here."
Chen Shang waved his hand and walked towards Me Crisp, his eyes unconsciously roaming over the other party's body. At this moment, Me Crisp's upper body was wearing a beige-colored skeletonized sarong, with her snow-white skin hidden from view. Underneath was a black tight-fitting wrap-around skirt, outlining her perfect figure in an extremely sexy manner. Me Crisp similarly sized up Chen Shang and couldn't help but be taken aback.
"I'll go, Mr. Wang is actually a young and handsome guy? Geez, this is too unexpected."
She originally thought that Mr. Wang must be a middle-aged man, or even most likely a greasy uncle.
But never expected it.
The other party was actually about the same age as herself, and was also very tall and straight-looking. On the other hand, after Chen Shang had seen Me Crisp, the system's prompt sounded. System task, raise Me Crisp's favorability to above 90, all funds spent by the host for her can be returned to the personal account, and you can get a chance to draw a lottery. After listening to the system introduction, Chen Shang fixed his mind and said with a slight smile, "Hello Me Crisp." Only then did Me Crisp react and hurriedly said back, "Hello Mr. Wang. I'm not Wang, my name is Chen Shang, shivering cause ID is a name I casually came up with."
Me Crisp took a closer look at Chen Shang, surprised and delighted. This was completely different from what he had envisioned. Me Crisp favorability plus 50, current favorability 60.
Chen Shang was a bit confused for a moment after hearing the system prompt.
He hadn't even spent any money on Me Crisp to buy anything, and just by saying a word to her, he made her favorability directly increase by 50? Could it be that she was conquered by her own damn charm?
Chen Shang forced himself to hold back the joy in his heart, glanced at his cell phone and said, "It's not even 11 o'clock yet, why don't we go for a stroll first?"
Crispy listened to brother's arrangement. Me Crisp nodded knowingly. "Let's go to Yida for a stroll." The two of them walked shoulder to shoulder towards Yida Plaza.
Crispy naturally took Chen Shang's arm, just like his girlfriend. When they passed by an Emmaus store, Chen Shang suddenly stopped and said, "Crispy, why don't you go in and take a look at the bag?" When Me Crisp heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Hermes bags were top of the line.
And it wasn't easy to buy. Could the other party really be a godly man?
It seemed that he had made the right bet this time.
Anyway, it's still early for dinner, so it's fine to go in and stroll around,
Me Crisp said in a pretense of casualness.
The two had just entered the door when a counter attendant greeted them. The counter assistant swept the two of them a glance and said without moving, "Welcome to Emmaus, I'm Anna."
Chen Shang surveyed the surroundings for a moment, then walked over to the ladies' luggage section.
"Crispy, is there a favorite bag?" Chen Shang looked at me crisp and asked. Me crisp carefully selected a few, and finally rested her eyes on a brown-colored bag. Brother, I think this bag is good, it matches my clothes. Then buy this one. Chen Shang looked at the counter attendant Anna and spoke bashfully, please take this one bag down. I'm sorry, that bag is a limited edition and out of stock. Why don't you guys take a look at the household items in our store first? Anna said with a leathery smile. Chen Shang couldn't help but frown, a little unhappy. I came here to buy a bag, what are you asking me to look at the household goods for? Seeing this, Me Crisp hurriedly pointed to the several bags next to him and said, brother, why don't you take a look at the several bags next to you, I like them too. Sorry, these are out of stock. Anna didn't even look at the bags and said in a perfunctory tone. Faced with Anna's condescending attitude, Chen Shang could no longer hold back and said somewhat angrily, this and that are out of stock, what kind of store are you running? Seeing this, Me Crisp hurriedly pulled Chen Shang to one side and said with some doubt, brother, have you never been to the Emmaus counter before? Never been here, why? Chen Shang asked with some doubt. No wonder. Brother, don't be angry first, there is an unwritten rule to buy a bag here, you have to match the goods before you can buy your favorite bag. Matching goods? What does dispensing mean? Me Crisp glanced at Anna and explained in a low voice, dispensing means that you have to buy some messy things first, such as garbage cans, slippers, and all that, and brush up enough points to qualify to buy the bag you need. I'll go, what kind of bull rule is this? Chen Shang was a bit speechless for a while, Emmaus really doesn't pit poor people. But this thing was a willingness to fight, Chen Shang couldn't say anything more. Why don't we go somewhere else to take a look, anyway, what brand of bag is pretty much the same to me? Me Crisp read the words and gave Chen Shang a timely step. Chen Shang nodded, I just saw that there seems to be a product counter next door. Don't worry, as long as it's a bag you fancy, I can buy it for you. It wasn't that he was short on money, he just felt that having more money and being a big ingrate were two different things. Besides, the other party had such a strong attitude, there was no need for him to buy too many things because of a momentary gamble. The one who made money in the end was still her. Really, brother? Then thank you so much. Me Crisp said happily. Just as Chen Shang was about to leave with Me Crisp, Anna wrapped her arms around her chest and whispered. If you don't have money, don't learn from others to pretend to be a big spender, what a waste of sister's time. Also said that as long as it is a favorite bag can be bought down more, simply no money hard to pretend, too poor. Chen Shang stops walking, some unhappy said, no, how do you talk? I'm not can't afford to buy, as you yourself just said no goods. Do you really want me to make it so clear? If you really knew Emmaus, you wouldn't have come up here and blurted out that you wanted to buy a bag, how hilarious. At this time, another counter girl also looked at Me Crisp with some gloating, shaking her head and saying, carrying a fake LV bag with a glance, you dare to pretend to be a big spender? I think, you guys are just here to pretend to be a pussy. I guess that broken bag was bought on Pinyi CC, huh? Maybe it's still $9.90. Me Crisp instantly turned red after hearing this, and couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. The bag she was carrying was indeed not a real LV bag. Rather, it was an imitation that she bought on Pinyi CC, which was only more than $300. Who knew that it would be seen at a glance? At this time, there were already quite a few people surrounding the entrance of Emmaus. Everyone looked at the counter and began to talk about it. No, are all the Amazon's counter sisters this good? I can't blame them, those two people don't have any money and still want to look at the bag, they put people in a good mood. Not right, I just heard that people want to buy the bag, but they won't sell it. Oh, you directly buy people of course do not sell, otherwise those jewelry, silk scarves, pants and so on sold to who? TSK, I already knew they have this kind of attitude, so I never bought anything from its family. Just as the crowd was talking, a tall woman, surrounded by a group of people walked over. Chapter 24. A trash can worth $68,000. Looking closely, the woman was very temperamental. At a glance, it was an executive or $1,000 from some big company. Candy, I didn't expect your store to be quite crowded, this line is all the way outside. The woman said with a smile. It's probably because we have a few more new products in the store. The female store manager named Candy said back. However, she was a bit puzzled in her heart. The store didn't organize any activities today, how could there be so many people? Could it be that certain internet celebrities came here to take pictures? When the several counter attendants saw the store manager as well as the woman behind her, they were first stunned and then greeted her with a flattering face. Good day, store manager. Candy nodded slightly and pointed to the woman behind her. This is our group president's daughter, Emily, who is also the group's vice president, everyone welcome. The crowd was stunned upon hearing this. How could the president's daughter come to such a small place? Could it be a surprise inspection? However, everyone couldn't wait to think about it in detail and began to applaud enthusiastically. Emily waved her hand and said with a smile, everyone, don't be polite, I came here to see the real situation of each branch. Everyone doesn't need to be nervous, just work normally. The crowd was slightly relieved to hear this. Emily saw that there were only 2 customers, Chen Shang and Rice Crisp, in the entire store, and glanced at the onlookers outside. It seemed that she could tell that those people did not look like they were here to buy something, but more like they were watching. After thinking about it, she looked at the several counter sisters and asked, "There are so many customers outside, why don't you guys know how to greet them?" Anna was just about to explain, when Chen Sheng suddenly added, "They're not here to buy things, they're here to watch the jokes." "Watching jokes? Watching what jokes?" Emily asked with some curiosity. "Of course it's to see how we 2 poor people who can't afford to buy a bag are being humiliated by your shopkeeper." "Sir, I think you have misunderstood, our store clerks are all trained." "Perhaps, there is some misunderstanding here?" Emily barely managed to squeeze out a smile and said. Chen Sheng sneered, "Just now, my friend had her eyes on a few bags, but nay, your store clerk wouldn't sell them to us, and even hinted that we should buy the trash can first." Emily's face was a bit ugly. Because the people eating outside the door had already started taking videos. If this matter was not handled well, it might be on the hot search. She slowly walked to Chen Shang and explained in a kind tone, "Sir, I think you have misunderstood. You should also know that our store's goods are in short supply, so some of the new bags may have long been booked in advance by members. What our staff wants to express is that the higher grade members have the right of first refusal. Of course, our practice is indeed a bit inappropriate, and I will harshly criticize them in a while." Chen Shang said in his heart, if your staff spoke so politely, he would have admitted to spending more money. Your practice of leaving the bag to the members is not excusable, but your teller's scolding us for being poor and saying that we are here to pretend, this is a bit excessive, right? Chen Shang loudly questioned. What, there is even such a thing? Of course Emily knew that buying things nowadays needed to be matched, after all, this was also tacitly authorized by the group. But to openly insult a guest, and in front of so many people. If any unscrupulous media added to the hype, it would definitely affect their brand image. Emily huffed and looked at the several counter sisters, angrily rebuking, "Who just insulted the guest, stand out for me." Hearing this, Anna and the other counter attendant came forward with trepidation. "I'm sorry, I was too impulsive just now. We really know it's wrong." Seeing the 2 counter sisters apologizing to themselves, Nee Crisp's face only looked slightly better. She shook Chen Shang's arm and said softly, "Since they have apologized, let's go. If apologizing works, then everyone can make mistakes with impunity." Chen Sheng smiled as he looked at Nee Crisp and said, "Don't worry, I'll make them double back what they lost here." Nee Crisp instantly felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing this. She saw a full sense of security from this young man. Chen Sheng slowly walked up to Emily and said with a cold smile, "Don't you guys only serve rich people? Then I'll show you all whether I have money or not. However, my money is not that easy to earn." It wasn't that Chen Sheng liked being a grudge breeder. That was why he started to want to go next door to buy a bag. But the arrival of the vice president of Emmaus made Chen Sheng suddenly change his mind. He remembered a blogger who drove a sports car went to Lianwang to buy a computer and was taunted by the store clerk. Instead of going to buy another brand of computer, this blogger bought the most expensive computer at Lianwang. Then smashed it in front of the other person. As a result, Lianwang's stock market plummeted and the official account was cursed by netizens. It was only after the old president of Lianwang personally apologized that it got a little better. Chen Sheng was also thinking this way at this time. This money I can let you earn, but in the future you have to spit it out 10 times 100 times. To use the power of public opinion to teach them a lesson. Emily pondered for a moment, then waved at her assistant. The assistant hurriedly took out paper and pen from her own bag, ready to record the items that Chen Sheng wanted to buy. Who knew? Emily unexpectedly took the paper and pen from the assistant's hands and said with a smile, "Sir, let me serve you personally this time to express our apologies." Chen Sheng did not say anything more, walked to a shelf and pointed to a trash can and asked, "How much is this?" "Sir, this is our leather trash can designed by the famous designer Chris, worth 68,000. "I'll take this trash can, write it down first," Chen Sheng said in a calm tone. Emily froze for a moment and then wrote it down. Chen Sheng looked around and continued to ask, "The cosmetics over there like come with 2 sets, as well as the slippers next to it, the rocking horse, the mugs and plates." In the end, Chen Sheng didn't even bother to pick them, and directly bought them by the heap. Anyway, whatever was useless, Chen Sheng bought it. Even, he intentionally bought things underneath the Netflix's camera. Emily had a face of disbelief. She had seen people who had purchased hundreds of thousands of dollars or even millions of dollars of goods for a bag, but they at least picked and chose. It was like Chen Sheng, who didn't even bother to pick. The onlookers at the door all looked at Chen Sheng as if he was a little cutie. They all looked at Chen Sheng. That kid can't be crazy, he doesn't think he's buying from a stall, right? By the looks of it, the rags he bought must have cost a couple $1,000,000, right? Rich people are all cuties. Is that so? What do you know, you're not even qualified to buy a bag without buying these. Damn, sure enough, Emmaus doesn't pit us poor people. After buying a whole bunch of things, Chen Sheng looked at Emily beside him and asked with a human face, "Now, I can buy your family's bag, right?" Only then did Emily come back to her senses and smiled back and forth. Mr. is joking, even if you don't buy these things you can feel free to buy any item from this store. Chen Shang just smiled without saying anything. Yes, you can buy whatever you want, but if you don't have enough points. Sorry, it just happens to be out of stock. But if you swipe enough points. It's in stock again. Do you think it's a coincidence? Chen Shang was also too lazy to break it up with the other party, and led me crisp towards the luggage area once again. Take down that brown bag from just now. Chapter 25, Total Spending 6-230-0008. The counter lady at the side hurriedly brought the bag to me crisp. Me crisp was a bit flattered for a moment. Although she hadn't been to a luxury store, she knew more or less about Emmaus. The things that Chen Shang had just bought must have amounted to $2 million at least. If he couldn't take out that much money in a while, wouldn't he himself be disgraced? The point was that just now, if they walked away directly, at most, they would be cricked behind the back of the shopkeeper for a while. But now, there were a dozen or so onlookers outside who were videoing it with their cell phones. If this was to be transmitted to the internet, it would be humiliating, not to mention that it might even affect his live broadcasting career. Seeing that Nee Crisp had been dazed, Chen Shang gently touched her. Crispy, what do you think of this bag? Nee Crisp suddenly came back to her senses and said absent-mindedly, good looking is good looking, but as long as it looks good, then carry this one for now and change it later when you don't like it. Chen Shang looked to the side of Anna and said, waiter, help me pack this. Anna froze, and a trace of disgust couldn't help but flash through her eyes. Pack it up? Aren't you already packed now? She had been working here for almost 5 or 6 years, and no one dared to call herself a waitress. Even some tycoon wanna buy a bag, have to look at their face. But in front of this beggar, even dare to use waiter such a name to degrade themselves, really hateful. But in front of Emily's face, she can't be angry, so she can only put up the bag with a smile on her face. Sir, please settle the bill over here. Anna said with a smile. Didn't you kid just pretend to be a bully? I'd like to see if you can afford these things. I don't believe that a person who carries a fake LV can afford something that costs millions of dollars. Besides, most of the rich second generation in Tianhai know each other, and I haven't heard of this character. Chen Shang didn't have the intention of checking out. He looked to the side and said to Emily, didn't you say that you can buy all the bags here? Is it okay for me to buy a few more bags then? Yes sir, you can try whichever bag you fancy. Emily was also getting a little impatient by Chen Shang. She could already tell that Chen Shang wasn't sincere about buying anything at all. He was just amusing himself, trying to vent his emotions in this way. If it wasn't for the large group of people taking pictures outside, she would have exploded long ago. However, this was good. If he couldn't afford to pay in the end, others would think that he was purposely messing up, and no one would say that the counter girl had a bad attitude. Of course, Chen Shang did not know what was going on in almost Emily's mind. He pointed to the bags in the counter and said to Me Crisp beside him, Crisp, pick a few more. Deep down, Me Crisp of course wanted to buy a few more bags. After all, a tycoon like Chen Shang could not be found. But she saw that Chen Shang was so young, perhaps he was just a rich second generation who took money from his family. Swiping over $1 million to give a reward to a female anchor might not be difficult for him. But spending large millions on a bag, it was probably a bit difficult. Me Crisp thought about it and shook his head. Honey, it's enough that people want this one bag. How can we buy just one? Let some people see it and think we can't afford it. Buy another one. No, one for each of you 4 sisters. Looking at Chen Shang's non-refusable demeanor, Me Crisp had no choice but to pick 3 more bags. Waiter, check out. Chen Shang naturally knew that the other party did not like this name. But he just had to use this way to tell the other party, don't think that just because you are a salesperson in a luxury store, you have become a human being. Anna looked at Chen Shang's somewhat arrogant demeanor, and 10,000 grass mud horses seemed to gallop by inside. You 2 stinking beggars wait for me. If you can't get the money in a while, I will definitely expose you 2 pretenders. At that time, I'll let everyone in the whole city know that you're 2 pretenders. Anna took a deep breath, bowed slightly, and made a pleased gesture. Sir, please follow me this way to settle the bill. At this moment, the people outside the door also became agitated, and some even directly entered the counter and aimed their cameras at Chen Shang. Look, the good show is about to debut. I don't know if it's a tycoon slapping the locker sister in the face this time, or a fake tycoon flipping the car. If you ask me, this young man is just playing a trick on them. How can anyone afford to spend a huge amount of money on so many crappy things? That's right, $30,000 for a pair of slippers. Wearing it is not the same will get foot odor? I don't think the result is important. What's important is that someone has finally come to fix these arrogant and bossy counter sisters. Stop talking and focus on eating your melon. Anna forced down the anger in her heart and brought the POS machine to Chen Shang and said, Sir, you spend a total of $6,238,000. A single sentence caused the entire room to instantly fall into silence. $6,238,000. This was enough to buy 2 suites in the city center, right? Everyone didn't believe that Chen Shang really intended to buy these things. It was more like he was using this opportunity to fix the counter girl. Chen Sheng took out his bank card from his body and handed it to Anna under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The moment Anna saw the card, a cold shiver ran through her body. Because he got his very rare black gold card. Look, that young man is holding a black gold card. What's wrong with a black gold card? Is it very powerful? Of course it's awesome. It said that only those with deposits of over $1 billion are qualified to have this kind of black gold card. The rich second-generation Principal Wang has a black gold card like this. I'll go, so he's completely capable of buying these things? Anna tremblingly received the black gold card and swiped it on the POS. Drip! The card swipe was successful. Looking at the small ticket that was 2 meters long, the expression on Anna's face was worse than eating. Oh my god, did she just offend a real godly man? Chen Sheng grabbed the black gold card from the dumbfounded Anna. He pointed at a few useless items and looked at Emily, saying, "Please help me throw these pieces of trash into the trash bin. Garbage is garbage, don't think you're superior by putting on a layer of halo." Of course Emily knew that Chen Sheng was insinuating the two counter sisters. She frowned and looked at the store manager beside her angrily. "Candy, how do you usually train your staff? Deduct your salary for this month and half a year's performance. Also, fire this kind of sightless employee. I'm sorry, Mr. AI. Candy looked at Anna and the girl beside her and said, with an angry expression, "Anna, Jenny, you two get the hell out of here immediately. And I will also tell the store managers of other luxury stores about your evil behavior, so that you will never be able to work in luxury sales." Anna and Jenny felt like the sky had fallen after hearing this. They directly fell down on their knees in front of Emily and hugged each other's thighs, begging for mercy with snot and tears. "Mr. AI, please don't fire me, I really know I'm wrong. Mr. AI, Candy, I won't dare to do it again. I was just confused for a moment." Emily's head was all over the place. "Now I don't even know who to beg, it seems like the gods can't save you all." Chapter 26, Do you want a new villa? Now you know you're wrong? Too late. Emily snorted coldly. "I've always emphasized to you that the group's aim is to treat customers as God, but you're taking the chicken feather as an arrow, it's simply affecting our brand's reputation." "Mr. AI, I won't dare next time." Anna continued to beg for mercy. "Get lost." Emily angrily rebuked and gave the bodyguard behind her a look. The bodyguard understood and directly carried Anna and Jenny towards the door. After the two employees were taken away, Emily immediately changed her expression and looked at Chen Sheng in a soft tone and said, "Sir, I am really sorry. In order to express our apologies, you can choose any bag in our store as compensation. Do you think it's okay? Am I worse off than this one bag of yours? I can afford any number of bags in your store." Chen Sheng laughed, then said to the store manager, "Candy, help me pack these things together, I'll come over to pick them up later. Remember, throw away those useless things." "Please don't worry, sir, we'll organize it for you," Emily said respectfully. However, her face did not look good. This was because she knew that the group's reputation would be severely affected. As Chen Sheng led Mi Crisp out of the counter, the surrounding girls looked at Mi Crisp with incomparable envy and jealousy. "I go, this girl is too happy, right? Her boyfriend actually bought her over $6 million of luxury goods. I can kind of see it, that boy didn't want to buy so many things, but in order to teach the opposite party a lesson, so it doesn't hurt to spend even more money. What a bully. In that case, isn't it the store manager who earned it?" "Earned? You're overthinking it. You don't see so many people taking pictures. Once this goes on the hot search, the influence on the brand can be more than just a few million." "That's right. That young man just said that the product used for dispensing is trash, and also said that trash means it has to be thrown into the trash. If this sentence is spread out, those people who are not bad at all will hear it. Won't they think about whether or not they want to be a wrongdoer in the future? So handsome. If only my boyfriend had this much vigor. Yes, even if it means buying me a bag, I would willingly give him a monkey." It was only after walking out for more than 10 meters that Mi Crisp came to her senses, as if everything she had just done was a dream. However, the bag in her hand told her that it wasn't a dream, but something that had actually happened. "Brother, I'm so sorry for making you spend so much money on some useless things," Mi Crisp said with some heartache. Chen Sheng shrugged his shoulders and said with a disinterested expression, "To be honest, I'm not heartbroken about the money at all. I just can't stand their attitude." In reality, the attitude of the waiters in most luxury stores was quite good. But there were always those few other types. After hearing this, the corners of Mi Crisp's eyes instantly moistened. A trace of emotion and love flashed deep inside. Mi Crisp favorability plus 10, current favorability 70. Chen Sheng's mouth grinned to the back of his head when he heard the voice coming from the system. It seemed that there was hope of raiding Mi Crisp in a short period of time, just need to spend more money on things. Chen Sheng pondered for a moment and casually said, "By the way, Crispy, where are you guys live streaming from?" Mi Crisp inadvertently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said somewhat helplessly, "We rented a house in the old neighborhood outside the school." You don't know, there's an old lady living downstairs who goes to bed at 9 o'clock or so every day, so we can't even live stream until too late. So, then do you want to change to a quieter place? Of course I want to, but we're just starting out, we really don't have that much money. Me Crisp wasn't crying about being poor. Although Chen Shang had swiped 600,000 for her, after subtracting the platform's draw and then deducting the tax, there was only more than 200,000 left. Coupled with the fact that they owed more than 100,000 credit cards for buying equipment, renting a room, costumes and props, buying traffic, and so on, they didn't dare to spend money recklessly at all. Chen Shang stopped and asked with a serious face, "Did you bring your ID card?" "Bring. It's..." Me Crisp blushed, lowered her head and whispered, "But brother, don't be in such a hurry, it's still broad daylight." "What's wrong with broad daylight?" Chen Shang scratched his head. I think you misunderstood, right? I'm trying to help you get a bigger set of house, so that it will be easier to live in the future." "Ah? This way ah? I thought..." Me Crisp stammered. "Thought what?" Chen Shang pursued with a bad smile on his face. Brother, don't make fun of me, you clearly know." Me Crisp lowered her head with a slight blush. Chen Shang also did not intend to continue teasing Me Crisp, pointed to a Western restaurant next to him and said, "It just so happens that it's already noon, let's go in first and have something to eat." "Okay brother, my treat." "How can I let you treat I'm not bad with this amount of money." While talking, the two had already arrived at the restaurant and found a quiet spot to sit down. After ordering their meals, Chen Shang began to look for nearby listings. Just as Chen Shang had just opened the house hunting software, Bai Luoyan suddenly called. Didn't Bai Luoyan go home? Why would she call at this hour? Chen Shang thought briefly and picked up the phone. After the call was connected, Bai Luoyan's urgent voice came from the opposite side. "Hey, Chen Shang, I'm in trouble at home this time." "What's so panicky?" Chen Shang asked curiously. "It's like this, after my dad's company closed down, he borrowed a lot of loan sharks in order to pay his employees. Today the debt collectors came to the door and impounded your car. They also said that if they can't pay back the money today, they will use the car to offset the debt." Chen Shang couldn't help but frown after hearing this. This coincidence is too much. Bai Luoyan had just gone home and ran into someone else to collect the money. Could it be that he had been set up? Bai Luoyan saw that Chen Shang didn't say anything and continued. "Chen Shang, why don't you provide the payment record and then bring Uncle Hat over for a trip to see if you can pick up the car? The main thing is that now that they have snatched my car book and decided that the car is mine, they won't believe anything I say." Chen Shang was slightly relieved. It seemed that Bai Luoyan still had some bottom line. Chen Shang fixed his mind and asked in a calm tone, "How much money does your family owe?" "Owed $8 million. Bai Luoyan said with some despair. "Send me the card number." "Card number? What card number?" Bai Luoyan froze a bit for a moment. "Send me your bank card number." On the other end of the phone, Bai Luoyan was silent for a moment before saying with great gratitude, "Mr. Chen, thank you. This favor, I will definitely return it to you." After hanging up the phone, Chen Shang's WeChat quickly received a card number. He transferred $8 million with little hesitation. Bai Luoyan favorability +6, current favorability 75. When Chen Shang heard the system beep, his heart was overwhelmed with emotions. Sometimes, a few strings of cold numbers were much more effective than if you gave sincerely. "Brother, if you have something to do then go ahead and get busy, it's fine for us to make an appointment another day." Seeing Chen Shang hang up the phone, Me Crisp tentatively asked. "It's fine now, a friend is in a bit of trouble," Chen Shang said casually. Me Crisp nodded and didn't ask any more questions. However, she was a few points higher on Chen Shang in her heart. She didn't expect the other party to be so quick in making the $8 million payment, and didn't drag his feet in the slightest. This indicated that the funds in his hands were likely to be in the hundreds of millions. Chen Shang searched around on the software and finally locked onto a villa. "Crispy, what do you think of this house?" Chapter 27, Sandalwood Villa. Me Crisp only took one look and said, somewhat flattered, "Brother, this villa is located in the center of the city. The rent must not be cheap, right? Never mind the price, just say if you like it." Me Crisp looked at the 4-story villa with a yard in front of her, nodded and said, "Of course I like it. It's just that people don't want brother to break the bank." Chen Shang was a little speechless for a while. "Your eyes are falling to the screen, and you are still pretending to be reserved here? Today brother will use the ability of money to dry shatter your reserve. Since you like it, let's settle on this set for now. I wanted to buy a better set, but this set is already the most luxurious villa near your school." Saying that, Chen Shang called the real estate agent. "Hello sir, which suite are you looking at?" "The villa in Tangong Villa." The opposite party was obviously stunned, and then said with a smile, "Then where are you now sir?" "I'll pick you up in a while. I'm over here at Tianhai University, but I'll be free after 1 o'clock. "Okay sir, this cell phone number of yours is the micro signal, right?" "That's right. Then I'll add you on WeChat later, please send me the location." "Good." Chen Shang hung up the phone. The other party's friend verification application had already been sent over. "Hello, I am real estate agent Xiao Zhou. After passing the application, Chen Sheng sent the location to the other party and set the time at 1 p.m. Done, the agent will pick us up around 1 p.m. Chen Sheng put down his cell phone and said, "Then thank you so much, brother." Me Crisp didn't be polite with the other party either. With over $6 million of luxury goods said to be bought, renting a villa was nothing to him. What's more, he must have some intentions in helping him rent a villa, such as being able to facilitate a date. More than half an hour later, Chen Sheng saw that Rice Crisp was already full, so he sent over a message to Xiao Zhou. "It's almost over on our side, why don't you come over now?" The other party replied back almost in seconds, "Brother, I'm waiting at the entrance of the restaurant." "Good, I'll come over right away." Chen Sheng was a little surprised that the other party had come so early, and after paying the bill, he led Me Crisp towards the outside. As soon as the two of them went out, a young man in a suit and tie put down his handcake and quickly ran over. "Brother, I'm Agent Xiao Zhou." The lad bowed slightly and spoke with a smile. Chen Sheng said with some bewilderment, "How did you know it was me?" "Brother, I'm not going to hide it from you, I was just idly looking at your friend Circle's photos with your friends, so I recognized you right away." Of course, Xiao Zhou just wanted to look at the other party's strength through his circle of friends. As a result, after looking at it for half a day, he realized that the other party didn't look like a rich person, but rather like a poor student. However, this girl beside him was quite pretty. "Let's go, brother, let's go see the house," Chen Sheng said. "Alright, the two of you take my car and go." Along the way, Xiao Zhou gushingly introduced the advantages of the villa, and even the decoration of the villa as if it were his family's favorite. Me Crisp's eyes were almost straight. Wasn't this the love room of her dreams? Nearly approaching his destination, Xiao Zhou turned his words around and said in a calm tone, "Brother, there's something I have to tell you in advance. The homeowner needs the full payment because he can't get his funds flowing from doing business." Me Crisp was taken aback upon hearing this, and couldn't help but blurt out, "What, need full payment? Renting an apartment is not always a deposit of 1 to 3, how can it still be full payment?" Xiao Zhou was a bit speechless for a moment, and stammered, "It's my fault that I didn't make it clear to you. It's the owner who insisted on selling it for the full amount, why don't we go and see the room first?" "It doesn't matter, go and take a look first," Chen Sheng said with a calm face. Me Crisp glanced at Chen Sheng and saw that the other party's expression had not changed at all. What's going on? Could it be that he is planning to buy a house? And still, buy a house with full payment? Me Crisp's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a lot. This is not something that is not possible. To be able to casually take out more than $7 million to buy luxury goods and reward the anchor, it means that the other party is very strong, and at the very least, he is worth more than $100 million. It wasn't long before the car arrived at the entrance of Tang Palace Villa. Me Crisp opened the car window and looked out, and was instantly shocked beyond words. Only to see rows and rows of villas situated at the foot of the mountain and halfway up the mountainside, each one of them luxurious and incomparable. All kinds of precious flowers and trees dotted between the villas, just like a fairyland. Xiao Zhou got out of the car and made a good registration, and made a call to the homeowner before the security guard opened the railing. "Both of you, these are the villas of Tang Palace Villa Phase 1, each one is priced above $40 million. Many of Tianhai City's gentry live here." Xiao Zhou pointed at the villas and introduced them. "It looks passable," Chen Sheng said with a feigned calmness. In reality, Chen Sheng's eyes were about to fall to the ground. This place where rich people lived was luxurious. Even the air smelled of money. Xiao Zhou drove the car to a villa and stopped. "Brother, sister-in-law, this is the one." Me Crisp blushed a little when she heard the other party call her sister-in-law. However, she didn't explain too much. It couldn't be said that Chen Sheng was her big brother on the list of one, could it? After stepping out of the car, Me Crisp couldn't help but survey the scene in front of her. The first thing that caught her eye was a very spacious courtyard, which was planted with some valuable flowers and trees. However, the courtyard looked like it hadn't been tended to for some time, and there were quite a few fallen leaves on the ground. Looking along the winding path, a gorgeous four-story villa stood very dominantly in front. "Wow, so big, ah! This villa." Me Crisp couldn't help but lament. "That's natural, this villa is one of the largest villas in Tang Palace Villa, 4 floors above ground and 1 below ground, with more than 700 square feet. In addition, it also comes with a yard of over 230 square feet." Xiao Zhou pointed to the villa in front and introduced it. "But there are some weeds in this courtyard." Me Crisp deliberately pretended to be not very satisfied, saving himself from a bad price kill later. "The homeowner doesn't live over here, so it hasn't been tended to for a long time. But sister-in-law, don't worry, if you really want to buy it, I can pay for a master to come over and take care of it. Let's take a look at the interior decoration first. Brother, sister-in-law, please follow me." The homeowner is inside. Chen Sheng nodded and followed Xiao Zhou towards the villa. A few people had just arrived at the entrance when a middle-aged aunt dressed in a graceful and luxurious manner walked out. "Put on the shoe covers first," Auntie said nonchalantly. Xiao Zhou seemed to be prepared. He took out a disposable shoe cover from his pocket and said, "Brother, lift your feet, I'll help you change." Chen Sheng shook his head and said, "No need to be polite, I can do it myself." Saying so, he took 2 shoe covers and handed one of them to me Crisp. After entering the living room, Chen Sheng and me Crisp casually surveyed the surroundings. The villa's living room was of the pick-and-place type, which was 6 or 7 meters high, with a very open view. "Xiao Xiao, you introduced the villa to them." Auntie wrapped her arms around her chest and spoke indifferently. Chapter 28, The Active Rice Crisp. "Alright Sister Zhang." Xiao Zhou pointed at the living room and began to gush out introductions. From the living room, to the kitchen, bedroom, tea room, gym, to the private theater, almost all of them were introduced in detail. Finally, Xiao Zhou brought the duo to the roof. One of the highlights of this villa is that it has an open-air swimming pool of more than 100 square meters. In summer, you can swim in your own home without leaving home. Quite nice indeed. Shen Shang looked at me Crisp on the side and asked, "Crisp, what do you think?" Me Crisp had long since become intoxicated and could not help herself. This was many times better than her own dream love room. If she could live in such a villa, she would be willing to live 1 year less. "Honey, I think this villa is okay, but it's not as good as the one we looked at yesterday. Let's see how the price is in a while." Me Crisp didn't show much joy, but instead showed some dislike. "This villa cost more than 48 million when my husband and I bought it, and then we invested more than 4 million in the decoration, and the furniture and other things are all imported. If you guys sincerely want to buy it, the one bite price is 42 million. Auntie said absent-mindedly. "This is too expensive, isn't it?" Chen Shang shook his head repeatedly. "Now that the real estate is in a slump, the price of the house has dropped quite a bit. That's the suburbs you're talking about. The houses in the city haven't dropped much, let alone this kind of scarce villa," Auntie said with some unhappiness. "Let's do it this way, a single price of 40 million, all the closing costs are your responsibility." Auntie froze after hearing this, and couldn't help but size up Chen Shang once again. This kid looked to be in his 20s and was probably still in school. Originally, she hadn't held much hope, so she had been acting indifferently. However, she did not expect that Chen Shang would just symbolically return the price. Although he did invest more than 52 million in this house. But now the property market is depressed, this suite can be sold on 38 million will burn high incense. And the other party's offer was a full 2 million higher than his own expectations. "Young man, are you sure you're not playing Auntie here?" Auntie pursued with a serious face. "Of course not, if it's suitable you can sign the contract now." Fine, young man, you wait for a while, I'll get you the contract." Auntie smiled joyfully and took out 2 contracts from her own bag. After writing her name on them, she handed the contracts to Chen Shang. Chen Shang, however, did not have the intention of taking it. He looked to the side of the Rice Crisp and said, "I have several suites under my name, and buying again will be limited. This suite will be written in your name for the time being." Me Crisp was immediately overwhelmed after hearing this. She couldn't believe her ears. She had only met with the other party once, and he had bought herself more than $6 million of luxury goods, and was going to give herself a villa worth $40 million? There couldn't be any scam here, right? But the contract he had already read carefully, there was no trap. Besides, who would invest nearly $7 million to scam a college student who had nothing? Me Crisp excitedly took the contract and signed her name on it. "Alright, let's go to the closing procedures," Chen Sheng said. Several people left the villa and headed to the real estate rights registration center together. The moment the formalities were completed, Me Crisp completely let go of her heart. However, she still felt like everything was a dream. Lad, I didn't expect you to be so painfully quick." Auntie looked at the $40 million that had freshly arrived in her account and smiled so much that her mouth was almost grinning to the back of her head. "I'm in dire need of a villa right now, so I'm too lazy to pick one," Chen Shang said casually and perfunctorily. "Boy, no way. Young people are just bold." Auntie took out a set of keys from her bag and handed it to Chen Shang. "This is the key to the villa, from now on this house will be yours." Auntie looked at Me Crisp again and said with great certainty, "Little girl, I'm a good judge of people, this young man is good, worthy of you committing your life." "I know Auntie, I also like my boyfriend very much." Me Crisp obediently took Chen Shang's arm and said with a happy face. Me Crisp favorability plus 10, current favorability 80. Chen Shang's heart burst with ecstasy when he heard the system's beep. Raising Me Crisp's favorability to 90 was just around the corner. At that time, he would not only receive cash back, but also be able to draw prizes. After Auntie left, Xiao Zhou tightly held Chen Shang's hand and said with an excited face, "Brother, thanks to you and sister-in-law for your support. This is the first order I've opened in the last month." Chen Shang was quite fond of this young man called Xiao Zhou. It seemed that he sought his own shadow from the other party. "Don't call me brother in the future, maybe I'm even younger than you. If I buy a house in the future, I'll still look for you." "Thank you, brother. I really don't know how to thank you guys." "Brother, where are you going? I'll see you off." Chen Sheng thought for a moment, then said, "Please take us to Yacht Plaza, we have some things to put there." "Okay, brother." More than an hour later, Xiao Zhou helped Chen Shang move all the things he bought from Emmaus to the villa. Brother, thanks a lot. Chen Shang gave Xiao Zhou $400 and said, this is not much, consider it as hard work. Xiao Zhou waved his hands, brother, no way. You've already helped me a lot today, otherwise I wouldn't be able to pay the mortgage next month. Just take it if you're told to, or else I won't look for you to buy a house in the future. Alright then, I'll take it then. Xiao Zhou couldn't argue with Chen Shang and had to collect the money. However, what he had in mind was that he would just use this money to hire a master to come and take care of the yard. Just as Xiao Zhou left, Mi Crisp stood on her tiptoes and wrapped her hands around Chen Shang's neck. Crispy, what's wrong with you? Chen Shang was startled by Mi Crisp. Mi Crisp looked at Chen Shang with affection and said with reddened eyes, brother, thank you for doing so much for me, how should I repay you? Then how do you think you should repay? Chen Shang asked with an evil face. Mi Crisp guffawed, then slowly closed her eyes. A few minutes later, Mi Crisp pulled Chen Shang towards the bedroom. After kicking the two high heels off her feet, Mi Crisp threw herself onto the bed and smoothly pulled Chen Shang to her eyes. She blinked her two large Kazran eyes and looked at Chen Shang with an expectant expression. Chen Shang froze, as if he thought of something, got up and said, that. You wait for a while, I'll go out first. Afterward, he walked towards the door in a hurry. Brother Chen Shang. Rice Crisp's tears instantly flowed down. What's wrong? Chen Shang stopped his steps and looked back at Mi Crisp. Mi Crisp sat up and clasped her hands in front of her body as she said with a sobbing voice. Brother Chen Shang, am I that bad? I'm an unseasoned girl who has taken such initiative, what do you have to push back? If you don't want to be with me, then what are you spending so much money on me for? Chapter 29, Just Want to Be Brother's Lover Only. Crispy, in fact, things are not what you think, Chen Shang said with some 100 words. It's not what I think it is, then what is it like? Mi Crisp smiled bitterly and said with a choked voice, Crisp is not stupid, Crisp understands everything. Actually, brother, you already have a girlfriend, right? When you were at the restaurant today, the girl who called you should be your girlfriend, right? You didn't dare to write your name on the house because you were afraid that she would find out. She's not my girlfriend. Chen Shang looked helpless. What is all this with That means that she is your lover just like me? Mi Crisp sat up, wiped her tears and said. In fact, I know that you rich people, who need to marry with other powerful families, simply won't just marry a random girl from the wrong family to go home, so I didn't dare to ask for anything. I've just convinced myself that even if it's just to be your lover, I'm willing. After all, you are better than most people, better than most people. But, you won't even give me this chance? Mi Crisp only felt humble to the extreme at the moment. She didn't understand that she had no intention of bothering Chen Shang, so why was the other party still treating her with respect? What exactly was his purpose? Chen Shang sighed softly, walked over to Mi Crisp's side, and spoke the true thoughts in his heart. Actually, I was thinking of going outside to buy an ado or something. After all, I'm still in school and I'm not ready yet. What play flange? Mi Crisp listened to the embarrassed feet are fast picking out a set of villas. No, buddy. You said you went out to buy an inner? I special meow is also drunk. At the same time, Mi Crisp was a little frightened. He had just said something like that to Chen Shang. What if he gets angry? Brother, you're just too bad. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Mi Crisp said in a pretense of anger. You didn't give me a chance to explain just now either. Chen Shang shrugged his shoulders and said, you wait here for a while, I'll go buy some necessities. Wait. Mi Crisp took her LV bag, opened the inner zipper, and after fumbling around inside, she bit her lip and said, brother, I've actually already bought living supplies. After saying that, Mi Crisp raised the things in her hand up and twisted her head aside with a shy face, not daring to look at Chen Shang's eyes at all. After Chen Shang looked up at the things in Mi Crisp's hands, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. No way? You're a girl carrying this around? To be honest, if he hadn't seen that Mi Crisp's number of relationships was 0, he would have died not believing that the other party would have pulled out this thing from his bag. This living thing, it was bought from the supermarket before people met you. Mi Crisp bit her lip and somewhat awkwardly explained, before I came to meet you, I didn't know what kind of a person you really are and what you would do to me. In case you drive me to a remote place and then. Won't I be unprepared at all? Girls, of course you have to learn to protect yourself. After Chen Shang heard this, he was a little confused for a moment. This meow really is the way hunters tend to appear as prey. After messing up for half a day, he himself was the prey? Chen Shang slowly walked up to Mi Crisp, a meaningful smile emerging from the corner of his mouth. Seeing the blaze in Chen Shang's eyes, Mi Crisp couldn't help but gulp. Brother, I'll do it myself. After saying that, she threw her tight t-shirt aside. Chen Shang looked at the scene in front of him and was petrified on the spot. How is? What Mi Crisp is wearing similar to Bai Luoyan's eye patch, did. Chen Shang suddenly realized that what he had seen that day was not Bai Luoyan's eye mask at all, but. My goodness! No wonder Bai Luoyan's behavior was so strong at that time, so it was her intimate apparel that she had seen by herself. Seeing Chen Shang's exaggerated expression, Mi Crisp said with a bad smile on her face, "Brother, seeing as you haven't seen the world, you wouldn't still be a little boy to this day, would you?" "Who said that?" Chen Shang had some feeling of being belittled for a while, and said with a cold snort, "I'll make you pay for that sentence you just said. Then let's have a good chat about the future of the two of us." Mi Crisp snuggled beside Chen Shang, blinking her eyes as she asked, "Brother, did you like those knowing words I just said to you?" "To be honest, of course I liked it. I can see that what you said was all heartfelt." Chen Shang stroked Mi Crisp's soft hair and said, "Mi Crisp favorability +5, current favorability 85. Hearing that Mi Crisp's favorability had increased a lot more, Chen Shang was also very happy. However, he felt that he hadn't spent enough money on Mi Crisp, and would have to spend more money as soon as possible. After this thought popped up in his mind, Chen Shang couldn't help but be secretly staggered. In the past, when he didn't have money, he hoped that girls wouldn't spend too much money. Now that he had money, he was afraid that girls would spend less. This change in human nature was really uncontrollable. Chen Shang looked at Mi Crisp on the side and pretended to ask casually, "Crisp, is it not too convenient for you guys to come live here in the future?" Mi Crisp nodded, "It is a bit inconvenient. If you take a taxi, it will take more than 10 minutes, not counting the time spent waiting for the car." "Then would you consider buying a car?" "Buying a car? The money from the platform can only be withdrawn next month. How can we have the money to buy a car?" Mi Crisp suddenly froze for a moment after she finished speaking, then looked at Chen Shang with a face of surprise. "Brother, you're not planning to buy me a car, are you?" "Yes, buying a car won't cost a few dollars anyway," Chen Shang said in a serious manner. "By the way, do you have a favorite model?" "I don't know much about cars, but I like cars with good looks," Mi Crisp returned truthfully. Chen Shang was also a little embarrassed. He didn't know much about luxury cars either. He had heard that buying super luxury cars like the Bugatti Veyron and Lamborghini Poison was troublesome, requiring an appointment to register in advance, and even requiring a car of that brand in your name. Besides, supercars usually only have 2 seats. Driving by yourself and taking the girls for a ride was fine, but it was a bit impractical for the 4 of them and Mi Crisp. "Why don't we buy you a Maybach?" "Maybach?" Mi Crisp asked with an excited face. "Brother, are you really going to give me a Maybach?" But after saying this, Mi Crisp herself wanted to give herself a mouthful. He had given himself a $40 million villa and bought luxury goods that cost more than $6 million when he said he would. Would he still care about a Maybach? "Not only am I going to give you a Maybach, I'm also planning to help you customize a supercar for the 2 of us to use for a solo drive in the future," Chen Shang said with a calm face. "Brother, you are really too good to me." Mi Crisp hugged Chen Shang's face and gave him another kiss. Then once again, she expressed her gratitude to Chen Shang. After thanking Chen Shang for more than half an hour, Mi Crisp turned into a docile kitten again. Mi Crisp favorability +2, current favorability 87. Chen Shang struck while the iron was hot and said, "Now that the 4th store is still open, let's hurry up and go." "Okay brother, but I have to go to the bathroom first," Mi Crisp said with a shy face. "Good, I'll go too." Chen Shang put on his Amazon slippers worth more than 30,000 and held onto the wall towards the bathroom. Chapter 30, Rice Crisp is jealous. Half an hour later, the 2 arrived at the Maybach specialty store. A saleswoman saw the visitor and greeted them with great enthusiasm. Chen Shang glanced at the saleswoman and let out a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, this girl's face value had just reached 80, and there was still a small profit to be made from her. "Welcome to our store, I'm Sales Xiaoming, I'm happy to serve you," Xiaoming said with a slight bow. "Please take us to see the car first." After Chen Shang went in, he turned around and found that the S680 was the most expensive, but it was only over $4 million. He shook his head helplessly, thinking that he should have known to go to the Rolls-Royce boutique. Although he might be recognized by the sales, they shouldn't talk too much. After all they valued was performance. Who cares who you bring to buy a car? If you have the ability to bring a girl to buy a car one day, they can't be too happy. Xiaoming saw Chen Shang's look and thought that the other party was too expensive, and hurriedly said, "Sir, we can handle up to 5 years of installments, like the S480 down payment is only 400,000. Although his mouth said so, but Xiaoming was contemptuous. "You can't even take out $400,000, so you come here to pretend to be a big tail, right? Who buys a car is not the first on the internet to see the model and then come to the 4S store to see the car. Who's like you, wandering around like a fly in the ointment? Girls nowadays are really blind. Look so beautiful, but follow a beggar who likes to pretend to be a big money." Chen Shang didn't know Xiaoming's inner thoughts. He looked to the side of Mi Crisp and inquired, "All the cars here are too cheap, why don't we go and look at Rolls-Royce?" "That's fine, anyway." Crispy listens to brother's arrangement. Mi Crisp smiled sweetly and returned with great understanding. Hearing this, Xiaoming almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. "You're addicted to pretending, aren't you? You can't even afford a Maybach, but you still want to buy a Rolls-Royce? Why didn't you say you were buying Lamborghini Poison? Damn it, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to expose you on the spot." Xiaoming forced down her inner anger and walked to Chen Sheng and said, "Sir, wait a minute.
It's a coincidence that our store has a Maybach S680 High Definition Edition, which is limited to 150 units worldwide. Originally, this car would not have appeared in our Ford store, but it just so happened that our store held an exhibition yesterday, so this car was pulled over."
You mean to say that what? But high edition Maybach is in your store? Chen Sheng pursued. It's the high definition version. If you don't buy it today, the headquarters will take it back tomorrow.
Xiaoming blinked her eyes and said with a smile.
Then take us there to take a look.
Chen Sheng of course saw the skepticism in Xiaoming's eyes, and his tone couldn't help but be a bit harsher.
Alright sir, please follow me.
Under Xiaoming's lead, the two of them, Chen Sheng, arrived at the corner of the showroom. There was a separate glass showroom here, and the outside was cordoned off. Mi Crisp looked towards the limited and highly customized version of the Maybach S680, her eyes glittering. What was reflected in her eyes was a dual-colored Maybach, with a CU blue on top and a light rose gold underneath. The entire car's metal trim sparkled, and the streamlined body was like a shocking, graceful dragon, luxurious atmosphere without losing its introspection. This is simply better looking than my dream car.
Mi Crisp couldn't help but grab onto Chen Sheng's hand.
If Chen Sheng could buy this car for himself, he would be willing to do so even if he spilled his heart out to him every day.
Out of professional courtesy, Xiaoming introduced at the side, this limited edition Maybach uses a V12 engine, the smoothness and power are top-notch, in addition.
No need to introduce, draw up the contract.
Chen Sheng directly interrupted Xiaoming. What? Draw up the contract? Xiaoming this time completely confused. You do not intend to understand the configuration of the car? Just bring the contract directly and show it to me.
Chen Sheng said very calmly. Jokes, girls usually buy cars only look at the car label and appearance, who cares how you configure off? You're putting the J80 engine on the charade, and I'll lose if the girls take a look at it. Xiaoming half-believed half-doubt called colleagues to help themselves to the contract. She always felt that this matter is a bit too ridiculous.
Who buys a car is not carefully selected.
Even those who are rich, at least have to look at the interior, test drive it, right?
Who would be like him, letting himself draw up a contract without even looking at it or even asking about the price?
A few minutes later, Xiaoming handed the contract to Chen Sheng. Sir, do you have any problems with the contract? Chen Sheng took the contract and casually glanced at the price and said, 8.35 million, this price is a bit high.
Let's do it this way, you look at sending some gifts and maintenance, if it's suitable I'll buy it now.
Chen Sheng just used his cell phone to search the price on Knowing Car D, to be a little lower than the price just quoted. Xiaoming listened and then added quite a few gifts and maintenance services to the contract, which were worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Only then did Chen Sheng nod his head in satisfaction.
Mi Crisp, let's write your name on this car.
Chen Sheng looked towards Mi Crisp and said with a smile.
Ah, and write my name?
This is not good, right? Mi Crisp said with some desire to refuse.
Who said it's not good to write my name? That's fantastic. She had long since seen Chen Sheng's wealth and generosity, and was no longer as surprised as she was at first. Moreover, she realized that Chen Sheng seemed to have something difficult to say. It seemed that for all the items, he couldn't write his own name. But Rice Crisp was too lazy to pursue the matter. There were some second-generation people who were afraid of people tracing their assets and deliberately wrote the items they purchased in someone else's name. There were also some tycoons who wanted to make asset transfers and went crazy buying for their mistresses. No matter which one it was, she wasn't afraid. After all, one could not shed a child to catch a wolf. After thinking about it, Mi Crisp took the contract from Chen Sheng and signed her name. Swipe your card. Chen Sheng held the black and gold card with his index and middle fingers, holding it up very dashingly on the right side of his body. Xiaoming took the black and gold card and couldn't help but be stunned. What this kid was holding was actually a black gold card. This was a symbol of wealth and status. He actually really had the ability to buy this car. Ha ha. Sis is going to be billed today. After gulping, Xiaoming swiped the POS with trembling hands. Drip. As the sound of a successful swipe came, Xiaoming was directly petrified on the spot. I actually really swiped the card successfully? Xiaoming had just finished speaking when she realized that she was a bit out of character and hurriedly covered her mouth. Only after a long time did she look to the side of the colleague, said with an incredulous face, "You quickly pinch me, I'm not dreaming, right?" Of course it's not a dream. The co-worker was jealous and pinched Xiaoming hard. Ah! Xiaoming rubbed his arm in pain and shouted, "This isn't a dream, this is real. Great, I'm finally billed." She cried tears of joy, and then held onto Chen Sheng's hand tightly and said, "Sir, thank you so much. If I don't open the bill again, I'm going to be fired by my boss." Seeing that Chen Sheng's hand was actually grasped by someone else, Mi Crisp was a bit jealous and walked to Chen Sheng, smoothly wrapping her hand around his arm. "Brother, people are a little hungry, why don't we drive to eat something?" Chapter 31. Take a look at the legs. Chen Sheng looked towards the jealous-looking Mi Crisp by his side and said with a smile, "Good, it just so happens that I'm also a little hungry." Then how about we go eat seafood? Good. Chen Shang nodded his head repeatedly and said, I'll book a place online in a while. Brother, let me treat you this time. You're so good to Crispy, how can I show it? Chen Shang nodded and did not push back. People wanted to express their gratitude from the bottom of their hearts, so how could they not give her a chance to show it? In this way, it would enhance the relationship between the two. Crisp pressed the car key in her hand, and the lights of the Maybach S680 instantly flashed. It was simply handsome to the point of explosion. Seeing this, Xiaomeng at the side hurriedly removed the cordon and respectfully opened the car door. The two of you, please get in. Crisp sat on her bag and entered the driver's side with a twist, her vanity instantly being greatly satisfied. Crisp favorability +1, current favorability 88. Chen Sheng secretly rejoiced upon hearing the system's voice. It seemed like he would soon be able to completely rip off Crisp. However, it seemed like the further one went, the slower the good sense increased. He had bought her a Maybach worth over $8 million, and his favorability had only increased by 1 point. Crisp drove the Maybach towards a nearby seafood restaurant. After arriving at the restaurant, Chen Shang ordered Australian lobster, king crab, salmon, golden abalone, and oysters. To be honest, from childhood to adulthood, except for the seaweed threads in these, Chen Shang almost never ate much seafood. Now that he has money, how can he taste it? A meal is 5 full, 6 full, mouth full of oil. Crisp didn't eat too much because she wanted to stay in shape. She held her chin and looked at Chen Shang's eating with a face of infatuation, as if she had committed nymphomania. No, what are you looking at me for? Chen Shang swallowed the last bite of food and asked with some curiosity. I just like to look at the way brother eats, it's really manly and cute. Crisp said with a gentle face. Chen Shang was a little confused. In the past, he had eaten at a buffet with Gu Zhejiu once, and she said that he ate like a pig. Could it be that because he was rich, the way he ate had become charming? Who to talk to about this? Crisp took the initiative to settle the bill after seeing that Chen Shang was full. Although the meal cost more than 8,000, she was not distressed at all. After all, Chen Shang had spent half a small goal for himself. Brother Chen Shang, where are we going in a while? Crisp asked with blinking eyes. Crispy, just send me to the entrance of Tianhai University. Chen Shang said back. Alright then. Brother, there's something I have to tell you in advance. The next 2 days I have to move, so I won't have that much time to accompany my brother. I hope my brother won't misunderstand. In the next 2 days, Crisp not only had to attend classes, but also had to find someone to move the live broadcast equipment and whatnot into the villa. Even the room had to be rearranged. No problem, when you guys go live let me know in advance and I'll swipe your gifts. Thank you brother. Brother you're too good to people, mwahaha. The car quickly arrived at the entrance of Tianhai University. Chen Sheng originally wanted to let Crisp send himself back to his rental house, but he was afraid of causing unnecessary misunderstandings. So he directly let her drive himself back to the school. Many students were instantly attracted when they saw the Maybach parked at the entrance of the school. I'll go, look at that Maybach, it's so beautiful. I've seen this car online, it's a limited edition S680, worth over $8 million. What is this? Compared to the Rolls-Royce Phantom I saw today, it's still almost interesting. You guys say, could it be which tycoon has adopted a girl from our school and then pick her up tonight to spend the night? He. I think it's possible. Let's focus on eating melon, pay attention to see if the front of the car will put drinks. What does putting drinks mean? Kids, don't ask so many questions. Amidst the crowd's chatter, Chen Shang opened the car door and walked down. Crisp stepped out of the car, wrapped her slender arm around Chen Shang's neck, tilted her head up and said fondly, Brother, I can't bear to part with you. Can't bear to part with me, then let's find a place to cozy up? Chen Shang said with a bad smile on his face. Hate, people say sincere words with you. Don't worry, when your live broadcast stabilizes in a few days, I'll still go find you. At that time, I'm going to properly check if your dancing skills have improved. Really? A light flashed in Crisp's eyes. Of course it's true. Chen Shang did not tell a lie. Then Crispy will wait for brother to come find me. Oh. Okay, you go back first, slow down on the road. Got it, bye brother. Crispy stood on her tiptoes and kissed Chen Shang on the cheek, smiled brightly and trotted away. Watching the two of them spreading dog food in public at the door, the eaters on the sidelines were instantly set ablaze. I go, this script is not right. That Maybach is actually that beauties? Damn, that girl is so pretty and so rich, what can this kid do? That's right, he's not much more handsome than me, why doesn't he have a rich white girl to adopt me? Did you guys notice that this guy looks a lot like the guy sitting in the school flower by Luoyan's car? I'll go, it's really a bit similar. This kid won't have his foot in 2 boats, right? And it's still 2 luxury yachts. Chen Shang heard the surrounding murmurs and inexplicably felt a little helpless in his heart. I didn't expect that these people would think that they had been adopted by a beautiful woman. However, why was this feeling a bit cool? Chen Shang looked towards a supermarket next to the school, preparing to buy a bottle of water. Just 2 steps out, his cell phone rang. Pulling out his phone, he found that it was a message from Bai Luoyan. Sorry, I just went back to school. You're not a competent babysitter, missing work on your first day. Chen Sheng thought for a moment and added, is the matter at home taken care of? It's already taken care of, thanks to you this time, or else my family wouldn't have been able to survive this crisis at all. I really don't know how to thank you. Chen Sheng pulled the corner of his mouth and typed a few lines into the screen. Show brother your leg, and count it as thanking me. Boring. Bai Luoyan seemed to be a bit pissed off, and didn't reply to the message after a few minutes. Chen Sheng shrugged his shoulders somewhat helplessly. This guy was not up to speed. If he had said to me crisp to look at the legs, she would definitely ask if he was wearing black silk or white silk. This was the gap. It seemed that he was still too good to Bai Luoyan, making her somewhat unable to distinguish between the big and small kings. And right at this moment, Bai Luoyan suddenly sent over a picture. Chen Sheng opened the picture, and it was actually a selfie of Bai Luoyan sitting in the cab. And that picture, surprisingly, was still of the restricted kind. I go, Bai Luoyan, are you playing for real? Chapter 32, Sister Crispy has endured too much on her own. In the photo, Bai Luoyan rested her legs on the steering wheel after taking off her shoes. The two long legs wrapped in black silk almost filled the entire screen. Looking closely, one could vaguely make out her 10 toes clasped tightly, seemingly a little shy and uneasy. Before Chen Sheng could zoom in for a closer look, a message popped up again. Is this okay? If you don't like it, I can take off the black silk. What I want is black silk. Then after reading it, can I delete it? A touch of evil surfaced on Chen Sheng's face. I didn't expect Bai Luoyan, who had always been high and cold, to actually take a private photo of herself. Moreover, her favorability didn't decrease, indicating that she willingly took the photo. However, letting herself delete the photo, that was never going to happen. No deletion, it's not like I'm going to take my cell phone for repair. Bai Luoyan didn't immediately reply to the message. It was only after a long time that another one was sent over. Mr. Chen, can I discuss something with you? What is it? Can you come to my house this weekend and cooperate with me in a play? What kind of play? My parents asked me who gave me the $8 million. I lied to them and told them that I just got a boyfriend at school, a top rich kid. They didn't quite believe me, so they wanted to meet you. No way, it seems like I'm your boss only, how come I still have to cooperate with your acting? Chen Sheng said somewhat speechlessly. After the matter is accomplished, once supreme one dragon. 10 times. No, at most 3 times. 9 times. 8 times, no more. Okay, deal. Chen Sheng put down the phone. The more he thought about it, the more he felt wrong. How did it feel like he was losing out? Wasn't it previously agreed to be free? On the other side. After Mi Crisp returned to the dormitory, Xia Yuyao and the others immediately surrounded her. Sister Crispy, you're finally back. Xia Yuyao said with an excited face. Mi Crisp purposely placed her bag in a conspicuous position and said with her arms wrapped around her chest. Sisters, good news for everyone, that Mr. Wang is a veritable tycoon. In the future, we'll have our own list one big brother. Really, great. Xia Yuyao clenched her pink fists, the joy in her eyes overflowing. I'll go, come and pat me, this can't be a dream, right? No, Xia Yuyao, where are you patting? Song Chanxian said with a small mouth. When have I ever lied to you guys? Look guys, Mr. Wang even gave me a bag. Mi Crisp proudly held the bag up in front of the crowd. What brand of bag is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Yu Xiaoro carefully measured the bag in Mi Crisp's hand and asked with a puzzled expression. I'll go, this is actually an Emmaus bag. Xia Yuyao saw the logo on the bag at a glance, and her eyes instantly became blazing. Emmaus? Isn't that a top-tier luxury item? Song Chanxian couldn't believe her ears and looked at Mi Crisp and asked, this bag isn't cheap, right? How much did it cost? Not expensive. Mi Crisp held up the Emmaus toadstools and said in a pretentious manner, this bag is only 660,000 only, but it's really more expensive than the 200,000 worth of Emmaus glasses I'm wearing by one within. What? This bag is $660,000? Also, are these glasses made of gold? They're actually worth $200,000. Song Chanxian was petrified on the spot. Those glasses may be at a premium, but the bag at 660,000 is still a great value. The average person who wants to buy a bag at Emmaus won't be able to do so without a certain amount of points. Xia Yuyao added. Is this bag that good? Quickly show me. Don't grab it, I'll see it first. Bring me the glasses in the bag, I want to send it to my friends. The women competed to be the first to take a look at the Emmaus bag in Mi Crisp's hand. After a few people took dozens of photos in a row, Song Chanxian looked like she thought of something and walked over to Mi Crisp and asked in a low voice. Sister Crispy, that Mr. Wang. Didn't he do anything to you, right? The other 2 girls also stopped their playful banter and turned their gaze toward Mi Crisp. Mi Crisp heaved a sigh, then nodded with difficulty. Ha! Song Chanxian looked at Mi Crisp with a stunned face, he really internalized you? Not so what? Mi Crisp said with a look of despair, otherwise he could have bought me such an expensive bag? So is he your type?
Mi Crisp was just about to open her mouth to introduce Chen Shang. It suddenly occurred to her that if she were to let the three of them know that Chen Shang was multi-golden, handsome, and young, wouldn't it be the equivalent of adding 3 love rivals to herself? As the saying goes, fire prevention and theft prevention against girlfriends. One must not tell them the truth. Sorry sisters, forgive my selfishness. Rice Crisp looked like she had suddenly put on a mask of pain and said with an exasperated face.
But don't mention that old den.
That old guy is almost 50 years old, 5 feet 6 inches with a face full of pimples and a belly bigger than a pregnant woman in her 10th month of pregnancy. Worst of all, his mouth is like a stinky sock and the oil on his body is enough to fry 2 plates of food. I'll go, isn't this a proper middle-aged greasy uncle? And it's still the best kind. Xia Yuyao couldn't help but spit out.
Who says it's not?
Mi Crisp had a despondent look on her face. At that time, the first time I saw him, I wanted to run away in a hurry. But when I thought of the fact that I brought you guys into the industry for a month, I didn't earn any pennies, and I even fell into debt, so I felt a bit sorry for you guys. So I gritted my teeth and greeted him with my eyes closed. Later, in order to keep him, I was painstakingly
even all.
Crispy sister, stop it, stop it.
Oh who?
Xia Yuyao had already sobbed uncontrollably. Crispy sister, for us you suffered. I didn't expect that Mr. Wang to have so many tricks at his age. Yu Xiaoro looked at me Crisp with some heartache, her face already covered in teardrops. I think Mr. Wang is just a toad looking for a frog, ugly looking playing with flowers. After Song Chanxian finished speaking, she hurriedly explained, Sister Crispy, I'm just making an analogy.
Sisters, for your sake, I'm willing to bear all this in silence.
Mi Crisp said with a resolute face, anyway, I'm already like this, so there's nothing to care about. On the contrary, it's you guys who must not get involved in this mess. In the future, if Mr. Wang asks you to go out to meet, you must not agree to him.
This bitter fruit. Sister alone to carry.
Looking at Mi Crisp's determined face, the girls cried. They didn't expect that Mi Crisp would be so selfless. Mi Crisp wiped her tears and barely squeezed out a smile and said, by the way sisters, Mr. Wang sent us a set of villas and a car, so in the future, we can drive to the villa to broadcast live and no longer have to worry about finding it downstairs.
Moreover, Mr. Wang also bought one of you 3 an Emmaus bag and a lot of cosmetics, all of which are kept in the villa. Sister Crispy, you're just too good to us. Song Chanxian was on the verge of kneeling down for Mi Crisp.
Xia Yuyao flung herself into Mi Crisp's arms and said with a tear-stained face, to have Mr. Wang break the bank like this, it's obvious how much Sister Crisp must have suffered. AI, for the sake of you 3, sis doing more is worth it.
Chapter 33, The Night Uncharted Bar.
On the other side. Chen Shang, who was enjoying the pictures, suddenly sneezed a few times.
Who's thinking about me?
While Chen Shang was wondering, he suddenly received a system beep.
Song Chanxian favorability 10, current favorability 20.
Yu Xiaoro favorability 10, current favorability 15.
Xia Yuyao good sense 10, current good sense 25. I'll go, did I invite you guys to mess with you?
Chen Shang couldn't help but curse in his heart. Other than swiping gifts for those 3 girls, it seemed like he hadn't crossed paths with them, right? Moreover, he had also bought bags for the 3 of them and asked Rice Crisp to bring it to them. Why did this favorability drop instead of rising?
Could it be that they are not suffering from scarcity but unevenness?
Chen Shang shook his head helplessly. Finding a bench to sit down, he checked his account.
Surprisingly, there was as much as $2.8 billion. Can't spend it at all.
However, Chen Shang was still unwilling to give up the opportunity to make money, and once again opened Shake In.
He knew that Mi Crisp wouldn't be online tonight. So he went to the other female anchors and swiped some gifts and assigned them some tasks.
Chen Shang swiped shivering for a while and felt that it was quite pointless to just watch the female anchors dance.
Why don't we go out and make waves?
After thinking for a while, he sent a message to Bai Luoyan.
Bai Luoyan, asleep?
Just finished washing up, what's up? Accompany me to the bar for a drink.
Wait for me, I'll change my clothes.
Okay, I'll wait for you at the west gate of the school. Bai Luoyan put down her phone and started looking for clothes in her closet. At this time, her roommate Qin Xiaoyu, who was applying a face mask, asked curiously, Yin Yan, you're still going out this late?
Well, my best friend asked me to accompany her for a late-night snack.
Bai Luoyan casually found a reason to put it off.
No way, aren't you the one who never eats at night?
I suddenly wanted to eat tonight.
I think you're going on a date with some guy, right? Hurry up and tell me truthfully, who is it? Qin Xiaoyu looked at Bai Luoyan with a bad smile on her face.
Xiaoyu, don't talk nonsense there. I'm not talking nonsense. Oh, you suddenly bought so many Chanel luxury goods these days, and also bought a Rolls Royce. Is it your boyfriend who bought it for you?
Qin Xiaoyu pursued with a gossipy face. He is. Bai Luoyan couldn't tell in half a day. If he's just your ordinary friend, I want to talk to this tycoon.
I don't want a Rolls Royce, just give me a BMW. And I'm obedient and well behaved, I'll do whatever I'm told.
Can you introduce him to me?
Qin Xiaoyu said with a smile.
No way. Bai Luoyan blurted out. Ha, teasing you. Hurry up and go, don't make people wait impatiently, remember to protect yourself. Bai Luoyan gave Qin Xiaoyu a big blank stare. Then she changed into a pair of clothes and left the dormitory. 10 minutes later, Bai Luoyan appeared in front of Chen Shang. Chen Shang. Bai Luoyan shouted softly. Chen Shang looked up at the person in front of him and couldn't help but freeze in place. Bai Luoyan was wearing a beige one-piece hip-hugging leotard that outlined her exaggerated figure just right. On her feet was a pair of heels that were a full 8 centimeters, making her originally tall figure appear even more slender. The most striking thing was going to be the black stockings, which added a bit of flirtation in the night. Bai Luoyan, why are you dressed so sexy today? Chen Shang's jaw dropped to the ground. Accompanying you for a drink, of course I have to dress nicely. Bai Luoyan said in a calm tone. But you're wearing this, it's kind of like a charge. Chen Shang joked. I was originally charged. I seem to be powerless to refute it at all. Chen Shang, I'm wearing this one because you like black silk. Bai Luoyan said with a red face. I didn't expect you to be quite understanding. Chen Shang looked at Bai Luoyan approvingly, and after thinking for a moment, asked, right, any bar recommendations? To be honest, I haven't been to many bars either. But last year, when my roommate had her birthday, her boyfriend invited us to drink at the Night Unchained bar near the school once, and I felt that the atmosphere was not bad. Then let's go to this one. Chen Shang got up and stopped a cab. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at its destination. After getting out of the car, a richly decorated bar came into view. On the neon light flashing wall, there was a huge signboard with the words Night Uncharted written on it. Go in and take a look. Chen Shang straightened his clothes and took a step towards the bar. Bai Luoyan quickly followed, very naturally holding onto Chen Shang's arm. Chen Shang, if anyone asks, just say that I'm your girlfriend, I don't like being accosted by strangers. Bai Luoyan whispered. Bai Luoyan, you're quite confident in yourself. There's no way, I've been accosted everywhere I go since I was little, I'm already used to it. Chen Shang was actually speechless after hearing this. Bai Luoyan was pretty and had an outstanding temperament, so she did have the capital to say this. Even in his own class, there were quite a few boys who liked her. The two had just arrived at the entrance of the bar when a female marketing in a white shirt greeted them. Hello, handsome boy and girl. I'm marketing Xiao Mei, do you have an appointment? No reservation, find us a better card seat. Chen Shang had done a bit of homework in the cab and knew that a card seat should be a bit more comfortable and private. How many in total, please? Just the two of us. We've just about cleared a V-Zone card seat here, but the minimum spend has to be 8,000 yuan. There are also a couple of regular card seats in area A and B, you'll see. Xiao Mei did not say the latter words. She felt that Mr. Chen should not order the V card. This was because the V card was able to accommodate 7 or 8 people and had a minimum spend. It would be a bit of a waste for the two of them. Then let's order a V card. Chen Shang spoke indifferently. Xiao Mei's attitude instantly became a few points more respectful after hearing this, nodding slightly, both of you, please follow me. Under Xiao Mei's lead, Chen Shang and the two of them quickly arrived at the front desk. Xiao Mei took a drink list from the front desk and handed it to Chen Shang. Sir, which drink do you see that you need? Chen Shang looked at the expensive prices on the list and was a little emotional for a moment. This randomly picking a few of the top packages would cost tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Even if it was a la carte, a single bottle of good wine would have to be tens of thousands of dollars. The life of the rich, one simply couldn't imagine it before. Bai Luoyan, what kind of wine do you like to drink? Chen Shang asked as he handed Bai Luoyan the list. How about a bottle of Ace of Spades, drink it and order more. Bai Luoyan slowly opened her mouth. A bottle of Ace of Spades 8888, just enough to meet the minimum consumption. And this wine was also considered famous, although the flavor was average, but it wasn't so bad that Chen Shang lost face. Chen Shang knew that Bai Luoyan wanted to save herself money, so she smiled and said, the ones you ordered aren't enough, why don't you just order a set menu? In reality, Chen Shang didn't know much about the bar's alcohol, he had only heard of XO, Remy Martin, and whatnot on TV. He wasn't very clear on the exact flavor. Chen Shang was also too lazy to pick, pointing to a package worth 18,888,888 and said, give us a set of big 3 yuan first. Chapter 34, Bar Encounter with Gu Jia. Xiao Mei's heart burst with joy after hearing this. The big 3 yuan ordered by Chen Shang mainly consisted of 3 famous wines, Remy Martin Louis XIII, Martel Supreme and Hennessy Richard. It was worth 18,888,888. In addition, 10 bottles of Evian mineral water and a few snacks were also given. Excuse me sir, could you please make a payment first? In addition, your consumption is high, I suggest you do a VIP card first so that there are recharge discounts. Xiao Mei slightly bowed down and introduced with a smile on her face. Chen Shang did know that bars usually required payment up front. Then let's recharge 1 million first and register it under this lady's name. Chen Shang said with a calm demeanor. Bai Luoyan froze after hearing this and couldn't help but gently touch Chen Shang. Are you crazy? What's the point of charging so much? It's fine, the first time I brought you here, of course I have to drink a lot. Bai Luoyan couldn't say much. After all, Chen Shang was here to have fun. One only needed to do one's part and provide him with emotional value. If he said too much, it would instead cause the other party to resent him. Chen Shang took out his bank card and waved it towards Xiaomei at the side. Xiaomei hurriedly took the bank card with both hands and asked with a trembling voice, "Brother, are you sure you want to charge 1 million? Of course. What a coincidence, our bar is having an event, charging 1 million to get a set of Big 3 worth 18,888,888 yuan. Xiaomei handed her bank card to the front desk lady after she finished speaking and began to process the recharge card. Drop! As a crisp sound rang out, Xiaomei was so excited that she almost dropped her bank card on the ground. I'll go, it actually did swipe successfully. That's $1 million, and the other party didn't even blink? Sir, may I ask your name? Xiaomei asked, forcibly holding back her inner joy. Exempt, your name is Wang. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your support, both of you please follow me. Xiaomei handed Chen Shang his bank card and a VIP card, making a gesture of please. The two of them, Chen Shang, followed Xiaomei towards the V area card seat table 1. Along the way, there were quite a few boys who looked at Bai Luoyan and seemed to be attracted by her aura. However, when they saw Bai Luoyan holding onto Chen Shang, they instantly deflated again. She was already married to a woman, so it would be easy to get into trouble if they went to talk to her. The crowd could do nothing but envy and jealousy. After seeing Chen Shang and the two of them sit down, Xiaomei said very cordially, "Seeing that you two are not older than me by a few years, I will dare to call you brother and sister. In the future, if you want to come to the bar to play, you can contact your sister in advance, and she will definitely book the seats for you in advance. Why don't we add a WeChat first?" No problem. Chen Shang did not squirm and opened his WeChat QR code. After adding successfully, Xiaomei bent down to the side of the duo and said very cordially, "Brother, sister, I'll go get you some snacks, and by the way, I'll call a couple of bartenders to come over, so you guys wait for a moment." Xiaomei, wait a moment. Chen Shang shook his cell phone. "I just rewarded you with a tip, collect it." "Thank you, brother, thank you, sister," Xiaomei said happily. Chen Shang wouldn't worry that Bai Luoyan would be jealous because of this. This was because giving marketing a reward tip was still something Bai Luoyan brought up. She said that a reward of $100 or $200 wasn't much, but it could bring a lot of convenience. After walking out a dozen meters away, Xiaomei casually opened her phone and muttered, "I wonder how much he tipped, 100 or 200? When Xiaomei saw the amount of money transferred, she almost fell to the ground. Holy! Mr. Wang actually gave me a reward of $20,000. Xiaomei stood in awe of Chen Shang and couldn't wait to kowtow to one on the spot. This was more than her 1 month's salary. Of course, what made her happiest tonight was Chen Shang's one-time charge of $1 million. According to the 10% commission, she had directly earned $100,000. It was enough to cover the previous half-year's income. Of course, what she didn't know was that her face value rating had exceeded 80 points. Otherwise, Chen Shang would have given her a reward of $200 at most. Just shortly after Xiaomei left, a group of men and women walked over towards Chen Shang's side. A male marketing saw that there were people at the card table and somewhat embarrassedly explained to the few people behind him, "Ladies and gentlemen, it's really not coincidental, the V Area 1 card seat that was just cleared out is already occupied. Why don't I take you all to the A Area card seat?" The marketing heart was infinitely remorseful. He had just forgotten to lock the table in a moment of negligence, which led to the card seat being occupied by other guests. A boy wearing glasses at the head of the group was instantly a bit unhappy. "Didn't you say just now that there was a seat?" "Young Zhang, there was indeed a seat just now, but someone else got there first, so please understand." The man with the glasses glanced in Chen Shang's direction, raised his eyebrows and said, "There are only 2 of them, it's a waste to use such a large card seat. You go tell them that I am willing to compensate them $2,000 if they can give up the card seat." "Young Zhang, you are making it difficult for me." Marketing was polite on the surface, but in his heart, he cursed the glasses man's ancestors. "You milky college students, you really haven't suffered the beatings of society. It's fine if you meet ordinary customers, but if you meet a tough customer, you'll be beaten out of your asses. Would a customer who can spend money in the V District card seat still care about those $3,000 or $2,000? I'll go over there myself." The man with glasses tucked into his pocket and walked towards Chen Shang in a very arrogant manner. "Hey, can you let out your card seats? I can compensate you for $2,000. Chen Shang looked up at the glasses man and said somewhat breathlessly, "I'm sorry, we also like this card seat, you'd better ask someone else." The glasses man was just about to continue saying something when a girl standing behind him suddenly said in surprise, "Mr. Chen, why are you here?" The glasses man turned back and asked, "Jia, do you recognize this person?" The glasses man's name was Zhang Wenhao, and he was none other than Gu Jiajia's current boyfriend. Gu Jiajia glanced at Zhang Wenhao and whispered, He is my ex-boyfriend, Chen Shang." Zhang Wenhao held up his glasses after hearing this and took a closer look at Chen Sheng through the dim light. It's really that poor man, how does he have the money to come to this kind of place? Without waiting for Gu Jejia to open her mouth, Song Kaiyun, who was standing beside her, stepped forward and said with some impatience. Chen Sheng, why are you acting like a follower? Where did you find out that we will come to this bar tonight for Jia Jia's birthday? No, are you sick? How did I know you guys would be here tonight? Chen Sheng's anger was instantly ignited. Still dare to be sophomoric? Song Kaiyun wrapped her arms around her chest and said with a condescending look. You must have inquired from someone else that we would be coming here tonight, so you rushed over ahead of time with the purpose of pretending to have a chance encounter with us. Chapter 35, The Big Three and the Little Three. Gu Jejia's other best friend, Yun Miaotong, also looked at Chen Sheng with a look of disdain, as if she was looking at a bedbug. Chen Sheng, I advise you to die of this heart. Which point is Zhang Shao not 100 times better than you? You'd better not be delusional, stinking beggar. Hearing this, Bai Luoyan leaned towards Chen Sheng's side and said in an icy tone. Are you guys here to drink, or are you looking for trouble? Since Gu Jejia has already broken up with brother Chen Sheng, let's not bother each other. Now, brother Chen Sheng is already my boyfriend, I won't allow you guys to talk about him like that. The crowd couldn't help but look over in unison when they heard that the person who spoke seemed somewhat familiar. Only then did they see that the other party was actually their school beauty Bai Luoyan. Bai Luoyan, why are you here? Zhang Wenhao asked with an unbelievable face. Where am I, do I need you to care? Zhang Wenhao, just mind your own girlfriend. Bai Luoyan said without mercy. Zhang Wenhao was inexplicably a little fired up after hearing this. In the past, he had once pursued Bai Luoyan bitterly. Setting up candles under the dormitory building, setting off fireworks in the playground, holding 999 roses in his hand to court her, and singing while playing the guitar. As a result, Bai Luoyan didn't even look at herself. I didn't expect her to drink with other boys now. The key, or with someone like Chen Sheng who was far inferior to himself. This made Zhang Wenhao's self-esteem very frustrated. But he was not in a good position to speak out about it, and could only take his anger out on Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng, hurry up and give up this card seat if you're sensible, the minimum spending here is 8,000, not something that a beggar like you can afford to spend. Gu Jejia didn't tell Zhang Wenhao about Chen Sheng's purchase of the Rolls Royce, so he still thought Chen Sheng was still a poor man. Whether I can afford to consume it or not has nothing to do with you either, right? What do you mean you're barking blindly here like a dog? Chen Sheng, you dog, dare to scold Zhang Shao? On the side of Sun Haotian angrily walked forward 2 steps. I have not found you to settle accounts. The last time to report lousy DUI is you this dog than it? So what if it was me? Civilized travel is everyone's responsibility. Chen Sheng disliked back with a calm face. Civilized your ass. I'll kill you. Sun Haotian waved his fists and angrily walked towards Chen Sheng. Enough. Bai Luoyan shouted angrily, stood up and looked at marketing on the side, saying in an icy tone. Marketing, you're just going to watch them cause trouble here? Marketing was disliked by Bai Luoyan, and his face was a bit unsettled. Although he also felt that Zhang Wenhao and the others did something wrong. But after all, these people were his old customers, and their cumulative spending was already close to $100,000. Of course he wouldn't offend his gold master father. Moreover, from the conversation of a few people, marketing heard that Chen Sheng was just a poor student. It was assumed that he had come to the bar for the first time and accidentally walked into the V area. Excuse me, beautiful lady, the minimum consumption of the card seat in our V area is 8,000 renminbi. If you can't reach the consumption standard, please move over. The marketing skin smiled and said. Ha, Xiao Zhang, just don't talk nonsense with them, just ask the bartender to throw them out. I've just ordered a set of 28,999 worth of Shaosan yuan. That beggar Chen Sheng, it's estimated that his WeChat balance is less than $1,000. What kind of good wine can he afford to drink? Zhang Wenhao looked at Chen Sheng with a mocking face. Chen Sheng couldn't help but frown. He really let this kid guess right. His own WeChat balance was only left with more than $600. However, as long as I have a beautiful woman by my side, I am invincible. I'm afraid that Principal Wang here also have to be inferior a few points. Chen Sheng rubbed his temples, looked at the marketing and said, then let me ask, is there any qualification to be on the table after consuming a set of big $3? You? Big 3 yuan? Ha ha ha. Zhang Wenhao hilariously laughed, his stomach cramping. He had long since learned about Chen Sheng. How could a person working 3 jobs be able to afford to spend close to 200,000 big $3? And Bai Luoyan's family was broke. She had even sold her car and bag to help her family pay off their debts, so she simply didn't have the money to spend here. Not only Zhang Wenhao, Yun Miaotong, Sun Haotian and Song Kaiyun were also laughing their heads off. It was as if they had heard an international joke. At the same time, they also realized that no wonder Bai Luoyan was with Chen Sheng. It turned out that she had been fooled. In the crowd, only Gu Jejia couldn't laugh. Because she had seen Chen Sheng buy Bai Luoyan a Chanel. also saw him buy a Rolls-Royce Phantom for Bai Luoyan at full price. This showed that Chen Shang had tens of millions of dollars in assets on him at least. Consuming a set of big three was nothing at all. Gu Jia thought about it and walked up and said, Wenhao, why don't we change the place, actually Chen Shanghe. Gu Jia, what do you mean? Zhang Wenhao's face instantly grimaced, and he said viciously, Are you trying to speak for this beggar ex-boyfriend of yours? Gu Jia hurriedly explained after hearing this, Wenhao, I don't mean that, I just… Shut the hell up. Zhang Wenhao chided loudly. Gu Jia couldn't help but bite her lip after hearing this, tears welling up in her eyes. Right now, she very much regretted breaking up with Chen Shang. Chen Shang had never scolded himself or even spoken loudly to himself. No matter what, he had always let himself go, pampered himself, and protected himself. For some of his own excessive requirements, he also tried to satisfy as much as possible. In the past, he thought that he was a dog licker. But now think about it, isn't he just hoping to find a boy who treats himself well wholeheartedly? It could be said that the previous Chen Shang was perfect in everything except for his lack of money. On the contrary, Zhang Wenhao never treated himself as a girlfriend. He just used himself as a capital to show off. Of course, the most important point was that Chen Shang seemed to have more money than Zhang Wenhao now. Zhang Wenhao had only spent over $20,000 on himself. Chen Shang, on the other hand, had casually given Bai Luoyan the Rolls-Royce Phantom. If he hadn't broken up with him, that Phantom might have been his own. But now, Chen Shang didn't give himself any chance at all. It was impossible for herself to lose Zhang Wenhao, the big fish, because of Chen Shang again. So Gu Jia only had to hold her tongue. After Zhang Wenhao had finished reprimanding Gu Jia, he let out a cold snort, walked over to Chen Shang and lowered his voice, saying, Chen Shang, did you see that? The goddess in the eyes of this licking dog of yours is obedient as a dog in front of me instead. Ha, isn't it very angry? Zhang Wenhao, do you really think you're something? Bai Luoyan purposely said loudly, I remember when someone was chasing me, he took great pains to make the school known. It's just a pity that I don't like people with no class like you. A toe of brother Chen Shang is 1,000 times better than you. After Chen Shang heard this, he immediately gave Bai Luoyan a thumbs up in his heart. Nima, this money wasn't spent in vain. Chapter 36 Gambling. In the past, when he was with Gu Jia, he hadn't been taunted by her girlfriends or girlfriends' boyfriends. But Gu Jia never once defended herself. Even felt that she had disgraced her. On the contrary, although Bai Luoyan was very indifferent to herself. But every time she was bullied by others, she would stand up for herself without hesitation. She would even cooperate with herself in acting, earning herself face. Where could one find such a beautiful and capable girl? Chen Shang finally understood the psychology of certain girls. I'm spouting to you about having a conflict with someone, not for you to analyze for me who was right and who was wrong. Rather, I want you to join me in calling him a bastard. You do not say, this kind of someone with their together scolding feeling. I'm really happy. Bai Luoyan, don't bully people too much. I used to chase you just for fun, do you really think you are great? You're just the daughter of a downtrodden family, how dare you be reduced to being with a beggar like Chen Shang? Our family is indeed down and out, but I still can't look at you. Bai Luoyan said with a smirk. Zhang Wenhao looked at him angrily, as if he had been viciously hit with a large sinus. Sun Haotian on the side saw that Zhang Wenhao was as uncomfortable as if he had eaten. He was just about to say a few words for the latter when the powerful music suddenly rang out. The crowd couldn't help but follow the sound. They only saw a group of beautiful girls dressed in very exaggerated ways, strutting from the distance. The 4 girls at the head of the group were wearing sexy little golden undershirts and ultra-short skirts, carrying a glass cabinet containing 3 bottles of wine. The interior of the glass cabinet was foggy, and a strip of lights on the rim shone on the fog. The whole glass cabinet is like a dream. Behind the 4 beauties, there were a dozen or so hot and sexy dressed beauties. They wore glowing bunny ears on their heads and held up shining lighted signs, smiling and greeting the bar patrons. At the same time, Chen Shang happened to receive a WeChat message from Xiao Mei. Brother, the big $3 are here. Chen Shang attached himself to Bai Luoyan's ear and whispered, no way, it's only on a big 3 yuan, is it necessary to make such a big show? Last year when my aunt got married, it wasn't even this lively. Who let you order such an expensive wine? Bai Luoyan suddenly covered her mouth with a smile and quietly said to Chen Shang, but with Zhang Wenhao and those guys messing around, it feels like you didn't spend this money in vain. You don't say, it's really like this. Zhang Wenhao said with a smug look at Chen Shang when he saw the team coming towards him. Chen Shang, the little $3 I ordered will be here soon, I'll see if you still have the nerve to stay here in a while. I'll let you two see what true strength means in a while. Song Kaiyun said with a look of contempt. She felt that she had finally gotten a game back in front of Bai Luoyan. Young Zhang is mighty, casually spending nearly $30,000. Unlike some people who probably can't even afford a bottle of Ace of Spades, right? The last time they dined, they also swelled their faces and rented Rolls Royces. Sun Haotian showed his teeth and knelt down. Zhang Wenhao waved his hand repeatedly after being courted by the crowd. Low key, this is nothing. When there's a chance next time, I'll treat everyone to a big $3. Big $3? Wow, it's that big $3 that's worth 18,888,888? Song Kaiyun said with a surprised face. That's right, that's it. Zhang Wenhao nodded. I'll go, it's still a young Master Zhang who has the strength little brother admires. Sun Haotian couldn't help but give a thumbs up. A set of Grand Triumvirate was worth the car he drove. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford to consume it. Only a rich second generation like Zhang Wenhao could afford it. Zhang Wenhao pulled the corner of his mouth and looked at Chen Shang with some complacency. Stinking beggar, just wait for you to be driven away. At that time, I'll see how you end up. Well then, let's wait and see. Chen Shang sat paralyzed on the sofa and said lazily. Dare you make a bet with me? If your brat gets kicked out, kneel on the ground and call me daddy. Zhang Wenhao said very arrogantly. Fine, then what if I don't get kicked out? Chen Shang asked rhetorically. If you hadn't been driven away, I would have similarly knelt on the ground and called you daddy. Zhang Wenhao knew that this was the V-zone with a minimum consumption. Although the bar wouldn't directly kick people out if they didn't reach the minimum consumption, it would also persuade you to go somewhere else. Otherwise, how else would those rich people spend their money? Wait. The corner of Song Xian's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Mr. Chen, why don't we add another bet? If you lose, you'll obediently let me slap you. If I lose, the punishment is the same, dare you bet? No problem. Chen Sheng said calmly. Let's play something big. Zhang Wenhao also got excited. The four of us will bet with you, and when the time comes, it's the four of us whose slaps you'll endure. Of course, you can also let Bai Luoyan take the beating for you. Gu Zhejiao on the side heard the bet between the two and hurriedly pulled Zhang Wenhao and said, Wenhao, don't bet with him, actually Qin Shanghe. Bitch, shut the hell up. Zhang Wenhao fiercely threw Gu Zhejiao a slap. Are you afraid that this poor ex-boyfriend of yours will lose the bet? Damn, if you dare to pussyfoot around one more time, I'll tear your mouth apart. Oh. Gu Zhejiao covered her reddened cheeks and no longer dared to say another word. Zhang Wenhao looked at Chen Shang with a twisted face and said, Kid, you're dead this time. Xiao Gang, who was on the side, was a bit puzzled for a moment when he saw the vast queue. He had just coordinated the card seats himself, and the front desk side had yet to give an answer. How come the front desk suddenly coordinated a V-zone card seat for his own client? Besides, this battle is not a small 3 yuan rather like a big 3 yuan. Could it be that the kid sitting there really ordered a set of big 3? Thinking of this, Xiao Gang could not help but shiver. A minute later, the beauty squad that had circled around finally carried the wine to Chen Shang. A 25 or 26-year-old extremely beautiful woman stood in front of the crowd and asked, I'm the bar's manager Zhou, may I ask which one is Mr. Wang? Chen Shang looked up at manager Zhou and couldn't help but take a second look. Only to see that she was wearing a white shirt on top, the top 2 buttons could not be fastened at all, displaying her fiery body in front of the crowd. The lower body was a tight black wrap-around skirt, with a perfect waist-to-hip ratio that was unobstructed. I am Mr. Wang, put these wines on the table. Chen Shang returned in a calm tone. Okay Mr. Wang, are these your friends? Manager Zhou glanced at Zhang Wenhao and the others and asked. They are not with me. Chen Shang looked at Manager Zhou and said with some displeasure, Manager Zhou, I think you should manage the order of the bar. These people came out of nowhere and had to rob my card seat. Manager Zhou could not help but sink her gaze after hearing this. She had just heard that Chen Shang had charged $1 million, so she had rushed over personally, just for fear of slowing down the VIP. But who knew that someone else would come here to grab a seat? Xiao Gang, tell us what's going on. The manager looked sternly at Xiao Gang. Chapter 37, Willing to Gamble and Call Dad. Manager Zhou. Zhou, I thought that I had just coordinated a V-zone card seat, so I brought these few guests over. Manager Zhou looked at Zhang Wenhao and the others and said with a smile. I'm sorry several of you, there's already someone here who made a reservation in advance. This is all our fault, so let's do it this way, we'll give you 20% discount on tonight's consumption, so please change your seats. Subsequently, Manager Zhou looked at Xiao Gang and angrily rebuked, How are you doing your job, can't you understand this? I'm sorry manager, I'll take them away now. Xiao Gang gave Zhang Wenhao a wink and lowered his voice. I'm sorry, young Zhang, let me take you to another card seat to take a look. Seeing that he was refuted, Zhang Wenhao frowned and said, Isn't it my order of little $3 inside this cabinet? Also, that kid's name is Chen Shang, he's not the Mr. Wang you guys are talking about at all. Xiao Mei, who had just arrived, saw that her guest had been disturbed and hurriedly stepped forward to explain. This gentleman, please take a good look, in this glass cabinet is the big $3, not the little $3 as you said. I just personally helped Mr. Wang recharge his order, how can it be wrong? In addition, it's none of your business if the guests call themselves whatever they want to call themselves, right? Hearing this, Zhang Wenhao looked at the glass cabinet and couldn't help but freeze. Inside were surprisingly 3 expensive bottles of Remy Martin Louis XIII, Martell Supreme and Hennessy Richard. If it wasn't Big 3, what else could it be? Is this the legendary Big 3? Song Kye-yoon couldn't help but blurt out. However, she quickly realized that she had said the wrong thing and hurriedly covered her mouth. It seemed that the Rolls-Royce from last time could really have been bought by Chin Shang. Young Nyaton was also shocked. She didn't expect Chin Shang, who used to still ride an electric bicycle, to order a set of drinks close to $200,000 at the bar. This was too unbelievable, wasn't it? Zhang Wenhao snorted coldly and turned around, ready to leave. Young Zhang, don't leave yet. Have you forgotten the bet we just made? Chen Shang loudly called out to Zhang Wenhao. Seeing this, Xiaomei on the side whispered a few words to the 7 or 8 bartenders around him. After hearing this, a few bartenders wearing sunglasses blocked in front of Zhang Wenhao and the others, standing tall with their heads held high and their arms folded, scaring Zhang Wenhao and the others into backing up. In a place like a bar, sometimes when you spend $20,000 to $30,000, there would be a bartender to help you pour drinks and light cigarettes, protecting you throughout. Even when guests go to the toilet, they can help hold them up. Air. Of course, it is holding the drunken guest to prevent the other party from falling. However, these bartenders did not dare to fight easily, and simply blocked Zhang Wenhao and the others' way. Zhang Wenhao looked viciously at Chen Shang and said, "Chen Shang, what do you want to do?" "I don't want to do anything?" Chen Shang shook his head helplessly. "Wasn't it you who wanted to make a bet in front of so many people? Why did you lose and then deny it?" "Hey, I didn't expect the famous young Zhang to be a person who can't afford to lose." The corners of Zhang Wenhao's mouth involuntarily twitched. He gritted his teeth and knelt in front of Chen Shang, lowering his head and whispering, "Dad, is this always okay?" Who knows? Chen Shang jumped over the table to Zhang Wenhao with a swift momentum and fiercely smacked the latter with a big mouth. Zhang Wenhao spun around like a gyroscope and asked with an incredulous face, "How dare you hit me? Didn't you ask for it yourself?" Chen Shang asked back. "Chen Shang, you actually dared to hit young Zhang?" Song Kye-yoon did not expect to lose at all, much less did she expect Chen Shang to really dare to hit Zhang Wenhao. "You guys are no less." As he spoke, Chen Shang opened his bow left and right, giving Song Kye-yoon, Sun Haotian and Gu Jejia a mouth each. The faces of the 3 instantly swelled up high. Due to the somewhat loud commotion, many people around looked over in unison. Zhang Wenhao covered his face, his eyes red as he said to the few people around him, "Let's go." After saying that, he left without looking back. Seeing this, the other few people also hurriedly chased after him. However, the more Zhang Wenhao thought about it, the more angry he became. When had he ever been so humiliated? And it was still in front of so many people. This revenge must be avenged. "Young Zhang, why don't we find a card seat in Area A? It's almost the same anyway." Sun Haotian wanted to ease the embarrassment. "What the else to drink Is it still not humiliating enough? Save the wine and go back to school." "Okay, young Zhang," Sun Haotian said with a nod and a bow. After Zhang Wenhao and the others left, Manager Zhou looked at marketing Xiao Zhang and said sternly, "From now on, you are fired. In the future, it is forbidden to appear in the Night Uncharted bar." Xiao Gang immediately trembled and begged for forgiveness. "Manager Zhou, I really know I'm wrong. Please spare me this time." "Offended General Manager Wang, and you still want me to spare you?" After saying that, Manager Zhou gave the bartenders behind him a look. The 2 bartenders stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, and set Xiao Gang towards the outside. Manager Zhou took a deep breath, walked across to Chin Shang and the 2 of them, and bowed deeply. "Mr. Wang, I'm really sorry, it's because we didn't do our job properly. No matter, this can't be blamed on all of you." Chen Shang was in a happy mood now, and was not being unreasonable. "Then take your time to enjoy yourself, I won't bother you anymore. If there is anything, just greet Xiaomei directly." After Manager Zhou finished speaking, he looked at Xiaomei again. "Xiaomei, you'll be here tonight to provide exclusive services to Mr. Wang." "Don't worry Manager Zhou, I'll take care of it." Xiaomei gave an okay gesture. Manager Zhou instructed the bartender a few more times, and then walked towards the stage in the middle of the bar, seemingly saying something to the host. The host temporarily stopped his work and picked up the microphone and said loudly, "Dear friends, welcome to the Night Uncharted bar. Here, on behalf of the Night Uncharted bar, I would like to pay tribute to Mr. Wang, the guest at Table 1 in Area V, and thank him for opening a set of Big 3. Including a Remy Martin Louis XIII, a Martell Supreme, and a Hennessy Richard. I wish Mr. Wang a prosperous business and a wide source of wealth. Piles of silver and gold are piled up all over the house, and success in business has no boundaries." As soon as the host's words left his mouth, the atmosphere of the room instantly cheered. There were quite a few guests looking towards Chen Shang's side with envy and longing in their eyes. And some of the girls who came to the bar to fish for a lucky man were even more dumbfounded. Chen Shang's entire mind was in a state of confusion for a while. No wonder the price of this wine was several times more expensive than outside, and there were still tons of rich people coming here. This service alone was able to make people drift away, unable to stop. A few bartenders stood a meter away behind Chen Sheng in order not to affect his pleasure. Xiao Mei, on the other hand, knowingly sat on the sofa at the side. The other Mr. Wang came with a female companion, so of course she was too embarrassed to take the initiative to accompany the drinks. Bai Luoyan didn't feel embarrassed at all. She opened the Louis XIII on the table and poured a glass each for Mr. Chan and herself. Chen Shang, let me toast to you, thank you for helping me these days. Bai Luoyan favorability +1, current favorability 76. After saying that, she raised a glass of wine and drank it all. Cough cough. Bai Luoyan covered her mouth and lightly coughed twice, seemingly choking. No way Bai Luoyan, you don't have to be so desperate, right? Chen Shang glanced at the wineglass, picked it up and gulped it down. However, when he drank the last sip, Chen Shang felt a sense of difficulty in swallowing. However, he still frowned and drank all of the wine. For one thing, the other girls were dry, so he was too embarrassed to raise the fish himself. Secondly, this wine was too expensive, a single sip would cost thousands of dollars, so he really couldn't afford to spit it out. Chapter 38 Bai Luoyan's First Kiss. This wine isn't a very good deal. Chen Sheng came up with this sentence for no reason. However, after saying this sentence, Chen Sheng was inexplicably a bit sentimental for a split second. He did not expect that after he became so rich, he still could not afford to spend money. This was also a shortcoming that was difficult to change for some children born in poor families. Low self-esteem, sensitivity, and internal conflict. Even if they can afford to buy some expensive items. Always used to use not affordable, not useful to persuade themselves to change to a cheaper alternative. Even if you do buy your favorite things, as long as the price is expensive, you will feel guilty and feel sorry for your family. Chen Shang, what's wrong with you? Bai Luoyan saw that Chen Shang's face did not look good, and asked with some curiosity. I'm fine, it's just that I just drank too fast and got a little tipsy. Chen Shang rubbed his temples and said. Chen Shang, you are really a big fool, you can't even drink wine. Who said I don't know how to drink? I'm just not used to drinking foreign wines. If you have the ability, let's make a whole snowflake, I can step on a box and drink it. Being despised by a girl, Chen Shang was instantly a bit unsettled. Okay, you're the best, okay? Bai Luoyan covered her mouth and snickered, feeling that Chen Shang was just like a child. But to be honest, Chen Shang did feel a bit weak in his heart. He felt that he couldn't necessarily drink past Bai Luoyan. Because he hadn't drank too much alcohol since he was a kid, his drinking capacity was poor. Once with the dormitory dinner, drank 2 bottles of beer and drilled under the table. Was ridiculed by his roommates for a while. Xiao Mei seemed to notice that Chen Shang was drinking foreign wine for the first time, and then aptly opened her mouth and said, Brother, why don't we have some other wine? Anyway, we can save this wine if we can't finish it. Chen Shang was just about to say yes, when Bai Luoyan waved her hand towards the other party. No need Xiao Mei, please help us get 2 bottles of Coke. Okay sis, you wait a moment. Xiao Mei pulled out her cell phone and dialed a number. Soon, a waiter delivered several bottles of cola and a fruit plate to Chen Shang. Brother, sister, these are for you, I hope you don't mind. Xiao Mei said as she brought the fruit plate to the duo. A gift? That's really appreciated. Chen Shang said with a feigned surprise. However, he didn't feel that he owed the other party much of a favor. Brother ordered all of the 180,000 plus wines and rewarded you with a 20,000 tip. If you even charge for these bottles of water, wouldn't that be too much of a bad person? Bai Luoyan poured a small amount of wine into each of the 2 glasses in front of her. Then she opened a bottle of cola and poured the cups full. Try it. Bai Luoyan brought the wine to Chen Shang. What kind of drinking method is this? You're not deliberately trying to fix me, are you? Chen Shang took the glass with confidence and took a small sip. It's really much better. Chen Shang took a few more big sips one after another, feeling that the wine didn't seem as difficult to swallow as it was just now. This drinking method is suitable for a rookie like you. Bai Luoyan covered her mouth and tried not to laugh out loud. Under the somewhat ambiguous light, the unpowdered Bai Luoyan was like a fresh and uncluttered angel at the moment. Chen Shang used the strength of alcohol to release his body's desire. He slowly leaned towards Bai Luoyan. Bai Luoyan's heart was like a deer in headlights. However, she didn't refuse, but obediently closed her eyes and slightly tilted her neck up. A small cherry mouth then subconsciously opened slightly. The people around them were not surprised and did not have the slightest ripple in their hearts. The more offending images, they had all seen before. Not to mention this kind of small fight. Only after a long time did Chen Shang let go of Bai Luoyan. With a red face, Bai Luoyan gently rubbed her temples and said, Brother Chen Shang, I want to go to the restroom. I'll join you. Chen Shang also stood up and reached out to support Bai Luoyan, who was a little unsteady. After walking out a few steps, Chen Shang realized that he was followed by Xiao Mei and 5 bartenders. There was also a bartender standing next to the table, looking like he was watching the seats. Chen Shang couldn't help but sigh. It was true that whoever had money was the father. Even in a bar, one could enjoy Big Brother-like treatment throughout. After coming out of the restroom, Chen Shang had just finished washing his hands when 2 sexy beauties leaned over. One of them, a long-haired beauty, softly said, "Handsome guy, are you here alone? Can I buy you a drink?" "Yes, handsome, it's so boring for the two of us to drink, can you accompany us for a while?" Another short-haired girl also blinked her eyes and asked with an expectant face. Chen Sheng couldn't help but be stunned. Was he being accosted? However, he didn't think that these two beauties were goodies. They must have seen that they had ordered a set of big three, so they wanted to get to know themselves. Or they wanted to make themselves the big unjust seed and pay the bill for them. "Sorry I came here with my girlfriend." Chen Sheng politely refused. "That's a real pity, but we can add a WeChat. In the future when your girlfriend is not here you can look for us to drink with you, we guarantee to be at your beck and call." "Oh," the long-haired girl said without the slightest bit of avoidance. This, Chen Sheng at once did not know how to answer. Look at these two beauties is not until the Yellow River heart will not die off. However, Chen Sheng did not want to add these two people's WeChat because neither of them had a face value of 80. To spend money on them, you still have to pay out of your own pocket. The most important point is that these two girls have been in love more than 200 times. Proper wrestling masters. He didn't dare to cross paths with them at all. Chen Sheng had no choice but to look at the bartenders behind him with a look of help. One of the bartenders at the head understood and quickly walked forward, blocking in front of Chen Sheng. "Sorry two beauties, our Mr. Wang still has to talk business in a while, I hope you won't disturb our Mr. Wang." "Humph, what's the big deal if you don't drink, just don't drink." "That's right, we still don't care." The two girls stomped their feet and twisted their bodies to quickly leave. Chen Sheng could not help but give the bartender a thumbs up. This bartender would indeed come to blows. In the beginning, they did not make a move. It was because they couldn't decide if Chen Sheng wanted to hook up with a beautiful girl or not. In case Chen Sheng had wanted to ask a girl for a drink, you'd have chucked her out with a click and driven her away directly. This is not looking for death? However, when they saw that Chen Sheng really did not have the intention of accosting other girls, they made a timely move. The two beauties had just left before their feet. Bai Luoyan walked out from the toilet. Just now, she had been standing at the entrance of the restroom and took everything in. "Those two beauties asked you for a drink, how did you drive them away?" Chen Sheng was slightly stunned and said jokingly, "With a big beauty like you around, all the other girls look dull." Smooth talker. Bai Luoyan suddenly blushed and lowered her head, walking over to Chen Sheng's side and taking his arm. Bai Luoyan favorability +2, current favorability 78. Holy, such a cliched earthy love story will do? Brother's level of flirting with girls has risen straight up. Chapter 39, Going to a 5-star hotel with Bai Luoyan. However, Chen Sheng was still somewhat dissatisfied with the current progress. After 2 days of getting along, he realized that Bai Luoyan was indeed a difficult girl to tackle. He didn't know if it was because she grew up in a good family and money wasn't that tempting to her. Or was it because he had too little contact with her? He had spent so much money, if he had spent it on other girls, he would probably have already given his body to the other. However, Chen Sheng wasn't in too much of a hurry. After speaking freely with me crisp, he had temporarily turned on saint mode. Now he just wanted to let nature take its course with Bai Luoyan and enjoy the moment. After returning to the card table, the two of them finished the remaining half bottle of wine. Chen Sheng felt that he had started to get dizzy, and the silhouettes in front of him were a bit blurry. "Why don't we drink here first?" Bai Luoyan asked somewhat drunkenly. "Actually, I can still drink, since you're drunk, let's drink here first today." Chen Sheng rubbed his eyes and said. Xiaomei knew how to read words and came forward and said very attentively, "Brother, then I'll help you save the remaining 2 bottles of wine for the next time?" "Good." Xiaomei called a waiter over and asked him to take away the remaining 2 bottles of wine after some instructions. "Brother, should I find a chauffeur for you?" Xiaomei asked. "No, the two of us took a taxi. Then I'll drive you guys back," Xiaomei said with a sincere face. As a matter of fact, she normally wouldn't drive her guests home. But it was impossible to resist the fact that what Chen Sheng had given was simply too much. Even if she was asked to accompany Chen Sheng for an all-night chat, she was willing to do so. "Xiaomei, then I'll trouble you." Chen Sheng did not refuse either. Saying so, he pulled out his cell phone and transferred another 20,000 to Xiaomei. "You accept the red packet." Xiaomei pulled out her phone and saw that it was another 20,000, instantly feeling somewhat flattered. At first, when she heard the word red packet, she didn't look forward to it too much. After all, the largest WeChat red envelope is only 200 yuan. But I didn't expect that the other party would directly transfer 20,000, it was really trenchant. "Brother, why did you send me such a big red packet again?" Chen Sheng glanced at the few bartenders behind him and said, "These brothers have worked hard, you mean it for me?" "Don't worry brother, my sister knows what it means." Chen Sheng didn't dare to go into too much detail. What if the system felt that he was spending money on the boys and said that he was violating the rules? Anyway, I'm just saying mean it, and words don't always mean what that means. Under Xiaomei's leadership, Chen Sheng and the two of them arrived at the parking lot. The two bartenders pulled open the car door and helped Chen Sheng, who was already a little unsteady, into the car.
After getting into the car, Chen Sheng closed his eyes and only felt dizzy.
Bai Luoyan was slightly better, walking up to the car herself. Drinking fake alcohol today, right?
Chen Sheng cursed in his heart.
Brother, sister, where are we going?
Xiaomei asked as she twisted her head around after fastening her seatbelt. Without waiting for Chen Sheng to open his mouth, Bai Luoyan said in a calm tone, Xiaomei, help us find a nearby hotel.
Okay, sis.
Xiaomei started the car and drove towards a nearby 5-star hotel. Chen Sheng woke up half of his wine after hearing this.
This Bai Luoyan wanted to take herself to a hotel. Could it be that she wanted to take advantage of someone's danger? Are girls so proactive nowadays?
When boys go out, they must learn to protect themselves. 10 minutes later, the car stopped at a 5-star hotel. Brother, sister, we're at the place.
Do you want me to help you guys in?
Xiaomei tentatively inquired.
No need, I can walk by myself. Chen Sheng opened the car door and walked down. He had woken up a bit now and was able to walk on his own.
Then I'll leave first, remember to contact me in advance when you come to the bar in the future, bye.
Xiaomei waved at the two of them, then drove the car away. Let's go in. Bai Luoyan lowered her head with some blushing.
Just now in the car, she had acted quite normal. But now it seemed very embarrassing. As if she was doing an extremely difficult thing.
What are you afraid of? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Chen Sheng smiled faintly and held Bai Luoyan's hand towards the hotel. Welcome to the Marriott Hotel, may I ask which kind of room you need?
The front desk asked with a sweet voice.
Come for a presidential suite.
Chen Sheng said as he stared at the price list on the wall. A presidential suite would cost 68,888 for one night, and Chen Sheng also planned to be extravagant.
After registering their identity information, Chen Sheng and Bai Luoyan arrived at the room under the guidance of the exclusive attendant.
Upon entering the door, the first thing that caught his eyes was a very spacious living room. The decoration inside was extremely luxurious, and the large crystal chandelier was like a work of art, setting off the entire room with even more opulence.
Mr. Chen, I went to take a shower first. Bai Luoyan said with some embarrassment.
Go. Chen Sheng sat on his butt on the sofa in the living room. He couldn't help but feel a little curious in his heart. Why did he feel that Bai Luoyan was even more anxious than himself? This didn't seem to fit her persona. If she really liked herself that much, her favorability shouldn't only be 78. At the very least, it should be the same as me Crisp, reaching 85 or more. Chen Sheng shook his head helplessly and opened his cell phone WeChat. Me Crisp had sent herself several messages. After Chen Sheng opened it, he found that it was Me Crisp who had sent herself several portrait photos. Each one was very seductive without being vulgar.
Aren't you tempting brother to commit a crime?
Imagine a boy being alone in a room with an extremely beautiful woman.
The beauty also drank wine. And also took the initiative to take a bath.
And at this moment there happens to be another beautiful woman who sends a few seductive pictures to the boy.
If something didn't happen next, the ghost wouldn't believe it. No, I can't stand it.
Chen Sheng turned off his cell phone and went to the table to look for mineral water. Then, there were actually a few boxes of household items placed next to the mineral water. The corner of Chen Sheng's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he picked up the mineral water and gulped down a few big gulps. He had just put the mineral water down when he happened to hear the sound of clattering water coming from the living room bathroom. Through the glass of the bathroom, a looming figure could be seen. Even though the figure was somewhat blurred, it was still possible to distinguish the perfect curves of the body. This is really do not intend to let himself live. Chen Sheng gritted his teeth and turned towards the master bedroom. After taking a cold shower, Chen Sheng was a little better. Chen Sheng exhaled heavily, wearing a pair of large pants into the quilt, playing a game of chicken. Chen Sheng didn't play many games in his spare time, so his skills were a bit of a dish, and he often landed in a box, which made him very angry.
Damn, playing games doesn't even hurt. Chen Sheng depressedly dropped his phone, not knowing what to do next. When he inadvertently looked out the door, Bai Luoyan suddenly appeared in the doorway. Chen Sheng, I'm done showering. Bai Luoyan stammered and lowered her head, looking like she wanted to speak. Chen Sheng looked up and saw that at this moment, Bai Luoyan was merely wearing a bath towel. Her long hair, which was still dripping with water, hung down low, sticking to her swan neck that was like congealed fat. The two long legs that were hanging with some water droplets stood straight up, adding a few points of flirtation. Come over here, I have something to say to you.
Chen Sheng said with a smile on his face. The first day of the validation period, please give a favorable comment, urge more, thank you for your support, don't let this book die in the womb.
Whoa. Chapter 40, you just crave my body.
Bai Luoyan nodded slightly after hearing this, stepping on the carpet with her bare feet and slowly walking towards Chen Sheng. The water droplets that hadn't yet dried on her body slid down her two straight, long legs. At this moment, the term as a lotus flower seemed to have materialized.
Chen Sheng, I figured it out, I want to be with you.
Bai Luoyan lowered her head, and her next word seemed a bit difficult to say. Naturally, Chen Sheng did not squirm like Bai Luoyan and pulled her into his arms.
Ah! Bai Luoyan's body suddenly lost control, and she couldn't help but cry out in shock. However, she didn't struggle, instead, she closed her eyes obediently. When Chen Shang looked down, Bai Luoyan's stunningly beautiful face still had a few moments of drunkenness hanging on it. Her cheeks were red, her small delicate nose was slightly fluttering under her rapid breathing, and her long eyelashes were flickering. That appearance, just like the Snow-White princess who came out of a fairy tale. Bai Luoyan, what do you mean by this? Are you challenging my soft underbelly? Chen Shang asked with a pair of big hands reaching into the bathrobe. Chen Shang, you knowingly asked. Bai Luoyan twisted her head away and whispered. You spent $300,000 to make me your personal nanny for no reason, and you bought me Chanel clothes and bags and Rolls Royce. You even helped my family pay off an $8 million debt without hesitation. To say that you don't have an agenda and simply want to spend money on me, beat me to death. After Chen Shang heard this, he felt very reasonable for a moment. To say that he did not have any purpose, that was indeed not realistic. But the secret of owning a system was definitely impossible to reveal to her. Seeing that Chen Shang did not reply, Bai Luoyan blinked her eyes and continued. Chen Shang, I know that there is no love in this world without a reason, nor is there hate without a reason. You did all this for me, but you are actually craving for my body, right? Greedy for your body? That's not right, isn't this hotel where you brought me? Chen Shang retorted. Because I understand your mind. Tonight you asked me out for a drink because you wanted to get me drunk through alcohol. Unfortunately, I can drink better than you and didn't let you have your way. Then why did you still send me to the door? Bai Luoyan pursed her lips and let out a bitter smile. I thought about it carefully on the way. The money you gave me not only helped me, but also saved my family. That money is too much. Even if I struggle for 10 years, or even 20 years, I may not be able to pay it back. So, I can only use my own body to pay it back. Moreover, this is something I did willingly. After saying this, Bai Luoyan lowered her head in some embarrassment. In reality, she didn't hate Chen Shang, and even had some fondness for him. But she was a rather conservative person. Always feeling that two people should be together because of love, not because of money. However, reality had given her a heavy slap in the face. Chen Shang had already spent over $20 million on himself in just 2 days. If one just treated Chen Shang as an ordinary friend, why should one let him spend so much money for himself? Just because you are good looking? Being good looking was not a meal. Since one accepted the other person's money, one had to do what they wanted. We are all adults, these unspoken things for people to tell would be meaningless. Looking at Bai Luoyan in front of him, Chen Shang had an innocent face. To be honest, when he asked Bai Luoyan out for a drink tonight, he was simply bored. There really wasn't too much else on his mind. But now, if you want to say you want it, you really want it all of a sudden. Bai Luoyan, I really did simply want to drink tonight. But now that you have sent it to my door, if I were to excuse myself, wouldn't I be called inferior? Chen Shang opened his mouth. Bai Luoyan was a system-bound #1 goddess, and there was a special reward for obtaining top-level fighting skills after the raid. Therefore, Chen Shang shed a little more effort on her. You really think so? Bai Luoyan instantly felt that the sky had collapsed. She herself was a sheep in a tiger's mouth? And that tiger didn't intend to eat the sheep in the first place. Then is it too late for me to leave now? What do you say? Chen Shang pulled Bai Luoyan over with an evil face. Ah, don't do this to me, or I'll get my revenge back. Bai Luoyan favorability +5, current favorability 83. Chen Shang's heart burst with ecstasy when he heard the system prompt. It was one step closer to success. Bai Luoyan looked up at Chen Shang, blinked her eyes, and carefully asked, Chen Shang, do you like the way I retaliate against you? Of course I like it. Then I'll continue to bully you in the future. I'll see what other ways you have to retaliate. Bad guy, ignoring you. Bai Luoyan's mouth pouted and she turned away angrily. But there was a feeling of a deer in the headlights in her heart. Looking at Bai Luoyan's snow-white smooth back, Chen Shang pondered in his heart. It would be less easy to spend money to raise goodwill next. And the further it went, the slower the goodwill would increase. What else could be done? After thinking hard, Chen Shang suddenly slapped his thigh. There was a solution. If he waited for this weekend to go home with Bai Luoyan and take down his mother-in-law as well, wouldn't he be able to have a chance to make Bai Luoyan's favorability exceed 90? It seemed like this time, he had to pick out some gifts for his mother-in-law. Mr. Chen, what are you doing patting my thigh? Bai Luoyan turned her head and asked with some confusion. Bai Luoyan, didn't you say that you would take me to see your parents this weekend? What kind of gift should we buy? If it's a gift, I'll just buy it myself when the time comes. It was originally you who did me a favor, I can't let you spend money again. Bai Luoyan said with some embarrassment. Before it was indeed considered a favor, now well. It seems logical. You're talking nonsense again. Bai Luoyan was a little anxious and hurriedly covered Chen Shang's mouth. But he stole a kiss, and was immediately ashamed. Bai Luoyan, the first time you meet your mother-in-law, how can you leave a good impression on her? Nasty, who is your mother-in-law? Bai Luoyan feigned anger. You want me to play your boyfriend? Isn't she my mother-in-law? Or, should I just confess to her and say that we are in an adopted relationship? Or do you say that the two of us already have raw rice? Mr. Chen, don't talk nonsense. Do not let's say, then call me a brother to hear. Chen Shang. Brother. Bai Luoyan covered her face, her ears were red. Since she was a child, she had never called any boy brother. At this moment, it was surprising to feel inexplicably ashamed. Ha, I won't tease you, let's go buy some gifts for our parents at that time. Bai Luoyan pondered for a moment and opened her mouth with some embarrassment. Brother Chen Shang, in fact, there's one more thing I want to discuss with you. What is it? I want to start preparing to set up a studio starting tomorrow to add some online business for my father's company. After all, we're in the midst of a live streaming bandwagon right now, so there won't be as much time for me, right? Well, that's why I wanted to discuss it with you. Bai Luoyan nodded with some embarrassment. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have made such an unreasonable request. People gave you $10,000 a day to accompany him. You're good, not only did you take a vacation on the first day, but you also want to busy yourself with your own business later. Isn't this taking people for a fool? Bai Luoyan saw that Chen Shang didn't say anything and hurriedly explained, I know that my request might be a bit excessive, but… Granted. Don't get angry first, just listen to me first. Bai Luoyan just wanted to continue explaining, suddenly reacted, and asked, somewhat unexpectedly. What did you just say? Chapter 41, Sleeping with Eyes Open is not considered sleeping. Chen Shang said with a calm face, I said, I will allow it. Why did you agree so painfully? Don't you want to ask why? Bai Luoyan asked with some doubt. Does it still need to be asked? Don't you just want to have a career of your own? She instantly felt as if Chen Shang was her confidant, understanding her true inner thoughts. At the same time, Chen Shang was like a kind old father. No matter what excessive demands the child made, he stood behind the child and silently supported him. Bai Luoyan's eyes were once again moist. Brother Chen Shang, you're so good to me, I don't even know how to thank you. Haven't you already thanked me? Not enough. Compared to how much you've helped me, those are far from enough. I didn't tell you that if I hadn't driven back that day, my parents would have been driven crazy by those debt collectors. Even me, all. Saying this, Bai Luoyan was already sobbing uncontrollably. There was nothing but gratitude in her eyes. Don't mention the past anymore. From tomorrow onwards, you'll be busy with your studio, and call me if you have any difficulties. Chen Shang said in a calm tone. It was hard to spend money to increase Bai Luoyan's favorability now anyway. It would be better to let her toss it around on her own. Regardless of whether it was successful or not in the end, it would be beneficial to herself. Successful. There was credit in it for herself. Failure. I will personally wipe her ass. It's like sending charcoal in the snow. Wouldn't it be a straightforward takedown at that time? Brother Chen Shang, thank you for considering my dignity. After Bai Luoyan finished speaking, she suddenly quickly lowered her head and kissed Chen Shang's forehead. Good eye you, how dare you sneak up on me? Then I have to return it. Chen Shang directly pulled Bai Luoyan into his arms. Bai Luoyan let out a pout and obediently opened her small mouth, allowing Chen Shang's face to come close to her. At this moment, Bai Luoyan completely lost her usual high spirits. It was like a gentle little lady in general. A few minutes later, Bai Luoyan gently pursed her lips and said somewhat shyly, my mom said that before a girl gets married, she can't sleep with a boy. This matter, don't let others know. Then if you let your mom know, what will happen? Chen Shang asked with a bad smile on his face. What won't happen? Bai Luoyan smiled playfully, besides just now I had my eyes open, not counting sleeping. I go. It can still be played like this? What's the difference between that and not counting if you bring it? Sure enough, girls' logic is indeed different from boys' logic. Brother Chen Shang, I'm going to take a shower. Bai Luoyan gave Chen Shang another kiss on the cheek and trotted away. Bai Luoyan favorability +2, current favorability 85. Looking at Bai Luoyan's white and smooth back and two long legs, Chen Shang couldn't help but take a deep breath. This devilish back, can anyone stand it? Hurriedly took out his cell phone and swiped shaky to divert his attention. It was at this time that a private message that had just been sent caught his attention. Chen Shang clicked on the private message and found that the other party was actually Li Sha. Brother, why didn't you come to play in Shasha's live room today? Shasha misses you a little. Oh, I'm a bit busy today. Chen Shang returned nonchalantly. This time was to look at the other party's attitude. If she was a bit more enthusiastic and took the initiative to stick up, then continue to brush gifts. If she was pretending to be noble, then it would be embarrassing. Shasha's live broadcast will start soon, can brother support Shasha? Chen Shang thought about it and then typed over a few words. Good, I'll go to your live room later to brush some gifts. Thank you brother, in fact, brother only needs to come to sister's live room to take a look, sister is satisfied. Li Sha's words were not entirely a lie. Chen Shang's current rank was already very high. Even if he only entered the live room without speaking, he could still cause a certain stir. Of course, swiping gifts was even better. Before long, Chen Shang's site showed that Li Sha was online. He casually clicked on the prompt, but it was only outside the live broadcast room. Welcome family members into Shasha's live broadcasting room. Shasha is a bit late today, I'm really sorry. Chen Shang tapped into the live broadcast room and sent out a carnival. Sasha saw Chen Shang and jumped straight up in excitement. Welcome Mr. Wang into the live broadcast room. May I ask Mr. Wang what he would like to see Sasha perform? Chen Shang suddenly thought that when he was at the bar, he heard a song called Fading Sorrows that was quite good, so he asked in the pop-up. Sasha, can you sing the song Fading Sorrows? Sasha nodded her head repeatedly when she saw it. Mao Superstar's Fading Sorrows is my specialty. I'll sing it for Mr. Wang now. Just as Sasha adjusted her equipment and was about to turn on the accompaniment, an anchor suddenly connected with Sasha. The fans in Sasha's live room exploded. I'll go, it's actually the anchor Coco who has more than 70 million fans. What, Coco, a big anchor ranked in the top 10 by Shakian, came to check out the room? This one called Coco is also well up, surprisingly connecting to our family Shasha. Chen Shang also knew something about this anchor called Coco. She was the female anchor with the most followers on Shake Tone, and her fan base even exceeded that of many super tier 1 stars. And not only was she pretty, she was also multi-talented. But her personality was slightly flamboyant. When Sasha saw the person coming, she was also somewhat flattered and said, Sister Coco, I didn't think you'd even connect me, I'm so happy. Coco on the other side looked like she had been drinking, nodded her head slightly and then said, look at your homepage, it says you can dance, why don't you give everyone a dance? Sasha said with some difficulty, sorry Coco, just now Mr. Wang asked me to sing a song for him, why don't you wait for me to finish before you dance? Hearing that Sasha had actually rejected Coco's request, Coco's fans couldn't sit still at once. No, gave you face didn't I? Damn, the opposite side is sick, right? Exactly. A little anchor with less than a million fans, our Coco letting you dance is giving you a chance to show off. But Coco didn't look as if she was angry and said in a calm tone, fine, wait until you finish singing. Sasha nodded and began to sing. But during her singing, most of the pop-ups were screaming curses. Singing like killing a pig, it's so hard to hear. That old guy called Mr. Wang really has no taste to order this song. Probably a dead fat pig, huh? Chen Shang instantly became a bit unsettled when he saw the pop-ups. What the hell did I invite you guys to do, why did I get scolded? After the song was finished, Coco said with a smile. Sasha, that was a good song. Just now, our fans said that they want me to PK with you, what do you think? Sister Coco, this is not good, right? You are the first sister of Shakian, where can I compare to you? Sasha said with some fear. What are you afraid of course I won't bully you. Why don't we just compare to ranking 1, what do you think? Sasha was in a difficult situation when Chen Shang, who was worried about spending money, sent her a private message. Don't be afraid, I'll help you, remember to set the time longer. When Sasha saw Chen Shang's private message, she didn't know why, but her heart was inexplicably much more solid. Sister Coco, I agree to PK with you. Sasha replied back in a calm tone. Chapter 42, A Pole Dance. When Coco heard that Sasha had actually agreed to her invitation, a flash of surprise appeared on her face. She had only casually said it, but she didn't expect the opposite side to actually follow through. It wasn't just Coco, even the fans on both sides felt that Sasha must be crazy. The person was an anchor with over 70 million followers, and the popularity of the live room had never come down past 100,000 plus. Just take out a big brother on the list, all of them are masters who throw away a lot of money. And Sasha is just an anchor with more than 900,000 fans. Even a day ago, Sasha's fans were still only 600,000. There were quite a few of Coco's fans that flooded into Sasha's live room. No way, you're a small anchor who's worthy of piking with my Coco? Now some of the small anchor there is a list of big brother does not know their own last name. The one called Mr. Wang, I've never heard of him before, I guess he doesn't have much strength. Mr. Wang, you'll just watch your family anchor get knocked down. Chen Shang laughed when he saw that there were surprisingly many provocative remarks in the pop-up screen. It's just as well that this time, the division will be able to allow me to brush more. Although the money that had been charged had not yet been spent, Chen Shang still clicked on the recharge interface and directly charged 300 million into his account. But the visible pop-ups were all urging the two to PK, and for a while, there was a feeling of riding a tiger. Although she usually PK'd with other anchors, she only played occasionally. And they were all PK'd with 10 million fan-level anchors, they had never PK'd with a small anchor like Sasha. But now that the arrow was on the string and had to be sent, she could only go on with her head. The big deal is that when the opposite side loses, they bring their fans to the opposite side of the anchor to compensate for some medical expenses. This matter will also be over. Coco laughed and said, Sasha, I heard your fans say that your big brother on the other side of the list swiped more than 200 carnivals for you last night. Quite powerful. It just so happens that he's in your live room right now. Let's PK to beat rank 1. I'm not really bullying you by virtue of having more people. Thanks to Sister Coco for understanding me. Sasha said respectfully. Then let's PK, 2 minutes, or 5 minutes. Coco pursued. Coco felt that if the time was too long, it would probably be too ugly for the opposite side to see the blood bar. How about 10 minutes? Sasha remembered Mr. Wang's words and set the time longer. Coco froze slightly, thinking that since she gave you a step and you won't come down, then don't blame me. Okay, 10 minutes then. However, the loser has to accept the punishment obediently. Coco drank a little bit of wine today, and after a while, she got a little carried away and continued to add. I see that some fans said that if anyone loses, the way of punishment is up to the winners list one. What do you think? Of course there's no problem, as long as it's in line with the platform rules, I'm fine with it. Sasha readily accepted the other party's opinion. Although she was not clear about Chen Shang's true strength, she felt that this was a good opportunity. Even if she lost, it was estimated that Mr. Wang would swipe quite a few gifts for herself and would even attract quite a few fans as a result. On the other side, Chen Shang, who was watching the live broadcast, did not feel that because the other party was a big anchor, Sasha would definitely lose. If the other party is comparing the total score, then the probability is that he is going to lose. After all, it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists, and a good man can't stand up to a lot of people. Even if one kept brushing the carnival, in case the big brother on the opposite side of the list or even the guild behind her anchor powered up together, one really wasn't sure to win. But only compared to the strength of the list one, that would be sorry, whoever comes will have to stand back. The speed at which one swiped gifts now was not what it used to be. Coco looked towards the camera and said to her fans in a calm tone, I hope our side is a little lighter, don't make the opposite side look too bad. After saying that, she tapped on the PK. The moment Coco tapped on PK, her live room gifts flew all over the place. Various gifts worth dozens of dollars, too many to see. The gifts of sports cars, Shaken 1, and Carnival, also continued. So as soon as she came up, Coco's score directly shook off Sasha by a large margin. And the gap between the two was getting bigger and bigger. Although the two were comparing the top one, the total score often represented the true strength of the anchor. Many of the fans on Coco's side were swiping gifts in order to cheer their anchor. Seeing that the PK had begun, Chen Shang didn't intentionally make a big deal out of it, and directly brushed up the carnival. AAA building materials Mr. Wang sent carnival? 1. AAA building materials Mr. Wang sent carnival? 2. Li Sha screen name Sasha favorability plus 25, current favorability 60. Sasha saw Chen Shang sending out carnivals one after another and said excitedly, Thank you, Mr. Wang, for sending out carnivals. Mr. Wang, let me give you a pole dance. With that, Sasha left her seat and began to perform a dance. Seeing that Chen Shang had sent out a few carnivals, the fans in Sasha's live broadcast room then dared to speak. Great, it's Mr. Wang. We're saved. Mr. Wang is awesome, them to death and make them look down on people. I can't stand that anchor called Coco, he's crazy all day long, I don't know how someone like that can have 70 million fans. Mr. Wang, make sure our Sasha doesn't lose, please. Mr. Wang, if we win can we let Sasha imitate the pussy empty air, come up with a move to feast on the 8 parties, hee. However, Sasha's live broadcast room brushed the most as boss confused off the sentence. Seeing the successive carnivals in Sasha's live room, the new fans in Coco's live room were directly confused. Most of them still didn't know that Chen Shang had swiped over 200 carnivals for Sasha last night. What's the situation on the other side? No wonder the other side dared to PK with Coco, so list 1 big brother has some strength. What's the point of brushing a few carnivals in one go, it's only good if the followers can keep up. That's right, can't you see that there are so many big brothers online in our live room? Ha, the opposite side of this can be miserable. Just like this, the fans of both sides began to tear each other apart. So much so that in the end, they all started to spray each other. Chen Shang was also too lazy to look at the pop-ups and just frantically swiped through the carnival. AAA building materials Mr. Wang sent out a carnival? 59. When Chen Shang sent the 60th carnival, Sasha's score unexpectedly caught up. The fans in Coco's livestream were instantly surprised. I'll go, who is this Mr. Wang, why is he so powerful? It seems like he swiped 200 carnivals each in Sasha's live room as well as another live room yesterday. What play flute? This is a proper big brother. It wasn't just the fans, even Coco was a bit flustered. Looking at the way things were going, it was likely that she would really lose. Coco lowered her head and quietly typed down a few words in the VIP fan group as well as the anchor group. Come to my live room quickly, I'm being Ed. Coco's VIP fan group was basically filled with fans above level 70, all of whom were tycoons or rich second-generation people she had worked with. The anchor group, on the other hand, were some of the disciples she had taken, most of which were anchors with millions of fans. There are even a few anchors that have more than 10 million fans. It wasn't long before Coco's live room was flooded with some higher-ranked fans and big anchors. Chapter 43, Wanting to Touch Chen Shang's Muscles. Seeing a number of big brothers on the list, as well as big anchors flooding into Coco's live room, the fans then let their hearts drop. Here comes the strongest fan base, we're saved. A cloud-piercing arrow, 1,000 armies come to meet us. Ha, first fat is not fat, later fat overwhelms Kong. Let the bullets fly for a while. Big Brother is here, this is a stable chicken. Those who had just entered Coco's live room basically knew what was going on based on the pop-ups. They were all a bit surprised that the opposite anchor, who didn't seem to be famous, would have such a strong Big Brother. So much so that the score had surpassed their own anchor. Thus, everyone joined the battlefield and began to brush up Coco's carnival. Soon, the gap between Coco and Sasha became smaller and smaller. The fans in Coco's live room climaxed when they saw the screen full of Carnival and Shaken 1, among others. Ha, know what strength means? This is strength. The people below, too, were all copying the same words on the screen. I don't know who said, isn't it playing list 1, what does it have to do with the total score? A single word woke up the dreamer. The fans who had newly entered the live broadcast room then realized that the original competition between the two sides was the strength of list 1. The crowd saw that the Carnival in Sasha's live broadcast room was all brushed by one person, and they were instantly nonplussed. The opposite side hasn't stopped, aren't we going to lose? Yeah, he hasn't stopped since he entered the live room and has already brushed over 300 carnivals. How many on our list 1? 50. Then it's not over. Not only the fans, but the several big brothers who entered Coco's live room at the back also stopped brushing their gifts. This was because they felt that there was no longer a need to brush. Even if the one called Mr. Wang stopped and didn't brush, it was impossible for him to brush more than 300 carnivals himself. Not to mention that the opposite side had no intention of stopping at all. Gradually, the score of Sasha's livestream caught up again. I'll go, Mr. Wang is one person single-handedly taking on a whole live room of people from the opposite side? You guys go together, our Mr. Wang is in a hurry. Mr. Wang is awesome. Voice breaking. After a long time, the PK finally ended. In total, Chen Shang had swiped over 1,000 carnival. Not only did the list 1 score crush the opposite side, even the total score was a bit higher than the opposite side. Sasha no longer knew how to express her excitement at this point. She covered her face as tears continued to pour out. I don't know whether it was because of excitement or emotion. Li Sha screen name Sasha favorability plus 15, current favorability 75. And the pop-ups on both sides exploded. Fans on both sides couldn't believe their eyes. An anchor with 900,000 fans had defeated Shake-In's first sister who had 70 million fans. The most surprising thing was that all of this was done almost by Chen Shang's own strength. By himself, he had fought against an entire live room on the opposite side. By Z speaks. Mr. Wang, I would like to worship you as the strongest on the earth. What's so great about 100,000 plus, it's still being rubbed on the ground by Mr. Wang. Willing to gamble, Coco accepts the punishment. Mr. Wang, give the opposite side some tough punishment. Let the opposite side turn off the beauty face and filters. Chen Shang saw that the PK was over before he stopped and glanced at the pop-ups. The most common thing said in the pop-ups was to tell Coco to turn off her beauty face and filters. Chen Shang shook off his sore fingers and typed a few lines on the screen. Dance on the shiatsu board, even if it's a punishment. Dancing on the shiatsu board was considered a relatively common punishment. For a big anchor like Coco, it was somewhat humiliating. But it was better than having her turn off her beauty face and filters. This was because Chen Shang had already looked at Coco's basic information. The face value rating was 88, which was a bit lower than by Luo Yan. Although it wasn't low among ordinary people. But for a top face value anchor like her, it wasn't considered high. Imagine that you one day saw your favorite celebrity who relied on her face value to eat, and her veiled appearance seemed to be no match for the beautiful woman beside her. Did you not feel a little disappointed? Having an anchor turn off her beauty face was like killing her parents. When the crowd saw Chen Shang's pop-up screen, they immediately shouted, Mr. Wang is a man of the sea. Coco was instantly relieved when she saw this punishment. If the opposite party really asked her to turn off her beauty face, she was really a bit terrified. If she didn't agree, then she couldn't afford to play and would be sprayed to death by black fans. If one agreed to turn off the beauty face, then one would definitely lose some of their fans. It was good that the other party was not being unreasonable. Well then, Coco is willing to gamble, this will be a dance for Mr. Wang. Just a moment. Not long after, Coco retrieved the dusty shiatsu board from the storeroom. This shiatsu board was one she had used when she first started out. One day, she PK'd with a big anchor and unexpectedly won against the opposite side by accident. It even made it to the hot search. Since then, she has been in the limelight. Until she became the first sister of Shaken with 70 million fans. Since then, she has never used this shiatsu board. I didn't expect that today, she lost to an anchor with 900,000 fans. Hey, the world is nothing but a giant straw man. Coco shook her head helplessly. I don't know when, but she seemed to have forgotten the way she came, becoming unimpressed and somewhat arrogant. It was only now that she realized the truth that the higher one stood, the worse one fell. In the past few years, how many big anchors with millions or even tens of millions of followers were just too arrogant and collapsed their houses? Coco suddenly felt like she understood a lot of truth.
She took a deep breath and began to dance on the shiatsu board with concentration, just as serious as she was when she only had tens of thousands of followers.
After a few minutes, Coco finally finished dancing. She didn't seem upset about losing the match, but instead chatted enthusiastically with Sasha across the room. She even mobilized her own fans to give the opposite side some attention. As Chen Shang listened to the two chatting, he felt sleepy and turned off his phone to huff and puff. The next day, Chen Shang only felt that his ears were a bit itchy, so he couldn't help but rub his ears with his hands. After slowly opening his eyes, he found Bai Luoyan unexpectedly squatting in front of his bed. She had one hand resting on her chin and one hand grasping a small strand of hair. It looked like she had just used the ends of her hair to tickle her ears. Bai Luoyan, you got up quite early? Chen Shang said as he sat up from the comforter and rubbed his eyes. Bai Luoyan blushed and lowered her head when she saw Chen Shang's 8-pack abs in perfect mermaid line. Chen Shang, I just had the guest room bring breakfast, do you want to eat some together? Sure, it just so happens that I'm a little hungry. Then you go wash up first, I'll go get your clothes. As she spoke, Bai Luoyan walked towards the closet. In her heart, she was secretly staggering, Chen Shang's body is too good. Why did she have the urge to touch it just now? One shouldn't really like this Chen Shang guy, right? After the two had breakfast, the two of them took a car back to school. In the car, Chen Shang was thinking about his next plan when he suddenly saw a private message sent over by Shakespeare on Shakespeare. Mr. Wang, do you have time in the next few days? Chapter 44 Sexy Anchor, Nationwide Flyable. Chen Shang thought about it, it just so happened that me Crisp and Bai Luoyan and the others had something to do in the past 2 days, and he was bored with idleness. How about developing with this anchor called Li Sha? Right now, Li Sha's favorability had risen to 75, which was considered high. These days aren't really busy, what's up? The opposite party replied back in almost a second. Mr. Wang's support for Sasha over the past 2 days has flattered Sasha. Sasha is resting today and would like to treat you to a meal, do you think it's convenient? Dinner? I see that the IP address on your homepage doesn't seem to be in the same city as me. It's okay Mr. Wang, I can come to you. Are you in Tianhai City right now? Yes. That's not too far, I'm in Magic City, it's just over an hour to take a plane there. When Chen Shang saw that Li Sha was going to come over by airplane, he suddenly remembered a saying. Sexy anchor, the whole country can fly. It seemed that as long as Big Brother gave enough, even big anchors had to give a few points of face. I remember a few years ago when the fish platform was very hot, Holudio Wuchilong and a few other Big Brothers had a roundtable. At this meeting, we exchanged learning materials, most of which are well-known female anchors' talent show. It can be said to be quite explosive. Mr. Wang, can you add WeChat? Li Sha sent a message again. Good. After Chen Shang added Li Sha's WeChat, he sent his address over. Soon after, Li Sha sent a WeChat message. Mr. Wang, because of last night's PK with Sister Coco, Shasha is now on the hot search. Oh really, congratulations then. Thanks to Mr. Wang's support. Actually, I went to find you this time because I also wanted to temporarily stop broadcasting for 2 days to relax. I'm afraid that this wave of traffic is too much and will easily backfire. Chen Shang couldn't help but think highly of this anchor named Li Sha after hearing this. After a general person suddenly burst into flames, they must be thinking of rushing to seize this wave of traffic and try to circle as many fans and money as possible. After all, the opportunity is fleeting. But Li Sha was surprisingly able to resist the temptation and chose to avoid the front line for the time being, which was indeed not simple. However, this was not difficult to understand. There were many rights and wrongs when people were popular. When an anchor suddenly exploded in popularity, not only would there be a group of people staring at you, there would also be a group of people digging into your past black history. Even if you make a small mistake, it will be infinitely magnified. Even peeping at your neighbor's bath when you were a child could be dug up. However, there was one thing that Chen Shang did not quite understand. It was reasonable to say that if Li Sha really wanted to suppress a wave of heat, shouldn't she be honestly staying at home at this time? Rushing to meet with herself as the big brother of List 1, wouldn't it be easier to collapse the house? The car stopped steadily in front of the school. After getting out of the car, Bai Luoyan looked at Chen Shang and said, Chen Shang, then I'll go back to the dormitory first, I'll open up the studio as soon as possible. Good, then I'll wait for your good news. Chen Shang said with a faint smile. Well, then I'm leaving, thank you for supporting me. Hurry up and go, don't be a mother-in-law. Bai Luoyan waved her hand and turned to leave. Chen Shang glanced at the time, it was just after 9 a.m. Should we no longer go find a place to spend some money? Although the general entertainment places were all open at night, he himself would really be a bit bored this time. When he was planning to take his cell phone to search for nearby entertainment places, Yi Zhiqiu suddenly sent a message. Chen Shang, can you go back to the rental room now? Chen Shang was a bit puzzled, Yi Zhiqiu basically hadn't sent a message to himself. What was going on today? Chen Shang quickly sent a message back. Okay Sister Autumn, I'll be right there. Afterwards, Chen Shang quickly walked towards the rental house. 10 minutes later. Chen Shang arrived at the entrance of the rental house and found that there were quite a few people in the house. When Yi Ziqiu saw Chen Shang, she walked over with a helpless face and said, "Chen Shang, I'm really sorry, you'll have to change your place of residence in the future." "Change place, why?" Chen Shang pursued with some doubt. At this time, the landlord's old lady came up in a huff and said, "If you're told to move, you move, where's all the nonsense? It's like this, my brother and sister-in-law's new house has been redecorated, and their family wants to move over. Because they have many family members, they can't live upstairs, so they can only live in this house." Yi Ziqiu patiently explained. "Oh, so that's how it is." Chen Shang nodded his head. Although he was a bit unhappy with the old lady's approach, he didn't want to make things too difficult for Yi Ziqiu. He was planning to move out himself anyway, so the big deal was to go to Mi Crisp's place to deal with it for a few days first. At this time, Yellow Hair, who was leaning against the doorway, looked at the old lady and asked, "Then what about our rent? How much are you going to refund?" The old lady skimmed her lips and said in a bad mood, "This month will expire in a few days, so what's the point of refunding it? Also, the deposit won't be refunded, consider it as the wear and tear of the furniture and the house. Look at the scratches you've gotten everywhere." The old lady carried a hand lamp and kept looking for places with scratches. "Damn it, dead old woman, try another ing one?" Yellow Hair pointed at the old lady with some anger and spat fiercely, saying, "If you dare not return my deposit, believe it or not, I will light the house on fire for you." The old lady was a little scared and took a few steps back, and said with some defiance, "You little punk, how can you talk? If you dare to point my house, I will call the police to arrest you. You think the old man is afraid of you, ah? Anyway, Lousy has nothing, Barefoot is not afraid of wearing shoes. The Yellow Hair looks like he is not afraid of the sky and the earth, and seems to not take the police seriously at all." Seeing this, the old lady was a bit scared. She gritted her teeth and said with a cold snort, "Fine, fine, the deposit is refunded to you guys, grab the time to move out from here today. Not just the deposit, but also this entire month's rent, who let you breach the contract in the first place? Also, I can't move out today, wait until I find a place to live," Huang Mao coldly said. The old lady didn't expect the opposite side to be so tough. But she felt that there was no rush anyway. As for the 1 month's rent, although she didn't want to return it, but was more afraid that Huang Mao would rely on her and not leave, so she loosened her tongue and said, "Alright then, all the money will be returned to you, but you move out as soon as possible." "Good, for the sake of Sister Chiu, I won't bother with you." Huang Mao snorted coldly and turned around with his girlfriend to go back inside. The old lady held her breath and looked at Yi Ziqiu and shouted, "What are you still standing here for? Why don't you hurry back upstairs? It's really bad luck for our old Yi family to have you as a scourge." Yi Ziqiu sighed helplessly and followed the old lady upstairs. Chen Shang just wanted to say, "Sister Chiu, I'll support you," but felt that the time was not ripe yet. If Sister Chiu was unwilling to leave, wouldn't he be subjecting her to more insults if he finished his sentence? She had implicitly said that although the Foster family had treated her badly, they had after all given her a bite to eat. When she had finished repaying the favor, she would naturally leave. Chen Shang knew that the human heart was complicated, and everyone had everyone's standard of being a human being, so naturally he didn't advise much. Chapter 45 about Shasha offline meeting. Chen Shang lay on the bed of his rental house and opened Shakian. The top several messages were almost all related to last night's PK. Shocking. Netflix Shasha Live Room surprised Big Brother, Wild Brush more than 1,000 Carnival, the reason behind. 70 million fans Shaken first sister, Coco, surprisingly lost to a million fans net red. 1 million fans overnight, another new star anchor is born. Mystery Man AAA Building Materials Mr. Wang, the secret behind the crazy consumption is. That night, the wealthy Mr. Wang entered my room. Chen Shang saw the last message and casually clicked it open. It turned out that the room referred to the live streaming room. Nowadays, the title dog is also too doggy, right? They would just post some eye-catching news. At first, I thought it was someone rumoring about him. Chen Shang shook his head helplessly. Sending a message to Mi Crisp and Li Sha respectively, he told them not to reveal their information for the time being. Afterward, he checked his account, and the total income had reached 7.2 billion. I'm tired of burning cylinders. This earning speed was too fast, wasn't it? It had only taken more than 2 days to earn more than 7 billion. This was still without reaching maximum efficiency. If the fire was on full blast and the 5 beauties were serving themselves day and night, it would have earned 4.32 billion at most. But if that was really the case, Chen Shang would instead feel meaningless. Wouldn't he be completely reduced to a money-making machine? Just as Chen Shang was about to close the live stream and play a game, Li Sha suddenly sent over a message. Mr. Wang, there's still half an hour before I land on my side. You can send messages on airplanes too? Chen Shang, who had never been on an airplane before, asked with some surprise. Hadn't he heard that cell phones had to be on flight mode on airplanes? I'm using the onboard Wi-Fi, it's possible to access the internet. Also, I saw Mr. Wang rewarding gifts to a few female anchors, hee hee hee. I just saw their dismal popularity and wanted to give them some encouragement. Mr. Wang is really helpful. By the way, Mr. Wang, can you drive here to pick me up? I'm afraid I'll be easily exposed if I throw myself around in a cab these days. Chen Shang was a bit speechless after hearing this. His own personal account was only a few $100s, how could he have the money to buy a car? In the past, he had an electric car, but let stealing Guevara steal the battery. But he couldn't say it directly. He couldn't say he didn't even have a car, could he? Thinking about it, Chen Shang replied, I don't know. Chen Shang replied back, I sent my car for maintenance, so when you get to the airport, let's just buy one in the neighborhood. Mr. Wang, this isn't too good, isn't it making you break the bank again? Li Sha said with some embarrassment. Spill the beans, it just so happens that I also want to buy another car. That's good, see you in a while, Mr. Wang. See you in a while. Chen Shang called an online taxi and got up to head downstairs. Half an hour later, Chen Shang arrived at Tianhai City Airport. I'm under a billboard at the T3 exit. Chen Shang took a picture of the billboard beside him and sent it to Li Sha. Okay, Mr. Wang, I'll be right there. A few minutes later, a woman wearing a mask and sunglasses walked out from the T3 exit. She looked at her cell phone while looking around, seemingly searching for something. It wasn't until she saw the billboard not far away and the figure next to it that she let out a long breath of relief. Phew, finally found it. Li Sha straightened her clothes and walked quickly towards the billboard. When approaching the billboard, she couldn't help but freeze. What's going on? Why is there a young man under the billboard? Could it be that there are other billboards around that are exactly the same? Li Sha looked around with some uncertainty and realized that there was no similar billboard. Gosh. Mr. Wang shouldn't be a young man, right? Thinking of this, Li Sha's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a bit. She imagined that Mr. Wang should be a greasy uncle with a big belly. It might even have gone bald. However, it was never expected. Not only was Mr. Wang young, he was also very handsome. How did one feel that the hunter had appeared in the form of prey? Jia. Li Sha took a deep breath and walked quickly towards Chen Shang. Hello, may I ask if it's Mr. Wang? Chen Shang looked up at the heavily armed woman. Although the other party could not see her appearance, she was still able to distinguish that this was a beautiful woman through the contours of her face and the aura on her body. Especially since she purposely wore a leotard today, which outlined her body perfectly, it looked like she didn't usually work out much. Are you Sasha? Well, I'm the anchor Sasha who asked you to meet. I can't imagine that Mr. Wang is so young. Mr. Wang is just a random screen name I came up with. Chen Shang sized up Li Sha and said with a smile, looks like you've done a good job of keeping your secret. It can't be helped, we internet celebrities are afraid of being secretly photographed. After saying that, Li Sha seemed to realize that she had said something wrong, and hurriedly explained, saying, Mr. Wang, I don't mean that. I'm afraid that someone will make an article about my private meeting with you, and it will have a bad impact on you. This little mouth of yours, quite capable of talking. Chen Shang was not angry. Mr. Wang, why don't we take a cab and then find a restaurant to chat? Seeing that Chen Shang didn't seem to have driven over, Li Sha felt that the other party was just talking casually when he said he was buying a car. I just found out from my cell phone that there is a Ferrari 4 store nearby, let's go there first. Ferrari? Li Sha couldn't help but exclaim in shock. That was a high-end model that could easily cost millions or even tens of millions of dollars. Li Sha thought carefully, this was really not a big deal for Mr. Wang. According to the statistics of enthusiastic netizens, Mr. Wang has brushed more than $6 million in the past 2 days just by brushing gifts in the Shaky and Live room. The key people brush very casually. After brushing gifts to a female anchor, designated some tasks, then slipped away. Not too much to stay in the female anchor live room. This kind of bold strength, ask who can compare. The two casually took a car and quickly came to the Ferrari 4 store. A sales saw the two and glanced at Li Sha with some surprise, then said with a smile, Welcome, may I ask which model you two would like to see? Let's take a spin first. When Chen Shang was in the car, he had only looked at a few random models on the internet and did not know much about them. The salesman took the duo on a gushing introduction of a few common models of Ferrari. But Chen Shang wasn't too satisfied with them. It wasn't that it wasn't pretty, but it was too cheap. After all, the only way to get more cash back later was to spend more. Chen Shang was a little tired of listening to it and opened the door to the sales and said, Forget it, you directly take me to see the most expensive car in your area. Chapter 46 Bloodline Suppression of Ms. Zhang. After hearing this, the salesperson said with some difficulty, Sir, sorry, the most expensive models I have just introduced. Chen Shang was a little disappointed after hearing this. However, he also knew that some special models needed to be specially booked and were not available in general Force stores. Seeing this, Li Sha on the side softly said, Mr. Wang, I think the Ferrari SF90 is a good car. My best friend has one, not only does it have a beautiful appearance, the driving experience is also great. Alright then, let's buy this one. Chen Shang had just planned to buy a Ferrari SF90 when a few young men in their 20s ran into the hall in a huff. Several gentlemen, may I ask how can I help you? A salesman hurriedly walked up and asked. Get lost and call your boss.
A young man with dyed red hair and earrings cursed angrily. The sales recognized the red-haired man in front of him as Zhang Chu Chao, the second son of the Zhang group.
Sales gulped and said somewhat timidly.
Young Zhang, our boss is having a meeting in his office, please wait a moment.
Damn it, let him get the hell out of here within a minute, otherwise I'll smash your store, believe it or not?
Zhang Chu Chao screamed viciously.
At the same time,
a few other spirit boys also took a few steps forward, holding various sticks.
It seemed like they were about to make a move in the next second.
The few sales in the store were instantly at a bit of a loss for words.
One of them pondered for a moment and took out his cell phone to make a call.
Not long after, a middle-aged man walked over, piling up the horizontal meat on his face and smilingly said,
Young Zhang, didn't we make it clear on the phone? It's not nice, but I still have to trouble you to run in person. Speak clearly, your mom said ah.
Zhang Chuchao took a step forward, pointing at the middle-aged man's nose and cursed, Chen Jinlai, you ing let's pretend with me, grab the money back to me.
Young Zhang, I really can't refund it.
Xian Jinlai spread his hands and said with some difficulty. As you know, the Ferrari F80 is a limited edition, there are only 3 quotas in China, and they are all in Hong Kong and Taiwan. I bought it with great difficulty, who am I going to sell it to if I return it? I don't care, I didn't even touch this car.
Mr. Zhang, you have to be reasonable, right? I've made a lot of connections to get this car for you. If you don't buy it, it won't be sold for a while. Then what do you say?
Zhang Chuchao's voice obviously weakened a few points.
Chen Jilai pondered for a moment, then said with a smile on his face, let's do it this way, that F80 cost a total of $48 million, after deducting $10 million in damages, I'll call you in 2 days with the remaining $38 million, what do you think about that? Damn, I didn't even touch that car, I directly lost $10 million? It's not like you don't know, this car cost close to $20 million just in markup and various taxes. I'm selling it to you at this price on the basis of my friendship with your father, and the average person may not be able to buy it with a price increase of $25 million. Zhang Chuchao couldn't accept this price at all, and gave a look to the few spiritual boys behind him. The people behind them understood and slowly walked up with various sticks. And right at this moment, out of nowhere, 5 security guards as well as 7 or 8 strong men in suits suddenly sprang out. All of them were on standby, with explosion-proof shields and riot batons. It seemed that they had long been prepared. Zhang Chuchao, don't ing force me, save yourself the embarrassment later. Xian Jilai looked like a different person, the horizontal meat on his face bulging out. Damn, it seems like you old dog had prepared for this. Brothers, hit me.
Zhang Chuchao took out a throwing stick from his bosom, opened it with a click and rushed towards Qian Jinlai.
Stop. A woman's bellowing voice suddenly came from the doorway. Following the voice, one could only see a tall woman wearing a black trench coat, stepping on her high heels and quickly walking towards the crowd.
Zhang Chuchao couldn't help but shiver when he heard the voice, and instantly shriveled up. He put down the shaking stick in his hand and turned around with a surprised face and said, Sister.
You, how did you come?
The tall woman didn't say anything and walked over to Zhang Chuchao and vigorously threw him a slap.
Snap.
The heavy slapping sound was particularly crisp in the quiet hall.
Sister, why are you hitting me?
Zhang Chuchao covered his face and asked with some aggression.
However, it could be seen that he seemed to have an innate fear of women. You say why, do you still think that the house is not messy enough right now? Sister, I just... Shut up.
Hearing this, Zhang Chuchao hurriedly shut her mouth, never daring to say another word. The tall woman blankly glanced at the several young guys next to her again. The crowd was so frightened that they hurriedly put down the weapons in their hands and involuntarily lowered their heads. Only then did the tall woman look at Qian Jinlai and said with a slight apology. Uncle Qian, I'm really sorry, we'll be responsible for all the damages in the store.
Miss Zhang is polite. Qian Jinlai laughed and immediately resumed his just face and said.
Young Zhang was just acting on impulse and didn't cause any damage to the store, so naturally there is no need for compensation.
That's good. The tall woman pondered a little, and asked in a deep voice, then you see that car, can you refund the money? Oops, this well.
Shen Jinlai touched his bald head, a difficult look, for the sake of Ms. Zhang's face, this car can only be refunded 40 million, which is already the biggest concession I have made. 40 million was already the highest price in Qian Jinlai's mind. He originally wanted to offer 38 million first, pull a few strings with Zhang Chuchao, and finally increase the money to 40 million. How did he know that Zhang Chuchao did not follow the rules and had to be persuaded back? The tall woman frowned and finally nodded, yes, but it needs to be paid today.
Sorry Ms. Zhang, I can't take out so much cash for a while.
How about this, 2 days later you guys bring the car ordering contract, then I'll transfer the money to you.
Xian Jilai, are you ing playing with me? You should know that my family is in urgent need of money right now, and can't wait 2 days at all. Zhang Chuchao was instantly on fire. Hey, I can't help it, even going to the bank to withdraw this much money still requires an appointment in advance. Xian Jinlai said with a difficult face. It could be seen that he wasn't excusing himself, but really needed some time. The atmosphere at the scene was momentarily cold to the extreme, as if the negotiations were at an impasse. At this time, Chen Shang, who had been standing on the side, suddenly said, "Why don't you sell me that car? It just so happens that I want to buy a supercar." Everyone in the hall could not help but look at Chen Shang in unison, their eyes filled with confusion. Chen Jinlai touched his big bald head and asked sales with some surprise, "This gentleman is?" "Oh, this is Mr. Wang, a guest who came to our store to buy a car." Back to the sales explained. Chen Jinlai laughed, Mr. Wang may not understand the ins and outs of the matter. The car that young Zhang wants to buy is a Ferrari F80, worth 48 million. Are you sure you want to buy it?" Zhang Chuqiao sized up Chen Shang and was a bit surprised for a moment. "Brother, you're joking, right?" He knew all the rich second generation in the entire Tianhai city. There was no way he had ever seen such a figure as Chen Shang. Could it be that the other party was trying to pretend in front of his girlfriend? "Of course I'm serious. If you don't believe me, I can make the payment now," Chen Shang said in a calm tone. Chapter 47 Zhang Zhang's Big Miss. With one sentence, everyone in the hall froze. "Where the hell did you get this brat from? How dare you say $48 million to make a payment on the spot?" Even Li Sha looked at Chen Shang with some disbelief. "Mr. Wang, you have to think clearly. Transferring money can be different from swiping gifts, but there are quite a few restrictions." "Don't worry, I know in my heart." Li Sha no longer said anything more, but she was still a bit vain. Chen Shang did have money. But it wasn't an easy thing to swipe so much money at once, was it? The owner of the 4S store and the one called Zhang Xiao didn't look like good guys. If he couldn't get the money later, he would be in trouble. On the side of the old man, Chen Jinlai touched his bald head, said with a smile on his face, "Hee, since Mr. Wang sincerely wants to buy it, let's just transfer the money directly to young Zhang and save the trouble." What he was thinking in his mind was that Zhang Chuqiao paid with the Zhang Group company account. It was considered clean money. The Chen Shang in front of him, on the other hand, he didn't understand at all. Not to mention whether he actually had money or not. Even if he did have money, he was afraid that the funds would come from an unknown source. Chen Shang looked towards Zhang Chuqiao and spoke faintly, "Then, I'll transfer the money directly to you?" This. A sentence, to Zhang Chuqiao dry confused. To say that normally, he would just think that someone was playing a trick on him, and would definitely beat him up violently. In Tianhai City, how many young people were able to casually come up with half a small target to buy a car? Even if there were those few, they were all people he knew. But now, he was somewhat hesitant. The Zhang family was in dire need of money now, and he was unwilling to let go of even the slightest opportunity. In the crowd, the tall woman slowly walked up. "Mr. Wang, you just said that you want to buy that $48 million Ferrari F80, is that true?" The tall woman also purposely emphasized the 48 million. "Of course it's true. In front of so many people, would I just joke around?" After Chen Shang finished speaking, he also glanced at Zhang Chuqiao and the boss. The tall woman thought carefully and felt that Chen Shang did not look like he was joking. Originally, there were already swords drawn and fists rubbing between the two sides right now. Who would make a fool of themselves and give everyone a joke at this juncture? This was not lighting a lantern in a dung pit, looking for death. The tall woman's eyebrows stretched out and her tone eased a few points. "Hello Mr. Wang, let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Lingji, the vice president of the Zhang Group in Tianhai City. Please forgive me for offending, can I reveal your identity? If you can really buy that car, I will definitely have my father personally pay a visit." Chen Shang did not answer straight away, but smiled and said, "You are welcome. Originally I also happen to need a sports car, it is not considered a big favor." Zhang Lingji instantly gained a few favorable feelings towards Chen Shang. At the same time, she also knew that the other party was unwilling to reveal his true identity. "That's good. When do you think it's convenient? I'll drive you to the remittance procedure." "No need to be so troublesome, give me your bank account and I'll transfer it to you directly." After one sentence, the entire room was shocked. Zhang Chuqiao couldn't hold back after a moment of silence. "No, dude, are you making a scene? Purely taking us for size cute. You think that's hundreds of thousands of dollars? You think that's a few $100,000 and you're turning it on the spot? Why don't you say that you have billions of cash and you still don't have a limit?" Chen Jinlai, who was quietly watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but snort coldly and said that he had guessed correctly. How could this guy casually afford a Ferrari F80? This is purely in front of his girlfriend to pretend to be too much. Chen Jinlai gave the security team behind him a look. The latter understood and did not move to block the exit direction. Let's see where you run this time." Zhang Lingji held back the dissatisfaction in her heart and continued to pursue, "Mr. Wang, you're not joking, right? How is it possible to transfer such a large amount of money casually? If you believe me, give me the account. If you don't believe me, I don't bother wasting my time here," Chen Shang said in a somewhat unpleasant tone. He could sort of see that the more he gave the opposite side a good face, the opposite side instead believed him even less. "Mr. Wang, I don't mean that. Zhang Lingji thought for a moment and took out a bank card from her bag and handed it to Chen Shang. This is our subsidiary's account, which has always been managed by me. Chen Shang took the bank card and pulled out his cell phone to start transferring money. All right. After the operation was completed, Chen Shang handed the card back to Zhang Lingji. The air in the entire hall seemed to freeze once again. Everyone threw their gazes at Zhang Lingji in unison, observing the other party's reaction. Zhang Lingji took out her cell phone and forced herself to check the messages. However, the bank alert text message never seemed to be sent over. 1 second, 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds. 10 seconds passed. Sister, have the funds arrived? Zhang Chu Chao came over and asked in an anxious tone. It hasn't arrived. Yet, Zhang Lingji shook her head and said, thinking that she had really overthought it, how could the other party have transferred so much money at once? This can't be a trick on us, right? Zhang Chu Chao was also a bit puzzled and couldn't help but clench her fists. Ding! A text message from the bank was suddenly received on the cell phone. Zhang Chu Chao opened his mouth wide and couldn't help but read out the content of the text message. Your account with the tail number 8888 has received an income amount of 10, 100, 1000. Million, 10 million. 50 million. Surprisingly received $50 million. At this moment, Zhang Chu Chao could no longer be described as excited. He couldn't help but hold Chen Shang's hand and shouted excitedly, Big brother. No, righteous father. You are truly my righteous father. Zhang Lingji also felt as if it was a little difficult to breathe at the moment. Unexpectedly, the other party had directly transferred $50 million. And it was still transferred through a personal account. She repeatedly checked the text message to confirm that there was no problem, and after taking a deep breath, she said, Mr. Wang, why did you transfer an additional 2 million? Oh, I like this car better, so I'll make it up to you guys. Chen Shang said in a calm tone. Righteous father is atmospheric. Zhang Chu Chao couldn't help but give a thumbs up and bragged back and forth. Young Master Zhang, weren't you guys planning to beat me up just now? Chen Shang narrowed his eyes and asked. This? Mr. Wang, you heard wrong, right? Zhang Chu Chao looked at his little brother with an angry face. Who the hell just said they were going to beat up Mr. Wang? Stand out for me. Forget it, I won't bother with you this time. Chen Shang looked to Qian Jinlai on the side and spoke blandly, Boss Qian, the car can be driven away today, right? Yes, of course. Chen Jinlai turned to look at the several security guards beside him and said loudly, You guys go and drive the crate over here, grow the up. Yes, boss. Several security guards quickly ran towards the corner of the hall. Chen Jinlai then instructed a few sales, What are you waiting for? Quickly go draw up a contract for Mr. Wang. Yes. Boss. A minute later, a panel truck slowly drove over. On top of it was a fiery red supercar, precisely the Ferrari F80. The gazes of the crowd were all attracted by this supercar that was like a flame. The perfect curve of the lines and the full and wide rear wheel brows gave people a wild feeling. The security guard skillfully removed the Ferrari F80 from the crate and then stood aside with a straight body. Mr. Wang, this is the contract, you only need to sign it and this car can be driven away. Chen Jinlai bowed down slightly and said with a fawning face. Chen Shang took the contract but did not sign it. Instead, he handed it to Li Sha, who had not dared to breathe a single breath the entire time. Sha, this car will be temporarily registered under your name. Chapter 48, The $50 Million Ferrari. Li Sha couldn't help but tremble after hearing this and couldn't believe her ears. Mr. Wang, are you really going to register this $50 million Ferrari? Under my name? She was both a little excited and a little uneasy at the same time. How could anyone give a Ferrari on their first meeting? And it was still a $50 million F80. That's right, I've already paid for it, what are you afraid of? Chen Shang ambushed Li Shazir and said in an elusive tone, My identity is special, so this car will be temporarily registered under your name. When Li Sha heard the words special identity, she couldn't help but shiver. Could it be that the other party was not a rich second generation, but an official second generation? In that case, wouldn't he have a backer? No wonder he had such great authority to transfer 50 million at once. No wonder he spends money like water. No wonder he hides so deeply. It turned out that he was a person with an extremely powerful background. Thinking for a moment, Li Sha took a breath and gently nodded. Then, this car will be temporarily registered in my name, and will be transferred later when it is convenient for Mr. Chen Wang. Saying that, Li Sha signed her name on the contract. Li Sha favorability plus 10, current favorability 85. At this time, Chen Jinlai came forward with a business card. Mr. Wang, this is my business card. If you need to buy a car in the future, you can always find me. I don't just have Ferraris here, but also Lamborghinis, Koenigsegg's, and many other supercars. Chen Shang took the business card and nodded. Okay, Boss Qian, I'll look for you to buy cars in the future. You're welcome, Mr. Wang, it should be me thanking you for taking care of my business. This is the car key, the temporary license plate has been put on the car. Chen Jinlai said very politely. Chen Sheng took the car keys, looked at Li Sha and said, "You drive." Although he could drive, he had never driven a sports car. He was afraid that if he couldn't even find the gas pedal in a while, wouldn't it be a shame? "Okay, but I have to get used to it a little," Liza said as she took the car keys. She had driven multiple models of Ferrari, so she was fairly familiar with it. As she spoke, Li Sha opened the butterfly wing-shaped scissor doors. "Mr. Wang, please get in," Li Sha said in a soft voice. Chen Sheng bent down and got into the passenger side. "Mr. Wang, please wait." Seeing that Chen Sheng was about to leave, Zhang Lingji quickly walked to his side and bent down respectfully. "Mr. Wang, thanks to your help this time. Is it convenient to leave a contact information?" "Okay, then you sweep me." Chen Sheng opened WeChat and said, "Thank you, Mr. Wang, for understanding." Zhang Lingji breathed a sigh of relief and opened WeChat to sweep. Ding! Zhang Lingji favorability plus 25, current favorability 35, is she bound to goddess number 8? Name, Zhang Lingji. Face value, 91 points. Age, 23. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Number of relationships, 0. Favorability, 35. Bind. Chen Sheng said silently in his heart. "Mr. Wang, let me add you on WeChat as well. I see that we're about the same age, maybe we can work together in the future." Without waiting for Chen Sheng to speak, Zhang Chuchao had already added it successfully. What a first cut. Zhang Lingji gave Zhang Chuchao a big blank stare. However, seeing that Chen Sheng did not seem angry, she did not say anything more. Zhang Chuchao glanced at the passing tip and said playfully, "Mr. Wang, when I'm done with this rush, I'll definitely treat you to a drink." "Good, then we'll talk about it then." Chen Sheng nodded and said. Based on the principle of multiple friends and multiple paths, Chen Sheng also wanted to get acquainted with the second generation of Tianhai City through Zhang Chuchao. After all, they played with flowers and could introduce themselves to quite a few fun places. Boom! The roar of the engine sounded, giving a very shocking feeling. After familiarizing herself with the construction of the cab, Li Sha started the car and quickly scurried out. "Sister-in-law, tread lightly." Zhang Chuchao's eyes were red as he looked at the Ferrari F80, it was like his daughter-in-law had been taken away. The key was still through a reasonable and legal way. One can only stand in place helplessly, watching the other party stand up and stomp. After leaving the Ford's store, Li Sha glanced at Chen Sheng and said with a smile, "I can't believe that Mr. Wang is so powerful. It seems that I have made the right bet this time." "What do you mean by that?" Chen Sheng asked curiously. "Actually, I came here this time because I want to talk to Mr. Wang about cooperation." "What kind of cooperation?" "After last night's explosion, a number of media companies called me early in the morning, wanting to sign with me. But they were all rejected by me because I want to set up my own media company so that I can take my fate into my own hands. Moreover, I can also rely on the media company to attract more anchors, which will help my live broadcasting career even more." Liza patiently explained. "You're here to find me to pull investments? It's true that nothing can be hidden from Mr. Wang." "That's right, I want Mr. Wang to invest a sum of money in me. Investing, it's a very simple thing for me. However, what makes you think that I will definitely help you?" A meaningful smile appeared on Chen Sheng's face. "Because Mr. Wang didn't hesitate to swipe more than 1,300 carnival for me." Li Sha looked at Chen Sheng and smiled sweetly, saying, "There is no love in this world without a reason. Mr. Wang swiped so many gifts for me, so he must have something in mind for me, right?" Chen Sheng froze, then said smoothly, "This was all guessed by you?" "That's natural, I'm still quite confident in my body and looks." This was not that Li Sha was selling herself short. Her face value was indeed considered to be very capable amongst a group of anchors. It wasn't even inferior to some stars. As for the figure, since she often worked out and practiced yoga, her figure was very exaggerated. So much so that most of the steering wheel was now pressed. After a short silence, Li Sha said in a serious tone, "Mr. Wang, I want you to invest $5 million in me. The media company will be fully represented by me, no need for you to contribute. As for the shares, you hold 90% of the shares, what do you think?" "I don't think so." Chen Sheng shook his head and said. "Then does Mr. Wang feel that the investment is too much, or the shareholding is too low?" Li Sha asked with some confusion. She originally wanted Chen Sheng to invest $3 million. However, seeing that Chen Sheng was so generous, he temporarily added $2 million. "I don't know much about media companies, I'll invest $20 million for you. However, you have to perform well in the future." Li Sha slammed on the brakes, almost kneeling on the spot. "Mr. Wang, your request is that simple?" "It's that simple." At this moment, Li Sha's eyes were a little moist. Since she was a child, there hadn't been a man who had been so good to her. Li Sha wiped her tears, lightly bit her lips, and said with a shy face, "Mr. Wang, you're so good to Shasha, Shasha can't repay you. Why don't we find a place to have a good chat?" "Good, let's have a good chat about cooperation. If you perform well, I can even make additional investments. Don't worry, Mr. Wang.
Li Sha guffawed and continued to drive towards the front.
Chapter 49, Zhang is going to die. Tianhai City, Zhang's group. Inside the conference room.
A middle-aged man close to 50 years old sat at the chief and violently slammed a file on the table. You bunch of losers, the group is now in such a big trouble, and you guys don't have any solution at all?
The person who spoke was named Zhang Shichang, the chairman of Zhang Group. The crowd couldn't help but shiver, looking like they wanted to speak.
In the end, a bald man looked at Zhang Shichang and sighed. Big brother, it's not like you don't know that we've offended the Zhao family, the big family in Tianhai City, and the other companies don't dare to offer help to us at all. With the bald man leading the way, the others also chimed in. Yes, Mr. Zhang, even the banks have withdrawn their loans in advance, we don't have any liquidity at all. Not only that, one by one, the companies we cooperated with have dissolved their cooperation with Zhang Group, no one is willing to help us at all. And our batch of payment for goods, they just won't give it, and said they would sue wherever they like.
Outrageous.
Zhang Shichang slammed the table, forcing his anger to look at a young man wearing glasses. Chubai, how is it on your side? The name of the man with glasses was Zhang Chubai, the eldest son of the Zhang clan group. He was also the future heir of the Zhang clan group. Zhang Chubai let out a light sigh and shook his head. Dad, the progress on my side isn't going well either.
The Zhao family side is dead set on not seeing me. Humph. The Zhao family is simply too deceitful.
Zhang Shichang slammed his fist on the table, too angry to speak.
The entire conference room once again fell into silence.
Dismiss the meeting. Zhang Shichang slumped helplessly in his chair, instantly aging a few years. The crowd looked at each other and left helplessly after glancing at Zhang Shichang.
In the end,
only Zhang Chubai and bald head remained. Zhang Shichang rubbed his temples like a deflated leather ball and muttered, could it be that my Zhang family is really going to die?
Zhang Chubai pondered for a moment.
Dad, perhaps we have one last way.
What way?
Zhang Shichang suddenly straightened his body and asked. Have Chu Qiao apologize to the Zhao family in public and have Lingji agree to a marriage contract with the Zhao family?
Chubai is right. Baldhead followed Zhang Chubai's words down the line and said.
Big brother, I think it's reasonable to have Chu Qiao apologize. After all, Chu Qiao beat up the Zhao family's third son in front of so many people. In addition, the Zhao family belongs to a big family in Tianhai City. Being able to climb in laws with the Zhao family is also considered an opportunity for our Zhang group.
Damn, why don't you let your daughter Lingju marry the Zhao family?
Zhang Shichang cursed unhappily.
I would like to, but people don't see my girl.
The bald head spread his hands resentfully. His own daughter, Zhang Lingju, was over 200 pounds. Usually, she also often mixed in nightclubs and had a fling with many male models. There were 7 or 8 male models that Bright played bad. For a big family like the Zhao family, people simply couldn't look at their own girl. Zhang Shichang was silent for a moment and let out a heavy sigh.
It seems that this is the only way.
Just at this moment, a knock suddenly sounded at the door.
Enter.
Zhang Lingji and Zhang Chuqiao entered the conference room one after the other.
Well, did you get the money back?
Zhang Shichang got up and asked anxiously.
Aha.
Zhang Lingji nodded. Dad, I just called you and second uncle and never got through, so I rushed straight over. Oh, I had everyone mute their cell phones.
Zhang Shichang continued to ask, how much money did you get back this time? Is there 40 million? Took back 5,000 million.
Zhang Lingji slowly opened her mouth.
What?
The muscles on Zhang Shichang's face were twitching as he asked incredulously, how could that old man Qian Ji Lai be so kind? Not only did he return all the money, but he also gave an extra 2 million. At that time, I personally called him and that old guy said that he could only refund up to 40 million. That car wasn't refunded, it was bought by someone called Mr. Wang. That Mr. Wang transferred the money to me on the spot.
A one-time transfer of 50 million, which Wang family in Tianhai City has such a big hand?
The bald head couldn't help but interject. I've already sent someone to check, the source of funds is clean, but I can't find out the specific account.
There's even this?
Zhang Shichang held his chin and thought for a while, then shook his head. Forget it, let's put this matter aside first. I'll personally thank that Mr. Wang after this period of time.
Dad, how much shortfall is there in our company's capital? Zhang Lingji asked with a worried expression. Hey, we just had a meeting to discuss it, and we're still 100 million short. 100 million? Doesn't that mean that no company or bank is willing to help us?
Yeah. Now the Zhao family has already put out the word that whoever dares to help us is against their Zhao family and will cut off all business dealings with the other party in the future. The bald head explained with a despondent face. Zhang Lingji sat on her chair with her, but after hearing this, her face was ashen. She had thought that with this 50 million, plus a bank loan, or borrowing some from other big families, it would be almost enough. However, now the company had even reached the point of survival. Zhang Chuqiao, who hadn't opened his mouth, pondered for a moment and came forward with a wince.
Dad, then how about mortgaging our villa and company? Chuqiao, you offended the Zhao family, who would be willing to lend us money now?
Zhang Chubai said in a cold tone.
Zhang Shichang was once again aroused to anger and slammed a file at Zhang Chuchao, shouting furiously. Rubbish thing! How dare you go behind my back and secretly use the company's money to buy a Ferrari? In addition to being a loser all these years, which bit of you compares to your big brother? Dad, Don't call me dad, call positions during meetings. Zhang Chuchao gritted his teeth and argued in a small voice, Mr. Zhang, didn't I buy the car because I wanted to pull strings for my family? The son of the Li family in Magic City has always wanted to buy a Ferrari F80. Didn't I think of buying that car for 48 million and selling it to him for 50 million? I could make some money and befriend him. Who knows that the car just arrived and that dog even said he didn't want it. Zhang Shichang snorted coldly and continued, this time, if it wasn't for you beating up the third son of the Zhao family in front of the many great families in Tianhai City at the banquet, could our Zhang family have gotten into this crisis? That dead fat pig even dared to molest my sister in public and asked my sister to marry him. If I don't beat him up, am I still considered a man of the Zhang family? Zhang Chuchao said with an aggrieved face. How dare you talk back? Zhang Shichang gave Zhang Chuchao a slap on the face and angrily scolded, a waste of space who can't accomplish anything, get out of here. Zhang Chuchao just wanted to say something, but seeing Zhang Lingji shaking her head towards herself, she eventually swallowed her words back raw. Turning around, he walked towards the door. At this moment, a middle-aged woman, dressed very gorgeously, walked in through the door. Chapter 50 Zhang Zhang is alive again. The name of the visitor was Zhou Giju, Zhang Shichang's wife. She rolled her eyes at Zhang Chuchao and twisted her body to enter the conference room. Any progress today? Zhang Chubai shook his head helplessly. Mom, together with the 50 million that just arrived, we've only scraped together 100 million now, and there's still a gap of 100 million. What, there's still 100 million short? Then won't our Zhang family be completely finished? God damn it, I blame that little brat Zhang Chuchao. Hearing her own mother Zhou Giju shouting curses, Zhang Lingji frowned and said with some displeasure. Mom, Chuchao also moved to help me out. You dead girl, why is your elbow still turned outwards? How is this considered turning outwards? Chuchao is also dad's son. I don't recognize that little bastard as my family. Zhou Giju wrapped her arms around her chest and scolded. Enough. Zhang Shichang slammed the table and said sternly, this is not the time to discuss this, it's better to think about how to tide over the difficulties in front of us. What else can be done? Zhou Giju looked towards Zhang Lingji and shouted at the top of her voice, is it that hard to let you marry the third son of the Zhao family? Our family's marriage with the Zhao family is already a high climber. I'm not marrying, if you want to marry, you marry yourself. You dead girl, how can you talk to mom? Zhou Giju was about to explode with anger. At this time, Zhang Chuchao, who had been standing outside the door, walked into the house and slowly spoke, I know there is another person who might be able to help our family. Who? The crowd asked almost in unison. It's the general manager Wang that we met today. Zhou Giju wrapped her arms around her chest, skimmed her mouth and said, Zhang Chuchao, you kids still don't think the family is messy enough? That one called General Manager Wang, people simply don't know us, how could they help us? How can we know if we don't try? Zhang Chuchao said with some faint-heartedness. In reality, he didn't quite believe that Chen Shang would help the Zhang family either. People didn't have any business dealings with his family at all. But now, could only treat a dead horse as a living horse. Zhang Chuchao took a deep breath and opened his cell phone WeChat. Road. Li Sha hesitated for a moment and finally opened her mouth. Mr. Wang, I have an unkind request, I don't know how to tell you. Say it and see. Chen Sheng put down his cell phone and said. It's that I've just been on the hot search now, and if I'm photographed, it's likely to cause me great trouble. I wonder if Mr. Wang can take me to your house? After saying that, Li Sha also felt that she was a bit abrupt. You don't even know where the person lives and who they live with, and you're planning to go to the other person's house rashly? In case the person has a real girlfriend, aren't you looking for death? Shen Sheng was also stumped. In addition to the school dormitory, he only had a rental house left. Not to mention whether or not there would be old ladies in the rental house. Even if there was no one, what would Li Sha think if he brought her there? Mr. Wang, who spends money like gold, is living in a hut of less than 10 square meters? I'm afraid this isn't a fraud, right? My home is not in Tianhai City, why don't I buy you a suite here? Buy a suite? Yes, so that in the future, I will also have a place to live here, I don't have to stay in a hotel all the time. Li Sha was directly stunned. What kind of big brother was the other party in the end? Buying a car and a house was as simple as drinking water. Her career suddenly loosened up. In the future, if she followed her big brother every day and ate and drank spicy food, she would still live broadcast off? But these were just thoughts. Since Mr. Wang wants to buy it, then I'm naturally very willing. Li Sha pursed her lips and smiled. Good, I'll ask. Chen Sheng took out his cell phone and called Xiao Zhou, the real estate agent from last time. It didn't take long for the call to connect. Brother, what are you looking for me for? Brother, do you still have any villas for sale there, preferably the turnkey kind? Brother, I'm really sorry, I only have a few rough houses here at the moment. I do have a villa that can be moved into, but I have to wait for the owner to move out next month before I can see it. In that case, that's all for now then, you get busy first. Chen Shang hung up the phone and prepared to look for it from his cell phone software. Just then, an unfamiliar WeChat call came over. The nickname was Dashing Brother. Who is Dashing Brother? Why don't I have any impression? Chen Shang pondered slightly and picked up the call. Hello. The person on the opposite side was obviously a little excited and said in a respectful voice, "Hello Mr. Wang, I am Zhang Chu Chao who met you by chance at the Ferrari Force store today." "Oh, it's you. What's the matter?" "It's like this. I see that Mr. Wang is a pain in the ass and would like to become a business partner with Mr. Wang. I wonder if Mr. Wang is interested?" "Doing business? Not interested." Chen Shang decisively rejected the other party. He only had a few $100s in his pocket, how could he have money to do business? Hearing that Mr. Wang on the other side of the phone had rejected Zhang Chu Chao, Zhou Giju couldn't help but be sarcastic. "I've long said that you are a thing that is not enough to make things happen, only met once and want to cooperate with others, really take them as a wrongdoer ah?" Zhang Chu Chao, however, was still unwilling to give up and said with a pleading tone, "Mr. Wang, truth be told, our Zhang family is in trouble. I want Mr. Wang to support our family with a sum of money. We can mortgage our company and villa to you. When our Zhang family gets through the hard times, we will definitely not let you, Mr. Wang, work hard for nothing." Hearing this, Chen Shang only slightly raised his interest. "I am a little interested in the villa you mentioned. Where is your family's villa located?" Zhang Chu Chao was obviously stunned, then said with a joyful face, "My family has 2 sets of Riverview villas, right in the White Heron Riverside district." Chen Shang checked with his cell phone and felt that the villas in White Heron Riverside were indeed quite suitable for him. It wasn't too far from his school, and there were quite a lot of entertainment places around. "Good, send me the location, I'll go take a look later." "Hey, thanks Mr. Wang." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chu Chao excitedly looked at the crowd and said, "It worked. Mr. Wang said he wants to take a look at the villa. Surprisingly so painfully quick?" Zhang Shichang couldn't believe his ears. He pondered for a moment and finally looked at Zhang Lingji and said, "Lingji, I won't step in, your second uncle and I will go to Mordor, we need to make 2 preparations. You and Chu Chao go and receive Mr. Wang." Zhou Giju on the side hurriedly gave Zhang Chubai a wink. Zhang Chubai understood. Stepping forward, he said, "Dad, I'll go with them, in case the 2 of them don't entertain well and anger Mr. Wang. Not only will the villa not be sold, but maybe the money for the car will have to be returned." "Good, make sure to get this done, even if the villa is cheaper by a few million, it doesn't matter." "Don't worry, Dad, I'll take care of it." Zhang Chubai patted Zhang Chu Chao's shoulder and said with a smile, "Let's go Chu Chao, take me to meet General Manager Wang." Chapter 51, There Are Still Experts. White Heron Riverside Neighborhood. A fiery red Ferrari F80 came from the distance and stopped at the door with a creak. The young security guard at the entrance was stunned, then ran over with quick steps. The heart was flooded with mutterings. "This car seems like it has not been seen before. Could it be that some owner just bought a car? Or is it a friend of the owner?" When he was about to open his mouth to ask, the 3 people who had been standing at the door took the lead in welcoming them. Behind the 3 people, there was also a group of attendants. "Mr. Wang, you're here?" Zhang Chubai walked to the co-pilot's seat and bent down with a fawning look. "Are you here?" Chen Shang rolled down the window and spoke in confusion. "I'm Zhang Chubai, the president of Zhang Group. Mr. Wang, he is my brother." Seeing Chen Shang's face full of confusion, Zhang Chu Chao bent down and showed his teeth and said, "Mr. Wang, let's take you to see the villa?" "Good." Under the leadership of Zhang Chu Chao and the others, Chen Shang arrived in the courtyard of a villa. This villa looked even better than the one in Tang Palace Villa. In particular, the spacious courtyard was well taken care of. "This courtyard looks good." Chen Shang smiled and praised. "That's natural, although this villa is not inhabited for the time being, but we often send people over to clean it. Go take a look inside." "Okay, come on Mr. Wang, please." Zhang Chu Chao made a gesture of invitation. However, when he turned around and inadvertently saw Li Sha, there was some doubt in his heart. This girl had never shown her face from beginning to end. Could it be Mr. Wang's assistant? Or is it a mistress? But he didn't dare to ask in detail. Entering the interior of the villa, it instantly gave a feeling of opulence. Whether it was the luxurious furniture or the shiny marble, it all revealed one word: expensive. Chen Shang nodded with satisfaction. "It looks pretty good, I'll take this villa." Zhang Chu Chao and Zhang Lingji looked at each other. "No, Mr. Wang, you won't look at it anymore?" Zhang Chu Chao asked with a surprised face. "There's no need to look at it. If you like something at first sight, then you like it. The more you try to pick faults, the more faults there are. I can't imagine that Mr. Wang is so young and his speech is so deafening. It's really strange, even though I can't understand it, how come I have a feeling of enlightenment? Admirable, admirable." Zhang Chu Chao could not help but give a thumbs up. Chen Shang waved his hand, signaling Zhang Chu Chao to stop. Although this kid looked a bit oily. But for some reason, it felt like he was much smoother than the well-mannered Zhang Chubai. How much is this villa? Chen Sheng asked. In one sentence, the three people on the other side were all confused. The other party did not follow the rules at all. Shouldn't they ask for the price first, then nitpick and press the price? Why is buying a villa like buying cabbages? Zhang Lingji came forward and said, Mr. Wang, when we bought this villa, we spent more than 70 million, and spent another 8 million on decoration. Although the price of housing has slumped recently, this is a Riverview villa, the floor area is more than 800 square feet, and there is a 280 square feet yard, the view and lighting. Tell me directly how much. Zhang Lingji froze, then whispered, 70 million, if you think the price is not suitable, you can still. Deal. The three people on the opposite side were once again petrified. This is a deal? I'm a bit embarrassed if you don't cut the price. How could they know that Chen Sheng's purpose was not only to buy the villa, but also to send Zhang Lingji a favor? After all, she was now her number 8 goddess. Ha ha, Mr. Wang is indeed a generous man. Zhang Chubai turned to his entourage and said, bring over the house book and the bank card for the company account. No need to be so troublesome. Chen Sheng pulled out his cell phone and operated it. Ding! Zhang Lingji's cell phone received another message. Zhang Chujiao came over and read aloud, your account with tail number 8888 has an income amount of $70 million. I'll go, seconds to the account. The room once again fell into silence. Zhang Chujiao looked at Chen Sheng with nothing but admiration. In the past, he had spent tens of thousands and tens of thousands of dollars himself and never blinked. I had thought that it was enough to be a loser. I didn't realize that there were still experts. In just a few hours, more than $100 million had been spent. Zhang Chubai did not expect Chen Sheng to use such a simple and rough way to transfer money. He held up his glasses, smiled and walked up and said, Mr. Wang, this is the house book and key, you take it first. Wait for when you are free before you go through the transfer procedures. Chen Sheng took the house book and casually handed it to Li Sha. Sha, from now on, this suite will be registered under your name. Li Sha was stunned upon hearing this and then asked in surprise, Mr. Wang, I can't accept such an expensive house. Preparing for the new company, it is still up to you to take more trouble, this is also considered a reward from the company to you. Li Sha nodded heavily, thank you, Mr. Wang, Sasha will definitely not let Mr. Wang down. After putting the house book in her bag, Li Sha was in an extraordinarily excited mood. This way, even if Shang's group knew her true identity, she wouldn't have to worry. They would only think that Mr. Wang was their behind-the-scenes boss, which was why they were so close. As for whether or not there was any other relationship between the two, that would be up to the evidence. How many people in the entertainment circle and netizen circle had an unclear relationship? As long as you didn't catch them in bed or have solid video evidence, then the two were clean. If there's nothing else, that's it for now? Chen Sheng felt a little uncomfortable with so many people here. Zhang Lingji pondered for a moment and said with a difficult face, Mr. Wang, actually, I still have an unfeeling request? What kind of unfavorable request? As I just told you on the phone, our Zhang family has encountered a crisis, otherwise we wouldn't be in such a hurry to sell our house. If it's convenient, can you lend us a few more tens of millions of dollars? We can give it to you at twice the interest rate of the bank. Chen Sheng looked at Zhang Lingji being so lowly in front of himself and knew that the other party should really be in trouble. He had searched the internet while on the road, and Zhang's group had a market capitalization of $1 billion. It owned 2 villas on the banks of the White Heron River. A group with such a huge scale would be in such a hurry to sell their cars and houses. Obviously it was really in trouble. Well then, seeing as we are also considered to be destined for each other, I will help you guys with this favor. However, what are you guys going to take as collateral? It seemed a bit inappropriate to give money to other companies for nothing on his own. Zhang Lingji was silent for a moment. Afterward, she looked at Zhang Chubai and said, Brother, did you bring the company's equity pledge contract? Zhang Chubai nodded and said, I brought it. Mr. Wang, this is 20% of our company's shares, worth 100 million. With that, he brought a contract to Chen Sheng. Previously, he had taken this contract and ran through the banks and the big families in Tianhai City. However, yet none of them were willing to sign it. Chapter 52 First Raid on the Goddess. Chen Sheng took the contract and briefly glanced at it, realizing that Zhang Group's signature and official seal and everything had already been done. It seemed that all that was needed was his own signature for the contract to take effect. Chen Sheng, however, did not sign it, but said with a calm face, Let's do it this way, I'll call you guys with the money first. I'll take this contract back, and if there are no problems, I'll sign it again. He certainly couldn't sign his name now. He could only find an opportunity to give the equity to a certain girl. The three Zhang Chubai on the side looked at each other. No, it can still be played like this? Ding! Zhang Lingji received another text message on her cell phone. The tip arrived with one small goal. A huge stone hanging over the hearts of the 3 people landed at the same time. Now, the crisis of the Zhang family was considered completely resolved. Not only that, they also had an additional $70 million of liquidity. Of course, the most important point was that their Zhang family had unexpectedly made a ghostly acquaintance with a big shot. How many people could casually use their personal accounts to transfer more than $200 million continuously in a day? I'm afraid the Zhao family couldn't even do that, right? Zhang Chubai fixed his mind, walked up and respectfully said, Mr. Wang, you have saved our Zhang family's life. In the future, if you need us, you can order us at any time. Yes, General Manager Wang, thank you so much. Zhang Lingji's tightly locked brows also relaxed, revealing an incomparably grateful smile. Zhang Lingji favorability plus 25, current favorability 60. Brother, I see that it's also mealtime now, why don't we treat you two to a meal? Zhang Chu Chao pleaded with incomparable sincerity. Chen Shang glanced at Li Sha and shook his head, it's better to forget about it, we have something to do today, let's wait until we have the chance later. Chen Shang knew that Li Sha was afraid to show her face. If she ate, she would definitely be seen by outsiders. One couldn't wear a mask to eat, right? Good. Then we won't bother you anymore. If there's anything missing inside the villa, let me know in WeChat and I'll have someone send it as soon as possible. Zhang Chu Qiao said with conviction. The crowd bid farewell to Chen Shang, still not completely relaxed. Now that there was money, it was natural to seize the time to solve the company's crisis. Phew, finally gone. Chen Shang sat on his butt on the sofa and exhaled heavily. Li Sha took off her mask and hat, hesitating for a moment before opening her mouth and asking. Mr. Wang, at the risk of asking, just where exactly are you from? Although she didn't interrupt the whole time, she saw everything in her eyes. Originally, she had thought that Chen Shang was someone's crown prince, spending his family's money to play around. But now the strength Chen Shang had shown was not as simple as an ordinary second generation. It could only be described as heaven-defying. My identity, I can't tell you yet. But I can tell you that my money comes from a clean source. Only then did Li Sha put her heart down after hearing this. She was also considered someone who had seen the world. An ordinary person who transferred so much money in one day would have had their account frozen long ago. Then in that case, the investment needed to open a media company by herself would not be a pressure at all for Mr. Wang. Thinking of this, Li Sha slowly walked behind Chen Shang and placed her soft hands on the other party's back. Mr. Wang, seeing that you are a bit tired, Sha will give you a squeeze on your shoulders. Chen Shang shook his head somewhat helplessly. I'm not tired, but I'm shaking in the car. Just now on the road, Chen Shang was sitting in the passenger side very suffocated. The car was scurrying around. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, I blame my poor driving skills. Can't blame you either, after all, it's your first time driving this car as well. Li Sha's hand that was squeezing her shoulder suddenly slipped down and rested her head on Chen Shang's shoulder. Chen Shang only felt a wave of hot air coming towards his ears. The air was tinged with a sweet flavor. Mr. Wang, although I'm not good at driving, I'm a good dancer. Dancing? Haven't you danced quite a bit in the live broadcast? That's different, this time it's specially danced for Mr. Wang. And there are a lot of restrictions on dancing during the live broadcast, which is not as good as dancing in person. Li Sha's tone carried a hint of teasing. Giving people unlimited reverie. Then I'll have to enjoy it. Chen Shang sat on the sofa with an inquisitive look. Mr. Wang, you have to keep your eyes open and watch. After saying that, Li Sha gently kissed Chen Shang on the cheek. Afterward, she kicked off her high heels and walked barefoot to the front of the sofa, half squatting on the ground. I go. Isn't this the dance danced by the Miss Huntai song and dance troupe? Chen Shang retrieved his thoughts and carefully appreciated the dance in front of him. Li Sha's posture could be said to be as if it was like a light cloud sheltering the moon, swaying as if the flowing wind was returning to the snow. Slender and soft waist, perfect body curves. As well as seductive eyes. Compared to the white flash of the Huntai song and dance troupe, there is nothing better. Sasha, I didn't expect you to be really able to work the whole job. It's so much better than those anchors on Slowhand who only sit around and ask for gifts. Chen Shang couldn't help but sigh, shaky and is good. Mr. Wang, Sasha definitely can't let you swipe so many gifts for nothing. This is a privately customized gift for you. I go, private customization? In the past, I've always heard of private customized clothing and private customized cars. Now that I think about it, those are all weak. Those can be bought with money. This dance, however, can't even be bought with money. A dance ended, Li Sha wiped the fine sweat on her forehead and walked over to sit next to Chen Shang. Mr. Wang, there will be more programs waiting for you in the future. Chen Shang would smile. I've heard that there is an anchor on Shakian called Pussy Empty Air, an old artist from a certain tooth, who is a good pole dancer. Especially the move feasting on 8 parties is out of this world. I won't hide it from you, I can do it too. Li Sha said with a smug look on her face. Chen Shang nodded in relief and uttered the words that were touching and moving. Give me the card number. Li Sha froze. Mr. Wang, I gave you the dance completely out of willingness. You've given enough already. I know you did it willingly. Then why did you transfer money to me? When you get a kick out of watching it in a live studio, you'll reward the gift, let alone live. Li Sha instantly had tears in her eyes as she thanked Big Brother. With that, she pulled out her bank card. Chen Shang didn't dawdle either, transferring 50 million in one go. Ding! Li Sha almost jumped up when she saw the SMS notification. Mr. Wang, how did you transfer so much money to me? 20 million is considered my investment. The remaining 30 million is considered a reward for that dance just now. A reward is too much, right? Not much, because you're worth it. After hearing this, a trace of emotion inexplicably rose in Li Sha's heart. This boy in front of her, not only was he sunny and handsome, he was also so much gold. The key, he was really good to himself. Not to mention the previous reward gifts. This time when they met, they sent a house and car, and invested in themselves. How can one be so virtuous and capable of receiving such love from the other party? Li Sha favorability +3, current favorability 88. Mr. Wang, you are really too good to Sha Sha. Sha Sha is unable to repay you, so she can only give her body to you. What do you mean by honoring me with your body? Why do I somewhat not understand? Bad guy. You clearly know what it means. After saying that, Li Sha's face was red to the root of her ears. I don't know if it's because she's just tired from dancing, or she's shy. Sasha, seeing as you're sweating, go take a hot bath. Of course, Li Sha knew what Chen Shang meant and bit her lip and nodded. 1 hour later. Li Sha good sense +2, current good sense 90. Chapter 53, System Lucky Draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully raiding Goddess number 7. The host spent a total of 175 million on Goddess number 7, and returned 175 million to his personal account. In addition, the host has successfully gained a chance to draw a prize. May I ask whether to draw now? Draw hard for me. Chen Shang was so excited that tears were almost flowing out of his eyes. I didn't expect Li Sha to be the first girl to reach 90 favorability. But thinking about it, he had spent 175 million on her. These random girls were smashed down. Just ask which girl could stand it. Ding! Lucky draw complete. Reward 1, congratulations to the host for successfully drawing 20 points of basic attributes. Due to the first draw, an additional 20 points of basic attributes are awarded. An increase of 40 points in basic attributes refers to an overall increase of 40 points in strength, speed, physical endurance, agility, and mental strength. Current host's basic attributes 125 points, male average 80 points. Reward 2, gained the talent Master Musician, LV1. Master Musician Introduction. The host has gained a golden voice and the ability to play musical instruments. LV1 is equivalent to the level of a national champion. Chen Shang hurriedly opened his information panel to check the details. Name, Chen Shang. Age, 23 years old. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 73 kilograms. Basic attribute, 125, male average 80. System account, 9.089 billion. Personal account, 175 million. Acquired talent, Master Musician, LV1. The corners of Chen Shang's mouth couldn't help but twitch after reading the information panel. Not only did he receive a huge amount of cashback, he had also become stronger. What did an increase of 40 points in all attributes mean? It meant that one had meat and output. I punch you, you can't stand it. You punch me, you can't hit. Even if it hits, it doesn't seem to hurt much. In addition, one had gained the ability of Music Master. This system was trying to get himself into the entertainment industry, right? But the matter of entering the entertainment industry could be put aside for now. Now it was possible to verify one's physical ability, whether or not it had really gotten stronger. Evening. Li Sha snuggled in Chen Shang's arms. The watery bright eyes were filled with tenderness. Hubby, why does Shasha think that you seem to have become more handsome? Li Sha looked up at Chen Shang, feeling that the other party seemed to have more charm than before. But couldn't say exactly where he had changed. Could this be a case of a lover's eye revealing the beauty of the West? Chen Shang gently stroked Li Sha's hair and said with a smile, Shasha, your name calling caught me a bit off guard. What, don't you like the name husband? Li Sha's mouth was pouting, like a pissed off Barbie doll. Of course I like it, call out again to hear it. Old. Husband. Li Sha blinked her big eyes and said softly, then I'll call you Mr. Wang in front of outsiders in the future, and call you husband when no one is around? Or, other names? Actually, I prefer you to call me by 2 overlapping words. Nasty, why are you so bad? How is it annoying when I let you call me by 2 overlapping words, brother? Bad guy, just bullying me. Sha ignores you. With a shy face, Li Sha lightly punched Chen Shang's chest with her pink fist. However, soon after, her eyes widened in surprise. Hee, I didn't notice just now, husband, your body is quite sturdy. That's right, I often exercise, 100-meter run is just a little more than 9 seconds. Bragging, right you? How fast does the world's #1, Bolt, run? Honestly, did your principal embezzle and fix the track a few dozen meters shorter? Haha, you found that out?
The two of them were making love for a while when Li Sha's stomach suddenly grumbled.
Hubby, people's stomachs are thundering.
Chen Shang glanced at his cell phone. Let's go, hubby will take you to eat a big meal.
Aha!
Li Sha nodded her head obediently. At this moment, where was the vividness and liveliness of the past?
Instead, it was like a little neighborly daughter-in-law. After dinner,
the two were preparing to drive back to their place of residence. Li Sha thought about it and finally opened her mouth. Hubby, I have to rush back to Magic City as soon as possible.
So urgent?
Well, although I also really want to accompany you for a few more days. But there are too many things going on back there, both the live broadcast and the formation of the media company.
Moreover, there's a media outlet interviewing me tomorrow. Good, when you're not busy anymore, come find me in Tianhai City.
Don't worry, I will definitely make the company up as soon as possible.
Let's go to the airport.
Who knows? Li Sha did not move.
Instead, she shook Chen Shang's arm as if she was pampered and said, Hubby, you drive me to the airport, okay? I'll send you?
Okay. Seeing Li Sha's eager eyes, Chen Shang could only helplessly drill into the cab.
After a long time, Chen Shang looked around and asked somewhat awkwardly, how does that thing shift?
Chen Shang had driven an 8-handed van for deliveries before. But where had he driven a Ferrari? What a little fool.
Sister, to teach you.
Li Sha gently grabbed Chen Shang's hands and placed them on the paddles on both sides of the steering wheel. Ferrari is different from other cars, it uses the paddles to hang the gears. I see, I thought this was the windshield wiper. Under Li Sha's careful guidance, Chen Shang finally knew how to drive a Ferrari. Although he was not skillful, as long as he drove a little slower, it was not a problem.
Airport. Next to a red Ferrari.
With slightly reddened eyes, Li Sha hooked onto Chen Shang's neck and asked carefully, Hubby, we will meet again, right?
Chen Shang froze, then smiled and said, Sha, why are you suddenly saying this? Because I'm afraid that one day you will suddenly not want me. I realized that I already like you without realizing it.
Perhaps this is love at first sight. Chen Shang could not help but feel a lot of emotions in his heart. Love at first sight does exist, but it has to be based on certain conditions. The other person either has face, or money, or other places that can attract people.
No one in the world, figure you old figure, you do not bathe, people are only interested in your social security.
Most of the so-called love at first sight, it would be better to say that see the color of the intention. But Chen Shang did not think that Li Sha was lying. The ones he had done for her, most people couldn't do in their entire lives. And good feelings couldn't be fooled. Fool, how could I not want you?
I may not be a good man, but I am definitely a responsible man,
Chen Shang said in his serious tone. Well, with your words, Sasha is relieved.
Li Sha favorability +1, current favorability 91. Host's basic attributes +5, current basic attributes 130.
After the strategy target reaches 90 points of favorability, for every 1 point of favorability the target gains, the host will gain 5 points of basic attributes. When that target reaches 95 points of favorability, the host will be given a chance to raise their talent level. After hearing this, Chen Shang was a bit excited.
At this rate, wouldn't he be on the road to bullishness, running wildly all the way?
Chapter 54 Fellowship Party with Art Schools. After sending Li Sha away, Chen Shang immediately felt an emptiness inside.
This rich man's life was sometimes plain and boring.
Chen Shang sat in the cab and was pondering where to go to spend his money. The dormitory's oldest, Jiang Tao, called.
Aha! It was so late, why would this guy call himself? Chen Shang picked up the phone with doubts. Brother Shang, where are you?
Jiang Tao's rough voice came over.
Old Jiang, I'm driving around in my Ferrari. Chen Shang returned indifferently. Driving a Ferrari? I think you're driving a Ferrari. Love to believe it or not. Old Jiang, what's the matter with your call?
Jiang Tao paused for a moment and said in a serious tone, I just saw the notice sent out in the group, you signed up for the singing program of the sorority?
Not that I'm looking down on you, but if you can't sing like that, you can't throw people off campus? What sorority, what singing program? Chen Shang was dumbfounded. Pretend, continue to pretend? Big brother, I really don't understand.
Jiang Tao's voice raised a few points after hearing this.
Don't you know, this weekend our school is having a fellowship with Tianhai Arts Academy, organized by the school's student union. It's said that there are quite a few single students and teachers attending this fellowship, which is equivalent to a blind date. I don't have time to participate.
He himself still had to go to his mother-in-law's house this weekend, how could he have time to attend the program?
Can you speak reliably? I'm serious? Chen Shang helplessly said, I'm also serious. Then could it be a renaming?
I told you, most of the people performing the program are freshmen and sophomores, how could they have your name?
Jiang Tao hesitated for a moment and added, then ask the class president yourself, that's it for now, hit the group.
The opposite party had just hung up the phone when Bai Luoyan's phone happened to call. Hey, brother Chen Shang, there was a sudden accident on my parents' side, so I won't be able to receive you this weekend. Chen Shang was slightly stunned, then said, that's okay, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future.
Thank you, brother Chen Shang, for understanding. Do you need my help on your parents' side? It's just a property rights dispute issue, don't bother you.
After Bai Luoyan finished speaking, she whispered, Brother Chen Shang, I miss you a bit.
Miss me? Where do you miss? Where all want to? Where do you think? Brother Chen Shang, you are so bad. Just bullying people. Bai Luoyan pouted. Chen Shang's heart burst with emotion. It wasn't that women didn't know how to be pampered, it was just that they hadn't met the right person yet. Even the schoolgirl who was as cold as ice had times when she took the initiative. The two chatted for a while longer. Chen Shang hung up the phone and realized that Song Zhe, the class president, had ate himself in the group a few minutes ago. Song Zhe at Chen Shang, Brother Shang, do you know that there's a program for you in tomorrow's fellowship party? Chen Shang at Song Zhe, I'm going to go. What kind of dog gave me the name? Isn't this a deliberate attempt to mess with me?
With the ability of music master, Chen Shang is not afraid of performing programs. However, he was a bit upset that he had been screwed for no apparent reason. Songza at Chen Shang, I was drinking in a bar and I forgot who said you were a good singer.
I was confused and enrolled you. The list? I've already reported it. Chen Shang at Song Zhe, you damn well had to ask me in advance, right? Chen Shang was instantly furious. If he didn't get the talent himself, wouldn't he really be disgraced to an outside school? Song Zhe at Chen Shang, Brother Shang, why don't you reluctantly sing one?
If you really can't, I'll have someone open the original song for you as well, so you can hum a few lines along.
The girls in the group followed suit. Song Kaiyun at Chen Shang, don't be ungrateful.
The class president has already pleaded with you so much, don't embarrass the class president.
Yun Niaotong at Chen Shang, that's right, it's for the sake of collective honor. What responsibility are you shirking? The people in Chen Shang's dormitory just couldn't listen anymore. Zhang Tao, no, you guys are standing around talking?
It's not like you guys don't know what kind of singing Chen Shang does.
Ma Wenhao, before signing up, you should at least ask, right? Zhang Wei, that's right, why don't you guys go sing? Song Zhe at Chen Shang, Brother Shang, I'm really sorry.
I was drunk that day and forgot all about it after I signed up. I'll buy you a drink after you finish the show to make amends. Chen Shang knew Song Zhe must have done it on purpose.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have said this in the group. Chen Shang, Song Zhe, you're ing screwing me over on purpose, aren't you? And the sanctimonious ES in the group, each and every one of them are too damn shameless, aren't they? I'll sign you up for pole dancing and stripping, are you going or not? Song Zhe, Brother Shang, I signed you up for Jay Chao Stranded, it's not too difficult. There's still a teacher in the key this time, so there's really no way to revise it. Anyway, this time it's all my fault. Zhang Tao, I'm taking my brother for a ride, who can read it except for Haloan. Zhang Wei finished, Brother Shang this time to face Stranded on the stage. Although Chen Shang is angry, he is not afraid to participate in the program. Chen Shang, I'll give it a try, and then I'll get back to you after I'm done singing. After saying that, Chen Shang opened Cool Dog Music and found the song Stranded. He had heard this song many times before. Although in the past, every time he sang Poison Auntie's Milk, his voice would break. But now, the melody and lyrics seemed to have become very clear. Chen Shang tried to sing it once, and it felt as simple as drinking water. Damn, you people want to see me make a fool of myself, but I won't let you have your way. Dingling bell. Suddenly, the WeChat phone rang. Chen Shang looked down to see that it was a call from Me Crisp. Today is really strange, why are so many people calling me? Chen Shang shook his head and answered the call. Hey, brother Chen Shang, are you busy? Not busy. Is there something Crispy wants to see me about? It's like this, we hired a decoration company to set up our room, and we'll be delayed for another day tomorrow. It just so happens that our academy is organizing an event tomorrow, so the four of us signed up, thinking to take this opportunity to raise our fans. Brother, don't forget to support us for a wave. Chen Shang pondered for a moment, then smiled back, don't worry Crispy, I'll swipe gifts for you when the time comes. Brother, I'm not asking for gifts, I'm just afraid that you'll forget about me. Why are you suddenly saying that? Me Crisp on the opposite side said with some aggravation. I've heard that brother has recently gotten very close to an anchor named Sasha. Of course, I'm not trying to bind brother, I just want brother not to forget about Crispy. These past few days, Me Crisp had been reflecting on herself. Was it because she had behaved badly last time, so Chen Shang was unhappy? Deliberately rewarding other female anchors to give himself a heads up? Or was it that Chen Shang was tired of herself? Whichever it was, she didn't want to continue sitting on the sidelines. Chapter 55, Sister Goes Home With You. There was a hint of jealousy in Me Crisp's words. But again, she didn't dare to say the words too much. After all, for an anchor, every big brother on the list was their meal ticket. It was categorically not to be angered. But Big Brother's attitude towards the anchors was different. Big Brother may not just be the big brother of a certain anchor, but the big brother of many anchors. Today happy, flip a little red. Tomorrow happy, turn over a small green card. Big brother to brush gifts for you, you have to thank 1,000 times. If Big Brother doesn't give you gifts, you have to provide more emotional value to Big Brother, so that Big Brother will willingly give you gifts. If you think you can pin down the Big Brother. Sorry, bye-bye Yulu.
Chen Shang naturally also heard the small mind in me Crisp's words.
He smiled and spoke faintly. Crispy, where are you guys attending the event tomorrow? He, this is a secret. Oh, by then, brother will know when he watches the live broadcast. Me Crisp playfully said back. Crispy, you've learned a bad lesson. You still dare to whet brother's appetite. I'm just trying to be a little mysterious. Let's continue rehearsing the dance, wahahaha. Okay, go ahead. Chen Shang hung up the phone and couldn't help but mutter. Me Crisp and the girls shouldn't have participated in the sorority party as well, right? Forget it, soldiers come to stop water to cover up earth.
Chen Shang kicked the gas and drove towards his rental house. The first time I saw him, he was in the middle of the night, and he was in the middle of the night. Chen Shang passed his driver's license and other documents into his book bag. When he turned around, he saw the set of clothes that Sister Chiu had helped him wash. After hesitating for a moment, he put them into the book bag together as well. It was at this time that a man around 30 years old suddenly appeared at the door.
Young man, do you need help moving things?
These bedding and stuff can't be used anymore, I'll throw them into the trash can below in a while.
Chen Shang returned in a calm tone.
It's alright young man, if the rest of the things can't be used, I'll just throw them away for you. Chen Shang froze, then nodded, I'll trouble you then.
You're welcome.
Chen Shang had just left the rental house with his front foot when the man locked the entry door. He could not help but mutter in his heart.
This man had not been seen before. Could it be someone from Sister Chiu's family? Road.
As Chen Shang drove past a bus stop sign, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure sitting on a bench.
Why does this person look so much like Sister Chiu?
Chen Shang stopped with a kick of the brakes and slowly walked towards the woman. At this moment, the woman was sitting on the chair holding her legs.
It was like an injured white rabbit. Sister Autumn?
Chen Shang slightly bent down to greet her. The woman shuddered and slowly raised her head.
Little Shang, you. Why are you here?
I was just about to go home, and on the way, I saw a person imaging you, so I stopped.
Chen Shang sized up Yi Zhiqiu and opened his mouth in doubt. Sister Autumn, why are you here so late?
Yi Zhiqiu bit her lips, her tone filled with pain.
I was kicked out by them. Why?
Yi Zhiqiu was on the verge of biting her lip through, and said with some despair, my brother said that I was a nemesis, and that I had killed my former parents and younger brother, and said that his bad business in the past few years had something to do with me as well. Therefore, they kicked me out.
How outrageous.
Chen Shang snorted coldly, this group of people is really outrageous, you have suffered without merit these past few years, right? Actually, I wanted to leave them a long time ago.
I originally wanted to return the favor for another year and leave. I didn't expect that I would be kicked out by them.
Yi Zhiqiu felt disheartened all of a sudden. At the same time, she completely let go of the knot in her heart. From then on, the two would not owe each other and live their own lives.
Sister Autumn, then do you have any plans for the future?
Yi Zhiqiu shook her head, I don't know where I should go. Chen Shang pondered for a moment and said with a sincere face, how about this, I'll raise you in the future.
You raise me?
Yi Zhiqiu couldn't help but be stunned, then shook his head and said,
Xiao Shang, you haven't graduated from college yet, how can you raise me?
You don't have to care about me, when the day breaks, I'll find myself a job that takes care of food and shelter.
Don't worry, I have the ability to support you now.
Chen Shang grabbed Yi Zhiqiu's arm without saying a word. Just as he was about to pull it up, a muffled grunt suddenly escaped Yi Zhiqiu's mouth.
What's wrong, Sister Autumn? I just walked too quickly. And sprained my foot.
After Chen Shang hesitated for a moment, he directly princess hugged the other party.
Little Shang, you
can't move around after a sprain, or it will get worse. Yi Zhiqiu immediately felt her face turn a little red, and even her breathing was a little short.
Yet she did not break free. Instead, she was as meek as a sheep.
Hiding into Chen Shang's broad chest at this moment, she only felt as if she had something to rely on. Her hands unconsciously grabbed onto Chen Shang's clothes and quietly leaned her head on the other party's shoulder.
Chen Shang walked to the Ferrari and gently placed Yi Zhiqiu into the passenger side. Yi Zhiqiu surveyed the sports car in surprise. Little Shang, is this your car?
Harm, how could I afford this car? This is my friend's car. Chen Shang smiled and said calmly, in the past 2 days, a friend with whom I have a very close relationship went abroad, he asked me to look after the sports car and villa for him, and also pay me a salary.
There is this good thing? Not really.
The corner of Chen Shang's mouth rose slightly, and he softly said, Sister Autumn, fasten your seatbelt.
I will take you home.
Yi Zhiqiu felt like something had been touched in her heart.
Going home? This cold city, would there be a home that belonged to her?
Turning her head to look at Chen Shang's clear eyes, Yi Zhiqiu's eyes finally narrowed into a nice crescent moon.
Okay, sis will go home with you. Yi Zhiqiu good sense plus 45, current good sense 75. Boom! The sound of the engine tore through the dark night sky. Yet it was not noisy. The high beams illuminated the spacious road ahead like day. The night, it seems, hides. In the blink of an eye, the car drove to the entrance of the White Heron Riverside neighborhood. The security guard had seen this car during the day and hurriedly raised the lift lever and gave a salute. Sister Autumn, it's here. Yi Jiqiu looked at the surrounding villas through the car window, her eyes filled with timidity. Little Shang, your friend lives in such an upscale villa, huh? What if he doesn't want you to bring strangers here? Don't worry, I saved his life. I just set this villa on fire. He would have to ask me if I have money to buy gasoline. Put. Yi Jiqiu didn't hold back and snorted out a laugh. The nice eyebrows also curved into a crescent moon. Chen Shang drove the car towards the villa, only to find the courtyard entrance crowded with people. He could not help but frown. Checking to see if the car windows were locked, he was ready to press the gas pedal to the floor. In the crowd, a red-haired man saw the incoming car and ran his ass over. Brother, you're finally here. Chen Shang recognized this person. It was none other than Zhang Chuqiao. Chapter 56, Sister, I'll ice it for you. Chen Shang breathed a sigh of relief and queried, Zhang Chuqiao, why are you here? Brother, no one has lived in this villa since it was renovated, and it lacks food and daily necessities. I was afraid that you wouldn't be comfortable living here, so I purposely brought someone to send the things over. Zhang Chuqiao had a pleasing expression on his face. I'll go, you didn't call in advance either, you almost scared me to death just now. I'm sorry brother, I was afraid to call and startle you. Zhang Chuqiao compensated with a smile. Thanks, young Zhang. It's me who should thank you. Zhang Chuqiao bent down with a look of being unable to afford it. Brother, why don't you just call me Chuqiao, or call me Xiao Xiao is fine. We're about the same age, I'll call you Chuqiao from now on. Chen Shang pulled out his pants pocket and pressed the remote control for the courtyard gate. Creak. The gate slowly opened. Zhang Chuqiao snapped his fingers at the sight. A group of men in suits and ties and beautiful women in maid outfits stood on both sides of the gate. Bending down, it was as if they were respectfully welcoming the god of war out of prison. Welcome home, Mr. Wang. Zhang Chuqiao showed his big teeth and said with some pride, Brother, is there any platitude? The corners of Chen Shang's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. Zhang Chuqiao, can you kid be decent? Hee, I had wanted to call my gang of brothers as well, I was afraid of scaring you guys. Chen Shang sighed helplessly and drove the car into the courtyard. And carried Yi Jiqiu out of it. Only then did Zhang Chuqiao see Yi Jiqiu's appearance and couldn't help but be staggered. Originally, he thought that he was diligent enough to change one girlfriend a month. I didn't expect people to change two a day, and the key is that each one has such a good figure. It is true that there is a heaven in the sky, and there are people on top of people. After Chen Shang opened the entry door, Zhang Chuqiao shouted loudly towards the few people behind him. All put on shoe covers for me. Whoever dirties the villa, I will not spare him. Yes, young Master Zhang. The crowd hurriedly put on their shoe covers and walked into the villa. The men were responsible for moving things, while the women were responsible for making the beds and cleaning. Yi Jiqiu lay in Chen Shang's arms and asked in a somewhat frightened whisper, Little Shang, what kind of people are these? Chen Shang said slightly helplessly, that boy with red hair is called Zhang Chuqiao, he is my friend. He usually likes to make some names. Then how come they call you Mr. Wang? Harm, that's my screen name, just call it blindly. Yi Jiqiu didn't ask more questions even though he was half convinced. 10 minutes later, the villa was finally packed up. Zhang Chuqiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and ran over to offer his attentions again. Brother, see what else you need, just ask. For the time being, I don't need anything, I've worked hard for you guys. No hard work, no hard work. Zhang Chuqiao glanced at the silent Yi Jiqiu and said with a smile, then I won't bother you and sister-in-law. Ahem, won't bother you and sister. Brother, the bed in the master bedroom on the first floor is the most comfortable. After saying that, Zhang Chuqiao gave Chen Shang a wink and led the people to leave the villa. Little Shang, these friends of yours are still weirdly nice. Yi Jiqiu spread her face and said. It's quite good. Chen Shang looked at Yi Jiqiu and said in a serious tone, Sister Qiu, why don't you take care of this villa from now on? My friend pays me 10,000 a day, I'll give you this money so that I can free up my time for other work. Ah, 10,000 a day? Yi Jiqiu couldn't believe his ears. What kind of godly errand was this? Driving a luxury car and living in a mansion. You can also receive a salary of 10,000 a day. Such a friend, did it really exist? Seeing Yi Jiqiu's silence, Chen Shang heartily persuaded, Sister Qiu, don't put it off. You took care of me quite a bit in the past, and this is also considered my return to you. But, Sister Autumn, didn't you say that I'm like your brother? Don't you want to see your brother every day in the future? What Chen Shang said was indeed from his heart. Perhaps it was because he was in the same boat as Sister Qiu, plus the fact that she had really taken good care of herself in the past. Chen Shang's heart had an inexplicable affection for her. Yi Jiqiu couldn't help but redden her eyes after hearing this. For the first time in so many years, she felt what it was like to be pampered.
In the end, she gently nodded her head. Then in the future, my brother's diet and living will be a trouble for Sister Autumn.
Chen Shang said as if he was half joking. What's so troublesome about this? It's me who has to thank you.
Otherwise sis would have to sleep on the streets tonight. Yi Zhiqiu smiled bitterly. Chen Shang glanced at his cell phone. It was already more than 10 o'clock.
Sister Autumn, it's getting late. I'll send you back to your bedroom to rest?
Aha! Yi Zhiqiu nodded. My feet have gotten better. I should be able to walk on my own.
Good boy, be obedient.
Chen Shang did not allow any refusal and directly carried Sister Autumn towards the master bedroom. The room was very spacious, and a 2m6 3m8 king-size bed was placed inside. It was covered with a soft velvet quilt.
Chen Shang could not help but secretly sigh. This is too extravagant, right? Wouldn't it be a bit of a waste for one person to sleep in such a large bed? Even if 3 or 5 people were to sleep in it, it would be more than enough, right? What kind of nonsense is one thinking about? Chen Shang fixed his mind and gently placed Yi Zhiqiu on the bed. I'll go look for an ice pack.
Chen Shang went to the refrigerator and searched around, taking out an ice pack for preservation from inside.
Not much of a difference, ball.
Saying that, he picked up the ice pack and walked towards the master bedroom. At this time, Yi Zhiqiu was leaning on the bed leaner, her eyes inadvertently looking at the nightstand.
There was a medical box sitting on it. She thought for a moment and opened the box, ready to look for any trauma medication.
After some searching, she didn't find any medicine for trauma, but saw a blue box instead. This. She was immediately ashamed and humiliated, like she had seen something embarrassing.
Chen Shang entered just in time to see Yi Zhiqiu froze with the medicine box and laughed. Sister Autumn, it seems you lack common sense. Sprains will be more effective if you ice them first before applying medicine.
As he spoke, Chen Shang sat on the edge of the bed and brought the medicine box to his side.
Again, he found the blue box. I went. Zhang Chu Chao, this kid is messing with chicken hair off?
Chen Shang closed the medicine box in a calm manner and said in an unimpressed manner, Sister Chiu, don't misunderstand.
This box was left behind by my friend before he left the country. Well, I know you're not like that either.
Yi Zhiqiu said weakly.
Let me help you compress your feet first.
As he spoke, Chen Shang gently grabbed Yi Zhiqiu's right foot and put it on his leg.
Don't
worry, I've sprained my foot before and know how to ice it. Chen Shang gently helped Yi Zhiqiu remove her shoes and socks,
revealing a delicate and smooth, like congealed fat little foot. Ha, it's healed so quickly? Little Shang, you idiot. I injured my left foot.
Yi Zhiqiu said somewhat helplessly.
Ha? Sorry, Sister Autumn.
Chen Shang hurriedly took another foot and put it in front of him. After removing his shoes and socks, a somewhat red and swollen foot was revealed.
Chapter 57 Hot Dance, Puppet on a String Extra. Chen Shang gently placed the ice on Yi Zhiqiu's ankle.
Yi Zhiqiu frowned and subconsciously tried to retract her foot. However, after struggling internally for a moment, she eventually accepted it openly, allowing Chen Shang to help himself to the ice pack. Looking at Chen Shang's serious look, for some reason, it seemed like there were deer in the headlights in her heart. It made her feel slightly ashamed, and she twisted her head away in embarrassment. However, she could not help but peek at Chen Shang's side face from the corner of her eye.
10 minutes later,
Chen Shang put the ice on the bed, got up and said, Sister Chiu, your injuries are not that serious. Applying another compress after every half hour will be almost enough.
Well, it's getting late, little Shang, you go and rest. Okay, just give me a shout if something happens.
Chen Shang casually picked up the medical box and had just returned to the bedroom when Zhang Chu Qiao sent a WeChat message.
Brother, see what's sitting on the nightstand? Hey, doesn't little brother know his stuff? Understand you. Chen Shang didn't have the good sense to send over a voice.
After Zhang Chu Qiao heard the voice, his smile instantly froze on his face.
What's going on? Could it be that Mr. Wang was not satisfied with his lack of preparation?
This couldn't be blamed on himself, today was really too rushed. When I'm free one day, I'll send over some whole waterbeds, rocking chairs, and whatnot.
Hey, when the time comes, it will definitely make Mr. Wang want to stop. The next morning,
Chen Shang slept until he woke up naturally. Taking a glance at his cell phone, it was already past 8 o'clock. After briefly washing up and walking out of the bedroom, he found that a sumptuous breakfast had already been placed on the dining table.
Little Shang, up? Come over and have some breakfast.
Yi Zhiqiu took off her apron and set out 2 pairs of dishes. Now, her feet were able to move slowly.
Well, thank you, Sister Autumn. Chen Shang warmed up inside and walked towards the dining table.
Chen Shang had spent a few hours in the morning as the rank 1 big brother in Shasha's live broadcast. After having lunch, he went to the gym in the afternoon to train for another 2 hours.
In the blink of an eye, it was evening. It's time to go to the party. Chen Shang drove his Ferrari F80 and sped towards the school. Just after arriving at the school's entrance, everyone's gazes were all attracted by this fiery red Ferrari. Look, that looks like a Ferrari. Today's fellowship party really blew up a lot of tycoons. Just passed a Maybach S680 worth more than $8 million, and now here comes a Ferrari. I go, who's so rich that they can afford to drive a Ferrari F8? No. I've read the news, that seems to be a Ferrari F80, worth more than $50 million. There are only 3 of them in the whole of Dacia. How can someone from our school get this car? If I could sit in this car, not to mention being a junior, I could be a junior or a junior. Listening to the crowd talking about his car, Chen Shang drove the Ferrari with one hand, his cold eyes sharp and incomparable. Not to mention, this feeling of pretending, inexplicably a little cool. The fellowship party was held in the school auditorium. After entering the auditorium, Chen Shang first went to the backstage to check the accompaniment needed. After everything was checked correctly, he didn't want to stay backstage all the time like everyone else, so he called Jiang Tao's phone. Old Jiang, where are you guys? Brother Shang, we're in the 8th row at the right aisle, hurry up and come over, you're the only one missing. Jiang Tao yelled loudly at the top of his voice. Hanging up the phone, Chen Shang walked straight towards the 8th row. We're here. Jiang Tao then stood up and waved at him. Chen Shang walked over and said with a smile, you guys came quite early? I wasn't thinking of coming over early to see what the beautiful girls from the art academy look like. Jiang Tao sized up Chen Shang and marveled, after not seeing you for a few days, your kid is dressed like a man, and you really look like that. Brother Shang, I say, are you jerking off? How dare you go on stage and sing? Don't you know that there are a lot of art academy girls this time? Zhang Wei looked at Chen Shang with some sympathy. Brother Shang is going to lose his right to choose a spouse now. It's a good thing that it's senior year now. If it was freshman year, Brother Shang wouldn't have been laughed at for 4 years at Tianhai University? Ma Wenhao said with a shrug. Old Jiang, Brother Wei, Brother Ma, can't the 3 of you wish me well? Chen Shang spoke somewhat helplessly. No, don't we know you well enough? Your singing is worse than a ghost scream. Jiang Tao said nonchalantly. Chen Shang was just about to dislike him back when a familiar voice came from behind him. Yo, isn't this the great singer Chen Shang? Zhang Wenhao said gloatingly as he led a group of people. Chen Shang looked at Zhang Wenhao's group of people and couldn't help but frown, snorting coldly. Zhang Wenhao, it's you dog that's behind this, isn't it? When did I play tricks? Where's the evidence? Have the ability to show the evidence? Zhang Wenhao spread his hands with a beaten expression. Zhang Wenhao, you're arrogant. Have you forgotten about kneeling in front of me at the bar and calling out to your father? Why don't you remember, or should I take out the video for everyone to see? The opposite side flatta started, and Chen Shang directly released his big move. Of course, Chen Shang did not have the video in his hand, he was just staring Zhang Wenhao. You! Zhang Wenhao was unable to speak after being disliked, and viciously said. Chen Shang, this time, not only are there people from Tianhai Arts Academy, there are also media broadcasting live, you're just waiting to be humiliated. That's not as humiliating as you kneeling on the ground and calling your father. Chen Shang sighed lightly and shook his head, saying. To be honest, having an unfilial son like you, I really feel ashamed of. Jiang Tao and the others on the side looked at each other in disbelief. From the looks of it, Zhang Wenhao had actually knelt down to Chen Shang in public at the bar. And even called his father? This was too far-fetched. However, Zhang Wenhao and the others did not refute it, which meant that it was most likely true. This made the crowd unable to resist wanting to ask what happened. But it was not good to ask directly in front of Zhang Wenhao. Zhang Wenhao straightened his clothes and looked at Gu Jiejia and the others and said, don't forget to record the video in a while, we need to record the good moments well. Okay. Gu Jiejia nodded, the expression on her face not too joyful. She used the corner of her eye to sneak a glance at Chen Shang. Realizing that the other party did not look at herself at all, she lowered her head with great loss. On the side, Yun Miaodong said with great admiration, Brother Wenhao, cheer up, you're the best. Young Zhang, cheer up, Ollie give. Sun Haoyan clenched his fists and knelt down. Brother Wenhao, we're looking forward to your performance. Oh. Song Kaiyun unapologetically cheered on Zhang Wenhao. It seemed to have forgotten that her boyfriend was still beside her. With a fluttering feeling, Zhang Wenhao looked at Chen Shang and said, Chen Shang, I'll let you see what it means to sing in a while. Chen Shang just smiled and didn't say anything. In terms of singing, he was now at the level of a superstar. Where was Zhang Wenhao's turn to fool around in front of him? The auditorium filled up one after another. 2 hosts, a man and a woman, walked onto the stage and said their opening remarks in a colorful voice. Male, honorable teachers. Female, dear students. Combined, good evening everyone. Next, let's enjoy the first program, the dance brought by the 4 Little Wildcats group from Tianhai Arts Academy, Puppet on a String. Chapter 58, It Can't Be Such a Coincidence. After the host finished speaking, he retreated to the backstage. Immediately after that, the curtain slowly fell, covering the entire stage. It added a hint of anticipation to people's hearts. A dozen seconds later, the curtain was pulled back. 4 girls with hot bodies and wearing dance skirts squatted on the ground and posed sideways in a classic Korean girl group pose. These 4 people were none other than Mi Crisp and her housemates. As the powerful dance music rang out, the four girls scattered like springs and neatly danced a hot dance. Although the dance style was much more conservative than that of Korean girl groups. But for the art poor Tianhai University, it was simply the finest of the finest. In the 8th row on the right, Zhang Tao bared his teeth and shouted loudly at the people around him, "I'm going, these four pretty ladies are dancing too well, right? They're the rising stars on Shake In, and they have over 1 million fans now." Ma Wenhao said as he looked at the stage with unblinking eyes. "Hey, how great would it be to know these four girls?" Zhang Wei said as he squinted his eyes. "Zhang Wei, you want a fart eat?" Behind him, Yun Miaodong couldn't help but taunt, "They're internet celebrities, why would they take care of stinky beggars like you?" Zhang Wei couldn't help but frown and turned around. "Yun Miaodong, are you sick? A few of us chatting, it's none of your business. I just can't stand to see beggars like you. Besides, a few of them are only 100 pounds out, what's so great about them? Slightly chubby girls like me are the ones who look the best." Zhang Wei sized up Yun Miaodong, who was a full 180 pounds, and staggered, quickly pulled Baron thin down. "You call this slightly fat? You call this a spherical figure, what can you compare with others? Damn Zhang Wei, how dare you insult me? Aren't you the one who insulted yourself?" Zhang Wei no longer ignored Yun Miaodong and turned back to continue watching the program. Chen Shang, on the other hand, clicked on Mi Crisp's live room while watching the program. At this moment, her live room was also synchronizing this show. It looked like Mi Crisp should have asked her classmates to help with the live broadcast. Seeing that the popularity was a bit low just after the broadcast, Chen Shang began to brush up on the carnival. "I'll go." That Mr. Wang came to the Four Little Wildcats live room to swipe gifts again. Zhang Wei said with a shocked face as he brought his cell phone to Zhang Tao. "Who is Mr. Wang?" Zhang Tao hadn't watched Rice Crisp live before, so he didn't know Mr. Wang. "You don't even know Mr. Wang?" Zhang Wei said loudly as if he had suddenly come to life. "This one called Mr. Wang, in recent days, he has nothing to do but swipe gifts in the beauty livestream. The day before yesterday, he even helped an anchor named Shasha win 70 million fans of Coco in a PK fight." "I go, so hung?" Ma Wenhao was surprised. "Coco I know, isn't she known as the Shaken first sister?" "That can't be helped, she's comparing with Shasha on the list 1, and as a result, Mr. Wang directly brushed more than 1,000 carnival wildly in Shasha's live room. That mustn't be more than 3 million? Zhang Tao shook his head. "Damn, rich people are all idiots, right? This much money can buy a suite in the city." Chen Shang's hands froze as he swiped the gifts. "You guys are scolding Mr. Wang in front of Mr. Wang, isn't it a bit too much? But this is not their fault, who would have known that the famous Mr. Wang is sitting beside them right now? The life of the rich is so simple and low profile." After Rice Crisp and the others finished their performance, the entire audience erupted in thunderous applause, and the atmosphere was completely ignited. At this time, the host came back on stage. First, he gave a shout out to the dance he had just performed, and then he led into the following program. The next program, there are skits, comedy, singing and so on. Though it was noteworthy, it was nowhere near as amazing as the first program. After performing 7 or 8 programs one after another, the host said with slight excitement, "Friends, next, Zhang Wenhao, the vice president of the Tianhai City Student Union, will sing a song called Actor by Shui Jiqian for you, everyone applaud." After the words were spoken, several behind-the-scenes workers carried a piano onto the stage. A burst of applause erupted from the crowd. Yun Miaodong and the others even let out a piercing scream, just like fanatical fans. At this moment, Zhang Wenhao had already transformed into a gentleman. Dressed in a black trench coat and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, he was a living scum. Zhang Wenhao first bowed to the audience, then sat in front of the piano and nodded towards the sound engineer at the side. The accompaniment sounded, and Zhang Wenhao played the piano while singing softly. "Keep it simple. Speak in a simpler way. Omit the progressive emotions, please. You're not an actor. Don't devise those plots. I'm ignoring what you're supposed to be doing. You're forcing the person who loves you most to improvise." The singing and the piano sound mirrored each other, making the song full of emotion. "Wow, young Zhang's singing is too good, isn't it?" Young Miaodong didn't avoid Gu Jia beside her in the slightest, her eyes almost dilated. Young Zhang comes from a good family, and his piano is already grade 8. I didn't expect the singing to be so good as well. Song Kaiyun also chimed in. When Sun Haoyan saw that Song Kaiyun actually worshipped other boys, he was furious. However, he couldn't kick up a fuss, and could only hold his tongue and be a living bastard. Song Kaiyun noticed that Gu Jia hadn't seemed to say anything and spoke in a conspiratorial manner. "Jia, fortunately I have been persuading you to break up with Chen Shang that beggar and be Zhang Xiao's girlfriend." "Chen Shang that beggar, which point is comparable to Zhang Xiao?" Gu Jia let out a bitter smile and didn't answer. As she listened to the lyrics of the song just now, she felt some irony. Obviously, she was the one who had cooperated with Zhang Wenhao's performance, allowing him to play the role of a considerate girlfriend and genteel boyfriend in front of outsiders. But when there were no outsiders, his nature was completely exposed. Never had a good face for himself. And said that he was just using himself as a tool. Gu Jiejia thought about breaking up. But then wouldn't she be a complete joke? She would be left with nothing. The current self, at least, can still wear rich second-generation girlfriend this layer of false veil. Thinking of this, Gu Jiejia sighed helplessly. At the end of the song actor, the audience erupted in applause. The sensational effect was no less than the puppet with strings performed by the 4 members of Me Crisp. It wasn't that Zhang Wenhao was better than the 4 of Me Crisp. Rather, it was because this was Tianhai University's home ground. The host once again came on stage and said in an old-fashioned manner, "The actor sung by student Zhang Wenhao just now was really great. Next, let's enjoy student Chen Shang's performance of Stranded." The entire audience was instantly mute, with only sparse applause. Me Crisp, who was live streaming and interacting with her fans at the entrance of the auditorium, suddenly froze when she heard the name Chen Shang. Seeing this, Xia Yuyo on the side gently touched Me Crisp. "Sister Crispy, what's wrong with you?" Me Crisp came back to her senses and shook her head. Nothing, let's continue the live broadcast." However, she had some doubts in her heart. It won't be such a coincidence, right? Chapter 59. The scene blew up. Me Crisp glanced at the stage. Finding that the distance was too far, coupled with the light being a bit dim, it was hard to see anything. She couldn't help but shake her head and said in her heart, "I think I heard it wrong just now. How could Chen Shang have the time to participate in the program? Could it be just a renaming?" Me Crisp no longer thought much about it and continued to start interacting with the fans in the live broadcast room. On the other side, Chen Shang walked towards the stage without changing his face. When he picked up the microphone and was just about to try out the sound, the host suddenly ran onto the stage and said with an anxious face, "Student, I'm really sorry. The accompaniment file doesn't know why it won't load out. Can you give everyone a clear singing?" After the host finished speaking, a cold smile flashed across the corner of Chen Shang's mouth. He had already known that a situation might arise. After all, he was going to perform a program tonight, and surprisingly, no one had been contacting him. No one had allowed themselves to rehearse either. This was clearly someone punking himself. However, in front of absolute strength, these little tricks were simply useless. Chen Sheng smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, please have someone move the piano up." "Ha?" the host asked with a confused look on his face. "Do you want to ask someone to come up and accompany you?" Without waiting for Chen Sheng to answer, the host picked up the microphone and asked the audience on stage, "Zhang Hu, may I ask if there is anyone who knows how to play the piano for the song Stranded?" Not a single person on stage responded. Instead, a few people cursed in dissatisfaction. "What the hell, the accompaniment can't be loaded out, won't the next one on the spot do? I think it's because that kid was afraid of losing face, so he intentionally made a corrupted accompaniment file. I know that kid, his name is Chen Shang, he's a senior student, his singing is awful." Chen Shang looked at the somewhat embarrassed host in front of him and spoke faintly, "No need to find someone, I can play the piano myself." "Really? That's great." The host fixed his mind, picked up the microphone and continued, "Friends, due to the unexpected situation at the scene, the next program has been changed to a piano performance plus clean singing, please understand." With that said, the host begins to have the scene set up. Backstage, Song Zhe handed Zhang Wenhao a rainbow rock and bent down to light it. "Brother Hao, everything is going as planned." "Aha!" Zhang Wenhao exhaled a long puff of smoke, his eyes revealing a touch of ruthlessness. "This time, I'm going to make this dog Chen Shang pull on the stage." "Don't worry, Brother Hao, I'm in the same class as him. That kid can't sing at all. But that kid also has an iron head, he even wants to learn how to play the piano from you. Brother Hao, it's just laughable. He thinks he's Beethoven." Zhang Tao and the others sitting in the audience were also a bit unable to sit still. "Old Jiang, I have a stomachache, should I withdraw first?" Ma Wenhao whispered. "I'm a little lacking in oxygen, I want to go outside to get some air." Zhang Wei rubbed his temples and said, "What's there to be afraid of, it's not like others know he's from our dorm." Zhang Tao said, quietly fished out a mask from his pocket and put it on. On the stage, Chen Sheng sat in front of the piano and briefly tried out the tone. Then he placed his hands on the keyboard and began to play. Everyone instantly quieted down and listened to the melodious piano sound. "The sky that hasn't cleared up for a long time. I still have your smile. I've cried, but I can't bury my apologies. The kite is stranded on a cloudy day. Missing you, still waiting for rescue." The melodious song carried a touch of faint sadness and seemed to carry some regrets. The entire audience was immersed in the song, and seemed to recall their former white moonlight and vermilion moles. A few girls unconsciously waved the highlighters in their hands. Subsequently, more and more audience members joined in, forming a sea of color. The fans in the Rice Crisp live stream heard the song and asked the anchor to give the camera to the stage. When Xia Yuyao saw the pop-up screen, she smiled and said, "Okay family, I'll go to the front of the stage to give everyone a clearer shot." Xia Yuyao and the others squeezed to the front of the stage and aimed the camera at Chen Shang. The tens of thousands of people in the live broadcast room launched pop-ups. "Egu, not bad. I'll go, this kid is still a big handsome guy. Ah. I feel like I'm internet dating again. 3 seconds, I want all the contact information of this little brother. Be quiet, it's about to start poison.
Chen Sheng on the stage, at this time, had already completely devoted himself to singing.
Finished reading dependence. I will soon. I can only read the dialogue forever. The transcription part was perfect, without a single flaw. The audience instantly exploded. Ah!
The girl's screams and shouts directly drowned everything out.
It almost lifted the roof off. At the same time,
Rice Crisp Live's pop-up screen also swiped the screen. I'll go, it's comparable to the original song.
As much as I love Jalen, I have to say that this little brother sings even more dangling. This song Jalen also has to go back a little bit. I guess the peak Black Len can only fight with one. Upstairs inverts the Big Dipper.
In the crowd, only Me Crisp stood still with dull eyes.
Because the person on the stage was too much like Chen Shang. Quick, Sister Yao, give a close-up. Song Chanqian reminded loudly. Oh, okay.
Xia Yuyao came back to her senses and hurriedly pulled the camera closer to give Chen Shang a big close-up of his face. Upon thoroughly seeing the person in the screen, Me Crisp's brain instantly went down.
If the person in the screen wasn't Chen Shang, who else could it be? But, how could he be here?
Also, that day when he was lying in his arms and let him sing Mice Love Rice to himself, it wasn't even that good.
A song was sung. The crowd had completely fallen. Rice Crisp favorability +1, current favorability 89. Song Chanqian's favorability +30, current favorability 50. Yu Xiao Rou favorability +30, current favorability 45. Xia Yuyao favorability +30, current favorability 55.
When Chen Shang heard the system beep, the corner of his mouth rose slightly.
However, he was still a little confused. Did that Xia Yuyao trio have some opinion about themselves? He would have to find a chance to ask them later.
Chen Shang got up from his seat and was just about to leave the stage. A dozen or so beautiful women held flowers in their hands and surrounded Chen Shang.
Handsome boy, which class are you in? Little brother, do you want a girlfriend? Little brother, can you add a WeChat?
Chen Shang looked at the many women in front of him and was somewhat flattered.
Finished. I'm surrounded by beautiful women. He was not just a bit more handsome, sang better, and played the piano well, as to be so sought after by girls? Does this even give others a chance to live?
Just when Chen Shang wanted to find a reason to escape, Xia Yuyao leaned over with her filming equipment.
Little brother, can you interact with our female fans in the live broadcast room, please? Xia Yuyao asked with an expectant face. Yes, little brother, it won't delay you for a few minutes. Song Chanqian also blinked her eyes.
Chen Shang nodded and turned his gaze to Me Crisp, smilingly saying,
Crispy, let's go outside and chat. Chapter 60, The Courageous Me Crisp.
When Me Crisp heard Chen Shang call out to herself, the expression on her face was a little awkward. If Xia Yuyao and the three of them knew that Chen Shang was General Manager Wang. If they knew that Chen Shang was Mr. Wang, they would have flayed themselves alive. Maybe he would even scold himself for eating alone and ting in the dark. Thinking of this, a trace of guilt appeared on Me Crisp's face.
Hee, little brother, you've also seen our live broadcast? Xia Yuyao did not notice Me Crisp's expression and asked with slight excitement. Chen Shang froze and instantly understood everything.
No wonder Xia Yuyao's goodwill for the three of them was so low. It turned out that it was all because of this girl, Me Crisp.
Sister Yao, not only have I seen you guys live, I've also swiped gifts for you. Wow, capturing a wild fan alive. Song Chanqian stood in front of the screen and pointed at Chen Shang, saying, Families, I didn't realize that the little brother who just sang Stranded is still a fan of ours. If you want to watch little brother up close, click on the upper left corner and follow him. This was using himself as a fan-raising artifact?
Chen Shang shook his head somewhat helplessly. People still have programs behind them, let's go out and talk.
Okay. Xia Yuyao and the others followed Chen Shang's footsteps and walked towards the door while broadcasting live.
A few people had just walked to the auditorium's entrance when Gu Jejia, who had already cried with red eyes, suddenly chased after them.
Chen Shang, wait.
Me Crisp could tell at a glance that the girl in front of her seemed to have an unusual relationship with Chen Shang. She hurriedly grabbed the device from Xia Yuyao's hands and flipped the camera towards herself. While observing her words, she interacted with her fans.
Gu Jejia, what exactly do you want?
Chen Shang asked with a cold face.
Chen Shang, let's go back to the old days, okay?
Gu Jejia's voice choked for a few moments as she looked up at Chen Shang.
It wasn't until I left you that I realized you were the one who treated me the best. In the future, I will never be capricious again, I will be single-mindedly devoted to you, let's not break up, okay? Once unfaithful, not for life.
Chen Shang shook his head, don't force me to be angry with you, or you'll be the one embarrassed in a while. I don't care, I don't want any dignity.
I only want you.
As she spoke, Gu Jejia was ready to jump into Chen Shang's arms.
Jejia, what's gotten into you? Song Kaiyun, who had just rushed over, stopped Gu Jejia and questioned somewhat angrily.
Zhang Wenhao, who already had a stomach full of grievances, was even more enraged at this moment.
Gu Jejia, you want to die, don't you? Lao Zi is still here, and you dare to pull at Chen Shang? That's right, in front of so many people, do you still have a sense of shame?
Yun Miaotong accused from the side in a conspiratorial manner. Yun Miaotong, I kind of see clearly, it's all because you woman has been blowing in my ear, that's why I've become like this.
Gu Jiajia looked viciously at Yun Miaotong and loudly rebuked, saying,
In the past, when Chen Shang gave me a gift, didn't you say it was cheap and mocked him for being a straight man of steel? When he earned money and invited us for dinner, you stuffed it vigorously into your big mouth while saying that the food was not good.
He knew I had a weak stomach and brought me breakfast, but you said that dogs don't eat anything he sends. I got angry and threw the breakfast in the dormitory, only to accidentally find that it was all stolen by you.
Yun Miaotong immediately felt unable to hang onto her face and stammered, Gu Jiajia, you
don't spit blood. I'm bloodthirsty? I think you're the one who has no one of your own and is jealous that I have a boyfriend. To tell you the truth, the reason why I'm your BFF is because you're fat and ugly, and you're able to set off my beauty.
Gu Jiajia, you fart.
Where am I ugly? I'm also loved by someone. I just can't look at those smelly beggars. Which one of them can be worthy of me?
Yun Miaotong was uncovered and cried hysterically.
Aya Jiajia, we're all girlfriends, why speak so harshly? Song Kaiyun persuaded from the side. And you, Song Kaiyun.
Gu Jiajia wiped her tears and started attacking without discrimination.
You usually don't talk bad about Chen Sheng around me. Aren't you just trying to set off the fact that you're better than me, that your boyfriend is better than me? When Chen Sheng celebrated my birthday, which time didn't he ask you to have dinner together? Your boyfriend is so rich, a few days ago you two had Western food, why didn't you call us? Hearing this, Sun Haotian touched his nose in a somewhat speechless manner. He himself didn't say anything, but unexpectedly he was also innocently lying down. Enough! Zhang Wenhao couldn't listen anymore. How dare you boast about Qin Sheng in front of me, let's see if I don't beat you to death. Saying that, Zhang Wenhao went up and gave Gu Jiajia a few big mouthfuls. Gu Jiajia covered her highly swollen face and took a few steps back. Everyone, come and see, someone's beating up a woman. I don't know who shouted. The people watching around took out their cell phones and took pictures of Zhang Wenhao. Yo, isn't this the gentleman who just sang, why is he hitting a woman? It's true that you know what you're doing. Moralistic hypocrite, film it and send it to Little Sweet Potato so that all the sisters can take a look. Zhang Wenhao swept a glance at the few people filming around him, glared at Qin Sheng and said, Qin Sheng, it's all because of you dogs that caused me to lose face, I'll take revenge sooner or later. What, you don't like kowtowing at the bar last time, you want to kowtow again? Qin Sheng said with a teasing face. You're not allowed to mention this again, I'll beat you to death. As he spoke, Zhang Wenhao raised his fist and swung it violently towards Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng, be careful! Gu Jiajia shouted. At the same time, Mi Crisp, who was live streaming, directly closed the live streaming room and ran over, holding up a selfie stick. Qin Sheng did not take a break and waited until Zhang Wenhao was close, then suddenly lifted his right foot and directly kicked him out. Ah! Zhang Wenhao cried out and fell on his face. Young Zhang! Sun Haotian's face sank as he walked forward with his fists raised. Damn, how dare you hit young Zhang, I think you don't want to live. Bang! Without waiting for Sun Haotian to get close, a selfie stick directly exploded his head. Holy, who the hell hit me? Sun Haotian angrily turned back and directly froze in place. It wasn't just him. Everyone at the scene, even including Qin Sheng, froze in place. Because the one who blew Sun Haotian's head off was no one else, it was none other than Mi Crisp of the Four Little Wildcats dance troupe. Why did you hit me? Sun Haotian, who was bleeding from his head, covered his head and questioned. Because. Mi Crisp gulped and said with a trembling voice, because you guys are bullying the few with the many, I can't stand it anymore. Let's see if I don't kill you. Sun Haotian raised his fist and was about to hit towards Mi Crisp. Ah! Mi Crisp was so frightened that she hurriedly closed her eyes. However, the fist seemed to be slow to fall. Mi Crisp slowly opened her eyes and realized that Sun Haotian had already been lifted up by Qin Sheng by pinching his neck. Sun Haotian, I think you're tired of living, aren't you? A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Qin Sheng's face. Mi Crisp was his own woman, how could he let others bully her? Put me down. Sun Haotian squeezed out a few words from his throat with difficulty. Put you down? Good. Qin Sheng kicked Sun Haotian in the small of his back, sending him flying several meters away. Chapter 61 Afraid of Brothers' Bitterness, and afraid of brothers driving a Land Rover. The passion of the onlookers was instantly ignited. Good fight. Wow, that little brother not only sings well, he fights so handsomely, love love love. I think Miss Crispy is simply a warrior woman for fighting righteously. In the crowd, a few figures were suddenly extruded. Zhang Tao, who bullied my brother? Zhang Wei, it seems to be those two dogs, Zhang Wenhao and Sun Haotian. Ma Wenhao. What just happened? Why are those two goods on the ground? Qin Sheng looked at the three of them and said with a helpless face, it's all over with the fight and you three are here again. Zhang Tao shrugged his shoulders and said with some embarrassment, brother, you can't blame us for this. After your kid finished singing, you were directly surrounded by girls, we simply couldn't see where you were. Later on, we heard the people in the auditorium say that you were fighting with someone outside, so we rushed out. How is it, Brother Shang? No injuries, right? Zhang Wei asked as he sized up Chen Shang. Don't worry, just 2 rookies, can't hurt me. The crowd could not help but look at Zhang Wenhao and Sun Haotian, who were lying on the ground like dead dogs. Zhang Wenhao wasn't too badly injured, but his face was lost. He slowly rose from the ground and wiped the dust off his body. Chen Shang, wait for me, I will make you regret what you did today. Damn, you kid hasn't gotten enough beatings yet, has he? Zhang Tao waved his fist and said. Young Zhang, I think we should withdraw first. I'm a bit dizzy, Sun Haotian said in a low voice as he covered his bleeding head. Waste stuff. Zhang Wenhao snorted coldly and drove a nearby Bentley and left without looking back. The duo, Song Kaiyun and Yun Miaotong, had also long since disappeared. Chen Shang looked at the broken selfie stick in Mi Crisp's hand, as well as the broken cell phone on the ground, and said with a laugh, Crisp, I didn't expect you to be quite fierce. I was afraid that you would suffer. But by the looks of it, they weren't your opponents at all. Mi Crisp looked at Chen Shang with a face of adoration. Zhang Wei recalled the scene where Sun Haotian's head was broken and bloodied, and then looked at the selfie stick in Mi Crisp's hand, and said with an incredulous face. Just now, Sun Haotian's head, it couldn't have been broken by Anchor Crisp, right? Mi Crisp nodded in embarrassment, just now a moment of anxiety, so it was a little heavy-handed. In fact, I'm usually very ladylike. Xia Yuyao, who had already returned to her senses, picked up the cell phone with a broken screen on the ground and gently touched Mi Crisp. Crispy sister, what's wrong with you today? It feels like you're a bit abnormal. Mi Crisp bit her lip and whispered, I'll tell you guys when I get home, I hope you won't blame me. What is it, talking so seriously? Song Chanqian curiously pursued. It's me who has apologized to you all, go back and I'll tell you in detail. Mi Crisp said with some shame. The 3 of them looked at each other in disbelief, and for a while, they were a bit puzzled. The 3 of them were able to have today, living in a mansion, driving a luxury car, and relying on live broadcasts to make money every day. All of this was thanks to Mi Crisp. What could Mi Crisp have wronged them for? Moreover, Mi Crisp has been protecting the 3 from the clutches of Mr. Wang. How big a favor is that? The 3 of them just couldn't figure it out. But they saw that Mi Crisp seemed to have some scruples in front of people, so they couldn't continue to ask questions. Mi Crisp walked to Chen Shang and said carefully, Brother Chen Shang, there are too many unexpected situations tonight, I may need to go back and explain to the fans and Xiao Yao and the girls. Chen Shang nodded, it just so happens that I also have some things to do tonight, so I'll look for you guys some other time. Chen Shang didn't think too much of the fact that Mi Crisp had punked herself. After all, she had been brave enough to make a move tonight, so it was considered to be making up for it. Well, thank you Brother Chen Shang for understanding. We'll leave first then, Mi Crisp said with great gratitude. After saying that, Mi Crisp walked over to the Xia Yuyao trio and said, let's go. This is leaving? I haven't asked for that little brother's WeChat yet. Xia Yuyao looked at Chen Shang with an adoring face. That's right, in the future, if we connect with that little brother Liv, we can definitely increase our fans. Song Chanqian also looked at Chen Shang with some reluctance. Let's go back first. Mi Crisp lowered her head and walked towards the side of the Maybach with a complicated mood. Xia Yuyao's trio glanced back at Chen Shang and helplessly followed Mi Crisp into the car. Looking at the distant back of the Maybach, Zhang Wei said with a face of remorse, I forgot to take a picture with the few of them. You're overthinking it, they're driving a Maybach, how could they look at you? Ma Wenhao said indifferently. I didn't say I want to do anything with them, I'm just a fan of them. Besides, brother already has a girlfriend, both of us are their fans. Zhang Wei sniffled and said. Zhang Tao slowly walked to Chen Shang and forcefully punched the latter in the chest. You kid is hiding deep enough, you can sing and play the piano, you've gained a lot of fangirls this time. This time, I let brother Shang get loaded. Ma Wenhao staggered back and forth. Chen Shang just wanted to explain, only to hear Zhang De from the side shouting loudly, look what kind of car is this, a new Ferrari. Is it? Zhang Tao was also attracted over by Zhang Wei's voice, and after carefully surveying it, his voice trembled as he said, holy, this is a ING Ferrari F80. F80, is it expensive? Ma Wenhao, who didn't know anything about cars, asked curiously. Expensive? This car sells for $28 million abroad and was snapped up in just a few seconds after it was released. It's limited to 799 units worldwide, and there are only 3 units in the whole of Daxia. And this car has to be more than $50 million counting tariffs and markups, the key is that ordinary people can't even buy it. Zhang Tao, a sports car enthusiast, gushed out his introduction. Chen Shang froze at the side, how the hell do you know more about this car than me? Is this car yours or mine? After listening to Zhang Tao's description, Ma Wenhao held up his glasses and said, this car is more than $20 million more expensive than abroad, which big wrongdoer would spend so much money on this? After Chen Shang heard this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. If I say that I'm the big injustice seed that you guys are talking about, do you believe me? Zhang Tao turned back and couldn't help but laugh out loud. No, buddy, you're damn addicted to pretending, aren't you? Brother Shang, I admit that you sing better than me, but I seem to be the only rich second generation in our dormitory, right?
Zhang Wei stretched his wrist, revealing his Rolex.
Brother Shang, don't flash your tongue when you speak, or you won't be able to sing well in the future. Ma Wenhao shook his head and said. Chen Sheng didn't say anything and pulled out the car keys from his pocket with a calm face. Beep.
The Ferrari F80's headlights flashed a few times, and the entire body looked like a flame that was burning a hole in the darkness. Everyone was petrified in place.
Even the onlookers were too surprised to speak.
Because everyone knew that this car belonged to the top-class sports car that had just been released, and it was impossible to rent it out.
In other words, this car could only be bought. And it was still bought by Qin Shang.
After a long time, Zhang Tao looked at Qin Shang with a trembling voice and said fiercely, "You really deserve to die.
This is worse than killing me."
Ma Wenhao, damn, both afraid of the brothers suffering and afraid of the brothers driving a Land Rover.
Zhang Wei, this car is worth dozens of Land Rovers, and my only pride of being a rich second generation is gone.
Okay, brothers. If you are rich and powerful, don't forget each other.
Let's go to the Night Uncharted bar tonight for a drink, my treat.
Chen Shang said with a smiling face.
At the same time,
Zhang Wenhao, who was sitting in the Bentley, dialed a phone number.
Hey, cousin, help me find a few more people tonight, my younger brother was beaten up. Chapter 62 Knocking Them Over.
Hearing that Qin Shang was going to treat him to a drink, Zhang Tao and the others were overjoyed.
Brother Shang, are you telling the truth?
Zhang Tao asked as he pulled Chen Shang's hand.
Of course it's true, why would I lie to you guys?
Chen Shang spoke indifferently.
Righteous father, please accept my obeisance.
Zhang Tao arched his hand and said.
Righteous father. Righteous father.
The two of them, Zhang Wei and Ma Wenhao, followed suit.
You three won't be able to give me the whole thing.
Chen Shang glanced at his Ferrari, but this car can't sit in the four of us either. Zhang Tao looked at Zhang Wei and took the lead. Brother Wei, you drive and take Brother Xiaoma, I'll take Brother Shang's car.
Damn, I also want to take a ride in the passenger side of the Ferrari F80.
Zhang Wei rubbed his cheeks and looked at the sports car in front of him with some gluttony.
This car is not as comfortable to sit in as your BMW, it's better for me to sit.
Zhang Tao said in a serious manner. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth. When I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely drive this car for a spin. Between jokes, the four of them drove a Ferrari and a BMW towards the Night Uncharted bar. Looking at the fading away car, Gu Jiejia squatted on the ground, having sobbed uncontrollably long ago. She remembered the first time she met Qin Sheng again.
In the cafeteria. This noodle is so awful.
Gu Jiejia complained as she slammed her chopsticks onto the table.
Jiejia, look at that guy Qin Sheng, he seems to be dry eating steamed buns. Why don't we give him this noodle and see if he eats it?
Song Kaiyun said with a cheap smile on her face. Good idea, I heard that he worked part-time for a month and his boss died in a car accident. This stupid lack, the other boss's wife gave him his salary and he only wanted half. It's disgusting, why pretend to be a bad person when you're so poor yourself? Yun Miaotong also looked at Chen Shang with a look of contempt. The corner of Gu Jiejia's mouth flashed a bad smile as she walked to Chen Shang with the noodles.
Little handsome boy, sis treats you to noodles, okay?
Of all the blades in the world, only the past hurt the most. The past is like a knife, cutting through Gu Jiejia's chest and stabbing her heart hard.
She finally understood. Chen Shang was not a dog licker.
Rather, the misfortunes of his life made him cherish the goodness of others to him even more.
It was only a pity that it was too late. Now, she had completely lost Chen Shang.
Chen Shang and the others had just driven out of the school. A car parked on the side of the road then chased after them. Inside the car, Sun Haoyan picked up his cell phone and dialed Zhang Wenhao's number.
Hey, young Zhang, that dog Chen Shang has come out. Are you sure it's him?
For sure. Song Zhe saw him get into a red Ferrari with his own eyes, and the license plate number matches. I heard Song Zhe say that he and his roommate were planning to go to the Night Unchained bar for a drink. Zhang Wenhao on the opposite side froze for a moment, then said, Good, when the time comes, even those few dogs will be cleaned up together. You and Song Zhe block him at the back, don't let them turn around and run away. Don't worry, young Master Zhang. After Zhang Wenhao hung up the phone, he respectfully looked at a man wearing sunglasses beside him and said,
Cousin, that kid is driving a red Ferrari and is preparing to go to the Night Unchained bar. Red Ferrari? The sunglasses man hesitated a little, then shook his head and said, It shouldn't be that coincidental. Cousin, what do you mean by that? Zhang Wenhao asked in confusion. Nothing.
The sunglasses man looked at Zhang Wenhao with some hatred. You dog thing like to cause trouble for me. If it wasn't for the sake of my aunt, I wouldn't bother with you.
Cousin, isn't it true that I don't want to disgrace you either? If others knew that your cousin was beaten up, wouldn't that make you lose face? Alright, don't give me a high hat.
The sunglasses man shouted towards the dozen or so mental boys behind him. Be smart for me in a while, just scare them, don't cause any trouble.
Don't worry, young Zhang, we definitely won't hit anyone first. Boom! The roar of cars and motorcycles rang out, and the vast fleet of vehicles leaped out like a wild beast. Old Jiang, what have you guys been up to lately? Chen Sheng asked as he held the steering wheel with one hand and looked to Jiang Tao on the side. Busy looking for a job, brother is not taking the editorial or graduate school. Jiang Tao glanced at Chen Sheng, asked with some surprise, I said your kid recently was adopted by a rich woman or won the lottery, how suddenly so rich? You really guessed right. In fact, there is a rich woman see me handsome physical strength good, a month to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to adopt me. This car is also what she bought for me. I told you. You ask her if she still has any girlfriends or something, age doesn't matter, even if you pull the plug. After all, an old A8 is still an A8. Fine, I'll go back and ask my old baby, Chen Sheng said casually and perfunctorily. As the two of them talked and laughed, they drove into a remote section of the road. Suddenly, 7 or 8 motorcycles and a Bentley scurried out in front of them and crossed the road. Immediately afterward, a group of people jumped down from the car, holding steel pipes and baseball bats in their hands. At the same time, several cars appeared behind them, looking like they were in the same gang. Chen Sheng slammed his foot on the brake. What's the situation? Jiang Tao looked around and asked with some surprise. Chen Sheng thought briefly and said coldly, it's probably someone that guy Zhang Wenhao found. This dog, even playing dirty. Jiang Tao's face sank, they look like there must be a dozen of them, we definitely can't beat them. Chen Sheng thought briefly and said in a deep voice, hold on to the handrail for a while, I can't tell the gas and brake apart when I'm nervous. At this time, Chen Sheng's brain was surprisingly calm. Even already thought of the wording, I thought they were going to kill me, I was so scared that I didn't know anything. Brother Sheng, you. Jiang Tao looked at Chen Sheng. From the other party's eyes, he seemed to see a hint of calmness and ruthlessness. He knew that Chen Sheng was planning to go in hard. Chen Sheng turned on the Ferrari's headlights and turned on the qualifying mode. At the same time, the vehicle released its full performance to the limit. Jiang Tao gulped and subconsciously grabbed the handrail with both hands. Get out of the car for me. A motorcycle suddenly stopped next to the driver's side. The man in the car took a baseball bat and knocked on the glass. It was good that he didn't push too hard. The glass only made a bang sound and did not break. However, Chen Sheng looked like he was in shock and his foot was about to step into the gas tank. Boom! The engine was like a monster that had just come out of its cage, and the roar instantly exploded. The Ferrari F80 with 1200 horsepower was unstoppable and scampered out with a devastating momentum. Zhang Wenhao and the man in sunglasses standing in front of the Bentley were blinded by the headlights. When they reacted, the car was only 20 meters away from them. And at this time, the Ferrari had already reached 70 kilometers per hour. It was simply too late for the two to escape. The sunglasses man subconsciously stretched out his hand. At this time, there was only one thought in his mind. I'm going to die here today. Chen Sheng, who had already gotten close, saw the sunglasses man's head of red hair and suddenly widened his eyes. How is it him? Chapter 63, Voodoo Demon Zhanglingji. In a flash of lightning, Chen Sheng slammed the brakes to the floor and jerked the steering wheel. Squeak ga. The Ferrari suddenly drifted in a way that the tires were dry and smoking. In the end, the car stopped only half a meter away from Zhang Wenhao's duo. Cousin. Brother, did he just want to crash us? Zhang Wenhao stammered and opened his mouth, shaking like a sieve. This guy is ing crazy, right? The sunglasses man was also scared half to death, his entire back was completely wet. He gulped and took off his sunglasses with trembling hands. When looking at the color and logo of the body, he suddenly widened his eyes. Isn't this Mr. Wang's Ferrari F80? Could it be that sitting in the car is Mr. Wang? The spiritual guys around them had already returned to their senses. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the Ferrari with sticks. Do you want to kill someone? You just almost hit Brother Qiao, get the hell down. Come down and suffer death, or I'll smash the car for you. Jiang Tao, who was sitting in the co-pilot, had bean-sized cold sweat oozing out of his forehead. What to do, Brother Sheng? Just don't worry, I'll let that dog Zhang Wenhao kneel in front of us in a while. Chen Sheng said coldly. Big brother, I admit that you are very capable of fighting, but can we look at the situation in front of us? There are more than a dozen people, all holding weapons. And there are still people behind us blocking us, where did you get the confidence? Jiang Tao hadn't finished speaking when a Porsche 911 drove over from the distance. It stopped next to the Ferrari. Stop it all. With a loud shout, a tall woman walked down from the car and glared at the crowd. The moment the dozen or so mental boys saw the woman, they took a few steps back. Of course, they recognized the person who came, it was none other than the voodoo demon Zhanglingji. No matter how arrogant Zhang Chuqiao was in front of people, Zhanglingji would be able to subdue him with a slap. Zhang Chuqiao, get your ass over here. When Zhang Chuqiao saw that her sister had also come, her pupils suddenly contracted and she was petrified on the spot. Why had she come as well? It seemed like he had to die tonight. 3, 2. Sister, I'll be right over. Zhang Chuqiao gulped and slowly walked over towards Zhang Lingji. Say, what's going on? Zhang Lingji looked at Zhang Chuqiao expressionlessly, her deep eyes not angry. Sister, I seem to have intruded into trouble. You still know you've gotten into trouble? How many times have I told you not to provoke others? If others bully you, tell me first, don't resort to this kind of hooliganism to solve problems. Sister, I really know I'm wrong this time. But this is not the time to talk about this. How about you look at the people in the car first? Zhang Chuqiao was almost on the verge of tears. How could he have known that the person Zhang Wenhao had messed with was actually General Manager Wang, who had just saved Zhang Group? He had always wanted to befriend General Manager Wang, but he didn't have the chance. Who knew that he had actually offended General Manager Wang today? Zhang Lingji also seemed to realize that something was not right. She turned her head to look at the car window that had just been rolled down beside her, shocked beyond words. Mr. Wang. Why are you here? Chen Sheng slowly stepped out of the car and spoke indifferently. You have to ask your good brother, Zhang Chuqiao. Pa! Zhang Lingji slapped Zhang Chuqiao's face and said angrily, look what you've done. Mr. Wang, I was wrong. Zhang Chuqiao covered his face and looked at Chen Sheng as if he was dead. I really didn't know that dog Zhang Wenhao had messed with you. Otherwise, I would have broken his dog's legs on the spot. At this moment, Zhang Wei rushed over in his BMW. He pulled out a throwing stick from under the seat and shouted, what do you want? I'll fight you all. Tell you guys, I've already called the police, you'd better not mess up. Ma Wenhao leaned in next to Zhang Wei and bluffed. Damn, you two run pretty fast. Several motorcycles rushed up behind them, instantly surrounding Zhang Wei and Ma Wenhao. Don't even do it. Zhang Chuqiao shouted, afraid that the two sides would really fight in a moment. Although the several junior brothers had a puzzled look on their faces, they still obediently stood behind Zhang Chuqiao. Zhang Wenhao, who had returned to his senses, walked up with a baseball bat and pointed at Chen Sheng. Cousin, it's this kid who beat me up today, why don't you make a move yet? Without waiting for Zhang Wenhao to get close, Zhang Chuqiao kicked him to the ground. Damn it, you dog thing, why don't you hurry up and kowtow to Mr. Wang and apologize? Mr. Wang? Zhang Wenhao was dumbfounded and spoke in surprise, who is Mr. Wang? Damn, I think you're tired of living. The one standing in front of you is the General Manager Wang who saved the Zhang Group a few days ago. Zhang Chuqiao pointed at Chen Sheng and said, cousin, you're mistaken, aren't you? His name is Chen Sheng, he's a smelly beggar from our school, how can he be that Mr. Wang you're talking about? Mr. Wang I can still recognize wrong? I'll kill you this dog. As he spoke, Zhang Chuqiao frantically stepped on Zhang Wenhao's face. Ah! Cousin don't hit, I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong. What's the use of you apologizing to me? Don't apologize to Mr. Wang yet. Zhang Wenhao rolled and crawled to Chen Sheng and hugged the latter's thigh. Brother Sheng, I'm sorry I was wrong. It's me who has eyes but doesn't recognize empty tie, please forgive me? Chen Sheng snorted coldly and kicked Zhang Wenhao over. Zhang Wenhao, you've been looking for trouble from me 3 times, if I just let you go, wouldn't it be too cheap for you? Brother Sheng, I really won't dare to do it again. Call all your accomplices. Zhang Wenhao froze, and then called over Sun Haotian and Song Zhe who were following behind. A minute later, Sun Haotian looked at Zhang Wenhao, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked somewhat strangely, Brother Hao, what's going on? Why don't you two hurry up and kneel down for Brother Sheng? This. Sun Haotian and Song Zhe looked at each other, a little puzzled for a moment. Zhang Chuqiao flew up and kicked Sun Haotian directly in the back. The latter had an unsteady center of gravity and directly knelt down in front of Chen Sheng. Immediately afterward, a dozen or so mental boys holding sticks surrounded towards Song Zhe. Brother, don't do it, I'll kneel. Song Zhe immediately fell to his knees, not daring to look Chen Sheng in the eyes at all. Zhang Chuqiao, I didn't expect you to be quite ruthless, showing no mercy to your own cousin at all. Chen Sheng said with a teasing face. They have messed with you, this is all considered cheap for them. Zhang Chuqiao said with a flattering face, Mr. Wang, why don't you do this? I'll treat everyone to a drink tonight, as a way to give my brothers some pressure. Mr. Wang, it's all my fault for not teaching them properly, I'll make amends to you as well. Zhang Lingji also came forward with a guilty face. Chen Sheng frowned and was just about to open his mouth when Bai Luoyan's phone call came over. Chen Sheng, I heard from my roommate that you got into a fight with someone after participating in the program tonight, are you alright? Chen Sheng spoke indifferently, I'm fine. That's good, I've already rushed back to school from outside, where are you? I want to meet you. Chen Sheng pondered for a moment, then said, I plan to go to the Night Unchained bar with my roommate in a while. Why don't we rendezvous there? Well, see you in a while. Hanging up the phone, Chen Sheng glanced at the 3 Zhang Wenhao kneeling on the ground. Brothers, not awesome anymore? Chapter 64 Break your dog legs. Hearing this, Zhang Chuqiao glanced at Zhang Wenhao, who was kneeling on the ground. Zhang Wenhao, I told you to usually keep a low profile like me, but you nonetheless didn't listen. Do you know that Zhang Group just held a board meeting yesterday, saying that it is imperative to do everything possible to befriend Mr. Wang? How dare you find trouble with Mr. Wang? If your father knew about this, he would definitely break your legs. Zhang Wenhao froze upon hearing this. You're still keeping a low profile? If it weren't for you, would I normally dare to be so wild? However, he also knew that Zhang Chuqiao wasn't bluffing. He would really be hung up and beaten by his cranky dad himself. Zhang Wenhao could only smile and say, "Cousin, why don't you plead with brother Shang again and ask him to spare me?" "Yes, young Zhang, please spare us this time." Sun Haoyan also begged for mercy. Zhang Chuqiao sized up Sun Haoyan and Song Zhe and said suspiciously, "Why do you two look so familiar?" Song Zhe bared his large teeth and said, "Young Zhang, my name is Song Zhe and I'm an intern in your company." Sun Haoyan, with a twitch in his brain, also chimed in, "Xiao Zhang, my name is Sun Haoyan and I'm also a trainee at Zhang's group. At that time, you even praised the two of us in front of HR as rare talents. I beg Xiao Zhang to help us ask for a favor. I will definitely sacrifice my life for the company in the future." The corner of Zhang Chuqiao's mouth twitched. "You two are really talented. I have to nod my head in front of Mr. Wang now. You two are good, but you still dare to bring up your identity as interns. This is not properly looking for death." But Zhang Chuqiao also knows that some people are prone to make some low-level mistakes. Do not say that these two have not entered the society of the raw egg. It is shocked that the East Group has long experience in the workplace executives, are because in front of the East said nonsense brainwhip. As a result, they had to leave their jobs. Damn it, how could our company accept goods like you two? From today onwards, if you two dare to step into our company again, I'll break your legs. Zhang Chuqiao said spitefully. After hearing this, the two instantly felt like the sky had collapsed. Although Zhang's group was not the top company in Tianhai City, but it also required a 985 master's degree to qualify for entry. The two of them were barely able to squeeze in by relying on Zhang Wenhao's connections. Moreover, they had heard that Zhang's group had not only solved the debt problem recently, but had also expanded its business. With Zhang Wenhao's relationship, they would have a good chance of entering the new department as a minor leader in the future. But now there was no chance at all. "Young Zhang, please give me another chance." Sun Haoyan cried with snot and tears. "Yes, Xiao Zhang, I really know I'm wrong." Sun Haoyan somewhat unwillingly grabbed Qin Shang's thigh and prayed, "Brother Shang, why don't you beat me up to take out your anger? Don't let Xiao Zhang fire me. Get lost, don't dirty my clothes." Qin Shang kicked Sun Haoyan to the ground. Zhang Chuqiao pointed at the three on the ground and said, "The three of you slap each other in turn, slap each other enough for 1,000 times and you can leave." 1,000 slaps? Do we still have lives then? Zhang Wenhao said with trepidation. "If you're told to slap, you slap, or I'll break your legs right now." Zhang Chuqiao struck Zhang Wenhao's back with a stick, directly sending the latter stumbling. "Don't hit. Cousin, can't I just slap?" Zhang Wenhao had no choice but to give Sun Haoyan a forced fight. Seeing that Zhang Wenhao had made a move, Sun Haoyan also gave Song Zhe a forced fight. In the end, Song Zhe was in a bit of a bind. However, due to Zhang Chuqiao's majesty, he could only give Zhang Wenhao a slap as well. "Damn, Song Zhe, how dare you push so hard?" Zhang Wenhao was furious and fiercely slapped Sun Haoyan. "Brother Hao, why am I the one injured when he hit you?" Sun Haoyan was a bit aggrieved and slapped Song Zhe hard. "Sun Haoyan, you big stupid coin. We've lost our jobs now, why are we still kneeling down to lick this dog coin?" Zhang Wenhao. "It's all because of this dog, or else could we be like this tonight?" Song Zhe gritted his teeth and vigorously slapped Zhang Wenhao. It knocked the other's glasses askew. Just like that, the more the three slapped, the more energized they became. So much so that in the end, they all became a little anxious, and the force in their hands grew stronger and stronger. The surrounding Jiang Tao, several people looked dumbfounded. These three people were on the verge of becoming perpetual motion machines. "Mr. Wang, are you still satisfied with this result?" Zhang Chuqiao asked with a respectful face. "Barely." Chen Sheng nodded and said. "Then let the three of them continue to perform here, and let's drink." "Good." Chen Sheng glanced at the three people who were already writhing together on the ground and got into the driver's side of the Ferrari. Jiang Tao was just about to walk towards the passenger side when Zhang Chuqiao blocked the front and said with a respectful face, "Brothers, let's discuss something. Can you let me have a word with your brother Shang?" Jiang Tao looked at Zhang Chuqiao's low voice and naturally knew that he wanted to apologize to Chen Sheng. "All right." Jiang Tao took a step towards Zhang Wei's BMW. "Thanks, brother." Zhang Chuqiao waved his hand towards Jiang Tao and sat down on the passenger seat of the Ferrari. "Mr. Wang, I know it's too late to say anything now. In the future, I will definitely look up to Mr. Wang, and I hope that Mr. Wang won't blame our Zhang family." Chen Sheng looked straight ahead and spoke indifferently, "Seeing as you've made up for your mistakes, I won't look for trouble from your Zhang group for now. But the next time, I'll really turn my back on you." "Thank you, Mr. Wang, there is absolutely no next time. Don't call me Mr. Wang in the future, that's just my screen name." Chen Sheng knew that he definitely couldn't hide his identity anymore, so he simply showed his cards directly. Right after Chen Sheng and the others left, several police cars arrived. "Sure enough, someone is fighting, cuff them all and take them away." Z. Several cars stopped at the entrance of the night yet to come bar. Chen Sheng and Zhang Chuqiao had just stepped out of the cars when a female marketer quickly greeted them. Young Mr. Zhang, the V area card seats are ready. Well, we have a VIP guest today, remember to send a few more dishes, and it's best to call your king of dishes Yoyo over here. Zhang Chuqiao said with a straight face. Chen Sheng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard the name Yoyo. Don't worry young Zhang, the dishes this time are absolutely on point. Marketing subconsciously glanced at the man beside Zhang Chuqiao and suddenly said with wide eyes, Mr. Wang? So you're a friend of young Zhang. Xiaomei, you also know Mr. Wang? Zhang Chuqiao was surprised. Of course I know you, the last time Mr. Wang patronized our bar, I personally received him. Xiaomei blinked her eyes at Chen Sheng, as if she was seeing an old friend. The other party had given himself a lot of tips, how could he forget so quickly? Xiaomei, you quickly go prepare 2 sets of great divine dragons. Zhang Chuqiao urged. The Grand Divine Dragon set at Night Uncharted Bar was worth 99,999, which was considered a more expensive set. Alright young Zhang, then I'll go over first. After saying that, Xiaomei turned around and walked towards the bar. At this time, Zhang Tao and the others also arrived. Brother Shang, you're driving too fast, aren't you? Zhang Wei said as he stepped down from the car. Chapter 65, Calling 2 male models for my sister. Shen Sheng laughed and said, there's no way. With the qualifying mode on, the car scurried out with a kick of the gas. I'll go, but I can let you kid pretend to be there. Zhang Wei skimmed his lips. Squeak. While a few people were talking and laughing, a Porsche 911 also stopped in front of the bar. Immediately after, 2 long legs stretched out from inside. It was none other than Zhang Lingji who was wearing a suit. Looking closely, it looked exactly like the domineering female CEO on TV. Zhang Tao and the others on the side couldn't help but turn their gazes to the visitor, their eyes going straight. Sister, it's just you. Zhang Chuqiao reached out to greet her. Aha! Zhang Lingji walked straight to Chen Sheng, her tone easing a few points. Friends, inside please. Chen Sheng nodded and walked towards the bar. Under the leadership of Zhang Chuqiao, the crowd arrived at card seat 1 in area V. Brother Shang, please take a seat. Zhang Chuqiao slightly bowed his body, showing his teeth and said. Just sit casually, where's the fuss? Is it that you still have to serve a fish in a while and turn the fish head towards me? Chen Sheng joked. Hee, Brother Shang is so humorous. Zhang Chuqiao gave an awkward laugh. In the end, Chen Sheng sat on the same sofa as Zhang Tao and the others. Zhang Chuqiao and Zhang Lingji then sat on the opposite side. A few people had just sat down when a group of beautiful women held up lighted signs and carried 2 sets of large divine dragons over. This is quite a big battle. Zhang Tao couldn't help but marvel. If not for the fact that Zhang Lingji was here. It was estimated that he would have to add that the beautiful women also had big bodies. When the wine was all served, Zhang Wei stared at the wine on the table and staggered. I'll go, it's actually 2 sets of Grand Divine Dragons. And there's Martel Supreme and Hennessy Richard. Are these wines just expensive you say? Ma Wenhao asked with some confusion. The Grand Divine Dragon at Night Uncharted Bar mainly consists of Ace of Spades champagne in 5 colors, white, yellow, pink, green, and purple, 99,999 for a set. Those 2 individual bottles of wine would add up to over $100,000. Ma Wenhao held up his glasses. These wines have to be more than 300,000? The world of the rich, you can't imagine. Zhang Wei let out a bitter smile and added, of course, I'm just thinking about it, I can't afford to drink this wine. Zhang Lingji, who was sitting opposite Chen Shang, waved her hand towards Xiaomei and pointed at a bottle of Ace of Spades. Please open 2 bottles for us. Alright Ms. Zhang. Xiaomei bent down and opened 2 bottles of Ace of Spades and poured some for everyone. Zhang Lingji was the first to pick up the cup and stood up to raise it in front of Chen Shang. Mr. Wang, and a few of Mr. Wang's friends, it's because of my usual poor teaching that things like today have happened. This cup of wine will be taken as me making amends to you all, not asking for forgiveness, but asking you to give us a chance to make up for our mistakes in the future. After saying that, Zhang Lingji frowned and drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. It's all my fault this time, I'll drink first. Zhang Chuqiao also hastily drank up the wine in her cup. Chen Shang and the few others weren't people who liked to make a big deal out of things, so they followed suit and drank. Zhang Lingji was silent for a moment before looking at Zhang Wei again and said, Student Zhang Wei, I just heard someone say that someone had touched your car when I was outside. I'm really sorry, I'll have someone fix it for you tomorrow. Ms. Zhang, it's fine, it's just a layer of paint that fell off. Zhang Wei put down the wineglass in his hand and said with a smile, speaking of which, my dad and your father are still old acquaintances and have worked together quite a few times. Oh, really? Zhang Chuqiao breathed a sigh of relief and said excitedly, then in the future, our 2 families will have to work together more often, and be closer and closer. The few people seemed to be getting a little tipsy as they pushed their cups and exchanged drinks. Zhang Chuqiao beckoned towards Xiaomei and said loudly, Xiaomei, it's not fun to just drink, send a few dishes for a few brothers to drink. This. Xiaomei couldn't help but look at Zhang Lingji. She had found a few girls, but she hadn't expected Zhang Lingji to come as well. How could she dare to call Zhang Chu Chao a girl in front of the Zhang family's eldest miss? Xiaomei, you don't need to look at me, just serve a few random dishes for drinks. Xiaomei bent down and muttered a few words in Zhang Lingji's ear. Zhang Chu Chao. Hearing this, Zhang Lingji glared fiercely at Zhang Chu Chao. Holy, I forgot that my sister is still here. Zhang Chu Chao added, find 2 more male models to come over, my sister likes the ones with firmer muscles. Zhang Chu Chao, what are you talking nonsense about? Zhang Lingji's face turned a little red. I don't know if it was because she had been drinking or she was shy. At the same time, she stole a glance in Chen Sheng's direction. It seemed like she was afraid that the other party would think too much. I'm just kidding, male models are not wanted. Actually, my sister hasn't come into contact with a boy since she grew up. Even a place like a bar is a first-time visit. Oh, coming here to beat me doesn't count. Zhang Lingji felt that she had just lost her temper a bit. She could control Zhang Chu Chao. But there was no way to spoil other people's pleasure, right? In case Chen Shang and the others wanted to as well, wouldn't she have gone a bit overboard? Thinking about it, Zhang Lingji raised a glass of wine and drank it up before saying, Everyone, I am really sorry. I suddenly remembered that the company still has some urgent matters to deal with, so I'll excuse myself for a while. Chu Chao, be sure to take care of the guests. Sister, just don't worry. Aha! Zhang Lingji pulled out a bank card from her bag and handed it to Zhang Chu Chao. Order some more wine, if you can't drink it, save it for Mr. Wang and the others. Zhang Chu Chao was overjoyed and happily took the bank card. Don't worry sis, I will definitely keep a few brothers company. After Zhang Lingji left, Zhang Chu Chao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaomei, send out the dishes. Alright, come young Master Zhang. Xiaomei pulled out her cell phone and made a call. Not long after, 5 or 6 very sexily dressed beauties slowly walked over to Chen Shang and the others. Sisters, these are all distinguished guests tonight, be sure to accompany everyone. Xiaomei loudly instructed. Don't worry sister Xiaomei. The crowd consciously stood in a row, facing Chen Shang and the others very openly. It was like a group of wailing lambs. Zhang Tao wiped the saliva at the corner of his mouth, pointed at a hot beauty and just wanted to say something. But seeing that Zhang Lingji was still here, he held his words back again. Beauties, let's introduce ourselves first. Hello bosses, my name is Lele. My name is Fair. My name is Annie. My name is Yo-Yo. Zhang Chu Chao looked at Chen Shang and the others and said with a smile, brothers, we are all big men. Let's not be formal, we should have a good time when we come out to play. What young Zhang said is so right. Zhang Tao hemmed and hawed and laughed. I don't dare to be a good person, brother Tao call me Xiao Chao or Chu Chao. Good, in the future we'll call each other brothers, no difference. Zhang Tao seemed to be drunk and said with some excitement. Zhang Chu Chao glanced at the crowd of beauties and then looked at Chen Shang with an evil face and said, Brother Shang, I see that you've just been staring at Yo-Yo, so let her come and drink with you. Chen Shang was a bit speechless for a while. Brother actually just wanted to know if the prettiest girls in this kind of place were all called Yo-Yo. Chen Shang was about to explain when Mi Crisp's phone call suddenly came over. Brother Chen Shang, the pool in the villa is filled with water tonight. Do you want to come over and swim with us tomorrow? Chapter 66, we play fair brother Chen Shang. Half an hour ago. Inside the Sandalwood Villa. Sister Crispy, what secret are you trying to tell us? Xia Yuyo pursued somewhat anxiously. Yes Sister Crispy, everything we have now was brought to us by you, how could you have wronged me? Song Chanqian also had a confused look on her face. Don't worry Sister Crispy, even if you did do something wrong to us, we won't blame you. Yu Xiaorou held onto Mi Crisp's hands and said very sincerely. Along the way, the 3 of them kept chasing after Mi Crisp to ask. However, Mi Crisp kept putting it off and had to wait until they got home. This made the trio very confused. Mi Crisp glanced at the 3 sisters standing in front of her and said with a light sigh. Actually, I lied to you guys before. Mr. Wang is the Chen Sheng student who sang Stranded tonight. The 3 of them could not help but look at each other after hearing this. After a short silence, Xia Yuyo laughed out loud, Sister Crispy, don't tease us. Chen Sheng is a student of Tianhai University, how could he be Mr. Wang? Yeah, isn't Mr. Wang a middle-aged man in his 40s? Yu Xiaorou also looked at Mi Crisp incredulously. I see. Song Chanqian suddenly realized, Sister Crispy must have said that because she wanted to test us. Sister Crispy, you're really bad, see how I'll clean you up. Saying that, Song Chanqian directly pressed Mi Crisp down on the sofa and used her fingers to tickle the ladder. However, Mi Crisp had long since reddened her eyes. It was like a child who had made a mistake. The air in the entire room was suddenly silent. Song Chanqian climbed down from Mi Crisp's body, swallowed her saliva and said, Sister Crispy, what you said can't be true, right? Mi Crisp didn't answer, just gently nodded. Song Chanqian's face changed slightly, and she took the lead to say, Sister Crispy, why are you lying to us? If it wasn't for us going to the fellowship party today, maybe we would have been kept in the dark. That's right, Sister Crispy, you're also too selfish to want to privatize Mr. Wang. Xia Yuyo also said with some depression. She suddenly thought of Chen Shang's charming figure when he was playing on stage again. At that time, she wanted to add Chen Shang's WeChat. But in the end, she held back because she was afraid that she would be unhappy if General Manager Wang saw her. Unexpectedly, Mr. Wang was Chen Shang. Novels wouldn't even dare to write like this, right? Actually, I don't think it can be said that way. Yu Xiaoro said after some thought struggle. After all, if it wasn't for Crispy's sister, we wouldn't know Wang. Chen Shang's brother, not to mention driving a luxury car and living in a luxury house. With one sentence, everyone's emotions stabilized again. Xia Yuyo was silent for a moment and said with a bitter smile. That's true. Our four sisters once said that we can share everything except our boyfriends. When it comes to relationships, who isn't selfish? If it were me, I would probably be even more excessive than Crispy's sister, not giving everyone a chance to meet brother Chen Sheng at all. Sister Crispy, I'm sorry. It was me who was impulsive just now. Song Chanxian also said with some shame. Mi Crisp suddenly raised her head and said excitedly, so, you guys forgive me? Please, you didn't make a mistake, so how can you be forgiven? Xia Yuyao gently wiped away Mi Crisp's tears and laughed as she said. However, I didn't say that I would let brother Chen Sheng to you. In the future, I'm going to compete with you fairly and leave the choice to him. Right, pro sisters know the score, we have to compete fairly. Song Chanxian also said with a serious face. On the side, although Yu Xiaoro didn't open her mouth, she also secretly made up her mind. She herself had to give it a try. After all, there were simply not many perfect boys like Chen Sheng to be seen. Since that's the case, then I'll call brother Chen Sheng and ask him to come play with us tomorrow, giving you guys a chance to get to know him properly. However, what's a good excuse to find? Mi Crisp said with some difficulty for a moment. There. Xia Yuyao smiled mysteriously. Isn't there a swimming pool on the roof of our building? Why don't we let brother Chen Sheng come over for a swim? I've heard that swimming can best increase the bond between men and women. Good, then I'll call brother Chen Sheng right now. On the other side. After Chen Sheng received Mi Crisp's invitation, he thought for a moment and said, Crisp, then I'll go over to find you tomorrow afternoon. Well, the four of us will stop broadcasting for a day tomorrow and wait for you at home. Oh. Crispy paused for a moment and then continued to ask, Brother Chen Sheng, why is it so noisy over there? I'm drinking with my friends at the bar. Well, then you guys take your time to play. Bye bye, brother Chen Sheng. Bye. After Chen Sheng hung up the phone, Yo-Yo walked towards him. Brother Sheng, Yo-Yo will pour you a drink. Yu revealed a sweet smile and helped Chen Sheng pour a glass of champagne. Chen Sheng did not make any pretense and picked it up and took a sip. After all, having this girl with a face value of over 80 points to drink with him would earn him an extra 10,000 a second. Of course, seeing the other party's more detailed information, Chen Sheng instantly lost all other thoughts. Ha, since brother Sheng has let go, I won't hide it. I like that girl with a big ass. Zhang Tao, who completely released his nature after drinking, pointed at a woman in the center wearing a wrap-around skirt and said, Hate it, people called Fair. Fair sat beside Zhang Tao and put some game props in front of Zhang Tao. Brother, let's play the game in a while. Brother Ma, don't be a prude, quickly say which young lady will be allowed to drink with you? Zhang Tao looked at Ma Wenhao beside him and urged. Ma Wenhao's face flushed and he pointed down at a girl on his left and said, Why don't we just have that girl called Annie? Finally, the crowd looked towards Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei very calmly pulled out his cell phone. I'll report it to my girlfriend first. This thing can still be reported? Zhang Tao was shocked. That's for sure, it's just a drink anyway, my girlfriend won't count it. Brother Wei, admire. Sister-in-law, Haihan. Zhang Tao gave a thumbs up. After drinking up 7 or 8 bottles of wine, several people had already gotten 5 or 6 points of drunkenness. At this time, Bai Luoyan, who was wearing an Emmaus, slowly walked over. Zhang Tao inadvertently glanced at it, rubbed his eyes and said, I didn't blink, right, how do I look at that girl so much like our school's school flower by Luoyan? Ma Wenhao followed Zhang Tao's gaze and said with the same shock, It's really her, why would she come to a place like this? She came to look for me. Chen Sheng said with a calm face. Brother Sheng, you're drunk, right? Ma Wenhao said with some disbelief. Yes, brother Sheng, we can't let you have all the good things to yourself, right? Zhang Tao also shook his head somewhat helplessly. If she comes for yours, I'll eat it on the spot. Zhang Wei said with conviction. Who knows, the next scene stunned the crowd. Bai Luoyan unexpectedly walked directly to Chen Sheng. Lightly speaking, she said, Brother Chen Sheng, I'm sorry I'm late. The crowd looked at each other with envy in their eyes. Unexpectedly, the iceberg beauty Bai Luoyan had really come to find Chen Sheng. It's okay, sit over here. Chen Sheng said as he waved his hand towards Bai Luoyan. Chapter 67, Rating by Luoyan, Gaining Rewards. When Yodio, who was on the side, heard this, she understood and sat on the sofa next to her. And helped Bai Luoyan pour a glass of wine. Thanks, I'm driving Chen Sheng home tonight, so I won't drink. Bai Luoyan said with a calm face. Chen Shang looked at the time and asked with some curiosity, Luo Yan, why did you come at this hour? During the drinking period, Chen Shang had messaged by Luo Yan a few times. But the other party just said that they would be late and didn't explain why. By Luo Yan looked like she wanted to say something. Biting her lip, she whispered, let's talk about it on the way back. Seeing Bai Luo Yan's face look off, Chen Shang didn't continue to ask. Jiang Tao inadvertently glanced at Bai Luo Yan and instantly felt that the fare beside him didn't smell good anymore. At the same time, he envied Chen Shang in his heart. Why did everything good catch up with him? The other party was not only rich, but also multi-talented. The key is to get the school flower. This still let a few brothers how to live off. The crowd drank for another 2 hours and it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Chen Shang saw that everyone was drinking in place and tentatively opened his mouth. Why don't we stop here tonight? Well, I still have class tomorrow. Jiang Tao said with a big tongue out. Then let's withdraw. Zhang Wei said in a daze. Brothers, the chauffeur has already been called, let's get together again some other day. Zhang Chuqiao said with a hefty smile. After sending off Jiang Tao and Zhang Chuqiao and the others, Bai Luo Yan helped Chen Shang into the passenger side of the Ferrari. On the road. Bai Luo Yan looked at Chen Shang from the corner of her eye and asked with a concerned expression. Brother Chen Shang, are you alright? I'm fine, I drank a bit too much tonight. Chen Shang rubbed his temples. By the way, didn't you say you had something to tell me? Bai Luo Yan's face was a bit ugly, very frustrated. I was cheated, the money you gave me to open a studio went down the drain. You've finally been cheated. Chen Shang subconsciously blurted out, and hastily changed his words. No, how could you be cheated? The person who partnered with me to open the studio is my best friend, and we have played since childhood. But who knows? She even rolled away all my money. Chen Shang frowned slightly. He had long anticipated that opening a studio might encounter some trouble. But he hadn't expected that only a few days had passed and Bai Luo Yan had been cheated out of everything. Bai Luo Yan pulled over to the side of the road, her eyes brimming with tears. Brother Chen Shang, do you think I'm really stupid? It's a little bit stupid. Chen Shang gently stroked Bai Luo Yan's forehead and comforted, but the main reason you were cheated this time is because you trust others too easily. Brother Chen Shang, don't comfort me. I know I'm stupid, my mom said that I inherited my dad and have no business acumen at all. I didn't believe it before, but now I'm completely convinced. Bai Luo Yan wiped her tears and said, didn't your family used to be quite rich? Chen Shang curiously pursued. My family's wealth was all saved by my grandfather, and at that time, the net worth had to be $10 billion to say the least. Ever since my grandfather passed away, my family's wealth has slowly started to decrease under a series of my father's operations, until this year when it went completely bankrupt. Losing $10 billion isn't an easy task. It seems like you're really your dad's own son. Brother Chen Shang, you hate? Bai Luo Yan was laughed at by Chen Shang. Chen Shang thought for a moment and took out his cell phone and operated it. At the same time, Bai Luo Yan's phone received a text message. She seemed to realize something, took out her phone and glanced at it, and froze in place. Brother Chen Shang, you actually transferred 100 million to me? Where did you get so much money? I can't tell you yet, but my money definitely comes from a clean source. But why did you transfer so much money to me? I'm still a little bit not quite convinced about this matter. Bai Luo Yan only felt her head spinning, and seemed to be even more drunk than Chen Shang. Chen Shang calmly said, I remember you said that your father's last company was auctioned for almost $100 million. That company, too, is the most promising company. You can buy it over to practice. But, can I do it? Bai Luo Yan said with some lack of confidence. Failure is success's mother. I believe that you should have learned a lot of lessons after this one. It wasn't that Chen Shang believed Bai Luo Yan, he simply wanted to spend money. He even wanted Bai Luo Yan to fail a few more times. That way, he could justify spending money on her himself. Don't worry, brother Chen Shang, I've already summarized countless failures from my dad, I'll definitely succeed this time. Bai Luo Yan clenched her pink fist and said, I also believe that you will definitely succeed. Bai Luo Yan suddenly had a sour nose and embraced into Chen Shang's arms, whispering, Brother Chen Shang, thank you for supporting me as always, and thank you for being willing to believe in me. Perhaps girls were most easily touched by a boy's concern when they were most vulnerable. At this moment, she felt as if she had completely fallen for Chen Shang. He was unconditionally good to himself and cared for himself. This gave her, a girl who hadn't been in love since she was a child, a sense of fulfillment from being pampered. Bai Luo Yan favorability +5, current favorability 90. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully rating Goddess number 1. The host spent a total of 121 million on Goddess number 1 and returned 121 million to his personal account. Currently the system account is 21.5 billion and personal account is 296 million. The host has successfully obtained a chance to draw. Please ask if you want to draw now? Extract. Chen Shang said impatiently. This day, I didn't expect it to come so quickly. Ding. Extraction completed. Reward 1, congratulations to the host for successfully extracting 20 points of basic attributes. The current host's basic attributes are 150 points, male average 80 points. Reward 2, gained the talent Master Swimmer, LV1. Introduction of Master Swimmer. Host is familiar with various swimming techniques. LV1 is equivalent to the national champion level. Because Bai Luoyan is the host's #1 goddess, the host receives an additional reward, Top Fighting Technique. Top Fighting Technique. Host will have top-level close combat skills, equivalent to UFC champion level Top Fighting Technique. Chen Sheng's mouth was almost smiling after hearing the system introduction. He did not expect that he would have so much to gain this time. The most useful one right now was going to be the top-level fighting technique. With this ability, the next time he encountered someone looking for trouble, he would not be afraid at all. It was estimated that picking 5 or even 10 would not be a problem. After all, one's current basic attributes were close to twice that of an ordinary person. Brother Chen Shang, what are you laughing at? Bai Luoyan tilted her head to look at Chen Shang and asked with some curiosity. Nothing, I just remembered something happy. Let's go, send me to the Bailu Riverside neighborhood. Aha! Bai Luoyan straightened her clothes and drove towards the front with a kick of the gas. On the road in the early morning, vehicles were very sparse. It didn't take long before the car drove into the courtyard of the villa. Bai Luoyan looked towards Chen Shang, who was squinting and taking a nap, and whispered in a low voice. Brother Chen Shang, why don't I not go back tonight? Number 68, why don't I give my body to him? Bai Luoyan saw the smile at the corner of Chen Shang's mouth and hastily added. Brother Chen Shang, don't misunderstand. I was seeing that you were drunk and wanted to stay here to take care of you. After saying that, Bai Luoyan's smooth and pretty face rolled and instantly climbed up with a touch of redness. Chen Shang stretched out a finger and gently picked Bai Luoyan's chin, deliberately teasing. Yo, why is your face so red? Just like a soon-to-be-cooked prawn. Brother Chen Shang, you're annoying. Bai Luoyan lightly punched Chen Shang's chest, and the redness on her face deepened. This is annoying? There will be even more annoying ones in a while. As he spoke, Chen Shang undid the seatbelt on Bai Luoyan and directly pulled her into his arms. Bai Luoyan trembled, like a prey being pressed under the claws of a tiger. Not daring to move at all. Brother Chen Shang, what do you want? What do you think? Chen Shang had an evil face and slowly lowered his head. Bai Luoyan's heart thumped wildly and her cheeks burned completely. This time, it completely turned into a boiled shrimp. However, she didn't dodge, but obediently closed her eyes. A few minutes later, Chen Sheng exhaled heavily and sighed lightly. Next time, it's better to drive your Rolls Royce. The space in this car is also too small, it can't be exerted at all. What are you saying? What do you mean you can't spread out? Bai Luoyan said with a pouty face. What do I mean by that? It's not like you don't know. Chen Shang glanced at his cell phone and said, it's already 2 o'clock, let's go inside and rest. I want you to carry me into the house. Bai Luoyan pouted. Okay, carry you into the house. Chen Sheng directly used the princess hug position and held Bai Luoyan whole in his arms. Bai Luoyan looked around and couldn't help but wonder, Brother Chen Shang, you live alone in such a big villa? My sister also lives here. Chen Shang returned without hesitation. While on the road, Chen Shang had already thought it through. Instead of hiding it from Bai Luoyan, it was better to be open and honest. On one hand, Chen Shang already had enough backbone. On the other hand, too much concealment was prone to misunderstanding. Sincerity was the surefire way to kill. Sister? Bai Luoyan's face changed slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, she asked, how come I haven't heard you say you have a sister? She was my former landlord, named Sister Autumn, and has always taken good care of me. Sister Chiu was kicked out by her family a few days ago, and I saw her sleeping alone on the road, so I brought her here. So that's how it is, I didn't expect you to know how to repay kindness. Bai Luoyan joked. Although she said this, she was still a little anxious in her heart. Lonely men and women living in a room together, rubbing their ears together every day. To say that love wouldn't develop after a long time, she wouldn't believe it. The kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by the spring. Chen Shang joked. Then how should I repay your kindness to me? Bai Luoyan looked up at Chen Shang with a serious face and whispered, how about I give my body in return? To give my body in return? This was a bit abrupt. However, since Bai Luoyan had said this kind of thing, she certainly couldn't excuse herself. Chen Shang entered the house and turned on the lights in the living room. The moment the lights came on, the entire living room instantly became resplendent. Chen Shang and Bai Luoyan looked at the location of the sofa and almost simultaneously opened their mouths wide. On the sofa was sitting a beautiful woman in a housecoat, who was currently asleep with one hand resting on her chin. On her knees, there was a thick book. Under the soft light, it looked somewhat aesthetic. Bai Luoyan knew that this should be the Sister Chiu that Chen Shang was talking about. No wonder Chen Shang would let Sister Chiu live here. Not only was the other party pretty, but she also looked like the kind of big sister who knew what she was doing. After hearing the commotion, Yi Jiqiu slowly opened her eyes. Rubbing her eyes, she asked, Little Shang, you're back? Sister Autumn, why are you sleeping here? Chen Shang asked curiously.
Oh, I don't know what happened, I fell asleep without realizing it.
Yi Jiqiu stood up and suddenly froze when she saw Bai Luoyan at the door. This is? Without waiting for Chen Shang to answer, Bai Luoyan was the first to speak. Hello Sister Autumn, my name is Bai Luoyan, I'm Chen Shang's classmate. Just now outside, Chen Shang even mentioned you, saying that you took good care of him.
Yi Jiqiu heard that the other party was actually Chen Shang's classmate and said smilingly. So it's Xiao Shang's classmate.
Actually, I can't talk about taking care of Xiao Shang.
I should be more thankful to him. If it wasn't for him being willing to take me in, I guess I would still be running around outside.
Chen Shang waved his hand. You're welcome Sister Chiu, it's just a show of hands on my part. Anyway, it helped me a lot. Yi Jiqiu looked at Bai Luoyan again, revealing a warm smile, and thank you for being able to understand me. Don't worry, when I find a suitable place I will definitely move out as soon as possible. Yi Jiqiu's words were not polite but came from the bottom of his heart. Although this girl claimed to be Chen Shang's classmate, the relationship between the two was definitely not ordinary.
Sister Autumn, since you are Chen Shang's sister, of course you are also my sister. In the future, let's get along as a family.
Bai Luoyan said with a smile. To be honest, Bai Luoyan had more respect for Yi Jiqiu.
She was afraid that saying too much would embarrass Chen Shang. She was even more afraid of causing Chen Shang to resent her.
Yi Jiqiu was also somewhat pleased to see Bai Luoyan being so reasonable. Xiao Shang, you two take an early rest, I'm already sleepy. Yi Jiqiu yawned and turned to leave. After Sister Chiu left, Chen Shang glanced at Bai Luoyan beside him and spoke blandly. Bai Luoyan, I didn't expect you and Sister Chiu to be quite talkative. To love you, you have to learn to love the people around you. That way, you won't be caught in the middle and have a hard time.
Bai Luoyan said playfully. Let's go to the top floor to rest, it's relatively quieter there, you won't be able to hear how you shout.
Chen Shang gave Bai Luoyan a you-know-what look. Brother Chen Shang, I think you're drunk and talking nonsense.
Bai Luoyan of course knew that Chen Shang had something in his words, and with a shy face, she wrapped her arms around Chen Shang.
The two had just entered the household elevator.
Bai Luoyan couldn't wait to stand on her tiptoes, and after closing her eyes, she sent up her 2 pieces of sweet and moist red lips. But at this moment, she was more nervous than ever.
So much so that her eyelashes couldn't control the rapid blinking. Chen Shang was naturally nonchalant and hugged Bai Luoyan's back and the back of her head.
It had been a few minutes before Bai Luoyan opened her eyes and asked in a small voice, why is this elevator so slow, hasn't it reached the 4th floor yet? Oh, I just forgot to press it. Chen Shang said and casually pressed the elevator.
Then let's continue. Bai Luoyan closed her eyes again.
Soon, the elevator came to the 4th floor. Chen Shang pulled the corners of his mouth and picked Bai Luoyan up with one hand.
For some reason. Today, Bai Luoyan was extraordinarily talkative today, and her voice was loud when she chatted with Chen Shang. It seemed like there were always endless words. Chapter 69 Bikini Beauty. Inside the master bedroom on the 1st floor. Yi Jiqiu did not fall asleep. At the moment, she was leaning on the back of the bed, her thoughts like a mess. All sorts of things from the past surfaced once again. It could be said that after the death of her family, she had always been in the midst of misfortune, not experiencing the warmth from her loved ones. Later on, meeting Chen Shang, who looked so much like her brother, made it seem as if there was an extra trace of attachment in her heart. Originally, she had always treated Chen Shang as her own brother. Until that day. When Yi Jiqiu was at her most helpless, Chen Shang brought her back to the villa. After that she seemed to have a different idea of Chen Shang in her heart. But Bai Luoyan's appearance forced her to bury her thoughts in the deepest part of her heart. The next day at noon. Only after Yi Jiqiu had prepared a hearty meal did the two of them, Chen Shang, wake up from their nap. On the dining table. Bai Luoyan kept her head down as she dried her rice, seemingly a little embarrassed about last night's events. People who had done bad things didn't need to be told by others, they would be weak in their own hearts. Luoyan, aren't you going to school this afternoon? It just so happens that I also have something to do, so I'll send you to school in a while. Chen Shang slowly spoke. Well, then I'll trouble brother Chen Shang. Bai Luoyan nodded vigorously and whispered back. After eating, Bai Luoyan started to clean up the dishes. Xiaoyan, just leave it to me. Yi Jiqiu got up and said. It's fine Sister Autumn, I have nothing to do right now anyway. As she spoke, Bai Luoyan couldn't help but pack up the dishes and head towards the kitchen. Hearing the sound of dishes being washed in the kitchen, Yi Jiqiu said with some emotion, Xiaoyan is really a good girl, she's pretty, and she's also so understanding. It is quite understanding. Chen Shang looked at Yi Jiqiu and asked, Sister Chiu, if there is anything you need in the future, just tell me. I don't lack anything right now, and my life is very fulfilling. When I was cleaning yesterday, I saw that there's a gym here, so I'll go practice some yoga in the afternoon. Well, then I'll bring you some yoga pants next time. This is better for me to buy them myself? Yi Jiqiu said with some blushing. 10 minutes later. Chen Shang and Bai Luoyan bid farewell to Sister Chiao and drove away from the villa. After sending Bai Luoyan back to school, Chen Shang used less than half an hour to arrive at the Sandalwood Villa 6 villa. Chen Shang couldn't help but secretly sigh. He had unknowingly become a time management master. Wouldn't this be a handful if there were more people? Brother Chen Shang, you're here? Rice Crisp, who had been waiting in the courtyard for a long time, took the lead in welcoming him. Brother Chen Shang. Xia Yuyo and the others also couldn't wait to come forward. Chen Shang stepped down from the sports car, and after surveying the crowd, he couldn't help but be secretly staggered. The clothes that these 4 people wore were much sexier than in front of the screen. Almost all of them were super short skirts, hot pants, little tank tops and the like. The good body shape of the crowd was perfectly displayed. I didn't expect you guys to be even prettier than in front of the camera. Chen Shang praised from the bottom of his heart. Because we're meeting important people, of course we have to dress up carefully. Xia Yuyo said playfully. Brother Chen Shang, your car is so beautiful. Song Chanshan glanced at the flirty red Ferrari and deliberately provoked the topic. What kind of car is this? It seems like I've never seen it before. Yu Xiaoro also said with some surprise. This car just came out not long ago, I also knew nothing about it before I bought it. Chen Shang truthfully returned. Wow, surprisingly it's still a new Ferrari. Then this car must not be cheap, right? Ni Crisp said as she bent down to caress the bodywork. Spent $50 million. Chen Shang said without hiding anything. What, 50 million? Wouldn't that be worth a villa in Tang Palace Villa? Mi Crisp hurriedly took her hand away, fearing that her manicure would break the car's paint. It's not bad, I'll bring one of you to buy one when I have time some other day. Chen Shang said in a relaxed tone. The 4 girls looked at each other in dismay, and were instantly too surprised to speak. Even Mi Crisp, who had seen Chen Shang's handiwork, was slightly surprised. Such an expensive car, one person buying one? And listening to Chen Shang's tone, it was as simple as eating and drinking. Rich people, are they all so ostentatious? Brother Chen Shang, the water on the roof has been put away a long time ago, hurry up and go with us to change clothes. Mi Crisp naturally took Chen Shang's arm and said. The swimsuit is also ready. Xia Yuyao took Chen Shang's other arm and said. Let's go then. Said Chen Shang. The 3 of them walked towards the villa. Leaving behind the 2 of them, Song Chanshan, who hadn't come back to their senses yet. A few moments later, Song Chanshan finally came back to her senses, stomping her feet with some chagrin and said. Not good, letting the 2 of them get there first. Chen Shang picked up a pair of swimming trunks and a pair of slippers, and casually found an empty room to change his clothes. When he stepped out of the room, he found the 4 Mi Crispy people standing at the door like they were waiting for a rabbit, staring at him with a bad smile on their faces. You guys don't go change your clothes, what are you doing here? Chen Shang asked with some perplexity. Wow, Sister Crispy is right, Brother Chen Shang, you actually do have abs, yeah? Xia Yuyao bent down and unashamedly measured Chen Shang's muscles. Still 8-pack abs. Song Chanshan, who was closest to Chen Shang, couldn't help but poke Chen Shang's muscles with her finger and said in amazement, no wonder Brother Chen Shang is able to easily fight 2 on 1, his muscles are surprisingly so strong. How do I feel? Brother Chen Shang's body seems to be a bit sturdier than before? Rice Crisp had seen Chen Shang's muscles before, but it didn't seem to be this obvious. It had only been a few days in the past, and it felt like the muscles had gotten bigger. It's just that if you take protein powder as a meal every day, it's impossible to grow so fast, right? Chen Shang looked at the beautiful women who were like wolves and tigers, and spoke faintly, aren't you guys going to change clothes? We're going to change our clothes right now. Mi Crisp gently pushed Chen Shang's back and said with a sly smile, Brother Chen Shang, you go up first, we're going to give you a surprise then. The whole thing is quite mysterious. Chen Shang only had to walk towards the roof by himself. At this time the swimming pool had already been filled with water. Chen Shang sat on a lounge chair by the pool and looked around. Around the entire roof of the building was a circle of light transmitting and shadow impermeable tempered glass. It made the entire roof more private. A few minutes later, soft footsteps came from the stairs. Chen Shang followed the sound and couldn't help but gulp. The trio of Mi Crisp, Xia Yuyao and Song Chanshan, wearing pink, beige and black bikinis respectively, slowly walked towards Chen Shang. Chen Shang was slightly stunned, why was there one less? However, he didn't care and recklessly appreciated the 3 people in front of him. The waist of the 3 girls, their flat stomachs, their skin, and their perfect S-shaped bodies were clearly visible. Even because there is a bikini backing, adding a point of mystery, giving people unlimited reverie. Mi Crisp had more contact with Chen Shang, so she was slightly able to let go of some. However, the other 2 obviously had not fully adapted, and their slightly tense expressions added a hint of flirtation. Brother Chen Shang, does this look good on me? Mi Crisp asked as she walked over and sat beside Chen Shang. At the same time, she placed her toes, which were coated with pink nail polish, onto the bench as well. A long, snow-white leg, intentionally or unintentionally, approached Chen Shang. Chapter 70 Sultry Type Girl Extra. Chen Shang looked down and saw that Mi Crisp's two snow-white long legs appeared even more slender due to her toes being straightened out. Combined with the pink-colored toes, it added a few more points of temptation. Brother Chen Shang, do the toenails I just painted look good? Mi Crisp deliberately placed her leg in front of Chen Shang's body with a hint of teasing in her tone. Not bad. Chen Shang pinched the small and delicate feet and said with a smile, your feet are so soft, it's really a bit of a pity that you don't use them to step on the back. Oh, so Brother Chen Shang likes to be stepped on. Mi Crisp covered her mouth and laughed. Brother Chen Shang, I'm a bit heavier than Sister Crispy, let me step on it. Song Chanxian joked. My feet are soft, it's better to let me step on it. Xia Yuyo also interjected. No, why do you all want to step on Brother Chen Shang? Hoping to take brother as a soft persimmon to pinch. Mi Crisp's willow eyebrows rose up as if she was angry. With one sentence, she made everyone laugh. Chen Shang glanced at the stairway and asked with some confusion, why hasn't Xiaoro come over? Xia Yuyo explained with some embarrassment, Brother Chen Shang don't blame Xiaoro, she's a rather shy person, she might be a bit shy to wear a swimsuit, I guess she's looking for the right clothes. No matter, give her some time to get used to it. Chen Shang spoke indifferently. As soon as his words fell, he only saw the sound of high-heeled shoes walking coming from the stairs. See, speak of the devil. Mi Crisp said with a smirk. The crowd couldn't help but look towards the stairway in unison. It wasn't long before Yu Xiaoro stepped on high heels, draped in a light gauze tunic, and strutted in style. No, this is what you're wearing to swim? Song Chanxian shook her head inside. I have my swimsuit inside. Yu Xiaoro took a deep breath and slowly unraveled the outside sarong and threw it on the ground. The crowd all froze in place when they saw Yui Shiro's costume inside. At this moment, Yu Xiaoro was wearing a set of fiery red bikini, combining sexiness, temptation, and exuberance. No way, it's even a red bikini, Xia Yuyo said as she gulped down her saliva. This guy usually looks like a good girl, I didn't expect to be a sultry type of girl. Mi Crisp began to re-examine Yu Xiaoro. But this trick of Xiaoro's does work. Ever since Xiaoro appeared, Brother Chen Shang's gaze hasn't left her. Song Chanxian said with some jealousy. Nonsense, I was looking critically. Chen Shang stood up from the bench and said, it's too sunny outside, go stay in the pool. Saying that, Chen Shang plunged into the water. Not to mention, the temperature of this pool was just right, very comfortable. The four women looked at each other and smiled, also stepping into the pool. The current Chen Shang already possessed the ability of master swimmer. Entering the water like a fish. Brother Chen Shang, you're a great swimmer. Mi Crisp looked at Chen Shang's athletic stance and couldn't help but praise him. No way, Brother Chen Shang is even this strong at swimming? Song Chanxian also couldn't help but marvel. Although I don't know how to swim, I often watch competitions. This speed, it's almost catching up with Sun Yang, right? Xia Yuyo said very seriously. The ladies looked at Chen Shang as if they were looking at a monster. This guy was simply a hexagonal warrior, capable of anything. After Chen Shang swam a few laps, he returned to the poolside. He was not showing off his swimming skills, but mainly wanted to familiarize himself with his abilities. After some experimentation, he came to the conclusion that his swimming skills were really damn strong. He used to only be able to dog paddle, but he froze and learned all kinds of swimming skills. The key to swimming was also faster than the average athlete. Brother Chen Shang, I want you to teach me how to swim. Yu Xiaoro approached Chen Shang and pampered him. I also want to learn. I want to learn too. Facing the pestering of the girls, Chen Shang had no choice but to teach them the essentials of swimming. Under Chen Shang's hands-on attentive guidance, the ladies quickly learned the basic essentials. Of course, Chen Shang was also taken advantage of by several girls to mooch a lot of oil. For example, they deliberately rubbed Chen Shang's hand with their soft bodies. Chen Shang led the girls to practice by the pool for more than 20 minutes and felt a little thirsty. I'll go to the house to get a bottle of water, do you want me to bring one for you guys as well? Mi Crisp also felt a bit thirsty and spoke, Brother Chen Shang, please bring me a bottle of Coke. I want a Coke too. I want a chilled Coke. Just bring me a bottle of water, thank you Brother Chen Shang. Chen Shang walked to the shore through the ladder by the pool and took a step towards the villa. Sisters, why don't we compare who can swim faster? Mi Crisp looked to the crowd and proposed. Yeah, just what I was thinking. Song Chanxian said unconvincingly. Then we'll swim to the opposite side and swim back. Xia Yuyo said as she jumped into action. But we're not very good at swimming yet, what if there's an accident? Why don't we wait for Brother Chen Shang to come back? Yu Xiaoro said with some concern. Aya, what are you afraid of? Mi Crisp gently shook her head and said, this pool is just up to my chin, what accidents can happen? Yu Xiaoro thought about it and felt that it was so. At the same time, she didn't want to spoil everyone's fun, so she agreed. After swimming tired, the big deal was to just stand up. So the four girls leaned against the side of the pool and started making preparations. Seeing that everyone was almost ready, Rice Crisp yelled, ready, start. Afterwards, the four girls swam towards the front with different postures. Although the movements were hard to watch, they could at least barely move forward. When going to the other shore, everyone still felt like they had plenty of energy. But on the return trip, there was some physical exhaustion. When Xia Yuyao swam to the middle position, she said helplessly, "No, I don't have the strength anymore, I'll abstain." Saying that, she stopped and prepared to walk to the poolside. However, when she put her foot down tentatively, she realized that she couldn't step to the bottom at all. Save. Well. Life. Well. Xia Yuyao desperately yelled help, but accidentally choked on a mouthful of water. Mi Crisp and the others stopped and stood in the pool looking at Xia Yuyao, who was desperately struggling behind her. "Xiaoyao, just stop pretending." Mi Crisp couldn't help but lose her smile. "You're the tallest amongst the four of us, you can still drown?" Song Chanshan and Yu Xiaoro were originally still a bit nervous, but after hearing Mi Crisp's words, they were slightly relieved. They also thought that Xia Yuyao was joking with everyone. After all, Mi Crisp was 165 centimeters tall, the shortest of the three. And Xia Yuyao's height was 169 centimeters, so how could she not step on the bottom of the pool? It had been more than 20 seconds and Xia Yuyao was still struggling. Mi Crisp frowned and said with a serious face, "Something's not right, Xiaoyao seems to be really drowning." Saying that, Mi Crisp swam towards Xia Yuyao with all her strength. Song Chanqian and Yu Xiaoro also reacted, but they didn't have much strength left. They could only put their feet on the bottom of the pool and desperately walk towards the center. Mi Crisp approached Xia Yuyao and grabbed the latter's hand and said, "Xiaoyao, hold on to me." Xia Yuyao grabbed Mi Crisp's hand in a panic, as if she was grabbing a life-saving straw, and brought it to her side. Mi Crisp tried to stand up in the water, but realized that she couldn't step to the bottom at all. Not good. Rice Crisp's mind couldn't help but flash a thought that he was going to be finished. Thanks to Black Dragon, Big Brother for the inspiration capsule sent out today, an extra chapter is added. Thank you to other friends, such as Master Fox Fairy for sending likes and generating electricity with love, and thank you to the rest of our friends for their silent support. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 71 Who Just Kicked My Ass. Seeing that there seemed to be something wrong with Mi Crisp as well, Song Chanshan and Yu Xiaoro hurriedly accelerated their steps. The result was the same as Hulu was saving Grandpa. One by one they were dragged into the puddle. Originally, Xia Yuyao struggled a bit, and there was still a possibility that she could come out of the pit. As a result, at this time, the four people were in a mess, entangled with each other, and no one could escape. Just in the nick of time. Chen Sheng just walked to the roof of the building, heard a strange movement coming from the pool, secretly said bad. Hurriedly dropped the cell phone and drinks toward the pool to run. When Chen Sheng saw the scene in the pool, cannot think too much, a fierce into the water. When he was about to approach a few girls, Chen Sheng suddenly stopped. He had seen many cases of expert swimmers sacrificing their lives because of saving others. This was because people who fell into the water would lose their sanity in a situation of extreme fear. They might treat the rescuer as the last straw in the process of struggling and hold on to the other person to death. Once the rescuer was grabbed by the person who fell into the water, not only would they not be able to save the person, but they themselves might be dragged into the water. Chen Sheng thought for a moment and found the right moment to dive underwater. He fiercely kicked towards the girls closest to him. The four girls rushed some distance towards the front under the effect of Chen Sheng's kick. Effective. Chen Sheng took a deep breath and once again found the right moment to kick out. The four girls finally stepped to the bottom of the pool. Seeing this, Chen Sheng quickly swam over and brought them to the shore after stabilizing them. Several girls lay on the ground, covering their chests and coughing continuously. When a few people gasped for air, Chen Sheng was surprised and opened his mouth. "What just happened? How did you guys drown?" Xia Yuyao's tears instantly flowed down, her voice choked. "It's all my fault that I was physically weak, everyone drowned in order to save me." "No, it's all my fault. If it wasn't for me having to race, this wouldn't have happened." Mi Crisp also wiped her tears with a guilty face. "According to reason it shouldn't be. I deliberately checked today, this water depth is only a little more than 1 meter 4, but why is the middle so deep? Song Chanqian said with some confusion. Yu Xiaoro looked around and found a square metal net about 2 meters long in a corner. She suddenly realized, "I get it, there should be a pit in the middle of this pool, and there might be a water purification device or something inside." Originally there was a metal net on top to prevent people from falling into the pit, only for some reason it was removed by the previous homeowner. The crowd then realized what was going on. "It's all my fault, I didn't check the pool when I drained it last night." Xia Yuyao bowed her head and admitted her fault, her eyes full of self-blame. "Alright, it's a blessing amongst misfortunes that nothing happened to the few of you this time." Chen Sheng glanced at the crowd and said with a straight face, "Next time, be smarter, don't jump into the water rashly to save people, you can find a rope or something first." "Got it, brother Chen Sheng." Mi Crisp sniffled and said with some fear. "I didn't expect brother Chen Sheng to be so powerful that he saved the four of us all by himself." Xia Yuyao said with gratitude. "Brother Chen Sheng, I really don't know how to repay you properly." Song Chanqian looked at Chen Sheng somewhat shyly. "Let's not talk about this first, I see that you all seem to have choked on water, are you alright?" Chen Sheng pursued.
although choking water can be discharged from the lungs through coughing.
But there was also the possibility of triggering aspiration pneumonia.
I feel much better, it's just that my butt hurts a little. Song Chanshan looked at the remaining 3 girls and snorted coldly. Which one of you 3 kicked me and did so twice? Immediately stand out and let me spank your ass a few times, and I'll spare you, sister. The 3 looked at each other and shook their heads.
Neither of you admit it, right? Then don't blame me for my indiscriminate attack. Song Chanshan pretended to be angry as she pressed down on Xia Yuyao and raised her hand to strike down.
Wait. Xia Yuyao glanced at Chen Sheng and whispered, I seem to have seen brother Chen Sheng kick us twice in a panic, and then we came out of the puddle.
Ha!
Song Chanshan looked at Chen Sheng and realized that the other party did not retort, and softly said, Hey, so it was brother Chen Sheng who kicked.
Brother Chen Sheng kicked well, kicked wonderfully, ah. Xia Yuyao joked. Good you Xiao Yao, I'll let you taste the taste of spanking too. As she spoke, Song Chanshan slapped hard on Xia Yuyao's plump buttocks.
Under the playfulness of the two, the atmosphere that had just been somewhat heavy instantly became much more active. Right at this moment, a series of system beeps suddenly rang out.
Number 3 Goddess Xia Yuyao favorability plus 33, current favorability 88. Number 5 Goddess Song Chanshan's favorability plus 39, current favorability 89. Number 6 Goddess Yu Xiao's favorability plus 43, current favorability 88. Chen Sheng's heart was suddenly surprised and happy.
The favorability that should have been increased a long time ago was finally added today. At the same time, Chen Sheng glanced at Mi Crisp, who was still a bit stunned. By the looks of it, she had not yet recovered from the incident just now.
However, this was an opportunity for himself.
Thinking of this, Chen Sheng did not hesitate to get up and walk towards the stairs. After picking up his cell phone, he directly transferred 1 billion into Mi Crisp's account. When he had just gone to the freezer to get some water, Chen Sheng saw some documents sitting on the sofa. Most of them had to do with how to set up a guild. Chen Sheng guessed that after Mi Crisp and the others had caught fire, there should have been quite a few guilds that had approached them. And they should have wanted to set up their own guild. Chen Sheng had originally wanted to wait for the swim to end and talk to a few people about this matter in detail. But now it had to be brought forward. If he let Mi Crisp's favorability break through 90, it would be a lot less money. After Chen Sheng finished transferring the money, he picked up the drinks on the ground again and walked towards the roof.
Seeing Chen Sheng's figure walking towards him, only then did Mi Crisp come back to her senses.
A warm current flowed through her heart. At the same time, she also recalled the bits and pieces after she met Chen Sheng. In the beginning, she did meet with Chen Sheng because of money. But later on, after having more contact with Chen Sheng, she slowly realized that apart from being rich, Chen Sheng had many other merits. And today, Chen Sheng even saved her from death. Her heart seemed to have some more inexplicable feelings towards Chen Sheng.
Rice Crisp favorability plus 1, current favorability 90.
Congratulations to the host for successfully raiding Goddess number 4, Mi Crisp. The host has spent a total of 1.06 billion on Mi Crisp, and has returned 1.06 billion to his personal account. In addition, the host has successfully gained a chance to draw a prize.
May I ask whether to draw now? Draw. Ding. Drawing is complete.
Reward 1, congratulations to the host for successfully drawing 20 points of basic attributes.
Current host's basic attribute is 170 points, male average is 80 points. Reward 2, acquired the talent God of Car, LV1.
Reward 2, receive the talent God of Car, LV1, introduction of the God of Car talent, host obtains the ability of a professional racer, LV1 is equivalent to the level of a national rally champion.
Chapter 72 Rooftop Barbecue.
Chen Sheng instantly felt a sense of coldness and a soaring heart. Ferrari supercars plus the God of Cars talent, isn't it a blast?
Could it be that he could not only enter the entertainment industry, but also make an impact on the F1 World Championship? Brother Chen Sheng, what's wrong with you? Mi Crisp looked at the corners of Chen Sheng's mouth that could not be suppressed and asked curiously. Nothing.
Chen Sheng came back to his senses and spoke indifferently. I see that everyone is not in the mood to swim, so why don't we just bask in the sun on the recliner? Chen Sheng lay on the chair, bathing in the warm sunlight, only feeling cozy. Mi Crisp hooked the corner of her mouth and slowly walked over to Chen Sheng and squatted down in front of him.
Brother Chen Sheng, why don't I give you a massage? Saying so.
Without waiting for Chen Sheng to speak, Mi Crisp had already bent down. Putting her slender jade hands, she gently placed them on Chen Sheng's sturdy shoulders. At the same time, she also used her soft body to touch Chen Sheng intentionally or unintentionally.
Crispy, who did you learn this technique from?
Chen Sheng only felt that Mi Crisp's massage technique was even more skillful than Bai Luoyan's.
This is the first time I've helped someone else with a massage.
Mi Crisp approached Chen Sheng's ear and slowly spoke, Brother, why don't I?
Tonight?
Before Mi Crisp could finish her words, Xia Yuyao said loudly from the side, it's still Sister Crisp who has a live in her eyes, let's go over there as well. The 4 girls rubbed shoulders and pressed legs. It was a happy scene. Even, they reached a certain tacit understanding in their hearts.
There was no distinction between sisters, as long as the fertilizer did not flow into outsiders' fields.
At this moment, Chen Sheng slumped on the chair, his heart filled with emotion. In the past, he was just surviving, but now it was called living.
This little life is simply happier than the emperor's son. After a long time, me Crisp proposed, "Sisters, let's not go out to eat tonight either. How about a rooftop version of barbecue?"
Yeah. Xia Yuyao raised her hands in excitement, completely disregarding the fact that her good figure was almost naked.
I'm also in favor. Song Chanxian stood up and said, "Who's going to get the ingredients and tools with me?" "Chanxian, I'll go with you."
Xia Yuyao volunteered to help. Not long after, the two of them walked up to the rooftop with a grill and some ingredients. Chen Sheng naturally did not need to do anything. He rested his hands behind his back and admired the seductive body of the beautiful woman. At this time, it was already evening. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the four beautiful girls, coloring their snow-white skin into a golden yellow.
Those plump buttocks, full breasts, all of them gave people unlimited reverie. After more than an hour of busy work, it was finally almost baked. "Brother Chen Sheng, have you seen enough? Hurry up and sit over,"
Me Crisp said with a bad smile on her face.
Chen Sheng froze.
It turned out that Crispy had noticed himself long ago.
It just didn't reveal it.
In this way, it seemed that her crouching down to pick up things from time to time was also deliberate.
This little hoof.
Chen Sheng walked over and sat on a small bench. "Just now, I saw that you guys worked together quite well. It seems that you usually didn't organize a lot of field barbecues."
"That's true."
Me Crisp handed Chen Sheng a few skewers of lamb that were grilled and bubbling with oil, and said with a smug look on her face,
"Our four sisters, but we've been living in the same dormitory since freshman year. Back then, we went to the riverside barbecue every other day." Chen Sheng picked up a meat skewer and tasted it. The flavor was indeed quite authentic. "Brother Chen Sheng, it tastes good, doesn't it?"
Xia Yuyao blinked her eyes and asked with an expectant face.
"It is quite good. Looks like I'll have to come over here more often in the future,"
Chen Sheng said with a smile. "Then we'll be waiting for Mr. Wang's great visit at any time."
Xia Yuyao made a face and said, "The mention of Mr. Wang makes me angry."
Song Chanxian had just finished speaking when she realized that her words were prone to causing misunderstandings and hurriedly changed her words.
"What I mean is that when I talk about the title Mr. Wang, I think of someone trying to eat alone, leaving the three of us in the dark all the time." Rice Crisp was no longer ashamed at this point and playfully laughed.
"Sisters, you can't blame sister for being selfish.
If you guys were me, would you be willing to give up Brother Chen Sheng?" With one sentence, it gave everyone a dry silence. "Alright, let's not talk about this, jerk off," Xia Yuyao interjected.
Halfway through eating, Chen Sheng suddenly received a WeChat friend verification.
The note was shaky in customer service.
Chen Sheng thought about it and chose to pass the verification.
The opposite party returned a message in almost seconds.
"AAA Building Materials Mr. Wang, hello, I am your shaky and exclusive customer service Xiaoye, very happy to serve you."
Chen Sheng mused. Shaky and exclusive customer service?
Chen Sheng did know that if a user exceeded a certain level, there would be a specialized staff to serve them. Without waiting for Chen Sheng to inquire, the opposite party sent another message.
"It's like this Mr. Wang, given that you have a higher rank, you can enjoy some exclusive privileges. At the same time, if you have any needs, you can also raise them directly, and we will be happy to serve you."
Chen Sheng thought for a moment and replied, "There really is. I think it's too slow to brush carnival or something like that, a group is only 10. It would be nice if you can send unlimited consecutive or more than one at a time."
"Okay Mr. Wang, I will feed back your question to the leader. May I ask if there is anything else I can help you with?" "Not for now."
Chen Sheng put down his cell phone and didn't take this too seriously.
It was unlikely that a platform as big as Shaky and would change the rules for itself, right?
After a few people ate for a while, Me Crisp suggested, "Why don't we take a picture with Brother Chen Sheng?"
Yes, I raise both feet in favor of it,"
Xia Yuyao said excitedly. "Wait for me, I'll go get my cell phone."
Me Crisp turned towards a side table. When she unlocked her phone, she couldn't help but mutter to herself, why did the bank send me a message again?"
She didn't take it too seriously and casually opened the text message. However, in the next second, Me Crisp's pupils suddenly contracted. The cell phone almost fell to the ground.
"Sister Crispy, what's wrong with you?" Song Chanxian asked curiously when she saw Me Crisp frozen in place. "Chanxian, come over and take a look, am I blind?" "Inexplicable," Song Chanxian complained as she walked towards Me Crisp.
When she read the content on the text message, she couldn't help but burst out.
"I'll go, who the hell sent this scam text message? Anyone with a bit of brains wouldn't believe the content of the text message, right?
I told you, how could my account receive $1 billion for no reason? Crispy sister, this number looks longer than my hair, how could it be real?"
Song Chanxian snickered. "Wait, something doesn't seem right."
Me Crisp carefully glanced at the cell phone and said with a trembling voice, "This text message seems to be from the bank, don't believe me, take a look." Song Shanshan carefully analyzed the text message, her voice could not help but raise a few points.
It's still true, who in the world is this sending $1 billion?
After a short silence, the women all looked at Chen Shang in unison.
Chapter 73 Late Night Racing, Speed and Passion Extra.
Chen Shang did not hide it and opened his mouth to say, when I was getting water today, I saw the documents on the sofa. I know that you guys recently wanted to organize a guild on your own, so I transferred some money to you.
Brother Chen Shang, you call $1 billion a little?
Xia Yuyo staggered back and forth.
But, it wouldn't take that much money to raise a guild, right?
Me Crisp still said with some disbelief. The extra money, consider it as pocket money for you guys, the massages you just had were not bad. Chen Shang said casually. In the beginning, he still had a hint of skepticism towards the system.
What if he spent too fiercely and attracted the attention of the relevant authorities?
Therefore, he had been restrained. After the recent period of experience, Chen Shang realized that Brother Tuzi was really reliable. The people above him did not even ask about the source of his funds. He has now completely liberalized.
Not to mention 1 billion, even 10 billion would not matter. Brother Chen Shang, why are you being so nice to us?
Me Crisp sniffled and said.
Brother Chen Shang, I like you, I want to give you a monkey.
Xia Yuyao did not care at all about the presence of other sisters and boldly confessed to Chen Shang.
Humph, Brother Chen Shang is not you alone. I can also give Brother Chen Shang a monkey.
Song Shanshan straightened her chest with a defiant face, displaying her advantages perfectly. I won't snatch it from you guys because I don't want to make things difficult for Brother Chen Shang.
As long as Brother Chen Shang can accompany Xiaoro once in a while, Xiaoro will be satisfied.
Yu Xiaoro said with a serious face. Me Crisp gave a thumbs up. Xiaoro, I usually underestimate you.
You're this. Enough talk, let's grab a group photo.
Yu Xiaoro changed the topic and said. Me Crisp opened the front camera, and the 4 girls surrounded Chen Shang. Each posed in a sexy pose. Chen Shang only felt a heavy weight on his head and on both shoulders.
No, what are you guys up to? Chen Shang didn't even dare to crane his neck a bit.
He was afraid of committing a foul if he wasn't careful. Don't worry, our photos can only be seen by us. And we directly destroy our cell phones after they break, we won't take them to someone to get them fixed. The corner of Xia Yuyao's mouth revealed a hint of a bad smile.
Chen Shang sighed softly. Was this what it felt like to carry a heavy load? You don't say, it's not bad at all.
Next, the few people sang and danced on the rooftop and had fun for quite a while.
Chen Shang glanced at the time, it was already 10 p.m. Everyone, I have to go back tonight.
Chen Shang said slightly helplessly.
Brother Chen Shang, aren't you going to stay here?
Me Crisp asked with an expectant face. Chen Shang gently shook his head. When I have time later, I will properly accompany you guys for a few more days.
In reality, why would Chen Shang not want to stay?
Warm fragrance and soft jade in his arms, beautiful women sleeping together. But the system had clearly stipulated that it was possible to violate public order and morals, but not the law.
Once violated, the consequences are unimaginable.
He also had no choice but to forcefully suppress the thoughts in his heart. Rice Crisp and the others saw that Chen Shang seemed to have some scruples, so it was not good to force him to stay. Chen Shang somewhat suffocated as he bid farewell to the 4 people and drove in the direction of the banks of the White Heron River. After driving for a while, he only felt that he seemed to have become one with the car. The operation became extremely spontaneous. He could even make some super difficult drifting maneuvers. This car god talent is indeed a bit interesting. Chen Shang prepared to change the Ferrari's qualifying mode to daily traveling mode while waiting for the traffic light.
Suddenly, several sirens sounded from far and near.
Chen Shang followed the sound and looked. He only saw a Porsche 718 speeding ahead. The speed almost reached 140. The several police cars following behind it were in full pursuit. However, how could the speed of the police cars compare to the Porsche 718? The distance between the police cars and the Porsche was getting farther and farther. At this moment, another black red flag car appeared from nowhere. The red flag car is like a life-threatening, directly across the Porsche's escape route blocked. However, the Porsche owner's driving skills were quite good. Only to see it as scorpion tail, directly from the side of the red flag car to escape. The Santanas immediately behind the sports car couldn't dodge in time, and they all crashed into the red flag car. Will car or dry smoke? At this time, the back seat of the red flag car suddenly opened. A short-haired woman in uniform jumped down from the car.
Quickly ran over in Chen Shang's direction.
Chen Shang was directly dumbfounded.
Not big sister, what are you doing? I'm just waiting for a traffic light.
Chen Shang subconsciously placed his foot on the gas pedal, preparing to hurry and escape from this place of wrongdoing.
Stop, I'm a police officer.
The woman seemed to have guessed Chen Shang's thoughts and shouted at him.
Chen Shang gulped, knowing that he couldn't hide even if he wanted to. The female officer pulled away from the passenger side and said sternly, "Help me catch up with the Porsche in front."
Chen Shang hesitated for a moment and blasted the gas to the bottom with one foot.
Because he knows that citizens are obliged to cooperate with the police in some arrests. And you couldn't refuse, otherwise they had the right to let you in for tea. Chen Shang glanced at the female police officer beside him. The figure was good, and she was also very pretty. It was just that her body exuded an eerie chill that made people feel a bit uncomfortable. My car is fast, please fasten your seatbelt. The female police officer froze for a moment and gave Chen Shang a somewhat startled look. In her impression, an ordinary person who was commandeered a vehicle would definitely not react so quickly. Much less would they be so calm. And this young man in front of her, not only did he not drag his feet, the expression on his face was also surprisingly calm. But she knew that now was not the time to think about that. After fastening her seatbelt, the female officer took out a cell phone from her body and glanced at it, pointing ahead and said, "Pay attention to slowing down, turn left in front." Oh. However, Chen Shang only symbolically slowed down a bit. The female officer couldn't help but frown and was just about to exit to remind. Only an ear-piercing sound of brakes rang out. The body of the Ferrari almost drove into the highway on the left in a very perfect arc. Chen Shang hooked the corner of his mouth, and a sentence came out of his mind in a ghostly manner. A fast curve is only fast, who can't afford 8 plates of food at a banquet? The female police officer's tightly locked eyebrows couldn't help but stretch out, calmly saying, "Nice technique." Overpraise. Chen Shang once again blasted the gas pedal to the bottom. At this time, the gap between a supercar and an ordinary sports car manifested itself. Soon Chen Shang caught up with the Porsche in front of him. However, Chen Shang didn't dare to hastily go for a different car. After all, the credit is someone else's, the life is his own. He had only enjoyed a few days of good times, and there was absolutely no need to play with his life for a banner. The Porsche in front seemed to realize that it had met a tough opponent. After a short stalemate, it violently turned into an alleyway. Chen Shang reacted in time and followed into the alley with a dragon's tail. After chasing the car for hundreds of meters, it came to the end of the alley. Squeak! The Porsche had to stop. "Hide in the car and don't come down," the female police officer instructed with a serious face. She then pulled out a pistol from her waist and left the passenger side after loading it. "Crouch on the ground with your hands on your head or I'll shoot." The female officer aimed at the people in the car and ordered in a loud voice. "Don't shoot, I surrender." The two men stepped out of the car and crouched on the ground with their hands on their heads. The female officer threw out 2 handcuffs, and after letting one of them handcuff his companion, she pinned the gun to her waist and prepared to grill the other man. Suddenly, out of nowhere, 7 or 8 pugnacious men sprang out. In the work of the female police officer lost concentration. The bald man squatting on the ground violently grabbed the female officer's legs and flipped her over. Not good. The female officer just wanted to touch the pistol on her waist, the bald man grabbed her wrist with force. "Thank you, change to the CK table, Big Brother sent 2 praise of flour, thank you, Inshui see you on, Big Brother sent a praise, but also thank the other partners with love and hyped." Chapter 74, Still need to rely on brother to make a move. Half an hour ago. Tianhai City Police Station. A middle-aged man close to 50 years old was sitting in front of his desk looking at a material. This man's name was Jiang Yaohua, and he was the chief of the Tianhai City Police Department. Knock knock knock. A knock on the door suddenly sounded. "Enter." A young police officer walked into the office with a somewhat nervous expression on his face. "Chief, the suspect of the Tianhai serial murder case has escaped again." "What?" Jiang Yaohua slammed the materials in his hands heavily on the table and angrily rebuked, 7 or 8 people have been continuously staring at them for more than a month, and they've only just found the slightest trace, and they let them escape? "I don't know what's going on," the young policeman said with great frustration. "It's like that group of people received the news in advance, before our people could get close, they drove away." Jiang Yaohua's brows were locked, as if he was thinking about something. "Don't worry, Director, our people have already gone after them." The young policeman hurriedly added another sentence. Only then did Jiang Yaohua's face ease a little. "Xiao Zhang, you go down first. Tell Captain Li, who is on the arrest mission, that the other party is a group of outlaws, make sure to keep yourself safe." "Yes, Director." However, Xiao Zhang was still standing in place, looking like he was about to say something. "What else is there?" "Director. Captain Jiang is also involved in this arrest." "Nonsense." Jiang Yaohua slammed his fist on the table. "How dare you act without authorization, call her back to me for confinement." "Yes, Director." Xiao Zhang didn't dare to breathe a single breath and hurriedly left the office. Just a short while after Xiao Zhang had just left, a man about Jiang Yaohua's age entered the office straight away and opened the door. "Old Jiang, it's not good." The vehicle that was just on a pursuit mission collided with Royce Yue's car. Royce Yue stopped a car at the intersection and went after the fugitive alone. "Old Su, what did you say?" Jiang Yaohua was instantly shocked, his lips involuntarily trembling. Old Su's name was Su Bagua, and he was the deputy director of the police department. He was also Jiang Yaohua's comrade in arms for many years. "I said that Royce Yue went to catch the fugitive alone." Su Bagua repeated. Have someone prepare a car. Old Jiang, are you crazy?
The head of the city's police department was personally involved in chasing the fugitive. If there were any shortcomings in this, the entire Tianhai city would have to change its sky.
Cut the crap and have someone prepare the car. Su Bagua knew Jiang Yao's temper and could only let out a helpless sigh. On the other side,
Chen Shang was sitting in the car, his eyebrows were twisted into a ball.
Originally, he thought that the female officer with big breasts would easily subdue the two suspects.
He himself followed and took the credit. And this female officer was the daughter of a certain leader, so he would soar from now on.
But never thought.
Behind that iron door unexpectedly rushed out 7 or 8 strong men.
What I didn't expect is, the bald man took advantage of the female police officer's distraction and directly flipped her to the ground. Damn, really think that I am a soft persimmon.
The bald man grasped the female police officer's hand in death, not allowing the other party to take the gun.
Although the female police officer looked physically fit,
but compared to a burly outlaw, there was still some gap. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 burly men surrounded them. They first snatched the policewoman's gun from her waist. Then they pressed the female police officer to the ground.
Damn stinking, just now I almost gave up my life here. The bald man spat viciously on the ground and kicked the female officer in the stomach.
The female officer stifled a grunt and said sternly, "Our men will be able to catch up soon, you'd better tie your hands or else the offense will be compounded."
Screw you and your crime.
The bald man said viciously, "I've carried several lives on my back a long time ago, what else is there to be afraid of?"
Big brother, this is that gun.
A burly man respectfully handed the pistol to the bald man. The bald man sized up the pistol and placed it in his arms. "Big brother, first help me open the handcuffs. In a moment the cops should catch up." The handcuffed Scarface cried and said, "Lao Air, look at your unproductive appearance."
The bald man found out the handcuff key from the female police officer and helped Scarface open the handcuffs. Subsequently,
the bald man looked at the several strong men around him and said, "Take this little with you and gather at the usual place."
"Yes, big brother,"
the several little brothers said in unison.
"You guys let go of me, you won't be able to run away, only by putting down your weapons will you have a chance of survival," the female officer shouted in panic.
This was the first time she felt the fear of death since she was a child.
"Damn, how dare you scare me here."
The bald man kicked the female officer hard in the stomach again.
Cough.
The female officer only felt a twinge in her stomach and coughed continuously.
"Big brother, we'd better withdraw first, since ancient times villains died from talking too much,"
Scarface said somewhat helplessly.
"Shut your mouth if you kid can't talk." The bald man ruthlessly gave Scarface a mouthful. Then just as he was about to turn around, he looked at Chen Sheng sitting in the car again. "I'll save a bullet. You guys do that, kid, and hurry up and follow me," said.
The bald man and Scarface got into the Porsche, crashed through the iron door and took off. The female officer then realized that this was not a dead end.
There was a black iron door next to it.
Those burly men had just been hiding behind the iron door.
Boom! An SUV drove over from behind the door.
At the same time, a van drove out from an unknown door behind Chen Shang.
It happened to block Chen Shang's escape route.
2 burly men tied up the female police officer and then roughly threw her into the trunk.
The other 3 burly men held various weapons and quickly walked towards Chen Shang. Sure enough, the boobs are big. ING have a gun and still let someone subdue it, still have to rely on brother to make a move. Chen Shang was a bit speechless for a while.
Originally, he thought that the female police officer could easily subdue the thugs,
so he did not get off. However, he did not expect the female police officer to be killed back.
Chen Shang cursed and rushed up with a kick of the gas.
Bang!
The 2 burly men at the front couldn't dodge and were directly lifted out.
Together, get this pussy. The remaining few people quickly reacted.
Taking iron bars, they heavily struck the glass of the driver's cab.
The glass instantly cracked several times. Luckily, the car glass was strong enough and did not shatter completely. Chen Shang let out a cold snort.
Quickly shifting into reverse gear, he once again blasted the gas pedal to the bottom. The roar of the Ferrari tore through the darkness of the night, giving people an incomparable feeling of solidity. Chen Shang found the right moment to once again charge towards a few burly men. However, this time, the burly men had learned their lesson and even directly drilled into the SUV.
Chen Shang could not help but frown. The trunk of the SUV was open.
If he rushed straight into it, there was a possibility that he would injure the female officer. He hurriedly stepped on the brakes and drifted the car sideways in a drift.
"Brothers, him!"
Several burly men quickly jumped down from the SUV and rushed towards Chen Shang once again. Chen Shang shifted his gaze to the passenger seat.
A black baton was placed on it. Chapter 75 Gun Lost. The baton was one that the female police officer had just taken down.
This thing was fine for dealing with ordinary people, but naturally it was not as good as a gun for dealing with outlaws.
So the female police officer directly threw it in the car. Chen Shang did not have time to think about it. Grabbing the baton, he pulled open the car door and jumped out of the cab. The first to rush towards Chen Shang was a burly man who was 1 meter 9 tall and weighed about 90 kilograms. He held a machete and violently slashed at Chen Shang's head. "I'll chop you to death, you dog." After the basic attribute had been increased multiple times, Chen Shang only felt that the other party's movements seemed to have slowed down a lot. It was like having 0.7x speed on. Chen Shang dodged the opponent's attack with a sidestep. Then he struck the opponent's head with a hard stick. Bang! Before the burly man could react, he slumped to the ground like a dead dog. The crowd froze in place. What the hell? One move in a second? But these guys were, after all outlaws who licked blood from the mouth of their swords and bounced on dead men's heads. They only paused for a moment before charging up again. Chen Shang didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly pulled away from the crowd. "I'll kill you." A tattooed man holding a steel pipe stepped forward and violently chopped down. Chen Shang directly raised the baton in his hand to meet the attack. The tattooed man could not help but be surprised. The opponent looked thin and weak, but he had solidly blocked his powerful strike. Just as the tattooed man was about to swing the steel pipe again, Chen Shang directly raised his right foot high and violently slashed downward. It directly struck the tattooed man's face. The opponent's insomnia of more than 10 years was instantly cured. Collapsing his head, he fell asleep. Chen Shang couldn't help but think that this standing one-horse move of Shasha's could even be used in combat. It's true that one has to learn by doing, and learn by doing. Blah blah blah. This damn life and death situation, what kind of nonsense was he thinking about? Chen Shang came back to his senses and charged towards the remaining 5. Chen Shang, who had greatly improved his physical quality as well as possessing top-notch fighting techniques, almost unilaterally crushed a few people. Moreover, Chen Shang did not show any mercy at all, and every attack was a death blow. Soon, everyone was lying on the ground, unable to move. The bones on their bodies did not know how many were broken. Chen Shang exhaled heavily. Picking up a machete from the ground, he slowly walked towards the female police officer in the trunk. "What do you want?" The female officer gulped and shrunk back. The combat power that Chen Shang had just displayed was simply too terrifying. Even a Special Forces soldier king would be nothing more than that, right? Poor fighting strength, poor sense of precaution, and the key is a bad brain. Just like you, how did you dare to chase the robbers alone? And damn near put my life on the line as well. Chen Shang didn't have the good sense to walk to the female officer and cut the rope on the other party. With little hesitation, the female officer picked up the baton on the ground and quickly walked towards the suspect who kept wailing on the ground. After determining that the other party had completely rested and had no weapon on him, only then did the female police officer let out a sigh of relief. She subconsciously touched her waist, and her pupils suddenly contracted. She, who had just come back from the dead, finally came back to her senses completely. Her own gun was lost. She herself had made a huge mess this time. One must know that a police officer losing his gun was a serious dereliction of duty. Now this gun, in the hands of an outlaw with multiple murders. Once it shot and saw blood. Not only herself, even her own father, the chief, would be implicated. Thinking of this, the female officer sat on her butt. It was as if she had been instantly drained of her soul. It's all my fault for being too self-righteous. It's all my fault for not obeying orders. It's all my fault. At this time, where was her previous majesty? As if she was a child who had made a mistake, she hugged her knees and sobbed in a low voice. "Oola ola." The ear-piercing sirens sounded from far and near. The female officer wiped her tears and stood up from the ground. It did not take long for several vehicles to stop a dozen meters away from Chen Shang. Dozens of police officers with loaded guns and blast shields stepped down from the vehicles. "Don't move. You have been surrounded." As they spoke, the crowd advanced towards the front in a defensive position. "Get out of the way." A middle-aged man with a pistol pushed aside the police officers in front of him and quickly walked in the direction of the female officer. "Old Jiang, be careful." Su Baohua cursed and followed suit, rushing over. The crowd of policemen saw that the chief was at the front, so how could they dare to be slow? Hurriedly rushing forward. "Don't move, hold your head and crouch down." A dozen or so blackened gun muzzles were instantly aimed at Chen Shang. "Police uncle, don't misunderstand, I'm just an ordinary citizen." Chen Shang did not explain too much, and honestly held his head and squatted on the ground. "Big sister, why don't you explain to them?" Chen Shang said with a somewhat speechless look at the female police officer. The female police officer glanced at Chen Shang before she reacted and said in a low voice, "He is not in league with those people, it is he who assisted me in chasing the fugitives." Only then did the crowd put down the guns in their hands. The female officer looked at Jiang Yaohua with a nervous expression and said eagerly, "Bureau Jiang, the 2 main criminals escaped. I've already sent people to chase them." Jiang Yaohua glanced at the injured fugitives and said, slightly surprised, "Little Snow, were these all injured by you?" The female officer's name was Jiang Ruoxue.
The Bureau Jiang in her mouth was also her father.
Bureau Jiang, these people were all subdued by that young man. Zhang Ruoxue looked towards Chen Sheng, who was crouching on the ground, and answered truthfully.
Zhang Yaohua lowered his head and extended his right hand towards Chen Sheng.
This young comrade, courage is commendable. The quality of the young team is really getting higher and higher nowadays.
Chen Sheng got up and busily stood up from the ground, shook the other party's hand and said,
Bureau Jiang is too kind. I think you are the one who is old and strong, dragon and horse spirit. Just now I was trembling all over. After seeing you, it's as if I've eaten a tranquilizer pill.
Chen Sheng's heart, however, was constantly spitting. This person in front of him was the hand of the Tianhai City Police Department.
Ordinary people would be lucky to have access to a director. Not to mention a bigwig of this level. Zhang Ruoxue looked up at Zhang Yaohua with a look of wanting to speak. Knowing a daughter was like knowing her father.
Zhang Yaohua naturally guessed that Zhang Ruoxue was hiding something from him. He subconsciously glanced at the pistol pack on Zhang Ruoxue's waist, and his pupils suddenly contracted for a moment. However, he quickly recovered and looked at the crowd of police officers behind him, ordering without moving. You guys bring these suspects back to the bureau first, I'll go back in Bureau Su's car later. The crowd of course knew what the director meant and quickly evacuated the scene.
Bureau Jiang, that is nothing, I'll go home first. Chen Sheng tentatively asked.
Little comrade, you first go to the police car for a while, tonight with us back to the bureau to make a statement.
Saying that, Zhang Yaohua gave Su Bagua a look. The latter understood and took Chen Sheng into the police car and rolled up the window. Only then did Zhang Yaohua look at Zhang Ruoxue and asked with a serious expression, Where's your gun? Zhang Ruoxue's tears flowed out again and her voice trembled as she said, Dad, the gun was taken away. Chapter 76, Directly Shooting the Target.
When Zhang Yaohua heard that Zhang Ruoxue's gun had been snatched, it was like being hit by a bolt from the blue. For the first time, panic appeared on that face that had experienced countless storms. If the person in front of him wasn't Zhang Ruoxue, but another police officer, he would not hesitate to report this matter.
Even
before this, he had always thought that he wouldn't favor Zhang Ruoxue in anything, even if she was his only daughter, even if she had lost her mother as a child.
But when this really happened, Zhang Yaohua faltered.
There was even a moment when he came up with the foolish thought of taking the blame for his daughter.
After a long time,
Zhang Yaohua's voice softened a few points and gently patted Zhang Ruoxue's head.
Little Shui, Dad will handle the next thing for you.
Dad, report it to the provincial hall side now, Zhang Ruoxue said with a heart like death. I have my own decision on this matter, you wait for me here.
Zhang Yaohua ordered in an unquestionable tone.
After saying that, he walked straight towards the police car.
Zhang Ruoxue looked at her father's back with complicated emotions. That once tall and majestic man. The existence that reigned supreme in Tianhai City. As if instantly aged a lot.
The body also slightly stooped.
Zhang Ruoxue's tears could not help but flow down again.
As a police officer, she naturally knew the seriousness of this matter. If this gun could be retrieved in time, it would be a great fortune. But once this gun was fired in the crowd, the worst case scenario was to see blood. One could hardly be blamed even if one took off these clothes.
Even his own father would be implicated. Zhang Ruoxue's heart was incomparably remorseful, incomparably self-blaming. All of this was because she wanted to prove herself too much. It was her conceit that caused the current result. On the other side, Zhang Yaohua called Su Bagua aside and handed the latter a cigarette. Old Su, how long have we worked together?
Su Bagua was stunned, then said, There are still 5 months to go before 30 full years.
Yes, almost 30 years.
Zhang Yaohua looked at Su Bagua and said in a heavy tone, We are good brothers who have been born into death, so I won't hide it.
Xiao Shui's gun was snatched away by those two outlaws. What? Xiao Shui's gun was lost?
Su Bagua seemed to be unable to believe his ears, his lips trembling a little.
This matter is something I want you to keep secret for me for the time being.
Zhang Yaohua took a hard drag on his cigarette and said with a straight face,
Old Su, you notify down in my name, blockade the entire city.
Mobilize all the police in Tianhai City, make sure to find those two outlaws within 24 hours.
Once the target is locked, directly shoot them down. But what about the mole in our ranks?
Su Bagua said with some agitation.
Old Su. Zhang Yaohua tightly grabbed Su Bagua's arm and said with a cold face, That gun can't be shot, absolutely not.
Right now, the best way is to directly shoot those two guys down, without giving them any chance to shoot.
Su Bagua heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said in a hoarse voice, Old Zhang, I know what to do.
Zhang Yaohua glanced at Su Bagua, let out a light sigh, and took a step towards the police car.
Zhang Yaohua pulled the car door closed and said with a smile, Hello comrade, I am Zhang Yaohua, the Bureau of Tianhai City Police Department. Thanks to your help tonight. Otherwise, my daughter would probably have met an untimely end.
Chen Sheng froze, no wonder that female police officer looked like she had an extraordinary temperament.
It turned out to be the director's daughter. However, he quickly came back to his senses and said very humbly, "You're welcome, director, I just did what I should have done." Little comrade. Where do your parents work? Chen Sheng said unapologetically, "My parents have died unexpectedly for many years. I am really sorry." "Then you are now."
"I'm in my senior year at Tianhai University." Hearing this, Zhang Yaohua's face flashed with a hint of essence.
"Oh, then you're about to graduate as well."
It's not easy to find jobs for college students nowadays.
How could Chen Shang not know what Zhang Yaohua meant? Although he wasn't even thinking about work right now. But he wouldn't refute the other party's face to his face either. "Director, you are right. I'm also worried about finding a job."
Zhang Yaohua deliberately pondered for a moment, then said with some difficulty, "I'm a person who has always cherished talent. If you can join our team, you'll definitely have a great future."
"But the organization has its own rules, even I can't violate them at will." "I know, there are no rules." Chen Shang replied back in a calm tone. He knew that Zhang bureaus did not lie.
Even if it was as strong as Qi Hall, it could manage to turn President Chen's sister into a division chief. But it was also difficult to arrange a regular position for an ordinary person. At most, it would be arranging a position with no establishment like an auxiliary police officer or auxiliary university.
After a short silence,
Zhang Yaohua turned his words around, patted Chen Shang's shoulder and said meaningfully,
"Little comrade, I'll give you a suggestion. You can try to apply for a state-owned enterprise in Tianhai City. Stay in there for a few years, you still have a good hope of entering the system. If you don't want to be a police officer, I'll recommend a few more clean positions for you at that time." Chen Shang couldn't help but be stunned after hearing this. What was the situation? The other party was planning to buy himself? Should one feel fortunate or unfortunate? Although he was rich now, it did not mean that he could walk sideways. Someone once said this. When money starts to kick in, the poor don't even have the qualifications to be at the table. But when power starts to shine, the rich have to bow and bend their heads. "Thank you, director, I will carefully consider your opinion," Chen Shang said with a straight face. Zhang Yaohua saw that Chen Shang seemed to understand at the slightest point, so he didn't talk too much. "Young comrade, what is your name?" "My name is Chen Shang, Shang of life." "Comrade Chen Shang, in a while you don't need to go to the bureau to make a statement, just go straight home. Remember, don't mention what happened tonight to anyone." Chen Shang was stunned and hurriedly nodded. "Okay, director, I didn't do or see anything tonight." Zhang Yaohua gently patted Chen Shang's shoulder after hearing this. "Can I leave then?" In the future, if you want to work in any enterprise, let me know and I'll help you greet them in advance. This is my contact information." After saying that, Zhang Yaohua handed Chen Shang a slip of paper. On it was a string of phone numbers. "Thank you, director." Chen Shang took the note and left the police car. He kept walking out a few meters away before exhaling with a sigh of relief. To be honest, he did not want to get involved in this war at all. He just wanted to live a good life. Eating, drinking, and having fun every day was enough, but what kind of big establishment did he need? He wouldn't be so bored as to ask his brother if he liked his big establishment when he chatted with Rice Crisp and the others. Chen Shang checked his car. Luckily, it was only traumatized and could still be driven just fine. Even though he had insurance, he had to ask for some compensation. This is not a matter of money, but a matter of principle. Just as Chen Shang was about to ask Zhang Ruoxue, he realized that the other parties seemed to be sobbing softly. Chapter 77, Police Flower Zhang Ruoxue. At this moment, Zhang Ruoxue was holding her legs with both hands and her body was slightly trembling. The initial essence was completely gone. Chen Shang shook his head helplessly and pulled open the car door to sit in the driver's side. "Please wait." Zhang Ruoxue got up and walked over to Chen Shang, wiped her tears and bent down to say, "Thank you for saving me just now." Chen Shang turned his head to look over, and what met his eyes was a very delicate and pretty face. Although the face did not look as soft as Me Crisp and the others. However, it was still beautiful. The most damaging thing was her hot body. The uniform was about to burst. Chen Shang rolled down the window and spoke faintly, "Officer, you are welcome." At the same time, a beep suddenly sounded in Chen Shang's mind. Detected eligible girl. Target rating 93 points, is it bound as goddess number 9? Bind. Chen Shang secretly said in his heart. The other party's information panel immediately appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Zhang Ruoxue. Face value, 93 points. Age, 23. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Relationships, 0. Favorability, 75. After reading it, Chen Shang could not help but be slightly surprised. I didn't expect the other party's face value to have 93 points. Wasn't this a proper police flower? The most important point, her number of relationships was actually 0. But think about it. The identity of the other party is not ordinary, and the tutelage is also a bit stricter. It's normal that she hasn't had any close contact with boys. Jiang Ruoshue saw that Chen Shang had been silent and asked in a low voice, "My name is Jiang Ruoshue. What is your name?" "My name is Chen Shang." Chen Shang glanced at his cell phone and said in a low voice, "Officer Jiang, it's getting late, I have to withdraw." "Good, see you later." Jiang Ruoshue waved her hand at Chen Shang. "See you later." Chen Shang blasted the gas pedal to the bottom and soon disappeared into the night. "Chen Shang, why does this name feel so familiar?" Jiang Ruoshue muttered as she watched the Ferrari disappear into the dark night road. Chen Shang only felt that everything was like a dream. He had been inexplicably involved in a storm. There was also a firefight with the thugs. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a system, he would probably have been accounted for there. However, the rich and powerful are in danger. He was blessed to have met a police chief. And the other party also owed him a favor. If he ran into trouble in the future, wouldn't he have a backer? In the infinite longing, Chen Shang came to the vicinity of the White Heron Riverside neighborhood. Here there is a new building called Future City. Because of the real estate downturn in recent years, the developer only repaired the main body of the building and ran away. Plus, there are no streetlights here. At night, it looks a bit desolate. For some reason, seeing those blackened high-rises, Chen Shang only felt a gust of coolness rising from his back. "I'll go, it won't be this unlucky tonight, right?" Chen Shang swallowed his saliva and could not help but grip the steering wheel tightly. When he was about to walk to the last rotten building, suddenly, he realized that a light was lit up on the second floor. Under the light, two familiar figures were discussing something. However, that light quickly went out, and the rotten building was once again dark. That figure, why does it look so much like those two outlaws? Ever since the basic attributes had been raised, Chen Shang's hearing and vision had all been greatly improved. He was even able to distinguish people's appearance with the faint light in the darkness. It is better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go. Chen Shang hesitated for a moment, pulled out the slip of paper from his pocket, and entered the phone number on it. A few seconds later, the call was connected. "I'm Jiang Yaohua from the City Bureau, which one are you?" "Bureau Jiang, I'm Chen Shang, you just gave me this phone number." "Comrade Chen Shang, you want to ask about work, right? I've been a bit busy on my side these past 2 days. Don't worry, I'll personally help you arrange it when we get past these 2 days." "Bureau Jiang, it's not about this." Chen Shang organized his language and said in a low voice, "I found two silhouettes in a rotten building, very much like those two thugs. Today." "Comrade Chen Shang, where is their location?" Jiang Yaohua said with some urgency. "In a rotten building in the easternmost part of Future City." "Good, you seized the time to stay away from there. Leave the rest to us." Jiang Yaohua hung up the phone and just wanted to call his secretary over. However, after thinking for a moment, he ended up calling Su Bagua. "Old Su, bring a dozen people over to me. Remember, confiscate all their cell phones." Chen Shang returned to the villa. Yi Zhiqiu had already fallen asleep. Chen Shang simply rinsed his body and changed into a clean nightgown to lie on the bed. However, he was not the least bit sleepy and lay on the bed playing with his cell phone. After opening WeChat, there were quite a few unread messages in it. The latest one was from Li Sha. "Brother Chen Shang, why are you ignoring people?" Chen Shang quickly replied with a message. "Sha, I've been a bit busy these past 2 days. Are you busy playing with the little girl?" It's been 2 days since brother Chen Shang spoke properly with Sha. These past few days, Chen Shang did not have any in-depth communication except for a few simple exchanges with Li Sha. He couldn't be blamed for this, after all, he had been really busy lately. After a few moments passed, Li Sha sent another message. "By the way brother, the studio has been initially built. In a few more days, it will be able to officially run. Congratulations, when the time comes, brother will give you a big red packet to celebrate." "Many thanks brother." "Brother, have you missed Sasha in the past few days?" "You don't say, I really thought of you today." Chen Shang remembered that when he fought with the thugs today, he followed Li Sha's movements and chopped the other party to the ground with a single vertical fork. Then what did brother think of Sasha? Thought of the way you chopped. "Brother, you're so annoying, you just know how to talk nonsense." Li Sha pretended to be angry and sent out a voice. However, in her tone, there was more than a hint of shyness. At the same time, inside a rotten building in Future City, a bald man glanced at the text message on his cell phone and punched his fist on the concrete floor. "I should have shot that kid right then and there." Scarface shook his head with a helpless face after hearing this. "Big brother, weren't we afraid that the sound of the gunshot would attract the police at that time? Who knew that kid was so fierce that he made us lose 7 of our brothers?" The bald man was silent for a moment and said in a low voice, "There should be a mole between those 7 brothers, otherwise our position could not have been exposed so quickly. I suspect that there is a locator in our car. Luckily, we just drove our car into the White Heron River. Coupled with the fact that we have that person who planned our route and successfully helped us avoid the police and the surveillance on the road, we were able to get away. Eyes and ears, that's what they do," the bald man said in a calm tone. Scarface thought about it and asked in a low voice near the bald man, "Big brother, is the informant you planted in the police station reliable?" The bald man pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "Don't worry, that guy's daughter is in our hands. He wouldn't dare to play tricks." Chapter 78, Waiting for a Rabbit Extra. Scarface pondered for a moment before asking worriedly, "Then when can we leave this hellhole?" "A cement truck will come here tomorrow to pick us up. We'll hide in the mixing barrel and escape to the border of Spring City, then we can leave the country. It's still Big Brother who has made thorough arrangements." Scarface gave a thumbs up and said. While this was happening, the cell phone on the side suddenly vibrated. The bald man glanced at the incoming call, and after connecting it, he coldly said, "Did you find out that guy's address for me?" After a short silence, a middle-aged man's voice came from the opposite side. "Lou Lord, stop it. There are cops everywhere outside, isn't it good for you to stay there honestly?" The bald man was the Lou Lord in the other side's mouth. "Off. I'm already a dead man, what's there to be afraid of? If I don't kill that kid, I won't rest in peace," Lou Lord said viciously. "When can't this revenge be avenged? Does it have to be rushed now? Shut the up. Don't forget, your daughter is still in my hands. You should quite miss your daughter, right? Why don't I have someone send you some of your daughter's parts?" "Lou Lord, your mom. Don't move my daughter, or I'll break you into pieces," the man on the opposite side shouted hysterically. "Then tell me where that guy is." After a moment of silence, the man on the other side said with some despair, "According to the surveillance on the road, the last direction he went should be the banks of the White Heron River." Lou Lord hung up the phone and pulled out a pistol from his arms. "Lao Air, follow me to take revenge." "Wait, big brother, I'll find some tools." Scarface knew that he definitely couldn't stop Lou Lord. He could only take out a vise from a nearby toolbox, as well as a multifunctional knife. Afterwards, the two disappeared into the darkness. Half an hour later, Lou Lord's duo arrived near the White Heron Riverside neighborhood. "Lao Air, climb over the wall and go in." Scarface glanced at the high wall and spoke faintly, "This height is nothing." He himself started out as a thief. It couldn't be said that he could fly over walls, but ordinary walls were not really difficult for him. Scarface squatted on the ground and let Lou Lord step on his shoulder to climb up the high wall. Immediately after that, he took a few steps back and jumped straight up using inertia. "Be careful, don't let the security guard see us." Even though Lou Lord was holding the truth in his hand at the moment, he didn't dare to strike easily. After the two of them climbed over the high wall, they began to search villa by villa. When the search reaches the 8th villa, Scarface says with some surprise, "Big brother, look at that car." Lou Lord looked in the direction that Scarface was pointing, and through the bright light of the street lamp, he really saw a sports car. "Damn, it's really stepping through the iron shoes without finding a place." Lou Lord sneered and directly tumbled into the courtyard. After he approached the Ferrari, he circled around the body. "That's right, it's this car, and there are still traces on it from the impact just now. Lao Air, let's go in through the window." "Okay, big brother." Scarface took out a vise from behind him and cut the security net one by one. "Lao Air, I didn't think you haven't forgotten this ancestral craft." Lou Lord couldn't help but snicker. "That's natural, our family has been stealing for 3 generations, and one generation is better than the next." While speaking, Scarface had already cut several security nets. At this time, he suddenly slipped, the vise fell directly to the ground, issued a bang sound. "Bing, careful." Lou Lord whispered. "Big brother, black light, this cannot blame me Scarface said with some aggravation. However, the two saw that the lights in the house did not come on, and only then did they put their hearts down. Continue to cut up the security window. At the same time, Chen Shang, who was chatting with Li Sha in the room, suddenly sat up alertly. "What was that sound just now?" Chen Shang pricked up his ears and listened for a while, and realized that the sound had disappeared again. However, he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, and hurriedly opened his cell phone to check up the surveillance video. After searching around, he saw that there were 2 Dark Knights sneaking around in front of the window. It seemed like they were ready to break the window and enter. Not good. Chen Shang couldn't think fast enough and first used the software on his cell phone to cut off the power in the house, only retaining the surveillance power. Then he quickly walked towards Yi Zhiqiu's room. After gently opening the door to the master bedroom, Chen Shang saw a small night light lit up in the house. Yi Zhiqiu was currently lying on the bed, emitting even breathing sounds. Chen Shang quickly walked to the bed and lifted Yi Zhiqiu's quilt. Yi Zhiqiu woke up with a jolt and just wanted to scream, but Chen Shang covered her mouth. "Shoo! Sister Autumn, don't be afraid, it's me." Chen Shang lowered his voice and said. Yi Zhiqiu naturally heard Chen Shang's voice. Her heart could not help but thump up. It was so late, why would Chen Shang suddenly barge into her room? He even lifted up his quilt. Could it be that he was trying to internalize himself? Thinking of this, Yi Zhiqiu's breathing became rapid. Her chest also rose and fell violently. At the same time, she began to get tangled up inside. In case Chen Shang really did that kind of thing to himself in a while, what should one do? Logically, one should have refused. After all, he already had a girlfriend. But why did one wish to be a bad woman once again? Chen Sheng of course did not know that Yi Zhiqiu would have such a fierce thought struggle in just a few seconds. He ambled over to Yi Zhiqiu's ear and said in a serious tone, "Sister Autumn, listen to me carefully, there are 2 outlaws outside the door right now, and they have guns in their hands. Don't make any noise." Yi Zhiqiu's face instantly changed when she heard the words desperados. However, she knew that Chen Sheng should not be joking with her, and hurriedly nodded her head. With little hesitation, Chen Sheng picked up Yi Zhiqiu and headed upstairs. It was a good thing that he was barefoot and barely made any noise. On the way, Chen Sheng's brain had been thinking. Right now, he definitely could not hide in the room. The other party had guns and door-breaking tools in their hands. Hiding in the room would only lead to death. And the rooftop was too empty. Once the other party rushed up, one did not even have a place to hide, and one would die even faster. Chen Sheng instantly had some regrets. If he had known earlier, he should have bought a villa with multiple gates. Not to be caught in a jar like now. Thinking about it, Chen Sheng thought of the gym. He remembered that there was an iron shelf to the left of the gym's entrance that was used to put some equipment. "Sister Chiu, go hide in the locker in the yoga room, don't make any noise." Chen Sheng lowered his voice and said, "What about you?" Yi Zhiqiu asked with concern. "I have my own way to deal with them," Chen Sheng said with a calm face. Yi Zhiqiu knew that she would only add to the chaos and hurriedly hid in a closet in the yoga room. At this moment, a clang came from downstairs. "It looks like the glass has been cracked." Chen Sheng glanced at the monitor. The 2 desperados had already entered the living room. They were searching room by room. Chen Sheng sent a phone number to Li Sha and then quickly typed down a line of text. "Call and tell this person that those 2 outlaws are at Villa 8 in the White Heron Riverside neighborhood." After sending the message, Chen Sheng turned his cell phone off and put it in his pocket. He glanced around and looked for a barbell pole to hold in his hands. Afterward, he gently climbed up the iron shelf at the entrance and raised the barbell pole in his hand to keep watch. "Thank you, Dreamwake M, Big Brother for sending 3 hypnosis charms, thank you, Obscene Colors, Big Brother for sending 1 hypnosis charm and 1 inspiration capsule, thank you, Knowing Brown, Big Brother for sending 2 bobo milk teas, and thank you to all of my friends for sending likes and generating power with love, as well as silent support." Chapter 79 Lives Hang in the Balance. The first floor of the villa. The Lu Lord duo drilled into the living room through the window and turned on the flashlight on their cell phones. "Lao Air, you go turn on the lights." "Good." Scarface borrowed the light and quickly walked to the door to press the light switch. But the light didn't light up. Damn, how could there be no electricity? Lu Lord pondered for a moment and said sternly, "Lao Air, block the windows first and search room by room. Remember, don't leave any survivors." "Yes, Big Brother." The Lu Lord duo first blocked the doors and windows with sofas and tables. This way, if someone wanted to escape from the villa, they would definitely make noise. Afterwards, the duo worked closely together towards the master bedroom. Scarface held a knife in front to scout the way. Lu Lord was following behind with a gun. This way, even if Scarface was sneak attacked, he would have enough reaction time to shoot. After the duo opened the master bedroom, they searched the cabinets and the bottom of the bed and did not find any silhouettes. Just as Lu Lord was about to leave, Scarface touched the quilt and shouted, "Big Brother, this quilt is still hot, that kid must have hidden. Keep searching. That guy must have defense, meet directly to the death." At the same time, Tianhai City Police Station. Zhang Ruoxua sat dumbfounded in front of the computer, her eyes red as she stared at the screen. On it was the report on the missing guns that she had just written down. She knew that her father definitely didn't report the loss of the gun to the provincial department. Because once it was reported, no matter if the gun could be recovered or not, she would be disciplined. Even more serious. If that gun killed someone, her own career as a police officer would not only be cut short, but she would also face jail time. So his father wanted to bet that the gun wouldn't go off. But the consequences of doing so were also very risky. Once that gun killed someone, there would be incalculable consequences. "Dad, I must not involve you." Zhang Ruoxua placed her trembling right hand on the mouse and prepared to press the send button. At this moment, a burst of rapid footsteps sounded in the hallway. The door was pushed open with a bang. "Uncle Su? Xiao Shui, don't ask anything, follow me," Su Bagua said in a serious tone. "Good." Zhang Ruoxua hurriedly closed the computer screen and quickly followed Su Bagua towards the downstairs. At this moment, there were already several armed police riot control vehicles waiting downstairs. Each vehicle was equipped with thick steel armor. Even the glass was bulletproof. "Get in," Su Bagua said and sat straight into the driver's side. Without any hesitation, Zhang Ruoxua pulled open the door and sat in the back. When she saw a figure inside the car, she couldn't help but stare in disbelief. "Dad, why are you here? We might have found those 2 people." Zhang Yaohua looked at his daughter, his expression serious as he instructed. "If you kill those 2 thugs, you have to bring back your pistol at the first opportunity. Remember, don't let anyone see your gun in the hands of the thugs. Zhang Ruoxue glanced at her father with a complicated expression and gently nodded. 20 minutes later, several riot control vehicles stopped at the easternmost part of the future city neighborhood. A group of police officers wearing bulletproof vests quickly jumped down from the vehicles. After putting on their night vision devices, they quickly surrounded the rotten building. Stay behind me, Zhang Yaohua whispered, jerked the bolt of his gun, and walked towards the rotten tail building with Su Bagua one behind the other. Zhang Ruoxue looked at the two somewhat blurred backs and inwardly blamed herself. They were the two people with the highest positions in the Tianhai City Municipal Bureau, and they were both close to 50 years old. Surprisingly, they personally arrested criminals for themselves. They were gambling on their lives and entire careers to carry the thunder for themselves. A few minutes later, a police officer quickly walked up to Zhang Yaohua and said in a low voice, "Bureau Zhang, we searched the entire building and didn't find any silhouettes. However, we did find a few freshly eaten bread bags on the second floor. Damn, to think that we let them escape again." Zhang Yaohua cursed angrily, veins rippling on his face. This time, they had done enough to keep their arrest secret. They had confiscated all the communication devices of their entourage in advance, leaving only the encrypted walkie-talkies. It was simply impossible for half the news to leak out. Go back first. Zhang Yaohua dragged his heavy steps back to the car. On the road, Zhang Ruoxue saw that her father had been silent and was about to comfort the other party. The other party's cell phone screen suddenly lit up. Zhang Yaohua came back to his senses and couldn't help but look at the already muted cell phone. It was an unfamiliar number. He thought about it, but still breathlessly answered the call. "Hello, this is Zhang Yaohua from the city council. It's bad, something happened to Qin Shang. There are thugs with guns. He is on the banks of the White Heron River," came from the opposite side of Li Sha's incoherent voice. "In the end, what is going on? Speak clearly." Li Sha reorganized her language and told Zhang Yaohua everything. Zhang Yaohua's face was as pale as paper. "Old Su, turn around and go to the banks of the White Heron River. On the other side. Villa number 8 in the White Heron Riverside neighborhood." Chen Shang crouched cat-like on the shelf at the entrance of the gym. Relying on his keen hearing, he had already detected that the two outlaws had already searched the third floor. Chen Shang looked ahead with a torch-like gaze, his eyes resolute and full of killing intent. Fighting in the darkness of the night was even more advantageous for Chen Shang, whose eyesight exceeded that of normal people. He had absolute certainty that he could take advantage of the enemy's inattention and launch a one-strike attack. Thinking of this, Chen Shang gripped the barbell rod in his hand hard. Scarface, who had already finished searching the third floor, wiped the sweat from his forehead and cursed in a low voice. "This dog is quite good at hiding. I couldn't find him after searching for so long. I guess that guy is hiding on the fourth floor. Hold on a little longer." Lu Lord had long known that Chen Shang had discovered himself. Solely made his cards clear, no longer cowering. "Kid, you'd better get the out by yourself. If you let me catch you, you'll suffer," Lu Lord said very arrogantly. "Brother, come out yourself, I'll leave you alive," Scarface shouted loudly. The duo certainly did not expect Chen Shang to tie his hands. It was just to scare the other party. As they spoke, they kept their ears perked up to catch the movements around them. As long as Chen Shang made the slightest movement out of fear, they would be able to lock onto the other party's position. This trick had been tried and tested 100 times in the past. However, Chen Shang was like a well-trained warrior. Not a single sound was made at all. Could it be that this kid ran away from the other door? Scarface asked with some worry. "It shouldn't." Lu Lord lowered his voice and said, "I checked long ago, there is only one door here, and the windows all have security nets. If he wants to escape, it's impossible that there's no movement at all. Big brother, let's just hurry up, I guess he secretly already called the police." But the two searched the entire fourth floor rooms and bathrooms. Even the inside of the toilet was not spared. But there was no sign of Chen Shang. Scarface went to the rooftop to search around and quickly returned to the fourth floor. "Big brother, there's nothing on the rooftop either." Lu Lord looked around at the gym and slowly spoke. "If he didn't escape, he can only hide in the gym." After saying that, Lu Lord gave Scarface a look. Scarface understood and shone his cell phone ahead, moving his feet carefully. Chapter 80 Rating Yi Jiqiu, Gaining the Talent National Medical Sage. When Chen Shang heard the footsteps, he couldn't help but hold his breath. After all, no matter how high a martial art was, it was still afraid of a chopper. No matter how strong Kung Fu was, it was hard to beat a pistol. He could only hit first, and it had to be a one-hit wonder. That was the only way to survive. After Scarface stepped into the gym with one foot, he took his cell phone and shone it around towards the front. It didn't find anything suspicious. He swallowed his saliva and continued to walk forward. At this moment, Chen Shang, who was squatting on the rack, naturally discovered Scarface. However, he did not rush to make a move. Because he had already seen that the other party was only holding a knife in his hand. There was no pistol. After Scarface walked out 2 meters away, Lou Lord also stepped into the gym. The weight was now.
Chen Shang gritted his teeth, gripped the barbell bar, and used his entire body's strength to violently slam it towards Lou Lord's head.
Phew!
The barbell rod made of carbon steel, with a cracking sound, heavily smashed on Lou Lord's head.
This bar.
Chen Shang almost used 12% of his strength.
Bang!
The barbell pole accurately hit Lou Lord's head.
Big brother!
Scarface shouted back when he heard the sound. At this moment, Lou Lord could no longer hear anything. His body fell heavily to the front. But before he fell, he subconsciously pulled the trigger.
Bang! A loud gunshot rang out. The entire gym seemed to echo with the sound of gunshots. Chen Sheng didn't dare to slow down and directly jumped down from the rack. Scarface was also an outstanding fighting expert. Having held the underground black boxing championship, he violently threw his cell phone towards Chen Sheng's head. Chen Sheng was shaken by the flashlight on the back of the cell phone. It was in this split second of work. Scarface threw the knife in his hand at Chen Sheng once again. He had practiced darts before, so this knife was fast and accurate, aiming for Chen Sheng's neck. Chen Sheng only felt a bright object flying towards him. Subconsciously, he sidestepped. Put! The knife deflected a bit and stuck on Chen Sheng's right shoulder. The knife left a few grooves on its side. Blood instantly spurted out along the grooves. Chen Sheng's adrenaline spiked and he only felt a bit of coolness at his right shoulder. It didn't seem to hurt at all. He gritted his teeth and raised the barbell towards Scarface. No good. Scarface hurriedly turned around and wanted to look for a weapon. But Chen Sheng did not give the other party a chance at all. Bang bang! The barbell pole in his hand landed on Scarface's ceiling. Scarface finally lost his ability to resist completely. Chen Sheng touched the pistol on the ground and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A shot was added to each of the two men's bodies. Again, he used the iron frame at the doorway to press down on the two. Only then did he put his heart down. Xiao Shang. Yi Jiqiu, who heard the gunshot, recklessly opened the closet and ran over. Little Shang, what's wrong with you? Sister Autumn, I'm fine. Chen Sheng sat on the ground and exhaled heavily. He tore off a corner of his pajamas and plugged it hard onto his injured shoulder. It was at this moment that a burst of stabbing pain suddenly hit. Chen Sheng only felt a fiery pain at his shoulder. It's good that you're fine. Yi Jiqiu, through the bright light of the cell phone, stumbled over and directly jumped into Chen Sheng's arms. Chen Sheng had just consumed a lot of strength. Coupled with a momentary lack of defense, he was actually directly pounced on by Yi Jiqiu. At this time, Chen Sheng's pajamas were open. A softness touched his chest. Chen Sheng could not help but secretly vomit. Damn! What kind of bad luck did I have in my life? Either being stepped on by Luo Yan, or being pressed under Yi Jiqiu. The key Autumn sister is also too foul, and even brought beg to hit people. A yellow card must be given. Oh. Little life, I just thought you thought I was dead? Chen Sheng laughed and said, then you still run out? This if the thugs see, shall not even kill you together. If you die, I don't want to live. Either. Yi Jiqiu hugged Chen Sheng tightly. At this time, she had long forgotten everything, even throwing shame completely to the back of her mind. She only wanted to quietly hide in the arms of the man in front of her, never to be separated. Chen Sheng only felt a lot of blood flowing out of his right shoulder again. He could only use his left hand to encircle Yi Jiqiu and press on the wound. Yi Jiqiu froze, and her body softened once again, resting her head on Chen Sheng's chest. Yi Jiqiu favorability plus 15, current favorability 90. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully raiding Goddess number 2. The host has spent a total of $0 on Goddess number 2, with no cash back. Current system account 26 billion, personal account 1.356 billion. The host has successfully gained a chance to draw. Please ask if you will draw now? Extract. Chen Sheng said excitedly. Ding! Drawing completed. Reward 1, congratulations to the host for successfully extracting 20 points of basic attributes. Current host's basic attributes 190 points, male average 80 points. Reward 2, gained the talent National Doctor Sage, LV1. Reward 2, gained the talent National Doctor Sage, LV1. Introduction of National Medicine Sage. The host is proficient in all kinds of acupuncture, tuina, massage, and other Chinese medicine techniques. Chen Sheng was instantly enraptured. Now he not only possessed the 3 talents of Music Master, Swimming Master, and Top Fighting Technique, he had also gained the knowledge of Chinese medicine. Wouldn't this mean that he could become a generation of divine doctors? As Chen Sheng became excited, the wound on his shoulder hurt a little more. His body couldn't help but twitch a little. Yi Jiqiu sensed Chen Sheng's abnormality and couldn't help but ask, Little Shang, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Chen Sheng came back to his senses, felt the softness in front of him, and couldn't help but spit out. This feeling. Could it be that Sister Autumn is only wearing a nightgown? The key to this pajamas, or the silk pajamas sent by Zhang Lingji. It was basically the same as not wearing it. Sister Chiu is a few centimeters shorter than Bai Luoyan, but she is 6 kilograms heavier than the other party. This meat really hasn't grown in vain. After a long time, Chen Sheng said slightly helplessly. Sister Autumn, why don't you get up first? I feel a little out of breath. Yes. Sorry little Shang, I was too impulsive just now. Yi Jiqiu's face instantly reddened to her neck. Hurriedly standing up from the floor, she lowered her head in some embarrassment. Chen Sheng got up and took out his cell phone from the pocket of his pajamas, turned it on and then connected the power of the house through the software. Classmate Xiao AI, turn on the lights of the entire house. The lights of the entire villa instantly lit up. When Yi Jiqiu looked up, she suddenly saw the small, brightly shining knife on the other party's shoulder. Her eyes instantly became flustered. Xiao Shang, are you injured? The wound is not deep, not too serious. Chen Shang spoke indifferently. Give me your cell phone, I'll call an ambulance for you, and call the police on the way. Yi Jiqiu said eagerly. No need. Chen Shang looked at Yi Jiqiu and said in a serious tone, Sister Chiu, I'll transfer some money to you, so you can go outside and find a hotel for a few days first. Little Shang, you. Don't worry, I've never done anything illegal or criminal. Chen Shang thought for a moment and added, change your clothes and leave through the back door of the neighborhood. Yi Jiqiu knew that Chen Shang seemed to have a lot of secrets on him. However, she did not want to ask too many questions. She knew that Chen Shang had his own plans. After Yi Jiqiu left, Chen Shang took out his cell phone and dialed a phone number. Chapter 81, finally getting the gun back extra. 10 minutes ago. Zhang Yaohua couldn't stop his body from trembling after hearing Li Sha's description. Dad, what just happened? Zhang Ruoxue saw that her father was somewhat abnormal. A trace of bad premonition instantly rose in his heart. Zhang Yaohua turned to look at Zhang Ruoxue and said with some despair, Xiao Shui, Dad can't protect you this time. Those two thugs, they have already entered Chen Shang's villa. How is this possible? Zhang Ruoxue was shocked. How could they know where Chen Shang lives? Now is not the time to discuss this. The two of them probably want to seek revenge on Chen Shang and hope that he is the only one in that villa. Zhang Yaohua did not say the latter words. If there were a large number of people in the villa, it would have disastrous consequences. This matter would definitely cause an uproar in the entire society. At the same time, the entire Tianhai city would have countless people implicated. The vehicle had just traveled halfway. A gunshot pierced through the silent night sky and reached the police car. That's the sound of a pistol. Sparing Su Bagua, who was very familiar with the sound of a pistol. At this moment, he also could not believe his ears. Bang! Bang! Immediately afterward, 2 more gunshots came. Zhang Yaohua instantly paralyzed in his seat and muttered. It's over, everything is over. The gunshots rang out, meaning that someone might have died. Zhang Ruoxue's face was ashen. She bit through her lips, trying to keep herself awake. Dad, this matter was caused by me and has nothing to do with everyone. I am willing to accept all punishments from the organization. However, we can't give up yet, we can't let the thugs cause more harm. Zhang Yaohua also came back to his senses. A stern light seemed to flash through his eyes. I, Zhang Yaohua, have fought criminals for my entire life, how could I admit defeat to them? This time, even if I take my old bones, I will personally bring them to justice. Old Jiang, count me in. Isn't it just these clothes? I'll take them off when I get back. Su Bagua echoed in a firm tone. It was at this moment that Zhang Yaohua's cell phone lit up again. He had just made a note of this number, and the word Chen Shang was written on it. How could it be him? Zhang Yaohua sucked in a breath of cool air. Could it be that the other party took Chen Shang's cell phone? Zhang Yaohua couldn't think about it and hurriedly pressed the answer button. Hey, Bureau Jiang, this is Chen Shang. Chen Shang, are you okay? I'm fine, just a little injured. Chen Shang tried to calm his emotions and added, those 2 thugs have already been subdued by me, and the thing Zhang Ruoxue lost is in my hands. Really? Are there any other casualties on your side? Zhang Yaohua excitedly pursued. No one else was injured. Chen Shang pondered for a moment and continued, what about the thing in my hand? Comrade Chen Shang, stay in the villa and wait for me, don't call the police and don't let anyone know about this, I'll be right there. Good. Chen Shang hung up the phone and walked to the first floor hall. He gritted his teeth and pulled the knife off his shoulder. Inside the National Medicine Sage's talent, there is a method of pressing acupoints to stop bleeding and pain, so it comes in handy today. Chen Shang hurriedly pointed a few acupoints on his body. The moment to witness the miracle had arrived. Chen Shang looked at his shoulder, and the blood flow suddenly slowed down. Moreover, the pain was alleviated by a large margin. Chen Shang felt that he had been blessed by the disaster, and the gloom in his heart dissipated a few points. Inside the police car, Su Bagua pondered for a moment and asked with some concern, Old Jiang, why don't we wait for the troops behind us? What if there is a fraud here? Do you think he's a brat who can really beat the gun-toting outlaws? What if those two outlaws forced him to lure us over? Wouldn't we be caught in a trap? Jiang Yaohua naturally thought of this as well. He checked the bulletproof vest on his body and spoke faintly, "Old Su, I can only take a gamble now." A few minutes later, Su Baohua came to the entrance of the villa. At this time, there were a few security guards who were gathered around at a loss for words and seemed to be making phone calls. Without saying a word, Su Baohua directly crashed into the telescopic door, startling the security guards. One of the security guards shouted in surprise when he saw the police. "This just hung up the phone and the police are here?" After coming to Villa 8, Su Baohua glanced at the navigation on his cell phone and said in a low voice, "Old Jiang, it's here." "Old Su, don't go over there this time, I already owe you enough." Jiang Yaohua said in a calm tone. "What the hell are you saying? Looking down on brother me?" said. Su Baohua quickly put on his bulletproof vest and jumped out of the car with a blast shield. The duo slowly approached the villa while holding up their pistols. Creak ga. The door of the villa slowly opened. Jiang Yaohua and Su Baohua instantly became nervous and couldn't help but grip their pistols tightly. After the gate opened, a familiar figure appeared in front of the three. "Chen Shang, are you alright?" Jiang Ruoshua was the first to rush forward and spoke eagerly. "It's fine, just a small injury." Chen Shang handed a handbag to Jiang Ruoshua, "The things are all inside." Jiang Ruoshua couldn't think too much and hurriedly opened the bag. Inside, apart from a blood-stained knife, there was also a blackened iron lump. It was the very same pistol that was snatched today. "Great, it's finally been retrieved." Jiang Ruoshua cried out in joy, unable to stop her body from trembling. She was about to raise her head to thank Chen Shang when she realized that there was blood on Chen Shang's shoulder. Although Chen Shang had already changed his clothes, the blood hadn't been taken care of yet. "Are you injured?" "It's no big deal, the bleeding has stopped now. I'll take you to the hospital," Jiang Ruoshua said eagerly. "Little Shui, let your uncle Su take comrade Chen Shang to the hospital, you stay here," Jiang Yaohua said in a low voice. "Yes," Jiang Ruoshua nodded slightly. Chen Shang looked at Jiang Yaohua and spoke faintly, "Bureau Jiang, those two people are in the 4th floor gym, they are presumed to be dead. Don't worry, I won't mention tonight's matter to anyone. I also have to give one more instruction. If anyone asks, just say that 2 thugs broke into your house and stabbed you. Luckily, the police arrived in time to control the thugs, and then you were taken to the hospital and knew nothing more." "I'll make a note of it." Chen Shang nodded. Jiang Yaohua nodded and said in a sincere tone, "Comrade Chen Shang, I owe you a favor. If there are any problems in the future, as long as I can do it, I will definitely do my best to help you. Then I'll thank Bureau Jiang in advance." Chen Shang was also not polite. After all, being able to make the Tianhai City Police Chief owe himself a favor was not something anyone could do. "Old Su, help me send this little comrade to the armed police hospital, take care of him for me," Jiang Yaohua instructed. "Don't worry," Su Baohua replied back. At the same time, several police cars arrived just in time. Because after Su Baohua made a U-turn, Jiang Yaohua purposely gave the order a little late. This caused the rest of the vehicles to be delayed for some time. Jiang Yaohua looked at the police officers with loaded guns around him and ordered in a loud voice, "Blockade the villa. No one is allowed to approach." Jiang Yaohua had already made up his mind. He must find out who was tipping off Lu Lord. On the way to the hospital, Chen Shang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everything that had happened tonight had long since made him sweat. He didn't expect that those 2 thugs would be so heartless. Surprisingly, they were still able to find the location of his home. Although Chen Shang had always wanted to figure out this matter. But he knew that now was not the time. Chen Shang opened his cell phone and found that the owners group of the White Heron Riverside District were all discussing the gunshots that had just been fired. Chen Shang ignored the group message and opened the message that Li Sha had just sent. "Brother Chen Shang, I'm already on the plane. Thanks to Lord Huang who loves eating wheat porridge for sending one show, Boss Confused. Thanks to Ladu who loves coconut mango dew, and Inshui Si Yuan for the bobo milk tea. Thanks for generating electricity with love as well as hyping up the comments. Thanks to Lord Huang who loves eating wheat porridge for sending one show, Boss Confused. Thank you, Ladu who loves coconut mango dew, and Inshui Si Yuan for sending the bobo milk tea. Thank you all for generating electricity with love as well as hyping up the reviews." Chapter 82 Zhang Chu Chao killed on the spot. Chen Shang couldn't help but frown when he saw the message from Li Sha. Right now, his side was a mess. It was indeed not very suitable for too many people to come into contact with him. However, Chen Shang also understood the other party's mood. After all, Li Sha knew that she was in danger and did not dare to call to inquire. It could only fly over overnight. After thinking differently, Chen Shang sent over a message. "Sha, I'm fine now. The thugs have been controlled by the police." "Great. Are you injured?" "A little light injury is all." "Where are you? I'll go over to you directly after I get off the plane." Chen Shang hesitated for a moment and sent a message back. "I'm on my way to Tianhai City Armed Police Hospital." Good, my cell phone is about to run out of battery, wait to meet and chat. Chen Sheng put down his cell phone and exhaled heavily. Su Bagua, who was driving, glanced at Chen Sheng from the rearview mirror. Comrade Xiao Sheng, you've made a great achievement this time. Leader is joking, I wasn't thinking about making a merit at that time, I was only thinking about staying alive. Chen Sheng replied truthfully. Calling the leader is too formal. My name is Su Bagua, I'm the Deputy Director of Tianhai City Police Department, you can call me Uncle Su. If you come across anything in the future, you can directly look for Uncle. Then thank you Uncle Su. Chen Sheng did not feel that the other party was being polite to himself. Imagine this. One day, the leaders of the provincial department were gathered around eating hot pot and singing songs. The secretary suddenly barged in to tell them this piece of news. The daughter of the Tianhai City police chief was on an unauthorized mission, and her gun was snatched by thugs. The chief knew about it and didn't report it in time. The two thugs took the gun and broke into a resident's home, killing an ordinary citizen. Then these two criminals continued to roam around committing crimes, and the whole city was in a state of panic. What would the leaders of the provincial office do when they found out? Damn it, immediately tell the chief to take his daughter and get the hell out to step on a sewing machine. But because of Chen Sheng's appearance, things took a turn for the worse. Not only did he get his gun back, he also shot the thugs down. The key to this was that the young comrade had done an almost seamless job, and no one else even knew about the loss of the gun. This let the director face-to-face kowtow to, are not too much. Su Bagua glanced at Chen Sheng in the rearview mirror again, and turned his words around and said, Little Sheng there's something Uncle needs to explain to you in advance. Although you have made a merit this time, it may not be reflected on the surface. I hope you understand. Uncle Su, to be honest, I didn't want any credit. If I run into any trouble in the future, I still hope that Uncle Su can lift a hand. Don't worry, the help you've given us, old Jiang and I will keep it in our hearts. Su Bagua said very frankly. 20 minutes later. Armed police hospital. Inpatient department. Although Chen Sheng was not seriously injured, he still did a comprehensive examination. In the end, the doctor came to a conclusion. There was no injury to the tendons and bones. He only needed to stay in the hospital for a day on a drip to prevent tetanus and wound infection. Chen Sheng changed into his hospital gown and just laid down on the hospital bed when he received a message from Yi Jiqiu. Xiao Sheng, how's it going on your side? Chen Sheng quickly typed a few lines. The doctor said it's nothing serious, and I can be discharged after 1 day of observation. How about you, did you stay at the hotel? Aha! You don't have to worry about me. Xiao Sheng, which hospital are you in? I'll come over to find you. I'm at the Armed Forces Hospital, why don't you come back tomorrow, it's not safe on the road. Okay then. You rest early, see you tomorrow. Yi Jiqiu put down the phone and immediately called a car to rush towards the hospital. At the same time, the White Heron Riverside Owners Group had already exploded. Lifelong happiness, what the hell just happened, who's the bear child setting off firecrackers? Blossoms of wealth and prosperity, seems to be the sound of gunfire, listening to the movement on the east side of my house. Lonely Coyote, the east side of your home is not Zhang's group second son of the villa? Tian Dowry Ward, shocking big news. I just ran downstairs to see, number 8 villa was surrounded by dozens of police. All of them are loaded, even sniper rifles are ready. Lone Wolf, I've always said that Zhang Chuchao's been fooling around all day, and sooner or later he's going to get into trouble. I guess that kid committed some crime and was shot dead by the police on the spot. Not eating cilantro, upstairs big brother guessed correctly, that kid really was shot dead. I stood upstairs and saw with my own eyes the police carry the 2 bodies to the police car. Blossoms of fortune, hush, don't discuss this in the group. At this time, Zhang Chuchao, who was consuming at the Spring Breeze Bath Center, absent-mindedly swiped his phone. Suddenly, he saw that his name seemed to appear in a group message that floated by. Hurriedly, he opened the group message. Looking at a comment about himself, Zhang Chuchao was instantly furious. Zhang Chuchao, who the hell started a rumor that Laozi was shot? You're the one who's been ing shot, your whole family has been shot. After a brief silence in the group, a few more messages popped up. Don't eat cilantro at Zhang Chuchao, huh? Aren't you the owner of Villa 8? Weird, whose are those 2 corpses? Zhang Chuchao was just about to start cursing. But on second thought, it was impossible for so many people to stay awake in the middle of the night to create rumors here. Suddenly, it was like he thought of something. Bad, it can't be brother Sheng and sister-in-law? Zhang Chuchao's hands trembled as he called Chen Sheng on WeChat. Every minute and every second was like an ordeal. Finally, the call was connected. Hey, brother Sheng, are you alright? Chen Sheng froze, immediately reacting to the fact that Zhang Chuchao should also know about tonight's events. After all, with such a big commotion, it was impossible to hide it even if one wanted to. Chuchao, I'm fine. Great. I thought you were dead. Damn, can you kid talk? Chen Sheng said without a trace of anger. Brother, I didn't mean that. Zhang Chuchao thought for a moment and carefully asked, "Brother, how many sisters-in-law are there in the villa tonight?" Zhang Chuchao brainstormed an image in his mind. Shen Sheng arranged the two beauties in the villa and went out to fool around himself. As a result, the two beauties were both killed. Chuchao, it seems like you already know some news. Tonight, I stayed in the villa by myself and encountered two thugs who broke into my house to rob me. Luckily, the police arrived in time to shoot them down. The two corpses you mentioned should be the robbers. So that's how it is. After hearing Chen Sheng's explanation, Zhang Chuchao then let go of his heart. After thinking about it, Zhang Chuchao continued to pursue, "Brother Sheng, which hospital are you in? I'll go and see you, otherwise I don't feel at ease." Chen Sheng mused. "I'm at the armed police hospital." "Okay, Brother Sheng, see you in a while." Zhang Chuchao hung up the phone, picked up the bathrobe on the side and headed outside. "Brother Chiao, what are you doing to go? There's still one item of 9 dragons kidney treasure left to do. Save it for next time." Chapter 83, Zhang Chuchao's life. Hospital housing department hallway. "How is this person like you? It's been said that the patient is resting." "Miss Nurse, I'll just take a look at my brother." "Hey, why are you breaking in? I'll call someone if you keep this up." But the visitor didn't seem to listen to the advice and directly opened the door and barged into Chen Sheng's hospital room. Chen Sheng was awakened by the sound of the door opening, sitting up in a daze and rubbing his eyes. "Zhang Chuchao, you're really here? Brother Sheng, I'm really uneasy." Zhang Chuchao looked at the nurse and said playfully, "Big sister, this is no longer your business, you go ahead and get busy." Seeing that the two knew each other, the nurse glared fiercely at Zhang Chuchao and left. "Brother Sheng, this is truly a blessing in disguise for you," Zhang Chuchao said as he sized up Chen Sheng. "Don't patronize me there." Although he said this on his lips, Chen Sheng's heart was warmed. This Zhang Chuchao fellow was usually quite out of tune and sometimes spoke without a brain. But one could sense that he counted himself as a friend that could be befriended. "Right, Brother Sheng, let me make a call first, my sister is still waiting downstairs." Zhang Chuchao took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Sister, Brother Sheng is fine, just don't worry. Chuchao, you must take care of Mr. Chen." "Don't worry sis, you go back first. That's all for now, bye." Seeing Zhang Chuchao finish her phone call, Chen Sheng asked with some confusion, "No, what is your sister doing here?" Zhang Chuchao spread his hands and said, "Brother Sheng, the whole neighborhood knows about what happened tonight. My sister received a call from the property side and realized that you had an accident. She hurriedly got on the phone with me, and knowing that you were in the hospital, she had to follow to take a look. So that's how it is, then why didn't she come up? This damn hospital has too many rules and does not allow patients' family members to enter the inpatient department after 10 p.m. It took a lot of persuasion on my part for the security guard to agree to let me in alone." Chen Sheng nodded and sent a message to Li Sha, asking her to come back the next day. After being stirred up by Zhang Chuchao, Chen Sheng's sleepiness was gone. He simply chatted with Zhang Chuchao. At the end of the chat, Zhang Chuchao actually treated Chen Sheng as a life confidant. "Brother Sheng, I'll be hanging out with you from now on, you're my only real big brother." Chen Sheng laughed and said, "Isn't your brother Zhang Chubai? This guy, how dare he even give up his own brother in order to show his loyalty?" Zhang Chuchao's face sank as he confessed. "Brother Sheng, anyway, my birth is not a secret, so I won't hide it from you. In fact, Zhang Chubai and my sister are the real siblings. I'm the child my father had outside, the illegitimate child everyone talks about. Later on, when my mother got sick and died, my grandfather felt that I was at least considered a bloodline of the Zhang family, so he took me back to the Zhang family." Chen Sheng nodded. No wonder he felt that Zhang Chuchao was quite arrogant in front of outsiders. But he was somewhat cowering in front of Zhang Lingji and Zhang Chubai. It turned out that he had no status at all in the Zhang family. Zhang Chuchao took a deep breath and continued, "Just like a bastard in a novel, I am not treated well at all in my family, even my father dislikes me somewhat. But fortunately, with my sister around, I was able to survive in this family." Chen Sheng asked with some doubt, "How do I remember that every time your sister saw you, she either beat you or scolded you? That was just for show in front of outsiders. Don't look at my sister's bad temper, but she actually didn't help me clean up my mess behind my back. At home, she's also the only person who really cares about me." "Chuchao, I don't see you as one of those arrogant and domineering rich second generation. Don't you consider taking over the family business like your brother and sister?" Zhang Chuchao let out a bitter smile. "Brother Sheng, although you're rich now, you weren't born in a prestigious family and don't understand the difficulties of surviving in a family. My brother and my sister, from the moment they were born, were groomed as the family heirs. As for me, my position in the family is not even comparable to an outsider. In addition to the money my dad gives me every month, the core work of the group never lets me touch." Originally, I was still a bit unconvinced and wanted to make a statement. It wasn't until one day, when I had a car accident, that I completely gave up struggling. Chen Sheng was shocked and asked in a low voice, "Are you saying that the car accident was man-made?" "That's right." Zhang Chuchao paused and continued, "The person who hit me was a gangster who had just been released from prison. He said that the Zhou family talker wanted to give me a heads up, telling me to just be a good rich second generation in the future, and not to think about competing for the position of the Zheng family's heir. Later I thought about it, the Zhou family should be Zhou Giju's mother's side of the family. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Zhou Giju was my sister's own mother. Chen Sheng couldn't help but let out a light sigh. He did not expect that Zhang Chuqiao, who was so big-hearted on the surface, would have such a layer of her life. Chuqiao, I didn't think that you were pretending to be idle the whole day. Chen Sheng patted Zhang Chuqiao's shoulder and said, Brother, I'm also doing this for the sake of knowing what to do. The battle of the sons of the world has always been like this. This night, for the first time, Zhang Chuqiao spoke so many heartfelt words to an outsider. The haze that had long been suppressed in his heart also dissipated a bit. Just as Chen Sheng and Zhang Chuqiao had a long conversation. Downstairs in the hospitalization department, a woman in tights and a short skirt was pacing back and forth while wrapping her arms around her chest. Tianhai City had a large temperature difference between day and night. There was still a slight coolness in the evening. The woman's slender, white lotus root arms gradually developed a layer of tiny goosebumps. She could only rub her arms back and forth, trying to drive away the cold. Zhang Lingji, who was sitting in the Porsche, saw that the other party seemed to be very cold, so she rolled down the window. Hello, are you here to visit a patient? The woman looked back and nodded slightly, yes. But the hospital said they have to wait until 7 a.m. to let them in. Come wait in my car, it's warmer. After hearing this, the woman immediately said with great gratitude, Sister, that's really thank you. After saying that, she pulled open the car door and walked up. Sister, can I borrow your cell phone? My cell phone is out of battery. Okay, no problem. Zhang Lingji unlocked her own cell phone and handed it to the woman. After the woman entered a cell phone number, she saw that it was surprisingly marked Chen Shang. Sister, you know brother Chen Shang as well? The woman asked curiously after making the call. Recognize I'm here to see him tonight. Zhang Lingji curiously turned her head to look at the woman and said after carefully observing her, Why do I feel as if I've seen you somewhere before? The woman also sized up Zhang Lingji and suddenly said with wide eyes, Are you the original owner of Villa number 8 on the banks of the White Heron River? That's right, it's me. Are you? The woman took off her mask and said, I am Chen Sheng Brothers. Good friend, my name is Li Sha. I was the one who looked at the house with brother Chen Sheng that day. It's really you, I said. Why do you look so familiar? Zhang Lingji said with a smile. You came here to visit brother Chen Sheng as well? Li Sha came back to her senses and asked with some caution. Chapter 84. 9 people gathered, is this a turnover? Plus more. Zhang Lingji faced Li Sha's forced question and very naturally replied. Mr. Chen has helped our family in the past, so I came here on behalf of my father to pay him a visit. Don't worry, my brother is in the hospital room, and Mr. Chen is no longer in any serious trouble now. Then I'm relieved. By the way, sister, do you have a makeup bag in your car? Can you lend it to me? I want to look pretty and go see Mr. Chen's brother. Li Sha blinked her eyes and asked. Yes, there is. Zhang Lingji hurriedly took out her own makeup bag and handed it to Li Sha. Thanks a lot. I still don't know what your name is, sister. My name is Zhang Lingji. Zhang Lingji, what a nice name. Early in the morning the next day, Zhang Lingji and Li Sha then came to the entrance of the hospitalization department and waited. Li Sha realized that there was a woman sitting on the steps of the entrance who seemed to be waiting to open the door as well. However, she didn't take it to heart. After all, there were many family members who came here to see the patients. What she didn't know though was this. This person was none other than Yi Zhiqiu, who had been waiting here all night. Creak! The door to the inpatient department was pushed open by a security guard. The 3 people walked towards the building almost simultaneously. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at Ward 302. Li Sha and Zhang Lingji took the lead and walked in. While Yi Zhiqiu hesitated for a moment, he once again took out his cell phone to confirm the ward. Only then did he walk towards the ward with a complicated mood. After Zhang Lingji entered the room, she could not help but freeze for a moment. At this moment, Chen Sheng was sitting on the bed and was not asleep. On the other hand, Zhang Chuqiao was lying on all fours on the accompanying bed on the side, open-chested and snoring soundly. Zhang Chuqiao, I asked you to take care of Mr. Chen, why did you fall asleep yourself first? Zhang Lingji said somewhat angrily. Don't hit me. Zhang Chuqiao jolted awake and rubbed her eyes. Sister, you're here? Zhang Lingji did not bother with Zhang Chuqiao and walked straight to Chen Sheng and said, Mr. Chen, I came over to visit you on behalf of my father. Seeing that you are fine, I am relieved. Thank you, give your father my regards. Li Sha walked over and sat beside Chen Shang, looking at Chen Shang's shoulder very painfully and said, Brother Chen Shang, does the shoulder still hurt? It stopped hurting a long time ago. Shasha, look at the heavy dark circles under your eyes. You didn't rest all night, right? I've been worried about brother. Where can I sleep? In fact, Li Sha deliberately put on an eye makeup for herself. She was already haggard, but at this moment, she looked even more pitiful to me. It made Chen Shang's heart feel more than a hint of warmth and heartache. Didn't I send you a message telling you that I'm already fine? But people just don't feel at ease. Saying that, Li Sha directly lay into Chen Shang's arms. On the airplane, she had already thought clearly. For Chen Shang, she was willing to give up her live broadcasting career. And wouldn't care if others knew about her being with Chen Shang. Chen Shang helplessly glanced at Li Sha in his arms, then looked at Yi Jiqiu standing at the door and said, "Sister Autumn, why don't you come in?" Although he was calm on the surface, Chen Shang's heart was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect Sister Autumn to meet with Li Sha. Wasn't this making herself look like a scumbag? It was good that Mi Crisp and the girls and Bai Luo Yan didn't know about this yet. Otherwise, he would have had to dig a hole to get in. I just thought I had entered the wrong ward. Yi Jiqiu hesitated for a moment, but eventually walked into the ward. Li Sha secretly sized up Sister Autumn. A trace of bad premonition couldn't help but rise in her heart. It was different from the high-cool president Zhang Lingji. Yi Jiqiu exuded a neighborly knowing big sister kind of temperament. It was more mature, intellectual, and considerate. Moreover, her body was also the type that was extremely voluptuous, which simply made boys want to die. "Brother Chen Shang, this is..." Li Sha looked at Yi Jiqiu and asked in a soft voice. "She is my former landlord's sister, named Sister Autumn, who took great care of me." Chen Shang also did not explain too much. Brother is so rich now, it's reasonable to find a girl to take care of him, right? Li Sha got up and slowly walked in front of Yi Jiqiu, extending her right hand with a smile and said, "Hello Sister Autumn, my name is Li Sha, a good friend of Brother Chen Shang." "Hello Li Sha, my name is Yi Jiqiu." Yi Jiqiu was a bit flustered as she extended her hand. The two collided for the first time, and the highs and the lows were immediately differentiated. Li Sha's eyes carried an unhurried confidence and generosity. Yi Jiqiu, on the other hand, looked like she had some low self-esteem and self-doubt. She felt as if she was like a drag on Chen Shang, only burdening him. Unlike those young girls around his age who could bring him joy. And right at this moment, Zhang Ruoxue, who was wearing a uniform, stepped in. She glanced at the several beauties in the room and was slightly stunned, then she looked at Chen Shang and asked, "Comrade Chen Shang, are you alright? I'm really sorry, I was busy dealing with the aftermath last night, so I never came over." Chen Shang shook his head towards Zhang Ruoxue. "I'm not in any serious trouble, if it wasn't for the doctor stopping me, I would have been discharged last night." "You're fine then," Zhang Ruoxue said with a sigh of relief. Li Sha on the side glanced at the uniform on Zhang Ruoxue and said with some displeasure, "Comrade police, can you guys come over later? Can't you see that the patient is still hospitalized?" Zhang Ruoxue was a bit dumbfounded for a moment. She couldn't say that her coming here had nothing to do with work, but was only because she was worried about Chen Shang, right? At the same time, Zhang Ruoxue also knew that in front of so many people, it was not appropriate to talk too much about last night's events with Chen Shang. She changed her tone and spoke lightly, "Since Comrade Chen Shang's injuries aren't yet healed, let's recuperate first, and then we'll do a little more statement when the injuries are healed." After saying that, she was ready to turn around and leave. And just then, 5 more girls walked into the ward at the same time. When Chen Shang saw the 5, he was immediately shocked. "I blame myself for just talking out of my ass." All 9 girls arrived. "Brother Chen Shang, are you alright?" When Mi Crisp saw the bandage on Chen Shang's shoulder, tears instantly flowed down her face. Quickly running towards Chen Shang, she instantly jumped into his arms. "Brother Chen Shang." Xia Yuyao's trio also didn't care about the gazes of the bystanders at all as they ran over to surround Chen Shang. Chen Shang was once again surrounded by beautiful women. This time, however, he was somewhat helpless. "Ouch. It hurts." Chen Shang covered his injured shoulder and grimaced. In reality, his wound had long since stopped hurting. It was just that he felt that there were 4 girls hanging on his body. There was something wrong with it. After all, this was a ward, not a hotel. "I'm sorry, Brother Chen Shang." Mi Crisp hurriedly got away from Chen Shang and gently helped him blow on his shoulder. "It's much better now." Chen Shang glanced at Mi Crisp's 4, and then to Bai Luo Yan, who was standing frozen in the doorway, her eyes red, and asked with some confusion, "How did you 5 know I was here?" Thanks to Heavenly Fate Double Wheel for sending 5 inspiration capsules and a hypnosis charm, Boss Atmosphere Ah. Thanks to Sunshine Far Away and Yi Liangchen for sending a hypnosis charm. Thank you for the kudos sent by Urshi who loves to eat 3-flower frog soup, Jai Tang who loves to eat fried eel segments in garlic table, and by Feng who loves Ducktopia, and thank you for generating electricity with love, hyping up comments, and offering criticism. Chapter 85, Actually, I'm from a big family in Shangjing. Facing Chen Shang's doubts, Rice Crisp was the first to speak. "We swiped the news about the White Heron Riverside District home invasion robbery early this morning. At that time, we couldn't get through to your phone, so we hurriedly drove to White Heron Riverside. Listening to the police who stayed at the scene said that you are in the Armed Forces Hospital, we rushed over again. Yesterday, when they were having a barbecue and chatting, Mi Crisp and the others already knew where Chen Shang lived. The first moment they saw the news, they knew that something had happened to Chen Shang. Brother Chen Shang, I'm in a similar situation as them. Bai Luoyan sniffled and said. My cell phone ran out of battery. Chen Shang said somewhat helplessly. Brother Chen Shang, I'm relieved to see that you're fine. I can't imagine that you just finished swimming with the four of us and this happened. Xia Yuya wiped her tears and said. We said for you to stay, but you just wouldn't listen. What would we do if something really happened to you? Song Chanxian said loudly on purpose. Brother Chen Shang, don't live in the White Heron River in the future, after all, there has been a human life there. You will live with us in Tangong Villa in the future, and then we will give you a barbecue on the rooftop every day. Yu Xiaoro said in a serious tone. No, what kind of people are you for? How can you let Brother Chen Shang live with you? Li Sha asked with some anger. These four girls had hugged Chen Shang as soon as they came up, so they didn't say anything themselves. But just now they actually said that they wanted Chen Shang to live with them. It seemed like they even swam together yesterday, so wouldn't that be skin to skin? What exactly was the relationship between these people and Chen Shang? No, who are you again? Mi Crisp sized up Li Sha, and was suddenly stunned as she opened her mouth wide and said, I seem to recognize you, aren't you the anchor woman Sasha that Brother Chen Shang has rewarded? That's her. I've followed her, she was even on the hot search a while ago. Xia Yuyo looked at Li Sha with hostility and said nonchalantly, TSK, I didn't realize that the face anchor Sha looked so ugly offline. Who are you calling ugly? This is the black eyes Aya because I didn't sleep for a night because I was worried about Brother Chen Shang. Li Sha retorted. I think you put on your own makeup, right? Brother Chen Shang is like this, and you still want to use this method to arouse Brother Chen Shang's sympathy. What a scheming girl. Song Chanxian wrapped her arms around her chest and said in a conspiratorial manner. Chen Shang froze. It could still be played like this? He himself had just seen Li Sha's dark circles under her eyes and was indeed a little distressed. Almost dumped over a few $100 million on the spot. Li Sha certainly could not take any advantage of a pair of three, and was furious and jumped straight to her feet. She walked over to Chen Shang and said pitifully, Brother Chen Shang, look at the several of them combining to bully me. The reason why Li Sha dared to lose her temper at me Crisp and the others was because she had enough backbone. Of course she knew that Chen Shang had swiped gifts for quite a few female anchors. But so what? It was herself who had gotten the most gifts. Moreover, Chen Shang had bought himself a $70 million villa and a $50 million supercar. Even the $50 million to open a company was invested by Chen Shang. The other few girls, it is estimated that Chen Shang is just idle and bored to pass the time. There was no way to compare with himself, the real deal. Of course, a few people from Rice Crisp thought the same. It was at this time that Bai Luoyan, who hadn't said anything, walked towards Chen Shang. She glanced at Li Sha's several people with hostility and asked with a frown. Brother Chen Shang, who are the few of them? The five girls couldn't help but shift their gazes to Bai Luoyan in unison. Upon seeing Bai Luoyan's tall figure and iceberg beauty-like face, a sentence floated through their hearts at the same time. Where is this another vixen from? The looks are also too pretty, right? Chen Shang could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he saw the saber rattling few people. Even the supreme emperor in ancient times, the harem is prone to catch fire. How could he, a simple teenager who was not deeply involved in the world, solve this 1,000-year-old problem? Chen Shang covered his head and said with his teeth showing, Oops, I am a little dizzy. Now want me to rest for a while first? Brother Chen Shang, don't pretend. Li Sha beamed her mouth and said with a helpless face, You injured your shoulder, how could you have a headache? Brother Chen Shang, quickly tell them the relationship between me and you. Mi Crisp, aroused by Li Sha's desire to win, also squatted in front of the bed and grabbed Chen Shang's other arm and said, Brother Chen Shang, if the four of us and her fall into the water together, who will you save first? Bai Luoyan on the side didn't say anything, but she also wanted to hear Chen Shang's explanation. Chen Shang knew he couldn't hide this time. He sat upright and looked at Zhang Chuchao and said, Chuchao, the glass of Villa 8 broke last night, why don't you siblings take Officer Jiang to ask the police station who should compensate for this loss? Okay Brother Shang. Zhang Chuchao couldn't help but skim his lips. Big brother, you can easily spend a few $100 million, but these 3 melons and 2 dates are getting serious. This was clearly a banishment order. But he also knows Chen Shang's suffering. After all, the family scandal cannot be publicized. It seems that he will have to find time to teach Brother Shang a good experience. Learn from others to tear onions, although a wide range of friends. But they are at least one by one to awe. Unlike you, you have several boats at the same time. And also let these boats touch together, do not turn over the strange. Sister, Officer Jiang, let's go out first? Zhang Chuchao spoke with some embarrassment. Zhang Lingji and Zhang Ruoxue didn't say much either, turning around and walking towards the outside. Brother Shang, take care of yourself. Zhang Chuchao said meaningfully and left the hospital room, bringing the door with him and passing. At this moment, Zhang Ruoxue and Zhang Lingji were both standing at the door and did not leave. Although Chen Shang did not have any substantial relationship with the two of them. However, they both had a slight favorable impression of Chen Shang. They stayed here because they wanted to know if there was a misunderstanding here. Or was Chen Shang a complete scum? If it was the latter, then they would not hesitate to maintain certain boundaries with Chen Shang. In the future, they would use other ways to repay Chen Shang. But there would definitely be no thoughts of that. After all, the two of them had a special status and were destined to not be Chen Shang's lovers. Why aren't you two leaving yet? Zhang Chuchao turned back to Zhang Ruoxue and Zhang Lingji with some uncertainty. Shoo! The two girls made an almost simultaneous gesture of silence. In the ward, Chen Shang's brain was racing, comparable to Einstein at this moment. After a moment of silence, Chen Shang sighed softly, now that it has come to this, I won't hide it from you. I suddenly became so rich because not long ago, an old man who called himself my grandfather suddenly found me and gave me a black gold card. He told me that I was actually born in a big family in the upper capital city. I'll go, isn't this the experience of flunky Yichen? Xia Yuyao couldn't help but blurt out. It seems to be written like that in that what's his name urban medical son-in-law. Song Chanxian sized up Chen Shang and asked, half-heartedly. Brother Chen Shang, but I still don't understand something. Even if you are really rich, but why are you spending money on so many girls? Chapter 86, Opening the Two Chakras, Completely Becoming a Scummy Boy. Chen Shang almost laughed in anger after hearing this. If brother didn't spend money on so many girls, would there still be a part for you? However, in front of so many girls, it was not good to say this directly. Chen Shang let out a light sigh, his gaze becoming deep, as if he was stuck in a painful memory. Then I will tell you why I would spend money on so many of you. After my grandfather gave me the black gold card, he also told me some unknown secrets. My family appears to be harmonious on the surface, but in reality, there is serious infighting. After I was born, my eldest uncle saw me as a boy and used every method to try to get rid of me. In order to protect our family of three, my grandfather secretly helped us change our identities and let us hide in Tianhai City. In this way, more than 20 years passed in a row. Now, most of the family's industries have been completely mastered by my eldest uncle and are almost untouchable. So they wouldn't be afraid of a small character like me making waves. My grandfather burned out the last of his energy and finally reached a consensus with my eldest uncle. My family could provide me with a great deal of wealth, but I could not acquire any property for myself and could only spend the money on others. This is because my eldest uncle is afraid that I will be a threat to them if I open another mountain clan. Hearing this, all the girls' mouths opened wide. They did not expect that Chen Shang would have such a life. This sounded simply heavenly. In the crowd, Bai Luoyan nodded thoughtfully, Brother Chen Shang, no wonder your parents died unexpectedly, it seems very likely that they were brutalized by someone from the family. That's right. Chen Shang looked at Bai Luoyan and the others and continued. Most of you weren't born in a lineage and don't understand the difficulties of surviving in a lineage. The world laughs at Lu Zhen's joyless cowardice and greed for pleasure. They do not realize it. If Lu Zhen was like Li Yu, the later lord of the Tang dynasty, who pined for his homeland all day long and wrote poems to express the pain of his country's demise, then Lu Zhen would have been like Li Yu, the later lord of the Tang dynasty. Like Li Yu, Lu Zhen would have been given poison wine. In reality, Lu Zhen is as wise as a fool and had to choose to hide his clumsiness in order to survive. Speaking of this, Chen Shang glanced at the ladies and said somewhat helplessly, other than Sister Autumn, I intentionally got close to so many of you and gave a few of you money to spend, just to make myself look like an unambitious dude. Although I'm not exactly a good man, I've never wanted to be irresponsible, much less toy with your feelings. I did all of this, but also to keep my head above water. Only in this way can I survive. AI, the battle of the sons of the world has always been like this. Chen Shang, inspired by Zhang Chuchao, finished his story in one breath. Speaking of it, he somewhat admired himself. And at this time, Zhang Chuchao, who was eavesdropping outside the door, had his jaw almost dropped to the ground. No, buddy. What the is this saying are my words? Even the tone of voice is exactly like mine. In reality, Chen Shang had his own considerations for saying this. Don't you girls think I have my foot in more than one boat? Then I'm going to show my cards today. I'm going to have my foot in more than one boat. And I have to do it. If you don't do it, you die. If you can accept it, then stay. I'll keep spending money on you. If you can't accept it, I'm sorry, go out and turn right. Anyway, I'm rich. Where can I find a pretty girl? Chen Shang felt that he was stabbed last night, as if he had opened up the two veins. In the past, he was led by the dog-licking system. Now he had completely let himself go. What pure love warrior! Fraternity and widespread love was what one should pursue. After listening to Chen Shang's narration, the ladies all looked at Chen Shang with complex emotions. After a long time, Li Sha tightly held Chen Shang's hand and said with a choked voice, Brother Chen Shang, I didn't expect you to have such a miserable experience. I'm sorry, I was the one who misjudged you just now. Brother Chen Shang, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted your feelings for me. Xia Yuyo also lowered her head in some shame.
Mi Crisp raised her voice and said, I told you guys a long time ago that brother Chen Sheng definitely had his own reasons for doing this.
Think about it, how many men's motto is money is for women, not for women to spend?
Then look at brother Chen Sheng, who has given so much to us without reservation.
If he was really a scum, would he have given so much for us?
Let's all ask ourselves, what we have done for brother Chen Sheng, is it worth him spending so much for us? After a few words from Mi Crisp, the crowd came to their senses. Yes. Chen Sheng had spent so much money for himself.
And what had he himself done for him?
Seeing that the time was almost up, Chen Sheng continued to speak.
If you guys are willing to stay, then stay. If you are not willing to stay, you can also choose to leave.
Chen Sheng was not at all distressed by the money he had spent before. After all, they had helped themselves earn a lot of money. And with the system in place, one could still continue to make money. A short silence passed. Mi Crisp jumped to Chen Sheng's side and sobbed, Brother Chen Sheng, don't drive me away.
I don't want to leave you.
I don't care what they think, as long as I can see you every day, I'm satisfied.
Brother Chen Sheng, I'm not leaving either.
I've already thought about it before I came here, I won't be an anchor in the future, so I'll settle in Tianhai City to accompany you. Li Sha wiped her tears, her eye makeup had long been blurred like a panda. I'm not leaving either, you helped me then, and even more so my family.
Now that you're in trouble, how can I leave you behind? Bai Luoyan said in a firm tone. I'm not leaving either. I'm not leaving either.
In the end, the crowd turned their gazes to Yi Zhiqiu in unison.
Yi Zhiqiu's petite body trembled and asked somewhat timidly, then can I not go?
In her tone, there was a hint of supplication. After all, they were considered Chen Sheng's girlfriends. As for herself, what was her status?
Who would allow other women to surround their boyfriend?
Bai Luoyan looked at Yi Zhiqiu, who was at a loss for words, and said in a relaxed tone, Sister Qiu, I know that you are very important to Brother Chen Sheng.
Brother Chen Sheng's sister is my Bai Luoyan's sister.
Well, in the future, Sister Autumn will also be our sister. Mi Crisp said with a smile. Well, I hope everyone can remember how good Brother Chen Sheng is to us.
Everything we have is from Brother Chen Sheng.
If it wasn't for Brother Chen Sheng, I guess I would still be worrying about my future job right now. Xia Yuyo said in a sincere tone.
Well, then we'll repay Brother Chen Sheng properly in the future.
Li Sha said softly.
Brother Chen Sheng, thank you.
If it wasn't for you, I might still be an inferior, sensitive, and fragile girl now.
It's you that made me change. The always silent Yu Xiaoro said.
When Chen Sheng saw that a few girls had actually stayed behind, there was inexplicably a little bit of joy in his heart.
Xia Yuyo and the others were just about to take the final step. If they left at this time, wouldn't it be a waste of so much effort?
There were also some remarks made by the girls just now. What they said was also too good.
Must be rewarded with a big bowl of enigma.
Chen Sheng was in a good mood.
Outside the door came a bam sound.
As if someone had fallen to the ground. Then Zhang Chu Chao anxiously shouted.
Officer Jiang, what's wrong with you? Chapter 87, A Comprehensive Physical Examination. Officer Jiang. Officer Jiang. The duo of Zhang Chu Chao and Zhang Lingji kept calling Zhang Ruoshua's name. But Zhang Ruoshua didn't make any response. What's going on? Let's go out and take a look. Song Chanxian took the lead and walked towards the door.
Chen Sheng, who was lying on the hospital bed, didn't have time to think about why Zhang Chuchao and the others hadn't left yet. He also jumped down from the bed. Brother Chen Sheng, you're still injured, so stay here. Li Sha said with concern.
I feel as if I'm fine.
Chen Sheng said as he moved his shoulders.
Outside the ward,
Zhang Lingji squatted on the ground and hugged Zhang Ruoshua's head, constantly calling out the latter's name. But Zhang Ruoshua kept her eyes tightly closed.
There was no reaction at all. Chu Qiao, what are you still waiting for? Why don't you go call a doctor?
Zhang Lingji urged.
Oh, okay.
Only then did Zhang Chu Chao react and quickly ran towards the doctor's office. Both slippers were flown off. Chen Sheng glanced at the haggard-looking Zhang Ruoshua and couldn't help but furrow his brows. Judging from her complexion, Zhang Ruoshua was not very sick. He walked over and squatted on the ground, grabbing Zhang Ruoshua's left hand.
Mr. Chen, you. Zhang Lingji looked at Chen Sheng with some perplexity.
I've learned a little bit of Chinese medicine, and I can judge the condition through the pulse.
Saying so, Chen Sheng gently placed his index, middle and ring fingers on Zhang Ruoshua's inches, guan and ulnar pulse points.
A moment later, Chen Sheng could not help but suck in a breath of cool air.
This was because from the pulse, Zhang Ruoshua had a very serious brain disease. Please get out of the way.
A few nurses pushed a stretcher cart and ran over, ready to carry Zhang Ruoshua to the car.
Wait a moment. Chen Sheng wanted to feel Zhang Ruoshua's pulse more carefully.
After all, it was his first time taking someone's pulse, so perhaps he had made a mistake.
Please don't add to the chaos here.
Seeing this, a nurse lady couldn't help but reprimand.
You're a patient, why are you pretending to be an old Chinese doctor? Can you be held responsible for delaying our rescue? What are you guys waiting for? Help me put the patient on the car. Another nurse urged. Brother Shang, you have a shoulder injury, let me do it. Zhang Chuchao ran over and lifted Zhang Ruoxue onto the stretcher cart with the many girls. Who? Zhang Chuchao couldn't help but spit out, I didn't expect Officer Jiang to be quite heavy. Zhang Chuchao, why haven't you 3 left yet? Chen Shang asked with a displeased face. That? Officer Jiang suddenly remembered that there was something to ask you, so he came back. Zhang Chuchao prevaricated. Of course Chen Shang didn't believe Zhang Chuchao's reasoning. But right now, he was not in the mood to bother with him. 10 minutes later. The doctor walked out of the ward, took off his mask and asked. Who is the patient's family? The crowd looked at each other. Finally, Chen Shang stepped forward and said, the patient's family isn't here, so tell me anything, I'll take care of the transfer. The doctor strangely sized up Chen Shang and the others and froze for a moment. What combination of people were these? One was wearing a hospital gown, and the other was wearing a bathrobe with the word Spring Breeze printed on it. Isn't Spring Breeze a bathing center? There were also those beauties, each with a high face value. If they saw this group outside the hospital, they would think that the Spring Breeze Bath Center had been raided by the police. At this time, a nurse's shout came from the ward. Officer, why are you up? Hey, don't move ah. It wasn't long before Jiang Ruoxue herself walked out by herself carrying a hanging bottle. Doctor, I feel much better. I'm just hypoglycemic and I'm much better after the glucose infusion. The doctor nodded, I just measured it with a glucose meter and the blood sugar is indeed very low. Combined with your symptoms, it should be fainting caused by hypoglycemia, nothing too serious. Then can I go now? Zhang Ruoxue asked somewhat anxiously. It's best to finish the glucose infusion first. Of course, you can also drink this bottle of glucose directly if you have an emergency. The doctor glanced at the police uniform on Zhang Ruoxue and said smilingly. Good, then I'll go down and pay the bill. Zhang Ruoxue finished speaking and directly pulled out the 4-tube in her hand. Zhang Ruoxue, wait for a moment. Chen Shang said in his serious tone. Zhang Ruoxue was slightly stunned and spoke in confusion. Mr. Chen, do you want to ask about compensation? Don't worry, we will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. It's not about compensation. You'd better do a full medical checkup for some insurance. The doctor who was about to leave suddenly stopped in his tracks. Thinking to himself, why did you steal my line, young man? I was just going to say that line too. But do you have a problem with your eyes? Can't you see the skin on someone's body? That's more authoritative than a white coat. Zhang Ruoxue barely managed to squeeze out a smile and said in a somewhat weak voice. Mr. Chen, I know my own body best. I just didn't close my eyes all night yesterday, plus I didn't eat in the morning, my blood sugar is just a bit low. Anyway, things are pretty much taken care of, so don't think about work. Chen Shang looked at Zhang Chuchao in an unquestionable manner. Chuchao, you take Officer Jiang to a medical checkup. Remember, it must be a full physical examination. This. Zhang Chuchao looked at Zhang Ruoxue with some difficulty, not knowing how to speak for a moment. At this time, the doctor also persuaded, ma'am, I also suggest that you do a comprehensive medical checkup so that the insurance is better. In reality, it wasn't all about the doctor wanting to make more money by having the patient do a comprehensive checkup. After all, there are some diseases that cannot be seen with the naked eye alone. A comprehensive examination can reduce the probability of misdiagnosis and omission and save themselves a lot of trouble. Otherwise the patient, in case there is any hidden disease, the doctor did not see. Then the patient's family would point at the doctor's nose and curse, you quack, you can't even see the disease. Alright then. Zhang Ruoxue couldn't argue and had to follow Zhang Chuchao downstairs for a checkup. Doctor, can I be discharged? Chen Shang looked at the doctor and asked. Are you? The doctor asked as he sized up Chen Shang. At this time, a trainee nurse interjected, Dr. Bai, you weren't on duty last night and didn't know about this. He's the owner of the White Heron Riverside neighborhood who was stabbed by thugs last night. Oh, so it's him. Dr. Bai looked at Chen Shang, his tone easing a few points. Young man, you can stay here for 2 days first, you can leave after your wounds have healed. The intern nurse looked at Chen Shang and said with a smile, Mr. Chen, go to the house and change the medicine. Please. Chen Shang was not in a position to excuse himself and turned towards the ward. After the nurse unbuttoned Chen Shang's hospital gown, she began to unwrap the bandages wrapped around his shoulders. A few girls looked straight at Chen Shang's naked upper body, their eyes falling to the ground. Wow, so big are brother Chen Shang's muscles. Li Sha couldn't help but blurt out. Chapter 88, all the women cooperate to make it bigger and stronger. Li Sha ambled her head down and gently poked Chen Shang's muscles with her fingertips. The last time they met, it seemed like brother Chen Shang's muscles weren't this strong, right? It's only been a few days, and it's surprisingly so big. Could it be that brother Chen Shang was doing 8,000 push-ups a day? Shasha, can you stop using inverted sentences when you speak in the future? Chen Shang said with some embarrassment. Wow, it's so big, this sentence, why does it sound so awkward? He, I just blurted it out. Li Sha said with a wink. Why do I also feel like Brother Chen Shang's muscles, like they've really gotten stronger again? Mi Crisp also stared with wide eyes and observed for a while before turning her head to look at Xia Yuyo and the others. Xia Yuyo similarly acted surprised. Just as the ladies were unabashedly admiring Chen Shang's 8-pack abs and waistline, the intern nurse suddenly spoke up. I'll go, how did this wound heal? After speaking, she hurriedly covered her mouth. It seemed to realize that she had spoken somewhat less steadily. I'm sorry, I was just too excited. The nurse held up her own glasses and staggered back and forth. It's really strange, it's only been less than a day and the wound has healed? Chen Shang was also a bit surprised. His own national medicine sage was only LV1. There was no mastery of the ability to heal wounds quickly. Could it be because after his full attributes had been drastically increased, the self-healing ability had also become stronger? Chen Shang fixed his mind and asked with a smile, Sister Nurse, since my wounds have completely healed, is it possible to walk? Theoretically, you can go. But it's not my call, I'll ask the doctor later. The nurse patiently explained. Okay, please. The nurse couldn't help but glance at Chen Shang and the many girls as she packed up her things. TSK. No wonder this young man was surrounded by so many beautiful girls. Not only was this guy handsome, he also had such a good body. If every patient he met was such a handsome guy, wouldn't it be beautiful? The nurse took one step and turned back 3 times and left the ward reluctantly. Seeing that the nurse had left, Li Sha came over and approached Chen Shang's shoulder, saying with some heartache, Brother Chen Shang, does your shoulder still hurt? Shall Sha blow on it for you? Sha, no. No need. Chen Shang looked at the ladies and spoke faintly, you guys help me with the discharge procedures, it's not a good idea to stay here. Brother Chen Shang, I'll go then. Yu Xiaorou, who hadn't spoken much, took the initiative to volunteer. The room was temporarily quiet. At this time, Bai Luoyan walked up to Chen Shang and spoke with a serious face. Brother Chen Shang, I may not be good at expressing myself, but I also like you from the bottom of my heart. In the future, I will do my best to make my father's company work, so that I will be qualified to help you when you are in trouble. I don't think Brother Chen Shang needs us to earn money, what he needs is companionship. Song Chanqian also expressed her opinion. I don't mean that, I just... Bai Luoyan was a little speechless for a moment, and her face was suffocating red. Okay Chanqian, she also has good intentions. Xia Yuyo said very justly. I do think she has a point. Mi Crisp looked at Bai Luoyan and softly asked, what's your name? My name is Bai Luoyan, I'm Brother Chen Shang's classmate. So you're the white school flower that Brother Chen Shang mentioned, you really do have an excellent temperament. Mi Crisp took a good look at Bai Luoyan, then looked at Xia Yuyo and the others and said, in the future, we'll have to make our own careers as well. In this way, we can become a strong backing for Brother Chen Shang. Otherwise, won't we really become vases? Hearing this, Li Sha also interjected, it's true that heroes see eye to eye. Rice Crisp, do you want to cooperate with me? What cooperation? Mi Crisp asked uncertainly. I just checked on Shakian, and you guys are considered to be some of the hotter anchors recently. It just so happens that I just registered a media company. Anyway, the 4 of you haven't signed a contract, why don't you follow me directly? As the saying goes, fat water doesn't flow into outsiders' fields. How do I feel you want us to work for you? Song Chanqian pinched her waist and said somewhat unconvincingly. I am giving you the opportunity. Coincidentally, we are also preparing for the guild, and I was just thinking of signing you over. Song Chanqian said with a bad smile on her face. Li Sha immediately froze. These 4 girls had such a big mouth. How much money is this, to think of preparing a union? Could it be that the investment that my brother gave me, also give it to them? Mi Crisp fixed her mind and suggested, I do think that we can team up and set up a guild and media company. When we find the right opportunity, we can dig up a few more female anchors. Then we'll take it one step at a time and grow bigger and stronger. I agree. Li Sha said after a moment of hesitation. Seconded. Xia Yuyo also said happily. I also agree. Song Chanqian also seconded. Although she somewhat disliked Li Sha and Bai Luoyan. But if they made too much of a mess, wouldn't it make things a bit difficult for Chen Shang? She had already thought it through now, anyway, she could just do her job well. As for other things, try not to interfere. This would allow Chen Shang to be more mindful. Otherwise, if one often gave Chen Shang a hard time, then it was only human nature for people to kick themselves out. Yi Zhisho saw that everyone had taken a stance, and said somewhat unconfidently, I won't be live streaming. Then is it okay for me to take care of Xiao Shang's food and living in the future? Sister Autumn, you are not a nanny. Chen Shang said with a smile, in the future, you'll just eat and drink like a few of them, who made you my sister. Yi Zhicho's face blushed, I'm satisfied that you can take me in, how dare I ask for so much more. The entire room, for the time being, was in a peaceful scene. Then the matter is happily decided. Chen Shang finally let out a sigh of relief. Although there would be less friction in the future when the ladies got along. But at the very least, they were now settled. As if Chen Shang suddenly remembered something, he opened his mouth and said, "Right, that villa on the banks of the White Heron River is temporarily uninhabitable, so you guys take a look online to see if there are any suitable villas." "Buy another villa?" Li Sha opened her mouth and asked. "It's not buying a set, it's buying a set for each person." "One set per person?" Although the ladies had already seen Chen Shang's financial power long ago, but they were still slightly surprised. There were 7 girls in the house, that was 7 sets of villas. Even Pancake Fruit wouldn't dare to buy 7 sets at once, right? Just when the girls were marveling at Chen Shang's wealth, Jiang Chuqiao ran in a panic. "Brother Shang, something's wrong. Officer Jiang seems to have brain cancer." Chen Shang looked at the panting Jiang Chuqiao and asked in a deep voice, "Has it been confirmed?" Jiang Chuqiao cried out and handed a report card to Chen Shang. "After Officer Jiang did the CT as well as the MRI, I got 2 experts from the hospital to check the sheet, and they said that Officer Jiang does have brain cancer." Chapter 89. Instantly aging Jiang Yaohua. Hearing the news that Jiang Ruoxue had brain cancer, other than Chen Shang, all the women were shocked beyond words. Could it be a mistake? That female officer is so young, how could she get cancer? Mi Crisp inquired with a frown. It's true that older people are more likely to get cancer, but that doesn't mean that younger people don't get cancer. Even some newborn babies can get cancer due to various factors. Li Sha said with some sympathy. "What then? Should we tell her?" Xia Yuyo was a bit at a loss for words for a while. The entire room was quiet for a while. Everyone felt sorry for that flower girl. This person was beautiful, had an excellent figure, and had a certain social status. It would be too much of a pity if she died just like that. "Don't tell Officer Jiang about this beforehand." Chen Sheng frowned and added, "Go back first and inform Officer Zhang's family on the way. As things stand, this is the only way." Jiang Chuqiao said with a light sigh. The group had just walked out of the hospital room when they saw Jiang Ruoxue walk over head-on. "Mr. Chen, are you being discharged from the hospital?" "Yeah, the doctor said that I'm not in any serious trouble and told me to go back and recuperate." "It's good that you're fine." Jiang Ruoxue looked at Chen Sheng with a look of desire to speak. She had wanted to thank Chen Sheng in person. Nay, there were too many people right now, so it was not good to say anything more. It seemed that she could only find a chance to express her gratitude later. "Jiang Ruoxue, take a good rest, we'll leave first," Chen Sheng said with a soft face. "Well, goodbye." Chen Sheng bid farewell to Jiang Ruoxue and headed downstairs with the women. However, Chen Sheng had been pondering over this matter in his heart. Jiang Ruoxue's brain cancer was already in an advanced stage. He himself did not have full certainty of curing her now. Her father was a director and surely had the ability to provide her with the best means of treatment. It didn't have to be worse than one's own LV1 national medical sage. But whether it was himself or the experts, I'm afraid it would be extremely difficult to cure Jiang Ruoxue. At best, it would just allow her to live for a few more days. When the national healer sage hand rose to LV2, he might be able to obtain a way to cure Jiang Ruoxue. Chen Shang was sure that Jiang Ruoxue could still live for a month by taking her pulse. It was enough to wait until the national healer sage hand was upgraded. Hospital parking lot. Chen Shang charged his cell phone in Mi Crisp's car and dialed Jiang Yaohua's number. "Hello Bureau Jiang, this is Chen Shang. Comrade Chen Shang, are you better from your injuries? I've already been discharged from the hospital. There's something I want to tell you. Jiang Ruoxue suddenly fainted in the hospital today and did a thorough checkup afterward. The doctor said Jiang Ruoxue might have brain cancer." Clang. The cell phone on the opposite side seemed to fall to the ground. After a long time, Jiang Yaohua only reopened his mouth with a trembling voice. "This matter. Xiao Shui doesn't know yet, right? For the time being, I don't know. Comrade Chen Shang, please keep this secret for me, thank you." Hanging up the phone, Jiang Yaohua instantly paralyzed in his chair. It was as if he had instantly aged 10 years. Even those eyes that were not angry and authoritative were not half as bright in an instant. After leaving the banks of the White Heron River last night, Jiang Yaohua quickly locked down the mole in the police station based on the cell phone on Lu Lord. It was Sun Yi, the deputy director of the Transportation Bureau. It was him who gave Lu Lord the escape route. Even under Lu's threat, Sun Yi also found out where Qin Shang lived through Skynet. After the death of Mr. Lu, the criminals who kidnapped Sun Yi's daughter surrendered voluntarily, and the hostages were rescued. Sun Yi, seeing his daughter safe and sound, also ran to the police station to surrender. Jiang Yaohua originally thought that this matter is all happy, but never thought that his daughter had cancer. This matter is really a heavy blow to him. On the other side, Chen Shang looked at Jiang Chuqiao and asked, "Chuqiao, do you have something today? If there's something you want to talk about, go through fire our brother Shang. I see that you usually like to play with cars. Do you know which car dealership in Tianhai City can get a supercar or something like that?" Jiang Chuqiao slapped his thigh. "Brother Shang, you've asked the right person.
The Chen Jinlai who sold you the Ferrari F80 last time has quite a few luxury car resources in his hands. Really, I was looking at his store at the time and it wasn't that big.
That's just one of his branches. Brother Shang, are you sure you want to buy a car? Yeah. How many to buy? What price range? Let's buy 7 cars first, it doesn't matter about the price, even hundreds of millions is acceptable. Put. Zhang Chu Chao's breath almost didn't come up. He said to himself, I bought a Ferrari F80 at that time in order to make money, and it almost got my old man's legs broken. You're going to buy 7 at once? You also said that hundreds of millions of dollars don't matter? You can't be this capricious even if you have money, right? Brother Shang, I want to be your brother-in-law, do you think there's a chance?
Zhang Chu Chao said with a flattering face.
Zhang Chu Qiao, what are you babbling about?
Zhang Lingji, who was on the side, shouted with both of her faces flushed red.
Sister, I'm joking.
Zhang Chu Chao sniffled and muttered in a low voice, saying,
Brother Shang is surrounded by so many beautiful women, they still may not look at you, cold as a block of ice.
Zhang Chu Chao, you still dare to talk nonsense?
Zhang Lingji seemed to be really a bit angry this time.
Zhang Chu Chao subconsciously leaned towards Chen Shang's side and hurriedly changed the topic.
Brother Shang, didn't you just say you want to buy a car? I'll call and ask that old man Chen Jinlai. Chu Chao, didn't you fall out with Chen Jinlai last time?
Chen Shang asked with some confusion.
Harm. I'm to blame for that last time.
I was forced to find someone to mess with him at that time. Zhang Chu Chao scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. Later, I realized that the third son of the Zhao family who forced my sister into a marriage had secretly found the Li family in Magic City.
These 2 dogs have joined together to trap me.
I reflected on it myself, this has nothing to do with Chen Jinlai, if I want to blame it, I can only blame the Zhao family and the Li family.
Chen Shang smiled and nodded, I can't imagine that you are quite sensible.
He, that's natural, I never bully others based on power. Zhang Chu Chao said, took out his cell phone and dialed Chen Jinlai's number.
Hey, why is young Zhang free to call me today? Chen Jinlai, I'm looking for you for something serious this time. Can you get 7 Lamborghini Poison or some other luxury car there? Young Zhang, don't seek my happiness. You really can't blame me for what happened last time. I'm not joking with you, it's Mr. Wang who bought the Ferrari F80 from you last time who wants to buy a car. Young Zhang, you're not kidding me, right?
A luxury car like the Lamborghini Poison, 7 of them wouldn't cost $500 to $600 million.
I'm really not joking with you. The opposite party pondered for a moment. Then said, Young Zhang, I won't lie to you, I really don't have that many current cars on my side. However, there is a car show in Tianhai City tomorrow, why don't you guys go and take a look? Don't worry, I know the organizer, so I can give you guys priority to buy at that time. Okay, I'll ask Mr. Wang first. Zhang Chu Chao hung up the phone and briefly talked about the car show. Chapter 90 Chen Shang's Massage Technique.
Then the car matter will be discussed tomorrow. Chen Shang looked at Zhang Chu Chao and said, Chu Chao, find someone to help me clean the villa on the banks of the White Heron River to see if it can be sold, and by the way, fix the car. Don't worry brother Shang, I'll take care of it. After the car is fixed, you drive it first. Last night when we chatted, Chen Shang learned that Zhang Chu Chao now go out all take a taxi. He was the only rich second generation in Tianhai City who went out and took a taxi. Brother Shang, are you telling the truth? Zhang Chu Chao was so excited that he almost knelt on the spot. Chen Shang narrowed his eyes and smiled, what, you don't want to drive it? Then send it over to me after it's fixed. Brother, I've dreamed of it. Zhang Chu Chao held onto Chen Shang's arm and said with a sniffle and a tear. Brother Shang, you are simply my regenerative parent. From now on, you are my righteous father. Hearing this, Zhang Lingji glared fiercely at Zhang Chu Chao. Zhang Chu Chao winced and couldn't help but take half a step back. That's all for now then. Chen Shang looked at Bai Luoyan and the others and spoke faintly, saying, let's go to Tangong Villa first today, and when you guys have your eye on a villa, then we'll buy a set for each of you. After hearing this, the ladies were quite moved in their hearts. It wasn't that everyone wanted to move out. Rather, it was because whether it was for the boys or the girls, in a cold city, having a house that truly belonged to you would be much more reassuring. Bai Luoyan pulled open the door of the Rolls-Royce and said with a smile, Brother Chen Shang, your exclusive nanny Yan Yan is online again. After spending these days with Chen Shang, Bai Luoyan only felt that her personality had changed quite a bit. No longer was she the high and cold schoolgirl from before, but instead, she was like Chen Shang's little fangirl. Sister Chiao, Shasha, you guys also come with me in a car. Chen Shang said. Okay. 8 people rode in 2 cars and slowly drove out of the parking lot. Looking at the fading backs of the 2 cars, Zhang Lingji frowned slightly and turned her head to look at Zhang Chu Chao. Zhang Chu Chao went cold and said with his teeth showing, Sister, I was just joking with you. It's all my fault for being tongue-tied. However, Zhang Lingji did not get angry as usual. Instead, she asked with a complicated mood. Chu Chao, do you think I'm really as cold as ice in Mr. Chen's eyes? Ha? Zhang Chu Chao suddenly froze in place. Road.
Shasha, who was sitting in the back seat of the Rolls Royce, suddenly covered her belly and frowned in pain. Shasha, what's wrong with you? Yi Jiqiu turned her head and asked with concern. Sister Autumn, I am fine. It should be the arrival of the day, plus I got a little cold last night, so I have some stomach pain. Being an anchor, she had a very irregular routine. This led to the time when her great aunt came to visit her being irregular as well. And every time it came, it had to give her a good toss. It hurt like pins and needles. Let me take your pulse. Chen Shang grabbed Li Sha's hand and said, Brother Chen Shang, you can even see menstrual cramps? Li Sha recalled that when she was in the hospital, after Chen Shang had taken Jiang Ruoxiu's pulse, he had strongly discouraged her from having a full physical examination. As a result, the other party had actually checked for brain cancer. Could it be that he was really familiar with the knowledge of Chinese medicine? This was too much of a stretch, right? People's old Chinese doctors were all gray-haired old grandpas. How could there be such a young lad? Without waiting for Li Sha to open her mouth, Chen Shang had already flattened the other party's seat a little. Don't be nervous, I'll be quick, it won't hurt in a while. As he spoke, Chen Shang gently lifted up Li Sha's blouse. Li Sha was not the kind of girl who was squirming. But in front of Sister Chiu and Bai Luoyan, there was always some embarrassment. She could only close her eyes to ease the embarrassment. Chen Shang first rubbed his hand hot, and then put it on Li Sha's snow-white belly without a trace of fat. Repeatedly massage. From time to time, he also pressed a few acupoints. Chen Shang could not help but sigh in his heart. Shasha was worthy of being from a dancing background. The waistline was surprisingly so good-looking. The worst thing was that the skin was still exceptionally well-maintained, smooth as if it was an egg with its shell broken. Li Sha only felt that her body was warm and the blood in her body was much more fluid. The belly, which was still stinging with pain, was surprisingly comfortable. After a long time, Li Sha suddenly opened her eyes wide and said with a shocked expression, Brother Chen Shang, it seems like it really doesn't hurt anymore yet? Now believe that I know Chinese medicine, right? Believe it, believe it. Li Sha blinked her big eyes at Chen Shang and said with a face of admiration, I didn't realize that Brother Chen Shang is also a hexagonal warrior. Not only can he sing and play the piano, but he can also practice medicine. And I've heard that Brother Chen Shang fights fiercely as well. How do you know all this? I swiped it on Shaky in the day before yesterday. Someone else in the comments section said that you were fighting with a boy over his girlfriend before you got into a big fight. That girl seems to be called something like Jia Jia. This group of guys who are only concerned about the world, isn't this a proper rumor? Chen Shang was somewhat speechless. On the day of the fellowship party, there were indeed quite a few people who had been taking videos of themselves, shivering because it was also really normal. But I don't know which damn guy started the rumor. Sasha, things are not what you think. While drinking at the bar, Bai Luoyan, who had learned the truth of the matter, briefly recounted what had happened. So it was like that. I also think that there are little black people maliciously smearing my brother. Sasha said. Brother Chen Shang, I'm sorry. I had something to do that day and didn't accompany you to the fellowship party. Bai Luoyan said with some regret. I also have some regrets. If I had known, I wouldn't have returned to Magic City. Li Sha said truthfully. The car passed by a Chinese medicine store. It suddenly occurred to Chen Shang that his current most powerful treatment was acupuncture. However, there was still a lack of tools. Stop the car. Bai Luoyan slammed her foot on the brake. Brother Chen Shang, what's wrong? You guys wait here for a bit, I'm going to go buy something. Saying that, Chen Shang pulled open the car door and headed towards the Chinese medicine store. Before long, he walked out carrying some medicinal herbs. Brother Chen Shang, what are you doing at the Chinese medicine store? Li Sha asked curiously. Bought some commonly used medicines and needles for acupuncture. Brother Chen Shang, you're not planning to go back and give me needles, are you? Li Sha seemed to realize that something was wrong after she finished speaking, and hurriedly changed her words. I want to say that I'm actually much better and don't need acupuncture. Chen Shang explained, Shasha, just now I only temporarily helped you to activate the blood circulation and remove the blood stasis, remove the dampness and dispel the cold, only treating the symptoms but not the root cause. To completely solve your menstrual cramps, you still need acupuncture. Really? If Brother Chen Shang can really solve the problem that has been troubling me for years, then I will really be relaxed month after month. Li Sha said with some excitement. Those who hadn't experienced menstrual cramps might not know. If this guy was in pain, it would simply kill him. Squeak. The two cars successively stopped at the courtyard of the villa that drove into Tang Palace Villa number 6. After the crowd entered the villa, Rice Crisp was the first to speak. Everyone, currently the second to fourth floors of the villa are not inhabited, so everyone can pick whatever they want. On the first floor, apart from the room we are staying in, the rest of the rooms are also empty. Hee, I like rooms with plenty of light, so I'll be on the top floor. Li Sha said happily. I'll stay on the first floor, so that it's easier to cook in the future. Yi Jiqiu said slowly. Then I'll live on the top floor with Shasha. Bai Luoyan spoke up. Alright, everyone clean up their rooms first.
Chen Shang pulled out the acupuncture capsule from his pocket, looked at Li Sha and said,
Sha, come with me to the room. Xia Yuyao's few people looked at each other after hearing this. No way, Brother Shang wants that in broad daylight? Chapter 91, Giving Sha acupuncture.
Li Sha froze, then said with a red face, Brother Chen Shang, wait for a moment.
Saying that,
Li Sha walked to Mi Crisp's side and whispered a few words. Crispy, do you have a small bread there? I was in a hurry to leave when I came, so I brought one. Mi Crisp froze, then nodded, Sasha, you come with me. The two went into the bedroom one after the other. Sasha, did you get your clothes dirty? I still have some clean and new clothes here.
Mi Crisp asked with concern.
Because she was afraid that Li Sha had a cleanliness fetish, Mi Crisp deliberately emphasized that the new clothes were all washed as well. No need, Crispy, because my great aunt isn't too regular, so every time I go out I get one in advance. It's also fortunate that I have this habit, so I'm not embarrassed this time. Liza said with a smile.
That's good, one packet should be enough. Rice Crisp stuffed a whole square packet into an Emmaus bag and handed it to Liza. Crispy, thank you. It's just a favor, you're too polite.
Mi Crisp suddenly burst into a bad laugh and whispered, now Brother Chen Shang won't be able to do anything bad.
Crispy, what do you mean by that? Li Sha asked curiously. It doesn't mean anything. Then I'll leave first.
Li Sha carried a bag and returned to Chen Shang.
Brother Chen Shang, I'm ready.
Chen Shang was a bit puzzled when he saw Li Sha carrying a bag in her hand. However, he did not say anything more and led Li Sha towards an empty room. Chen Shang closed the door and spoke faintly, Sha, take off your clothes yourself first. As he spoke, Chen Shang took out the acupuncture capsule and alcohol and whatnot.
Brother Chen Shang, I've been most afraid of needles since I was a child, is there another way?
Sha shrunk her neck and said with some fear. Only acupuncture can completely solve your problem.
Don't worry, acupuncture is not that painful. Chen Shang explained. Well, then I'm relieved.
Li Sha gently took off her jacket and put it aside.
Only a small pink dress was left behind.
Underneath the pink dress, the perfect good figure could not be hidden at all. Li Sha was a bit shy and subconsciously put both her arms in front of her body,
trying to cover up a bit. Seeing this, Chen Shang said helplessly, what are you afraid of? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Why don't I help you take it off? It's better for me to do it myself.
Li Sha finished and turned around. Putting the pink clothes aside, she then lay on the bed and obediently buried her head in the pillow.
For some reason, the last time she was alone with Chen Shang, she wasn't shy at all.
But this time around, she seemed extraordinarily nervous.
Chen Shang walked over and couldn't help but measure up Li Sha's back.
The skin that was like congealed fat was smooth and delicate, and could be blown apart. At this time, although Li Sha was lying on her back, she still couldn't hide her perfect body curves. Especially the waist-to-hip ratio, without the cover of the t-shirt, was extremely exaggerated. Chen Shang could not help but think of a sentence. Such a good-looking back, it's a shame not to pull a fire can.
Chen Shang took a deep breath,
took out the needle tool and sterilized it with alcohol. Taking out another alcohol cotton pad, he gently wiped Li Sha's smooth back.
Ah, it's so cold. Li Sha couldn't help but blurt out.
Her body also involuntarily trembled.
This is an alcohol cotton pad for sterilizing. Chen Shang explained.
Brother Chen Shang, you must be slower in a while, I'm a little scared. Don't worry, my acupuncture skills are very good, comparable to Hua Tua.
Then how many people have you given acupuncture to before?
You are the first.
Ha!
Li Sha's body trembled again.
Feeling that this was using herself as a guinea pig?
If this really caused a paraplegia,
wouldn't she have to rely on a wheelchair to survive in the future? Brother Chen Shang, I suddenly want to go to the toilet. Bear with it.
Of course Chen Shang knew that Li Sha was making excuses. This was clearly not trusting herself.
Wanting to urinate. Just kidding. One's needles were all ready, so you're saying you won't stab it? I'm going to start. It was indeed Chen Shang's first time giving someone acupuncture. However, it was like he had an incomparably accurate acupuncture point map in his mind. It simply couldn't be wrong by a bit.
Li Sha bit her lip and simply closed her eyes directly.
Just die. If I really have a good or bad day, Brother Chen Shang, you can't not want me. Cut the crap. In an instant.
Chen Shang had already stuck a silver needle into Li Sha's back.
Well, what's wrong? It's a bit sore, but I can endure it. Keep sticking it in. As the treatment progressed, Li Sha only felt that her originally exhausted body was extraordinarily relaxed. Brother Chen Shang, it's amazing, why do I feel so relaxed in my body?
The meridians in your body are unclogged, of course it's relaxing.
Thank you, Brother Chen Shang.
Li Sha said gratefully. However, in the next second, she couldn't help but scream out as she was stabbed by the silver needles again. And right at this moment, a voice rang out in Chen Shang's mind.
Li Sha favorability +1, current favorability 92. Host basic attributes plus 5, current host basic attributes 195 points, male average 80 points. Outside the door.
When Xia Yuyao heard the commotion, she couldn't help but wave towards Rice Crisp and the others. The ladies were also attracted over. Mi Crisp was lying on the door, listening to the conversation inside the room as well as the sounds made by Li Sha, and couldn't help but widen her eyes.
No way, what is Brother Chen Sheng up to? I think it's normal, right? Of course, in broad daylight, Brother Chen Sheng is indeed a bit anxious, Xia Yuyao whispered. I don't mean that. Mi Crisp said with a serious face. Do you guys know what Li Sha went to my room for just now? She asked me for a small bread. Was she hungry? Yui Shioro asked. What's hungry is that bread made of cotton. Rice Crisp gestured. This. Song Chanqian's jaw dropped to the ground.
Although I'm not familiar with the one called Li Sha, at this moment I sympathize with her.
Xia Yuyao shook her head and said. Maybe we're thinking wrong, right?
I don't think Brother Chen Sheng is that kind of person.
Yu Xiaoro said. I also feel that Brother Chen Sheng is not that kind of person. With so many of us girls here, there's no need for Brother Chen Sheng, right? Bai Luoyan also chimed in. Clang!
The door was suddenly opened. The women were startled.
They couldn't help but take a few steps back. What are you few gabbing about at the door?
Chen Sheng said somewhat breathlessly.
Brother Chen Sheng, we didn't mean to disturb you. That. You continue to be busy. Xia Yuyao said with some embarrassment. Wait a minute.
Chen Sheng said without any good humor. I basically heard the conversation you guys just had at the door. You few are so young, and you have net blind thoughts all day long. Shasha has menstrual cramps every month, and I'm helping her heal.
Healing? Chapter 92, 3 rewards in a row, a hat trick.
Xia Yuyao subconsciously glanced at the house. She was so ashamed that she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. At this moment, Li Sha's back was like a hedgehog covered in silver needles. It looked like Chen Sheng was indeed giving her acupuncture.
So Brother Chen Sheng, you are really giving Li Sha acupuncture? Xia Yuyao came to a realization. Or else? Chen Sheng asked back.
It's me who is treating the gentleman's heart with a small man's heart la.
Xia Yuyao touched her head in embarrassment. I'll go, you guys think I'm too perverted, right? Chen Sheng said angrily. I was wrong. Brother Chen Sheng. Xia Yuyao pulled Chen Sheng's hand with a pleasing expression.
After thinking about it, Mi Crisp walked over to Li Sha and leaned down to ask, Shasha, how are you feeling?
Mi Crisp also had those days every month when the pain would be unbearable.
One could only rely on painkillers to slow down the pain.
The painkillers hadn't worked in the last few months.
She then wanted to try treating it with Chinese medicine, but never had the time.
Crisp, I feel more relieved than ever.
The menstrual cramps that have plagued me for 5 or 6 years seem to have completely improved. Brother Chen Sheng is really great, simply a friend of women.
Li Sha couldn't help but praise. Rice Crisp was stunned. Friend of women? What kind of tiger and wolf word is this?
But looking at Li Sha's complexion, it was indeed better than when she was in the hospital. Even her spirit was much better.
Brother Chen Sheng, in fact, I've also been a bit unwell lately. Why don't you give me a look as well?
Mi Crisp returned to the door and pulled Chen Sheng's hand and said.
Brother Chen Sheng, take a look for me as well, I have a stomach ulcer. Song Chanqian said without hiding it. Brother Chen Sheng, I have cold hands and feet, and I sweat at night, can you help me take a look?
Yu Xiaoro said. All the women said one thing to each other, competing to be the first to want Chen Sheng to give them needles. Chen Sheng glanced at the favorability of Xia Yuyao's several people, and they were almost close to reaching 90 as well.
He hadn't spent much money on them yet. If this breaks through 90, wouldn't it be less money?
He had already suffered a loss at Sister Chio's place.
I can't make the same mistake again.
Although the money in his personal account is not that important to him.
But something is better than nothing.
So Chen Sheng opened his mouth and said, after lunch, I will help you to unify the treatment. On my way back, I made an appointment with an agent to look at properties, and he said that there are still quite a few villas for sale in Tangong Villa.
He should be able to arrive in a while.
You guys go look at the houses yourselves, I won't be there. By the way, don't forget to call up Sister Autumn. The women looked at each other in disbelief. Just now, they were still fine.
Why do they suddenly want to buy a villa? How is this buying a villa as simple as buying a cabbage? Brother Chen Sheng, how many sets to buy? Xia Yuyao asked with some doubt. Mi Crisp already has a set, buy 6 more sets, so it's exactly 1 set for each person. Squeak! The sound of brakes rang out at the door. Immediately after, Chen Sheng's phone rang. Hey, hello Mr. Wang, this is Xiao Zhou. Please wait a moment and go out right away.
Chen Sheng hung up the phone and looked at the women.
Yao Meyer, Chanqian, Xiao, you 3 send me your bank accounts. Xia Yuyao asked with some uncertainty. Brother Chen Sheng, you're not planning to transfer money to us again, are you? Buying a villa is a considerable expense.
I'll transfer the money to you guys separately so as not to attract the bank's attention. Chen Sheng spoke indifferently.
But those money you transferred to Crispy's sister last time, you can't spend it at all. Those are for future investments. Where do you guys get off with so much nonsense? Quickly send me the account. Chen Shang said in an undeniable manner. The three girls instantly felt that Chen Shang was simply handsome to the core. Even the angry eyes are so domineering. And somehow, themselves liked it so much. After the three sent their accounts to Chen Shang, it didn't take long to receive the transfer. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Billion. I actually received 500 million. Xia Yuyo said in surprise. I also received 500 million. Brother Chen Shang, this is too much. I won't be able to earn this much money in my entire life, right? Song Chanqian's jaw dropped to the ground. You guys quickly pinch me, this isn't a dream, right? I've become a little rich woman all of a sudden? Yu Xiaoro's hands were trembling. He, it can't be spent, it simply can't be spent. Xia Yuyao laughed excitedly. Alright, you guys go quickly, the agent is still waiting outside. Chen Shang said. Go, group to buy a villa. Xia Yuyao said excitedly. Just shortly after the three girls left, Chen Shang's ears rang with a succession of beeps. Ding! Song Chanqian favorability +1, current favorability 90. The host has spent a total of $500 million on Goddess Song Chanqian number 5, with a cashback of $500 million. Currently the system account is 27.3 billion and personal account is 1.856 billion. The host has successfully obtained a chance to draw. May I ask whether to draw now? Draw directly later, no need to ask. Chen Shang said with some impatience. Ding! The lucky draw is complete. Reward 1, congratulations to the host for successfully drawing 20 points of basic attributes. Current host's basic attribute is 215 points. Reward 2, gained the talent. Reward 2, gained the talent absolute defense, LV1. Absolute defense introduction. After the host opens the absolute defense, it can increase his own defense. LV1 can increase his own defense by 100%, can be used once a day, lasts for 1 hour. Ding! Xia Yuyao favorability +2, current favorability 90. The host has spent a total of $500 million on Goddess number 3 Xia Yuyao, with a cashback of $500 million. Currently the system account is 27.3 billion and personal account is 2.356 billion. The host has successfully obtained a chance to draw a prize. Ding! The lucky draw is complete. Reward 1, congratulations to the host for successfully drawing 20 points of basic attributes. Current host's basic attribute is 235 points. Ding! Reward 2, acquired the talent 1000 techniques, LV1. Introduction of 1000 arts, the host has gained the skills of poker, mahjong, dice, etc. LV1 is equivalent to the level of the national gambling champion. Ding! Yui Xiao favorability +2, current favorability 90. The host has spent a total of $500 million on Goddess number 6, Yu Xiao, with a cashback of $500 million. Current system account 27.3 billion, personal account 2.856 billion. The host has successfully obtained a chance to draw a prize. Ding! The lucky draw is complete. Reward 1, congratulations to the host for successfully drawing 20 points of basic attributes. Current host's basic attribute is 255 points. Reward 2. Reward 2, acquired the talent Flying Needle Master, LV1. Flying Needle Master introduction, the host has gained the ability to fly needles through the air, and can use needles to hit objects at a distance. The furthest distance of flying needles is 5 meters at LV1 level. By Luoyan favorability +1, current favorability 91. Mi Crisp favorability +1, current favorability 91. Yi Jiqiu good sense +1, current good sense 91. Host basic attributes +15, current host basic attributes 270 points, male average 80 points. Is this a hat trick? Chapter 93, Yu Xiao in the red gown. Chen Shang obtained 3 larger rewards in one breath. It was simply not too pleasurable. No matter which one of them was taken out individually and placed on an ordinary person, it could make them a wall-hanging existence. With absolute defense, coupled with his current abilities, if he went to participate in the slapping competition, he would not be able to beat the opposite side out of his earwax? Of course, Chen Shang would not go to participate in such a boring program. Plus the 1000 tricks. It is also a good choice to kill directly to Aemon and become a gambling king like Master Star and Brother Fat. But Chen Shang didn't have this plan for the time being. He himself is not short of money now, there is no need to be too publicized to be targeted. As for the Flying Needle Master, could be considered a means of offense. If you run into a criminal again, you can brush a few needles over and poke the other party's eyes out. Or seal the opponent's important acupoints. Directly let the enemy combat power greatly reduced. After a long time, Chen Shang finally came back to his senses, putting away the silver needles on Li Sha's body. Alright. Li Sha stood up and moved her body. Wow, it's a lot easier on my body. Thank you, brother Chen Shang. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm inconvenient today, high and low would have to give brother a hot dance. Li Sha half joked. You didn't close your eyes all night yesterday, rest for a while. Chen Shang said. Well, I'm really a bit sleepy after you said that. As she spoke, Li Sha stretched her back and pushed her body up. Chen Shang looked a little dazed for a moment. Was this intentional or accidental? Isn't this properly tempting, brother? Li Sha felt a cool chill on her body and seemed to realize that something was wrong. Hurriedly, she turned away in embarrassment. Brother Chen Shang, I'm going to sleep first. After saying that, Li Sha's pretty face flushed red as she picked up her clothes and burrowed under the covers, covering her head up. Chen Shang let out a light sigh and left the room. There was nothing today. After lunch, Chen Shang planned to study his medical skills. Tuina, massage, acupuncture. With Li Sha as the leader. A group of girls all willingly act as Chen Shang's guinea pigs. The master bedroom has a 3-meter wide bed. The girls were lying on their stomachs, with a silver needle inserted in their backs, chatting away. Ha, sis is also someone who has a villa. Song Chanxian excitedly shook the villa key in her hand. You think you're the only one who has one? Xia Yuyo said as she held up the key unconvincingly. Sorry, sis has 2 sets. Li Sha wrapped her arms around her chest and said somewhat smugly. Although the White Heron Riverside set was uninhabitable. But at least it was bought by Qing Sheng for himself. You're all marvelous, together with the fact that I'm the only one who doesn't have a house or a car, and I'm a pauper. Chen Shang shrugged his shoulders and joked. Brother Chen Shang, look what's this? Xia Yuyao pulled out a bunch of keys from the pocket of the clothes beside her and waved them in front of Chen Shang. This is the villa key? Chen Shang was surprised. Technically this is what we bought with your money. But right now there are only the keys, the house book will have to come down for a while longer. Xia Yuyao patiently explained. Chen Shang's heart was immediately moved. This was just like a big brother of List 1 giving a reward to a female anchor. The female anchor would also buy some small gifts for Big Brother. It might not be as much as what Big Brother gave. But at the very least, it provides emotional value to Big Brother. Big Brother a happy. Continued to brush. Okay, I'll take this villa for now. You guys keep the key for me first. Chen Sheng said. After another 10 minutes or so, Chen Sheng collected the silver needles on the backs of the women one by one. It's really amazing, I have cold hands and feet all year round. Even in summer, my feet can't warm up. But after Chen Shang just stuck a few needles on my back, it's like he opened up the acupoints on my body, my feet are instantly hot and comfortable. Yeah. Yu Xiaoro said excitedly. The crowd could not help but twist their heads to look. Sure enough. Yu Xiaoro's little feet that originally didn't have a trace of blood color. At this moment, they were unexpectedly red and very cute. One couldn't help but want to touch it. Even Yu Xiaoro's personality had become much more cheerful. What do you guys say about how Brother Chen Shang actually learned? The acupuncture technique is surprisingly so powerful. Mi Crisp moved her body and couldn't help but say. I don't know yet either. I did go for moxibustion before, but the effect was far worse than this. Xia Yuyo marveled. Song Chanxian mouthed, I also feel that Brother Chen Shang's medical skills are not simple. I have a stomach ulcer and sometimes my stomach hurts so badly that I don't even dare to drink kanji. You do not know, today at noon I dazzled a caddy of spicy crayfish and 5 crabs, stomach pain is terrible. As a result, when Brother Chan Sang gave me this treatment, guess what? My stomach doesn't hurt at all. These days Song Chanxian's stomach problems a little better, feel themselves again. A greedy, and eat and drink up. As a result, the stomach disease committed again. Song Chanxian, if you can't control your mouth again, I can't even save you by sticking needles in your mouth. Chen Sheng said without any good humor. Brother Chen Sheng, I know I'm wrong. I promise that I will never eat without making a mess again. Song Chanxian said with a playful face. Somehow. As soon as one was idle, time would pass quickly. The crowd ate snacks and chatted, and soon came to the evening. After having dinner, the crowd watched TV for a while and then started to pack up their rooms to go. Chen Shang hadn't slept much last night and was also a bit sleepy. He casually found a room and just opened the bathroom door after taking a shower, when he suddenly saw a girl in red standing at the door. The lights in the key room still had to be dimmed. It made the girl look a little creepy. I'll go, Yu Xiaoro, you're planning to scare me to death so you can inherit my legacy, right? Chen Shang couldn't help but get angry after seeing the visitor. Brother Chen Shang, I just wanted to give you a surprise. Yu Xiaoro rubbed her nose and said with some aggravation. Surprise? I think it's a shock. This is going to give brother scared in case if it does not work, you can afford the responsibility? Heir. Of course, the current Chen Shang is highly skilled in medicine, and this situation basically does not exist. Chen Shang came back to God, carefully measured up Yu Xiaoro. At this time, she was wearing a red sarong, her concave and convex figure was visible. The inner lingerie inside was hidden, adding a touch of femininity. You don't say, if it wasn't just a shock. Under the dim light, this outfit was quite sensational. Xiaoro, why do you always like to wear red? Because I like the color red. And today is a special day, wearing red is also very memorable. Yu Xiaoro whispered. Chen Shang walked over and picked up Yu Xiaoro in a hug. Xiaoro, I didn't expect you to be quite active. My mom told me to be more proactive when I meet a boy I like. I like you, so I'm willing to give you. As she spoke, Yu Xiaoro closed her eyes and poked her head over. Chapter 94, Xia Yuyao's Fantasy. Chen Shang didn't expect that Yu Xiaoro would take the initiative even more than the me-crisp few. Moreover, Yu Xiaoro was different from her. On this girl, it seemed to be able to feel a collision of reserved introversion and passionate exuberance. Chen Shang looked at the nervous-looking Yu Xiaoro and asked with a smile. Xiaoro, are your hands and feet still as cold as before? After brother Chen Shang gave me acupuncture once, I feel much better. But they are still a bit cold occasionally. Then let me help you treat them again. Chen Shang gently grabbed Yu Xiaoro's white silk-wrapped little feet and pressed a few acupoints on her feet. Even through the white silk, it was still possible to see those crystal-clear little feet. After a few minutes, Yu Xiaoro only felt an indescribable comfort in her body. Perhaps most boys thought that a girl's period was just a tummy ache. In fact, it was a stomachache plus waist pain plus swelling pain in front of the body plus sore legs and so on. It even lasted for several days. But after Chen Shang's massage, Yu Xiaoro's whole body tendons and veins were soothed. Looking at Chen Shang's serious face, Yu Xiaoro really wished that time could stay in this moment forever. Brother Chen Shang, I like you so much. Yu Xiaoro couldn't help but say. Really, how come I didn't see it? Hate it, you know it clearly. Yu Xiaoro skimmed her mouth in an aggrieved manner. Really, then I have to feel it. There were no words for a night. At the same time, inside a certain room of the villa, Mi Crisp and Xia Yuyao were taking a bath in the bathroom. This way they could also wash each other's hair and rub each other's hair and stuff. They used to live in the same dormitory. Knowing how much each other weighed, there was nothing to be shy about. At this moment, Mi Crisp was soaking in a milk bath in the bathtub, while Xia Yuyao was using the shower. In the dense water vapor, Xia Yuyao's figure added a few points of charm. Mi Crisp slowly opened her eyes, inadvertently glancing at Xia Yuyao's body in front of her, and sked. Xiaoyao, how on earth did you grow? You really envy me. Hee, Crispy sister, you're not bad either, you're floating in the water tank. But compared to you, I'm ashamed of myself. Mi Crisp's eyes were filled with longing and envy. If you let Chen Shang see you now, he would die of beauty. Sister Crispy, what are you talking nonsense about? Xia Yuyao's pretty face flushed and she couldn't help but turn away. My god, the butt is so big too. I don't want to care about you. Although Xia Yuyao said this on her lips, in her heart, there was more than a hint of pride. At the same time in front of her eyes, she couldn't help but reappear Chen Shang's tall and straight figure, as well as 8-pack abs and waistline. Xia Yuyao couldn't help but feel her face getting even hotter. I don't know if it was because the shower water was too hot. The overhead shower poured lines of water droplets onto Xia Yuyao's smooth and delicate back. She only felt like she was drenched all over. Xiaoyao, what's wrong with you? Seeing Xia Yuyao standing frozen in place, Mi Crisp couldn't help but inquire curiously. No. Nothing. Only then did Xia Yuyao come back to her senses and whispered, Sister Crisp, I've washed up, I'm leaving first. Wait for me, I'll rinse my body and leave. Mi Crisp stood up from the bathtub and slowly walked over to Xia Yuyao to start rinsing the foam on her body. The two of them rinsed their bodies and wrapped a bath towel around them as they walked towards the bed. Mi Crisp glanced at Song Chanxian who was blow-drying her hair in the bedroom and asked curiously. Chanxian, where's Xiaoro? Didn't she go with you to take a bath in the other room? I don't know she washed quickly and then disappeared. Strange, isn't she usually the slowest? Mi Crisp shook her head. These four sisters moved to the villa and also lived in the same room. For this reason there was also a custom-made 3-meter-wide king-sized bed online. Could it be that Xiaoro she? Xia Yuyao seemed to realize something and stomped her foot violently. Oops, why didn't I think of it? This dead girl is a real chicken thief. The following morning, the girls had breakfast and dressed up properly. Today, they were going to participate in a car show, so naturally, they had to look pretty. However, the only one among the crowd who didn't dress up was Yi Jiqiu. She was still wearing her housecoat. She didn't even take off her apron. Sister Autumn, get ready to go. Song Chanxian said excitedly. You guys go, I won't go. Yi Jiqiu said with a smile. Sister Autumn, just come with me and have some fun. I've been afraid of cars since I was a kid, and I don't even have a driver's license, so I'm really not interested in car shows. You guys go play, I'll go to the gym to practice yoga later. Yi Jiqiu said truthfully. These days, Yi Jiqiu saw that each of the girls around Chen Shang were not only young and pretty, but also had extremely slim bodies. Wearing sexy clothes, they looked very advanced. Unlike herself. With a big ass and big breasts, wearing looser clothes all looked fat. Perhaps this is the difference between people. Some girls are very envious of other people's good body shape. Even go to the gym all day to practice squatting, jerking iron. It is in order to develop such a body. But some girls also feel that wearing clothes is only advanced when they are thin. However, from the boys' point of view, most of them still like girls with a bit of meat. The crowd saw that Yi Jiqiu really wasn't interested in the car show, so they didn't persuade her much. This time, Chen Shang, Li Sha, and Bai Luoyan had one car. The four of them, Mi Crisp, drove the other car. A few people had just gotten into the car when Chen Shang called Zhang Chuqiao's phone. Chuqiao, we're already in the car. Brother Shang, I prepared the tickets for the car show and I've reported your license plate numbers so you can park directly in the VIP parking area. Let's gather at the east gate of the venue. Okay, see you in a while. The place where the car show was held was in the center of Tianhai City's venue, which wasn't too far away. It was about a 40-minute drive. After arriving at the convention center, Mi Crisp called Chen Shang. Brother Chen Shang, there are quite a few cars in the VIP parking area as well, and there are currently no empty spaces leaning together. Why don't we each park our cars and then gather? Okay, send me the location after you guys park your cars. Bai Luoyan drove the car, and it took a lot of effort to park it in. Phew! Finally got in. Bai Luoyan let out a long breath. You're not good at this, it took you so long to get in. Chen Shang joked. It's much better than last time I didn't even get in. Li Sha listened to the duo's conversation and shook her head. What kind of tiger and wolf words are you guys using? Chen Shang glanced at his cell phone and couldn't help but sigh. There's no signal in this underground parking lot, go find out where Mi Crisp and the girls are. On the other side. The four of them, Mi Crisp, also quickly found an empty parking space. When they had just parked their car in, a Range Rover drove over. Hey, you guys pull out, I saw this parking space first. A man in a suit shouted. No, we all parked in before you came over. How can this parking space be yours? Mi Crisp disliked back with some displeasure. As they spoke, Mi Crisp and the others directly stepped down from the car, preparing to leave the place. And just at this moment, the Land Rover's door opened. From inside, a fat man and a very demonically dressed beauty walked out. If you are sensible, hurry up and drive the car away. Do you know who is standing in front of you? This is the third son of the Zhao family in Tianhai City, Zhao Chen. The bewitching woman beside Zhao Chen wrapped her arms around her chest and said in a commanding manner. Chapter 95, Kneel down and apologize. Immediately after, another car drove over. Several burly men in clean suits instantly stepped out of the car. A man with an inch head at the head bowed and said, Junior Sam, are you alright? Zhao Chen waved his hand. He then looked towards Mi Crisp and the others, and his eyes instantly lit up. Wasn't this the Four Little Wildcats girl group that was very hot recently? It felt like a few people were even more beautiful than in the video. You guys back off first. Zhao Chen tidied up his clothes and walked over to Mi Crisp and said, Several beauties, it was me who took the liberty just now. I'm a big fan of yours, can I chat with you for a few minutes? Mi Crisp instantly became wary when she saw a few people. Sorry, our boyfriends are still waiting for us. Mi Crisp coldly replied back. Afterwards, she pulled Xia Yuyo and the others and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Zhao Chen blocked in front of Mi Crisp's few people and said with a smile, You guys should be here for the live broadcast, right? I'm familiar with the organizer here and can let you guys go live inside some of the show cars. Why don't we add a WeChat first, and you guys can contact me if you need anything. No need. Mi Crisp bluntly refused. Damn, Sam Shao, gave you guys face, right? The inch-haired man stepped forward and said viciously. Mi Crisp fixed her mind and said with forced composure, This is the venue, you guys don't mess around. What's wrong with the venue? Who dares to control our Sam Shao? And who can control it? Not to mention you guys, even the organizer here has to give our Sam Shao a face. The inch head threatened. I'll call the police if you guys keep this up. Head, toast to toast. The inch-headed man said through clenched teeth. Off to the side, how do you talk to a few beautiful women? Zhao Chen slapped the inch-headed man's face and then looked at the four Rice Crisp people with a smile. I know you guys are members of the Four Little Wildcats. Actually, I just wanted to get to know you guys. You guys should have heard of one of the biggest conglomerates in Tianhai City, the Marriott Group, right? It is none other than our family's industry. Mi Crisp let out a cold laugh after hearing that. Auntie doesn't care what kind of group you are. Anyway, I don't plan on broadcasting live in the future. It doesn't matter even if I have a conflict with your Zhao family. Mi Crisp simply turned her head away and ignored the other party. In the face of Mi Crisp's disregard, Zhao Chen instantly felt a bit embarrassed. He was just about to say a few words to teach the other party a lesson when he suddenly heard the sound of brakes coming from behind him. Immediately afterward came a familiar voice. Sister-in-laws, are you all right? The person who came was none other than Zhang Chuqiao. When Mi Crisp saw Zhang Chuqiao, she smiled and said, Zhang Chuqiao, it's you. Sister-in-law, where's my brother? Brother Chen Shang is parking his car and will be over in a moment. Zhang Chuqiao, how come it's you kid? Zhao Chen said with some surprise after seeing the visitor clearly.
Zhang Chuqiao followed the voice and realized that it was actually Zhao Chen, the third son of the Zhao family who had forced his sister into a marriage.
He couldn't help but say sarcastically, "What, you can come here but I can't? You know a few of them?"
Zhao Chen said as he looked towards me, Crisp, and the others.
"Can I not recognize my sister-in-law?"
Zhang Chuqiao analyzed the situation in front of him and asked with a frown, "Sister-in-law, was this dead pig just accosting you guys?"
Me Crisp nodded, "That's right, this person had to find us to ask for WeChat.
I didn't give it to him, so he's been here all this time not letting us go."
"I Nima." Zhang Chuqiao instantly became furious. "Zhao Chen, are you tired of living, daring to poach on my Shang brother?" "Brother Shang?"
Zhao Chen was a bit puzzled for a moment.
Didn't remember that Zhang Chuqiao had such a big brother and
he just seemed to call himself
dead pig? Zhang Chuqiao, who the hell are you calling a dead pig? Are you looking for death?
Zhang Chuqiao hooked the corner of his mouth. "It's you that I'm cursing.
Have you forgotten that last time I knocked you down with one punch? You."
Zhao Chen subconsciously took a step back. But then he thought about the 5 or 6 people on his side.
"What are you afraid of? Zhang Chuqiao, I'll make you look good this time."
Zhao Chen gritted his teeth and said to the little brothers around him, "You guys go for me and beat this son of a Zhang Chuqiao to death."
"Yes, young Sam."
As soon as the words fell, a few people rushed up and wrestled with Zhang Chuqiao. Zhang Chuqiao's body wasn't strong, and he was soon knocked to the ground by the crowd.
"Help! Quickly come to help!"
Royce, Crisp, and the others shouted loudly.
"Shut up, you few!" The demonic woman beside Zhao Chen scolded. "Sister-in-law, you guys run!"
Zhang Chuqiao held her head and shouted. "Damn it, mind your own business first." Zhao Chen walked forward and viciously kicked Zhang Chuqiao. "Let you hit me in front of so many people last time."
"Stop it all." In the distance,
Chen Shang, who heard the commotion, shouted, then rushed over with a speed faster than Bolt.
"Brother Chen Shang, you're here?" Me Crisp shouted excitedly.
At this time, Chen Shang, after many basic attribute boosts, had already reached 76 kilograms.
It was long since not the same pole that was only 72 kilograms back then.
When the ladies saw him, they instantly felt a sense of security.
Zhao Chen couldn't help but stop his hand movements when he heard Chen Shang's bellowing voice.
Zhang Chuqiao took the opportunity to get up from the ground and stand next to Chen Shang. Chen Shang frowned and slowly walked over to Zhao Chen. Swinging his arm round, he viciously slapped Zhao Chen. Snap! It directly smacked the latter to the ground.
Zhang Chuqiao was dumbfounded.
The 4 Rice Krispies were dumbfounded.
Zhao Chen's men were confused.
Zhao Chen, who was sitting on the ground, was even more directly struck dumb, his brain buzzing.
"Chuqiao, what's going on?"
Chen Shang glanced at Zhao Chen on the ground and asked coldly. A trace of warmth rose in Zhang Chuqiao's heart. Brother Shang was just being righteous, hitting first before asking. "Brother Shang, this dog dared to ask sister-in-law for WeChat, and when she didn't give it to him, he stalked him here. I scolded him a few times after I came here, and he even hit me." Zhang Chuqiao pointed at Zhao Chen and said, "What are you guys waiting for? Beat this dog coin to death for me." Zhao Chen came back to his senses and pointed at Chen Shang and cursed. The inch-headed man and the others then reacted and rushed towards Chen Shang together. "Brother Shang, be careful, that guy has practiced,"
Zhang Chuqiao shouted.
At the same time, he walked towards the car he drove and fished out a baseball bat from it. However, by the time he returned, everyone except Zhao Chen was already lying on the ground,
unable to move, like dead dogs.
Rice Crisp and the others were all stunned at this moment. Everyone hadn't even seen how Chen Shang had struck, and the fight was over. Chen Shang slowly walked over to Zhao Chen and spoke in a single word, "Kneel down and apologize."
Sweat came out on Zhao Chen's forehead. "Kid, do you know who I am?" Bang!
With a sweeping leg, Chen Shang directly kicked Zhao Chen's body all the way across.
Afterward, Chen Shang smacked Zhao Chen, who was suspended in the air.
It directly corrected the other party's body,
making it fall steadily to its knees. "Brother Shang, you're too powerful, aren't you?" Zhang Chuqiao, who was on the side, couldn't help but say.
Chen Shang was just about to teach Zhao Chen another lesson. At this moment, a woman's voice came from behind the crowd.
"All of you, stop it." Chapter 96, Li Qingling.
The crowd followed the voice and looked.
They only saw 3 women wearing work permits coming from a short distance away. The person in the lead, wearing a dark blue suit, had a very plain ponytail.
Even with light makeup, one could still tell that this person was definitely a beauty. However, the aura emanating from this person gave off an invisible pressure. When Zhao Chen saw the visitor, his eyes glared like light bulbs. He then rolled and ran towards the woman.
"Miss Li, you have to do me justice. That kid just almost beat me to death."
Zhang Chuqiao followed the voice to look at the visitor, and her pupils suddenly contracted.
"How did she come here?"
The woman in the suit swept a glance at the bruised and swollen Zhao Chen and frowned slightly.
"Zhao Chen, Zhang Chuqiao, what's going on?" Zhao Chen gulped and pointed at Chen Shang and the others. Misley, these people robbed my parking space. As a qualified and law-abiding citizen, I treated them with kindness and reason. As a result, they came up and beat me without saying a word, and made me kowtow and apologize. Before me Crisp and the others could explain, Zhang Chuchao instantly stormed out. Zhao Chen, you're spitting blood. It was clearly you who grabbed the parking space, and it was you who hit me first. Chen Shang also stood out and couldn't help but mock. What, weren't you quite arrogant when you just hit my friend? Why are you starting to act like a victim at this moment? There's a surveillance camera here, do you want to call it up and take a look? When Zhao Chen heard this, he immediately wimped out. If this really took out the surveillance, of course he had some responsibility. The woman in the suit showed displeasure, and her voice carried a bit of intimidation. The car show is about to start. If you guys continue to make trouble here, let the people from the police department come and settle it. Misley, actually, we were just fooling around. Zhao Chen looked at Zhang Chuchao and squeezed his eyebrows. Chuchao, were we just fooling around? Zhang Chuchao pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Misley, Zhao Chen is right, we did joke around. If this matter was really to be taken seriously, one side wouldn't be able to take advantage of it. Moreover, Zhao Chen's men were more seriously injured. It might have constituted a light injury. If they called Uncle Hat here, they might make Chen Sheng go in for tea. Zhao Chen looked at the woman in the suit and smiled fawningly. Misley, it was indeed a misunderstanding. Sorry for delaying your precious time. All disperse. The suited woman said coldly. Of course she knew that both sides had just been fighting. But the Zhao family and the Zhang family were also considered to be prestigious families in the city. It wouldn't be easy to end it if they really made a big deal out of it. Moreover, this was not something within her area of responsibility, so it was not good for her to intervene. Misley, then we'll take our leave first. After saying that, Zhao Chen gave his juniors a look. The junior brothers understood and left behind Zhao Chen in a grayish manner. Young Sam, who is that? It looks pretty powerful. The inch-haired man covered his pained chest and said with his teeth bared. Watch your ing mouth, that's the daughter of one of our city's handlers. Zhao Chen glanced behind him and said viciously, damn, I'll take this revenge. Revenge must be taken, that doggy even dared to make young Sam kowtow. You dare to mention this. Zhao Chen fiercely gave the inch-haired man a slap in the face. Zhao Chen, I was wrong. The inch-haired man covered his face and said in tears. Call all those brothers under you and block his ass when the show is over. Don't worry young Sam, I'm going to shake people. On the other side. The woman in the suit looked at Chen Sheng and the others, and roughly guessed what was going on. Zhang Chuchao, you guys are also here for the car show? Yes Misley. Zhang Chuchao said in a respectful tone. If you run into trouble, look for the venue's security or staff to step in and solve the problem, don't use such extreme means. Many thanks to Misley for criticizing and correcting us, we'll pay attention next time. Zhang Chuchao compensated with a continuous smile. The woman in the suit nodded and then left with two staff members. Zhang Chuchao wiped the cold sweat on his forehead after seeing the trio walk away. I went. Didn't expect her to come here as well. Who was that woman just now? Chen Shang opened his mouth in surprise. Although Chen Shang did not recognize that woman. However, from the aura emanating from the other party, as well as the way Zhao Chen and Zhang Chuchao treated this person, it was enough to tell that this person's status was not ordinary. Brother Shang, you don't even recognize her? Zhang Chuchao straightened his hairstyle and let out a bitter smile. She is the daughter of Tianhai City's municipal party secretary, Li Qingling. What, the daughter of the municipal party secretary? Me Crisp couldn't help but gulp. No wonder you all treat her with respect. Why would she come to a place like this? Xia Yuyo also curiously asked after her. Harm, this kind of large-scale convention, which time mustn't send a few official people. Li Qingling is from the Commerce Bureau, so this errand naturally fell on her head. Zhang Chuchao said casually. No wonder she knows you too. Let's go, let's enter the venue first. Chen Shang spoke indifferently. Several people passed through the elevator in the underground garage and quickly arrived at the entrance of the convention center. At this moment, several staff members were checking the entrance tickets. After Zhang Chuchao handed the admission ticket to the staff, she suddenly realized that the person in front of her looked familiar. Wasn't this Chen Shang's roommate Zhang Tao? Brother Tao? Zhang Tao also recognized Zhang Chuchao and said in surprise, Brother Qiao, why are you here too? I came with Brother Shang. Brother Shang? Zhang Tao looked behind Zhang Chuchao and said in surprise, I didn't expect to see you here. Old Zhang, are you here part-time or? Chen Shang inquired curiously. I'm an intern at the convention center. Zhang Tao glanced at the beautiful woman beside Chen Shang and was secretly staggered in his heart. This kid can Surprisingly, he brought so many beauties to the car show. Zhang Tao was just about to continue saying something when he suddenly realized that he was still working. Brother Shang, you guys go in first, I'll come over to you when I'm done. Good, then we'll go in first. Chen Shang smiled and then entered into the convention center. At this time, the convention center was already packed with people. Everyone was surrounding the various luxury cars to take pictures. Of course, there were also people who were drunk. They only came to see the car models. The photos in their cell phones were all close-ups of the car models. After all, this was one of the few chances they had to take pictures of beautiful women in the open. Zhang Chuqiao answered a phone call, then looked at Chen Sheng and said, "Brother Shang, why don't you guys stroll around first? I'll go find Xin Jilai. If you guys see any cars, you can tell me directly and I'll contact the car dealer." "Chu Qiao, hard work," Chen Sheng said back. He, Brother Shang, you are too polite." Zhang Chuqiao scratched his head and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Without the presence of outsiders, the ladies obviously let go a lot. "The cars here are too good looking too, every one of them looks expensive." Xia Yuyao couldn't help but praise. "Yeah, you guys look at that Bentley, it's so cool," Li Sha said with mesmerized eyes. "I feel like it's still a supercar that looks good. Look at the logo of that car, it looks like a McLaren, yeah," Mi Crisp said as she pointed at a supercar. Chen Shang looked at the ladies and spoke indifferently. "As long as it's a car that can be bought here, everyone can pick whatever they want." Chapter 97, Spending 4 Small Goals to Buy a Car. After the ladies heard this, they all looked at Chen Shang in unison. "Brother Chen Shang, haven't you already given us money?" Xia Yuyao asked curiously. "Oh, leave that money for you guys as pocket money. For the money to buy the car, I'll pay for it." "Brother Chen Shang, you are simply overbearing, I like it so much." Xia Yuyao didn't care about the gazes of the people around her and directly kissed Chen Shang on the cheek. "Brother Chen Shang, then I won't be polite, I also want to buy a supercar," Mi Crisp said with some embarrassment. "I also want to buy a supercar, so that I can take Brother Chen Shang for a ride." Yu Xiaoro took Chen Shang's arm and said with a serious face, "Could you, Yu Xiaoro, you usually look silly, but I didn't realize that you are the most thievish one among the 4 of us. Last night and not paying attention, unexpectedly let you get the first." Xia Yuyao pinched her waist, feigned anger, and said, "Xiaoyao, so many people, don't talk nonsense, okay?" Yu Xiaoro glanced around and said with some embarrassment, "What are you afraid of? It's not like others can understand anyway." Xia Yuyao had a bad smile on her face. Yu Xiaoro's face turned red with anxiety, but she was simply powerless to refute. "Everyone, look, that car seems to be Lamborghini Poison," Song Qianqian said as she pointed at a green sports car. "Lamborghini Poison is all rotten." After Xia Yuyao finished, she added, "I mean that car is rotten in skits and novels, almost manually owned." He, I just love this car. This car is so cool," Song Qianqian said with a longing face. "I haven't heard of this car has to be a few $1 million, right?" Mi Crisp interjected. "No, this car is around 90 million. Li Sha, who hadn't said anything, suddenly spoke up. "What the heck, 90 million? Mi Crisp's jaw dropped to the ground in surprise. If a villa was $90 million, it was still acceptable. But spending $90 million on a car was unimaginable. Is this car so expensive? Then I'd better take a look at other cars." Song Qianqian had only heard of the car Poison before, not knowing that its price was surprisingly close to a small target. "Since you like this car, then book it to save it from being snatched by others." As Chen Shang spoke, he had already sent a picture of the Lamborghini Poison to Zhang Chuqiao. "Chu Qiao, book this car for me." Soon after, a message was sent from the opposite side. "Brother, this car is the Lamborghini Poison, about 90 million. Chen Jin said that in order to reserve it, you have to pay a deposit of 10 million first. Send me the account." It didn't take long for the opposite party to send a bank account. Chen Shang quickly sent over a transfer. After a long time, Zhang Chuqiao suddenly called with a trembling voice. "Brother Shang, you transferred the wrong amount. It's 10 million, not 100 million. 7 zeros after 1. Chen Shang laughed and said, "Of course I know that 100 million was transferred. I'm going to buy more than just one car, it's too troublesome to pay the deposit in one lump sum." "Brother Shang, to you I can only say 2 words, awesome. You kid is here again. That's all for now." Chen Shang hung up the phone and spoke indifferently, "The Poison has been booked," so everyone continued to look at the car. The ladies looked at each other in disbelief. Close to a small target car. Slapping a decision so quickly? Isn't it a bit hasty? However, Chen Shang had always been rich and generous, and the girls had already begun to get used to it. Even if Chen Shang said that he could buy a building one day, it would not be surprising. For the rest of the time, everyone was picking out their favorite cars. In the end, Yu Xiaoro picked a Bugatti Red Dragon worth over $50 million. Xia Yuyao and Mi Crisp both picked a Pagani that was around 50 million. Li Sha picked a Bentley Elegance customized model. The car was just over $10 million, but it had a very atmospheric appearance. Li Sha instantly fell in love with this car. In addition, this car was much more spacious than a sports car. The last time she wanted to sit and chat with Chen Shang inside a Ferrari F80, she couldn't exert herself at all. Bai Luoyan originally didn't want to buy a car.
However, Chen Shang still picked a supercar for her that was over $40 million, the
Aston Martin Valkyrie. This made Bai Luoyan very touched.
After the ladies bought their favorite cars, Chen Shang's ears rang with a succession of system beeps again.
Bai Luoyan good sense +1, current good sense 93. Xia Yuyao favorability +1, current favorability 91. Rice Crisp +1, current favorability 92. Yu Xiaoro favorability +2, current favorability 92. Song Chanshan's favorability +1, current favorability 91. Li Sha's favorability +1, current favorability 93. Host basic attributes +35, current host basic attributes 305 points, male average 80 points. As for why Yui Xiaoro added 2 points of goodwill. Originally last night, Yui Xiaoro's favorability was about to be raised. But due to operational error. I'm not sure if you're a good person or not. Of course, the specific details are not convenient to discuss too much. After booking the car,
Mi Crisp walked to Chen Shang's side and softly said,
"Brother Chen Shang, your Ferrari hasn't been repaired yet, why don't I buy you a car to drive first?" "Yes, Brother Chen Shang, let us buy you a car, you gave us this money anyway."
Xia Yuyao blinked her eyes and said with a serious face,
"Also good." Chen Shang did not refuse. It's not like the girl is going to deduct money from her personal account if she offers to spend money on herself anyway.
In addition, when men and women get along, it's not necessarily a good thing if the guy is all over the place.
On the contrary,
it may also allow the girl to develop a dependency and take it for granted. But if the girl is also willing to give in the relationship, such a relationship will be more reliable. Chen Shang chose a Pagani wind god that was worth close to $100 million. After ordering the car, Chen Shang took the girls to the office to sign the contract. According to the contract, the car dealer would be responsible for delivering the car to Honolulu Hills.
"Brother Shang, you're so awesome that you spent 4 small goals to buy a car."
Zhang Chuchao's eyes dropped to the ground when she saw Chen Shang sign the contract.
"I'm a fairer person, I can't favor one over the other," Chen Shang joked.
In reality, although the several girls could not return cash for the money they spent now,
yet they could still utilize the money in the system account.
Seeing more and more money in the system account every day, Chen Shang also had a bit of a headache.
"Boss, can I go to the car to see the interior?" Song Chanxian looked at the car dealer and asked.
"This lady, you have already paid the full amount, so of course you are qualified to see the car.
However, please don't start the vehicle at will to avoid accidents,"
the car dealer said respectfully. As a matter of fact, right now, anyone couldn't casually approach the luxury car on display. It could only be photographed from a distance. But special circumstances were treated specially. People spent 4 small goals to buy a car, and you are still treating them like ordinary people.
Wouldn't that be too much of a bad person? "Don't worry, I'm just going in to take a few pictures," Song Chanxian said back.
During the time when Chen Shang and the others were signing the contract, Zhao Chen and the others were surrounding the Pagani wind god and commenting on it. The sultry woman standing beside Zhao Chen brought her soft body close to Zhao Chen and said, "Mr. Chen, people want to go inside this car to take a picture, is it okay?" "Ha, to say others, maybe they don't have this qualification.
But for me, Zhao Chen, it's much easier,"
Zhao Chen said with a smug look on his face.
Chapter 98, Don't you just like people to burn?
After hearing this, the sultry woman clamped her voice and said, "Xiao Chen, I knew you were the best for people."
The woman's name was Lu Ruyan, a female companion that Zhao Chen had just recently found. "Ruyan, who will love you if brother doesn't love you? Go, brother will take you to take pictures." Zhao Chen swept the woman's slender waist and crossed the cordon. "Both of you, please stay,"
a security guard suddenly said loudly.
"Asshole, just with you dare to stop me?" Zhao Chen turned around and cursed angrily.
"Sorry, we have regulations.
Rules nigga rules." The inch-haired man walked over and yelled at the security guard, "Do you want to die? Do you dare to stop young Sam?"
"I'm sorry, we really do have a rule that guests can't just approach the show car without a prior reservation." The security guard bowed and explained. The security guard was actually right. A luxury car like the Pagani wind god could only be observed up close by some large media, or people with a certain social status. Otherwise, if everyone casually approached it, it might create cuts and bruises.
"Damn, if you push one more time, I'll have your boss fire you, believe it or not?"
Zhao Chen was obviously a little annoyed at being stopped. Marriott Group held 20% of the shares of the convention center. It was the person in charge of the convention center who had to give a few points of face when he saw himself. He didn't expect that he would lose face on a security guard today.
"Sir, may I ask what your name is?"
"Shall I call and confirm with my superior?" The security guard could see that this person was not a good person and hurriedly said something nice.
Zhao Chen walked up to the security guard and patted the latter's shoulder. "Kid, remember, my name is Zhao Chen."
The security guard was thunderstruck after hearing this. It turned out that this person was the infamous third son of the Marriott Group.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sam, it's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize him to tie. The security guard wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and apologized repeatedly. Quickly open the car door for me. Mr. Sam, the car keys are not here with me. Why don't you hurry up and get it? Yes, Mr. Sam. The security guard didn't dare to be slow and ran in the direction of the office. Damn, today is really bad luck, encountered all a bunch of ungrateful things. Zhao Chen's stomach was bulging with anger, his belt was about to be broken. Mr. Chen, don't be angry. Lu Ruyan wrapped her hands around Zhao Chen's neck and said with a seductive voice, when we get back home, I'll give you a good time to calm down. When she said this, Lu Ruyan's stomach turned over. However, she still forced a smile, as if she was talking about a very wonderful thing. Hee hee, I can't wait that long, come with me to the underground garage later. Sam Young, you are so annoying. But people like it so much. Haha, little burnt goods. Don't you just love it when people burn? Lu Ruyan covered her mouth and laughed. Zhao Chen scratched hard on Lu Ruyan's buttocks. He then looked at the inch-haired man and asked, have you inquired clearly? Xiao Chen, it's already been inquired about. There is no young second generation in Tianhai City named Brother Shang not. That's good then. This time, I will definitely let them know how many eyes the Horse King has. Zhao Chen's hand suddenly pinched hard again. Ah! Lu Ruyan screamed and hurriedly covered her mouth. 2 minutes ago. Convention Center office. The car dealer retrieved several car keys from a safe and handed them to Chen Shang. Mr. Chen, these are the car keys, please keep them. Chen Shang took the car keys and looked at the women and spoke, let's go and take a look at our cars. To be honest, a man is a teenager until he dies. For Chen Shang, who possessed the talent of a car god, his love for motorcycles was much stronger than the ladies. Why don't we go and take a look at Brother Chen Shang's Pagani Wind God first? Nee Crisp suggested. I agree. Let's also see if a $90+ million sports car has an extra wheel. Xia Yuyo said excitedly. The ladies flanked Chen Shang towards the booth. Zhang Chuchao followed behind, her eyes full of envy. Hey, when can I be as dashing as Brother Shang? When Chen Shang and the others arrived at the Pagani Wind God's booth, the female companion brought by Zhao Chen was standing in front of the car taking selfies. Just as she was about to sit on the hood, Song Qianqian suddenly shouted, hey, what are you doing? Get out of the way. Lu Ruyan was so startled that her cell phone almost fell to the ground. But after seeing the visitor, she walked behind Zhao Chen and looked at Song Qianqian with a grudging face. Young Sam, she just actually yelled at someone else. Zhao Chen was already holding his anger today. Seeing that his female companion was actually yelled at in public, he was instantly enraged. Holy, how many of you ghosts are still around? I'm here watching the car, what's it got to do with you guys? We didn't stop you guys from looking at the car, but your friend wanting to sit on the hood and take pictures is a bit much, right? Talking about this car as if you guys bought it. Lu Ruyan stroked her hair and looked at Song Qianqian with a mocking expression. Yo, look at how angry you are, you didn't just want to take a picture up close and be rejected by the security guard, did you? TSK. So pathetic. Zhao Chen also took the opportunity to taunt, you guys can only watch from afar, while I can view it up close. This is the gap between people. I advise you guys to keep your eyes open, being with those two beggars will only lower yourselves. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. Zhang Chuchao is actually a fake rich second generation, not much different from a beggar. Ha ha. Zhao Chen, your ass. Zhang Chuchao said angrily, this car was bought by my Shang brother, so hurry thee up and get as far away as you can. Don't dirty our car. You guys bought it? After a brief moment of surprise, Zhao Chen then laughed out loud. Ha, that's the best joke I've ever heard. I remember someone bought a $50 million Ferrari F80 last time, wanting to flatterly show of Magic City, but the car ended up smashing his hand, right? Dog, I knew at that time that it was you who messed up. You can't even afford a $50 million car, and you deserve to see the Pagani Wind God? Chen Shang couldn't help but frown as he walked up and said, Zhao Chen, I bought this car, so get the hell out of here. You bought it? Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh. Kid, do you know how much this car is worth? Selling you all wouldn't even be able to afford it. Dog, what are you talking about? Zhang Chuchao walked up and rolled up his sleeves. What, still want to fight? Zhao Chen straightened his body and said with his mouth wide open, if you're capable of hitting me, come on. Zhao Chen saw Li Qingling who was walking towards him not far away, and he immediately had a plan in mind. He wanted to use this way to enrage Zhang Chuchao, thus making Zhang Chuchao lose her mind. Who knew, Zhang Chuchao did not make a move. Instead, he violently spat at Zhao Chen who had his mouth wide open. Zhao Chen, who was still originally clamoring, suddenly froze. Then he vomited madly. Chapter 99 Sorry, this car is also mine. Cough cough cough. I'm dry. Zhao Chen dryly coughed a few times and nothing came out. His nose was crooked with anger. Zhang Chuchao's approach was not very hurtful, but it was extremely insulting. Zhao Chen didn't even want his mouth anymore. Zhang Chuqiao, you're ing looking for death.
The inch-haired men on the side saw Zhao Chen being strangely insulted and quickly surrounded Zhang Chuqiao and the others.
Stop.
As the two sides were at swords drawn, Li Qingling quickly walked over.
Zhao Chen immediately transformed into a victim again and said with an innocent face,
Ms. Li, come and judge me. I brought my girlfriend here to look at the car, and then a wild girl came out of nowhere and even spoke out against my girlfriend. I disliked a few words back, but as a result, this dog Zhang Chuqiao even
coughed.
As soon as he said this, Zhao Chen immediately dry heaved again.
Zhang Chuqiao, can you two stop?
Li Qingling said with some displeasure. Zhang Chuqiao shrugged, Ms. Li, it's not our fault.
This car was bought by my brother,
and as a result, the two of them, Zhao Chen, not only came close, but also wanted to sit on the hood.
This car thing is just like a girlfriend. Who wouldn't want to let someone else touch their car indiscriminately when they just bought it and haven't even driven it yet, right? Zhang Chuqiao, what are you talking nonsense about?
Li Qingling said with a huff.
Sorry, I'm just giving an example. Stop saying that.
Li Qingling stopped Zhang Chuqiao without a good mood, then turned her head to look at Zhao Chen and said with a straight face.
Zhao Chen, since the person has already bought the car, you really shouldn't just touch it.
Ms. Li, you're listening to his nonsense here.
This car is a Pagani wind god worth $90 million. They can buy it casually? Zhao Chen, how do you know my Shang brother can't afford it?
If he can afford this car, I'll apologize to him in public. Zhao Chen said with a terse neck. In the entire Tianhai city, there were a few people who could take out $90 million in cash. But those who were willing to spend $90 million on a car could be counted on one hand.
After hearing this, Li Qingling also couldn't help but look at Chen Shang and the others. She often dealt with local entrepreneurs. Most of the rich second generation were familiar to her.
It seemed that she had never seen Chen Shang before. We'll know if this car is mine once we try it. Chen Shang pulled out the key from his pocket and slowly walked towards the Pagani wind god. The gazes of the crowd could not help but look at Chen Shang in unison.
Even Zhao Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This kid wouldn't really buy this car, right?
However, he soon dismissed the thoughts in his mind.
Chen Shang calmly opened the car door with the key.
Instantly, the lights of the Pagani wind god flashed. The entire car was like a beast that had just awakened. Even the bodywork added a bit of sharpness.
The onlookers instantly murmured,
I'll go, this car is really his. That's a Pagani wind god, this young man is definitely a tycoon.
And it's not just any tycoon, it's simply a god tycoon.
The guy who just yelled at us is indeed. That's right, he just made a pellet beauty. I think it's more appropriate to call him a beauty pellet. Facing the mockery of the crowd, Zhao Chen instantly felt that he had lost all his face.
However, in front of Li Qingling, he didn't dare to get angry easily. Since this car is yours, let's go. Zhao Chen snorted coldly and wanted to flee the scene. Xiao Chen, don't go.
Zhang Chuqiao stroked his chin and said with a wry face, didn't you just say you wanted to apologize in public? Why do you want to bolt without saying hello at this moment? After hearing this, Zhao Chen wanted to skin Zhang Chuqiao alive. However, it wasn't good to snap in front of all eyes. He gritted his teeth and lowered his head and said, okay, count me wrong this time.
Zhao Chen, is this your attitude to apologize? Zhang Chuqiao couldn't help but follow up. Zhang Chuqiao, don't bully people too much. Zhao Chen was trembling with anger. Lu Ruyan also chimed in, that's right, don't be unreasonable.
Yo, you're usually not like this when you're arrogant and bossy.
Zhang Chuqiao pulled out his ears and said, showing his teeth.
Besides, you guys have to fight for 3 points when you're not justified, why should we be spared when we're justified?
This is too double standard, isn't it?
After hearing this, Chen Shang gently patted Zhang Chuqiao's shoulder. Chuqiao, quite a smooth talker, one set of words.
He, evil people still need to be rubbed by evil people.
With people like him, there is no need to reason. Seeing that there were more and more people around.
Most people were pointing. Zhao Chen just wanted to leave this place quickly. I'm sorry, I was wrong.
Zhao Chen glanced at Chen Shang and walked towards the front without looking back. At this time, the security guard ran to Zhao Chen from a distance and said with a difficult face. Young Sam, I'm really sorry, that car has already been bought by someone.
There's no need for you to say that.
Lu Ruyan gave the security guard a blank stare and wiggled her but to leave. Zhao Chen felt like he had been refuted and was a bit embarrassed.
Ruyan, let's go to another car to take pictures. It's not like there's more than that one car here anyway.
Well, I don't think that car is much to look at. Lu Ruyan had just walked out 2 steps when she saw a green supercar.
Wow, it's actually Lamborghini Poison A. What, like this car? Well, people really like this car. Lu Ruyan's eyes were stretched. Good, then this young man will buy it for you today. Then we'll be in this car.
Aya, you're so bad, young Sam.
Lu Ruyan lightly punched Zhao Chen's chest.
Ruyan, you go over and look at the car first, I'll call the person in charge of the convention center. In reality, he came to the convention center today because he wanted to buy a sports car.
But at first, there was no plan to buy a supercar like the Lamborghini Poison. But just now, he was a bit down on himself. So he changed his mind and wanted to buy a supercar to support his face. Besides, this car is written in his name when he is tired of playing and then sell it. Can't lose much money. There may even be a small profit. Thinking about this, Zhao Chen didn't hesitate to take out his cell phone and prepared to dial the person in charge. Just at this moment, a woman's reprimanding voice came from not far away. "What are you doing? Take your legs off the car." Zhao Chen put down his cell phone and followed the voice. He only saw that a girl was furiously yelling towards Lu Ruyan. This girl was none other than Song Chanshan. "No, why are you guys everywhere? Are you guys deliberately picking a fight?" Zhao Chen couldn't help but curse. "That Lamborghini Poison is mine. You guys climbed onto the hood to take pictures, and you're blaming me for picking a fight?" Song Chanshan shouted with some anger. The Lamborghini Poison was worth $90 million. One couldn't even afford to sit on the hood to take pictures. Unexpectedly, there was another girl who sat on it before herself. Also wearing high heels. "Your car? I think you're deliberately trying to mess with us." Lu Ruyan walked down from the car and looked at Zhao Chen pitifully and said, "Young Sam, just now she insulted me, you must do it for me." Chapter 100, Crawling Out. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment. He couldn't help but shake his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who would spend nearly $200 million on a car at a show? The child of the richest man in Tianhai City easily couldn't do it, right? "This car is mine, you're sitting in my car to take pictures, are you still reasonable?" Song Chanshan also didn't spare the other party in the slightest, loudly accusing. "Your car?" Zhao Chen was almost pissed off. "There aren't many supercars above $50 million at this auto show, so they're all yours? Most of them are ours." "Most of them? Are you going to laugh me to death? Dare to make a bet with me?" Song Chanshan wrapped her arms around her chest, the corners of her mouth hooked into an unknown smile. "Bet? What kind of bet?" Zhao Chen was puzzled. "Just bet on whether this car is mine or not. If it's mine, you grab it and leave the venue, don't let me see you again. If this car isn't mine, we leave the venue." Zhao Chen couldn't help but fall into the middle of contemplation. He knew a little bit about the Four Little Wildcats group. It was just a new girl group. To say that they could afford this Lamborghini Poison, he didn't believe it. However, Zhao Chen glanced at Qin Shang. This guy could afford the Pagani Wind God. Maybe he really had the strength to afford Lamborghini Poison. Zhao Chen cleared his throat and looked at Song Chanshan and said smilingly, "Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. If this car is really in your name, then I'll crawl out from here. Otherwise, a few of you crawl out." Zhao Chen played a word game. He emphasized that the car was under Song Chanshan's name. He thought that even if Qin Shang was really rich and wanted to give a girl a car, he would never register the car in the girl's name. Wouldn't that be a proper big wrong seed? Money is for girls. It's not for the girls to spend. The house can be given to the girl to live, the car can also be given to the girl to drive. Usually you can also give her some pocket money. Once you are tired of playing with yourself, directly take back the house and car and give it to the next woman. How could anyone be stupid enough to register the house and car in a woman's name? Thinking of this, Zhao Chen's mouth couldn't help but hook up. This time, he would take back all that he had lost. "Okay, it's a deal," Song Chanshan said with conviction. After saying that, Song Chanshan took out her own car keys. Confidently, she walked towards Lamborghini Poison. The moment the headlights lit up, all the people around them opened their mouths wide in surprise. This Poison is actually really that little girl's. I seem to have seen her on Shake In, it seems to be called Chin Shendut. Damn, are all female anchors making so much money now? We eat noodles to give them a reward. I didn't expect people to drive a $90 million supercar. What are you thinking? It must have been bought by Big Brother List 1. Song Chanshan shook the key in her hand towards Zhao Chen. "How's that, believe it now?" At this time, Mi Crisp also walked up and laughed. "Willing to bet, you guys hurry up and climb out of the convention center." "Right, hurry up and climb out." Xia Yuyo also clenched her fist and said, "Who said I lost?" A hint of evil flashed across Zhao Chen's face. "What I just said is that I'll only be considered to have lost if this car is in your name." The surrounding melon eaters instantly let out a sigh. "No way, playing word games? Isn't this pitting people's little girl? This car is definitely not in her name. It's over, these good-looking little girls, they'll have to crawl out today." Lu Ruyan looked at Song Chanshan in triumph and said in a churlish manner, "What are you waiting for? You guys hurry up and crawl out of the exhibition hall for me." "Who said I lost?" Song Chanshan's face didn't change. Still not admitting defeat? Lu Ruyan wrapped her arms around her chest and said, with a mocking face, "What young Sam said is that this car is in your name before you are considered to have one. A car given to you doesn't necessarily truly belong to you." Song Chanshan shook her head, taking out a contract from her bag. Wide open your dog eyes and see clearly, this car is registered in my name. One sentence. Lu Ruyan and Zhao Chen were struck by lightning. How is this possible? This car worth $90 million, how can it be in your name? Lu Ruyan's goosebumps shook off all over her body. Why is it impossible? Since brother Chen Sheng is giving me a car, of course it's in my name. Otherwise, how can it be considered a gift to me? I don't believe it, I want to see the contract. Lu Ruyan stumbled over to Song Qianqian. There was a very striking name on her contract. Song Qianqian. After Lu Ruyan clashed with Chen Sheng and the others this morning, she purposely found the account of 4 little wildcats on Shakian. In order to find Water Army to attack them. She naturally knew that the girl in front of her was Song Qianqian. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Lu Ruyan yelled. How is it impossible? To tell you the truth, we each have a supercar. As she spoke, Song Qianqian pulled out the keys to the other vehicles from her bag. In an instant, the lights of several more supercars lit up. Looking closely, each car was worth tens of millions of dollars. The surrounding melon eaters spat out. I'll go, is this wholesale coming? These cars have to be 3 small goals less, it's awesome. Taheo, you want a wife or not? Lu Ruyan felt her legs go a little soft as she listened to the crowd's chatter. Her worldview completely collapsed. She had been with Zhao Chen for so long, often having to endure some inhuman abuse. That was all it took to rake in just $200,000 from him. But the girl on the opposite side had actually harvested a supercar worth over $90 million. This gap between people, could it be so great? Lu Ruyan fell to the ground at once. It felt like she was just like a cheap floor model. Zhang Chuqiao gloated as she looked at Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan, pretending to be sad. To be honest, in front of so many people, having the two of you crawling out of the venue, I do have some impatience in my heart. But not crawling out is not your character. Why don't we do this? I'll shout cheering next to you guys, and it won't be in vain for us to get to know each other. Zhang Chuqiao, you. Zhao Chen's eyes were red with anger. His gaze swept over Chen Shang and the others, itching to flay all of them alive. From the beginning when he ran into this group of people, until now, it seemed like he hadn't taken advantage of them at all. Could it be that these people were specifically here to take advantage of themselves? Zhao Chen couldn't help but rest his gaze on Chen Shang. This person was quite young. Not only was he surrounded by a bunch of beautiful women, even his outbursts were so generous. Plus, Zhang Chuqiao was treating this person with respect. Could he be the Mr. Wang who helped turn the Zhang family around? Thinking of this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but clench his fists. Young Sam, why are you still standing still? Do you want everyone to know that you're a man of your word? Zhang Chuqiao continued to say relentlessly. Chapter 101, the doctor says it can't be cured. Fine, I'll climb. After Zhao Chen finished speaking, he took a deep breath and gritted his teeth as he crawled towards the door. Young Sam, we're really climbing? Lu Ruyan let out a bitter smile. If I don't recognize the debt today, I'll be in my coffin, and that pussy Zhang Chuqiao will have to talk about this. Zhao Chen gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I'll climb too. Lu Ruyan had no choice but to kneel on the ground. However, because the wraparound skirt she wore was too short, so much so that she was a bit naked. In an instant there were quite a few people whose cameras lit up. Alright. Zhao Chen, you few grabbed the time to get up, now this look is not decent. You few are such big people, why are you still so childish? Li Qingling really couldn't stand to watch and said with some displeasure. It wasn't that she was favoring Zhao Chen. If it was someone else, she would have stopped it in time. Otherwise, if this got out, it would easily generate public opinion. Zhao Chen stood up from the ground and snorted coldly, you guys wait and see. He left the convention center with his men. After coming to the parking lot, Zhao Chen kicked his foot on the car and said viciously, I'm going to make them pay 10 times 100 times the price. Zhao Chen rest his anger, I found a dozen or so brothers, we'll definitely be able to block them in the next few days. The inch-headed man whispered. Zhao Chen pulled over the inch-headed man and whispered a few words in his ear. When the inch-man heard Zhao Chen's order, his pupils suddenly contracted. After a moment of contemplation, he clenched his teeth and said, Please rest assured, Zhao Chen, I will definitely do this according to your instructions. Well, remember to find a few people from abroad and don't leave any traces. Inside the showroom, Li Qingling glanced at Chen Shang and the others and spoke faintly. Now that Zhao Chen is gone, it would be best if you few don't cause any more trouble. At this moment, Li Qingling's face was already somewhat unhappy. As the official representative of this exhibition, her duty was to promote the smooth and orderly conduct of the exhibition. However, it was unexpected that such a scandalous incident had just occurred. Zhang Chuqiao saw the displeasure under Li Qingling's eyes and came forward to say, Please rest assured, Ms. Li, we are all good citizens who abide by the law and naturally won't take the initiative to cause trouble. Good. Li Qingling didn't say anything more and turned to leave with her staff. Looking at the back of Li Qingling and the others as they left, Zhang Chuchao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Damn him, I finally got out of a bad breath today.
Chen Sheng noticed that Zhao Chen's eyes before he left seemed to carry a hint of killing intent.
Chu Chao, in the future, beware of this Zhao Chen person. This bastard is okay at bullying honest people, he doesn't pose a threat to us. Zhang Chu Chao thought for a moment, then added.
But please don't worry, Brother Shang, I also have a group of brothers under my hands, if they dare to mess around, I'm not afraid of him.
Chen Shang did not comment on this. At all times, it was always right to take precautions before it was too late.
Chen Shang looked at the time, it was already close to noon.
We should eat. Well, after strolling around all morning, I also feel a little hungry.
Me Crisp said as she rubbed her parched little stomach.
Then let's go eat private food? I saw online that there's a Zhoji private kitchen restaurant in this neighborhood that's good. Xia Yuyo suggested. Good, yeah. I raise my hands in favor of it. Song Chanxian also happily chimed in. Seconded.
Li Sha, who had already mingled with a few girls long ago, said. I ate there once when I was in my sophomore year, and I also thought that private kitchen tasted good.
Ai Luoyan said with a smile. Good, let's go then. Chen Sheng said.
Just as the crowd was about to leave, a woman's voice suddenly came out. Chen Shang, such a coincidence to run into you here. Chen Shang looked at the voice and realized that the person coming was none other than Zhang Ruoxue. At this time, she was not wearing a uniform, but a beige dress.
How did she get out of the hospital so quickly? Chen Sheng curiously asked, Officer Jiang, you also came to see the car show?
Zhang Ruoxue inadvertently surveyed the many beautiful women around Chen Shang. With a slight smile, she said, I came here to look for a friend.
Oh, I see. Chen Shang looked at Zhang Ruoxue with a look of desire to speak. Chen Shang, are you trying to say how I got out of the hospital so quickly? Zhang Ruoxue opened the door and said. Aha! Chen Shang nodded, seeing that you don't look too good right now, why don't you rest in the hospital for a few more days? There's no cure for my disease anymore. SH. What do you mean?
Chen Shang said with feigned surprise.
Less pretending, have you forgotten what I do? The look in your eyes at that time already told me the truth.
Zhang Ruoxue stretched out her pale and slender fingers and gently pointed to her temple. There's something growing in here, it's already in an advanced stage, and all the doctors say it can't be cured. Instead of wasting the last hours of life in the hospital, lingering, it's better to have a last hurrah of life. The atmosphere of the scene instantly became silent. The crowd didn't know how to comfort the woman in front of them. As young as a flower. With a great future ahead of her. But she was suddenly sentenced to death by the heavens.
No one could accept it. Zhang Ruoxue looked at the serious gazes of the crowd and spoke faintly.
Don't look at me with such sympathetic eyes, I've already thought about it.
I'm going to live well in the next few days.
Go travel around the country, feel the breeze, and climb Mount Tai once.
It's good that you thought it through.
Chen Shang thought for a moment and added.
Your current physical condition shouldn't be enough to sustain you from too much exertion. If you have the need, you can go to me.
I'll help you dispense a few Chinese medicines that can temporarily alleviate your pain.
You still know Chinese medicine?
Zhang Ruoxue asked, somewhat less convinced.
Brother Chen Shang does no knowledge of Chinese medicine. Xia Yuyo interjected, he's done acupuncture for a few of us, and he did cure some of our body's minor ailments. Then I'll thank Divine Dr. Chen in advance. Zhang Ruoxue guffawed, a far cry from her previous cold and icy appearance. Officer Jiang is polite. Then let's add a micro first.
As she spoke, Zhang Ruoxue took out her cell phone.
After the two added each other as friends, Chen Shang waved his hand towards Zhang Ruoxue, Officer Jiang, then we'll withdraw first. Bye, Officer Jiang. The crowd greeted one another. Bye everyone. Zhang Ruoxue responded. Looking at the backs of the group of handsome men and women leaving, Zhang Ruoxue's eyes were a little moist. Little Snow, what are you doing here? Li Qingling's voice suddenly came from behind.
Zhang Ruoxue turned back and smoothed her short, silky hair and said, Qingling, I was about to go to the office to look for you when I ran into a friend and stopped to chat a bit.
Li Qingling glanced at the back of Chen Shang and the others and skimmed her lips. You know them? Aha!
Zhang Ruoxue saw that Li Qingling's face looked a bit odd and asked curiously, why are you looking at them with such eyes?
Let's go back to the office and talk about it.
Li Qingling said as she pulled Zhang Ruoxue's hand.
Chapter 102 I'll accompany you in your last days. Convention Center Office.
Li Qingling closed the door and handed Zhang Ruoxue a work meal. Xiao Shui, you haven't eaten yet, try our working meal here. Originally, the person in charge of the venue wanted to invite me to eat at a hotel, but I refused.
I know, you're a clean official. Zhang Ruoxue asked after receiving the boxed lunch, is there anything you can't say outside?
I just want to spit it out with you, otherwise I'd have to suffocate. You don't know, Zheng Chuchao and the rest of them didn't have many conflicts with Zhao Chen today. I'm neither in charge nor indifferent, it's almost pissing me off. Especially since they're quite old and they're still betting like kids, saying that whoever loses will have to crawl out.
If the media catches this, maybe I'll be criticized by the leadership. Jiang Ruoxue snorted a laugh after hearing this. No way, the daughter of a hand, which leader dares to criticize you? What's wrong with a hand's daughter? I've already greeted our leaders, don't treat me with special care. Jiang Ruoxue heard a bitter smile, said very seriously, Xiaoxue, we grew up in a compound, and as a bosom friend, I'll tell you a bit of heartfelt words. In the past, I also felt that I had come all the way, relying entirely on my own efforts. In order not to let others gossip, I often worked overtime and strictly demanded myself. I felt that I belonged to the name to become the youngest vice captain. Until one day, I personally arrested my own colleague. When I questioned him about why he would do anything to get promoted. As a result, guess what he said? Li Qingling took a bite of her boxed lunch and asked in a low voice, what did he say? He said that I grew up with a golden key in my mouth, so naturally I don't know how hard it is for ordinary people to get what seems to me to be within their reach. He had participated in capture operations several times, and even suffered serious injuries. But he still lost to me. I got annoyed and told him that I had earned it all. He just smiled and didn't say anything. At that time, I saw contempt and mockery in his eyes. So I tried hard to prove myself. Took the liberty of participating in a manhunt. On the way, I urgently commandeered a civilian car to chase the robbers. As a result, I overestimated my abilities, and not only was I injured by the thugs myself, but I also almost killed that car owner. Li Qingling carefully digested this. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she asked, the car owner you're talking about, wouldn't that be the kid who has a lot of beautiful women around him? That's right. In fact, if it wasn't for him stepping in, I would probably have been taken hostage by the thugs. Jiang Ruoxue looked at Li Qingling and said somewhat breathlessly, but how come you can't understand the point? Is this what I want to tell you? Little Snow, I seem to understand what you mean. Although Li Qingling was unwilling to believe it, she still accepted a fact. There were some things that looked as if one was doing better than others. It was actually because one was standing on the shoulders of a giant. After a short period of silence, Li Qingling suddenly turned her words around. By the way, Xiaoxue, aren't you a workaholic? Why do you have the time to come find me today? Asked you on the phone and you didn't say anything. Jiang Ruoxue stroked her hair and spoke very calmly. I came here this time to say goodbye to you. I plan to go out and travel for a while. No way, Little Snow. Li Qingling put her face in front of Jiang Ruoxue and asked, somewhat less convinced. You're so easily defeated? Wasn't it just a mistake? It's not as bad as being a deserter. It's not that I'm a deserter, but I have something growing inside my brain, and I won't live long. Jiang Ruoxue said very calmly. Li Qingling froze. Then suddenly burst out laughing. Little Shui, you've learned a bad lesson. You almost fooled me just now. The expression on Jiang Ruoxue's face did not change in the slightest, still looking at Li Qingling with a calm face. The smile on Li Qingling's face gradually solidified. After a long time, her voice was shaking a little as she asked. Already? Confirmed the diagnosis? Well, went to 3 hospitals and invited a dozen experts. It says that it has pressed on the nerves, there is no cure. Jiang Ruoxue smiled bitterly. Li Qingling's lips mumbled, wanting to comfort Jiang Ruoxue, but realized that all words seemed so pale. She walked over to Jiang Ruoxue and gently embraced the latter into her arms. Little Shui, no matter what happens, I will be by your side. Don't you still have a lot of work to do? It's fine, I still have a lot of vacation days left. Besides, if anyone dares to stop me, I'll move my dad out. Anyway, like you said, whether I want to admit it or not, my dad's relationship can't be broken anytime. Well, I'm not going to get all melodramatic with you then. It's a good thing I had you with me in my last moments. Cut the crap, where are we going to play? How about going to the nearby Qingba Lake? Yeah, sis is thinking about it. On the other side, Chen Shang and the others had just walked to the entrance of the convention center. They happened to run into Jiang Tao walking over. Brother Tao, off work? Chen Shang greeted. Jiang Tao also discovered Chen Shang and the others and smiled. Which is which, I'm going to get a boxed lunch, I still have to continue working in the afternoon. Brother Tao, last time I was so focused on drinking that I didn't ask you about your job. Would you consider joining our Zhang's group? Zhang Chuqiao asked in a serious tone. Join Zhang's group? Jiang Tao was a little hesitant for a moment after hearing this. Zhang's group was considered a medium-sized enterprise in Tianhai City. I heard that it was expanding recently. There were several students from the academy who went to Zhang's group for internship. According to their reactions, the company atmosphere and treatment were quite okay. Just when Jiang Tao wanted to say that he would reconsider, a middle-aged woman came over and shouted at Jiang Tao, are you slacking off here again? Jiang Tao couldn't help but shiver when he saw the visitor. This person was none other than his own top boss, Wang Yan. Sister Wang, I'm done with my work and am ready to go eat. Have you printed the list of people who will attend the car show in the afternoon? Are the pre-sale vehicles counted clearly? And have you finished organizing all the customer feedback? Wang Yan asked 3 times in a row, leaving Jiang Tao directly confused. Sister Wang, those don't belong to my work either. What do you mean it doesn't belong to your work? If you're told to do it, you do it, where's all the nonsense? Chen Sheng really couldn't listen anymore and asked back. Auntie, work is work, you can't just not allow food to be eaten, right? Who do you think you're calling, ma'am? I'm here to teach my subordinates a lesson, what does it have to do with you? I think you have nothing better to do than to eat. Wang Yan was a bit annoyed when she heard someone call her a big mother. I'll go, you've gone through menopause early, right? Why are you biting everyone you see? Zhang Chu Qiao was directly on fire. Ah, you're the one going through menopause. My old lady isn't even married yet, how dare you insult me like this? Wang Yan's face was somewhat deformed with anger, itching to tear Zhang Chu Qiao's mouth apart. Chen Sheng attached himself to Zhang Chu Qiao's ear and whispered, your kid is quite accurate in reading people, she's really menopausal. I just casually said that. Brother Shang, could it be that you can still read people? Zhang Chu Qiao covered her mouth and whispered. Wang Yan saw the two whispering, how could she not know that the other was discussing herself? This was even more furious. Zhang Tao, after the work is over, you write me a 30,000-word summary of your work. Hand it over to me tomorrow morning. Wang Yan said in her heart that I can't rule them, but I can't rule you? You'll be the one to pay for the wrongdoings of these friends of yours. Chapter 103, Chen Shang's position. Zhang Tao directly cried and said, 30,000 words? I didn't even write this much in my thesis. Not writing? Then I'll fire you right now, immediately pack up your things and get out. Damn it, quit or quit. Zhang Tao couldn't bear it anymore and threw his work badge on the ground. He himself had worked here for less than 3 days, and every day he worked overtime until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes there was no time to eat. Even a cow or a horse doesn't have to be used like this, right? Wang Yin froze, then said loudly. Good, you Zhang Tao, you've gotten hard in front of your acquaintances, haven't you? Then I'd like to see if they can help you after you're expelled. And just as Wang Yan was feeling smug, 2 middle-aged men walked over. Mr. Chen, why are you guys here? Chen Sheng turned his head to look. He found that the people coming were none other than the venue's general manager, Mr. Sun, and a boss surnamed Plankton. 1/3 of the venue's luxury cars came from the Plankton boss. Wang Yan immediately changed her expression to a fawning one when she saw the visitor. Mr. Sun, why did you come over? I went out for a meal. General Manager Sun casually made a perfunctory remark, then looked at Chen Sheng and asked, Mr. Chen, would you like to have a meal together? I'll treat. Old Sun, didn't we agree that this meal would be my treat? Boss Plankton also looked at Chen Sheng with a smile and said, Mr. Chen, let's go to the hotel next door to eat together. I have a few bottles of expired mitai here, why don't we try it together? Chen Sheng shook his head and looked at Zhang Tao and said, I'm sorry Mr. Sun, Boss Plankton, I've already made an appointment with my friend. Mr. Sun glanced at the overalls on Zhang Tao and said in surprise, Mr. Chen, are you saying that our company's employees are your friends? My friend should no longer be an employee of your company now, he was just fired. What, there's even this? Mr. Sun glanced at the trembling Sister Wang, and after a slight pause, he loudly scolded, Wang Yan, what the hell is going on here? Wang Yan bowed down and repeatedly compensated with a smile, Mr. Sun, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I was just joking with Zhang Tao just now. Joking? I see that you are abusing your power in squeezing your employees. No wonder the employee turnover rate is so high lately, it's because of black sheep like you. Wang Yan, you hurry up and pack up and get out now. Mr. Sun didn't really think there was anything wrong with Wang Yan. He just didn't want to offend Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng had casually made 4 small targets today. Moreover, an employee had secretly told himself that Chen Sheng seemed to know the daughter of a member of the municipal party committee and the director's daughter. This showed that the other party's identity was definitely not simple. One definitely had to befriend him or her in order to do so. When Wang Yan heard that Mr. Sun was going to fire himself, his heart was like ashes and he was shaking like a sieve. Mr. Sun, you can't fire me. For so many years, I've been working for the company, but I've made a lot of achievements. I know it's wrong, I'll change it in the future, okay? You don't know that you're wrong, you know that you're going to lose your job. Mr. Sun snorted coldly and waved towards the security guards at the door. Seeing this, the 2 security guards quickly ran over. Mr. Sun. You 2 take her down, don't let her make trouble here. Yes, Mr. Sun. The 2 security guards, one on the left and one on the right, set up Wang Yan and walked towards the distance. Mr. Sun picked up the work tag on the ground and glanced at the name on it. He then walked over to Zhang Tao and said with some embarrassment, Mr. Zhang Tao, I'm really sorry, it's because I usually don't do a good job of educating the management's mind. Mr. Sun, you are too polite. Zhang Tao was flattered. However, he had been muttering in his heart. How did Chen Sheng even know Mr. Sun? And by the looks of it, Mr. Sun even somewhat wanted to flatter Chen Sheng. This was too unbelievable, right? Mr. Sun laughed and said, Mr. Zhang Tao, our group has set up a new department, and it happens to be short of a manager. Why don't you go ahead and give it a try? Jiang Tao pondered. The new department that Mr. Sun said in his mouth, I'm afraid it was just established last second. But this also showed that the other party had given himself enough face. However, from the perspective of future development in human resources, Zhang's group was clearly the best choice. Jiang Tao took a deep breath and gently shook his head, saying, Mr. Sun, I'm really sorry. I just decided to work for Zhang's group. I'm sorry, it's my personal ability that doesn't match the position in your company. Mr. Sun glanced at Zhang Chuqiao, nodded and said, That's fine, Mr. Zhang, you can have better development by going to Zhang's group. If you want to come back in the future, just say hello to me anytime. Thank you, Mr. Sun, for your love. Mr. Sun nodded. Seeing that Chen Shang did not have any intention of having dinner with him, he spoke, Mr. Chen, then if there is time in the future, I will host a banquet for you all. At that time, I would also like to ask you all to show your face. Alright, Mr. Sunday. Chen Shang said politely. We'll take our leave then. Mr. Sun and Boss Plankton bid farewell to Chen Shang and the others and left the venue. Chen Shang patted Jiang Tao's shoulder and comforted him. Old Jiang, I think it's considered a good choice for you to go to Zhang Group. Zhang Chuqiao was also busy saying, Brother Tao, don't worry with me, I will definitely arrange a job for you that can realize your value. Zhang Chuqiao was not being polite. Ever since the last time he helped his family resolve a crisis, the status rubbed off on him. If it was before, he would probably not be able to arrange people into the company any better than Zhang Wenhao. But now, occasionally arranging 1 or 2 people is still no problem. Jiang Tao was very moved after hearing this. He knew that Zhang Chuqiao was trying to help himself. Then thank you for Brother Chao's help. If you want to thank, you should also thank Brother Shang. Without Brother Shang, our Zhang group wouldn't be here today. Zhang Chuqiao said unapologetically. Jiang Tao patted Chen Shang's shoulder after hearing this. Brother Shang, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Haha, let's not talk about this, let's have a meal together. Good, it's been a long time since I had dinner with you. Zhang Chuqiao said with a bad smile on his face. No, didn't we have a drink together a few days ago? At that time, Brother Tao even ordered a hard dish. Jiang Tao's face reddened and he waved his hand repeatedly. Last time I was drunk and I don't remember anything. Let's go eat, I've been busy all day, I'm still a little hungry. Let's go, let's eat. Chen Shang said with a smile. After having lunch, Zhang Chuqiao saw that Mi Crisp and the others seemed to want to play outside for a while longer. On the pretext of bringing Jiang Tao to the group to go through the entry procedures, she bid farewell to Chen Shang and the others. Without the presence of outsiders, the topic of conversation among the women increased. Sisters, it's not easy for us to come out, why don't we find an attraction or something to play? I haven't played in Tianhai City yet. Li Sha stirred up the topic and said. There's a Qingba lake nearby, why don't we have a yacht party? Xia Yuyo said with slight excitement. Chapter 104, Buying a Yacht. Li Sha was busy nodding her head. I also want to go play on a yacht, I haven't been on a yacht yet. I want to go for a ride on a yacht. Song Chanqian had a longing face. Seconded. Ai Luoyan laughed. When Mi Crisp heard that everyone wanted to go to Qingba Lake to play, she somewhat helplessly skimmed her mouth towards Xia Yuyao. It seemed to be saying, Xiao Yao, you are really remembering what you eat and not remembering what you do. Have you forgotten that the 4 of us almost drowned in the swimming pool last time? Xia Yuyao could see that there was something wrong with Mi Crisp's face and hurriedly changed her words. Sorry everyone, why don't we just play somewhere else? Xiao Yao, why did you suddenly change your mind? Li Sha was a bit puzzled for a moment. Song Chanqian explained. Shasha, Luoyan, you two don't know yet. Last time, the 4 of us swam on the rooftop of the villa and almost drowned. At that time, Brother Chen Sheng even gave me 2 more hard kicks on my butt. If it wasn't for Brother Chen Sheng's 2 kicks, we all would have hiccuped. Besides, who let you have the biggest butt? Xia Yuyo covered her mouth and laughed. You can even drown at the pool? Li Sha asked with some incredulity. Harm, don't mention it, it's all my fault last time. Mi Crisp didn't want to spoil the fun, and said with a faint smile, I think it's fine to go to Qingba Lake to play, just be careful. You can't be afraid of the well rope once bitten by a snake for 10 years, right? I also agree. Song Chanqian held up her full breasts and said, somewhat smugly. With the lesson from last time, I learned a lot of survival techniques after falling into the water on the internet. And we're not going to swim in the water this time, what's there to be afraid of? Well, we'll just bring our life jackets. Yu Xiaorou also added. Seeing that the ladies were in high spirits, Chen Sheng nodded and said, okay, then we'll go to Qingba Lake to play. The group drove and soon arrived at the Qingba Lake scenic area. Chen Sheng led the women to the service hall window and said towards the staff inside. Hello, we want to rent a yacht. The ticket saleswoman said with a slight apology after hearing this. Sir, I'm really sorry, our yachts have just been all rented out, I guess you'll have to wait for about 3 hours. All rented out? Then is there a bigger boat? Chen Sheng asked after him. The ticket agent glanced at Chen Sheng and the others and shook his head, sorry.
In addition to yachts, we only have motorboats and small boats here, both of which can only take a maximum of 4 people.
Do you think it's possible to sit separately?
Chen Sheng frowned slightly and continued to inquire. I just saw quite a few yachts parked at the pier, and it looks as if no one is using them. I'm sorry, sir, those are brand new yachts that are only for sale and not for rent. After hearing this, the ladies all had a look of regret on their faces.
Brother Chen Sheng, why don't we just sit separately? Me Crisp suggested. Well, I'll take a motorboat with Brother Chen Sheng, and you guys find a few more. Song Chanqian took the lead and said, Chanqian, why should you sit on the same boat with Brother Chen Sheng? You're not trying to plot against Brother Chen Sheng, are you?
Xia Yuyo looked at Song Chanqian with a bad smile on her face, seemingly guessing the other party's small mind.
Why don't we pick a bigger motorboat?
Li Sha suggested.
That won't be able to seat so many of us.
Xia Yuyo shrugged helplessly. It was obvious. Anyone who wanted to ride on the same motorboat as Chen Sheng.
You guys don't have to argue, let's just buy a yacht directly.
Chen Sheng said with an indifferent face.
Sir, do you really want to buy a yacht?
The ticket agent asked with a slight surprise.
For a rich second generation to buy a yacht, she thought it was quite normal. But just because they didn't rent a yacht, one would have to spend money to buy a yacht. What kind of bravado was this? Of course it's true, where to buy it?
Sir, wait a moment, I'll make a call to the person in charge. The ticket salesman picked up his cell phone and made a call.
It didn't take long. A middle-aged man walked out of the office. Hui, which customer is it that wants to buy a yacht?
The ticket salesman hurriedly stood up and looked at Chen Sheng. Manager Wu, it's this gentleman who wants to buy a yacht. Manager Wu walked up to Chen Sheng, and after inadvertently sizing up the ladder, he said with a smile on his face, Sir, please follow me to the office. Under Manager Wu's lead, Chen Sheng and the others arrived at the office. Please feel free to sit down, I'll go make tea for everyone. Manager Wu, don't bother, we're in a hurry, you can briefly introduce the yacht first. Chen Sheng spoke with a calm face. Manager Wu was stunned, then took out a tablet and introduced, Sir, our yachts here are divided into domestic and imported.
Domestic yachts have 3 models, large, medium and small.
The imported yacht currently only has the Princess V39, which is a medium-sized yacht and costs $6 million.
Next.
Manager Wu briefly introduced the yacht size and the number of passengers available, etc. again. Chen Sheng took a comprehensive consideration and said, Let's buy the Princess yacht you mentioned. Sir, the Princess yacht is worth $6 million, are you sure you want this one?
Okay.
Manager Wu showed joy after hearing this and brought a contract.
Soon, Chen Sheng signed the contract and registered the yacht under Bai Luoyan's name.
Manager Wu handed the key to Chen Sheng and added with some excitement. Sir, after you purchase the yacht, you can give it to us for safekeeping when not in use, and if you rent it out, you can still get a portion of the revenue. No need, we do not intend to rent out this yacht. Chen Sheng spoke indifferently. Although he had not been on a yacht before, but had seen an exposed video.
A rich second generation renting a yacht to drive apart. Most of the people involved were rich second generation and socialites. That scene is simply impossible to watch.
Chen Sheng will not allow his yacht to be defiled. Manager Wu didn't know if Chen Sheng and the others would be able to drive the yacht and opened his mouth to ask.
Sir, do we still need to contact the boat driving master for you?
No, we can drive the yacht ourselves. Chen Sheng possessed the car god talent.
It was driving a tank that didn't matter.
Alright then, gentlemen, wait a moment, I'll drive the yacht over. After saying that, Manager Wu drove a car towards the pier. The waiting time was a bit boring. Xia Yuyao glanced at the store next to her, and the corner of her mouth hooked into a smile.
Sisters, let's go buy something. Buy what kind of things? Me Crisp asked curiously. Sister Crispy, you'll know in a moment. As she spoke, Xia Yuyao walked to Chen Sheng's side and whispered, Brother Chen Sheng, you shouldn't follow. Xiaoyao, what kind of tricks are you trying to pull again?
Chen Sheng was at a loss.
He, it's a secret, you'll know when the time comes.
Saying that, Xia Yuyao pulled the hands of several girls towards the store. Although the girls were a bit confused, they still followed along and walked into the store.
Chapter 105 Bikini Beauty on a Yacht.
Chen Sheng found a chair and sat down, sending a few messages to Zhang Chu Chao, asking him to help his villa install some infrared alarms and cameras. After all, the last time Lu Lord's matter had given Chen Sheng a wake-up call. After sending the messages, just as Chen Sheng was about to brush up on shake-in,
a man and 2 women suddenly walked in through the door. Yo, isn't this Chen Sheng? What, running this part-time job again?
Chen Sheng followed the voice and found that it was Ma Yongxiang from the Grammar Academy.
Unable to help, he frowned. During a dormitory get-together, Ma Yongxiang had a verbal altercation with Zhang Wei.
Of course, Chen Sheng wouldn't sit back and watch, so the two had sort of formed a bond.
Donkey Yongxiang, does where I am have half a cent to do with you? Ma Yongxiang's face immediately sank upon hearing this.
He was just about to continue speaking when he suddenly saw Bai Luoyan and the others walking out of the supermarket.
Bai Luoyan was even here? Also, how come there were so many beautiful women around her?
And by the looks of it, none of them were from their own school. This if he took them to the yacht for a round of fun, he might be able to take a few of them.
Thinking of this, Ma Yongxiang greeted, classmate Bai Luoyan, why are you here? Bai Luoyan also saw Ma Yongxiang and said in a cold voice, I came here to play with my boyfriend. Boyfriend? Ma Yongxiang was immediately taken aback. Wasn't Bai Luoyan the coolest school beauty in the whole school? I hadn't heard that she had any boyfriends. Your boyfriend is also here, so let's go together. Ma Yongxiang continued. No need.
Bai Luoyan walked in front of Chen Shang and gently took the other's arm and said, Husband, let's go.
Put.
Ma Yongxiang almost spat blood on the spot when he saw Bai Luoyan calling Chen Shang husband.
What the hell was going on here? Wasn't Chen Shang a beggar?
I heard that he had just been dumped by Gu Jia.
How did he find the school flower Bai Luoyan as his girlfriend? This is really out of line. Although Ma Yongxiang's heart is as hard as eating.
But he still pretended to be very generous and looked at me crisp and the others and said, several of you, I booked a yacht in advance, and it's the last one.
There are so many of you, a motorboat won't fit. Why don't you go to my yacht and have some fun? There's no other meaning, just simply want to make friends.
What Ma Yongxiang thought in his mind was, you people are probably just dabbling in food and drink.
If brother lets you guys go to the yacht, you guys won't be thankful for it? No need, we just bought a yacht ourselves. Me Crisp sneered and walked over to Chen Shang's side, gently taking his other arm.
The remaining few girls did not say anything, but they also stood by Chen Shang's side. With their eyes, they told Ma Yongxiang, old ladies don't even bother with you.
Put. Ma Yongxiang completely collapsed this time. Could it be that these girls were not Bai Luoyan's friends, but Chen Shang's friends? Did Chen Shang get rich? How did he suddenly have so many beautiful girls around him?
And they were all prettier than the two girls beside him.
Is there any justice in this?
Ma Yongxiang looked at Chen Shang and the others' backs with hatred and said through clenched teeth.
I think they are just swollen faces, probably just rented a few motorboats.
Later on, brother will drive his yacht past them and splash them all over.
A girl also chimed in, that's a good idea, let them know what is meant by disparity when the time comes.
Flanked by the girls, Chen Shang arrived at the shore. Just in time, Manager Wu had already driven the yacht over.
Mr. Chen, this is the key. Trouble you, go ahead and get busy. Alright Mr. Chen, my business card is on the table in the cabin, just call me if you need anything. After saying that, Manager Wu left. All come up.
Chen Shang took the lead and jumped onto the yacht and said,
Yeah.
Xia Yuyao followed closely behind, excited like a child.
I'll go, this yacht is too big, right?
Li Sha walked onto the yacht and exclaimed with her mouth wide open.
Bai Luoyan scoped it out.
I just googled it, Princess V39 is a cruising yacht, combining comfort and functionality. With a hull length of nearly 13 meters and a width of nearly 4 meters, it belongs to a medium-sized yacht.
Ha, I didn't think I would have a day where I could sit on a yacht. Song Chanxian surveyed the yacht and for a moment had a dreamlike feeling.
Her family conditions were average.
In the past, Chanel and LV were considered luxury goods for her. As for the yacht luxury car, simply dare not imagine. And now,
one suddenly has a luxury car and mansion. And also can swim in the mountains, eat and drink all day long.
Simply don't be too cool.
It's just that she still has no name to follow Chen Shang around. This made her feel insecure in her heart all the time.
Thinking of this, Song Chanxian had a very bold plan in her heart.
After the ladies jumped on the yacht, it was like discovering a new continent.
Looking here and there. I go, there's even a bed in this cabin. Xia Yuyao dropped the bag in her hand and suddenly laid down on the bed, leaning back in a big shape.
Yu Xiaorou looked at her cell phone with some doubts and whispered.
I read online that this yacht is also called a gunboat, could it be that it can also fire artillery?
Li Sha understood the meaning of the internet in seconds and attached herself to Yu Xiaorou's ear and whispered a few words.
Ha!
Surprisingly, it's like this, Yu Xiaorou's face turned a little red. Chen Shang naturally knew what Li Sha had said, and helplessly shook his head. A few of you are seated and ready to go.
Go, 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 departure hello. Song Chanxian cheered like a little bird. Wait a moment brother Chen Shang.
Xia Yuyao said with a mysterious face.
You turn back first, we'll give you a surprise. Chen Shang saw the corners of Xia Yuyao's slightly hooked mouth and spoke faintly. Xiao Yao, what are you pretending to be again?
Brother Chen Shang, don't ask anymore, it won't be fun if you say it out loud.
You quickly turn your head away. Xia Yuyao beamed and said. Fine, I promise not to peek.
Chen Shang turned his head back and said.
Xia Yuyao pointed at her Emmaus bag and winked at the crowd of women. The ladies understood and entered the cabin with a shy face. A few minutes later, Xia Yuyao walked out from the cabin, holding onto a railing and striking a very sexy pose. Brother Chen Shang, we're ready.
Chen Shang put down his cell phone and turned his body around. Upon seeing the sight in front of him, his jaw almost dropped to the ground.
Who can top this?
At this time, the crowd of women were in clear bikini sets.
colorful, competing. The hot body was very perfectly displayed. The key is that although these girls are all very thin, but it wasn't like they were bamboo poles. There was no ambiguity at all where meat should be grown. Xia Yuyao, in particular, was almost the most noticeable one. No wonder she was obsessed with wearing this kind of clothes. Did you guys just go to the store just to buy this? Chen Sheng gulped and asked. Of course it's more than that, there's something even more fun. Xia Yuyao said with a bad smile on her face. After Chen Sheng heard this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Why were these guys getting bolder and bolder? Wasn't this pure temptation to make a mistake? Chapter 106 Teaching a Beauty to Drive a Yacht by Hand. Chen Sheng carefully appreciated the beauty in front of him. At the moment, the surroundings were empty. And the few girls were in the cabin. So they were not too shy. You few are really getting bold, who taught you to dress like this? Xia Yuyao spat out her tongue, brother Chen Sheng, don't pretend. The last time you ate barbecue at the stairs, you were so happy. I also just realized that it turns out that brother Chen Sheng is good at this. Li Sha said with a red face. Since she grew up, this was the first time she wore this kind of clothes. The key was still wearing it in front of so many people. For a moment, she was a little embarrassed. Chen Sheng glanced around and faintly spoke. You guys will come out later, I will drive the yacht to the middle of the lake. Although it was very common for girls to wear bikinis on beaches or yachts. But this was a tourist attraction after all. It was rare to see women in swimsuits. It was better to keep a low profile yourself. Boom! The sound of the motor rang out. Chen Sheng skillfully drove the yacht towards the front. The brand new yacht was like a sharp dagger, cutting through the calm surface of the lake. The waves at the stern of the boat splashed high, making it look particularly spectacular. Qingba Lake was vast and ranked high in the country. The lake was not crowded with boats at the moment. Soon, Chen Sheng drove the yacht to a no-man's land. Looking around, there was not a single silhouette for thousands of meters around. There's no one around here, everyone come out. The ladies came out of the cabin one after another. Wow, the wind on this water is so comfortable. Mi Crisp opened her hands and let the air with water mist come towards her with a mesmerized face. The bikini straps on her body also fluttered wildly in the wind. The water is indeed quite cool, no wonder rich people like to drive around in their yachts in the summer. Li Sha was stumped repeatedly. This yacht also comes with a complimentary set of DJ equipment, we need to have some music this time of year. A bad smile surfaced on Xia Yuyao's face. Yeah, dry up. Song Qianqian exulted. Other than Bai Luoyan, the ladies were all main broadcast bodies. They were also sort of familiar with DJ equipment and musical instruments. Soon, the yacht was filled with powerful DJ music. Sisters, let's relax. Mi Crisp couldn't help but twist and turn with the music. Luoyan, what are you waiting for, dance together. Li Sha said as she held Bai Luoyan's hand. I don't know how to dance. Bai Luoyan said with some embarrassment. In itself, she had never worn a bikini. Letting her dance in it was even more embarrassing. What's not to know about this? Follow my rhythm and dance. Li Sha couldn't help but pull Bai Luoyan to join the crowd. Chen Sheng turned off the yacht and turned around to admire the beautiful women. For a while, his heart was filled with emotions. No wonder some rich second generation liked to bring beautiful women to the yacht. Just imagine. On an empty stretch of water. There is no one around to disturb. There is a group of sexy beauties surrounding themselves. Wouldn't you be able to do whatever you want? You just take off their bikinis. And then pull out the small leather band in the bikini to make a slingshot, no one would care. After a long time, Yu Xiaoro walked to Chen Sheng's side in a graceful manner and sat in the latter's arms and pampered her. Brother Chen Sheng, Xiaoro also wants to drive a yacht, can you teach people? I don't know when. Originally, the still very introverted Yu Xiaoro became more and more pampered. Especially with her knitted brows and smile, she could simply hook people's souls away. The key to this trick was also tried and true. Xiaoro, you sit here. Chen Sheng pointed to the driver's seat and said. Okay brother. Yu Xiaoro had bare feet and sat on the driver's seat with her but. From Chen Sheng's perspective, Yu Xiaoro's buttocks were squeezed out in a very perfect arc. It looked very tempting. Yu Xiaoro pretended not to see Chen Sheng's gaze. Resting her long, slender, white legs on the dashboard. Then took out a bottle of sunscreen from the bag beside her. Gently applying it on her smooth and white thighs. Brother Chen Sheng, since the last time you helped me with acupuncture, I feel like my skin has gotten better. She did not mean to lick Chen Sheng. When Chen Sheng did acupuncture on the backs of the women, he opened up some of the meridians in their bodies. It caused quite a few toxins and impurities in the blood to be expelled from the body. Even the dull and lifeless skin caused by frequent late nights had improved quite a bit. Now, their skin became smoother and more hydrated. Like hard-boiled eggs with their shells peeled. Even the face value rating has gone up. It turned out that the lower the rating, the more the girls went up. Chen Sheng fixed his mind and said close to Yu Xiaoro's ear, Xiaoro, let me teach you how to drive a yacht. Thank you, brother. Under Chen Sheng's hands-on and attentive teaching, Yu Xiaoro finally learned how to drive the yacht. Brother Chen Sheng, then I'll try? Yu Xiaoro tilted her neck and blinked her eyes with an expectant face as she asked. Give it a try. Don't worry, I'm here. As he spoke, Chen Sheng stood behind Yu Xiaoro and gently grabbed her hand. Start the fire first, then accelerate slowly. After the yacht started, its speed gradually increased. Wow, it's really tie pants hot. Yu Xiaoro laughed as her body swayed from the ups and downs of the yacht. At this moment, Chen Sheng leaned his head on Yu Xiaoro's crispy shoulder. He was even able to feel the hot air exhaling from that small cherry mouth. Looking down, he was just able to see some beautiful scenery. It was a bit eye-shattering under the sunlight. Rice Crisp, who was originally still dancing on the side. Seeing Yu Xiaoro and Chen Sheng's intimate movements, she stomped her feet anxiously. She turned down the music and deliberately said loudly. This Yu Xiaoro, when did she become so proactive? Is this still the same Yu Xiaoro who didn't dare to speak out loud and was bashful even when wearing shorts? This girl is very smart. Every time she can find a reason to approach brother Chen Sheng, I am willing to bow to her. Song Chanxian had long since learned of Yu Xiaoro's tactics. She even wanted to learn from her master on the spot. Brother Chen Sheng, I also want to learn how to drive a yacht. Xia Yuyo walked up to Chen Sheng and said in a soft voice. I also want to learn. Li Sha also couldn't help but say. I also want to. Bai Luo Yan said weakly. I don't know since when, Bai Luo Yan, who was originally still a bit high and cold, became more and more inferior. And she felt as if there was some estrangement between herself and Chen Sheng. I don't know if it was because of her own coldness or because Chen Sheng was tired of herself. Whichever it was, one should not sit back and wait for death. Rather, one should take the initiative. You guys line up and I will teach you one by one to drive a yacht. However, there is a tuition fee. Chen Sheng hooked the corner of his mouth and said. Tuition fee? What? Tuition? Yu Xiaoro tilted her neck and asked weakly. Without waiting for Yu Xiaoro to react, Chen Sheng had already lowered his head. At the same time a hand had already encircled Yu Xiaoro's soft and boneless body. Chapter 107 Teaching a Girl to Drive a Yacht by Hand. Yu Xiaoro trembled and did not refuse. Although there weren't any boats on the water a few thousand meters ahead, Chen Sheng's remaining light from the corner of his eyes was still staring ahead, completely accomplishing two things at once. Brother Chen Sheng, let Xiaoro focus on driving the boat. If there's anything, come at me. Xia Yuyo said loudly. It's better to come at me, I have a strong tolerance. Ni Crisp said somewhat loudly. After a long time had passed. Only then did Chen Sheng let go of Yu Xiaoro's hand. Wow, driving a boat is just too exciting, I like it so much. Yu Xiaoro stretched out her arms and cheered loudly. Chen Sheng held the steering wheel with one hand and hugged Yu Xiaoro with the other as he twisted his head and said, see, the tuition fee I charge is very expensive. Brother Chen Sheng, this is the tuition you're talking about? Ni Crisp was pleasantly surprised. Why do I rather feel that Xiaoro is doubly happy? Brother Chen Sheng, let me do it, I can pay more tuition. Xia Yuyo joked. Chen Sheng laughed. Alright, the water drifting will now begin. Everyone bring your safety. Nope, fasten your seatbelts. After hearing this, the crowd of women sat on the chairs and buckled their seatbelts. After the crowd of women sat down and stabilized, Chen Sheng grabbed Yu Xiaoro's hand and violently hit the steering wheel. Phew! A huge splash of water was rolled up by the yacht. It was like a wave. The entire yacht was instantly submerged by the water splash. Ah! Screams rose and fell. The women were drenched, their skin hidden under their bikinis. But everyone didn't feel scared. Instead, they were as excited as if they were riding a roller coaster. A few minutes later, Chen Sheng stopped the yacht, turned to look behind him and asked, who still wants to drive the yacht? However, this time, you have to drive it in a different way. Just as Chen Sheng and the others were having fun, Zhang Ruoxue and Li Qingling also arrived at Qingba Lake. Qingling, do you want to sit on a small sailboat or a motor yacht? Zhang Ruoxue asked as she stood at the service center window. It's better to play with the motorboat. After all, we came here because we want to play something exciting. Li Qingling said in a glowing manner. Alright then, I'll listen to you. The two rented a motorboat for two. At this time, the ticket agent saw the formal clothes Li Qingling was wearing and carefully reminded her. Both of you, if your clothes are afraid of getting wet, you can go to the supermarket next to you to buy a swimsuit. No need, we brought our own clothes. Before coming here, the duo specifically went to the store to buy shorts and t-shirts. They hadn't worn swimsuits since they were kids, and they always brought an extra outfit when they played water sports. After changing in the locker room, the duo came down to the water's edge led by the staff. Zhang Ruoxue thought about it and looked at Li Qingling and said, Qingling, why don't you drive first? I'm afraid I'll pass out again if I get excited. Good, I've played it more often than you, almost every weekend. My current technique is described in one word, it's pure fire. Then I'll see how our family Qingling skills really are. Don't worry, you'll be satisfied. After the two of them put on their life jackets, Li Qingling turned back and said, Little Snow, sit firmly. Aha! Jiang Ruoxue stretched out her hands to encircle Li Qingling's slender waist. Go, 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 go. Li Qingling started the motorboat and began to gradually accelerate. The speed of the motorboat soon reached 70 kilometers per hour. Wow, so fast. Jiang Ruoxue shouted excitedly. This isn't even fast. Li Qingling said with a smug look on her face, when I was by myself, I drove up to 130. My god, wouldn't that be like flying? That's natural. Today, I'll let you feel what is called speed and passion. After saying that, Li Qingling pressed the gas pedal again. The motorboat headed towards the front at a faster speed. Ah! Li Qingling opened her mouth wide and shouted. After yelling several times in a row, Li Qingling slightly turned her head sideways and said loudly, Little Shui, you can also follow my example and shout a few times. Shouting it out will make your heart feel much better. Although both Li Qingling and Jiang Ruoxue looked like the kind of girls who didn't smile. But the two had very different personalities in their bones. Jiang Ruoxue was more introverted and at the same time very strong. Li Qingling, on the other hand, was big-hearted and very lively and cheerful. Only because of her work, she had to disguise herself as a bureau. On the way here, Li Qingling realized that although Jiang Ruoxue said on the surface that she had already looked away, but she was still a bit restless. That was why Li Qingling wanted to use this way to make the other party forget all her worries for the time being. Jiang Ruoxue took a deep breath and shouted with all her strength. Ah! Huge splashes of water on both sides of the motorboat splashed up and down. At the same time, Jiang Ruoxue's inner boredom also surged out with the shout. Wrapped by the water splashes, it fell into the endless lake. A minute later, Jiang Ruoxue's voice came to an abrupt end. Little Shui, doesn't it feel better to shout it out? Li Qingling asked with a smile. However, Jiang Ruoxue did not answer. Instead, she pressed her body tightly against Li Qingling's back. Li Qingling hastily slowed down and grabbed Jiang Ruoxue's arm with one hand in a death grip, asking with some fear. Little Snow, are you alright? Did you faint again? She knew that brain tumors could potentially press on the nerves, thus causing the patient to temporarily faint. It's not. I just shouted a little bit of oxygen deprivation. Li Qingling had a black line on her face. I'll go, you just scared me to death. However, despite saying this on her lips, she, however, began to feel heartbroken for Jiang Ruoxue who was leaning on her back. Once upon a time, this girl with excellent physical fitness had no problem running 3,000 meters. She could even do another set of deep squats. But now, she looked weak. Li Qingling knew that perhaps the first thing the injury destroyed was not her body, but her mind. After a long time passed, Jiang Ruoxue suddenly spoke. Qingling, can you let me try? But your body. I feel like I'm fine now. Alright then. Li Qingling wasn't too worried. Jiang Ruoxue had played with motorboats before. And the two were still wearing life jackets, so usually nothing would go wrong. After the two switched positions, Jiang Ruoxue turned around and reminded. Qingling, sit firmly, haha. It should be you who drives more steadily. Don't worry, I know in my heart. Boom! Jiang Ruoxue turned the throttle and the motorboat began to gradually accelerate. 10 minutes later, there were two motorboats catching up. One of the motorboats was sitting on a boy wearing sunglasses and two girls. The other motorboat was sitting on two beautiful girls. Each girl was wearing a swimsuit and had a very hot body. When the sunglasses guy saw Jiang Ruoxue and the two of them, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Why were these two beauties so pretty? They were much prettier than the girls he brought with him. So he deliberately slowed down his speed. With Jiang Ruoxue, two people to maintain a distance of not far not close, attempting to find an opportunity to go forward to chat. At the same time, on a yacht, Ma Yanxian was holding the steering wheel with one hand and holding a slightly chubby swimsuit beauty with the other. Another swimsuit beauty with tattoos on her body was dancing to DJ dance music. Young Chang, look at a few motorboats in front. The slightly chubby girl suddenly raised her head and said. Ma Yanxian narrowed his eyes and glanced ahead, sneering, it looks like it's Chen Shang in a few of them. Since we've come across them, we naturally have to say hello to them. Hee hee, drench them all. The tattooed beauty said with a smug expression. Chapter 108 Accident. Ma Yanxian fiercely pressed the gas pedal to the bottom and quickly drove towards the sunglasses man and the others. When he was about to approach the sunglasses man, Ma Yanxian violently hit the steering wheel. The yacht made a turn and splashed more than 2 meters high. The sunglasses man and the others were directly submerged by the huge splash of water. Even the two of them, Jiang Ruoxue, were doused. Your mom. The sunglasses man turned around and cursed. Do you little thing not have eyes? Strong young, they seem to be cursing you. The tattooed woman's voice whispered. Chen Shang, this dog, how dare you scold me? I'll pour him to be a man today. While speaking, Ma Yanxian once again reversed direction and continued to charge towards the sunglasses man. Puff!
This time, a bigger splash than before landed on the body of the sunglasses man and the others.
Ha, dog, isn't it cool? Are you sick? The sunglasses man yelled at the top of his voice.
However, the yacht had already driven out tens of meters away.
Ma Yanxiang and the others couldn't hear it at all. Little Shui, these guys are doing this on purpose, right? Li Qingling said with a frown while wiping the water on Zhang Ruoshue's body. It looks like it should be on purpose.
Zhang Ruoshue also said with some unhappiness, even though we aren't afraid of water either, it's still a bit dangerous for them to do this kind of action.
Of course it's dangerous.
Some time ago, I brushed Shakian and saw a motorboat instructor intentionally getting water on someone else, and as a result, he mishandled the operation and bumped someone else.
Not to mention it was such a big yacht. Let's just avoid them a bit. It's just a pity that we can't see them. When I go back I'll definitely find out who the people on the yacht are.
When the time comes, I'll make them eat their words.
On the other side, Ma Yanxiang was laughing his ass off. Ha, Chen Shang, that beggar can only watch and can't do anything, it's really funny. Young Chang, why do I feel that those people don't look too much like Chen Shang and the others?
The girl lying in Ma Yanxiang's arms whispered.
1 man and 6 women, how are they not them?
The tattooed girl said with great certainty.
I guess they just changed their clothes.
That guy called Chen Shang is wearing sunglasses, but from his figure it shouldn't be wrong.
See, this is the gap.
Ma Yanxiang said with a smug look on his face, those girls who follow Chen Shang can only be fallen chickens.
Unlike you guys, you can be 2 glorious chickens. Aya, what are you talking about, young Chang?
The tattooed woman said in a pretense of pouting.
Lousy is just telling the truth.
Find a place where no one is around in a while, and the 3 of us will go to the cabin to have a good exchange. Strong young man, people also want to drive a yacht to catch a few of them. The tattooed woman said with a bad smile on her face.
Good. You sit over here, brother, hand in hand to teach you.
After hearing this, the tattooed woman walked to the front of the slightly chubby girl and said, Xiaoru, you get up first. Xiaoru somewhat reluctantly stood up and sat aside.
Here is the gas, here is the brake, if you want to drift you have to do this, then this. Ma Yanxiang ate the tattooed woman's tofu while teaching her how to drift. It's that simple?
The tattooed woman said with great confidence, then I'll try it now. As she spoke, the tattooed woman stepped on the gas to the bottom and quickly rushed towards the sunglasses man and the others. At a distance of only a few dozen meters from Zhang Ruoshue and the others, Ma Yanxiang saw that the speed of the yacht was getting faster and faster and shouted with some anxiety.
Slow down a bit. However, the yacht speed still didn't slow down. Step on the brake. Which one is the brake?
The tattooed woman asked in some panic.
You punk, hit the steering wheel. Ma Yanxiang was also a bit anxious.
At this time the yacht was already approaching the sunglasses man and the others. Ma Yanxiang saw that it was already too late and hurriedly killed the steering wheel. However, due to the speed was too fast, the yacht still brushed against the sunglasses man's yacht.
Ah! As a miserable scream came, the huge splash of water directly overturned the 2 motorboats. But after the yacht changed direction, it still didn't slow down. It rushed towards Zhang Ruoshue's yacht again. Ah, it's crashing.
The tattooed man screamed loudly.
Bang!
A huge crashing sound came.
Zhang Ruoshue duo's motorboat was directly knocked out. Ma Yanxiang, who was on the yacht, also fell down because the tattooed woman jerked her direction. Brake! Ma Yanxiang shouted. Young Chang, help, I don't know how to step on the brakes.
The tattooed woman had already panicked at this moment.
How could she still distinguish between the brake and the gas pedal? Even the steering wheel was a mess. You stupid woman!
Ma Yanxiang staggered towards the tattooed woman. It took a lot of effort to stop the yacht. At this time, 2 minutes had passed since the collision. The yacht had driven out for thousands of meters.
Snap! Ma Yanxiang fiercely gave the tattooed woman a slap. Are you trying to kill someone? Young Master Chang, I really know I'm wrong.
The tattooed woman covered her highly swollen cheeks and cried, I was just too nervous and didn't know what to do for a while.
Damn it, why don't you get the hell out of here? As Ma Yanxiang spoke, he pushed the tattooed woman aside.
Then drove towards the place where the collision had just occurred.
2 minutes ago.
Mi Crisp, who was driving the yacht, suddenly pointed ahead and said, look ahead, there seems to be a collision.
It seems like someone fell into the water. Song Chanxian said with some surprise. Crispy, quickly go save the people.
Xia Yuyo said with some worry.
I'll drive.
Chen Sheng said as he took over the steering wheel. The several girls looked at each other and turned towards the cabin, draping a blanket over their bodies.
Chen Sheng quickly drove the yacht near the sunglasses man and the others.
Just now, their 2 motorboats had only overturned and were not damaged, so they were still floating in the water at the moment.
But the 5 of them were at a distance from the motorboats. Plus none of them were wearing life jackets.
So they were all struggling on the surface of the water at the moment.
Zhang Ruoshua's motorboat, on the other hand, was hit solidly by the yacht. The hull was severely damaged. A large amount of lake water had poured into the hull, and it was gradually sinking. However, it was fortunate that the duo was wearing life jackets and did not sink to the bottom of the water. Chen Sheng quickly analyzed the immediate situation. First, he threw the life jackets and life preservers on the yacht to the man in sunglasses and the others. The sunglasses man and the others looked like they had grabbed a life-saving straw and finally let out a sigh of relief. Borrowing the life buoy, slowly swim towards the motorboat. Chen Sheng drove the yacht to Li Qingling's side again and asked loudly, "Can you guys climb up by yourselves?" Hearing this, Li Qingling pointed at Zhang Ruoshue in her arms and said, "We can't get up there, Xiao Shui is already unconscious." Chapter 109: The Farmer and the Snake. Only then did Chen Sheng realize that Zhang Ruoshue had already closed her eyes tightly. He didn't dare to slack off at all. Taking a rope and jumping into the water, he swam to Zhang Ruoshue's side in a few strokes. He then tied the rope to Zhang Ruoshue's waist and shouted towards Mi Crisp and the others, "Tug the rope." Hearing this, Mi Crisp and the others hurriedly began to drag the rope. Chen Sheng, on the other hand, was holding Zhang Ruoshue's buttocks in the water, pushing her onto the yacht. Afterwards, Chen Sheng swam to Li Qingling's side again. "Give me your hand." Li Qingling was stunned, then she stretched her hand out in front of Chen Sheng. Using his skillful swimming technique, Chen Sheng quickly brought Li Qingling to the side of the yacht. Seeing this, the women on the yacht reached out to receive her. Nay, the space was too small, and only 3 girls were able to grab Li Qingling's arm. "Brother Chen Sheng, we can't tug," Mi Crisp said through clenched teeth. Chen Sheng shook his head helplessly. None of these girls had ever done any strength work, and they usually struggled to lift a 30-pound suitcase. Not to mention a large living person. There was no other way. Chen Sheng could only grab the edge of the yacht with one hand and hold Li Qingling's buttocks with one hand. Ah! Li Qingling was startled. Since she was a child, it was the first time that a stranger touched her but, although the other party was trying to save herself. But, this was too shameful. After half a day of work, Chen Sheng's few people finally pulled both Zhang Ruoshue and Li Qingling onto the yacht. "Your name is Chen Sheng, right? I'll remember you," Li Qingling said through clenched teeth. "Harm, it's just a matter of raising my hand." Chen Sheng laughed. Li Qingling was about to explode with anger after hearing this. A show of hands? If Xiao Shui has any accidents this time, you'll be waiting to go to jail. What's it to me? You bumped us off and said it's none of your business? Li Qingling hadn't gotten a good look at the perpetrator until now. And she didn't know anything about the model of the yacht, she only knew that the one who hit her was a yacht. So she mistakenly took Chen Sheng as the person who hit her. When Chen Sheng heard that Li Qingling had falsely accused herself, he said somewhat speechlessly, "Are you blind? When did I hit you? Damn, this really fulfills the saying, why would you save someone if you didn't bump into them? If I had known this, I wouldn't have saved you. I don't have time to discuss this with you right now." Li Qingling gently patted Zhang Ruoshue's face with her hand and shouted, "Little Shui, wake up? Wake up!" However, Zhang Ruoshue still had her eyes tightly closed, as if she hadn't heard. Chen Sheng was originally a bit frustrated. But seeing Zhang Ruoshue's current appearance, he also knew that the situation was urgent. Moreover, Zhang Ruoshue and himself were also a bit of a friend, there was no need to delay the rescue because of getting serious with a stupid person. Get lost, don't get in the way here. Chen Sheng pushed Li Qingling to the ground. "You!" Li Qingling's eyes turned red with anger. But she also knew that Chen Sheng was trying to find a way to save Zhang Ruoshue. She could only break her teeth and swallow it in her stomach. Chen Sheng probed Zhang Ruoshue's nose and felt the other party's pulse. Then he lifted the other party's hair. It was only then that the crowd realized that Zhang Ruoshue's forehead had swollen near her forehead. Not good, it looks like the brain has been injured. Chen Sheng looked up to Mi Crisp and said with a straight face, "Call an ambulance." "Okay." Mi Crisp and the others also realized the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly ran to the cabin to get their phones. Chen Sheng took out the silver needle he had with him from his clothes pocket, wiped it with an alcohol patch, and prepared to stab it towards Zhang Ruoshue's head. "Hey, what are you doing? Zhang Ruoshue has injured her nerves and has a cerebral hemorrhage. If there is a delay in saving her life, it could be life-threatening. What are you babbling about here? You think you're a divine doctor, knowing so much just by looking at it. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you." Mi Crisp walked over to Li Qingling, took a look at the latter's injured thigh, and said with some concern, "Ms. Li, why don't you go to the cabin first, and I'll help you treat the wound?" "Thanks, I'm fine." Li Qingling looked at Chen Sheng and said with furrowed brows, "Chen Sheng, what exactly do you want? Do you know who she is?" Mi Crisp let out a bitter smile, "Ms. Li, we know that your father is a hand, and we also know that her father is a director. Don't worry, brother Chen Sheng won't mess around." As she spoke, Mi Crisp helped Li Qingling to the side. At the same time, she was also wary of her influencing Chen Sheng's rescue. Li Qingling did not act rashly. She felt that since the other party knew Zhang Ruoshue's identity, they shouldn't mess around. Forcing back the anger in her heart, she looked at Chen Shang without turning her eyes away. Chen Shang raised the silver needle in his hand and violently stabbed Zhang Ruoshua's forehead. Immediately after, another silver needle was inserted in a different position. Only after inserting 5 silver needles in a row did Chen Shang stop his hand movements. Zhang Ruoshua softly chanted and slowly opened her eyes. Chen Shang put his hand to Zhang Ruoshua's back and slowly helped her up from the ground. Chen Shang? Why are you here? Zhang Ruoshua asked with great surprise. At this moment, Zhang Ruoshua was soaked through. The white t-shirt outside was tightly attached to her body. Through the clothes, one was able to vaguely see the underwear inside and a large area of snow-white skin. We just saw that you fell into the water and rushed over. Chen Shang returned with a calm face. Little Snow, you're awake? Li Qingling excitedly pounced towards Zhang Ruoshua. Are you alright? It doesn't seem to be a big deal, just a little dizzy. Zhang Ruoshua said as she covered her head. It's good that you're awake, you almost scared me to death just now. What exactly happened to us? Li Qingling frowned and said somewhat angrily, do you still remember that there was a yacht that kept playing tricks on us next to us? It even got our clothes wet at that time. Remember. Then that yacht suddenly knocked us over. Li Qingling said with a palpitating heart. Fortunately, the part that came into contact with the yacht was our motorboat, plus the lake water cushioned most of the force, or else both of us would have to hang here. Ah, there's even such a thing? Zhang Ruoshua was surprised. This is all thanks to Chen Shang. Li Qingling said as she looked at Chen Shang with wide eyes. Why are you spitting blood? Do you believe I'll throw you down if you keep talking nonsense? Chen Shang said without any good humor. Ms. Li, you're mistaken, it wasn't us who hit you at all. Bai Luoyan explained. That's right, if you don't believe me, you can take a look at our yacht to see if there are any impact marks. Li Sha also said with some anger. Our brother Chen Shang kindly saved you guys, how can you say such things? Don't think that just because you're the daughter of a handful of people, you can wrong a good person. Xia Yuyo said with both fear and anger. I have a video here, you can take a look if you don't believe me. Yu Xiaoro took out her cell phone and said. A dog biting Lu Dongbin doesn't know good people. Song Qianshan wasn't used to the other party at all. This is the real-life version of the farmer and the snake, Mr. Dongguo and the wolf, brother Chen Shang and Li Qingling. Mi Crisp also said with some anger. The ladies spoke with one voice, all of them expressing their dissatisfaction. You guys? Li Qingling was speechless with dislike. She frowned and began to think carefully about the incident. Since the other party knew the identities of herself and Zhang Ruoshua, it was logical that they wouldn't make that kind of excessive joke. Much less would he be so righteous after doing something wrong. Could it be that he had really misunderstood the other party? Thank you for your support. If you like the book, you can give a favorable comment, urging more. The more you support, the more the author writes, the more fierce, he. Chapter 110, I've wronged you. The sunglasses man and the others finally came back to their senses. Starting the motorboat, they walked over to Chen Shang and threw the life preserver onto the yacht. Brother, thanks for saving our lives. If it wasn't for you guys this time, a few of us would have been accounted for here. When we get ashore, I'll treat you guys to dinner. It's just a favor, as long as you guys don't say that I hit you guys. Chen Shang pointed and said. The sunglasses man looked at Li Qingling after hearing this and said somewhat unhappily. Beauty, you're being a bit unkind. People saved you with good intentions, why are you still wronging them? After hearing this, Li Qingling also felt that she was unjustified and argued in a small voice. I thought it was this yacht that hit us. No, your mouth stinks and your eyes aren't good? How small is that yacht? How big is this one? Don't you have some ABCs in your heart? If your eyes are useless to keep, just donate it. The sunglasses man said breathlessly. Li Qingling immediately blushed. Lowering her head and biting her lips, she looked at Chen Shang and said. Student Chen Shang, I'm sorry. It's me who misjudged you. I was just in a momentary hurry, that's why I said those words. Chen Shang, thank you for saving us. At the same time, I also apologize to you for Qingling. Qingling is actually not a bad person, it's just that sometimes her brain is one-dimensional. Zhang Ruoshua said very sincerely. After hearing this, Li Sha looked at Li Qingling with some unhappiness and said, I know you didn't mean to touch the porcelain. But do you know how much damage you can cause to others by indiscriminately falsely accusing them? As the saying goes, when rumor mongering opens its mouth, disproving rumors runs its legs. Mi Crisp took 2 dry towels and handed them to Li Qingling and Zhang Ruoshua. Here, wipe your body. Zhang Ruoshua took the towels and nodded, thank you. Just as Zhang Ruoshua and Li Qingling were wiping the water off their bodies. Another yacht sailed in the distance. It was Ma Yongxian and the others. Seeing that the people didn't seem to be in any serious trouble, Ma Yongxian let out a breath and said, Fortunately. You guys are fine. When the sunglasses man saw the people coming, he couldn't help but swear. Little than pup, give me down. You dog thing, how dare you bump into us? Blindly forcing what? We didn't do it on purpose. Besides, aren't you guys fine? Ma Yongxiang felt that his face was a bit untenable and couldn't help but dislike him back. All right. I was almost killed by you just now, but also said it's fine. Let's switch, let me bump into you too. The big deal is to compensate you some money, you are not injured. Ma Yongxiang said with an indifferent face. That's right, aren't you guys still alive and kicking? The tattooed woman wrapped her arms around her chest and chimed in. At the same time, her heart was filled with hatred towards the people in front of her. It was because of them that she received a slap from Ma Yongxiang. There was even a possibility that she would be abused tonight. If you two dogs have the ability to come down, let's face each other and have a good chat. You poor bastard, give you faces not it? Yourself driving a broken motorboat do not know to dodge, still have the nerve to blame me? I'll pay you $1,000 each, take it or leave it. Ma Yongxiang said in a bad mood. At this time he saw no casualties, has completely no worries. If someone casualties, their father has to take off layers of skin to protect themselves. Now well. Estimated to casually pay out some money. Even angry, even the money is not lost to them. At the same time, Ma Yongxiang heart in some upset. I did not expect that I just looked at the wrong person. That guy Qin Shang also rented a yacht. And it was even bigger than his own. This was simply like lifting a stone and hitting his own foot. Li Qingling was a bit chagrined after listening to the conversation between the two. I didn't expect the other party to have such an arrogant attitude even after hitting someone. How do you drive a yacht, want to murder? Li Qingling questioned loudly. Ma Yongxiang frowned and spoke faintly. It's been said that we were careless. Seeing that you guys are injured, I'll give you two an extra 500 each, and then I'll pay for the damage to the yacht. Hearing these words, Chen Shang could not help but laugh out loud from the side. Miss Li is better than others, the compensation are 500 more. You? Li Qingling's face was suffocated red, but it was not good to get angry. After all, she had just wronged someone herself. At this time, the sunglasses man started to rage with Ma Yongxiang again. Dog thing, you bumped us off, this can't be done without $50,000. 50,000? You can't afford to rob at most one person 15,000. You're a ing beggar. If you don't give me the money, I'll call the police. Call the police? Ma Yongxiang said viciously, do you know who I am? My name is Ma Yongxiang, my father is the director of the Dongming District Public Security Office Ma Changkuan. What play flange, chief? I think it's the head of the toilet. You think I'm joking with you? The sunglasses man snorted coldly and said with a mocking face, your father is the director, my father is still the city director. Hearing this, Li Qingling couldn't help but look at Zhang Ruoshua and ask in a small voice. Xiao Shui, your dad still has an illegitimate son outside? You don't say, that kid does look a bit like Uncle Jiang. This is a serious style problem Qingling, what time is it, you still have the heart to joke? Zhang Ruoshua said somewhat breathlessly. At this time, a long-haired woman handed her cell phone to the sunglasses man and said in a panic. Bad, I just checked, the director of the Dongming District Security Office is really called Ma Changkuan. And? It looks a lot like that kid. The sunglasses man took off his sunglasses and stared at his cell phone for a while. And then carefully sized up Ma Yongxiang who was standing on the yacht. Isn't this a ing mole? Then what do we do? The long-haired woman asked in tears. What else can we do, just admit it. The sunglasses man cleared his throat and spoke in a forced calm manner. Brother, we won't make things difficult for you. Let's do it this way, you take $6,000 to these 4 girls, my money will be exempted. Ma Yongxiang laughed and gave the tattooed woman beside him a look. The tattooed woman somewhat reluctantly pulled out $6,000 from her bag, put it into a blue box and threw it to the sunglasses man. The sunglasses man took a look at the pattern on the box, and the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. He pulled out the cash inside and simply counted it, gritted his teeth and said, good, we're considered to have cleared the air. After the sunglasses man finished, he looked at Qin Sheng again and said, brother, we'll go to the shore and wait for you, we have to show something today. No need to be so polite, we still have things to do tonight, another day. Chen Shang refused. Li Qingling looked at the sunglasses man with some hatred and said loudly, no, you guys just let it go? What else, what else? You guys just almost drowned. The sunglasses man looked at Li Qingling with some suspicion, thinking where did the yellow-haired girl come from? Surprisingly, she still couldn't see the situation in front of her. People have a powerful old man behind them, can you still turn over the sky? Li Qingling naturally knew the sunglasses man's concerns. She looked towards Ma Yongxiang and spoke without moving. Ma Yongxiang, your father, Ma Changkuan, is the director of the security office, right? Chapter 111 Zhang Ruoshue apologizes. Yes. Ma Yongxiang pulled the corner of his mouth and said in a condescending manner. Since you know my father, then I won't talk too much nonsense with you guys. I know the person in charge of the service center, so you guys can just return the deposit and leave directly. In addition, I'll give you two another $3,000. Are you usually as brutal as you are today? Li Qingling asked rhetorically. Rude. Ma Yanxiang sneered, "Today, I'm happy, and I'm being extraordinarily kind to you guys.
Last time, someone messed with me, I got someone to beat him up and then sent him to jail for a few days.
If you have an iron head, we can touch each other, and then you can see which one of us is unlucky."
At this time, the sunglasses man also whispered, "Beautiful woman, his father is really the director, I advise you to almost get it."
Ma Yanxian lit a cigarette, spit out a smoke ring, said, "Beauty, you are still too young. Brother, today to tell you a truth, sometimes bout a power, no shame."
After the words, Ma Yongxiang raised his chin toward the tattooed woman. The tattooed woman bristled and took out another $3,000 into a yellow box, throwing it with force onto Chen Shang's yacht. When the tattooed woman took the money, she accidentally brought out a bag of white items, but it was quickly stuffed back into her bag.
This scene was just seen by Li Qingling, who was located on the side.
To tell you the truth, we recognized the wrong person this time, and we didn't mean to target you.
This money counted as brother's compensation to you too, Ma Yongxiang said with his pockets inserted.
Chen Shang's face changed slightly after hearing this.
So this pussy originally wanted to catch himself? Cannot endure. Absolutely cannot endure.
Chen Shang picked up the blue box from the ground and handed it to Li Qingling, saying, "Ms. Li, just take it. I see that the injury on your leg is not serious, find someone to sew 2 stitches on the line, at most, just leave a scar.
$3,000 is not a loss, and there might even be some left over."
As Chen Shang spoke, he opened the box and took out the money, and shook the box again.
"Yo, there are a few unused ones inside that seem to still be pellets. These can also be worth $12 or so. Ms. Li, you are making a lot of money." Li Qingling glanced at the pattern on top of the blue box and was immediately ashamed and indignant. Her hair stood up in anger. She grabbed the money in Chen Shang's hand, tied it into a ball with the leather band on her own head, and threw it onto the yacht where Ma Yongxiang was. "Ma Yongxiang, who cares about your stinking money?
Just wait for me, I will make you pay." Ma Yongxiang saw that Li Qingling unexpectedly did not give him face, and became a bit annoyed.
"Fine, since you're ing shameless, then I won't spoil you either.
At that time, not only will you not get any compensation, you'll also have to pay for my yacht.
I still don't believe that you can still be lawless in a clear sky. If you don't believe me, just try it. I'll let you know what power means." After saying that, Ma Yongxiang snorted coldly and drove the yacht away. "Young Chang, what should we do next?" the tattooed woman asked with some fear.
"Humph, what's there to worry about? I'll give my dad a call. If they dare to call the police, then my dad will send someone over for a trip. Strong young man is mighty, now I'm relieved." The tattooed woman patted her chest and said, "Young Chang, look at the way those 2 girls are furious, it's really pitiful. TSK are really young, and still want to call out to young Master Chang."
Another girl chimed in. Ma Yanxian looked at the 2 women and said with an evil face, "Today, the old man has a lot of fire, in a moment you 2 give the old man some strength, do you hear me? Don't worry, young Ma Yongxian."
The tattooed woman slightly pondered, and then continued, "Then I just threw the money
to them.
Those money only 2,000 is Ma Yongxiang gave himself.
The rest was chiseled out by himself bit by bit.
If Ma Yongxiang didn't recognize the account, he had been working for nothing for the past few days.
Damn it, I can still shorten your money?"
Ma Yongxiang said with some unhappiness. "After we disembark, we'll go to the bank and get some cash for you guys."
Hee, thank you, young Chang. Many thanks, young Chang. The 2 women exulted. Ma Yanxiang pulled the corners of his mouth and looked at the 2 women with a lecherous face and said, "But this money is not that good, let's play some new tricks today."
The 2 women immediately trembled.
They knew what awaited them next. The other side. Looking at the distant backs of Ma Yongxiang and the others,
Li Qingling was so angry that she jumped straight to her feet.
"This guy Ma Yongxiang is also too arrogant, right, bumping into us and running away like that?" Zhang Ruoxue also couldn't help but frown.
I didn't expect that the usually simple Dongming district would still harbor such a character.
Moreover, his father was in the same system as himself. This is simply incomprehensible. Thinking of this,
Zhang Ruoxue was ready to take out her cell phone from the waterproof bag. "Xiao Shui, it's better for me to come, they shouldn't recognize me. I'd like to see if ordinary people can get a proper solution when they encounter this kind of situation."
Li Qingling stopped Zhang Ruoxue.
After saying that, she used her own personal cell phone number to call the police and briefly recounted the matter.
After hanging up the phone,
Li Qingling turned her head to look at Zhang Ruoxue and said with some heartache,
"Xiao Shui, your face is injured, what if this leaves a scar?" "It doesn't matter, I don't have many days left anyway, and I don't care about my appearance," Zhang Ruoxue said with a smile.
Li Qingling knew that Zhang Ruoxue was comforting herself.
What woman didn't love beauty? Li Qingling had asked Zhang Ruoxue on the way why she didn't go for chemotherapy.
Zhang Ruoxue replied that she couldn't be cured, so instead of dying with pain, she should finish her last days in style. Secondly, she didn't want her hair to fall out and she was withered because of chemotherapy. This shows that she still cares about her appearance. At this time, Li Sha walked over with a pack of alcohol wipes.
Ms. Jiang, Ms. Li, you'd better clean your wounds to prevent infection. Zhang Ruoxue took the wet wipes and said with some embarrassment. Sorry for dirtying your yacht, I'll pay for the cleanup.
Chen Sheng shook his head helplessly.
It was estimated that he and Zhang Ruoxue did not get along.
As long as the two encountered each other, they were bound to lose. Chen Sheng estimated that the ambulance should be arriving soon, so he walked towards the cockpit.
Chen Sheng, please wait.
Li Qingling suddenly grabbed Chen Sheng's arm and said, somewhat ashamedly.
Just now.
I was too impulsive, I am sorry, I apologize to you again.
No need, we are just ordinary people, how dare we get serious with you?
Chen Sheng learned the tone of the tea ceremony teacher, sneeringly said. After Zhang Ruoxue heard this, she said with some self-reproach. Chen Sheng, Qingling was in a hurry to save me at that time, that's why she spoke out of turn. I apologize to you on her behalf, I'm sorry. As she spoke, Zhang Ruoxue bent down very reverently.
Alright, for your sake, I'll leave this bastard alone. Chen Sheng said slightly helplessly.
In reality, what Chen Sheng was thinking in his heart was,
Big Sister Jiang, do I dare to get serious with you guys? People are the daughters of a handful of people, and you are the daughter of Bureau Jiang. I can only sulk, what else can I do? I can't call the police, can I?
Even if you call the police, the phone rings from your own pocket. At that time, it is estimated that it will only be exchanged for Uncle had a sentence.
Young man, garlic bird. Now their own energy is not enough.
Chen Sheng sighed helplessly and piloted the yacht towards the shore.
On the road.
Chen Sheng had been calculating his next plan in his mind. Compared to Li Qingling, it was obviously that guy Ma Yongxiang who was more detestable.
It seemed that the best way to defeat magic now was to use magic to defeat magic. Chapter 112, Binding Li Qingling. The Princess Yacht.
Mi Crisp and the others had already taken off the blankets on their bodies,
revealing the bikinis on their bodies. The hot bodies were displayed without any concealment. It was like a smooth and juicy peach. It was as if they were able to squeeze out water. Li Qingling's gaze inadvertently looked at the women.
She could not help but blush.
Then he couldn't help but sneak a few more glances. In reality, it wasn't just boys who liked to look at beautiful women.
Many girls also liked to look at beautiful women.
Especially looking at beautiful women with sexy bodies.
Li Qingling belonged to this category of girls. It wasn't that she had problems with her orientation.
It was just simple envy. There were even times. Li Qingling also wanted to indulge in wearing a bikini,
riding a motorboat on the water freely. But due to her status, this idea had never been realized.
Qingling, what's wrong with you?
Zhang Ruoxue couldn't help but ask as she realized that Li Qingling's gaze was somewhat abnormal.
No. Nothing, it's just that my legs hurt a bit.
Li Qingling said as she covered her thigh.
Let me help you clean the wound. As she spoke, Zhang Ruoxue squatted down.
Using alcohol wipes, she gently wiped the wound on Li Qingling's thigh.
Hiss.
Li Qingling sucked in a breath of cool air, only to feel a stabbing pain coming from her leg. It's better to go to the hospital in a while, seeing as the wound on your leg isn't shallow, you might actually need stitches. Zhang Ruoxue said with some concern. As she spoke, Zhang Ruoxue found a silk scarf and helped Li Qingling simply bandage it.
Put. Seeing Zhang Ruoxue squatting in front of her, Li Qingling couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qingling, what are you laughing at? Zhang Ruoxue asked with some confusion. I'm laughing at the way you look right now, a bit like a hedgehog. Hedgehog?
Zhang Ruoxue opened the front camera of her cell phone and took a closer look at her head.
Oh my god. Why are there so many needles on my head?
It was Chen Sheng who just saved you with these silver needles, and I was wrong to blame him at the time. Li Qingling said as she secretly glanced at Chen Sheng. After Zhang Ruoxue heard this, she looked at Chen Sheng with some surprise and asked, Chen Sheng, I didn't realize that you know acupuncture?
Well, I've studied acupuncture for a while. Your acupuncture technique is also too good, why do I feel like my head doesn't hurt anymore?
There is a needle that can serve as an analgesic, but it doesn't do any harm to the body. Chen Sheng spoke indifferently.
Surprisingly, it's so miraculous. Zhang Ruoxue simply couldn't believe her ears.
She had suffered from a brain tumor these past few days. Her head had been vaguely aching. It could only be relieved by taking painkillers. Before she was hit, her headache symptoms had returned. Only the painkillers were in the locker in the dressing room. In order not to spoil the fun, she could only endure the pain. However, to her surprise, it didn't hurt at all now. Chen Sheng had helped himself 3 times. It was simply her own lucky star. Zhang Ruoxue favorability +10, current favorability 85.
Chen Sheng, who was driving the yacht, couldn't help but be stunned. How did Zhang Ruoxue's favorability rise so quickly? Could it be because he had saved her a few times? But then again, the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by the spring. In this case, it seemed that 85 favorability wasn't too high. If this was placed on someone else, it would probably have already broken through 90. But what Chen Sheng didn't know was, Zhang Ruoxue knew that she did not have long to live. She could only bury her feelings in her heart. She was afraid that she would really like Chen Shang and end up leaving with regrets. She was even more afraid that Chen Shang would like herself. After she scattered herself, she added to the other person's troubles in vain. Just as Chen Shang was concentrating on driving the yacht, another system beep sounded in his ears. Li Qingling favorability plus 50, current favorability 30. Eligible girl detected, target score 93, is it binding her as goddess number 10? What the hell? Chen Shang couldn't help but glance at Li Qingling out of the corner of his eye. He couldn't help but secretly spit out. Li Qingling, what's the point of increasing your favorability? It's not like I can spend money on you. Even if you want to, I don't dare to give it to you. I still want to live for a few more years. Chen Shang pondered for a moment but decided to bind Li Qingling first. Although it was difficult to make money from her. However, if he could increase the other party's favorability and gain a certain skill from her, it would be considered earning. If he could then turn her into his best friend, it would also be very helpful for his future development. Thinking of this, Chen Shang looked towards Li Qingling and checked the other party's information panel. Name, Li Qingling. Face value, 93 points. Age, 23. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Relationships, 0. Favorability, 30. When Li Qingling saw Chen Shang's eyes, she couldn't help but mutter in her heart. What is this guy staring at me colorfully for? Could it be that he has non-interesting thoughts about me? I won't like this old colorful guy. With so many pretty girls around him, he's definitely not a good person. Moreover, this guy just pushed my butt and got me out of the water and onto the yacht. It seems like he even grabbed my butt. It's clear that he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to mooch. But there was no way to prove this at all. Thinking about this, Li Qingling was a little depressed in her heart. Chen Shang glanced at the time. 20 minutes had passed since he gave Zhang Ruoxue acupuncture. Zhang Ruoxue, it's almost time, I'll help you remove the needles. Oh, okay. Zhang Ruoxue slowly walked to Chen Shang and squatted down after a little thought. Chen Shang, be gentle when you pull it out in a while. Chen Shang was stunned. What kind of tiger and wolf words were these? If this were to be heard by others, they would still think that they were doing something shy. Chen Shang fixed his mind and quickly removed the silver needle. All right. But you still need to go to the hospital to release the fluid in your head. There was no sterile environment here, and Chen Shang didn't dare to bleed her easily to avoid causing an infection. Zhang Ruoxue stood up, only feeling that her body was much lighter. Even the person was refreshed. It's amazing, it feels like my body is much lighter. It should be because your blood veins are unobstructed, plus the headache symptoms have lessened. Chen Shang explained. Chen Shang, in the future, if I have a recurrence of headache, can you help me cure it again? Zhang Ruoxue blinked her big eyes and asked. At this moment, her appearance was simply different from her usual self. Like a simple little girl. No problem. When the time comes, I'll help you dispense a few pairs of medicines, so there's no need for acupuncture. Divine Dr. Chen, then I'll thank you in advance. Zhang Ruoxue guffawed and returned to Li Qingling's side. Mi Crisp surveyed the drenched Li Qingling duo and opened her mouth to ask. Do you guys want to change out of your wet clothes first? Be careful of catching a cold in a while? No. No need, we're not cold. Li Qingling said with embarrassment. Ah, chew. But just after the words were said, she sneezed. Still saying it's not cold? Mi Crisp smiled somewhat helplessly. There's a hairdryer on the yacht, I'll help you guys dry your hair. Why don't you take off your clothes as well, they'll dry quickly. Li Sha also spoke in a soft tone. Chapter 113, your director is looking for you. At this time, it was already close to evening, and the lake was a bit more cool. If one was wet and blowing in the wind, it would be easy to catch a cold. No need for that. Li Qingling said with some bad intentions. What are you afraid of? There are no boys in the cabin. Xia Yuyao pulled Li Qingling's hand and said, don't rub it in, you'll really catch a cold in a while. Without waiting for Li Qingling's duo to open their mouths, Xia Yuyao and the others pushed them into the cabin. Li Qingling and Zhang Ruoxue looked at each other. Then somewhat shyly, she took off her t-shirt and shorts. Xia Yuyao looked at Zhang Ruoxue in front of her, her eyes filled with envy. Miss Jiang, your body is also too good, right? Surprisingly, you still have abs, yay. Song Chanshan also couldn't help but stare with wide eyes. Boy, it's worthy of being a police officer, this physical quality is simply strong. I think Ms. Li's body is also very good. Li Sha also couldn't help but praise. Don't look at it, you few, hurry up and work. Mi Crisp said as she handed over 2 hairdryers. Just now when several people went to the supermarket, they bought quite a few hairdryers and other daily necessities. Even the towels and blankets had bought a dozen or so. Zhang Ruoxue heard the compliments from the crowd and said with a smile, you guys don't call me Miss Jiang anymore, just call me Xiao Shui. My family, Li Qingling, you guys can call me Qingling. Li Qingling was also very self-conscious and said. The ladies nodded after hearing this and then began to busy themselves. Buzz. The sound of a hairdryer rang out. A hot breeze blew on Jiang Ruoxue and the two of them, making them look exceptionally warm. 5 minutes later. Alright, you two's clothes are dry, put them on. Li Sha said as she handed the clothes to the two of them. Thanks. Thanks. After Jiang Ruoxue and the two of them said their thanks, they hurriedly put their clothes back on. After all, wearing only underwear in front of outsiders was indeed a bit embarrassing. The two had just put on their clothes. The ear-piercing sound of a police siren rang out from far and near. Finally, the police car pulled up to the shore. How come the police car arrived first? Rice Crisp said with some curiosity. It should be because the security office is closer than the hospital. Jiang Ruoxue explained. After Chen Shang leaned the yacht to the shore, he looked at Jiang Ruoxue and said, It would be best for the two of you to make a trip to the hospital to prevent your wounds from getting infected. Well, then we'll leave first. Jiang Ruoxue waved her hand and said. Li Qingling originally wanted to say hello to Chen Shang as well. But seeing that the other party had already turned back, she could only awkwardly wave her hand towards Rice Crisp and the others. The two had just gone ashore when a middle-aged man greeted them. Did you guys call the police? Yes, the perpetrator's name is Ma Yongxiang, and he is currently still on the yacht. Li Qingling opened her mouth and said back. The middle-aged man laughed and said. Seeing that you guys are injured, go to the hospital first. Leave the rest to us. Li Qingling sized up the other party's clothing. It was a deputy director. After thinking for a moment, she said, Comrade police officer, my injuries are not serious, why don't I go with you? The deputy chief's face immediately turned ugly. We will naturally investigate the specific details, you'd better go back and wait for the notice. But little girl, I advise you, it's best to choose to settle this matter privately. This is good for both of you. Li Qingling was instantly furious after hearing this. We're not going to go private with him. The deputy director persuaded in a serious manner, little girl, don't be in a hurry. Water accidents are not as easy to get evidence as road accidents. Now there is no trace left on the water, and your motorboat has sunk. I think, since people are willing to compensate you for money, this matter will be a big deal, a small matter. If at the end of the day, the evidence shows that it was you who hit the person, wouldn't that be a problem? As he spoke, the deputy director also gave Li Qingling a meaningful smile. And just then, a man wearing glasses walked over quickly. The man with glasses approached Li Qingling and lowered his voice, little girl, I am the person in charge of the scenic spot. I deeply apologize for what happened. How about this, you don't have to pay for the damage to the motorboat, and then I'll compensate one of you with $2,000 for the medical expenses. Let's leave this matter at that. What was in the glasses man's mind was that the two had bought insurance anyway. He couldn't lose much money himself. And in this way, Ma Changkuan still owed himself a favor. No, the motorboat wasn't broken by us in the first place, so of course we don't need to pay for it. Besides, are we worse off than your $2,000? What we want is justice. Li Qingling said with some anger. Little girl, don't be angry. The man with glasses moved closer to Li Qingling and lowered his voice, saying, I see that you are young, let me tell you the truth. The man who collided with you, his father is the director of the police station, you can't win. What's wrong with the chief, can the chief be lawless? The anger that Li Qingling pressed in her heart completely burst out. Not. What are you yelling about? The man with glasses glanced back at the middle-aged police officer and said with slight dissatisfaction, Don't you know how to raise your voice? Don't make a whole lot of trouble for yourself at that time. I can kind of see, you guys are trying to harbor my Yongxiang. Little girl, don't talk nonsense. Be careful, I'll arrest you for false accusations. The deputy police chief said coldly. Li Qingling couldn't help but burst out. If this was a ordinary person, she would have really been intimidated. He could only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. Unfortunately, Li Qingling was not an ordinary person. Little Snow, why don't we leave this matter to you? Li Qingling said with a serious face. Alright then, I'll make a call. Jiang Ruoxue said, pulling out her cell phone and starting to look up the number. A few police officers heard the conversation between Jiang Ruoxue and the two of them and immediately looked at each other. Could it be that they had run into a hard case today? But soon everyone dismissed the idea in their hearts. The other party appeared to be just two rich people's daughters. How could they be compared to Director Ma's son? Even if your family is rich, you still need to have a good relationship with Ma, right? Maybe after the phone call, your fathers will have to make you personally apologize to young Master Chang. Jiang Ruoxue dialed Yang Lijun's phone and said, Hello, it's Director Yang Lijun, right? Yang Lijun was the director of the Dongming District Bureau. The two had worked against each other and left each other's phone numbers. It's me, does Captain Jiang have any mission arrangements? A man's strong voice came from the opposite side. Although in terms of rank, Yang Lijun was at a higher level. But he was still very polite to Jiang Ruoxue. It's like this, my friend and I were hit by someone at Qingba Lake, the person who hit us seems to still be the son of your precinct's director Ma, and now the other party has escaped. What? Yang Lijun was instantly appalled. I'll send someone. Now no, I'll personally go over there. No need to be so troublesome, we have already called the police. However, the police comrades seem to be a little less cooperative, why don't you say a few words to them? Okay, please trouble Captain Jiang to give them your cell phone. Zhang Ruoxue glanced at the crowd, it seemed like the middle-aged man was the highest ranked, a deputy chief. So she handed him the cell phone. Director Yang has something to say to you. Chapter 114, My Father, the Municipal Party Secretary. The deputy director was a bit puzzled for a moment. Director Yang, which Director Yang? It's Yang Lijun, the director of the Dongming District Bureau. Zhang Ruoxue said with a calm face. Boom! The deputy director's pupils suddenly contracted after hearing this. He only felt a thunderbolt ringing in his ears. The deputy director's eyes looked at Zhang Ruoxue and instantly gained a few more points of respect. Who was this little girl? Surprisingly, she was able to move the branch chief Yang Lijun out. The other party was the hand of the entire Dongming District Police Department. It was much more powerful than his own top boss, Director Ma. The deputy chief gulped and received the cell phone with trembling hands. Hello, how are you? Before the deputy chief could finish, the other party directly interrupted him. I'm Yang Lijun, do you know who is standing in front of you? It's the daughter of City Bureau Chief Jiang. One sentence. The deputy chief's brain almost went down. This is a ing joke, right? This yellow-haired girl was Director Jiang's daughter? Without waiting for the deputy director to react, Yang Lijun continued to split his head and scolded. I'm warning you, if you dare to harbor a suspect, I will definitely not spare you. At the same time, make sure to ensure Captain John's safety. Also, the suspect will be sent directly to the precinct and I will personally handle it. Yes, don't worry director, I know what to do. Good, give the phone to Captain Jiang. After hearing this, the deputy chief returned the phone to Zhang Ruoxue with trembling hands. Hello, Bureau Yang. Captain Jiang, I've already instructed them. Yang Lijun said in a serious tone. Okay, that's it for now. After saying that, Zhang Ruoxue hung up the phone. The deputy director stood trembling like he was walking on thin ice. At the same time, his heart sank to the bottom of the lake. He himself had seen Yang Lijun once at the mobilization meeting. There was absolutely no mistaking that voice. And ordinary people wouldn't dare to pretend to be the director at will. He really had bad luck today. I've messed with Director John's daughter. This matter is also a rather explosive existence when looking at the entire Tianhai city. While the deputy director was at a bit of a loss for words, the ambulance also arrived. Li Qingling looked at Zhang Ruoxue and said after a moment of hesitation, Xiao Shui, you go to the hospital first, leave the rest to me. At this time, the bag on Zhang Ruoxue's head was already the size of a quail egg. It looked like the injury was not light. Your leg is also injured, why don't you go to the hospital with me? Zhang Ruoxue said with some worry. I'll just let the doctor give me a simple bandage. Li Qingling frowned and leaned close to Zhang Ruoxue's ear and said, I always feel that my Yongxiang and the three of them might be doing something illegal. If I don't follow, I guess those police officers will harbor them. Zhang Ruoxue remembered the blue box that the tattooed woman had thrown over. Qingling, are you saying that they might be gathering a crowd? Li Qingling shook her head and lowered her voice. It's more than that. When that tattooed woman took the money from her bag, I saw that there seemed to be a packet of items similar to colored sugar pills inside. Zhang Ruoxue instantly raised her eyebrows after hearing this. Shengling, you wouldn't have misread it, right? I wasn't very clear either, so I wanted to go and confirm it. No matter what, this matter should not be underestimated. I will contact my colleagues from the city council in a moment to assist you. Well, I hope I'm wrong. I'll leave the matter here to you, go to the hospital at ease. As she spoke, Li Qingling sent Zhang Ruoxue to the ambulance. The doctor glanced at Li Qingling's injured thigh and said in a serious tone, little girl, you'd better follow along to the hospital. No, I still have things to take care of, just help me simply treat the wound. The doctor saw that Li Qingling's injury was not too serious. He helped her disinfect it and simply bandaged it. Li Qingling patted Zhang Ruoxue's shoulder and said with great apologies. Xiao Shui, I'm sorry, I'll visit you in the hospital again when I'm done. What's there to apologize for? You must pay attention to safety, it's not your responsibility. Zhang Ruoxue instructed meaningfully. Don't worry, I have my own measure. Li Qingling looked at the doctor again and asked, Doctor, which hospital are you going to? Tianhai City First People's Hospital. The doctor said back. Good, make sure to hire the best experts. Li Qingling watched the ambulance leave, then walked over to the deputy chief. Let's go, police uncle. The deputy chief was a bit surprised after hearing this and sized up Li Qingling. This little girl shouldn't have much of a background, right? He fixed his mind and said with a straight face, I'm sorry, those who have nothing to do with this case please leave on your own. Who said I have nothing to do with this case? I am also one of the victims. Li Qingling looked at the deputy director with a calm face and spoke. By the way, my father's name is Li Guoping, the secretary of the Tianhai City Municipal Committee. May I ask what your name is? Boom! The deputy director's head exploded once again. What? Just left a daughter of the city bureau chief. And here comes the daughter of the city secretary? Ha ha ha. It's upside down. The world is upside down. I'm a small deputy director of the police station, what can I do? How could he run into these two young ladies at the same time? And also almost offended these two people. Not. I should say that I have already offended people. The deputy director took a deep breath. Strongly pretending to be calm, he said, Hello Ms. Li, my name is Zheng Hui. Comrade Zheng Hui, you guys don't tattle on my Yongxiang just because he's the son of Chief Ma. Hearing this, a young auxiliary police officer in the crowd trembled. Hurriedly, he stuffed his cell phone into his pants pocket. Ms. Li is joking, we have always enforced the law impartially. Zheng Hui said with a leathery smile. Then hurry up and take action, it will be dark in a while. Li Qingling urged. Yes. Zheng Hui took a deep breath and approached Qin Shang, saying, Hello comrade. We are police officers, and we are now requisitioning your yacht as required by law, please cooperate. Chen Shang was instantly somewhat speechless. Last time, he had just expropriated his Ferrari. This time, he wanted to requisition the yacht again. The point was that this was still an obligation that was rightfully his own. Chen Shang shook his head and looked at the ladies and spoke, You guys go to the shore first and wait for me. At this time, the ladies had already changed their clothes. Brother Chen Shang, take care of yourself. Luo Yan said with concern. The rest of the girls, too, looked at Chen Shang with some concern. Don't worry, I'm only responsible for driving the boat, it's not like I have to participate in the capture. Only after hearing this did the girls feel relieved and walked towards the shore. Chen Shang, can I sit on your yacht? Li Qingling asked tentatively. Chen Shang nodded slightly, find yourself a seat. Thanks. Li Qingling let out a breath of relief. After everyone was seated, Chen Shang piloted the yacht towards the distance. Qingba Lake was indeed somewhat large. Chen Shang and the others searched for more than 20 minutes. Only then did they find my Yongqiang's yacht from a more remote water surface. It's that yacht in front. Li Qingling stood up and pointed at a yacht in the distance and said excitedly. Chapter 115 Three People Gathering. Zheng Hui looked towards the yacht and couldn't help but shake his head. Yongqiang Ma, uncle can't protect you this time. You just seek your own happiness. I hope you don't do anything out of the ordinary this time. Otherwise, your father can't protect you even if he breaks his legs. Chen Shang pressed the gas pedal to the bottom and quickly approached Ma Yongxiang's yacht. With his superb skills, he leaned the two yachts together. Chen Shang twisted his head to look and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Only to see a somewhat spicy image, very clearly presented in front of the crowd. Zheng Hui and the others were petrified and stiffened on the spot. The crowd was filled with question marks. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do next? After a brief moment of dismay, Chen Shang couldn't help but view the image in front of him. Only to see that Ma Yongxiang was lying on the yacht, doing something indescribable with a tattooed girl. Since the girl's back was facing the crowd, she was able to clearly see the buttocks as well as the pattern of the tattoos on her back. The other slightly chubby girl was taking on the role of game support. The three of them had a good time and worked well together. The DJ music was deafening at the moment. Coupled with the fact that Ma Yongxiang and the others were somewhat engaged. They didn't even realize that a dozen eyes were on the verge of sparking. Ah! Li Qingling was so frightened that she hurriedly covered her eyes, her face reddening to her neck. While being shy, she also had some regrets. Why did she have to follow over and let herself see such a filthy picture? It was as if one's young mind had suffered a 10,000-point blitz. If she went back and didn't watch 10 episodes of Teletubbies, she wouldn't be able to slow down at all. However, Li Qingling knew that she still had important things to do. So she left 2 finger slits on her hand. Just enough to be able to see the situation on the yacht. Because she was afraid that Ma Yongxiang and the others might throw the items in the bag into the water. That way the evidence could possibly be destroyed. Seeing Li Qingling covering her eyes, Chen Sheng deliberately played the role of the game's commentator on the side. I'll go, the tattoo on that girl's but is pretty good, it seems like it's still a pair of wings. TSK. Really envy Brother Chang, he can drive a Bentley even on a ship. I'm going to go, Brother Chang is starting to power up. Chen Shang, stop it now. Li Qingling was already feeling a bit ashamed. Coupled with hearing Chen Shang's somewhat voice, she was even more embarrassed and picked at her feet. The wound on her thigh that had already healed. At this moment, it tore again, slowly oozing blood outward. Ma Yongxiang, what are you guys doing? Zheng Hui came back to his senses and couldn't help but bellow. The sound of the bellowing directly overrode the sound of the music. Ma Yongxiang pushed away the tattooed woman and saw Zheng Hui and the others. He was immediately scared and shivered. It was like the body was hooked up to the dog's head's W skill. immediately withered. Why are you here, Uncle Hui? You guys hurry up and put your clothes on. Zheng Hui angrily rebuked. Ma Yangxiang was like a scared bird, and after reacting, he rolled and ran into the cabin. The other two women saw the clothes on Zheng Hui's body and were at a loss for words. Their own life is the most afraid of that uniform. Although sometimes at the request of guests, they would wear similar clothes. But that was just a prop. And Zhang Hui's body is a real uniform. Plus a few people not only gathered to play poker but also entrapped private goods. Counting the offenses together, I am afraid that their careers will be cut short here. Thinking of this, the two women shed tears while stumbling into the cabin. Arrest them all! Zheng Hui shouted towards the few people around him. The crowd knew in their hearts. Ma Changkuan was afraid that this time, he was going to fall from grace completely for harboring his son's participation in a multi-person rodeo. So they were no longer afraid of Ma Yongxiang's identity. Without hesitation, they jumped onto the yacht. Zheng Hui glanced at the DJ equipment next to him and couldn't help but frown. If it wasn't for this equipment, maybe Ma Yongxiang would have been able to discover himself in advance. It wouldn't have caused this irreparable situation now. In a fit of anger, Zheng Hui directly unplugged the DJ's power cord. Not long after, heartbreaking shouts came from the cabin. Uncle Hui? Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Be honest, or don't blame me for being rude to you. You guys let go of me, I want to call my dad. Even calling your grandfather won't work today. After a short period of wailing, Ma Yongxiang's voice came again. Zheng Hui, you're ing off your meds, aren't you? You wait, if my dad finds out about this, you won't have a good time. You think I'm afraid of your father? I've been wanting to clean up the office for a long time. Zheng Hui said with righteous indignation. Not long after, Ma Yongxiang's three men were escorted out tied up. Misley, they're wearing clothes, they can open their eyes now. Chen Shang reminded with a smile. Only then did Li Qingling dare to remove her hands from her eyes. When Ma Yongxiang looked up and saw Chen Shang, he was furious. Chen Shang, you dog dare to mind your own business, I'll make you suffer. None of my business, I'm just responsible for leading the way. Chen Shang shrugged his shoulders and said. Damn, you're in trouble you know? I don't know if I'm in trouble, but you're definitely in trouble. Okay, you wait for me. Ma Yongxiang, if you don't do something right, you'll die by yourself. If it wasn't for you trying to catch me, would you have caused this situation now? Chen Shang said with a cold smile. After hearing this, Ma Yongxiang was speechless with dislike for a moment. He now only hoped that this matter would be dealt with as soon as possible. At that time, he would then seek revenge on Chen Shang. On the other side, Li Qingling's eyes continuously searched the ship. It finally landed on a red bag. Comrade police officers, check that brown handbag. Okay. Zheng Hui nodded in response. Ma Yongxiang was immediately startled. He violently pushed Zheng Hui away and rolled and rushed towards the handbag. Quick, stop him. However, the few people on the yacht did not react at all. In a flash, Ma Yongxiang's handcuffed hands had grabbed the handbag. Seeing this, Chen Shang jumped onto the yacht in one swift step. The moment the handbag flew out, he grabbed it in his hands in a swift manner. Fast. It was really too fast. So much so that the crowd did not react. Ma Yongxiang shouted furiously, Shen Shang, give me back my handbag. You're looking for death, aren't you? Ma Yongxiang, you're really lawless, how dare you try to destroy the evidence? Li Qingling said righteously. Ma Yongxiang clenched his teeth and looked at Li Qingling with hatred. So it was you who called the police? Uncle Hui, it was that woman who hit me, it wasn't me who hit her, she should be arrested. Snap. Zheng Hui snorted coldly and ruthlessly gave Ma Yongxiang a mouthful. Ma Yongxiang, don't you dare accuse good people here. Don't think that just because your father is the director that he can be lawless. Do you know who is standing in front of you? Ma Yongxiang was confused by the slap. It seemed like he had just been beaten? Or was he beaten by his own father's subordinate? This old deng had eaten bear's heart and leopard's gall today. Chapter 116, 2 slaps to scatter heroic spirit. Ma Yongxiang was instantly annoyed. No, old thing, I gave you face right? Snap. Ma Yongxiang's face received another solid slap. Your mom, you old deng give me a wait. Just now, Ma Yongxiang drank half a bottle of foreign wine and wholesome sugar pills. At this moment some on the head. Directly to Zheng Hui cursed. Zheng Hui's temples jumped in anger. Spit flying angrily, Ma Yongxiang, do you know who you hit today? The one who was just sent to the hospital is the daughter of the city bureau chief. And standing in front of you is the daughter of the municipal party secretary. Originally you were still saved, but you're here gathering people to play poker and eat sugar pills, the god of heaven can't save you even if he comes. I advise you to be honest, don't make things untenable when the time comes. What did you say? She's the daughter of the municipal party secretary? Ma Yongxiang looked at Li Qingling and was instantly struck by lightning. It can't be? What he had offended was actually the daughters of 2 big shots. How is this possible? But Zheng Hui had followed his father for more than 20 years. How could he lie about such a thing? In addition, he was caught red-handed by so many people while doing illegal deeds. There was nothing his own magical old man could do. It's over, it's all over. Ma Yongxiang instantly dropped to the ground as if he was a lost dog. Chen Shang glanced at Ma Yongxiang and handed his handbag to Zheng Hui. Young man, good hands. Zheng Hui couldn't help but praise. I usually play basketball a lot, so my bouncing power is slightly better. Seeing that the handbag was unharmed, Li Qingling said in a serious tone. Uncle Zheng, check the items in the handbag. Zheng Hui was a bit puzzled for a moment. Why did Li Qingling value this handbag so much? Could there be any prohibited items inside? With his doubts, Zheng Hui pulled open the zipper of the handbag. The next person was in charge of video recording. Upon seeing the items in the bag, Zheng Hui was immediately shocked. He angrily took out the colored sugar pills in the bag and loudly questioned, Ma Yongxiang, what is this? I don't know, this is not my bag. Ma Yongxiang stammered and shrugged off. The tattooed woman on the side saw this and shouted at the top of her voice. Ma Yongxiang, you want to shirk your responsibility? You clearly put this thing in my bag. You fart, I didn't know anything at all. Ma Yongxiang continued to argue. The tattooed woman gritted her teeth, looked at Zheng Hui and said tearfully, Comrade police officer, it's none of our business. It was him who forced the two of us to accompany him, and the things in that bag are also his. Yes, if you don't believe me you can check the chat records in my cell phone. And, he also has a special group. The other girl also defended. You two stinking ES, how dare you fall on your sword, I'll beat you to death. Ma Yongxiang's eyes were red with anger as he raised his foot and kicked the two girls to the ground. Ma Yongxiang, be honest with me. Clang. Zheng Hui's two dumping sticks went down, and Ma Yongxiang directly lay on the ground and kept convulsing. Instantly much more honest. Zheng Hui put away the flinging sticks and looked at Li Qingling with a fawning face and said, Ms. Li, thanks to your sharp eyes this time. I hope you guys behave yourselves and don't try to cover up the truth. Please don't worry, Ms. Li, I'll bring them back and directly hand them over to Director Yang to deal with. Zheng Hui said with a serious face. No need, in a moment, the comrades from the city bureau will come over directly to pick up the people. Zheng Hui froze, then nodded his head repeatedly, Don't worry Ms. Li, we will cooperate with the city bureau comrades. Ma Yongxiang came back to his senses and looked up at Li Qingling with difficulty, begging for forgiveness with a sniffle and a tear. Miss Li, I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong. I'm willing to compensate you for your losses, any amount of money you want will do. As long as you let me go. Oh, let you off the hook? If I was just an ordinary person, would you still admit your mistake? Li Qingling said in an icy tone. I really didn't mean it at that time. Ma Yongxiang said, pointing at the tattooed woman. It was this who drove the yacht, it has nothing to do with me. Ma Yongxiang, it was clearly you who had to deliberately tease others, why are you blaming me now? The tattooed woman huffed. All shut up, none of you can escape. Zheng Hui said somewhat speechlessly. Is there any point in discussing who crashed now? Multiple competitions are your biggest problem. Ma Yongxiang was stunned. Shifting his gaze to Chen Sheng again, he shouted with a crying voice. Brother Shang, for the sake of our classmates, please help me plead with Ms. Li to let me live. As long as you are willing to help me, I will definitely repay you in the future. The current Ma Yongxiang was already sick and desperate. If Chen Sheng could convince Li Qingling, perhaps he could still be saved. Although this probability was extremely low. Ma Yongxiang, I'm just a small commoner, how can I have that kind of ability? You'd better fend for yourself. Chen Sheng shrugged his shoulders, then returned to his yacht. Not to mention that he couldn't help him now. Even if he can help, he will not help him. Ma Yongxiang had completely despaired at this moment, paralyzed like a dead dog. This time he was punished for several crimes, without 3 or 5 years cannot come out. Even his own father are going to fall. Ma Yongxiang is now very remorseful. He hated not everything he did. Rather, he hates his own bad luck. Hate that the person on the motorboat was not Chen Shang. Zheng Hui had the 3 Ma Yongxiang people escorted to the cabin. He then looked at Li Qingling and said, Ms. Li, so we'll go back first? Good. Then you. I'll just go back with Mr. Chen. Good, then we'll go first. Zheng Hui turned back to the co-workers around him and asked, which one of you knows how to drive a yacht? I can. A young man stepped forward and said. The yacht started up and quickly disappeared into the river. Chen Shang reversed the direction of the yacht and headed towards the shore as well. The atmosphere along the way was somewhat dull. Li Qingling sat behind Chen Shang, wanting to speak several times. Halfway through the journey, Li Qingling gently poked Chen Shang's back with her finger and carefully asked, Student Chen Shang, are you still angry with me? Which is not true, I'm just holding my tongue. I don't dare to get angry after being wronged by others, and I still have to be treated as a free wage earner. Chen Shang spoke indifferently. No, you're also too petty, right?
Big deal, you also scold me a few times to get out of anger. I promise not to talk back, nor will I bring out my municipal party secretary dad. Li Qingling said with conviction. Chen Sheng was about to be laughed at by Li Qingling.
Your dad is like H weapon.
You cannot use it yourself, but others cannot disrespect it.
Fine, considering that you didn't mean it, I'll leave you alone. Then you have to keep your word?
Li Qingling said in surprise.
Okay, count.
When we get back, I'll help you apply for a bravery award or something like that. Li Qingling said somewhat playfully.
Chapter 117. You were sent by Zhaochen, right?
Chen Sheng heard that he wanted to give himself an award and laughed.
Forget it, I don't lack that $500 and I don't want a banner. Why don't you guys get on the right track? What's wrong with it? I can't even get on the bed right now.
Li Qingling covered her mouth and almost laughed out loud.
This guy's speech was all over the place. It was really a waste not to go to graduate school.
Li Qingling took out her cell phone, ready to ask Zhang Ruoxua about her situation. As a result, she found that her cell phone could not even be turned on.
No way? The cell phone actually went into the water. Li Qingling cried and whispered. Fellow student Chen Shang, my phone is in the water and I don't have any cash on me. Can you send me to the hospital later? Chen Shang was silent.
Now that it was already dark, he just wanted to go home for dinner. A Chen Shang student, just do me a favor, I'll treat you to dinner when I have the chance in the future.
Li Qingling prayed with a sincere face. All right. It just so happens that I'm kind of on my way. Chen Shang said slightly helplessly. Mr. Chen Shang, then thank you very much. Li Qingling was happy like a child, a far cry from her usual self in the unit. Li Qingling favorability plus 20, current favorability 50. After a while, Li Qingling took the initiative to pick up the topic again. Chen Shang, have you practiced kung fu before? How come I saw you fly to the opposite yacht in one go?
I usually like to work out and play basketball, my explosive power is stronger.
Wow, that's awesome. I see that you're also pretty good at driving a yacht, teach me someday? Tell me more.
Chen Shang spoke indifferently. What a cheapskate, drinking cold water. Li Qingling muttered in a small voice with a beaming face.
Thinking about how she usually worked, she was unsmiling with her co-workers. It was not easy to give someone a smiling face and still stick the other person's cold ass. But the more it was like this, the more Li Qingling couldn't help but want to get closer to Chen Shang. She didn't know why she was like this.
Perhaps it was because she had usually seen too much of other people's hypocrisy. Suddenly meeting a more real boy did have a different feeling.
After the yacht docked,
Rice Crisp and the others immediately surrounded it.
Brother Chen Shang, you're finally here. Thank goodness, it's good to be fine. The women were relieved to see that Chen Shang was safe and sound. Don't worry, following Miss Li, what can I do? Chen Shang responded with a smile. Brother Chen Shang, you don't know, several police cars just came and took my Yongqiang and the others away.
Me Crisp said with a palpitating heart.
It should be people from the city council. Li Qingling explained. Me Crisp glanced at the yacht and asked, what about our little princess? You guys bring the car over, I'll contact the service center.
Saying that, Chen Shang made a call to the service center. He asked them to look after the yacht for him and paid the caretaker fee.
After everything was arranged, Bai Luoyan also drove her car over. Miss Li, please get in the car. Chen Shang pointed at the Rolls Royce and said. My mom. You guys actually drive such a nice car? Li Qingling couldn't help but open her mouth wide and asked in a low voice, do you guys have any other cars?
Li Qingling looked around, looking a little flustered. If this let others see her in a luxury car, they still didn't know how they would start rumors. The other one is a Maybach, it's similar to this one, if you don't want to sit in it I'll have them call a taxi for you. Chen Shang spoke indifferently.
Labor is fine, I'll make do.
Li Qingling said helplessly. Now that it was a special situation, she couldn't care less. Anyway, her body was not afraid of the shadow, and she could stand the test of the organization.
Li Qingling pulled open the car door and couldn't help but snicker.
This luxury car is different, the doors are installed backwards. Miss Li, don't be cute, we all know that you are clean and incorruptible with both sleeves. Chen Shang raised his eyebrows and said. People never rode in such a nice car in the first place. Li Qingling tossed her ponytail and got into the car. After getting into the car, Chen Shang said towards Bai Luoyan in the driver's seat, Luoyan, go to the First People's Hospital first.
To the hospital? Bai Luoyan asked with some concern, Brother Chen Shang, are you hurt? It's not me, it's Li Qingling who wants to go to the hospital. Oh, that's so. Bai Luoyan started the car and headed towards the hospital. But what the crowd didn't know was, the two cars had just walked out not far, and a few SUVs quietly followed them.
Along the way, because there was Li Qingling present, so Li Sha was slightly uncomfortable. However, Li Qingling was very self-conscious and took the initiative to chat with Li Sha about things related to the live broadcast.
At the end of the conversation, Li Qingling even took the initiative to tell Li Sha about her private WeChat.
When the car passed through a remote road,
Several cars suddenly appeared in front of it, blocking the road tightly. The opposite side's high beams lit up at the same time, shaking Chen Shang and the others so much that they could not open their eyes. Chen Shang could not help but frown and said sternly, "Luoyan, turn around. Sha, call me Crisp and the girls and tell them to be careful." "Got it." Bai Luoyan also realized that something was wrong and hurriedly turned around. Li Sha, on the other hand, took out her cell phone and called me Crisp and the others. However, the car had just turned around when a few side-by-side SUVs also appeared behind it. Bai Luoyan slammed on the brakes and said in some panic, "Brother Chen Shang, there are also cars behind us. What's going on?" Li Qingling inquired with a panicked look. "I think I've run into a bad guy, call the police," Chen Shang said as he handed his cell phone to Li Qingling. "Okay, I know." Li Qingling didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly dialed the police. It was at this moment that a dozen or so strong men armed with sticks came down from the SUV behind them. "Dude, get off and nag." The leader, a man with pigtails, stood in front of the car and pointed at Chen Shang with a baseball bat and said, "You guys close the car windows." Chen Shang instructed, opened the car door and walked down. "Brother, do you know what we do?" Pigtail asked, rubbing his cheeks. "You guys were sent by Zhao Chen, right?" Chen Shang opened the door and said, "Yo, bro, you're not stupid." Chen Shang just laughed and did not respond. Pigtail put his baseball bat behind his back and said with some contempt, "Bro, our Major Sam asked me to bring you a message. In the future, lower your ing stance in front of Xiao Chen. In Tianhai, people as powerful as you are not allowed to exist. This time, we'll remove one of your legs first, and then our mission will be complete." Chen Sheng somewhat impatiently interrupted the pigtail, "Cut the crap, if you want to do it, go together." "Damn, you kid is quite crazy. I'm going to break an extra arm of yours today." Pigtail gave a look to a few people behind him, brothers, him. In an instant, 5 burly men surrounded them. Chen Shang did not retreat but advanced. With an arrow step, he rushed forward and raised his right foot to kick a bald man in the face. Bang! Before the bald man could react, he directly flew backwards several meters away. Lying on the ground, he foamed at the mouth and partially convulsed back and forth. The other few people had yet to react. Chen Shang quickly swung out a few more punches, hitting the vitals. Bang bang bang! 3 more people collapsed, with several bones broken in their bodies. "Kid, you've got some moves." Seeing that things were a bit bad, Pigtail raised the baseball bat in his hand and swung it towards Chen Shang's head. Seeing the baseball bat coming towards him, Chen Shang did not dodge. He raised his right hand to meet the attack, an unknown smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Just in time to practice with you. Launch. Absolute defense." Chapter 118, gaining 2 skill points. Bang! The baseball bat smashed into Chen Shang's arm, but it unexpectedly felt like it had smashed into a steel pipe. It was instantly bounced off. And the pigtail couldn't help but take a step back, his hand was numbed by the shock. "How is this possible?" Pigtail murmured with his voice trembling a little. Chen Shang's arm only had a slight pain and was not in any serious condition. He could not help but reveal a smile of satisfaction. It seemed that absolute defense was indeed a heaven-defying skill. Fighting was like turning on a cheat. "It's my turn now, right? I didn't dodge just now, so don't you dodge either." Oh. Chen Shang quickly took a step forward and jumped high with his feet powered up. "How come it's so fast?" Pigtail wanted to back up, but he simply couldn't react. While in midair, Chen Shang used his knee to violently strike the pigtail's chin. Ka-ching! A bone-cracking sound came. Ah! The pigtail's jaw broke raw. The pain directly fainted. "Damn, this kid has good hands, let's go together." The remaining dozen or so people all rushed up with weapons in hand. "Stop!" Li Qingling pulled open the car door and walked over, stopping it loudly. Chen Shang could not help but frown. Why did this bastard come down? In a moment of fighting, brother cannot care about you. Li Qingling fixed his mind and shouted. "You all stop, I've called the police." A man in white rubbed his chin and laughed. "Damn, grab his woman first, that kid will naturally have to surrender obediently." Li Qingling immediately took a few steps back and said loudly. "Don't come over, my dad is Li Guoping, the secretary of the municipal party committee." "Ha, my dad is also the provincial party committee's Gao Yuliang." The man in white laughed loudly and continued to walk towards Li Qingling. At this moment, Bai Luoyan in the cab frowned. This Li Qingling, why is she adding to the chaos at this time? Chen Shang had told them long ago. If they encountered a similar situation, not adding to the chaos would be the greatest help. Unexpectedly, Li Qingling even opened the car door herself and ran out. Bai Luoyan took a deep breath. Her right foot was placed on the gas pedal, ready to crash through at any time. On the other side, when Li Qingling saw the man in white walking towards her, she was so scared that she backed up. As a result, she accidentally fell to the ground. The wound on her thigh instantly tore, and blood flowed down her thigh to the ground. "You! Don't come over!" Li Qingling cowered backward, her eyes filled with panic.
Seeing this, Chen Shang pulled out a few silver needles from his pocket and unleashed the ability, Flying Needle Master. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few silver needles flew towards the white-clothed man, directly penetrating the other party's back and sticking in a certain few meridians. Put! The man in white spat out a large mouthful of blood. Lying on the ground, he continuously coughed. Get in the car. Li Sha walked over and said. Oh. Good, good. Li Qingling, who had already been terrified, limped into the car under Li Sha's support. Don't worry, brother Chen Shang is very capable of fighting. Li Sha smiled and comforted. No matter how capable he is, he can't beat so many people, right? Li Qingling said with some disbelief. Others may not have this ability, brother Chen Shang definitely does. Li Sha laughed very calmly. Of course, she was not fanatically confident. Rather, she had seen and personally experienced Chen Shang's superiority. Being able to single-handedly hold a girl in front of her body for 10 minutes. The other hand can still hang from the bar and do pull-ups. And both of them don't miss a beat in chatting. Just ask who can do that. This was enough to show that Chen Shang's strength had surpassed that of most people. The fight only lasted for a minute. The 24 strong men all collapsed on the ground. They had completely lost their fighting strength. On the contrary, Chen Shang. It was as if he had merely done a warm-up exercise. The ladies walked down from the car one after another and surrounded Chen Shang. Brother Chen Shang, are you alright? Yu Xiaoro's tears were flowing out of her eyes as she continuously surveyed Chen Shang. Brother Chen Shang, you were so fierce just now. Xia Yuyo looked at Chen Shang with some admiration, her eyes almost dilated. I didn't expect brother Chen Shang to be so capable of fighting, he could even win in a pair of 20. Song Chanxian also finally let out a sigh of relief. Brother Chen Shang, I was just planning to drive into them, I didn't expect them to be so unforgiving. Me Crisp said with a palpitating heart. Don't worry everyone, I'm fine. Chen Shang said with a relaxed face. Just as the crowd of women were surrounding Chen Shang like they had survived a robbery. One after another, system beeps rang out. By Luoyan favorability +2, current favorability 95. Xia Yuyao's favorability +2, current favorability 93. Mi Crisp's favorability +2, current favorability 94. Yui Xiaoro's favorability +2, current favorability 94. Song Chanxian's favorability +2, current favorability 93. Li Sha's favorability +2, current favorability 95. Host's basic attributes +60, current host's basic attributes 365 points. By Luoyan and Li Sha's favorability breaks through 95, congratulations to the host for gaining 2 skill points. When Chen Shang heard the system beep, his mouth twisted into 45 degrees. With these 2 skill points, one's strength could be increased quite a bit again. In addition, Chen Shang felt that his physical ability instantly returned to full strength. He even had the urge to find a few more people to spar with. Of course, those people lying on the ground were no longer able to fight. They could only go back and spar with Bai Luoyan and the others. Li Qingling, who had just returned to her senses, opened the car door and quickly ran over. Chen Shang, are you okay? Chen Shang looked at Li Qingling and said with a frown. Didn't I just tell you to close the doors and windows, why don't you listen? Li Qingling bit her lip and said with some aggression. Just now I thought I could stop them. Who knew that they were so heartless? Chen Shang shook his head helplessly. Those people are not decent people at first glance, who could know your identity? If they use you to threaten me, do you think I will save or not? Li Qingling couldn't help but lower her head as tears kept welling up in her eyes. I'm sorry, it's me who almost harmed you. Chen Shang couldn't help but let out a light sigh when he saw Li Qingling in this state. Alright, let's take this matter as a lesson. Chen Shang also knew that the other party was worried about himself. It was not good to say anything too much. Li Qingling nodded heavily and wiped her tears with the back of her hand. It was at this moment that she realized that she had been too well protected before. So much so that she had forgotten the evils of the world. At this moment, Li Sha came over and gently patted Li Qingling's back. Miss Li, I know you are worried about us and want to step in to stop the bad guys. Brother Chen Shang didn't mean to blame you either, he was afraid that if you were to have a long or short life, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. Well, I know that you guys are worried about me. Li Qingling looked towards Chen Shang and said very sincerely, thank you for saving me just now. Actually, you don't need to thank me. In response to Li Qingling's thanks, Chen Shang felt a bit weak. After all, those people had come at themselves. It didn't have much to do with Li Qingling. Chen Shang inadvertently looked at Li Qingling's thigh and realized that there was some more fresh blood on it. It seemed that the wound had opened up again in the rush just now. Just as Chen Shang was about to help Li Qingling stop the bleeding, several police cars came flying over and stopped next to Chen Shang and the others. A group of armed police officers stepped out of the vehicles and all froze in surprise. By the looks of it, a good-sized vicious fight had just taken place here. A middle-aged man frowned as he walked up and asked, "Who called the police?" "Uncle Zhang, I'm the one who called the police."
Li Qingling responded. The middle-aged man was shocked when he saw Li Qingling. Miss Li, why are you here?
Chapter 119. A few touches can stop the pain. Li Qingling briefly explained what happened.
Outrageous, I didn't expect there to be such a thing.
The middle-aged man said solemnly. Please don't worry, Miss Li, I will definitely interrogate them properly when we get back. Uncle Zhang, I'll leave this place to you, we have to make a trip to the hospital. Li Qingling spoke indifferently. The middle-aged man subconsciously sized up Li Qingling. Upon seeing the blood deepen her leg, he gritted his back teeth to the bone.
Miss Li, are you injured? It doesn't matter, it's just a superficial wound.
These ungrateful guys. The middle-aged man's eyes were on the verge of spewing fire.
It seemed like he had to let them feel the power of the new energy when he went back. Road.
Li Sha glanced at the rearview mirror and whispered. There seems to be a police car behind us. Don't worry, it should be protecting Ms. Li. Chen Shang spoke indifferently. This would be quiet, and Li Qingling felt the wound on her leg hurt even more.
She frowned tightly.
Fine beads of sweat seeped out from her forehead.
Chen Shang glanced at Li Qingling and tentatively asked, Li Qingling, should I help you stop the bleeding? Do you have a bleeding stopping tool in your car?
No.
Then how do you stop the bleeding? Pointing.
Seeing that Li Qingling did not believe him, Chen Shang patiently explained.
If you don't believe me, you can look it up yourself.
In Chinese medicine, it is believed that stimulating certain acupoints in the human meridians can regulate the operation of qi in blood and assist in stopping bleeding.
What you said is true.
Li Qingling blinked her big eyes and asked. Try it, anyway, a dead horse is a living horse. Li Qingling froze and nodded, all right then. Chen Shang closed his eyes and entered the system.
System, add skill points. Please select the skill to add points to.
Top fighting technique and National Medicine Sage, each add 1 point.
Skill points are being added in. Adding points is complete. Currently Top Fighting Art LV2, National Medicine Sage Hand LV2, Music Master LV1, Swimming Master LV1, Card God LV1, Thousand Techniques LV1, Absolute Defense LV1, Flying Needle Master LV1. After Chen Shang obtained the skill additions, he only felt that he had suddenly sensed a lot of fighting skills. The knowledge of Chinese medicine is also instantly enriched. There was even a lot of knowledge that the world did not yet know.
Chen Shang slowly opened his eyes to look at Li Qingling.
Are you ready?
I
am ready.
Li Qingling bit her red lips and said. Chen Shang wiped his hands with alcohol wipes. Then he unwrapped the bandage and quickly pressed the wound.
Immediately after, Chen Shang used his other hand to point several acupoints on Li Qingling's body.
During this time, Li Qingling had been frowning tightly, trying hard to endure the pain. Now that stopping the bleeding has been completed, the next step is to stop the pain. As he spoke, Chen Shang's palm had been placed on Li Qingling's white thigh.
What are you doing?
Li Qingling subconsciously wanted to retract her thighs, and as a result, it hurt even more at the wound.
To help you with the pain. You think you're Ru Ping? It can be used as an anesthetic. Who is Ru Ping?
Chen Shang was a bit puzzled. Li Sha explained, Ru Ping is a character in the novel. The male number 2, Du Fei, was shot in the thigh and had an operation without an anesthetic, but as a result, Ru Ping's mouth went down and immediately stopped hurting.
Chen Shang was a bit speechless for a while. It could still be played like this? That was mental anesthesia on her part, this is physical anesthesia on my part, better than anesthetics.
Chen Shang said in his serious manner.
You really aren't lying to me? Li Qingling asked weakly.
Chen Shang could not help but put a big hand on Li Qingling's thigh once again. It rubbed on a few acupoints for a while.
Ouch!
Li Qingling closed her eyes shyly, her eyelashes flickering. There was both some nervousness and blushing. However, she soon realized that the wound on her leg really didn't seem to hurt that much anymore.
There was even a tingling sensation. Could it be that Chen Shang was not taking advantage of himself? Rather, he was really helping himself with the pain?
But how does it feel that this method is so shameful, but also so strange?
Li Qingling couldn't help but gouge her hands to tighten the seat. The other thigh couldn't help but lean over as well.
She clenched her teeth and tried to keep herself from making any strange noises.
But again, she somewhat couldn't help it.
Her vermilion lips were lightly open, and her breathing was a bit rapid.
After a long time,
Chen Shang finally stopped and used a wet towel to wipe clean the bloodstains on Li Qingling's thighs.
He also used the only 2 remaining silver needles to stab into the acupoints on her thighs. Alright, how do you feel now?
Li Qingling slowly opened her eyes. Hurtingly, she realized that the wound on her thigh had actually stopped bleeding. And the pain had also lessened a lot.
Ha! My thigh, it seems like it really doesn't hurt that much anymore. You still think I'm taking advantage of you?
I said I was helping you stop the bleeding and pain.
Chen Shang said slightly helplessly. Chen Shang, you are simply a miraculous doctor.
I have never heard of such a miraculous treatment. You can't go out and spread it around, so that someone doesn't say that I'm practicing medicine illegally.
He, then I'll look for you again if I get sick in the future. Li Qingling favorability plus 10, current favorability 60. While Li Qingling was elated, she thought of the scene where Pigtail and Chen Shang had just conversed and couldn't help but ask. By the way, Chen Shang, what kind of people did we just run into? How come I saw that at the beginning? They seemed to be talking and laughing with you. They are the people sent by Zhao Chun, a few of them are also from the Southeast Asian side. This Zhao Chun, how dare he be so bold? Li Qingling's chest was puffing with anger. At the same time, she felt that today's experience was somewhat magical. First, she witnessed Zhao Chun crawling on his knees in public. Then she heard the sad news that her best friend Zhang Ruoxue was suffering from brain cancer. It was hard to take time off work to bring her out to relax, but she was also bumped into by Ma Yongxiang. In the process of arresting Ma Yongxiang, he also witnessed unspeakable images. Until now there is still a dry heaving in the stomach. And just now was blocked by a group of punks on the road. This day's experience was more exciting than the past year. Thinking about all this, Li Qingling couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't long before the car arrived at the hospital. Li Qingling, go up by yourself. Chen Sheng thought for a moment and added, you tell Zhang Ruoxue that if you want to be cured, you can go to Villa 6 of Tangong Villa to find me. Classmate Chen Shang, I admit that you do have 2 skills. But isn't it a bit of bragging to say that you can cure brain cancer that even major hospitals can't cure? A dead horse is a living horse, and trying Chinese medicine is not a way out for problems that cannot be solved by Western medicine. Okay, then I'll thank Divine Dr. Chun for Xiaoshui first. Li Qingling pulled open the car door and waved her hand towards the crowd. See you all later. After saying that, she walked towards the hospital. According to the help desk's guidance, Li Qingling quickly arrived at Zhang Ruoshue's hospital room. At this time, Zhang Ruoxue had already fallen into a deep sleep. A doctor, who looked somewhat older, guarded beside the instruments throughout. Zhang Yaohua, on the other hand, was sitting by the bedside, his eyes full of fatigue. Uncle Jiang, I've come to visit little Shui. Zhang Yaohua turned around and glanced at the visitor, getting up and smilingly said, Qingling, why did you come over so late? I'm a bit uneasy about little Shui. Li Qingling sized up Zhang Ruoxue and asked in a low voice, Uncle Jiang, how is little Shui? The condition is under control. Zhang Yaohua pondered for a moment, but finally asked. Qingling, I heard the doctor say that Xiao Shui's head has traces of acupuncture, what's going on? Chapter 120, must find that divine doctor. Li Qingling's body trembled upon hearing this. Could it be that Chen Shang had given Xiao Shui acupuncture without authorization, causing her condition to worsen? Zhang Yaohua saw Li Qingling's tense look and naturally guessed that it was indeed the case, and hurriedly added with a smile. Qingling, I'm not trying to blame the person who gave Xiao Shui acupuncture, but rather I want to thank him. Thank him? Yes. The doctor said that little Shui had injured her nerves and had a brain hemorrhage. If someone hadn't used acupuncture to help her repair the nerves and unclog the blood in the cranial cavity in time, Xiao Shui's life would most likely have been in danger. I wanted to thank the doctor in person. Many thanks for saving my daughter. Li Qingling finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. However, there was also strangeness in her heart. Why was she so worried about Chen Shang? Even just now, she had the urge to lie for him. Uncle Jiang, that guy. That doctor did give Xiao Shui acupuncture. At this time, Dean Wang, who had been eavesdropping on the two's conversation from the side, suddenly got up and asked with great excitement. Girl, are you saying that someone really did acupuncture for Ms. Jiang? Yes. That doctor also said that the conditions were limited and could only temporarily control Xiao Shui's condition. That's truly amazing. I've been practicing medicine for more than 30 years, and I've never heard of acupuncture alone being able to repair the brain nerves. Even more so, I've never heard of using acupuncture to unclog blood buildup in the brain. If what you say is true, this is a huge breakthrough in medical research. Dean Wang said spitefully, his deep eyes glittering. Zhang Yaohua's focus was different from Dean Wang's. He was more interested in thanking his daughter's savior in person. Qingling, do you have that doctor's contact information? Li Qingling thought of the fact that Chen Shang had instructed himself not to divulge his whereabouts easily. Hastily shaking her head, she said. Uncle Jiang, I was in a hurry and forgot to leave his contact information. In that case, that's a real pity. Zhang Yaohua couldn't help but sigh. Why have I never heard of that divine doctor? Could it be that the other party is a hidden master? A trace of loss also flashed across Dean Wang's face. Just as Dean Wang was beating his chest, Zhang Yaohua's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the number, thought for a moment, and walked out of the hospital room before picking up the phone. Hello, this is Zhang Yaohua from the City Bureau. Bureau Jiang, I didn't want to disturb you, but this matter is really quite serious and I need to report to you. Speak directly. After the opposite party reported their work, Zhang Yaohua's face changed slightly. There's even such a thing? This matter must not be tolerated, don't spare any of the people involved. Yes. Zhang Yaohua couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly after hanging up the phone. Originally, he was furious when Ma Yongxiang ran away after hitting and injuring his daughter. Unexpectedly, the police officers who went to arrest him also found that Ma Yongxiang had other even more excessive behaviors. Zhang Yaohua fixed his mind, just ready to go back to the ward. Another call came. Zhang Yaohua's face became more and more ugly after he picked up the phone. Good. Old Su, just go directly to the Zhao family to arrest them. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yaohua returned to the hospital room and couldn't help but survey Li Qingling once again. When he saw the red scar on her leg, he couldn't help but ask, "Qingling, you were injured by Zhao Chen's men?" Li Qingling froze and instantly realized. Zhang Yaohua should have already known about what happened on the road. From what those people said themselves, it seems like they were sent by Zhao Chen. Seeing that you're not lightly injured, go find a doctor to take a look at you first. It doesn't matter to me, that doctor has already treated me, the wound is neither bleeding nor painful. Hearing this, Dean Wang on the side couldn't help but walk over to Li Qingling and bend down in front of her to observe the wound. It's really strange that such a deep wound can stop bleeding. Dean Wang got up and looked at Li Qingling, asking with some curiosity. The doctor you mentioned, what method did he use to help you stop the pain and bleeding? He just pressed a few acupoints and then used silver needles to help me with acupuncture. The specific details, Li Qingling didn't disclose them with her. She couldn't say that Chen Shang had touched her thighs for 10 minutes, could she? It also caused her to break out some sweat somewhere. Thinking about it made her feel shy. Divine doctor. Is simply a divine doctor. I didn't expect that someone would use this method to stop the bleeding and pain. No matter what, I have to find this divine doctor and ask him for medical knowledge. Dean Wang's lips were trembling with excitement. He felt like everything he had heard was like a heavenly fantasy. It had far exceeded his own cognition. A long time passed. Dean Wang's emotions only calmed down. Little girl, you'd better go find a doctor to sew up the wound, otherwise it will leave a big scar. But even if it's stitched up, it might still leave a scar. A trace of loss passed over Li Qingling's face after hearing this. Before, because of the important matters. Nor did she consider it that much. Now she had come back to her senses. If she really left a scar on her leg, how would she still be able to wear skirts in the future? Thinking of this, Li Qingling said with some frustration. Uncle Jiang, since Xiao Shui is fine, I'll go see the doctor first. Qingling, it's important to treat your injuries first. Zhang Yaohua looked at Dean Wang again and instructed in a serious tone, saying, Dean Wang, this is the daughter of Li Guoping, the secretary of the municipal party committee. Girls love beauty. Make sure to hire the best doctor and try not to leave a scar. Dean Wang's somewhat stooped body instantly straightened up a lot. Unexpectedly, this girl in front of him was even more valuable than Director Zhang's daughter. Please rest assured, Director Jiang, I will immediately convene a meeting with the hospital's director-level doctors to discuss the best plan. Well, you old man take more care. I should. Dean Wang nodded and looked at Li Qingling again, smiling, Miss Li, please follow me. On the other side, Chen Shang and the others returned to the villa. Only then did the crowd let out a sigh of relief. Few finally home, Mi Crisp kicked off the high heels on her feet, her taut nerves instantly loosening up. A golden nest is better than one's own doghouse. Xia Yuyo also said as if she was relieved. I go, you call such a big villa a doghouse? Then wouldn't we all become dogs? Song Chanxian joked. It's just an analogy, do you understand the analogy? Comparison is hua, why hit her? Little Chanxian, are you itchy again? Between words, Xia Yuyo had already started scratching on Song Chanxian's body. Xiao Yao, I was wrong. Sister Autumn seems to be cooking in the kitchen, let's quickly go and help. The ladies had played all day, and at this moment, they were already hungry, and all rushed into the kitchen to get busy. Soon, a sumptuous dinner filled the table. Chen Shang windswept through 2 large bowls of rice in 3 minutes. Afterward, he returned to his bedroom and began to digest the knowledge of the national doctor sage. Time passed by minute. Chen Shang was immersed in the ocean of knowledge when he couldn't help himself. Xia Yuyo suddenly sent a message. Brother Chen Shang, are you asleep? Chapter 121, Cos Beaver. Chen Shang saw the message from Xia Yuyo and quickly typed down a few words. Not asleep yet. Xiaoyao has something she wants to say to brother alone, I don't know if brother has time? You come over. Brother Chen Shang, wait a moment, I'll change my clothes. Chen Shang naturally knew what Xia Yuyo meant. Even if she didn't send a message, Chen Shang still planned to look for her. On the one hand, one couldn't favor one over the other. On the other hand, he himself had comprehended a brand new acupuncture technique, and it was just right to try it out on Xia Yuyo. Of course, it was proper acupuncture. The kind that uses silver needles. A few minutes later, a knock sounded at the door. The door is unlocked. Creak. The bedroom door slowly opened. A head wearing cat ears poked in through the doorway. Brother Chen Shang, Xiaoyao is coming in. Xia Yuyo smiled brightly and drilled her entire body into the bedroom. Backhandedly, he gently closed the door to his room. Afterward, she untied the robe on her body and casually threw it to the floor. When Chen Shang saw Xia Yuyao's outfit, he could not help but stand in awe. The Xia Yuyao at this moment was simply too sexy. Only to see that she was wearing a red beaver dress with the hemline reaching above her knees. The two long, slender, and straight legs were wrapped in white stockings. On her feet was a pair of fire red high heels. Looking closely, the eye makeup Xia Yuyao wore also resembled a beaver. There were 3 fiery red horizontal stripes on each of the 2 cheeks. It added a few more flirtatiousness. Chen Shang looked at her for a while and pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "With this outfit, are you a little wildcat or a little fox? Our live broadcast props don't have fox ears, so let's make do with cat ears." Xia Yuyao slowly walked over and sat beside Chen Shang, saying, "I am whatever brother Chen Shang says I am. Anyway, Xiaoyao only wants to become what brother likes." Chen Shang wrapped Xia Yuyao in his arms. This was the closest Chen Shang had gotten to her. The fresh scent of shampoo and shower gel mixed together came to his nose. Chen Shang couldn't help but be more than a little intoxicated. Xia Yuyao blinked her eyes and asked in a soft voice, "Brother Chen Shang, am I pretty?" "Whether it's pretty or not is put to one side first, you are. Indeed quite saw at this moment. Hate. This body of clothing is people specially wear to you to see, before people have never worn. Don't say, you this body of clothes really wear to my heart," Chen Shang said with a bad smile on his face. Xia Yuyao's heart was in turmoil after hearing this. She did not expect Chen Shang to give herself such a high evaluation. It was not in vain that she had spent more than an hour putting on makeup. It was also not in vain that she had carefully selected herself a few days ago to buy this outfit. At the same time, Xia Yuyao's heart was much more solid. Although Chen Shang had given himself a lot of money, it had been enough to clothe and feed himself for the rest of his life. However, she had been nameless and without a name, and always had a feeling of disappointment. Fear that he would one day be abandoned like by Chen Shang. Tonight, seeing the fondness in Chen Shang's eyes, she realized that her worries were a bit redundant. "Xiaoyao, what are you thinking about?" Chen Shang couldn't help but ask when he saw that Xia Yuyao had been staring blankly. Xia Yuyao came back to her senses, hooked her hands around Chen Shang's neck, squinted her eyes and smiled. "Brother, it's really strange to think about it. If it were the previous me, to obtain so much wealth without having to pay, I would simply wake up laughing in my dreams. I would even be itching to be kicked away by brother. But after spending some time with brother, I realized that compared to money, I would prefer to stay by brother's side." Chen Shang laughed. "Really, why do I somewhat not believe it? Brother, what I said is true. These past few days, I had wished more than once to be held in brother's arms. Especially on the day I did acupuncture, all I could fantasize about was my brother's appearance. So much so that I ended up. Oops, what am I babbling about?" Xia Yuyao covered her face somewhat shyly, not daring to look at Chen Shang at all. Chen Shang reached out and removed Xia Yuyao's hand, looking at the reddened face and said, "Xiaoyao, you are truly a lovable little demon. Hee hee, a goblin is a goblin. As long as brother Chen Shang likes it, I'm willing to be whatever." After saying that, Xia Yuyao could no longer control her feelings, sending her soft delicate lips up. A few minutes later, Xia Yuyao gently blinked her eyes, her right hand slowly reached to her back and touched the zipper of her skirt. Don't want the beaver." Unconsciously, a system beep sounded in Chen Shang's ears. Xia Yuyao favorability +2, current favorability 95. Xia Yuyao favorability breaks through 95, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 skill point. With little hesitation, Chen Shang added the skill point to National Medicine Sage. The body was the capital of the revolution. Now that he had money, Chen Shang was paying more and more attention to his health. Without a healthy body, having even more money was equal to zero. As Xiao Shenyang said, "The most painful thing in life is nothing more painful than people dying with no money to spend." "Brother, what are you thinking about?" Xia Yuyao looked at Chen Shang with her chin in her hand and asked. "Not thinking about anything." Chen Shang rubbed Xia Yuyao's hair and changed his words. "Xiaoyao, I just saw that you have a scar on your butt. What's going on?" "That scar was left when I was in elementary school. At that time, I accidentally fell off my bike and ended up bumping into a rock." "I see. No wonder you used to always wear bikinis with lots of fabric. I'm just afraid that if brother Chen Shang sees the scars, he'll be less favorable towards Xiaoyao," Xia Yuyao said with some embarrassment. "I bought quite a few medicinal herbs. Tomorrow I'll help you make a pair of ointment. It should be able to lighten the scars." "Brother Chen Shang, don't tease me. I've used quite a few medicines to get rid of scars before and none of them worked. And it's been more than 10 years, so I guess even the best medicine won't work." "Then try it tomorrow." Chen Shang looked towards the tired-looking Xia Yuyao and hooked the corner of his mouth. "Now, let me help you relieve your fatigue." Right now, Chen Shang's National Doctor's Sacred Hands had already reached the 3rd level. It had far surpassed any other doctor in the world. It was not too much to call Chen Shang a divine doctor. Xia Yuyao was first stunned, then said with a shy face, "How does brother Chen Shang plan to relieve my fatigue?" It can't be that he's planning to zap people again. Congratulations, you got it right. He, then I'll try to see if Brother Chen Shang's technique has improved. You wait a bit, I'll go fetch the silver needle. Chen Shang rubbed Xia Yuyao's head and said. Then I'll wait for Brother O. Xia Yuyao had no doubt about Chen Shang's acupuncture skills. Ever since the last acupuncture, Xia Yuyao only felt that her body was soothed. Even her complexion was much better. This was much better than those skincare products that could cost thousands or tens of thousands of dollars. Therefore, she did not doubt Chen Shang's acupuncture skills in the slightest. Soon, Chen Shang brought a new set of silver needles. Get down. Then brother will have to be a bit lighter in a while. As she spoke, Xia Yuyao lay down on the bed, revealing her smooth and delicate back. I didn't even go out to play on May 1st, and insisted on updating. I hope readers greatly give a with love to generate comfort. Chapter 122. Did you do something bad while I was asleep? After Chen Shang finished sterilizing the silver needle with alcohol, he didn't hesitate to stab into several acupoints on Xia Yuyao's back. Well, Xia Yuyao frowned tightly. Yet, she let out a clearer and more moving chant than before. Xiaoyao, don't make this kind of sound, okay? I have absolutely no resistance to this kind of sound. Xia Yuyao turned her head slightly and said in a provocative tone. Didn't someone just say that they liked it a lot? Xiaoyao, don't push me, beware of me. Brother, I know I'm wrong. Xia Yuyao confessed and hurriedly turned back to slowly close her eyes. Chen Shang fixed his mind and inserted the silver needles all the way into Xia Yuyao's back. At once, a strange energy swept through Xia Yuyao's entire body. She only felt her consciousness becoming more and more blurred, and soon fell into a deep sleep. 10 minutes later. Xiaoyao, wake up. Xia Yuyao slowly opened her eyes, surveyed her surroundings, and asked with some confusion. Brother Chen Shang, why did I suddenly fall asleep? Just now I made your body quickly enter a deep sleep. Xia Yuyao sat up and stretched. She only felt that her own fatigue had almost completely disappeared. The mood also had an indescribable permeability. It's really amazing, why do I feel like I've come back to life with full blood? And the soreness in my body is gone. I just used silver needles to help you absorb all the lactic acid and other things in your body, and quickly consumed nutrients to replenish your physical energy. In addition, it also helped you unclog your meridians. I'll go too. Then won't I become a perpetual motion machine? Xia Yuyao exclaimed stupidly. Chen Shang had a black line on his face. Can't say that either. According to the law of conservation of energy, if you constantly consume the nutrients in your body to use for rapid recovery of physical energy, wouldn't it drain you dry? Then wouldn't it be fine if I binge eat? Eat that much, your stomach will be full of food residue. Then forget it, don't discuss this. Chen Shang said somewhat helplessly. Xia Yuyao saw that Chen Shang had actually been asked by himself, and her sense of accomplishment instantly exploded. She slowly brought her face closer to Chen Shang and said with a bad smile. Brother Chen Shang, did you just do something bad while I was asleep? How could? I'm not that kind of person. Xia Yuyao couldn't help but pout her little mouth. Brother Chen Shang is really too stupid. Xiaoyao, you're a bit arrogant after regaining your physical abilities, not when you were just begging for mercy? Xia Yuyao smiled playfully and said as she moved closer to Chen Shang, I still don't know who will be begging for mercy later. Inside the room on the first floor, Yu Xiaoro and Mi Crisp were chatting very happily. Every now and then, they would also discuss Xia Yuyao. This little ninny has finally gotten the hang of it. Mi Crisp said with a pleased face. Yeah. I told her a long time ago that brave people enjoy the world first. Yu Xiaoro said with narrowed eyes. Xiaoro, do you dare to go over and eavesdrop? I don't dare. Coward. Mi Crisp said with hatred. I don't think it's too good. Yu Xiaoro shrunk her head towards the quilt and was suddenly stunned, as if she realized something. Sister Crispy, you guys weren't eavesdropping outside the door last time, were you? Mi Crisp looked to the side as if nothing had happened, and said somewhat sheepishly. No, anyway, I went to bed long ago that day. Chanqian, did you go? Song Chanqian heard someone call out her name, and somewhat flustered, she returned, oh, yes. What are you talking about with all that? Mi Crisp stared at Song Chanqian's eyes. Chanqian, do you have something on your mind? No. Less lie to me here, as soon as you pout I know what brand of toilet paper you use. Say, isn't it that you're a little torn in your heart watching Xiaoyao go to Brother Shang? Song Chanqian knew she couldn't hide it from Mi Crisp, and nodded her head gently, yes there is a little bit. No, I just wonder, what are you worried about? Mi Crisp pursued with a frown. Song Chanqian let out a bitter smile and explained, Sister Crispy, now that it's come to this, I won't hide it from you. In fact, when I was 9 years old, I accidentally fell and lost my most precious thing. That's why I didn't dare to go to Brother Shang. No, are you teasing me? Look, even you don't believe it, would Brother Chen Shang believe it? Are you saying? Really? Mi Crisp asked with an incredulous face. Even if this kind of thing is true, no one would believe it. Song Chanchan's face was written with aggrievement and sorrow.
I know all of your situations, and I've already secretly asked by Luoyen and Li Sha in private, and they're both fledglings. Even Sister Chiu, who is 5 or 6 years older than us. I don't dare to go to Brother Chen Sheng just because I'm afraid that he'll dislike me and may even think that I'm already unclean. Me Crisp and Yu Xiaoro looked at each other, neither knowing how to comfort Song Chanchan. After all, it was common for that sort of thing to happen between men and women. If you were to say that you were careless, dogs wouldn't believe you. Just when Song Chanchan was a bit depressed, the cell phone placed by the pillow suddenly rang. Song Chanchan picked up the phone to see that it was her own mother, Gui Xiulan, calling on WeChat. After hesitating for a moment, she still connected.
Mom, why are you calling me at this hour? I'm almost asleep.
Dead girl, what are you busy with these days? You don't know to talk to mom on the phone.
Song Chanchan glanced at me Crisp and Yu Xiaoro, then said, Mom, wait, I'll go out to talk.
After saying that, Song Chanchan walked out of the bedroom and casually turned on the lights in the villa's living room.
Wei Xiulan couldn't help but blurt out when she saw the gilded living room and the sparkling crystal chandelier. Chanchan, where are you? I'm in Crispy's sister's villa. Ah, me Crisp actually bought a villa? I remember you said that her family is not considered a big family. How come she bought a villa before she graduated? Actually, this villa. Song Chanchan momentarily did not know how to explain. Not right, ah.
You guys ran into a period of time ago called Mr. Wang to give you a reward, but the money has to be next month to withdraw cash off.
Could it be that me Crisp met with Mr. Wang down the line, and then the other party sent her a set of villas? Song Chanchan was a bit speechless for a while.
Fortunately, he had already come to a certain room on the second floor. Otherwise, if she let Crispy hear her mother say such words, she would probably be unhappy. Mom, actually, there's something I've been wanting to tell you, but I'm afraid you'll worry if I say it.
What is it, making it mysterious? Actually, I now also have a villa and a sports car, and
Dead girl,
you won't also meet with a certain live broadcast big brother, right? The villa and the sports car were both sent to you by him? Song Chanchan skimmed her mouth. It was true that knowing a daughter was like being a mother.
You guessed right. In fact, the villa and the sports car were both given to me by that Mr. Wang. I got along with him for a few days and thought he was quite nice.
Chapter 123, Don't Let My Good Son-in-Law Run Away. Wei Xiulan was very excited after hearing this and said spitefully,
My silly girl, Mom used to tell you 1,000 times, you just didn't listen. Why do people give you a reward, but not greedy for your body?
Also, do you think that if something is sent to you, it is really yours?
After Song Chanchan heard this, she said with some unhappiness, Mom, how can you say that?
Mr. Wang is not that kind of person. Mom has traveled more bridges than you've ever traveled, and has eaten more salt than you've ever eaten.
When I saw that you guys haven't been on air for the past few days, I felt that there was something fishy, and that's why I couldn't help but give you a call. I didn't expect that it would really let me guess right, and that you'd really be fooled into limping.
Mom, people are really treating me quite well.
It's not just me, Crispy and the girls all think Mr. Wang is good too. Who's a nice guy who would be involved with several girls at the same time? This guy called Mr. Wang is just pitting you innocent female college students who like to daydream. Gui Xiulan said with her voice trembling a little.
Song Chanchan still argued with reason. People who pit us would spend so much money on villas and sports cars for us, and give us money to spend? Done and done.
You dead girl talking so much toward him, you wouldn't be sleeping with someone else, right?
Did you take measures at that time? My God, he doesn't have any infectious disease, right?
No, Mom will go to your school tomorrow and take you to the hospital for a checkup. Mom, it's time to change your acute nature, we're not there yet.
Thank goodness. Gui Xiulan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Silly girl, have you forgotten what your sister-in-law went through?
When she was first lured away from home by an old man. It turned out that that old man's house and car were rented. After being out there for over 2 months, I ended up with nothing but the baby in my belly. My situation was different from my sister-in-law's. The villa and the car were both bought for me when I was there.
Song Chanchan frowned and said,
You guys are still young. People's villas and cars are just for you guys to use temporarily.
When they get tired of playing with you guys, won't they still take them back?
And I have checked, to your reward money also cannot 100% to your hands.
If people want it back, there are ways to recover it.
Song Chanchan directly interrupted the other party. Mom, don't worry about it, the villa and the sports car are written in my name.
What? Gui Xiulan suddenly raised her volume and said, Is everything you said true? Look at the picture I just sent you, the contract is written in black and white in my name.
After Gui Xiulan looked at the contract clearly, she said with a face of surprise, This
is actually true?
Not only that, people gave each of us $500 million, and also gave Crispy's sister $100 million to start our own business.
Boom! Gui Xiulan was like being struck by lightning.
The cell phone almost fell to the ground.
Girl, what did you say? He gave you $500 million? Are you sure it's not Zimbabwean dollars or something? Mom, can you stop being so funny? If you don't believe me, I'll transfer some money to you. As she spoke, Song Chanxian had already transferred 5 million to her mother's account. Ding! Your account with tail number 8803 has earned 5 million. Wu Xiulan's eyes were wider than copper bells when she saw the freshly arrived string of numbers in her bank account. Old Song, quickly come over and take a look. How much is this? Song Minghui, who was eavesdropping on the conversation between the two, put down his cell phone and ran over in a few steps. Let me take a look. This is 5 million. Oh my god, it's really 5 million. Wei Xiulan's mouth was grinning to the back of her head as she listened. My good daughter, I didn't expect that I would have a day where I receive a call from my daughter, and it's still $5 million. My good daughter, why didn't you say so earlier? You also have to give me the chance to speak. Song Chanxian skimmed her mouth somewhat helplessly. Chanxian, this one called Mr. Wang, just which listed company is the big boss? Surprisingly, he has such a large amount of money. Song Minghui couldn't help but ask. He's just a student about the same age as me. I won't disclose the specific information to you, I can only say that the money came from a clean source. By the way, I'll show you his picture. As she spoke, Song Chanxian sent over a photo of Chen Shang. Wei Xiulan zoomed in on the photo and the corners of her mouth simply couldn't be suppressed. Surprisingly, he's still a little handsome boy. Whose kid in the end, who hasn't even made substantial progress with you yet, is willing to spend so much money on you? Isn't this a proper big wrong seed? Mom, how do you talk? Is your daughter that bad? Wei Xiulan also realized that she had said the wrong thing. However, she still said truthfully, although our Chanxian is very pretty and has a good figure. But compared to the other Mr. Wang, it's obviously a high reach. That Mr. Wang shouldn't have a formal relationship yet, right? Mom, I know what you mean. I will definitely take advantage of the opportunity. That's right, Mom just wanted to tell you this. I went to the temple last week to burn incense and ask the Bodhisattva to grant you a good marriage. I didn't expect it to work so quickly. Isn't the Moon Lord in charge of marriages? Maybe the Bodhisattva related to the Moon Lord. Alas, those are not important. What Mom wants to tell you is that you have to hold on to this good son-in-law of mine. If you let him get away, Mom can't spare you. Mom, that's not what you just said. It's not that you didn't make it clear in the beginning. Wu Xiulan thought about it, looked at Song Minghui and said, You go back to bed first, I'm going to talk to my daughter for a while longer. Although Song Minghui also wanted to listen to the conversation between the two. But when he saw Wei Xiulan's unquestioning eyes, still, he honestly went back to the house. The mother-daughter duo chatted for a long time, and Wei Xiulan had a basic understanding of Chen Shang. She took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, Chanxian, you have grown up. Mom will not repeat the same thing she told you when you were a child. Although you are now able to live a lifetime without worrying about food and clothing, it is still difficult to cross that hurdle between people. People go to higher places, there is such a good opportunity in front of you, you have to grasp it. Mom, I know. Just knowing isn't enough, you have to act. Listen to me, find an excuse one day, book a higher-end restaurant, preferably with some more red wine. Then you pretend to be drunk, let him take you to the hotel to rest. While you're drunk, won't you get him? Mom, where can you teach your daughter like this? Song Chanxian feigned anger. Don't you believe it? A woman chasing a man through a veil, that's how I chased your dad in the first place. Good, I know. The mother-daughter duo chatted heart to heart for a while before hanging up the phone. In fact, even if they didn't make this call today, Song Chanxian had already thought it through. Instead of hiding like this, it would be better to directly show her cards to Chen Shang. As for whether Chen Shang would believe himself or not, that was not up to him to decide. Chapter 124 Miraculous Repair Ointment. On the dining table. Ni Crisp looked at Chen Shang's back and asked curiously. Brother Shang said that he was going to go to the rooftop to refine medicine. What kind of medicine do you think he plans to refine? He said he's going to help me get scar removal ointment. Xia Yuyo thought about it and added. By the way, Brother Shang told us not to spread it out. Is this true? Why don't I quite believe it? Yu Xiaoro said vaguely as she pulled rice into her mouth. If that's true, wouldn't Brother Shang be able to win a Nobel Prize? Rice Crisp had a look of disbelief on her face. If it was before, I wouldn't believe it either. But, after spending time together these days, Brother Shang is saying that he can cure cancer, and I believe it. Bai Luoyan said with a face of adoration. Why don't we go help him refine medicine too? Li Sha proposed. Let's go take a look. The crowd of women clicked together and hooted and hollered as they headed towards the rooftop. When Chen Shang saw the women, he did not drive them away. It was also a good choice to stay as a medicine boy. After a busy morning, Chen Shang finally brewed several pairs of medicines. Chen Shang finally brewed a few pairs of tonics, as well as a jar of ointment to get rid of scars and warts. This kind of ointment was called the repairing ointment by Chen Shang. Looking at the fruits of his labor, Chen Shang was secretly staggered in his heart. It seems that as strong as LV3's, National Doctor Sage, is, it has to have some scientific basis. It wasn't like in novels where one could live and die. However, he was already satisfied now. After all, with the medical knowledge he now possessed, he was already able to cure most diseases. Even the terminal diseases that were sentenced to death by the hospital. At this time, it was already close to noon. Chen Sheng returned to the first floor hall with the ladies. Few finally finished, me Crisp exhaled heavily and directly collapsed on the sofa in exhaustion. I'm dying too, I feel more tired than dancing. Li Sha also kept rubbing her thighs. The remaining few girls were no better, all sitting on the sofa to get their blood back. Chen Sheng, however, didn't feel tired at all, instead, he couldn't wait to try out his results. Brother Chen Sheng, I heard Xiaoyao say that you gave her an acupuncture yesterday and was able to quickly relieve her body's fatigue, is that true? Me Crisp asked with some curiosity. Of course it's true. Brother, quickly give me a few needles, my body is so sore. Me Crisp pouted. I want acupuncture too. Li Sha also prayed with a soft voice. The rest of the girls also scrambled to try the needles that could relieve their fatigue. All of you lie down, I'll stab them one by one. Chen Sheng found out a few sets of silver needles and administered the needles to the girls in turn. No way, this is too amazing, I actually feel better instantly. Yu Xiaoro only felt indescribably comfortable, so much so that her two little feet were dancing. Brother Chen Sheng is really a divine doctor, self-taught acupuncture is so awesome. Song Chanqian also couldn't help but exclaim. Is it really that amazing? Li Sha asked somewhat less convinced. You'll know if you try it later. Yu Xiaoro narrowed her eyes and said. 3 minutes later, all the women had a few more silver needles on their backs. Everyone only felt indescribably comfortable and relaxed. The effect was much stronger than the last acupuncture. Of course, what they didn't know was Chen Sheng's, national medicine sage, had already reached the LV3 level. It was not what it used to be long ago. After giving the ladies acupuncture, Chen Sheng found a non-woven fabric and cut it into several rectangles, slowly walked over to Xia Yuyo and said, Xiaoyao, come and try the repair ointment. Ah, want to try it here? There are so many people here. Xia Yuyo said with some embarrassment. What are you afraid of? It's not like we haven't seen it before. Me Crisp joked. That's right, the last time we wore bikinis together on the yacht, we also didn't see you embarrassed but also intentionally showed your big butt in front of brother Chen Sheng. Li Sha also interjected. Where did I? Xia Yuyo looked like she was being looked through. But after thinking carefully, she also felt that there was really nothing to be afraid of. Then she laid down on the sofa, gently removing her shorts. In the next second, Xia Yuyao's body curve was very perfectly displayed in front of Chen Sheng. The ladies all looked towards Xia Yuyao. Each of them had a few scars on their bodies in one way or another. If the repair ointment developed by Chen Sheng really worked, then they could try it themselves. Chen Sheng applied the ointment onto a piece of non-woven fabric. A simple version of the ointment was made. Immediately after, Chen Sheng directly pasted the ointment onto Xia Yuyao's scar. Hiss! Xia Yuyao could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. At the same time, she frowned. Xiaoyao, what's wrong with you? Me Crisp asked with some urgency. I feel some itchiness at the scar and a little pain, like the wound is scabbing over. Chen Sheng explained, don't worry, this is the repairing ointment in action. The mechanism of action of the repair ointment is similar to some wart removal ointments. Both have corrosive properties. However, my ointment only corrodes scars and warts, the parts where abnormalities occur. In addition, it can also repair the damaged skin just like the intact skin around it. Surprisingly, it's so magical. Xia Yuyao couldn't help but open her mouth wide. That's natural. However, there is no pain-relieving medication added to the ointment, so let's use acupuncture to help you with the pain first. As he spoke, Chen Sheng took out a few more sets of silver needles, then came a few against Xia Yuyao's back. A few moments later, Xia Yuyo said with a surprised look on her face. Hee, it's so amazing, it seems like it really doesn't hurt anymore, yeah. Even the body's fatigue has eased quite a bit. So magical? Brother Chen Sheng, I want to try the restorative ointment as well. Bai Luoyan said with some excitement. Where do you have scars? Chen Sheng inquired. Brother Chen Sheng, you knowingly asked. Bai Luoyan said with a red face, I want to go inside the room, there are many people here, I'm a bit shy. Good. Chen Sheng remembered that Bai Luoyan did have a scar on her chest. It was from when she fell down as a child and was scalded by a hot kettle. Although it didn't have much of an effect. But Bai Luoyan always felt that Chen Sheng would dislike her. Chen Sheng led Bai Luoyan into a bedroom and placed the repair ointment on the table and said, take off your clothes. Aha! Bai Luoyan had long since lost her initial shyness. Quickly, she took her clothes off. Chen Sheng made a good piece of ointment, but didn't rush to do so. Instead, he kept staring at Bai Luoyan for a while. Brother Chen Sheng, have you seen enough? Bai Luoyan saw that Chen Sheng had been staring at her and lowered her head in some embarrassment. Luoyan, you're whiter than before. Bai Luoyan of course knew what it meant and said with a somewhat hot face. After you helped me with acupuncture last time, I feel like my sleep quality is much better and my body is much more relaxed. And
after you talked to me a few times, I could clearly feel the hormones in my body changing. With your help, the toxins and melanin in my body were able to be discharged out of my body in time, so my skin has also gotten better.
Chapter 125. Two together. Can't favor one over the other.
Chen Sheng nodded and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to have medical common sense.
People have looked it up online.
Next time you encounter something you don't understand, ask me directly, I can know more than those experts online.
I know, Dr. Chen. Bai Luoyan joked. Come and try the repair ointment.
Chen Sheng said with a bad smile on his face.
As he spoke, Chen Sheng gently pasted a piece of ointment onto Bai Luoyan's wound. In order to make the ointment fit more tightly, Chen Sheng also rubbed and kneaded the ointment. Brother Chen Sheng, are you doing this on purpose? Bai Luoyan asked with a red face. This was all discovered by you? You plastered the left side, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with the right side, right?
Ha, I'm a person who always focuses on fairness and doesn't like to favor one over the other.
Chen Sheng patted the plaster again and instructed, wait until this time tomorrow and remember to take it off. Got it. Let's go, let's eat.
Chen Sheng pinched Bai Luoyan's two chubby cheeks again and turned to leave the bedroom.
Bai Luoyan put her clothes back on.
Then she followed behind Chen Sheng and walked out of the bedroom. But she didn't hold much hope. After all, many stars had scars from accidents.
Tried all sorts of methods and even went abroad for plastic surgery. The results were also unsatisfactory. To say that Chen Sheng's restorative ointment could repair years of scars, it's a bit of an exaggeration.
Perhaps it could only lighten the scars. Soon, Chen Sheng and the two of them arrived at the dining table. At this time, Yi Zhiqiu had already prepared a large table of delicious meals. The ladies were helping out with the hands.
They didn't dare to treat Yi Zhiqiu as a nanny.
After all, everyone could tell that Yi Zhiqiu's relationship with Chen Sheng was not ordinary. As Chen Sheng ate, he looked to Yi Zhiqiu who was sitting beside him and said, Sister Autumn, in the future, why don't we just find a few nannies to specifically help us clean up the house and cook?
Little Shang, it's better to forget about it. It's not that I'm heartbroken about money, but I feel that this is a very fulfilling life. If you find nannies, I'll instead feel like I have nothing to do all day and be bored.
Chen Sheng pondered for a moment and said with another smile, Sister Autumn, in the future, you can go out with Crispy and the girls, you can't stay bored at home all the time. Yi Zhiqiu's heart instantly warmed after hearing this. She didn't expect Chen Sheng to be holding on to her at all times. However, she still felt a little embarrassed. After all, they were all a group of young girls, and they were all college students. If she went out with them, she was afraid that she would have no common topics. Seeing that Yi Zhiqiu seemed to have concerns, Ni Crisp said with a big grin, Sister Autumn, let's take a ride on a yacht together next time. You have such a good figure, you must look good in a bikini.
I don't quite dare to wear that kind of clothes.
Yi Zhiqiu's face flushed with a blush. That kind of clothes were smaller than her own underwear. I heard that they were looking for clothes inside the ass.
Wouldn't it be too revealing to wear it? What are you afraid of, Sister Autumn? There are no outsiders anyway. Xia Yuyo also advised. Yes, Sister Autumn. Women should learn to please themselves. Don't always cover up, learn to appreciate your own beauty.
Li Sha said with a sincere face.
Alright then. I'll try it next time. Yi Zhiqiu couldn't argue with everyone and didn't want to be a spoilsport.
Of course, the most important point was that she also wanted to integrate into the crowd of women. After getting along these days, she found that these girls all had good personalities. At the same time, she herself used to live in repression for a long time. Never really lived for herself. Now it was time to live for herself for once. Right, Sister Autumn, the last time I went to the gym, I saw you doing yoga alone there, and your movements weren't too standard.
Let's both practice together this afternoon? Really? That's really great.
Yi Zhiqiu was pleasantly surprised.
When she practiced yoga in the past, she followed along with a random video on the internet.
There was no one to teach herself at all. Later on, she also accidentally searched for Li Sha's shaking number and instantly fell in love with Li Sha's videos. In recent days, she has been practicing yoga following Li Sha's videos.
However, she has not been able to get the hang of it.
I didn't expect Li Sha to take the initiative to teach herself today. This made her somewhat flattered. The crowd had just had lunch when Chen Shang received a call from the property housekeeper.
Hello, Mr. Chen, there's a boss surnamed Plankton who said he came to deliver a car to you, is there such a thing?
That's right, I was the one who asked him to deliver the car here.
Okay sir, then I'll give a word to the doorman.
Chen Shang hung up the phone, looked at the women and said, let's go, our car has arrived.
Wow, so fast. Xia Yuyo rubbed her hands together in excitement.
Our yard will have to be filled with cars this time.
Ni Crisp also stood up excitedly. Last night,
after Yu Xiaorou and Song Qianxian went to sleep, Ni Crisp tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. All that was on her mind was her Pagani supercar.
It had even been checking the internet for information about the Pagani supercar. It was hard to fall asleep, but it turned out that she was dreaming about driving the sports car and racing against a few sisters. It could have tired her out. The ladies flanked Shen Sheng to the outside of the villa. At this time, there was a Mercedes-Benz S600 parked on the asphalt road outside the villa, as well as a few van-type transportation vehicles. By the looks of it, the luxury cars were placed in the spacious vans. A middle-aged man with some blonde hair saw Chen Shang and jogged all the way to the ladder. "Mr. Chen, your car has been delivered." "Boss Plankton, thank you." "You're welcome, it's all due." "May I ask where to put the car?" Chen Shang glanced at the courtyard and spoke indifferently. "Try to park in the courtyard first, and park on the side of the road if you can't put it there." Although the yard of the Tang Palace Villa was large, but there was also a lot of greenery in the yard. Trying to put down 7 cars at once was still a bit crowded. Plus, there were already 2 behemoths, Rolls-Royce and Maybach, in the courtyard. It was really impossible to put down so many cars. After hearing this, the gangster boss commanded the workers to park 4 supercars in the courtyard. The remaining 3 were temporarily parked on the side of the road. "Mr. Chen, if there's nothing else, then we'll take our leave first," Boss Plankton said with a smile on his face. "Alright, take care, Boss Plankton." Just as Boss Plankton left, Rice Crisp and the others couldn't wait to get into their respective cars. Last time at the exhibition, because of Zhao Chen's appearance, the ladies were simply not in the mood to take a closer look at the car's interior. Now they finally had the chance to properly appreciate their luxury cars. Chen Sheng shook his head helplessly. It was just one car. As for that? However, despite saying so, Chen Sheng was also somewhat excited to open the door of the Pagani Wind God. There was even the urge to drive out for a spin. Just as Chen Sheng was about to get into the cab, a black Passat drove by from not far away. "Chen Sheng?" A woman poked her head out of the driver's side and shouted. Chen Sheng turned around to see that the visitor seemed to be Li Qingling. After the car approached, Li Qingling and Jiang Ruoxue walked down successively. "One look at the back, I knew it was you." Li Qingling shook her high ponytail and said with a smiling face. Chapter 126. I'll personally medicate your thighs. Chen Sheng sized up Li Qingling and said in surprise, "Li Qingling, why are you here as well?" "What, I'm not welcome, so I'll go?" Li Qingling pouted and said. "I mean, don't you have to work?" "I used to work overtime without pay on holidays, it's time to take a break." Chen Sheng nodded. Then he sized up Jiang Ruoxue and asked, "Officer Jiang, discharged from the hospital so soon?" Jiang Ruoxue stroked her hair and let out a bitter smile. "There's no cure for my illness anyway. I don't want to waste my time in the hospital, so I just discharged myself. By the way, I came here today to thank you. I heard Qingling say that if you hadn't helped me, I wouldn't have been able to survive yesterday. It's just a matter of lifting my hand," Chen Sheng said in a cloudy manner. Li Qingling couldn't help but shake her head, looking at Jiang Ruoxue with some tears and laughter and said, "Little Snow, see, Divine Dr. Chen just has a pattern in his speech. It's obviously a life-saving favor, but he has to say it's a matter of lifting his hand. Mr. Chen, Qingling is right. It might be a show of hands for you, but it is indeed a life-saving favor for me." Jiang Ruoxue thought for a moment and added, "By the way, Mr. Chen, a few days ago you assisted the police in arresting fugitives, and yesterday you assisted the police in dismantling the drug trafficking gang led by Ma Changkuan. On the way to the hospital, you also subdued a group of triad members by the way. The relevant departments have decided to award you the title of Outstanding Citizen after a study, and reward you with 200,000 yuan. In addition, the damage to that Ferrari in the White Heron Riverside Villa will also be taken care of by the relevant departments." Chen Sheng pondered for a moment, then said, "You can claim the bonus and compensation for me first." "Good, I'll send them over to you when it's convenient for you one day." Chen Sheng closed the door of the Pagani Wind God and spoke indifferently. "Officer Jiang, I dispensed a few pairs of medicines for you, why don't you come over with me to pick them up?" "No, are you sure you're not joking? Xiao Shui's disease, even the experts are at their wits' end, can you really cure it?" Li Qingling couldn't help but stare blankly. "Of course I'm sure, how could I joke about something like this?" Jiang Ruoxue and Li Qingling looked at each other. Still, they followed behind Chen Sheng and entered the villa. At the same time, the women who were frantically taking selfies in the cab all turned their gazes towards the duo of Li Qingling and Jiang Ruoxue. They almost simultaneously opened WeChat and clicked on a group chat called Beauty Health Club. That's right, there is no Chen Sheng in this group. Rice Crisp, have you seen those 2 girls? Yu Xiaoro, of course I saw them, aren't they Li Qingling and Jiang Ruoxue? Song Chanxian, what are they doing here? Li Sha, Chanxian, you 4 don't know that brother Chen Sheng asked Jiang Ruoxue to come here to get his medicine. By Luoyan, yes, I was driving at the time. Brother Chen Sheng said it himself. Xia Yuyao, let's go, let's take a look, so we don't get stolen from the tower by those 2. Li Sha, those 2 have special identities, they shouldn't have to worry, right? Xia Yuyao, that's not necessarily true. Brother Chen Shang is so outstanding, and he even saved those two girls, so maybe they've already fallen long ago. The girls felt that it made sense, and all of them walked towards the villa. In the villa, Chen Shang brought the two of them to a table, handing a handbag to Jiang Ruoxue. Go back and put these medicines in the refrigerated cabinet and take them heated when you drink them. Drink one packet every night around 10 p.m. for 7 days. Remember, just take this one medicine, don't take it together with other medicines. Jiang Ruoxue took the handbag and looked at it. Inside were 7 packets of Chinese medicines that were plasticized in transparent bags. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Jiang Ruoxue said very sincerely. She did not think that Chen Shang was deliberately amusing himself. Since people had the ability to pull themselves back from the ghost gate, it meant that he was well versed in the art of medicine. He shouldn't just take a few pairs of medicines to fool himself. Although it might be a bit difficult to cure oneself. But at the very least, he could ease his pain. Li Qingling did not pay much attention to the Chinese medicine in Jiang Ruoxue's hands. She did not think that Chen Shang could cure brain cancer with just a few pairs of herbs. Her gaze inadvertently landed on the bowl of ointment and she asked with some curiosity. Mr. Chen Shang, what is that black stuff in this bowl? That's a restorative ointment that can repair body scars, warts, etc. Really? Li Qingling blinked her big eyes and asked. Of course it's real. Chen Shang saw a scratch on Jiang Ruoxue's face and spoke indifferently, saying, Officer Jiang, it's a new injury on your face, so you should be able to recover as good as new in 2 days after applying the ointment. Jiang Ruoxue froze. 2 days to recover as usual? This was much more powerful than the hospital's imported scar removal ointment. Moreover, the scar removal ointment prescribed by the hospital couldn't guarantee recovery as usual. Did these dark ointments in front of her really work? While Jiang Ruoxue was in deep thought, Chen Shang had already put on a disposable glove. Then he picked a small piece of ointment with his finger and gently applied it to Jiang Ruoxue's face. Well, Jiang Ruoxue could not help but frown. Her face seemed to be on fire with pain. It's right if it hurts. This time tomorrow, you'll smear the repair ointment once more. As he spoke, Chen Shang had already used a small medicine bottle to help Jiang Ruoxue fill some ointment. Li Qingling looked at the bowl of black ointment with some entanglement. This thing looked a bit bluff. I don't know how effective it is. If it really worked, then wouldn't the scars on her thighs be able to be gotten rid of as well? But, is there really such a magical ointment? After he himself had a few stitches in the hospital, the doctor told himself that the scar could indeed be repaired. But it was a bit unrealistic to restore it as normal. This black stuff, can it work? Li Qingling also remembered that last night, Dean Wang had praised Chen Shang as a miracle doctor. It was evident that the other party's medical skills were indeed superior. In that case, it seemed that Chen Shang might actually be able to help himself get rid of the scars on his legs. Chen Shang saw the way Li Qingling was about to speak. Naturally, he guessed her thoughts. Li Qingling, you can also get rid of the scars on your legs. But it has to require me to personally apply the medicine. Ah? You personally? Apply medicine? Why, is there any problem? No. Nothing is wrong. Li Qingling was instantly a little embarrassed. Her own wound was at the root of her thigh. What she was wearing today was not shorts, but a skirt. This if she let her put medicine on herself, wouldn't she see her? Thinking of this, Li Qingling's face suddenly turned red. Come with me to the room. As he spoke, Chen Shang picked up the ointment and a piece of non-woven fabric and walked towards his bedroom. Li Qingling followed behind Chen Shang. After entering the room, Chen Shang spoke faintly. Lift up your skirt. Li Qingling knew that Chen Shang was going to apply the ointment for herself. After thinking for a moment, she sat on a chair, gently lifting up her skirt. Because of some shyness, Li Qingling bit her lips and twisted her head to the side, not daring to look at Chen Shang's eyes at all. Chapter 127, Lifting Up Her Skirt. Seeing the small, white dress, Chen Shang said somewhat breathlessly. Who told you to lift your skirt up so high? Just expose the wound. Ah. I didn't pay attention. Li Qingling hurriedly lowered her skirt again, only revealing the wound. I think you're deliberately tempting me. You're talking nonsense. Li Qingling hated to find a crack in the ground. Since she was a child, it was the first time she was flirted with by the same boy 3 times. The key was that every time he was helping himself. There was nothing one could do with him. Chen Shang made a piece of ointment according to the previous method, putting it on Li Qingling's thigh. Li Qingling only felt a vague pain at the wound. It was like there were countless ants gnawing on her flesh and blood. She couldn't help but frown, clenching her teeth, trying her best not to let out a sound. Yet, she still couldn't help but let out a tiny humming sound. Seeing this, Chen Shang placed his hand on Li Qingling's thigh. What do you want to do? Li Qingling subconsciously wanted to retract her thighs. However, her intuition told her that Chen Shang should not be that kind of person. Last time when he helped himself stop the bleeding, he did the same thing. In the end, Li Qingling gave up struggling. allowing Chen Shang's warm palm to rest on her smooth and delicate thigh. The pain is normal.
Your wound is too deep and not very reparable. I'll help you send the medicine deeper into the wound. As he spoke, Chen Shang's hand began to rub continuously. Li Qingling's tightly locked eyebrows could not help but stretch out, then slowly tightened again. For some reason, with Chen Shang's help, Li Qingling only felt that the flesh at the wound seemed to be growing rapidly. Moreover, the initial pain had disappeared. What replaced it was a strange feeling. Li Qingling could not help but sneak a glance at Chen Shang. This guy, was he taking advantage of himself? However, his hands were indeed warm, and it made his wounds no longer painful, but instead somewhat comfortable.
Heavens! Why does one like this feeling so much? Moreover, one hoped that this moment would not pass by too quickly. Thinking of this,
Li Qingling suddenly fixed her mind and couldn't help but curse herself in her heart.
Li Qingling, you are too shameless. How could you be like this? People were just helping you get rid of the scars on your legs. Just like helping you stop the bleeding that day. How could you have such dirty thoughts? Oh, shame on you. How could you learn to be so bad? However, she wanted to be the bad guy for once. Li Qingling good sense plus 10, current good sense 70.
Chen Shang couldn't help but hook the corner of his mouth when he heard the system beep. He knew that he had succeeded in his scheme.
In the beginning,
the acupoints he massaged were indeed only helping Li Qingling to stop the pain and let the wound absorb the medicine better.
But the latter several acupoints. After a long time, Chen Shang finally stopped. Alright, after 24 hours, tear off the plaster.
For the next 2 days, insist on applying the repair ointment once more every day.
Li Qingling looked up at Chen Shang and couldn't help but be staggered. Divine Dr. Chen, seeing as you're about the same age as me, where on earth did you learn all this? I idly learned it from a book. Why am I so unconvinced? If there really are such good medical skills in books, why don't those experts know about them?
I was reading an ancient book that has long been lost, so of course the average person hasn't seen it.
Che, you're lying to the devil here.
Li Qingling naturally knew that Chen Shang was jerking off, narrowing her eyes and smiling. Whether or not this piece of dogskin plaster can help me get rid of my scars, I owe you a favor. Good, when you're needed in the future, don't be stingy with your hand. Don't worry, as long as it's something this girl can do, I will definitely do my best to help you. If I really can't, I'll move my old man out.
Miss Li is really generous.
That's natural, I've always been a person who knows how to return favors. Li Qingling patted her not so full breasts and said. Zhang Ruoxue looked towards Chen Shang and said in a firm tone. Mr. Chen, if you encounter difficulties in the future, I will also do my best to help you.
If I am no longer around, then you will go to my father, he will definitely help you. Officer Jiang, you shouldn't call me Mr. Chen in the future, it sounds a bit awkward. Then I'll be like Qingling and just call you by your name? However, you shouldn't call me Officer Jiang either, call me Little Snow. The corner of Zhang Ruoxue's mouth hooked up into a nice curvature as she squinted her eyes and said. Okay, I'll call you Little Snow from now on. Zhang Ruoxue nodded, Mr. Chen, then Qingling, and I will leave first.
Also, if there is a chance, I will definitely thank you properly. After saying that, Zhang Ruoxue held Li Qingling's hand and left the villa. Zhang Ruoxue favorability plus 3, current favorability 88.
After Zhang Ruoxue and the others left, Chen Shang let out a low gulp. Have you eavesdropped enough? All come out.
Rice Crisp and the others who were hiding in the room to eavesdrop looked at each other.
What situation? Surprisingly, they were discovered.
Me Crisp pushed open the door and walked out of the bedroom, pretending as if nothing had happened.
Brother Chen Shang, were you just talking to us? Don't pretend here, do you think I don't know that you guys were eavesdropping in the house? Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from Brother Chen Shang.
Me Crisp walked over and pulled Chen Shang's arm and pampered him, saying, we are afraid that Brother Chen Shang might accidentally make a mistake and won't be able to explain to those two big shots when the time comes.
Of course I know.
Chen Shang glanced at the crowd and found that apart from Sister Chiu, there was one person missing.
Where did Qianqian go? She
seems to say that she is a little uncomfortable and went back to her room to sleep.
Me Crisp said ambiguously. Uncomfortable? I'll go take a look.
Saying so, Chen Shang took a step towards the bedroom where Song Qianqian was. At the same time, he was a bit puzzled. He himself had just helped her take her pulse yesterday. There was nothing wrong with her body.
How could it suddenly be uncomfortable? Could it be that she be deliberately pretending to be sick?
Thinking of this, Chen Shang pulled the corner of his mouth. When Yu Xiaoro heard that Song Qianqian was not feeling well, she also followed behind Chen Shang towards the bedroom. Her eyes were filled with worry.
Xiaoro, come over here. Me Crisp lowered her voice and said.
Yu Xiaoro came to Me Crisp with some uncertainty and spoke anxiously. Sister Crispy, Qianqian is a little uncomfortable, I'll go take a look at her.
What mess are you adding by following? Do you know where she is uncomfortable?
Yu Xiaoro was silent for a moment and suddenly realized, could it be Qianqian she wants to?
Me Crisp did not answer.
It just nodded her head one way or the other. Yu Xiaoro looked at Chen Sheng's disappearing back and gently shook her head and said, "Let's just go out and look at the car, let's not disturb brother Chen Sheng's pleasure." As they spoke, the women walked towards the outside of the villa with a smile on their faces. Chen Sheng came to the bedroom and closed the door. Slowly, he walked to Song Chanqian.
"Chanqian, don't pretend, I know you're fine." Song Chanqian's eyes rolled up nervously.
She suddenly opened her eyes and wrapped her arms around Chen Sheng's neck.
Chapter 128, Song Chanqian's favorability breaks 95.
After Song Chanqian wrapped her arms around Chen Sheng's neck, without saying anything, she directly sent her two red lips up.
The other girl was so proactive. Chen Sheng naturally wouldn't be polite either. In an instant,
the soft, flexible, and warm sensation hit Song Chanqian's heavenly aura directly. It made her body shudder.
It had been a few minutes before the two separated. Song Chanqian's face was written with shyness and anticipation.
At the same time, there were a few more points of worry.
Like a little neighborly daughter-in-law.
"Could you, Song Chanqian, your wings have hardened, how dare you lie to me about being sick?
See how I'll clean you up in a while,"
Chen Sheng said with a bad smile on his face. Song Chanqian hooked her hands around Chen Sheng's neck, her eyes flirtatious, and said,
"I just want to spend some time alone with brother."
"Who let brother be so biased? They have all been alone with brother."
"I'm the only one who hasn't." Chen Sheng gently pinched Song Chanqian's pouting mouth with his hand. "Are you blaming me for this?"
"I don't mean to blame brother, I just
want to give my best to brother."
"But..." Saying this, Song Chanqian twisted her head to the side in desire to speak.
"But what?" Chen Sheng pursued. Song Chanqian took a deep breath.
Eyes averted, she looked at Chen Sheng and asked with some lack of confidence,
"Brother Chen Sheng, if I say that I fell when I was a child and lost my most precious thing, do you believe me?" The atmosphere suddenly became dull and awkward.
Song Chanqian saw Chen Sheng's smile gradually freeze, and was inwardly apprehensive. This kind of thing, it was expected that any man would not believe it. After all, this kind of talk was too dogmatic. She seemed to have already thought of her ending.
Disliked by Chen Sheng.
Even the other party would think that he was lying, and thus become disgusted with herself.
However, one really did not lie. In an instant, Song Chanqian was both a little scared and a little aggrieved. Tears snapped down. Who knows?
Chen Sheng, however, did not get angry. Instead, he couldn't help but laugh out loud.
"Song Chanqian, why are you crying? I don't seem to have said that I don't believe you." Song Chanqian froze, and her eyes instantly became clear. "Brother Chen Sheng, you really believe what I just said?" "Of course I believe you, because I know that you wouldn't lie to me." Chen Sheng couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. Brother's system was an invincible existence.
It could detect any form of romance, as well as the number of relationships. However, Chen Sheng felt that the system should be upgraded.
If it could even detect the number of times of narcissism, that would be great.
Song Chanqian saw that Chen Sheng actually chose to believe in himself. For a moment, she was very moved, and tears once again came to her eyes. But this time, the tears that were shed were moving tears.
"Brother Chen Sheng, thank you for everything you've done for me, and even more so, thank you for being willing to believe in me. I'm willing to give you everything I have." Song Chanqian favorability +1, current favorability 94. "Shoo, don't say anything. Save the words of thanks for later." Without realizing it, the sun had already set.
Chen Sheng only felt refreshed. The two of them had a long conversation and kept talking for more than 2 hours. During that time, Song Chanqian insisted that Chen Sheng give her acupuncture to relieve her fatigue.
After doing acupuncture twice in a row, Song Chanqian even wanted to do acupuncture.
She really took herself as a perpetual motion machine. Chen Sheng was afraid that Song Chanqian's body would not be able to cope, which is why he did not continue.
"Brother Chen Sheng, people just can't get enough of you." Song Chanqian pursed her lips and said in a whiny voice. With that look, she almost hooked Chen Sheng's soul away. Song Chanqian good sense +1, current good sense 95.
Song Chanqian's favorability breaks through 95. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 skill point. This time, Chen Sheng did not add points to any of the skills. Instead, he intended to save the skill points and improvise when the time came. It was almost close to 6 o'clock. Rice Crisp sent a message. "Brother Chen Sheng, the meal is ready, do you want to come out for dinner?" "Okay, heading over here." Chen Sheng replied back. Song Chanqian used her delicate fingers to gently caress Chen Sheng's chest and softly asked, "Brother Chen Sheng, do you want us to?" "Again?" "Chanqian, eat first." Chen Sheng said somewhat breathlessly. "I didn't think that this little girl hadn't chatted enough." What a little glutton. Had he known this, he shouldn't have helped her recover her strength. Even more so, he shouldn't have helped her massage a certain acupoint on her body. "Alright then, it just so happens that I'm hungry too," Song Chanqian said as she got up somewhat reluctantly. At the dining table.
After Chen Shang had eaten his dinner, he began to check up on his personal information panel. Name, Chen Shang. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 77 kilograms. Basic attributes, 375 points. National Medicine Sage LV3, Top Fighting Art LV2, Music Master LV1, Swimming Master LV1, Card God LV1, Thousand Techniques LV1, Absolute Defense LV1, Flying Needle Master LV1. Current skill points, 1 point. System account, 31.523 billion, personal account, 2.856 billion. After reading his personal information, Chen Shang's heart was filled with emotions. Once upon a time, he himself was still a bamboo pole with a somewhat thin body. Now, not only had he become stronger, it had also become rich. And as long as there were girls by his side, accompanying him to eat, drink, and play, all of them were able to obtain a constant stream of income. Of course, even if one doesn't have a penny now, with all the heaven-defying abilities, one could still obtain enough wealth. Me Crisp saw that the corners of Chen Shang's mouth were harder to suppress than even AK. Somewhat curiously, she spoke, "Brother Chen Shang, what are you thinking about?" Only then did Chen Shang come back to his senses and said with a smile, "Nothing, just thinking about what items to play in a while. Why don't we play poker? It just so happens that I bought many decks of playing cards a while ago and originally wanted to perform magic during the live broadcast, but as a result, I haven't been able to use them." Me Crisp proposed. "Yeah, I agree." Xia Yuyo also became interested. "There are so many of us, what's a suitable way to play poker?" Bai Luoyan spoke up. "The poker game I know, it seems like only enough ranks has the most people playing it." Me Crisp responded. The ladies were all in a bit of a dilemma for a while. Instead, there were a few games that all 8 people could play. It was a pity that no one knew how to play them. Li Sha and Yi Zhiqiu glanced at each other before speaking. "It's just right for the 6 of you to play enough levels, and Sister Autumn and I have an appointment to practice yoga. It's not easy for teacher Shasha to find the time to teach me yoga, I have to learn it properly." Yi Zhiqiu joked. "Sister Autumn, don't bury me. Even though you haven't practiced yoga, your figure is much better than mine, so how dare I be your teacher?" Li Sha said as she looked at Yi Zhiqiu with some envy. Chen Shang nodded. "Well then, Sister Chiu and Shasha, you two go practice yoga, let's go play poker." Chen Shang happened to want to test his 1,000 techniques, to see if it was as amazing as the system said. Everyone wait a moment. Xia Yuyao packed some snacks and beer in a basket, narrowed her eyes and smiled, saying, "How can you play poker without snacks and alcohol?" Chapter 129, You Have to Accept Punishment If You Lose. Bai Luoyan looked at Xia Yuyao with an envious face and marveled. "Xiao Yao, you're eating snacks after just finishing your meal? Just now I saw that you ate quite a lot of rice as well. The key is that you don't even grow any meat, it's simply outrageous. I've had this physique since I was a child. But ever since Brother Chen Shang did acupuncture on me, I felt as if my stomach had gotten bigger." After Xia Yuyao finished speaking, she seemed to realize that the others seemed to have misunderstood her, and hurriedly added another sentence. "I mean, my stomach seems to have grown meat. Blame me?" Chen Shang explained somewhat helplessly, "You can't gain weight from binge eating because you have mild hyperthyroidism. This is a disease that has to be cured." No wonder when playing games with Xiao Yao, her mouth was never idle, so it's sister hyperthyroidism. Song Chanqian covered her mouth and laughed. Xia Yuyao couldn't help but stare blankly. She herself was indeed prone to emotional agitation in these recent months. It was also accompanied by symptoms such as palpitations and weakness. "I didn't realize that I had hyperthyroidism. If only I had known that I had hyperthyroidism, I might have become the hyperthyroidism sister who was even hotter than hyperthyroidism brother." Me Crisp helped Xia Yuyao carry the basket together, raised her eyebrows and said, "Sister hyperthyroidism, let's go." "Crispy, you bully me too," Xia Yuyao said with a small mouth. "I won't bully you in the future, Sister Ajiao. You also said." The crowd entered the bedroom. Bai Luoyan's eyes glared round when she saw the wide 4-person bed. "Your beds are so big. A big bed is only comfortable to sleep on, and you won't fall to the floor no matter how you roll." Me Crisp joked. As she spoke, she looked for a few pairs of poker from a cupboard on the side. "Although we don't gamble, there's a punishment for losing," Xia Yuyao said with a playful face. "Should we still not punish, I will only be a little bit," Yu Xiaorou said with some worry. "How meaningless without punishment, let the winning side decide the punishment." Me Crisp also followed the coaxing. "Alright then. You guys let me off the hook in a while. Xiaorou, what are you afraid of? Playing enough is not just about individual level, teamwork is also important. I haven't played much, so I'm a little weak." Yu Xiaorou's gaze was evasive, and she said with some lack of confidence. "What are you afraid of? You have to believe in yourself, maybe you can follow and lay down a win." The crowd sat in a circle and started drawing lots. In the end, Chen Shang, Me Crisp, Yu Xiaorou group. Xia Yuyao, Song Chanqian, Bai Luoyan group. "I'll shuffle the cards," Chen Shang said without moving. At the same time, an imperceptible smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. Since you guys sent yourselves to the door, then don't blame me for not being polite. After Chen Sheng shuffled the cards, the crowd drew their cards in turn. At the beginning, everyone was quite calm. The further it went, the more wonderful the expressions on everyone's faces became. Mi Crisp and Yu Xiaorou, who were in a group with Chen Sheng, began to secretly rejoice after being shocked. Unexpectedly, their cards were so good. The other three girls, on the other hand, had green faces. I'll go, this card is too bad, isn't it? Xia Yuyao couldn't help but spit out. My cards are also bad. Song Chanqian also said somewhat powerlessly. No way, how come there isn't even a decent card? Bai Luoyan couldn't help but furrow her brows. Hey, my cards aren't too good either. Mi Crisp said with a calm face. In reality, she was already happy in her heart. This card is still not good? This card was also too good. It was almost like cheating. After drawing the cards, Xia Yuyao and the three of them were about to collapse. It was all a hand of bad cards. Xiaoyao, you play first. Mi Crisp urged with a slight sense of urgency. Xia Yuyao thought for a moment and threw down a few cards, 5 fives. Chen Sheng, 5 sixes. Song Chanqian, 5 eights. Yu Xiaorou, 5 jacks. Mi Crisp couldn't help but stare, then said somewhat helplessly, Xiaorou, why did you play big cards the moment you came up? Yu Xiaorou glanced at her own cards and whispered, this is already the smallest card. What? Xia Yuyao, who was sitting opposite of Yu Xiaorou, almost sprayed the beer in her mouth. People's smallest card was the same as their biggest card. This was still a game. Can't care. Xia Yuyao poured another large mouthful of beer and said without a good mood. 5 queens, said Yui Xiaorou tentatively. Over. Xia Yuyao had a black line on her face. 6K? Pass. Mi Crisp reminded from the side, Yui Xiaorou, you haven't opened the point yet. Oh, right. Only then did Yui Xiaorou play a 4. 6. 8. 9. 10. Q. After playing around, it was Yui Xiaorou's turn to play her cards again. A small king. The corners of Xia Yuyao's mouth twitched as she looked at Yu Xiaorou. No way, you're playing small kings casually? There are too many big kings in my hand, there doesn't seem to be much use in keeping the small king. Xia Yuyao's hyperthyroidism almost came back. The biggest thing in her own hand was a pair of aces. On the contrary, Yui Xiaorou, people didn't even take the small kings seriously. Pass. Then I'm leaving, haha. Yu Xiaorou said with some embarrassment. In the later cards, Xia Yuyao realized how terrifying Yui Xiaorou was. Every time she made a move, there would be a big king. Except for Chen Sheng, everyone was stunned. Even though Yu Xiaorou's hand of good cards was in shreds. But people were at least the first to go through and be the head section. Chen Sheng could not help but sigh in his heart, had he known that Yu Xiaorou was so wasteful. I would have given her a few less good cards. The next time, it was the turn of Mi Crisp and Chen Sheng to perform. Although the twos cards were not as good as Yu Xiaorou's. But they also crushed the opposite side. They took a second and third subject respectively. Mi Crisp looked at the Xia Yuyao trio who still had a large hand of cards left and rubbed his hands together, saying, willing to gamble is willing to lose. Oh. Next, let's us think about how to punish you guys. Sister Crispy, we're on such good terms, so don't go too far with the punishment. Xia Yuyao pouted with a cute and aggrieved look. That won't do, pro sisters know how to settle accounts. Mi Crisp pondered for a moment, and attached herself to Chen Sheng's ear and whispered a few words. Chen Sheng could not help but give Mi Crisp a thumbs up. Crispy, it's still you who knows how to play. Just this punishment. Xia Yuyao saw the expression on Chen Sheng's face and knew that the punishment was definitely not simple. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Mi Crisp slowly got up and found a pen from a side cabinet. The loser, you have to draw little turtles on your body. Oh. Don't worry, this ink is easy to wash clean. Bai Luoyan froze, then asked with some nervousness, draw it on. Where? Mi Crisp's gaze swept over Bai Luoyan's slim figure and said with a bad smile, exactly where to draw, brother Chen Sheng has the final say. As she spoke, Mi Crisp handed the pen to Chen Sheng. Brother Chen Sheng, don't be merciful. Don't worry, I'm not one to show mercy. Chen Sheng looked at the well-behaved Xia Yuyao trio, who were as if they were kittens, and threw a look over. The trio understood. Gently removing their jackets, they pressed their faces against the sofa. After doing so, the few people buried their heads in some embarrassment. Yo, this figure is quite good. Chen Sheng looked towards Bai Luoyan who was closest to him and slowly raised his arm. Chapter 130, Cheating? Bai Luoyan felt a big warm hand that touched her body. Brother Chen Sheng, it's not like you haven't seen it before, so don't make fun of people. At this time, Bai Luoyan had already blushed. If only Chen Sheng was present. She had no sense of shame. She would even twist her body to tease Chen Sheng. But now there were so many people. Were still all staring at themselves in unison. This made her want to bury her head in the sand like an ostrich. Chen Shang did not give Bai Luoyan any mercy. With a wave of his brush, he directly began to draw. After finishing the drawing, Chen Shang blew the ink and said with a bad smile on his face, "Next, it's Xiaoyao's turn." Xia Yuyao turned her head slightly, bit her lip and said, "Brother Chen Shang, you were so bad, but I like it so much." After hearing this, Me Crisp couldn't help but spit out, "Tisk, that's so meaty. I didn't expect you to be this kind of Xiaoyao." So what? People just like Brother Chen Shang. You can't escape punishment even if you are pampered and cute. Chen Shang nonchalantly held Xia Yuyao, then drew a big turtle. Next, it's Qianqian's turn. Song Qianqian shuddered and smiled bitterly. "I'm willing to bet and lose, but there's always a time when you guys lose, right? Don't blame us when that time comes. Dare to threaten me? I am a person who is most unafraid of threats." Shen Sheng gently tapped a few times and began to act as a painter. Of course, taking advantage of the opportunity to mooch was inevitable. "Alright, everyone get up." Shen Sheng patted the trio and said, The last hand was just your luck." Xia Yuyao sat up, puffed out her chest, and said aggressively, "This hand we will definitely wipe out the previous shame and kill you all. That's right, we will take revenge. When the time comes, I will definitely draw 2 big Wang Beos on Me Crisp's ass." Song Chanqian also pinched her waist and said with a bad smile on her face. The latter result was predictable. Xia Yuyao's trio kept losing. And it was still a total loss kind of thing. By the end, Xia Yuyao's trio had been painted with turtles. "Whoops, why do we keep losing?" Song Chanqian said with a helpless face. "Ours is also too backward, isn't it?" Xia Yuyao was a bit unconvinced. If one were to say that losing 1 or 2 games was still normal. But losing for a night in a row was a bit too unlucky. "I think there's something fishy here." Bai Luoyan looked at Chen Shang and said with some suspicion, "Have you guys noticed that every time, it's Brother Chen Shang who shuffles the cards? Could it be that Brother Chen Shang is cheating?" Xia Yuyao suddenly realized, "No, Brother Chen Shang is cheating? I'm just guessing." Bai Luoyan said with some uncertainty, "I don't think it's very likely, right? How could Brother Chen Shang memorize so many cards? If he really had this ability, wouldn't he be the king of gamblers just like Master Star?" Song Chanqian shook her head. Chen Shang shrugged his shoulders and said with a straight face, catching a thief, catching an adulterer, catching an adulterer. You guys didn't catch me on the spot, so how can you say I cheated?" This sentence is not true at all. If it wasn't a double but 3 like that, my Yongxiang, wouldn't you never be able to catch an adulterer? Xia Yuyao retorted. "I'll go, you're really a logic geek." Me Crisp couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "That's right, please call me Big Smart." Xia Yuyao grabbed a handful of chips and stuffed them into her mouth, saying vaguely that, "How about this, let's redraw." "Right, I also agree to redraw." Song Chanqian agreed. Redrawing is redrawing, when the time comes, you guys can't find another reason. Me Crisp couldn't help but be sarcastic. After redrawing the lots, Shen Shang, Xia Yuyao, and Song Chanqian were in a group. The rest of the group. "I'll wipe my eyes this time, don't try to cheat." Bai Luoyan said confidently. After redrawing the lots, Chen Shang's camp still won several hands in a row. Even cutting the cards didn't work. Because even if the cut cards were reordered, at best, the first few cards would be in the wrong order. The back would still be adjusted back by Chen Shang. "I'm so unlucky, I haven't won since the redraw." Me Crisp said with a sobbing face. "Sister Crispy, let me ask you if you're convinced? The feeling of drawing on you just now is so relieving." Xia Yuyao shook the brush in her hand and laughed. "I still suspect that Brother Chen Sheng cheated. But I've been staring at him and didn't find anything unusual." Bai Luoyan sighed lightly and said somewhat helplessly, catching a thief, catching a thief." Song Chanqian said with some complacency. In the beginning, she was stifled by the feeling of being rubbed on the ground. After winning a few games in a row, she finally raised her eyebrows for once. Chen Shang laughed, "Let's stop here today, some other day brother will teach you to play mahjong." "Still playing ah? By then, all the bitter teas will be lost." Me Crisp said with some devastation. "Luckily those inks came off once they were washed. Otherwise, I would have died of exhaustion just from bathing tonight." "Right, where are we going to play tomorrow?" Xia Yuyao asked as she drank the last sip of beer. "There's a concert for Xiao Jing here tomorrow, why don't we go see it?" Me Crisp suggested. "Is it that national goddess Xiao Jing who's been the hottest in recent years?" Bai Luoyan asked with some curiosity. She usually didn't pay attention to the entertainment industry. She had only heard a little about the many stars. "That's right, it's her. I'm her fan." Yu Xiaoro clenched her pink fist and said with slight excitement. "It's not bad to see a concert, I don't know if I can still get a ticket." Chen Shang reminded. Although he usually did not follow stars. However, he also knew that most of the concerts of first-tier stars had to need to grab a ticket to be able to do so. Even Jay Chou's imitator, Black Luan's concert, had to need to grab a ticket. Otherwise, one could only sit in the first row and could not grab the last row at all. It's okay, we can buy scalper tickets off. I looked at the price of the front row and it's only over 10,000 apiece. After a while,
Me Crisp blinked her eyes and shook her cell phone screen towards the crowd. 8 tickets for tomorrow night at 7 p.m.
It's already done. What do you mean only over 10,000 a ticket?
Xia Yuyao wrapped her arms around her chest, staggering back and forth. It's different when Crispy's sister is rich. In the past, you had to pick for half a day to buy 100 plus lipsticks. Now more than 10,000 a ticket. Eyes do not blink.
Xiaoyao, it's not what it used to be.
Me Crisp gently patted Xia Yuyao's shoulder and said in a serious tone. We're rich now, we should enjoy ourselves. In the past, she wouldn't have spent so much money on a ticket. But now, this amount of money was nothing to her.
Then it's settled.
Chen Shang glanced at his cell phone. It's getting late, everyone take an early rest.
As he spoke, Chen Shang patted by Luo Yan who was covered in ink.
Luo Yan, after losing all night today, your heart is a bit uncomfortable, right?
Bai Luo Yan pursed her lips, still.
Good. Although it was true that she was a bit unhappy that she kept losing. But the good thing was that the punishment wasn't excessive. Even, one kinda liked it. Look at your sad face. Go to my house, brother will enlighten you properly. Bai Luo Yan was instantly delighted in her heart.
So, this is what everyone always says. Bitter and sweet.
Chapter 131 All men love the new and hate the old.
Bai Luo Yan took Chen Shang's arm and turned her head slightly sideways towards Chen Shang. Walking with light steps towards the outside. Looking at Bai Luo Yan's bird-like demeanor.
Envy and jealousy was written all over the faces of the ladies.
No way. Didn't expect Bai Luo Yan to be the final winner. Me Crisp looked at Bai Luo Yan's back and said. If I had known this, I should have lost for a night too. Xia Yuyao's intestines were green with remorse. This is what everyone calls losing in the casino and winning in love.
Yu Xiaoro couldn't help but spit it out as well.
Where could everyone have thought?
Bai Luo Yan, who had lost one night, would end up with such a big reward. If they could have a chance to start over again, everyone would not have chosen to win the hand. Directly 4 twos with 2 kings. Don't think so much, this is also considered a game compensation mechanism.
Song Chanxian said as she packed up the leftover snacks. Chanxian, just don't stand around talking. You don't have any ideas now, but we're not like you. Me Crisp said indignantly. Actually,
I also want to accompany brother Chen Shang just like you guys. Only, we also have to respect brother Chen Shang's choice.
Song Chanxian bit her lips and whispered.
Forget it, wash up and go to sleep, dreams have everything. Yu Xiaoro comforted herself. Then she took off her clothes and walked towards the bathroom.
Let's go wash up too. Me Crisp said as she looked towards Song Chanxian. No, I'm taking them with me.
This is the reward that brother Chen Shang gave me.
Sister Crispy, do you think brother Chen Shang will be surprised if he sees that they are still there next time? Surprise? I think surprise is more like it.
If you don't wash them off now, you'll probably turn pitch black tomorrow.
Then I'd better hurry up and wash it off. There were no words for the rest of the night. The next day, Me Crisp and Bai Luo Yan and the others still had classes at school. So they went to class early in the morning.
Chen Shang, on the other hand, drove the supercar out for a test drive to compare which of the different models was better to drive. Not to mention, the feeling of driving a supercar is different.
Not only is it powerful, but it also turns heads on the road. The turnover rate on the road is also high. There are even some girls who take the initiative to add Mr. Chen's WeChat.
But those girls either don't have the face value to meet the standard,
or too many times in love. Chen Shang all politely refused. Near dusk,
Chen Shang drove his Pagani Wind God, ready to go to the suburbs to test the performance of the car.
He came to a sparsely populated road.
Chen Shang stepped on the gas pedal recklessly, releasing the power of the Pagani Wind God to the fullest.
Boom!
The roar of the engine tore through the setting sun.
The tattered afterglow fell sporadically on the tarmac.
This, coupled with the unrivaled feeling of pushing back, gave people an ultimate enjoyment. Man, you still have to drive a V12 sports car.
Chen Shang couldn't help but lament.
Although the Ferrari F80 that he bought last time was more powerful and accelerated faster at 100 meters. However, it used a V6 engine paired with a 3 motor, which was indeed less soulful for a supercar. The roar of the Wind God V12 seems to be a bit more forced.
In addition,
in terms of appearance, Chen Shang felt that the Ferrari F80 was also almost more interesting than the Pagani Wind God. Even, it couldn't compare to the Ferrari Laffa from a decade or so ago.
After comparing it like this, Chen Shang suddenly felt that he was not fond of the old?
If his own Ferrari F80 could talk, it was estimated that it would have to point at its own nose and curse at this moment.
Humph, scum man. When you first stood up and stomped on people, you didn't say so. He at least lived and died with you.
And they have 1,200 horsepower, 100 kilometers acceleration is only 2.15 seconds.
What about them? They've got 700 or 800 horsepower, and it's close to 3 seconds to 100 kilometers, right? Even 4 seconds. Can they give you that much horsepower and that much speed when you're in danger? Sure enough, cars are just like women. When you like them, you call them sweeties. I can't wait to pedal every day, stand up and pedal. If you don't like it, you'll say it has no soul. Occasionally pedal is a gift to people. Chen Sheng couldn't help but shake his head, trying to calm himself down. Ever since his basic attributes had increased, it felt like his brain was somewhat active. Like it was about to grow a brain. However, Chen Sheng knew that the reason why he was able to associate so much had to do with last night's experience. The way Bai Luoyan spilled her heart out to herself last night. There was even some deliberate attempt to please herself. It was a far cry from her previous high spirits. Perhaps during this period of time by herself, she had indeed cold-shouldered her. Chen Sheng shook his head helplessly. Sometimes it was troublesome to have more women around. At the same time, ahead of the road section where Chen Sheng was, Zhang Lingji was driving her car towards a certain company. Tonight, she had to rush to a banquet to talk about cooperation with a few old bosses. Suddenly, an electric car came towards her in reverse. Not good. Zhang Lingji couldn't help but let out a cry of alarm and hurriedly stepped on the brakes. Fortunately, she reacted in time and did not hit the other party. However, the other party seemed to be in disarray and directly fell to the ground. After a long time, the two people in the car grabbed an already broken jade bracelet and angrily walked towards Zhang Lingji. You! Get out of the car! Zhang Lingji pondered for a moment, pulling open the car door and stepping down. Only then did she see that the other party were two young men. Are you guys alright? Damn, how did you drive the car? A man wearing a duck-tongued hat cursed angrily. Obviously you guys were traveling against the traffic, how can you blame me? Cut the ing crap, our bracelet broke, pay for it. Zhang Lingji glanced at her cell phone, the banquet was about to start. How much do you guys want? $100,000. Why don't you guys go rob? Zhang Lingji said with some anger. Damn, we just bought our bracelet today and have an invoice. If you don't pay today, you don't want to leave. Lao Lu, call someone. The duck-tongued had said to the person next to him. Oh, okay. As he spoke, Old Six had already dialed a phone. In less than half a minute's work, more than a dozen people suddenly sprang out from the surrounding woods. Seeing that things were a bit bad, Zhang Lingji hurriedly took out her cell phone and prepared to call the police. Seeing this, the duck-tongued cap snatched the cell phone over. You guys give back my cell phone. Stinking, hurry up and take the money, or you won't be able to leave today. In broad daylight, what do you want? The duck-tongued cap snorted coldly. I advise you to be more sensible and hurry up to pay up and finish the job. Otherwise, don't blame the brothers for not being polite to you. Big brother, with her polite what? Anyway, this road basically will not be people, how about we directly rob? Big brother usually how to teach you? To abide by the law, understand. On the other side. Just as Chen Sheng passed a curve and prepared to drift. Suddenly, he saw a group of people gathered on the side of the road, seemingly arguing about something. Chen Sheng unintentionally glanced at the crowd. Discovering that the one surrounded in the center was actually Zhang Lingji. Why is she here? Chapter 132 Hands? In the wrong place. Chen Sheng slammed his foot on the brake and brought the car to a steady stop with a drift. He then stepped down from the car. The crowd was attracted by the sound of the brakes, and they all looked at Chen Sheng in unison. When they saw the Pagani wind god, each of them stared wide-eyed. There was some remorse in their hearts. Had I known that I would have waited for a while, wouldn't I have earned more by touching this car? Zhang Lingji, why are you here? Chen Sheng asked loudly. When Zhang Lingji saw that the visitor was actually Chen Sheng, her originally tightly locked brows instantly stretched. Rushing to Chen Sheng, she briefly recounted what had happened. Chen Sheng nodded. These people obviously had a premeditated plan. There's no need to spoil them, don't pay a penny. Zhang Lingji glanced behind her with some worry. Discovering that a dozen or so burly men were eyeing her intently. How about this, I'll give them the money first and then call the police when we get back. There are too many of them, in case of a conflict we will definitely suffer. No harm done, I'll take care of them. As he spoke, Chen Sheng walked up to the duck-tongued cap in the lead and bellowed. Dogs, it's not too late to get lost. The duck-tongued cap was originally still considering whether or not to even touch Chen Sheng together. Hearing the other party tell him to get lost, he instantly broke his defense. Dig trough, I'll beat you to death. Saying this, he swung his fist towards Chen Sheng's face. Naturally, Chen Sheng was not accustomed to the other party and raised his fist to strike back. Bang! The two fists clashed together. The fist of the duck-tongued cap made a click sound. The entire palm and fingers were almost shattered. Ah! The duck-tongued cap immediately grimaced in pain, lying on the ground and rolling continuously. When the others saw this, they were first stunned. Then they picked up their sticks and screamed as they rushed towards Chen Sheng. Mr. Chen, be careful! Zhang Lingji was a little worried for a moment. Those people looked like gangsters. There were also weapons in their hands. Could Chen Sheng alone beat so many of them? However, Chen Shang did not panic, instead, he idly pulled away. He fought with the other side with his bare hands. Those young guys who looked very strong were not even a match for Chen Shang. Half a minute later, more than a dozen strong men were all rolling on the ground, convulsing back and forth. On the contrary, Chen Shang didn't even seem to be sweating much. "Mr. Chen, are you alright?" Zhang Lingji ran over, somewhat worriedly surveying Chen Shang and asked. "I'm fine." "That's good." Zhang Lingji patted her chest, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Just now, she was really afraid that Chen Shang would be knocked down by those people. She was even more afraid that those people would beat Chen Shang to death after they got impatient. So much so that whenever someone approached Chen Shang, Zhang Lingji pinched a sweat for him. It's good that Chen Shang is safe and sound. Chen Shang slowly walked to the duck-tongued hat and reached out his hand towards the other party. "Bring it. Big brother. I won't dare anymore. We really don't have any money on us." The duck-tongued cap repeatedly begged for forgiveness. "Who the hell asked you for money? Just robbed the cell phone it?" The duck-tongued cap hurriedly pulled out his own pocket and handed the cell phone to Chen Shang. "Big brother, this is that girl's cell phone. We're really wrong." Chen Shang took the cell phone and bent down to heavily slap the duck-tongued cap's face. "Kid, remember. In the future, if you dare to touch porcelain again, we'll be beaten out of you, do you hear me? Big brother, hear me." The duck-tongued cap gritted his teeth and nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Chen Shang slapped over again. "Look at you gritting your teeth, as if you don't serve? Convinced? Big brother, I'm convinced. This is painful for me. Endure it." The duck-tongued cap hurriedly covered his mouth, trying to keep himself from making any noise. "Your cell phone." Zhang Lingji took the phone and said with red eyes. "Mr. Chen, thank you for your help this time. Without you, the consequences would really be unimaginable." Zhang Lingji favorability plus 20, current favorability 80. Chen Shang waved his hand repeatedly. "No need to be polite, these people are just bullies, next time just step on the gas and let them communicate with your insurance." "Got it." Zhang Lingji gently nodded. Right at this moment, a fiery red Ferrari sped from the distance. It was followed by a dozen motorcycles that were also extremely fast. The roar of the machines was deafening for a moment. Creak! The red Ferrari drifted, its body crashing horizontally towards Zhang Lingji from a dozen meters away. "I'm going." Chen Shang's eyes were quick. With one hand, he wrapped Zhang Lingji in his arms and pressed the body of the Ferrari with one hand. Chen Shang skidded out half a meter before finally coming to a steady stop along with the car. "Sister, are you alright?" Zhang Chuchao jumped down from the car and asked with an anxious face. "I am fine." Zhang Lingji was currently wrapped in Chen Shang's arms, her face flushed a scarlet red. It was as if he had just drunk red wine. This was because Chen Shang's hand at the moment was placed in a somewhat illegal position, especially when he had just been pushed backwards by the car. His hand held himself very tightly. That feeling was really somewhat marvelous. Chen Shang also realized that his hand seemed to have been placed in the wrong position. Hastily letting go of Zhang Lingji, he deliberately frowned and said, "Zhang Chuchao, how did you drive the car? You almost knocked your sister off the road just now. Are you trying to inherit your sister's shares?" "Brother Shang, it's all my fault for my lack of skill." Zhang Chuchao rubbed the back of his head and looked at the crowd lying on the ground and asked, "What's wrong with these people? They are bumper carriers, and they just tried to rob them." Zhang Lingji said with some anger. Zhang Chuchao was instantly furious. "Brothers, give me a hard beating. Remember, don't lay your hands on them." "Yes, Brother Chiao." As soon as the words fell, the ground resounded with wailing sounds one after another. Zhang Chuchao kicked the duck-tongued hat a few times, then sized up Chen Shang. He also glanced down at the marks produced by the friction of Chen Shang's shoes and said in surprise, "Brother Shang, you're not Professor Du, are you? How dare you block a Ferrari with your bare hands? How could I possibly be that scum? The car itself was just about to stop, otherwise how could I have blocked it?" After Chen Shang obtained the God of Car talent, not only did he have exquisite driving skills, he also had an extremely precise judgment of braking distance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been foolish enough to stiffen the sports car. Zhang Lingji, who had already returned to her senses, looked at the group of minions behind Zhang Chuchao and asked curiously, "Chuchao, how did you know I was here?" "That? Maybe it's because our siblings have a heart-to-heart." "Less nonsense, are you installing a locator in my car?" Zhang Chuchao froze, then laughed. "Sister, I did not expect this or guessed by you. But well, I'm called to treat others in their own way." Between words, Zhang Chuchao waved his hand towards a skinny guy. The skinny little guy walked over warily and couldn't help but lower his head. "Sister, I already know about the matter of you bribing the monkey." The skinny little guy named Monkey rubbed his hands and said with some embarrassment, "Ms. Zhang is sorry. Brother Chiao has been kind to me, I really can't bear to continue deceiving him." "Good eye you guys, how dare you team up to cheat me?" Zhang Lingji frowned and said, "Everyone's used love to generate too much power in recent days. Thank you all for your support, so I have to add an extra chapter without eating. Chapter 133 Brother Shang is a good man.
Zhang Chuqiao showed his teeth and cheerfully said, "Sister, I've long suspected that you found someone to spy on me. A while ago, I went to find Qian Jin Lai to refund my money, and you quickly rushed over. There was also the time when Zhang Wenhao asked me to help block Brother Shang, you also coincidentally passed by there.
Of course, there are many other things like that. So, I suspect that you bribed the people around me."
Zhang Lingji's face soothed a bit as she spoke faintly.
"I did that to protect you, fearing that you would cause trouble outside. And what do you want by installing a locator in my car? Sister, I was also doing it to protect you.
Just now when I saw your car parked here for half a day without moving, I felt that something was wrong, so I rushed over.
You see, fortunately I had foresight, right? Less putting gold on your face, I see you want to spy on me so that you can run away early before I find you, right?"
Chen Shang looked at the siblings and shook his head somewhat speechlessly.
"You siblings can understand the whole infernal road thing."
Zhang Lingji fiddled with her 2 index fingers in some embarrassment and said with a dumbfounded laugh,
"Mr. Chen, I've made you laugh.
This younger brother of mine has always liked to get into trouble since he was young, that's why I sent someone to monitor him." Chen Shang was just about to say, "What a sibling love."
The phone suddenly rang.
Chen Shang glanced at the phone and answered it.
"Crispy, I'll be back in a while." "Well, the meal is already ready."
"Brother Chen Shang, don't forget that there's a concert in the evening."
"Don't worry, can't forget." "Well, be safe on the road, bye."
"Bye." Chen Shang hung up the phone, looked at Zhang Chuqiao and said, "Chuqiao, I'm going back first."
"Brother Shang, thanks to you this time, I'll treat you to a drink some other day,"
Zhang Chuqiao said with a grateful face.
"No problem."
Chen Shang glanced at the duck-tongued hat and the others lying on the ground. "Just send those guys directly to the police station.
If there's any trouble, you can call me again."
"I won't trouble Brother Shang, the police station will still sell our Zhang family a few points." Zhang Chuqiao hesitated for a moment, then spoke.
"By the way, Brother Shang, Zhao Chen was arrested, do you know?
I heard that guy found 24 of his men and almost injured Secretary Li's daughter.
But it seems like it was countered by an incomparably valiant and enthusiastic citizen."
Chen Shang shrugged his shoulders and said somewhat helplessly, "Of course I know, I was also at the scene that day."
"Ah? Why were you also at the scene, Brother Shang? Is there a possibility that I am the enthusiastic citizen you are talking about?" Zhang Chuqiao froze, then gave a thumbs up. "Brother Shang is awesome."
Surprisingly, he was able to single-handedly challenge more than 20 people, including a few foreign underground boxing experts.
"Can Brother Shang teach me kung fu some other time?"
"You'd better practice your car skills first." Chen Shang patted Zhang Chuqiao's shoulder and drilled into the Pagani wind god. It directly made a 180-degree turn in place.
Boom! In a roaring sound.
The Pagani wind god was quickly swallowed by the horizon with the last rays of the setting sun. Even the last remnants of the sound dissipated into the air.
"It's so handsome.
Brother Shang is simply better than even a professional racer."
Zhang Chuqiao marveled continuously.
Zhang Lingji stood in the same spot, staring at the direction where the sports car disappeared somewhat out of her mind. "Sister, Brother Shang has already gone far away,"
Zhang Chuqiao reminded in a low voice.
Only then did Zhang Lingji withdraw her gaze in frustration. It was as if something had been pulled out of her heart. It was inexplicably a little hard to bear.
"Chuqiao, do you think a philandering man is considered a good man or not?"
Zhang Lingji said for no reason.
Zhang Chuqiao pondered.
"Sister, I think Brother Shang should be considered a more perfect good man."
When it comes to feelings between men and women, there are times when it's hard to put a lid on it. Some couples may have been faithful for their entire lives.
But in reality, they have long since become strangers or even enemies. There are also some people who have no name, but all their lives are very happy. It still depends on the individual as to what kind of life they choose. Zhang Lingji's eyes lifted slightly as she smiled faintly.
"Zhang Chuqiao, didn't you say that you hate people like our father who have their feet in 2 boats? Why are you defending Mr. Chen at this moment?"
"I do hate our dad, and I even held a grudge against him when I was very young. However, Brother Shang is different from him."
"Is that so? Tell me what's different."
Zhang Chuqiao hesitated slightly and narrated. "First of all, it's true that Brother Shang has quite a few women around him, but Brother Shang has never wronged any of them. On the contrary, Brother Shang was also responsible for them to the end. Secondly, Brother Shang is not married. If he were married, he should indeed restrain himself. But he's single now, and he didn't cheat on those girls."
"You love me and I want things, so naturally outsiders can't say anything more." Zhang Lingji nodded thoughtfully and muttered. "In that case, I also have a chance." Zhang Chuqiao suspiciously sized up Zhang Lingji and gulped, saying, "Sister, you don't really like Brother Shang, do you?"
"What are you talking nonsense about?" Zhang Lingji's face instantly reddened and whispered, "I'm just grateful for Mr. Chen's help to our family."
"Really only grateful? Then who was the one who just said that they have a chance too?" Zhang Chuqiao pushed her face over and pursued the question with a wry face. I didn't mean that. Zhang Lingji was just about to explain when she suddenly became annoyed and slapped Zhang Chuqiao's head, and, "Little brat, dare to dig at your sister, let's see if I don't blow your dog's head off." "Sister, I was wrong. Don't you still have a meeting tonight? If you're late, you'll be too late," Zhang Chuqiao said and scurried away. Zhang Lingji raised her eyebrows and stomped her foot violently. "Oh no, forgot about this." 2 flowers bloomed, each with a branch. When Chen Shang returned to the villa, the women were sitting at the dining table waiting quietly. "Why aren't you guys eating?" Chen Shang asked curiously. "Brother Chen Shang, how dare we move our chopsticks without you coming?" Mi Crisp joked. After Chen Shang washed his hands, he winded up eating a large bowl of rice very quickly. His appetite was getting bigger and bigger lately. Especially since he had just fought with someone, his appetite was even stronger. Seeing that Chen Shang didn't seem to be full, Xia Yuyao hurriedly gave him another bowl of rice and said with a surprised face, "By the way, brother Chen Shang, the repairing ointment you applied on me yesterday was truly divine. My scars have unexpectedly healed by a large margin." "Well, have you replaced it with a new restorative ointment?" "It's already been replaced." Xia Yuyao nodded slightly and said. Bai Luoyan on the side also said with some excitement, "The scars in front of my body are also much better. Brother Chen Shang, you are simply a divine doctor. You guys also have too little faith in brother Chen Shang, right? When has brother ever lied to us?" Mi Crisp interjected from the side. "If this restorative ointment is really so miraculous, if we give birth to brother Chen Sheng in the future, we no longer have to worry about leaving scars from a cesarean section," Li Sha said with slight excitement. Chapter 134, Sister Sha is an old dirty turtle. "Isn't it still possible to have a normal delivery?" Yu Xiaoro couldn't help but ask. "I'm thinking of the child's father's happiness." "Sister Sasha, what do you mean by that?" Yu Xiaoro touched her head and asked with some uncertainty. Li Sha picked up a tissue and wiped her mouth, the corner of her mouth slightly raised, and said, "Little kid, why ask so many questions?" At this time, Xia Yuyao attached herself to Yu Xiaoro's ear and whispered a few words. After hearing this, Yu Xiaoro's face changed and goosebumps rose all over her body. "I'll go, Sister Shasha, you old dirty turtle, you're too dirty. However, what you said seems to make sense." Chen Shang quietly listened to the women chatting, unable to interject at all. No wonder some people said that the chats in the girlfriends group were even more explosive than the boys group. It turned out to be all true. He himself was like a newbie in front of them. Getting down to business, if brother Chen Shang's restorative ointment is popularized on a large scale, won't we be able to make a lot of money? Mi Crisp had a flexible brain and quickly sniffed out a business opportunity. "When you say it like that, it's really something." Li Sha thought seriously, then said. "But this matter has to be considered in the long run. Rushing to let this restorative ointment come out, not only might it allow others to encroach on our patents, but we might also encounter unknown security risks." Chen Shang nodded. "Let's talk about this later. The concert will start soon, let's go to the concert first." Chen Shang was not interested in money right now. For the time being, he had no intention of promoting the restoration ointment. Go, go, go. Xia Yuyao excitedly raised her hands, completely ignoring the fact that her stomach was showing. "Finally I can go to see Sister Xiao Jing's concert, if only I could ask for one of her autographs." Yu Xiaoro clenched her pink fist and said, "You're thinking quite beautifully." Mi Crisp laughed and said, "People still need to have dreams. Without dreams, what's the difference between being a salted fish?" The crowd talked and laughed as they walked towards the outside of the villa. And just as Chen Shang and the others were excitedly rushing to the concert site, a black Passat parked on the side of the road. Li Qingling looked towards Zhang Ruoxue and said with a playful face, "Little Snow, sister will take you to a good place." Zhang Ruoxue was slightly stunned and asked with some confusion, "Qingling, where are you taking me?" "It's definitely a good place, I can't tell you yet. You just know how to sell secrets." Although Zhang Ruoxue said this on her lips, but in her heart, she felt very relieved. Ever since Li Qingling knew that she was suffering from brain cancer, it had been taking time off to accompany herself. She even made a wish list with herself. And he went with himself to do things to make love. Li Qingling is responsible for her daily schedule. But she never disclosed the schedule in advance. The name is to give yourself a surprise. Listening to the soothing music on the stereo, Li Qingling pretended to ask casually, "Right, Xiaoxue, the medicine that Chen Shang gave you, have you drunk it yet?" "Drank it. How do you feel?" "It feels like my body doesn't hurt much anymore." "Any other feelings?" "No more." After Li Qingling heard this, the light in her eyes dimmed for a few points. Then she replaced it with a smiling face again and patted Zhang Ruoxue's shoulder and said, "Don't worry about it, although Chinese medicine is slow in its effect, it goes to the root. Maybe if you drink them all, you'll be cured." "I hope so." Zhang Ruoxue naturally knew that Li Qingling was comforting herself. A problem that experts all over the world couldn't overcome could be cured with just a few pairs of Chinese medicines. To death, she didn't believe it. But she wasn't too disappointed either. She had already looked away anyway. Li Qingling was just about to drive when she suddenly remembered the restoration ointment. Right, little Snow, it's already been 24 hours, the ointment on your face can be removed. Aha! Zhang Ruoxue nodded and slowly removed the black ointment plastered on her face. Li Qingling stared at Zhang Ruoxue without blinking. She didn't even dare to take a breath. After Zhang Ruoxue tore off all the ointment, Li Qingling couldn't help but open her mouth wide. The surprise in her eyes was overflowing. Looking at Li Qingling's shocked expression, Zhang Ruoxue asked with some concern, "Qingling, is my face better?" After a long time, Li Qingling suddenly spoke out loud. "I'll go. That guy Chen Shang really does have 2 brushes. The scars on your face are actually almost gone." "Really?" Zhang Ruoxue hurriedly opened the makeup mirror. Sure enough, the scars on her own face had indeed been repaired. If one didn't observe it closely, one wouldn't be able to tell at all. Chen Shang is also too powerful, isn't he? "Qingling, take a quick look at how your leg is doing." Li Qingling glanced outside the car window and hurriedly pulled up her skirt. She then tore off the plaster. "My goodness! The scars on my legs are much better too. When I see Mr. Chen next time, this young lady will definitely treat that guy to dinner." Li Qingling favorability plus 10, current favorability 80. Li Qingling clenched her pink fists, her body shaking with excitement. Now she could finally wear short skirts again. Looking at Li Qingling, who had already recovered most of her strength, a hint of relief surfaced on Zhang Ruoxue's face. "If we continue to stick it on for 2 days, won't we basically recover completely?" "I think it's about the same." A complex look surfaced on Li Qingling's face. Just what kind of god is this Chen Shang fellow? Not only is he handsome and capable of fighting, his medical skills are also so strong. If only she didn't have so many girls around her. Zhang Ruoxue's smile slowly solidified on her face. She glanced at Li Qingling, whose cheeks were slightly red, and asked in a small voice, "Qingling, do you like Chen Shang?" "Humph, I don't like him. Even though he saved me, I'm only grateful in my heart. That guy has so many girls around him, there must be something wrong with his style." Li Qingling pouted her lips, like a child who was robbed of her doll. Zhang Ruoxue explained, "It's not like he has a public position or is married. In our daxia, romantic relationships are not adjusted by the law, and him living with multiple girls is not a crime as long as he doesn't act like Ma Yongxiang." Li Qingling hugged her arms and skimmed her lips. "I know, Officer Jiang. You're defending him so much, it can't be that you're interested in him, right?" "I do like Chen Shang." "Xiao Shui, you still really like that horny guy?" Li Qingling asked with some dismay. Zhang Ruoxue's eyebrows moved slightly, and she quickly said in a calm tone again, "Now that it's come to this, I won't hide it from you, I do like Chen Shang. But my days are numbered, so I can only bury this feeling deep in my heart." Zhang Ruoxue favorability plus 1, current favorability 89. Li Qingling was silent. For a moment, she didn't know how to comfort the other party. She wanted to tell Zhang Ruoxue that love should be spoken out loud without any regrets. But then, wasn't that a bit unfair to Chen Shang? "Let's go, Qingling, the concert is about to start, let's hurry up and get going." Zhang Ruoxue interrupted Li Qingling's thoughts. "Little Snow, how did you know that I'm taking you to the concert?" Li Qingling asked with an incredulous face. Chapter 135, What a Coincidence! Zhang Ruoxue said with a radiant expression. "One of the items on my wish list is to see a concert. It just so happens that there's Xiao Jing's concert in our city tonight. And you made a call to Director Sun of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau today, so I guess you're asking for tickets, right?" "So? I guessed it a long time ago." Li Qingling gave a thumbs up and said with some admiration, TSK, as expected of Officer Jiang, this analyzing ability is no one else." He, thanks for the compliment. Saying you're fat you're still panting, fasten your seatbelt." "Yes, Miss Li." Li Qingling kicked the gas and drove towards the stadium. The Tianhai City Gymnasium covered an area of 50,000 square meters. It was the largest venue in the entire Tianhai City. Some large-scale events were basically held here. Soon, Li Qingling drove to the vicinity of the stadium. At this time, the area around the stadium was already crowded with people. Vehicles were even lined up in a long line to slowly enter the parking lot. There was an exclusive parking area next to it, but it was prepared for some special people. Reservations need to be made in advance. I didn't expect it to be so jammed." Li Qingling was about to collapse. She had never attended a concert before. Surprisingly, she had forgotten about this. "Why don't we go find a place to park nearby?" Zhang Ruoxue suggested. "There's no way to turn around now, it's my fault for not planning ahead." Just when Li Qingling was in a hurry, a phone call suddenly came over. Li Qingling picked up her cell phone with some annoyance and realized that the note was Director Sun. "Hello, Uncle Sunday. Qingling, did you guys come to the concert?
Came, but there was a bit of a traffic jam.
Li Qingling said with a light sigh. Don't worry, I've arranged an exclusive parking space for you, it's in the stadium parking lot, Area A.
Li Qingling glanced around and realized that next to herself was the parking lot A.
Really? I'm really thankful to Uncle Sunday. Qingling, you're out of line, haha.
The two exchanged a few more pleasantries.
Li Qingling hung up the phone and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, now there's finally a parking space. When she inadvertently looked out the window,
it was discovered that next to her was a Bentley with the windows open. A very familiar figure was talking to the person next to her.
Li Qingling rolled down the window and couldn't help but speak. Chen Shang?
Chen Shang looked over at the voice and asked with a slight surprise.
Li Qingling, why are you here? We came here to watch the concert. Are you guys here to watch the concert as well?
Yes. Li Qingling pondered for a moment, then asked in a low voice, does that?
You guys have a place to park in a while? Still in line.
Chen Shang said slightly helplessly. Li Qingling smiled mysteriously and lowered her voice, just follow sis in a while. Chen Shang froze, naturally knowing what Li Qingling meant. He could not help but give her a thumbs up. Under Li Qingling's leadership, Chen Shang and the others quickly entered the parking lot in Area A. Seeing this, a man driving a BMW next to him couldn't help but spit out loud.
Why are those cars able to enter Area A? And we have to line up here? Another uncle responded, can't you see that one of them is a Bentley and one is a Maybach?
People look like big shots, they must have connections.
What about that broken Passat? They can't be related too, right? Big brother, do not look down on driving a Passat, maybe they are people with background. There's a hammer background, I think it's just dipping into the light of those two cars.
Chen Shang stepped out of the car and thanked him again.
It's still Miss Li who is great. You kids stop kissing ass here.
After Li Qingling got out of the car and put on the mask, she glanced at the Bentley elegance and said with a slight sense of playfulness, Mr. Chen Shang, you're pretty fast at changing cars. This car is younger than the Rolls Royce that I used to drive, I'm a youngster not quite suitable to sit in that car.
I think you just like the new and hate the old.
Li Qingling muttered in a small voice, then her tone became a bit more soothing. Right, thank you for the repair ointment last time, the scars on my legs are already much better. Chen Shang, I have to thank you as well, the injury on my face is also much better. Zhang Ruoxue also said with great gratitude.
Well, it's almost done after 2 more uses. The concert is about to start, let's walk and talk. Li Qingling nodded, then asked, what row are you guys in? Rice Crisp answered back for Chen Shang. We're in the second row of section A1. It's not easy to buy tickets for the first row, you can't even buy scalped tickets.
Section A1 belonged to the inner court and was directly opposite the stage, which was considered one of the best locations. The ticket price for the first row was speculated to 13,000 by scalpers. Even the second row had to be 10,000 out of 10,000 apiece.
Such a coincidence?
We're also in the second row of section A1, the two of us are number 8 and 9. Li Qingling said with some excitement. Originally, Sun Bureau wanted to give Li Qingling a few tickets for the first row of section A1. It was politely refused by her.
It was better to keep a low profile when going out.
Mi Crisp immediately widened her eyes, that's so great, we're next to you too, yay.
Really, that's such a coincidence.
Li Qingling didn't expect to see a concert and still run into Chen Shang's few people. Xia Yuyao couldn't help but ask when she heard that the two of them, Li Qingling, were in the same row as herself.
Qingling, did you guys grab the tickets yourselves or did you buy them from a scalper?
Li Qingling pondered a little, and returned in a calm manner, we also took the tickets from a scalper. In a sense, Sun Bureau was also a scalper. And it was also the highest status kind. It was much better than the online scalpers. The scalper tickets for the second row cost more than 10,000 apiece. Xia Yuyao frowned slightly and said, it's really time to fix these scalpers.
It really is time to rectify them.
Li Qingling said somewhat sheepishly. After the crowd checked their tickets, they entered the stadium that had already been filled to capacity. Although the singers hadn't made their official debut yet, the atmosphere of the scene was already active. With the opening music playing, the entire arena was brightly lit, and the stage was smoky, like a dream.
The screams of the audience were endless, stimulating everyone's eardrums. Countless fluorescent sticks converged into a sea of color.
Although Chen Shang was not a star chaser, he was also infected by the atmosphere of the scene. There was an urge to howl along.
It's so stuffy in here, I can hardly breathe. Li Qingling shouted. Why don't you two just take off your masks? Chen Shang said. That won't do, have to pay attention to the impact. Well. You just hold it in, I won't save you if you lack oxygen in a while. Li Qingling just wanted to dislike a few words back.
The background music of the stage suddenly sounded.
Several spotlights shone into mid-air in unison.
Only then did the crowd see above the arena. A group of beautiful women in various colors of strange costumes were hanging in mid-air like flying dancers.
In the middle of the many beauties, there was a woman wearing a court-style white princess dress.
This person was the main character of the night, Xiao Jing.
Chapter 136. Chen Sheng sings on stage.
Chen Sheng glanced up at the mid-air and was amused by this way of appearing. It was not that he found this way funny. Rather, he suddenly thought of a 200-pound female artist named Naomi Watanabe, who descended from the sky with a wigwam dangling.
That comical look was like a turtle paddling in the water. Chen Sheng fixed his mind and looked again at Xiao Jing in mid-air.
All sorts of gorgeous decorations embellished the princess dress, making Xiao Jing look regal without being vulgar. The way she appeared from the sky, it made her already gorgeous figure look like a stunning, graceful dragon.
Ah! The atmosphere of the scene directly exploded.
Countless young boys and girls screamed at the top of their voices, almost lifting the roof of the stadium.
1 minute later,
Xiao Jing landed on the stage and raised the microphone to interact with everyone.
Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Jing, welcome to the concert.
After Xiao Jing interacted with the audience, she sang 5 songs in a row. Each one of them was exceptionally good. If they were taken out individually, they would basically make it into the music charts. After the 5 songs were finished, Xiao Jing said passionately as if she had pumped chicken blood.
Friends! Next, let's pick an audience member to interact on stage, shall we?
Hearing Xiao Jing's invitation, the atmosphere of the scene was once again ignited.
Pick me! Pick me!
In fact, inviting fans to interact on stage was a part of many concerts.
On the one hand, it could drive the live atmosphere and increase the fun.
On the other hand, it can also make fans feel like they are part of the concert.
Enhance fan stickiness.
Of course, there are also stars who cannot sing themselves, will randomly catch the strong man.
Otherwise a concert down, the voice is smoking.
For example, the habit of fish of the 500 teachers went to a trip to the city of Suzhou, directly lost half of his life.
Almost turned into 255. It is said that after returning home, 500 will directly black Su Chang.
From now on, no matter how much money you pay, you won't go. It is said that he had a few concerts in a row elsewhere, and the microphone only consumed 1% of the power. When he went to Su Chang, he directly took out 90%.
Who could stand this?
The reason why Xiao Jing had invited someone to interact with him was probably because he wanted to slow down a bit before singing. Who knew that there were suddenly a few audience members on the scene who were up in arms, shouting, "Refund tickets! Refund!" To say that the audience shouted refund tickets is also something that happens from time to time.
Usually it's only when there's a major stage incident that tickets are refunded.
However, it was rare for someone to call for a refund just after Xiao Jing had started interacting with the audience.
Xiao Jing was caught in the midst of embarrassment for a while.
However, it was good that the voices of the other audience members quickly overshadowed the voices of those few people. Xiao Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Let's start picking the lucky audience below.
After saying that, Xiao Jing turned around.
Immediately afterward, the spotlight began to rotate randomly.
Looking at the spotlight that was getting closer and closer to them, the crowd all shouted in excitement.
It seemed like they were looking forward to being chosen. Stop!
With Xiao Jing's shout, the spotlight just happened to shine on Chen Sheng.
The corner of Chen Sheng's mouth could not help but twitch. How could it be so coincidental? Even if he had a system attached to him, there was no need to be so lucky, right? Wow, brother Chen Sheng, you are so lucky to have been chosen.
Yu Xiaoro said cheerfully.
Ha, brother Chen Sheng, hurry up and get on stage. Xia Yuyo also jumped up excitedly.
This ticket is worth 8,000 just for being able to go on stage and interact with Xiao Jing.
Me Crisp joked.
Xiao Jing smiled and looked at Chen Sheng, waving her hand and said,
"This handsome guy, please come on stage and sing a song with me, okay?"
On the side, Yu Xiaoro gently shook Chen Sheng's arm and said excitedly,
"Brother Chen Sheng, go on, you sing so well anyway, what's there to be afraid of?"
Chen Sheng nodded and slowly walked towards the stage. His own singing level had long since changed. There was nothing to be afraid of. After going on stage, Chen Sheng couldn't help but take a look at Xiao Jing. She had a pretty figure, and her skin was like curdled fat. A pair of large eyes glittered as if they were the stars of the night. Coupled with the white princess dress, it was almost like a princess coming out of a fairy tale.
"Handsome man, may I ask how old you are this year?"
Xiao Jing smiled and placed the microphone in front of Chen Sheng.
23 years old.
Wow, it's hard to tell, but you're even 5 years older than me. The audience at the bottom listened and very cooperatively shouted, "Forever 18 years old," in unison.
Chen Sheng almost laughed out loud. "You're still a year older than me, how can you be 18 years old? But it does look quite tender."
Xiao Jing seemed to see that Chen Sheng should have accompanied his girlfriend.
It wasn't he the kind of fanatic fan. In order not to be cold, she opened the door and said, "Handsome guy, have you ever heard my song?" "Sort of heard it." While on the road, the Bluetooth stereo played Xiao Jing's songs all the way.
Chen Sheng also listened to a few songs along with it. Xiao Jing continued to ask, "Then how about we sing a chorus of Disappearing in Time?" This was a song that Xiao Jing had sung with a top-stream male singer, Yi Bai. The difficulty wasn't too high, but the melody was very melodic. It was also her hit song. 2 years ago, it was with this song that she became an overnight sensation. Eventually, she slowly became among the ranks of first-tier singers.
I've heard this song before. Chen Shang returned indifferently.
Then I'll sing the girl's part, and if you can't sing the boy's part, I'll sing along with you.
Please don't be nervous, we'll just simply sing a few lines. No problem.
Xiao Jing didn't expect Chen Sheng to sing much. After all, this kind of interaction was to accentuate the atmosphere of the scene. Sometimes the audience could bring in a certain amount of traffic by singing hard instead. As the slightly sad accompaniment sounded, the scene gradually quieted down. Some fans even followed the accompaniment and waved the glow sticks in their hands in a neat manner.
Li Qingling also patted Zhang Ruoxue's shoulder with some excitement.
Xiao Shui, quickly open your cell phone. I feel as if that big pig's hoof of Chen Shang is going to make a fool of himself, hee.
This, Zhang Ruoxue said with some difficulty, it seems like the concert doesn't allow photos and videos.
Xiao Shui, what are you afraid of? Everyone is taking pictures.
That's fine.
Zhang Ruoxue took out her cell phone and zoomed in on Chen Shang and Xiao Jing.
After the prelude ended,
Xiao Jing picked up the microphone and gently began to sing. When it was Chen Shang's turn to sing, he looked like a singer who had been on stage for a long time and was calm and relaxed.
That magnetic voice just opened its mouth. The whole audience was in an uproar.
People didn't expect a randomly selected audience member to sing so beautifully.
He sang so beautifully. Even better than the original singer. The entire atmosphere of the concert was completely ignited.
Xiao Jing, who had originally planned to sing a few lines, also had to exert all her strength. So much so that her voice was a bit hoarse in the end.
Uggo, why does this kid sing so well? Why do I feel that it's even better than Yibai's singing, love?
Have you guys noticed that he looks like he's quite handsome?
Oh, this song reminds me of the past again. Xiaoya, Xiaojia, Yulian, Wang Gang, Kuyu. I miss you guys. Xiao Jing's throat was on the verge of smoking.
She bent down and picked up the bottle of water beside her and took a sip before she opened her mouth in surprise.
You're not a professional singer, are you?